My name is Jiang Xia. As the chairman of the parallel Longting group of Daxia, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of my luxurious office, I stared in disbelief at the golden glowing screen before me. Is this fucking for real? Congratulations, esteemed transmigrator. You have been granted the sole beta access for this era's mythic descent. A recharge of 1 trillion is required to activate the system. Would you like to top up and obtain the exclusive beta testing qualification? Warning, after the myth era open beta ends, it will merge with reality. 1 trillion. After 10 years of traversing and struggling to amass today's trillion-dollar fortune, you're telling me it'll all be taken away? Although most of my assets are tied up in fixed assets and stocks, with liquid funds falling short of 100 billion, and liquidation would cause significant depreciation, considering the rampage of mythical beasts after the fusion of the mythical era with reality in the light screen, I'm very clear about choosing between my life and money. Gritting my teeth, I summoned my aloof female secretary and instructed her to inventory and liquidate the assets. The news of Longting Group offloading its industries caused a sensation, attracting over a dozen established companies in Modu, including the arch-rival Yunhai Group, to rush over. While waiting to sign contracts, the crowd whispered among themselves, curious about my apparent madness. Yun Feng, the eldest son of Yunhai Group, even triumphantly declared, from now on, Longting Tower belongs to Yunhai Group. The crowd took malicious pleasure in it, lamenting that the trillion-dollar conglomerate was about to collapse. A cold smirk flashed through my eyes. When the mythical era merges with reality, all this wealth and premium industries will crumble into dust. After signing the final contract and counting 12 zeros in my account, I walked out of Longting Tower with a hint of disdain. My actions immediately caught the attention of the Special Department. Lin Shui, director of the Financial Supervision Department of the National Security Bureau, stared at my trillion-dollar wealth profile, unable to comprehend why I was frantically selling off premium assets. They were just about to intervene when I swiftly dismantled the massive Longting Group. Just as Lin Shui was racking her brain, a panicked subordinate reported, Director Lin, it's terrible, the trillion-dollar funds have vanished without a trace. The computer screen showed the money had mysteriously transferred out of the accounts, disappearing completely. Lin Shui immediately decided, act first and take control of the person involved. 1 trillion, after all. Meanwhile, in the apartment at Manhwa Community, Modu, I stared at my completely empty account. All my assets had been liquidated. Congratulations, Master, the system has been fully activated, granting you uniqueness. Closed beta access. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully logged into the mythological epoch. Become the only closed beta tester. As the golden light swept through the room, my entire body became ethereal, consciousness plunged into darkness, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a peculiar space. Ding! Dear beta tester, the talent draw is now available for you. Congratulations to the exclusive beta tester for drawing the hidden immortal grade talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline, unique. Without hesitation, I clicked Fuse. Immortal grade talents from the classic of mountains and seas are already the highest tier, not to mention being unique. Amidst the explosion of golden light, a massive figure spanning the horizon appeared before their eyes. Ding! Talent fusion successful. Automatically transporting the exclusive beta player to mythological epoch I, classic of mountains and seas. I appeared in a desolate place, my body unchanged. After adapting, I stepped out of the novice protection barrier. A surging power burst forth from within, setting his entire body's blood ablaze. Feels like I could punch a cow to death. The next moment, a colossal water ox over 10 feet tall glared at me with blood-red eyes. A savage ox, a mundane beast that accidentally swallowed the essence of a spiritual artifact, possessed boundless strength. The savage ox reared up and charged. I swung a fierce punch in response. Blood and chi surged within me, my pupils turned vertical in the depths of my eyes, and in the instant between closing them, I seemed to witness the heavens and earth tremble. A golden light flashed on his fist as he struck the wild bull with a punch, causing it to let out a shrill howl before collapsing with its internal organs shattered. Congratulations to the sole beta tester for killing the ordinary beast, the savage bull. Gained 123 experience points. First kill of a Shanghai era beast successfully activated the attribute panel. Open attribute panel, owner, Jiang Xia talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline, unique, level 1. I stored the wild bull's corpse in my inventory. The top priority is to reach level 10 as soon as possible, awaken the Zhulong bloodline, and become powerful before mythological fusion becomes reality. I continued exploring northwest and soon came across a pack of similarly massive wolves. Wretched beast, a mundane creature of mountains and seas, bearing a trace of ancient dire beast bloodline. At the stage of transcending the mundane, the dozens of predatory gleams in the wolf's eyes only fueled my excitement. In my eyes, these are nothing but walking experience packs. Amid the fierce howls of a one-eyed wolf, the pack encircled me and lunged with a stench-laden gust. Chapter 3, top up your account and they still want you to buy them tea? Even Jiang Xia could see the black smoke rising from these battered bodies. Under such intense stimulation, the blood boiled over completely. Boom! A fierce punch flew out, smashing into the wolf that had lunged forward first, intent on tearing into Jiang Xia. Whoa! In a flash of golden light, the wolf pack as large as several calves exploded into pieces mid-air. Blood gushed wildly, pouring down from above. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the common beast wolf pack, earning 327 EXP. Congratulations, the sole beta tester. You have leveled up to level 2. Ignoring the voices echoing in his ears, he bathed in the wolf's blood. Jiang Xia appeared unusually excited, his movements growing even more ruthless and domineering. Boom! 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 With each punch he threw, a wolf of shame was smashed to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Blood spilled into the sky. This only fueled the boiling blood within Jiang Xia. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the common beast wolfbait, earning X258 EXP. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the common beast wolfbait, earning X312 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the common beast wolfbait, earning X267 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the common beast wolf pack, earning 288x EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Leveled up to level 4. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Leveled up to level 5. One after another, the wolves were torn apart until the last one fell. Jiang Xia's level also rose to 5. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique. Level, 5. Class, None Bloodline Awakened, eligible for initial class change. Inventory, None Materialization Permission, not activated. After closing the system panel, a flicker of excitement passed through Jiang Xia's eyes. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could rapidly reach level 10 and awaken his first bloodline talent. This prospect filled Jiang Xia with eager anticipation. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, he hurriedly continued exploring toward the northwest. Grind monsters. Grind monsters. Grind monsters. Even before the bloodline talent had awakened, it was already this monstrous. Once he fully tapped into his bloodline, wouldn't it defy the heavens? Jiang Xia could already envision the primordial candle dragon soaring across the sky, its presence so vast it obscured the heavens. The scene of the left eye embodying the sun and moon, the right eye representing annihilation. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the common beast, Savage Bull. Earned X145 EXP. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the common beast Mountain Owl, earning X189 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the earth-splitting lion tiger, gaining X245 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the common beast Savage Bull, gaining 174 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. You have leveled up to level 10. Ignoring the cold notification sound, Jiang Xia hurriedly opened the system panel. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique. Level, 10 requires Bloodline Awakening to advance further. Class, None Bloodline Awakening required for initial class change. Inventory, None Materialization Permission, not activated. Seeing the changes in the system panel, Jiang Xia quickly closed the interface. He immediately checked the information related to class change, but his expression darkened within moments. This system was downright exploitative. Everything required payment. A single awakening stone to awaken a common talent bloodline physique cost tens of millions. Rare ores and divine metals for forging divine weapons? All required purchasing through in-game currency or premium bundles. While these items could occasionally drop from exotic beasts or be obtained as dungeon rewards. But the real kicker is that new players start with absolutely nothing. Not even a basic wooden sword is provided. Where would they even find the chance to hunt mythical beasts? They'd probably get devoured the moment they stepped outside. If not for the Candle Dragon bloodline talent he fused, he'd likely be bee-stung by now. Rumble. As Jiang Xia's thoughts raced, the earth suddenly shook violently. From the deep ravine nearby, a colossal creature suddenly rose into the air. It was the size of a small mountain, radiating a terrifying, heart-stopping aura. This unexpected turn of events made Jiang Xia feel uneasy, his expression turning grim. A vague premonition stirred within him. This mountain sea beast was absolutely beyond his ability to contend with, even with his fused immortal grade talent. Monster, level, information? Even the system displayed a string of question marks. This was because the mountain sea beast's level far exceeded Jiang Xia's own. Boom! The earth trembled violently once more. A massive black shadow plunged toward Jiang Xia at breakneck speed. Just as Jiang Xia found himself with nowhere to dodge, staring at a mountain crushing down upon him, despair beginning to set in. Ding! Esteemed exclusive beta tester, your first login experience has concluded. Safely exiting the game. A wave of intense weakness washed over Jiang Xia's body. His entire body collapsed onto the cold floor, a lingering flicker of dread still in his eyes. After regaining some composure, a headache began to stir. To continue leveling up and changing professions, he must awaken his initial bloodline. The divine grade awakening stone alone required 100 trillion to exchange. Even if he squeezed every last bone in his body dry, he couldn't scrape together that much. Then there was the inventory materialization function, something he craved intensely. Only by acquiring this could he consolidate the gains from the mythic era before its arrival. He could fuse the gains from the mythic era. Bring forth the physique-enhancing exotic fruit, the immortal essence. This would undoubtedly boost his chances of surviving the mythic era's fusion with reality. Who knows what unforeseen variables might arise? What if, halfway through the fusion, some monstrous beast bursts out? That would be certain death. But all this requires money. He'd already poured all his money into the game. Where on earth could he get more? Though this apartment still held some value, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Boom! As Jiang Xia's thoughts raced, a deafening crash echoed through the apartment. The security door flew open before his eyes. A group of men in black uniforms swarmed into the room. Chapter 4, Why risk your life when you can lean on the state? What are you, Fade? Staring at the scene before him, Jiang Xia's brain nearly short-circuited. It took him a long moment to process. Home invasion, robbery? Kidnapping? A flood of words rushed into his mind, leaving Jiang Xia feeling flustered. What the hell is going on? We're from the State Security Bureau and the Financial Regulatory Authority. Please come with us. We need your cooperation with an investigation. The leader, a stern-faced middle-aged man, sized up Jiang Xia before pulling an ID badge from his pocket and extending it. Jiang Xia couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected the pawnshop to attract the attention of the State Security Bureau. But looking at these burly men in their black uniforms, meticulously dressed, he couldn't help but consider another possibility. That was to collaborate with the state to jointly develop the mythic era. He might not have the money now, but the state certainly did. 100 trillion shouldn't be an issue, right? Compared to the losses brought by the mythical being's arrival, the state would surely be more than willing to allocate those funds. The crucial point was that after merging with reality, the economic system would inevitably collapse. Keeping it intact would serve no purpose. Previously, this idea never occurred to me simply because I lacked access to higher-level figures. Rashly revealing myself would only put me in grave danger. Being dissected for research isn't even out of the question. After all, even a trillionaire entrepreneur is merely a stronger lamb. But things are different now. These people before me are from the Great Xia Security Bureau. They had the authority to escalate matters to the true power brokers above. Moreover, Jiang Xia currently had no better options. There was still one major unresolved issue in the myth era. Who knows what punishment awaits death within the game? Could one even be resurrected? There's no concrete information on any of this, and Jiang Xia isn't willing to gamble. He can't afford to gamble. For now, forming a partnership with the state seemed like a decent option. Suppressing his jumbled thoughts, Jiang Xia responded calmly. An investigation, huh? Let's go. Seeing Jiang Xia respond so decisively, the lead State Security Bureau agent and his team were all taken aback. They hadn't expected such cooperation, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was once a trillionaire entrepreneur. If he refused to cooperate, it would have been a real headache to handle. Any negative publicity would reflect poorly on them too. Snapping out of their daze, the group hurriedly led the way. Soon, Jiang Xia followed them into a dilapidated, unremarkable van. Squeak! The van accelerated sharply, swiftly vanishing into the night. Inside an interrogation room, Jiang Xia surveyed his surroundings with a composed expression. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first time in such a place. Squeak! After a long moment, the interrogation room door creaked open. A woman with an icy expression and a full figure entered, approaching Jiang Xia and coldly demanding, "Confess. Where did this money go? Do you realize the magnitude of your actions? How much damage this will cause to the nation? How many people will lose their jobs? How many families will be torn apart?" Faced with the barrage of questions, Jiang Xia hesitated, words caught in his throat. "I advise you to come clean. Don't even think about trying to pull any tricks." Lin Shui, standing nearby, watched Jiang Xia's blank expression with a fierce look. Smack! After slamming her hand hard on the table, she barked sternly. "Because of your actions, the economy of this metropolis could be set back by at least a decade. Do you have any idea how many industries will be affected when a trillion-dollar enterprise collapses?" Her icy tone snapped Jiang Xia's scattered thoughts back to reality. After a moment's thought, he replied indifferently. "I poured every last penny into the game. Selling off my assets was all for the game." Jiang Xia's words nearly caused Lin Shui's brain to crash. Into the game? A slight tremor crept into Lin Shui's voice. It was hard to fathom that the self-made CEO of a trillion-dollar conglomerate would liquidate his entire fortune due to gaming addiction. Was he pulling the wool over her eyes? Thud. Furious, Lin Shui slammed her fist hard onto the table. "You think I'm easy to fool? If you want to die, I can grant you that wish right now. Bastard. If you don't spill everything now, I'll finish you off myself." Seeing Lin Shui's state, Jiang Xia was at a loss for words. He timidly asked, "Selling off my own assets doesn't exactly constitute breaking the law, does it?" The words fell. Lin Shui was momentarily speechless because what Jiang Xia said made perfect sense. Logically speaking, arresting someone now wasn't exactly compliant with regulations or the law. But considering the enormous risks posed by the trillion yuan cash flow, her tone instantly hardened. If she could clearly oversee the funds, she wouldn't be so anxious. The most critical issue was that the current whereabouts of these funds remained unknown, with a high likelihood they had already flowed overseas. As the responsible regulator, she bore inescapable accountability for such massive capital flight. Yet the words that came out of Jiang Xia's mouth next instantly silenced her. If this game were to manifest in reality, merging with the real world, would you believe it? Believe? Believe my ass. Lin Shui fell silent for a moment, nearly exploding with rage. Her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. She desperately wanted to punch someone right now, especially seeing Jiang Xia's handsome face. She wanted to smash it in. If you don't believe me, log into the game at 10 o'clock. Your body will enter a virtual protective state. That should prove I'm not lying, right? Hearing Jiang Xia say this, Lin Shui couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This bastard still thinks he can pull some cheap tricks? Fine. I'll wait until 10 o'clock. I'll see how you turn ethereal. After speaking, Lin Shui glared at Jiang Xia with venom, as if she had already seen through his lies. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Time ticked by, and soon it was 10 o'clock. Glancing at her watch, the cold smile on Lin Shui's face deepened. Just as she was about to mock Jiang Xia. Ding, login cooldown ended. Esteemed exclusive beta tester, would you like to log back into the game? Log in. Under Lin Shui's stunned gaze, a golden light erupted from Jiang Xia's body. His body gradually began to take on an ethereal quality. Chapter 5, The Meeting That Decided the Fate of the Great Xia Nation, J20 takes flight. Could this be real? After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Shui snapped out of it and stepped forward to scan him. Her pale hand passed right through Jiang Xia's body. Such a fantastical, sci-fi-like scene was utterly beyond her comprehension. Though she desperately didn't want to admit it, Earth's current technology was nowhere near advanced enough to make a person's entire body turn into a phantom. Once she grasped the reality, Lin Shui's entire body trembled. If Jiang Xia was telling the truth, it could trigger unprecedented upheaval. Suppressing her excitement, Lin Shui quickly pulled out her phone. She began taking photos and videos of the ethereal Jiang Xia, her hand occasionally passing right through his body. Within the game space. Esteemed exclusive beta tester, shall you descend upon the era of mountains and seas? Unlike last time, Jiang Xia now faced an additional option to choose whether to descend. Considering the threat of the Shanghai beasts, he chose not to descend into the game. Esteemed exclusive beta tester, you have declined this login experience. Automatically exiting the era of mountains and seas. As the system's cold voice echoed, Jiang Xia's physical body outside the game gradually solidified. This caught Lin Shui off guard as she was taking photos. Her fingers brushed against Jiang Xia's solid abdomen, accidentally touching where they shouldn't have. A flush instantly spread across her cheeks. Well, can you believe it now? Jiang Xia's amused tone snapped Lin Shui back to reality. Her gaze held a complex mix of emotions. By revealing this information, are you planning to cooperate with the state? That's correct. Jiang Xia nodded decisively, acknowledging it without hesitation. Relying solely on his own strength, even with his divine-grade bloodline, he might not accumulate enough power before the mythical beings descended. After all, this damn game demanded constant spending. Without money, he could only risk hunting high-level beasts. But after witnessing that colossal foot stomping out the sky, Jiang Xia abandoned that notion entirely. With the nation as his backing, why risk his life? Huff. After drawing in a deep breath, Lin Shui fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Xia. After a moment's thought, she decided against saying more. She only left the interrogation room after clarifying the specifics, signaling her subordinates to make arrangements for Jiang Xia. She immediately relayed all the information gathered to the Financial Supervision Department of the State Security Bureau. As the report cascaded through higher authorities, it quickly stirred up a massive uproar. It even roused more than one veteran official, all gathering in a heavily guarded conference room within the Longdu military district. Guards stood every 5 paces, all elite special forces soldiers armed to the teeth. At that moment, inside the conference room, an elderly man with 4 stars on his shoulder trembled as he connected his laptop to the projector. The images appeared. The elders seated around the circular table below, each bearing at least 3 stars on their shoulders, watched the images appearing on the projection with palpable agitation. This can't be possible. How could such an extraordinary thing happen? As the moment when Lin Shui's palm pierced through Jiang Xia's body played out, one elderly man rose unsteadily to his feet. His weathered face, etched with deep wrinkles and scars, was frozen in utter disbelief. Could someone be playing a fake video to mock this old fool who's practically 6 feet under? How could this be possible? The others wore similar expressions, their faces grim. Had they been secretly summoned in the dead of night just to be mocked? I don't believe this either, old man, but it truly happened. The elderly man with 4 stars on his shoulders on the podium let out a faint, bitter smile. When he first saw the footage, he couldn't believe it either. But there was no denying it, this scene before them was undeniably real. In this era, no technology existed that could turn a person into a phantom and then restore them. Unless someone had orchestrated a scheme to swindle the nation out of money. But anyone daring to do such a thing was courting death. Even if they fled overseas, to the ends of the earth, to heaven and back, there was only one outcome, death. This. Old Chen, could this possibly be? Hearing the four-star elder's words, everyone's mouths fell open. They stammered for a long while. They all grasped the gravity of the situation. Something monumental was about to unfold. If true, the entire world would face unprecedented upheaval, and the future landscape would be turned upside down. And Gov't Xia, having received advance notice, might even seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos, gaining unimaginable advantages amidst this upheaval. At this thought, everyone struggled to contain their excitement. Of course, all this hinged on the information being accurate. At that moment, a woman with silver-streaked hair asked in a trembling voice, "What if it's all a lie? What if the Western empires are deceiving us to steal our wealth? We're supposed to invest money, right? Could this lead to capital flight? The West has done this before, targeting our Gov't Xia's strategic." The cold, clear voice plunged the conference room into silence. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. Indeed. Though subordinates dared not fabricate or conceal information, the possibility couldn't be entirely ruled out. Even old Chen, bearing 4 stars on his epaulets, frowned deeply as he studied the report in his hands, his white brows knitting as he pondered the complex issues at hand. After a long pause, he made his decision, suppressing his chaotic thoughts and speaking in a deep voice. This report mentions a mythical function. The materialization function of the inventory. For a recharge of 10 trillion, it can materialize items from the mythic era before the mythic era merges with reality. Old Chen paused before continuing. For the sake of Gov't Xia's national destiny, a mere 10 trillion is but a trifle. We can afford to take that gamble. If it turns out to be true and we do nothing, that would be an unprecedented catastrophe. The thunderous words reverberated throughout the conference room. Silence fell over the entire room. A meeting that would determine the fate of the Gov't Xia Empire came to a close. Above the Dragon Capital Military District. That very night, a tremendous roar erupted as a fleet of new fighter jets soared into the sky. 32 J-20s sliced through the night, heading straight for the direction of the Demon City. The spectacle caused immense commotion until a joint military statement. Only by declaring it a crucial military exercise could the panicked populace be barely calmed. Yet speculation ran rampant. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Jiang Xia, was deep in conversation with a young girl. Lin Shui gritted her teeth nearby, forced to swallow her resentment. Chapter 6, Meeting the Big Shot. That bastard. After holding back for so long, just as Lin Shui was about to explode, boom. A sudden, deafening roar interrupted her. Forgetting her anger toward Jiang Xia, she hurried outside. Even Jiang Xia abandoned his teasing of the young girl and hurried after her. The moment they stepped outside, they were met with a breathtaking sight. Above the sky, fighter jets circled erratically, their massive tail fins slicing through the air, leaving trails of white streaks that seemed poised to tear the entire canopy apart. In her previous life, as a mild military enthusiast who had built her fortune from scratch, she had collected numerous military models. She instantly recognized the aircraft soaring through the sky as the Gov't Xia Empire's newest and most advanced fighter jet, the J-20. The Gov't Xia's sword. Jiang Xia hadn't anticipated that the Gov't Xia would place such importance on him. Counting them carefully, a full 32 J-20s had been deployed. Even some important leaders probably wouldn't receive such treatment. Lin Shui was equally stunned, finding it hard to believe. The sheer number of J-20s arriving was beyond imagination. This spectacle also sent the entire security bureau into a frenzy. Everyone stood dumbfounded as one fighter jet performed a vertical landing. Once again, everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief. As members of a special national agency, they all knew that among all the J-20s currently in service in the Gov't Xia, only 3 were capable of vertical takeoff and landing. Yet here one of those 3 had arrived in the Magic City, accompanied by such a lavish escort of fighters. Even the most high-profile military figures wouldn't warrant such an escort, would they? Sensational. As soon as the cabin door opened, several fully armed soldiers stepped out. They approached Jiang Xia, compared him to a photo, and stated, "Mr. Jiang, correct? We need you to come with us now. Your matter requires us to proceed to the Longdu military district. Someone is awaiting you there." They saluted Jiang Xia before gesturing for him to follow. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia glanced at Lin Shui, who couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Why are you looking at me? All this fuss, and it's all for you. Hurry up." After urging him once, Lin Shui turned to disperse the onlookers. Unexpectedly, several soldiers stopped her, and she was taken aboard the fighter jet along with Jiang Xia. It soon dawned on her that Jiang Xia's case had likely been classified as top secret. Whoa! Compared to the deeply troubled Lin Shui, Jiang Xia seemed much more at ease. His mind was already racing through the potential developments ahead. Right now, there was still a major problem unresolved on the Mythic Era front, that foot that had blocked out the sky and sun, its terrifying, unknown power. He still felt a lingering dread. Had the beta test not abruptly ended, his in-game body would likely have been reduced to a pulp. As a game this realistic, one that even integrated into reality, who knew what punishment awaited death? Moreover, his body had fused with the immortal grade talent. If death caused it to drop, wouldn't that be a huge loss? He wondered if awakening his bloodline could resolve this issue. Boom! The deafening roar snapped Jiang Xia out of his chaotic thoughts. Before he could dwell further, a powerful thrust pushed him back as the scenery outside the window rapidly receded downward. A profound sensation of weightlessness washed over him as the J-20 fighter jet soared skyward, piercing through the clouds. The other fighters, seeing this, instantly executed their corresponding maneuvers. They formed a wing-shaped formation. Escorting the central fighter, they sliced through the clouds, soaring and diving as they accelerated toward Longdu. Breaking the sound barrier, the fighter jet gave Jiang Xia a taste of what it meant to ride the wind and break the waves. They raced into a massive base in Longdu. After a vertical landing, Jiang Xia stepped off the aircraft. The sudden change in elevation left him momentarily dazed. Surveying his surroundings, he saw soldiers armed to the teeth everywhere. Guards stood every 5 paces, sentries every 10. Numerous infrared beams crisscrossed overhead, forming a network that blanketed the entire area. The sheer scale of the security left Lin Shui, who followed behind, utterly stunned. Jiang Xia, however, remained largely unfazed. It was obvious that someone truly influential would be handling this matter to verify its authenticity. Jiang Xia had anticipated this as best he could, but upon seeing an elderly man, a man with snow-white hair and 4 stars on his shoulders appeared before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He never imagined this distinguished elder, whose military achievements were legendary, would be the one handling his case. Old Chen, a living military medal, a monument of merit, had served from the war years to the present. Only with such a figure present could Jiang Xia truly feel at ease. After all, the descent of the mythical being and the matter of the divine currency were of immense importance. Only with this man present could they feel they had a rock-solid anchor. At this thought, Jiang Xia glanced at Lin Shui behind him with some surprise. He hadn't expected this Ice Queen to have such connections. To be able to relay information to such high levels. What he didn't know was that Lin Shui, one of the parties involved, was also feeling a bit bewildered at that moment. She hadn't anticipated that her single report would stir up such a figure, nor had she fully grasped the immense repercussions Jiang Xia's situation could unleash. Alright, stop standing around like fools. Old Chen waved cheerfully, gesturing to those around him. Soon, a military vehicle pulled up and stopped in front of Jiang Xia and Lin Shui. Get in. We'll discuss this in the military district's conference room. Yes. Hearing Old Chen's instructions, Jiang Xia suppressed his complex emotions and nodded. He stepped into the military vehicle first, and Lin Shui followed suit. Seeing this, Old Chen also intended to board. The guard beside him hesitated before offering a suggestion. Old Chen, given your status, riding in the same vehicle as them. I'm afraid. What's the problem? Nonsense. Within the Longdu military district, who could possibly do anything to an old man like me? Let them try, even if they had the guts. Old Chen snapped back at the guard before climbing into the military vehicle. This scene, witnessed by Jiang Xia, instantly stirred up a complex mix of emotions he couldn't quite pin down. He realized the level of regard shown toward him was still somewhat underestimated. But then again, if the Great Xia Empire had no preparations in place when the mythical beings descended, it could easily have overturned the existing order. Facing such a catastrophe without preparation would have led to chaos and disorder, resulting in even greater casualties and losses. Chapter 7, Potential Catastrophe, a gamble the Great Xia cannot afford. They made their way to a conference room, ordered the guards outside to maintain vigilance, shut down all equipment, and activated the signal jammer. Old Chen couldn't wait to ask. Young man, I hope every word in that report is true. Otherwise, this becomes a serious problem. You could face immense trouble, even imprisonment. As he spoke, Old Chen's tone grew heavier. Upon receiving the news, he had immediately deployed orders to divert potential funding streams for the project, amounting to no less than 10 trillion yuan, possibly even more. Should any capital flight occur, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the entire Great Xia Empire, sufficient to set its economy back by years. It would be no less devastating than a nuclear bomb detonating in a bustling city center, affecting countless lives in its wake. Jiang Xia would also bear the suspicion of treason and collaboration with the enemy. Jiang Xia understood this logic well. That's why, when confronted with Elder Chen's words, he showed not a shred of hesitation. Glancing at the cooldown timer for logging into Mythic Era, he saw it had ended. Without further ado, he logged into the game right in front of Elder Chen. Boom! As golden light flared, he witnessed an utterly bizarre scene. Watching Jiang Xia transform into a shimmering silhouette. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, Old Chen had no choice but to dismiss his doubts and accept the reality of this event. Yet a faint worry crept into his mind. Watching Jiang Xia recover, he hurriedly asked, What kind of game is this Mythic Era, exactly? Is it dangerous? And this inventory materialization feature, what does it do? Can you really bring items out of the game? Hearing the barrage of questions, Jiang Xia gathered his thoughts before responding. The current Mythic Era game is in its first era. The era of mountains and seas. All manner of mythical beasts roam rampant within it. We haven't encountered any civilizations there yet. They probably won't be too friendly. It's definitely a lawless world where the weak get devoured. Recalling the colossal footprints that had obscured the sky, Jiang Xia's voice grew somber. If the Mythic Era descends, it will be something human civilization cannot withstand. Ferocious beasts will run rampant, plunging humanity into an unprecedented catastrophe. Countless lives would be devoured by these beasts, reduced to mere sustenance for their bloodthirsty appetites. Had he not secured beta access, Jiang Xia could already envision his own fate. The mountain-sized beasts like the man-bull were merely ordinary mortal beasts. In the age of mountains and seas, terrifying beasts like the one he encountered before logging off would only grow more numerous, not fewer. His situation then would likely be far from favorable. Ha! After hearing Jiang Xia's words, Old Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The impending catastrophe felt more urgent than ever. Simultaneously, his regard for Jiang Xia rose by more than one notch. He resolved that, at any cost, the Great Xia must possess the ability to defend itself against the monstrous beasts of the mountains and seas before the calamity struck. He would not allow the peace and tranquility, hard-won through the sacrifices of their ancestors, to be disrupted in the slightest. With this resolve, the solemnity in Old Chen's gaze toward Jiang Xia deepened. Mr. Jiang, on behalf of all of Daxia, I thank you. Were it not for the intelligence you provided, Great Xia would likely remain unaware of the impending catastrophe. Had Jiang Xia been even slightly selfish, had he concealed this intelligence and kept it hidden from all, then when the mythical beasts descended upon Great Xia, they would have run rampant, devouring the land. The people would likely have been reduced to nothing more than blood sacrifices, confined and raised for slaughter. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen before his eyes. Jiang Xia was also affected. Though reporting the game did stem from a bit of self-interest. But having lived 2 lifetimes, both rooted in the soil of Great Xia, certain things were etched into his very bones. He too refused to witness disaster befall this land of plenty. Otherwise, no matter how desperate he was for money or in-game currency, he wouldn't have reported this matter so casually. After all, everything carried inherent risks, especially something like this. Suppressing his jumbled thoughts, Jiang Xia turned his attention to the game's critical flaw and quickly added. There's one more thing before the first closed beta ends. A monstrous beast, darkening the sky, is lurking near my login point. If this threat isn't dealt with, it could very well kill me in the game. Hearing this, Old Chen's face flashed with alarm, especially at Jiang Xia's next words. My current in-game character has fused with a divine-grade bloodline talent, the Candle Dragon Bloodline. If I die, I have no idea what kind of punishment I'll face. It could seriously impact the closed beta. Let's set other concerns aside for now. This innate talent will definitely vanish. Since it's fused with the game body, even if I could resurrect within it, it would be a new body. Therefore, I seek the nation's assistance to resolve this issue. The words fell silent. Old Chen also fell silent. After a long pause, he looked at Jiang Xia with solemn gravity. How can I assist you? Besides the 10 trillion needed to purchase the inventory materialization permission, I also need another 10 trillion to purchase immortal grade talent bloodline awakening stones. Only by awakening an immortal grade bloodline can I increase my chances of surviving under the feet of those monstrous beasts. To that mountain-like beast, he might be nothing more than an ant that could be crushed underfoot at any moment. His only hope lay in the power of his immortal grade bloodline. Or that the beast would leave the offline zone. Neither Jiang Xia nor Old Chen was willing to gamble on that possibility. For they were uncertain whether death within the game would result in the revocation of their beta test qualifications. Moreover, a divine grade talent represented limitless potential. Fully developed, it could become a pillar of the Great Xia Empire. It could bear the weight of the calamity brought by mythical beings invading reality over the long ages. After careful deliberation, Old Chen's mind was made up. No matter what, he couldn't take that gamble. Neither the immortal grade talent nor this sole beta test qualification could be risked. The Great Xia simply couldn't afford to gamble. The nation will shoulder all immediate funding requirements. So don't feel pressured. Focus on developing the game. Click. With that, Elder Chen patted Jiang Xia's shoulder. With young talents like you, how could the Great Xia not flourish? After hearing Old Chen's words, Jiang Xia felt a heavy weight in his heart, his emotions tangled and complex. After all, this wasn't just throwing in a few dozen bucks. Such a large sum of capital would inevitably cause significant disruption if withdrawn in such a short time. He hadn't expected Old Chen to make such a decisive call. Chapter 8, Withdrawing 22 trillion, Re-entering the Mythical Era. Regarding this matter, Old Chen offered no further explanation. The cost would undoubtedly be high, but in his view, it was entirely worthwhile. 20 trillion yuan to secure mythical artifacts from the mythic era ahead of schedule was an absolute bargain. Moreover, should calamitous beasts truly rampage, the consequences would be far graver. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's description of the ravages of natural disasters, he had already made up his mind. He would spare no expense and exert every effort to help Jiang Xia advance further and gain strength. Even if they ultimately couldn't withstand the alien beast's catastrophe, they would preserve the spark for the Great Xia, ensuring it could blaze fiercely once more. After asking a few more specific questions, Old Chen instructed his guards to arrange accommodations for Jiang Xia and the still-dazed Lin Shui to rest. At the same time, the Great Xia Ministry of Finance received the directive to divert 20 trillion credits. The finance minister was furious. After all, for an entire year, Daxia's entire annual GDP barely reached 100 trillion. To demand 20 trillion be diverted immediately, had they lost their minds? Or was it a declaration of war against the Western world? Staring at the top-secret fund transfer order, Finance Minister Qin Han sank into deep thought. His withered face was etched with worry as he pondered how to smoothly extract such a colossal sum. 20 trillion? He might as well just kill himself, it would be easier. Though he thought this, Finance Minister Qin Han steeled himself and began the necessary fund diversion. This money was tied to a military secret project. No matter how difficult, it had to be completed. For now, the only option was to spread the burden across state-owned enterprises, compelling them all to contribute. Amidst a chorus of curses, the 20 trillion yuan was finally extracted. Staring at the account balance, Qin Han's hands trembled. He'd exceeded the target by 2 trillion yuan. He had even resolved to stay indoors for the foreseeable future, primarily to avoid being ambushed. As the funds were transferred into the designated account, the same conference room once again gathered a group of elders. All eyes turned to the center of the room, fixed on the only figure bearing 4 general stars, Elder Chen. Old Chen, this 20 trillion is no small sum. Someone hesitated. There remained some doubt about whether the mythical realm would truly merge into reality. And this time, the funds required reached 20 trillion. What did that even mean? If this turned out to be a scam, it would be no less devastating than detonating a massive nuclear bomb in Daxia. The resulting chain reaction could set Daxia back by over a decade. Countless industries would teeter on the brink of collapse. Not to mention the Western world, which is already eyeing the Great Xia with predatory intent, ready to pounce at any moment. Yeah. Isn't this too risky? 10 trillion might be worth a shot. We could handle the fallout if things go wrong. We mustn't act recklessly. Hearing the wavering voices in the room, Old Chen's expression remained unchanged, though the resolve in his tone grew even stronger. What? Have you lost faith in me now? Has Great Xia not weathered countless storms? We've already given 10 trillion? What's another 10 trillion? At Elder Chen's words, the atmosphere instantly grew calmer. Though lingering doubts remained, no one dared speak up to oppose him. They feared that if this were true, those who had voiced objections would become eternal villains in history. After the meeting had persuaded everyone, Elder Chen instructed the guard to summon Jiang Xia to the conference room. Whoa! The moment he entered, Jiang Xia was stunned by the imposing array before him. Every elder seated there held the power to determine the fate of the Great Xia Empire, wielding authority capable of reshaping its destiny. This made Jiang Xia feel a surge of nervousness. Relax a bit. Let's begin with the 22 trillion yuan fund, shall we? Old Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder. Ha! After taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia finally fixed his gaze on the account holding the staggering sum of 22 trillion. The endless zeros revealed just how hard-earned this fortune truly was. Having built his empire from scratch, even now as a trillionaire, Jiang Xia felt his heart pounding wildly. This sum was overwhelmingly heavy. Anywhere it landed would be like deploying nuclear weapons. It could even destroy some economically underdeveloped small nations. Ding! Detected rechargeable funds. Proceed with recharge? The moment the prompt sounded, Jiang Xia selected recharge without a moment's hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed player. 22 trillion successfully recharged. An additional random gift pack is included. Would you like to log into the game to claim the additional gift pack rewards? The system's voice sounded once more, sending shockwaves through the entire crowd. Funds were wiped clean in an instant from accounts monitored by various devices and back-end systems. Even as the technicians frantically searched with ashen faces, they couldn't find the slightest trace of what had happened. Yet the next scene left them even more stunned, unable to react for half a moment. Amidst a blinding burst of golden light, Jiang Xia's body began to distort and fade. The process of his flesh and blood gradually transforming into an ethereal shadow delivered a profound shock to all present. At that moment, every elder present, those bearing the stars of generalship on their shoulders, was overcome with emotion. They all understood clearly the immense impact this event would have on the Great Xia. For crises often brought immense rewards in their wake. If they could seize the opportunity amidst this natural disaster, the Great Xia Empire could soar once more. The investment of over 20 trillion credits would be well worth it. Of course, all of this hinged on one crucial condition: Jiang Xia must truly bring something back from the mythic era. At that moment, Jiang Xia, under the watchful eyes of countless powerful figures, once again entered the mythic era's game space. He did not immediately choose to descend into the mountain and sea world. After all, a terrifyingly vicious beast awaited him there. If he didn't bolster his strength as much as possible, he might be crushed into mincemeat the moment he entered, or end up as the beast's excrement. With his own life and the fate of billions of great Xia citizens at stake, he had no choice but to proceed with extreme caution. System: draw a random gift pack in exchange for a divine bloodline awakening stone. Jiang Xia still harbored some anticipation for this gift pack. After all, it had cost him a staggering 20 trillion to obtain. Last time, a mere trillion had granted him a divine-grade talent bloodline as a bonus. He wondered just how terrifying a blind box costing 200 trillion credits could be. Upon receiving Jiang Xia's command, the system immediately responded. Ding! Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. 20 trillion deducted. Gift pack draw successful. Divine-grade talent awakening stone redeemed. Chapter 9, Opening the Gift Packet, the Demon Path Inheritance Manual. Boom! As golden light exploded outward, a gift box-shaped apparition slowly solidified before Jiang Xia. Mysterious patterns covered its surface, as if imbued with some kind of power. This made Jiang Xia swallow hard, a tinge of excitement stirring within him. Esteemed exclusive beta tester, shall we open the random gift box? Open. Suppressing his racing thoughts, Jiang Xia promptly selected to open the gift box. He watched as the gift pack slowly dispersed in midair, revealing its contents a tome billowing with dark smoke, suspended before him. This certainly didn't look like a proper treasure. Even Jiang Xia could discern the twisted resentment lurking within the black vapors, wailing in agony. Congratulations, the soul-hidden user. The gift package has been successfully opened. Sacred Demon Burning Scripture X1. Fuse? A flicker of hesitation crossed Jiang Xia's eyes as he stared at the prompt before him. This was a martial art inheritance. Logically, it should be the most essential thing he needed after his bloodline awakened. But this thing before him was anything but proper. The sacred demon burning scripture, coupled with the black smoke seeping out relentlessly, screamed evil overlord, clearly the exclusive domain of wicked practitioners. Damn it. Gotta take a chance. After much hesitation, Jiang Xia ultimately chose to fuse with the scripture's legacy. There was no other choice. Compared to potentially falling into demonic corruption, immediate power was more crucial. He hadn't forgotten that a colossal, sky-obscuring beast still awaited him in the mountain and sea world. If he couldn't escape, who knew what consequences dying in the game might bring? With that realization, Jiang Xia hesitated not a moment longer and selected the fusion of the Demonic Path Manual. Esteemed exclusive beta tester, merging the legacy of the classic text for you. Boom! As the system's voice echoed, the black mist emanating from the erupted with even greater ferocity. Moments later, the entire tome exploded within the game space, shattering into a stream of light that surged into Jiang Xia's eyes. In that instant, Jiang Xia witnessed a colossal figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, its hands reaching heavenward and its shoulders bearing the earth. It churned the seas and overturned the heavens, shattering vast swaths of void with each roar and howl as it rampaged across the mountains, seas, and skies. Hum! A spear radiating divine light suddenly pierced the void. It struck horizontally, piercing the 3-headed, 6-armed figure with its green face and fangs. Boom! This scene persisted for a moment before the 3-headed, 6-armed figure exploded. It exploded into the void, scattering into enigmatic runes that seemed to form obscure characters. These symbols violently imprinted themselves into the deepest recesses of Jiang Xia's mind. Strangely, the moment these characters entered his mind, he could instantly comprehend their meaning. It took Jiang Xia a long time to finally grasp the contents of the sacred text. This was an authentic legacy of demonic cultivation. It contained not only demonic cultivation techniques for refining the body and refining methods, but also extremely complete methods for crafting magical artifacts and equipment. Beyond that, Jiang Xia noticed a subtle shift in his system interface. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique. Inheritance, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture Unique. Level, 10 requires Bloodline Awakening to advance further. Class, none. Bloodline Awakening required for initial class change detected. Demon Path Seed Inheritance may transition to Demon Cultivation. Inventory, Immortal Grade Bloodline Awakening Stone Materialization Permission, exchangeable. Seeing the changes on the interface, Jiang Xia let out a reluctant sigh of relief. By using the Bloodline Awakening Stone to activate the Candle Dragon bloodline within him, he could now change professions. This would grant him greater power, offering more chances to escape the clutches of the ferocious beasts he was about to face. Moreover, the sacred demon scripture contained numerous methods enabling mortals to rapidly attain formidable power. When the great Xia faced the calamity of monstrous beasts, they would possess greater means to protect themselves. Only then did Jiang Xia manage to breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did he turn his attention to the immortal grade bloodline awakening stone. A tiny stone, yet worth 10 trillion. It was almost unimaginable. If Jiang Xia had to gather that amount himself, he'd likely need to traverse the realms over a dozen times just to scrape together enough. It was fortunate he was born in Great Xia, upon this crimson land. Had he been in the Western world, revealing even a single word about this would have invited endless plunder, relentless pursuit, and nothing but bloody cruelty. This only strengthened Jiang Xia's resolve. He must swiftly attain sufficient power to help Great Xia weather the darkest hour brought by the descent of the mythical beings. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia promptly selected the Divine Talent Awakening Stone. Esteemed exclusive beta user, awaken your bloodline and change your class. Must be completed within the mythic era. Proceed with descent? A flicker of regret crossed Jiang Xia's eyes as he read the system prompt. He could no longer awaken his innate bloodline within the game space. This meant he would face even more unpredictable dangers. According to the system's intelligence, the Shanhai era teemed with monstrous beasts, and he wouldn't be facing just one. The Candle Dragon bloodline, being a divine grade innate bloodline, would inevitably cause a tremendous commotion upon awakening. If it attracted some powerful ferocious beast or monstrous creature, he would surely die a gruesome death. After careful deliberation, Jiang Xia did not rush to descend into the mythical era. Instead, he opened the system shop and began searching. His attention finally settled on a single-use item. After much hesitation, he decided to purchase it. This time, the Great Xia faction had allocated 22 trillion credits. After deducting the cost of the Immortal Grade Talent Awakening Stone and purchasing the inventory materialization permission, he still had 2 trillion credits left at his disposal. He wouldn't have done it if he had any other choice. He wouldn't have willingly squandered 1 trillion credits on a single-use item. Esteemed exclusive beta user, one-time use equipment successfully purchased. Heavenly Origin Strike. Note, originating from an unknown era, capable of reversing the heavenly origin. Disrupt spatial order. What Jiang Xia valued most was the Heavenly Origin Strike's ability to disrupt spatial order. I don't expect this gear to kill the beast, just buying enough time for him to escape would be enough. Huff. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia finally chose to descend into the mythical world of the Shanhai era. Esteemed exclusive beta user, processing your descent into the Shanhai era. Boom. A violent tremor shook the air, and the world before him shifted rapidly. But Jiang Xia had no time to admire the spectacle before him. A fierce pounding in his chest made him feel as though he were facing death itself, suffocating. There was no room for hesitation. System, activate the Divine Talent Awakening Stone. Chapter 10, The Awakening of the Candle Dragon Bloodline. Boom. The instant Jiang Xia chose to fuse with the Immortal Grade Talent Awakening Stone, a colossal foot, as massive as a mountain, swept across the sky. The surroundings plunged instantly into darkness. Rolling waves of black killing intent surged forth, overwhelming the heavens and earth. At that moment, Jiang Xia finally saw the true form of this monstrous beast. Human head, bird body towering like a mountain range reaching the heavens. With every movement, the earth trembled violently. Boom! As if detecting Jiang Xia's presence, the colossal claw swept across the sky toward him. This left Jiang Xia feeling a lingering dread, silently thanking his luck. Thankfully, he hadn't trusted his luck and had exchanged for a one-time use item earlier. Otherwise, even if he had awakened his bloodline, he might not have escaped the beast's bird-like claws. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xia hurled the shrunken equipment in his hand toward the bird beast with a human head. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted frantically in the opposite direction, his blood boiling within him. Ignoring these changes, Jiang Xia sprinted frantically toward the opposite direction of the spawn point, the persistent pounding in his heart leaving him no room to pause. As for fleeing back to the newbie protection zone, he had considered it initially. With his one-time use equipment, he should at least be able to make it back to the protective barrier. But then he thought, what if this mountainsea beast just stays outside the protection zone and refuses to leave? That would be a disaster. Who knew how much gold that would cost? And whether it could even be dealt with was uncertain. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion, accompanied by waves of shock, swept toward him, causing Jiang Xia's body to falter. He distinctly felt the surrounding void warping and stagnating. Soon, terrifying shockwaves propelled him forward, hurling him dozens of zhang away. Woo! Roar! 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 Hearing the growling and snarling behind him, Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat. A vague sense of foreboding washed over him. To his dismay, his worst fears were confirmed. The trillion-dollar disposable equipment had failed to inflict fatal damage on the enemy. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. His understanding of the savagery of this mythic era deepened. Who could have imagined such a terrifying beast appearing at the spawn point? Now Jiang Xia fled even more desperately. A powerful sense of oppression closed in from behind, and he could even smell the faint scent of blood in the air. His heart raced with terror. This was the sensation of death drawing near. If such a beast were to rampage across the skies and lands of Great Xia, it was unimaginable. Even the Xia Empire's current arsenal of firearms, or even deploying the world peace device, would likely prove futile. This only intensified Jiang Xia's resolve to become stronger. Without formidable strength, even the most terrifying advantages would be useless. He couldn't lead the Great Xia out of its darkest hour. Boom! As Jiang Xia's desire intensified, streaks of golden light erupted from within his body. Instantly, they dispersed the warped void around him. Vaguely, they also granted him the speed of the wind, allowing him to traverse space in an instant. A single stride covered over 10 zhang. Roar! Behind him, the colossal bird beast with a human head, as massive as a mountain, struggled to emerge from the black vortex created by the violent explosion. Huff! A breath of black mist expelled, shattering the invisible bonds binding it. Spotting Jiang Xia, now as small as an ant in the distance, it was utterly enraged. Waves of black, murderous energy surged around its body as its mountain-like foot stomped forward. It seemed as though it would crush Jiang Xia and the entire patch of land beneath its foot to finally sate its burning hatred. This ant-like creature had repeatedly escaped beneath its feet. To it, this was nothing short of utter humiliation. At this thought, two beams of black divine light blazed from the creature's human-headed, beast-bodied eyes, locking onto Jiang Xia as he fled for his life. They seemed poised to pierce Jiang Xia through, obliterating his very body. Roar! 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 The creature's roar carried an almost unthinkable thrill. This troublesome insect was finally about to be erased from existence. Yet the scene that unfolded next sent rage surging through it once more. The divine light that had blossomed in its eyes, upon touching Jiang Xia, unleashed an even more powerful, terrifying golden radiance from within him. Instantly, it froze the divine light of the humanoid beasts, preventing even the slightest penetration. This enraged it like never before. Its mountain-like body surged forward, like a colossal curtain obscuring the heavens and earth, crushing down fiercely toward Jiang Xia's location. Boom! It felt as though the entire world trembled violently, as if it could bear no more. Jiang Xia, bearing the brunt of the assault, felt the pressure so intense it nearly crushed his breath. A flicker of relief even crossed his eyes. For just moments before, a cold voice had echoed deep within his mind. Congratulations, esteemed exclusive beta tester. The divine talent awakening stone has successfully fused. Candle Dragon Bloodline activated. Congratulations, esteemed soul beta tester, on awakening the eye of the Candle Dragon. Open your eyes to daylight, close them to chaos. Reverse the sun, moon, and stars, freeze the void of chaos. Note, ignores cultivation gap. Duration, 1 minute. As the icy voice faded, a grayish beam shot forth from Jiang Xia's vertical pupils. The colossal mountain claw poised to crush him froze mid-air. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Xia's eyes at the sight. But there was no time for prolonged delight. He sprinted away into the distance. After awakening his bloodline talent, he could feel his body undergoing a profound transformation and enhancement. Growing stronger, his escape speed increased dramatically. Within a mere minute, he had already covered thousands of feet. This allowed Jiang Xia to truly grasp the immense power of a divine grade talent, filling him with quiet gratitude. Had he not gritted his teeth and sacrificed his entire company earlier, how could he have ever obtained such a formidable talent? He wouldn't even have secured a beta test slot for the mythic era. In this chaotic age ravaged by monstrous beasts and natural disasters, he likely wouldn't even have the right to struggle for survival. Forget this formidable mountain sea beast, even two ordinary beasts like wild oxen could have finished him off completely. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia abruptly turned to see the mountain-like humanoid beast stir once more. The distance of thousands of zhang seemed non-existent. Each stride spanned 1,000 zhang, as if piercing through space itself. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xia's heart lurched in shock. Had this beast displayed such speed from the start, escape would have been impossible. Chapter 11, The Mighty Candle Dragon's Eye, Job Change Dungeon. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia instantly activated the Candle Dragon's Eye, freezing the surrounding void in an instant. The humanoid bird creature, which had been roaring furiously moments before, froze solid. The surging aura of malevolence around it was also suspended, preserving its enraged expression. Unable even to roar, it could only watch helplessly as Jiang Xia slipped away before its eyes. Swish, swish. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia immediately sprinted away without looking back, covering thousands of feet in an instant. He calculated the time in his mind, occasionally glancing back to forcefully control the humanoid bird beast. With each successive activation of the Candle Dragon's Eye, the distance between them grew wider. Looks like this beast is thoroughly enraged. Watching the mountain sea beast charge out of the ancient forest and relentlessly pursue him, Jiang Xia couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The prolonged, uninterrupted activation of the Candle Dragon's Eye was taking a toll on his body. Fortunately, the distance behind him was growing steadily. If he could hold on a few more times, he should be able to escape. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia activated a skill to hard control the beast, then accelerated several-fold. Blood began to boil throughout his entire body. In a daze, Jiang Xia even glimpsed a colossal dragon, towering from heaven to earth, as vast as an abyss. Closing his eyes, streams of blood tears streamed forth, bursting into blinding light as they shot toward the relentlessly pursuing beast. Roar! The beast, struck instantly by the light, let out an earth-shattering scream. Wherever the light swept, it ignited a grayish, destructive flame that instantly engulfed the human-headed bird beast. Jiang Xia had no heart left to witness the earth-shattering scene unfolding behind him. Blood tears continued to fall from his eyes, blurring his vision until darkness enveloped him. He could only fix his gaze on the direction he had come from and sprint forward. A faint pang of regret stirred within him. If only he'd asked the great Xia for more money. He remembered the system store held even more terrifying equipment. Equipment worth 10 trillion, even 100 trillion that should be enough to slay this monstrous beast, right? Roar! The furious roar and agonized howl echoed behind him once more, causing Jiang Xia's heart to clench. He tried to turn around and activate the candle dragon's eye again, but a wave of weakness washed over him. All he could see was blood flowing from his eyes. Cracks began appearing across his body. Fresh blood gushed forth continuously. This must be the side effect of overusing the candle dragon's eye. His body could no longer endure it. Just as Jiang Xia hesitated, considering whether to end the test early, a cold voice rang out. Congratulations, esteemed exclusive beta tester, on successfully awakening your innate bloodline. Level increased to 10. You may now accept the class change quest and access the exclusive class change instance. Accept? Hearing the system's icy voice, a flash of wild excitement flickered in Jiang Xia's eyes. Accept. Open the class change instance. Without a moment's hesitation. Esteemed exclusive beta tester, your class change quest has been accepted. The instance has commenced. Please complete the job change quest and clear the instance promptly. As the cold voice faded, a pitch-black portal of light materialized on Jiang Xia's path. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged straight through. In an instant, the portal vanished without a trace. Roar! 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 Witnessing the ant-like creature vanish before its eyes, the bird-headed beast roared in frustration. Its mountain-like claws came crashing down in a frenzied rampage. It trampled everything in sight, instantly scattering countless beasts into flight. With a sudden flap of its wings, it stirred up swirling black aura, rampaging and sweeping across the land. Only after a long while did the chaos finally subside. With lingering resentment, it soared off into the distance. Elsewhere. In a profoundly dark space, Jiang Xia lay upon damp rocks, blood tears still trickling from his eyes. Yet, deep within, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. From the moment he entered this place, that deathly palpitation had vanished. He began to suspect that this dungeon likely held no truly lethal threats. The moment he relaxed, intense dizziness and excruciating pain swept over him. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort of overexertion, Jiang Xia surveyed his surroundings. His vision had partially recovered, and the cracks on his body were slowly healing as the blood within him continued to boil. With the immediate threat of death gone, Jiang Xia finally remembered to open the system panel. Host, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert the sun, moon, and stars, freeze the void of chaos, ignore cultivation gaps. Duration, 1 minute. Inheritance, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture Unique. Level, 10 requires Bloodline Awakening to advance further. Class, non-Bloodline Awakening enables initial class change detected. Demon Path Seed Inheritance can switch to Demon Cultivation. Class change quest accepted but incomplete. Inventory, non-materialization permission, exchangeable. Glancing at the system panel, a hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Xia's eyes. After composing himself, he examined the class change quest. Job change quest, clear the underground demon cavern and forge 1 demonic artifact. Note, the underground demon lair is saturated with overwhelming malevolent energy. Consequently, it is home to a vast number of subterranean demonic tribes. The flood of information gave Jiang Xia a rough understanding of the place. However, he didn't rush to fight monsters just yet. His injuries still needed healing. Taking advantage of this downtime, he opened the system shop once more and chose to exchange his points for the right to materialize his inventory. Only then did he fix his gaze upon a defensive item. Spiral Turtle Shield. Note, crafted from the polished carapace of the Great Wasteland Spiral Turtle. Infused with runes and magical arrays by a high-level artifact master, capable of withstanding attacks from sovereign-tier beasts. Price. 1 trillion. After gritting his teeth through the pain of parting with such a sum, Jiang Xia still managed to purchase the equipment. To escape the ferocious beast's pursuit, he had sustained no minor injuries. Though he hadn't felt any mortal danger within the dungeon instance, he couldn't afford to be careless. Congratulations, esteemed exclusive beta tester, on successfully purchasing the spinning turtle shield. As the cold voice echoed, a palm-sized turtle shell, shimmering with blue light, landed in Jiang Xia's hand. High-level equipment detected. Equip? Seeing the prompt, Jiang Xia hesitated not a moment before selecting to equip the spiral turtle shield. Boom! A brilliant azure light erupted from Jiang Xia's hand. It spread relentlessly outward. The palm-sized turtle shell spun rapidly for a moment before flying toward Jiang Xia, landing on his left chest. Shrinking rapidly to the size of a coin, the aqua-blue light emanating from it continuously nourished Jiang Xia's cracked body, accelerating the healing of his wounds. Chapter 12, Candle Blood Boils, tearing apart the flying eggshell. Only after his body had mostly recovered did Jiang Xia begin contemplating the dungeon run. The system's information on the class change dungeon was extremely sketchy, only revealing that it contained tides of malevolent energy and was infested with underground demonic tribes. Regarding the malevolent energy, he recalled a magical artifact, the White Bone Soul Banner. Renowned in demonic arts lore, it bore an alternate name, the Human Emperor Banner. Fueled by fresh flesh, bones, malevolent energy, and lingering souls, it rapidly unleashed formidable power. After quickly recalling its forging method, Jiang Xia turned his gaze toward the wildly surging malevolent energy nearby. My injuries are nearly healed. Time to grind through monsters and clear the dungeon. The trillion-value spinning turtle shield within him instilled immense confidence. He doubted this dungeon held any fiend more terrifying than that human-headed bird beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be designated as a newbie class change dungeon. After all, not everyone was as fortunate as him, having drawn a divine-grade bloodline talent and awakened the candle dragon's eye. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia stretched his limbs. He set off to explore the distant areas. Thanks to the candle dragon eye's immense power, the once gloomy and obscure underground lair brightened as clear as daylight with a mere thought. The terrifying healing power from the boiling candle dragon blood within him restored Jiang Xia to peak condition. Roar! 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 The sudden roar echoing from ahead caused Jiang Xia's pace to slow slightly. Underground Demon Clan, Flying Knight. Level 11. A corpse buried within the demonic veins' malevolent energy, mutated into this form. Currently in the Transcendence realm. As the information streamed through, Jiang Xia caught sight of the roaring creature. A dark-skinned, fanged creature with fleshy wings between its ribs, its entire body shrouded in billowing black mist, now glared menacingly at Jiang Xia. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia launched himself forward like a cannonball. A flash of golden light erupted from his fist as it slammed into the flying knight's head. Boom! The green-faced, fanged head shattered like a watermelon split in two. Dark red and deep white blood spattered everywhere, rolling black smoke billowing out. Where it landed, the rocks were scorched, leaving behind tiny holes. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated Flying Knight, earned X354 EXP. Boom! The Flying Knight's corpse crashed to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia. He swiftly advanced. A thought flashed through his mind, and he stowed the nearly 10-foot-tall Yaxia corpse into his inventory. Only then did he continue exploring deeper into the cavern. Soon, he discovered a swarm of Yakshias. Their hideous forms radiated black mist as they gnawed at something. Relying on the formidable power of his candle dragon bloodline and the radiant blue glow emanating from the swirling turtle shield on his chest, Jiang Xia plunged headlong into the Yaka horde. Roar! 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 This sudden intrusion startled the flying Yakshas. After a furious roar, they scattered like bats. Swish! With a single leap, Jiang Xia snatched one Yaka into his grasp and gave it a violent tug. Rip! The sound of fabric ripping echoed through the dim underground cavern. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated Flying Yaxia, gained 412 EXP. A torrent of black blood, mingled with shriveled entrails, sprayed wildly through the air. This scene, however, did not affect Jiang Xia in the slightest. Upon learning that myths would soon descend upon reality, he had already resolved in secret, he must become powerful at any cost, even if it meant growing more ruthless. Otherwise, it might be the warriors of the Great Xia who ended up torn apart by hand. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia casually retrieved the Yaka corpse. Turning to the panicked flying Yakas, he offered a faint, elegant smile. Yet his hands grew more brutal and explosive, his fists hammering and shattering one flying Yaksa after another. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated a Flying Yaxia. Earned X434 EXP. Congratulations, the sole beta tester. Defeated a Flying Yaxia. Earned X356 EXP. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated a Flying Yaxia. Gained 371 EXP. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated Flying Knight, gained X358 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the Flying Yaxia, earning 394 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester for defeating the Flying Yaxia, earning 467 EXP. Ignoring the constant alerts ringing in his ears, Jiang Xia's eyes held only coldness and indifference. Rip! Casually tearing off another pair of fleshy wings, he stowed them in his inventory amidst the Flying Yakshia's agonized, despairing wails before driving a fist through the creature's chest. Collect the corpse. Swiftly seeking the next target. A blood mist thick with murderous aura spread relentlessly through the demonic lair, mingled with piercing screams. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated Flying Yaxia. Earned EXP X451. Catching up to the last Flying Yaxia under its despairing gaze. Jiang Xia crushed its skull with a single punch, calmly stowing the headless corpse into his inventory before continuing deeper into the labyrinth. Compared to the beasts outside, the Flying Yaxia abundant in this subterranean lair were far more suitable for crafting into white bone ghost flags. Their innate, potent aura of malevolence made them prime material for demonic artifacts, significantly boosting the success rate of forging. For novice demon cultivators, attempting to forge powerful demonic artifacts was nothing short of a pipe dream. But the white bone ghost banner is different. It can serve as a demon cultivator's life-bound artifact, gradually growing stronger alongside its master. Yet achieving success in its forging is no simple feat. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia refocused his gaze upon the demonic cavern. As the flying yakshas continuously patrolled the air, a flicker of excitement shone in his eyes. To his eyes, they were nothing but walking material packs. Moreover, he was now desperately eager to complete his mission and job change swiftly, to level up rapidly. He longed to become a colossal demon capable of overturning heaven and earth before the mythic era merged with reality. To cover the starry sky with a single hand. At this thought, Jiang Xia could no longer suppress the restlessness within his heart. The blood in his entire body began to boil, and the bloodline of the candle dragon within him seemed to come alive. Golden light burst forth from his body, surging outward. A tremendous force propelled him forward, catapulting him directly before a flying yaka. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. His giant hand, tinged with golden light, seized the flying yaka's black smoke-belching flesh wings, emitting a scorching sound. Roar! 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 Amidst the flying yak's agonized wails, Jiang Xia pulled with all his might, sending blood spraying everywhere. Chapter 13, Crushing Through, Speedrun. Speedrun. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the flying yaksha, earning X378 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the flying knight, earning X349 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester for defeating the flying yaksha, earning 363 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated flying knight, gained X412 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Critical hit probability triggered, doubling your experience. Notice, all experience is cumulative. Complete your class change quest promptly. The system prompt instantly heightened Jiang Xia's speed, his blood boiling faster as golden light erupted from his eyes. He charged relentlessly deeper into the cavern, encountering swarms of flying yaksha along the way. With a flick of his wrist, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The flying yakshas, howling in agony as they died, had no effect on Jiang Xia whatsoever. His heart burned with an intense desire as he swiftly swept through the cavern. He charged deeper into the darkness. In just half a day, Jiang Xia had already approached the very heart of the subterranean demon lair. From this point onward, the yakshas he encountered grew increasingly powerful. Some even bore silver-hued currents flowing across their bodies. The fleshy wings on their backs radiated an overwhelming aura, gleaming brilliantly as if forged from pure silver, dazzling to behold. Underground Demon Clan, Silver-Winged Yaksa. Level 22. Mutated from corpses buried within the demonic veins malevolent energy. Note, completely transcended mortality. Extremely dangerous. Gazing upon the silver-winged yaksha, radiating a formidable aura with a hideously terrifying visage. A flicker of excitement crossed Jiang Xia's eyes. Especially upon witnessing the surging malevolent energy it emitted, this was undoubtedly prime material for refining qi. Despite the 10-level gap in strength, Jiang Xia showed no hesitation, charging straight toward the silver-winged yaksa. Roar! Roar! Witnessing this, the silver-winged yaksha roared in fury. The aura of malevolence and resentment clinging to Jiang Xia made it clear he had undoubtedly spilled countless drops of the flying yaksha clan's blood. In that instant, it yearned to tear Jiang Xia to shreds and devour him whole. Swish, swish. After the roar, the silver-winged yaksha instantly transformed into a silver streak of light, shooting toward Jiang Xia. Hum. Just as it was about to touch Jiang Xia, a faint blue wave of light emanated from his body, rapidly spreading outward to form shield-like rings of light. This trapped the silver-winged yaksha as if it had sunk into quicksand. Its movements slowed to a crawl, and it struggled for half a day to break free. Roar! 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 The roar that erupted from its throat was filled with overwhelming fury. It yearned to tear Jiang Xia limb from limb, chew him to bits, and devour him whole. Boom! The only response to it was Jiang Xia's iron fist, radiating an aura of destruction. Golden sparks erupted as Jiang Xia's fist smashed through the silver-winged yaksha's skull in a single blow, its desperate eyes frozen in terror. The vast difference in levels made no difference whatsoever. A silver-winged yaksha over level 20 proved as fragile as a level 10 foe in Jiang Xia's hands, crumbling like crumbly tofu. Shattered into fragments. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated flying yaksha. Earned EXP X1225. Hearing the system announcement, Jiang Xia scooped up the yaksha's corpse. After a cursory glance, he stuffed it whole into his inventory. He planned to refine it into his very first demonic artifact. In comparison, the flying yaksha was vastly inferior to the silver-winged yaksha. However, crafting the white bone soul banner required vast quantities of flesh, bones, and lingering spirits. Jiang Xia felt not the slightest revulsion toward these yakshas. He casually crushed their skulls and tossed them into his inventory before continuing his thorough search for more yakshas deeper into the core area. Put. Jiang Xia? They were clearly walking material packs, the very foundation for attaining immortality. After confirming the spinning turtle shield's formidable power, Jiang Xia abandoned defense entirely to save time, deliberately provoking the silver-winged Yixias to attack him. With utter despair etched on their faces, he tore them apart. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the flying Yixia, earning X653 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the flying Yixia, earning X452 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the silver-winged Yixia, gaining 1356 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the flying Yixia, earning 750 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester for defeating the flying Yixia and earning 394 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the silverwing Yixia, earning 1467 EXP. Stowing the last silverwing Yixia into his inventory, Jiang Xia felt somewhat unsatisfied. Glancing around, it seemed he was nearing the dungeon's core. Not far away, a coffin lay sprawled, constantly emitting black smoke. Even a fool could guess this was the boss of the Demon's Lair dungeon. Underground Demon Clan, Silverwing Yixia King. Level 31. A corpse buried within demonic veins and malevolent energy, mutated into this form. Note, possesses the ability to manipulate malevolent energy. Extremely dangerous. Watching the coffin tremble incessantly, Jiang Xia felt a surge of pressure, his body growing restless. Bang! A sudden, thunderous crash echoed as the coffin lid flew off violently, snapping Jiang Xia back to reality. His gaze hardened with gravity. Roar! 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 Amidst waves of furious roars, the surrounding pitch-black shot energy swirled. Instantly, winds whipped and clouds churned, forming violent whirlpools that settled upon the coffin. A figure radiating intense silver light slowly rose. A hideous face glared malevolently at Jiang Xia. This was the insignificant insect that had disturbed his slumber. And by the looks of it, he'd spilled the blood of countless Yaxa. Swish, swish. Two silver beams shot from its eyes, hurtling straight toward Jiang Xia. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia immediately activated the candle dragon's eye. In the instant everything froze, he leapt dozens of zhang forward, unleashing a fierce punch that slammed into the silver-winged Yixia King. Yet the scene of flesh being pierced did not unfold on the silver-winged Yixia King. Roar! 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 The candle dragon's eye lost its effect, and the silver-winged Yixia King's eyes turned bloodshot. He appeared utterly consumed by fury. Rolling waves of malevolent energy instantly swept in, following the silver-winged Yixia King into chaos. A violent storm raged, continuously drawing in more malevolent energy. Boom boom! Jiang Xia frowned at the sight, activating the candle dragon's eye once more. He tapped into the candle dragon bloodline within his body, causing the candle blood to boil and unleash even greater power, piercing through the frozen aura. His fist struck the silver-winged Yixia King like a raging storm. With each punch, the blood within him boiled even more fiercely, erupting in bursts of golden light that shrouded Jiang Xia's body. Chapter 14, Purple Extreme Demon Fire, Refining the Demon Subduing Artifact, the White Bonin Soul Banner. An unimaginably terrifying force surged forth with the golden light erupting from Jiang Xia, as if something had awakened from a deep slumber. Boom! A furious punch erupted, sending bursts of golden light scattering outward. In an instant, Jiang Xia's fist pierced through the silver-winged Yixia King's chest. Roar! 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 Feeling his heart gripped by an ant-like hand, the silver-winged Yixia King let out a harrowing roar. Silver streaks of light gathered within his blood-red eyes, drawing the surrounding malevolent energy into a frenzied surge. Just as the silver-winged Yixia King sought to crush this insignificant insect before him. A scene that filled him with impotent rage unfolded once more. The surrounding malevolent energy abruptly solidified. Even his pride and joy, the deadly gaze he considered his ultimate trump card, lost all effect. He froze mid-air, utterly helpless. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Xia plunged his hand into his chest. In the brief span of a minute. It felt like an eternity as he watched Jiang Xia brutally rip out a beating heart. Not bad. Amidst the silver-winged Yixia King's eyes, filled with rage, resentment, and utter despair, Jiang Xia toyed with the heart, marveling at it with a satisfied chuckle. Witnessing this scene, the silver-winged Yixia King was engulfed in utter despair, unable to utter even a single wail of agony. Boom! As the effect of the candle dragon's eye faded, the silver-winged Yixia King's massive body slowly collapsed backward, sending waves of malevolent energy rippling through the air. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester, for defeating the Silverwing Yixia King. Experience, X12452. The 4-digit experience points pushed Jiang Xia's accumulated progress bar forward once more. However, his mind wasn't entirely focused on leveling up. Watching the Silverwing Yixia King fall, he began contemplating the crafting of a magical artifact. He hadn't even changed professions yet, and independently crafting a demonic artifact was no easy feat. Even these Yaka corpses couldn't be smelted into usable materials. Even the simplest magical artifact proved exceedingly difficult for him to forge. Moreover, there was no place within the dungeon itself to forge magical artifacts. If he could carry these Yaka corpses out, perhaps he might find a way. After class advancement, things would be easier. He could generate the most basic fire and cultivate demonic arts inheritance. But the problem was that he had only just completed the dungeon run, and the artifact forging quest remained unfinished. To complete this task, he must transition into a demonic cultivator. Damn it, I'm stuck in a deadlock? Just as Jiang Xia was agonizing over this, a bone-chillingly cold voice echoed silently. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for being the first to speedrun the underground demon cavern dungeon. Received additional critical hit reward, purple extreme demon fire seed. Fuse? Note, as the signature flame of a demonic powerhouse, mastered to perfection. Capable of overshadowing the cosmos, scorching the blazing sun, and consuming primordial starfields. Reading the system description, Jiang Xia quietly breathed a sigh of relief. With this purple extreme demon fire, he now had a solid foundation for his demonic cultivation artifact. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, mysterious runes surged in his mind, coalescing into a massive, ancient tome shrouded in black mist. The 5 characters Scorching Saint True Demon Art came into view. With a slight shift of Jiang Xia's intent, the massive tome slowly turned its pages. After a long while, it finally came to a halt. Jiang Xia glanced at a page depicting a massive banner, covered in obscure runes. Boom! As Jiang Xia focused his intent, the runes surged forth. Finally, the complete method for crafting the white boning soul banner emerged, its ritual for refining, along with the corresponding technique for storing it within the sea of consciousness to nurture and incubate. After processing all this, Jiang Xia finally turned his attention to the system panel. Fuse the purple extreme demon flame. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia selected the fusion of the purple extreme demon flame. Instantly, a wisp of purple flame erupted from the depths of his consciousness. It multiplied rapidly, radiating an intense, scorching aura. Accompanied by surging black demonic energy, it churned and twisted, revealing one hideous, grotesque face after another. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The vast, murky sea of consciousness erupted with towering waves. Deep fissures and cracks began to appear. Jiang Xia instantly felt the agony brought by fusing the purple extreme demon fire, his expression turning grim. Intense pain radiated from the depths of his soul. It lasted for several hours. When it finally subsided, Jiang Xia felt as though he'd been pulled from water. A faint purple lotus mark appeared between his eyebrows. A faint black mist seeped out, adding a touch of eeriness to the scene. But Jiang Xia had no time to dwell on this. After clearing the instance, he knew he wouldn't last more than a few days. At any moment, he could be expelled. With this thought, he forced down the agony brought by the fusion of the purple extreme demon fire. He hurriedly intensified his efforts to refine the white boning soul banner. No. It was the human emperor banner. With a flicker of thought, a purple flame appeared in Jiang Xia's palm, shifting and shifting until it finally coalesced into an ethereal lotus of fire. A steady stream of black, cuckoo-like mist seeped from the lotus's core. Ignoring the eerie spectacle, Jiang Xia retrieved the corpse of a flying yiksha from his inventory, intending to test the waters. Whoosh! The purple-hued demonic flame, billowing black smoke, ignited violently the moment it touched the flying yiksha. It swiftly engulfed the entire creature, crackling and sizzling as it burned. One could even hear agonized wails emanating from within the flames. This was the demon refining technique from the demonic arts inheritance, capable of refining human or beast bodies into essence spirits, vital blood, and materials for demonic artifacts. The thought barely formed before the once imposing Yaka corpse dissolved into nothing but a pool of flowing bone fluid, a single drop of essence blood, and a wretched, distorted specter. With one successful example, Jiang Xia's pace quickened. Through relentless labor, he soon refined and fused all the Yaka corpses piled in his inventory into a single entity. The silver-winged Yaka King's half-melted spine, swirling with obscure, incomprehensible runes, wrapped around the 10-foot-long vertebrae. It flashed repeatedly, coalescing into the rudimentary form of a banner pole. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia waved his hand. The essence blood suspended before him began to writhe, swiftly attaching itself to the flagpole's shaft. It rapidly wove into a pitch-black banner surface, simultaneously drawing in the surrounding malevolent energies, which churned and surged onto the banner's surface. Chapter 15, The Nation's Eyes on the Great Xia's Demon Cultivator. Woo woo woo. A series of howling sounds emanated, drawing even more killing energy to surge madly toward the white boning soul banner. The enormous banner fluttered in the wind, forming vortexes that swallowed the evil energy from the underground space. Upon the banner's surface, dark mountain ranges, earth veins, and rivers took shape. The moment the banner took shape, boundless malevolent energy surged, drawn in and swirling around the resentful souls Jiang Xia had just extracted, pulling them into the vortex. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia finally wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't anticipated that crafting such a demonic artifact would prove so complex. He had nearly collapsed from the strain. Fortunately, in the end, he successfully forged this artifact of enlightenment. At Jiang Xia's mental command, the white Bonin soul banner violently trembled. It spun wildly for a moment, its surface billowing with surging waves of killing energy. Amidst the swirling aura, waves of ghostly wails and howls echoed. It was utterly awe-inspiring. After a moment, it rapidly shrank to fit in his palm at Jiang Xia's command. Examining the now palm-sized white bone ghost soul banner, a faint smile touched his lips. White bone ghost banner. A tool for attaining enlightenment and demonic cultivation, symbolizing the status of a great demon. Grade, low-tier magical artifact. Note, can continuously evolve and upgrade by devouring more flesh, blood, malevolent energy, and ghostly souls. He promptly dripped a drop of blood onto the white bone ghost soul banner, then began silently reciting the incantation for the demonic blood sacrifice ritual. The palm-sized white bone banner vibrated rapidly before transforming into a streak of light that shot into Jiang Xia's brow. He could sense a large banner, billowing black smoke, now standing erect within his sea of consciousness. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester, on successfully refining the artifact. White Bone Ghost Banner. Detected underground demon lair instance cleared. Initiating user class change to become a true demon cultivator. As the system's voice faded, tendrils of black mist began to seep from Jiang Xia's body, causing his blood to boil violently. Golden light burst forth, mingling with the rising black mist in an eerie spectacle. However, Jiang Xia had no mind to observe this spectacle. The system's cold voice sounded quietly. Ding! Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Job change successful. Class, Demon Cultivator. Detected massive accumulated experience. Automatically leveling up the Hidden Beta Tester. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Level increased to 11. As the icy voice echoed, a golden light flared within Jiang Xia. A powerful aura surged forth, accompanied by waves of warm energy that boiled and circulated, continuously fortifying every part of his body. Congratulations, the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Level increased to 11. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Level increased to 12. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, leveled up to level 13. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Level increased to 14. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, leveled up to level 17. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, leveled up to level 19. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, leveled up to level 20. The system's voice rang out repeatedly as the aura emanating from Jiang Xia's body rapidly grew stronger. With a clenched fist, unimaginably potent power surged forth from the depths of his bloodline. Now, facing that silver-winged Xia king, Jiang Xia felt confident he could obliterate it with a single punch. Leveling up 10 times in a single instance inevitably brought a flicker of joy to his heart. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, he carefully stored the silver-winged Xia king's heart. Originally, he intended to use it to forge the white Bonin soul banner. However, upon seeing the heart beating relentlessly, Jiang Xia instantly abandoned that idea. He planned to materialize it later and send it to the Great Xia government's laboratory for his own research. A sudden, intense wave of rejection jolted Jiang Xia back to reality. He understood this meant the instance had ended and he was being expelled back to the Shanghai era. At this realization, Jiang Xia's heart tightened uncontrollably. Outside, a terrifyingly abnormal beast remained, one so dreadful that even king-tier equipment couldn't overcome it. If not for the candle dragon's eye, which could ignore all cultivation gaps, he would have been finished. Thud. The instant he was ejected from the instance, Jiang Xia's nerves instantly snapped taut, ready to activate the candle dragon's eye and flee at a moment's notice. However, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the bird beast with a human head was nowhere to be found. It hadn't been lying in wait for him. He vaguely suspected they might have left their territory during his earlier escape, explaining why they weren't lingering in the same spot as before. Only after relaxing did Jiang Xia open the system panel. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps. Duration, 1 minute. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When cultivated to its peak, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the scorching sun, and consume ancient starfields. Divine artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner revolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred burning true demon scripture unique. Level, 20 bloodline awakened. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, heart of the silver-winged Xia king, whirlwind turtle shield equipped, materialization permission, exchangeable. Jiang Xia nodded with satisfaction at the refreshed interface. After checking the permissions for materialized items, he discovered the same pitfall. Materializing items still required either money or sacrificing items of equal level. But he had no time left to curse the system's unfairness. A voice echoed in his mind. Esteemed Soul Beta Tester, the beta testing period has concluded. Logging you out of the game. Reality. In the vast conference room, the elderly generals bearing the stars on their shoulders noticed the changes in Jiang Xia's body. The unusual phenomena caused them all to tense up, and nearly every gaze was fixed on Jiang Xia. It wasn't merely because Jiang Xia had brought 20 trillion into the game. The Mythic era held the very survival of the Great Xia Empire in its grasp. Based on surface intelligence alone, the emergence of a terrifying beast ravaging the Empire's lands was, in their calculations, a grave miscalculation. Even if they embraced a strategy of mutual destruction, success was far from guaranteed. Even deploying the peace device, the Great Xia Empire's current resources might prove insufficient against the monstrous beasts of the mountains and seas. From Jiang Xia's description alone, they could already envision the sheer horror it held. Chapter 16, The Next $1 Trillion Plan? The Grand Xia Finance Minister. As the light faded, Jiang Xia's consciousness returned to reality. At that moment, the group of elders bearing the General Star insignia could no longer contain their emotions. They all gathered around him anxiously, asking questions left and right. Comrade Jiang, did you exchange the materialization permission? Did you materialize anything from the game? These powerful figures, whose stomp could make the Great Xia tremble 3 times over, were now as anxious as children, fearing they might hear some bad news from Jiang Xia's mouth. Without further ado, Jiang Xia flipped his hand, and a piece of exotic beast flesh materialized in his palm. This was a beast he had hunted just before logging out of the game, a creature in the midst of shedding its mortal form. He had sacrificed most of its flesh to preserve this single piece for materialization. After unlocking the materialization function for his inventory, Jiang Xia's consciousness had become fully linked to it. Even outside the game, he could freely retrieve items from his inventory that had undergone the materialization permission conversion. What seemed like an ordinary occurrence to him was utterly mind-blowing to these elders. Materializing objects from thin air. A universe within one's sleeve. A universe within a mustard seed. These were concepts straight out of ancient Xia mythology, yet now, they were unfolding before their very eyes. How could they not be thrilled? It's real. The descent of myth is real too. I wonder if the Great Xia Empire can survive this calamity. Gazing upon the half-exposed creature, a being unlike any species existing on Earth, all fell silent after their initial excitement, especially the elders. A heavy weight settled over each of their hearts. For once they had fully confirmed the truth of what Jiang Xia had said, no one could feel joy. For them, these fantastical occurrences paled in comparison to the stability and peace of the Great Xia. Nothing mattered more than the safety and well-being of its citizens, free from any misfortune. Although, in such an unprecedented upheaval, skillful maneuvering could yield immense profits. Yet no amount of advanced preparation could prevent immense casualties among the people of the Great Xia. The rampage of these monstrous beasts was no laughing matter. Just this fragment of flesh Jiang Xia presented was enough to gauge the sheer terror of those beasts. Even in death, reduced to a bloody mass, they still evoke profound dread. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I'm afraid I don't know about this. Gazing at the glowing beast flesh, Elder Chen hesitated, almost too embarrassed to speak. But Jiang Xia, sharp as he was, understood perfectly what old Chen meant. He immediately waved his hand, signaling old Chen to handle it as he saw fit. It was just a piece of rotten flesh, he truly didn't care much about it. Quickly! Send this piece of flesh to the Dragon Science Institute. Have them study it immediately. Uncover the secrets behind these strange beasts' formidable power. Could consuming their flesh grant humans extraordinary strength? Are there any side effects? Upon receiving confirmation, old Chen wasted no time. He immediately directed the guards and soldiers to swiftly pack up the strange beast meat and ordered them to rush it to the laboratory for analysis. This strange beast meat held the key to whether the warriors of Daxia could grow stronger, enhancing both their soldiers and citizens. If it could significantly enhance human capabilities, no amount of money would be too much to spend. Then, perhaps, human strength alone could withstand the alien beasts. Before myth descended upon reality, Great Xia would possess the power to defend itself. At this thought, not only old Chen but all the elders visibly gasped, their breathing becoming noticeably more rapid. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I wonder how difficult it would be to obtain the flesh and blood of this beast. How much money would materialization require? Can we obtain large quantities of this beast's flesh? The fate of the Great Xia rests upon this. At any cost. If we're short on funds, I'll go find the damn finance minister of Great Xia right now. Anyone who dares stop me gets shot. Recalling how the Ministry of Finance had dragged their feet when they requested 20 trillion earlier. They were seething with rage, itching to drag the finance minister out and beat the crap out of him. They'd completely forgotten that when the plan was first proposed, quite a few among them had voiced strong opposition. Of course, their fury was understandable. After all, this concerned the lives of hundreds of millions of Great Xia citizens, and the flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts in their hands might very well be the nation's only hope for survival. Watching the bigwigs all worked up, Jiang Xia felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was just a piece of beast meat. If they knew the true value of what he'd obtained this time, they'd be so overwhelmed they wouldn't be able to handle it. Facing the intense stares, Jiang Xia responded with a wry smile. Actually, my haul this time is far more than just this. All of these require substantial funds to materialize. Considering the elderly attendee's age, Jiang Xia decided to wait until he materialized the items before revealing them. He merely hinted that his class change had granted him numerous abilities capable of altering the Great Xia Empire's plight against rampaging beasts, offering a chance to turn the tide. Before Jiang Xia could say anything, some were already impatiently rushing to the Ministry of Finance to demand funds. Enough! Old Chen couldn't bear the chaotic scene any longer and stepped in to halt the commotion. You're all well past your prime, with combined ages exceeding 1,000 years. What kind of example is this setting? Is transferring funds from the treasury a simple matter? The funds required for the mythic era aren't just a few $100 million, that's a minuscule sum. The specific plans still require discussion in a meeting. For now, let's have Comrade Jiang Xia rest. He must have expended considerable energy in the game. As the words fell, the elders finally noticed Jiang Xia's face. It looked unnaturally pale, tinged with a dark pallor. He looked utterly drained, and it seemed inappropriate to press him further. Faced with this scene, Jiang Xia wanted to explain that this was a trace of the demonic cultivator's aura he had acquired after changing professions. However, the anxious elders didn't give him the chance. They swiftly summoned soldiers from the guard platoon. Simultaneously, they summoned a team of highly professional medical personnel to monitor Jiang Xia's health condition around the clock. Only after escorting Jiang Xia out did they immediately convene an extremely important meeting. Representatives from every department and division were summoned to the Longdu military district to attend this meeting. The central theme of the meeting was a $1 trillion development plan. The question was how to further mobilize additional funds without disrupting the current economy of the Great Xia. The goal was to aggressively develop resources before the mythical era descended, harnessing its benefits to amass sufficient funds for self-defense, enabling the Great Xia Empire to weather the catastrophe of the beast apocalypse. Chapter 17, Unanimous Approval. Of course, such matters couldn't be discussed openly. After all, it was still early days, and no one knew whether there were individuals with ulterior motives lurking within the ranks. Large-scale public disclosure was unwise. To address this, Old Chen finalized a plan, publicly announced the Great Xia Empire's new century-long development strategy. This, 100 trillion? Isn't that a bit excessive? After wrestling with the question for a long time, someone finally voiced their doubts, instantly drawing agreement from the others. Exactly. And we just mobilized 22 trillion, now we need 100 trillion more? What kind of plan demands such astronomical sums? Among them, the finance minister's voice was the most agitated. Heaven only knew he'd just taken off his clothes, ready to hand in his homework. He'd even planned his posture to conserve energy and deliver it flawlessly. Then, in the dead of night, a call came demanding 100 trillion. If it weren't for Old Chen standing above him, he'd have spat right in the guy's face. Damn it, did they really think the Ministry of Finance was an ATM? That money could just be pulled out on demand? Suppressing his inner panic, the finance minister still voiced his concern. Old Chen, is such a decision truly appropriate? We're talking about 100 trillion yuan here. If we actually divert that amount, no matter how careful we are, no matter how much we try to mitigate the impact, it will still cause extremely severe and adverse consequences. Couldn't we just pause this plan for now? As the words fell, not only the finance minister, but influential leaders from other key departments also fell silent, hesitating to speak. This matter, after all, affected far more than just the Ministry of Finance. If 100 trillion yuan were truly diverted, they too might be swept up in the fallout, suffering alongside the rest. Thus, one by one, questioning gazes turned to Old Chen, hoping he would offer a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, they simply couldn't proceed. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. 100 trillion must be allocated. It concerns the fate of the Great Xia nation. The military will make no concessions. This plan is too crucial. If we fall behind, we risk being beaten. I cannot disclose the specific reasons at this time. When the timing is right, a reasonable explanation will be provided. What? Have you lost faith in this old man? Chen Lao's words plunged the room into an instant, deafening silence. Words of protest stuck in their throats, impossible to voice. Given his stature and decades of contributions, he wouldn't deceive them. If he did, it meant something truly serious had gone wrong, and it was grave. The only project that could command such economic mobilization even at the cost of destabilizing the Great Xia's economy was that monumental endeavor that forged the nation's backbone. Back then, the entire country had made way for it. Everything revolved around the Great Xia's sword that protected the nation. With this realization, none could voice dissent, especially when considering the escalating tensions with the Western world and the increasingly unstable global landscape. Viewed this way, early preparation seemed entirely reasonable. After all, the belief that man can conquer nature was ingrained in the very bones of the Great Xia. Whenever natural disasters struck, the Western world thought only of how to flee, while only the Great Xia created miracles. You the Great tamed the floods. The foolish old man moving mountains. The others all felt relieved, no longer so preoccupied with the funding. Given the Great Xia's formidable reserves, diverting 100 trillion yuan wouldn't likely cause any unexpected crises in the short term. It could still hold up. Thus, when Elder Chen initiated the vote, there was no hesitation. The plan passed unanimously. This left the Minister of Finance of the Great Xia Empire, tasked with the heavy burden of allocating the funds, with a bitter expression and an indescribably complex look in his eyes. Last time, when he had to allocate over 20 trillion, he was pelted with rotten eggs. Old comrades in arms had rushed in from afar, stuffed him into a sack, and nearly made him meet his maker on the spot. This time, with a staggering 100 trillion to be mobilized, he could already envision himself drowning in a sea of verbal abuse. Securing 100 trillion yuan in funds at breakneck speed left little alternative but to draw from the state-owned enterprises under the Ministry of Finance's jurisdiction. Even the Great Xia Treasury would struggle to produce such a sum immediately. Over the years, the Belt and Road Initiative had consumed a staggering amount of funds. Likely, several high-quality state-owned enterprises would have to be dismantled and sacrificed to scrape together that 100 trillion. The very thought was chilling. Earlier, when a trillion yuan conglomerate in the Magic City collapsed, vanishing overnight with trillions in assets, it already caused immense repercussions. Had other conglomerates not stepped in to acquire those prime assets and absorb the shockwaves, the city's economy would have suffered catastrophic damage, potentially setting it back by years. Now, the task of extracting 100 trillion yuan left him in a difficult position. One misstep could easily make him a scapegoat, nailed to the pillar of shame. He would face the contempt of generations. He was scratching his head raw, silently picking out less vital, underperforming, and loss-making enterprises. He planned to dismantle these assets and distribute them among local conglomerates. Like spring winds nurturing growth, he would extract the funds the nation needed. But this approach was bound to make enemies. One wrong move, and he'd be beaten senseless with sticks. But there was no alternative. Everything must prioritize the development of the Great Xia. To implement such a self-destructive plan required extracting sufficient funds, a decision beyond his personal authority to refuse. Thus, however conflicted and reluctant he felt, the Minister of Finance of the Great Xia steeled himself and cast his vote. Gentlemen, the Great Xia stands at a pivotal moment, yet it has also encountered an opportunity that comes but once in a millennium. The future path of Great Xia hinges entirely on this century-long plan. With that, Elder Chen bowed deeply toward the audience below the podium, his aged face growing even more solemn. This gesture sent a shiver through every powerful figure present. This was Elder Chen, after all, a living monument to the nation's achievements. How could they possibly bear such weight? If word got out, wouldn't they be drowned in a sea of scorn? One by one, the powerful leaders rose to their feet and bowed. This scene, if it were to leak to the outside world, it would unleash a colossal storm. The meeting concluded. Under cover of night, beneath the gray, unlit sky, these powerful figures secretly departed the Longdu military district by vehicle. Thereafter, under the leadership of Elder Chen, they fully cooperated with the Ministry of Finance of the Great Xia. Work commenced at breakneck speed. Soon, it stirred up enormous waves. Chapter 18, The Great Xia State steps into auction. State-owned enterprises, capital runs wild. Ministry of Finance of the Great Xia. Inside the office, the finance minister wore a troubled expression as he scrolled through a long list with his electronic pen, struggling to make a decision. Nearly every name on the list represented one of the Great Xia's most outstanding state-owned enterprises. Not a single one could be overlooked. Pulling any one of them out could trigger an economic earthquake, setting a region back by a decade or two. Therefore, his selection process demanded utmost caution. After much deliberation, his gaze finally settled on Liang Foodstuffs Group. Industries possessing strategic resources could not be casually carved up and handed over to local enterprises, which might not even have the capacity to absorb them. As the 12th-ranked state-owned enterprise, Liang Foodstuffs Group operated nationwide. Dispersing it across the country would not cause too severe an impact. Moreover, this approach would allow local state-owned enterprises to participate, sharing the burden of dismantling Liang Foodstuffs Group. After a full day of work, the Minister of Finance of Daxia sighed deeply upon completing the report. He recalled that Liang subsidiary food group had once been a small food factory. After the reform and opening up, he personally nurtured it, watching it grow into the behemoth it is today. It had also become the springboard that propelled him into the central government and into his position as finance minister. Calling it his own child would not be an exaggeration. Now, he must personally dismantle it. The thought felt like a lump in his throat, yet for the sake of the Great Xia's plans, it had to be done. Soon after the Minister of Finance of the Great Xia submitted his report, it was formalized into an official document and distributed nationwide. With assistance from other departments, plans were further organized to acquire Liang Foodstuffs Group. The news caused an immediate sensation. After all, this was a state-owned enterprise ranked among the top dozen nationally, one that held its own on the international stage. Moreover, its operational momentum showed no signs of decline in recent years. If anything, it appeared to be thriving. Have they lost their minds? Had the Daxia government lost its mind? What possessed them to make such a decision? Although the details remained unknown, this did little to dampen the excitement of those who flocked to participate in the bidding, the first nationwide online auction across the entire Daxia Empire. What excited them even more was that just days after Liang Foodstuffs Group announced the auction, Daxia made another major move. The announcement of the divestiture auction for Daxia Construction Group sent shockwaves throughout the entire nation. After all, as the nation's sole state-owned construction conglomerate, its reach spanned countless industries and sectors, so many. Countless. Even Daxia's iconic structures, including the world's tallest building, the Sky Tower in Magic City, were constructed by them. With two state-owned enterprises being dismantled and auctioned off in quick succession, ordinary citizens couldn't help but speculate, what on earth was happening? Has Daxia lost its mind? These are state-owned enterprises. Just dismantling them like this? What on earth is going on? Is the country that desperate for cash? They're selling off state-owned enterprises? What kind of behavior is this? Who's pushing for it? This is outright treason. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. One by one, citizens of the Great Xia flooded local government websites with furious comments and condemnation. Simultaneously, the petition system was flooded with private reports. Amidst the boiling public sentiment, the situation escalated rapidly, even spreading to Western online platforms. In no time, a new wave of smear campaigns against the Great Xia was unleashed. Vicious attacks against Daxia's actions proliferated, alongside the propagation of theories predicting its downfall. In contrast, capitalists across the nation grew excited, eagerly withdrawing funds to participate in this feast of greed. Many among them had tasted the first wave of profits during the reform and opening up era, and numerous others had built their current status by gobbling up state-owned enterprises. Now, with this scenario repeating itself, how could they not be thrilled? Each of them was straining every muscle, with many even pledging all their assets to foreign banks, willing to pay exorbitant interest rates to scrape together sufficient funds to achieve their goal of gobbling up state assets. After all, these aren't the days of yore. This spectacle is likely the last of its kind, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One by one, they plunged into a frenzy of celebration. All of this unfolded before the eyes of Old Chen, stationed at the Dragon Capital Military District, who couldn't help but let a cold glint flash in his gaze. These damned fools will be dealt with one by one, sooner or later. Let them revel in their triumph for now. Do they truly believe the Great Xia is a piece of meat? That they can bite off chunks whenever they please? We've been far too lenient with them these years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown so unchecked, thinking only of carving pieces from their mother's flesh to eat. Ungrateful creatures. Sooner or later, their ledger will be filled to the brim. As an old revolutionary who'd weathered the harshest times, he'd long despised these capitalists and their treasonous deeds. Yet he'd never found a truly effective solution. The tax revenue alone that these people evaded could have elevated the nation's strength to a whole new level. Yet various considerations prevented decisive action. If they banded together, the Great Xia government couldn't simply wipe them out. However, the emergence of the Mythic era offered Old Chen a glimmer of hope for addressing this deep-rooted problem. That brat Jiang Xia sure has a knack for coming up with devilish schemes. Originally hesitant about passing the resolution to liquidate state-owned enterprises, he sought Jiang Xia's counsel. It was only after the other reminded him that he realized this opportunity to raise funds could be used to reclaim wealth from these Daxia capitalists. In truth, with the Mythic era's arrival and its eventual fusion with the real world, state-owned enterprises had largely outlived their purpose. When the beasts rampage, the existing economic and production systems would likely collapse entirely. At that point, what would be the point of discussing national industries? Everything might be overturned. Therefore, he not only approved the public auction of Liang Group and Jianye Group but also authorized the gradual liquidation of other state-owned assets. Let those insatiable individuals bear the weight of the nation's current burdens. Moreover, through discussions with Jiang Xia, they formulated a series of plans to be completed before the mythical calamity descended upon him. After suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Old Chen focused on the fax document in his hand. He inserted it into the fax machine and clicked send. At the same moment, upon receiving the order, the Minister of Finance of Daxia, responsible for the auction, immediately issued the order to commence the auction and personally presided over the proceedings. Chapter 19, The Shock of Mythical Beast Meat. One by one, the capitalists grew excited, waving wads of cash as they flooded into the auction website. Ha ha! I've had my eye on this asset for ages. Thought I'd never get a chance to snatch it up, but look, they're just slapping it up for auction like this. This is absolutely insane. They're actually auctioning it off? And the property rights even have a one-click transfer feature? Insane. Daxia has truly lost its mind. After the first buyer successfully acquired the property, completed the transfer, and secured the qualifications under their name, they didn't even need to make a big fuss. These capitalists were already practically going mad with excitement. Quick, get me a loan? Mobilize every available fund? What? The bank won't give us a loan? How stupid. Why not approach foreign banks for advance funding? High interest rates? Once we secure the nation's prime industries, who'll care about such trivial interest rates? One by one, the capitalists moved swiftly, contacting Western capitalists stationed throughout Dacia. Some even went so far as to partner with foreign enterprises, frantically gobbling up state-owned enterprises dismantled by the Dacia government at any cost, fearing they'd miss out on the spoils if they delayed. Massive capital surged into the Dacia judicial auction network, then flowed through online channels into accounts designated by the Dacia Ministry of Finance. Meanwhile, watching the relentlessly rising funds, which soon surpassed 50 trillion. The elderly generals, each bearing the insignia of a star on their shoulders, were thoroughly satisfied. While they harbored some resentment over the loss of state-owned resources and industries, such concerns paled in comparison to the mythical era about to dawn. Only with sufficient funds could the artifacts belonging to the mythic era be rapidly materialized. This would grant Gov't sufficient resilience against the mythical era. As for these assets? It won't be long before they're all crying their eyes out. Ha ha. Well said. In my old man's opinion, these traitors who sold out the nation should be dragged out and executed on the spot. They even dared to collude with foreign companies, trying to plunder state-owned resources. Poof. They've done far too many despicable things. It's high time we clean house. It's unfair to everyone else that these parasites keep hoarding such vast, lucrative resources. The elderly men spoke with passion, their voices tinged with indignation. The local authorities were far from pleased with these private entrepreneurs from across the Gov't Empire. Admittedly, these individuals had driven local development, but the first thing they did after accumulating wealth was to transfer their assets abroad. This resulted in vast amounts of assets flowing out of the Gov't every year, becoming the foundation of the Western world. How could these old revolutionaries possibly accept such a situation? Not opening fire on them all was already showing restraint. Commander, the lab has submitted a detailed report. At that moment, a guard soldier jogged over to Old Chen's side. He presented a wax-sealed envelope. This is the faxed report. Upon hearing the report, even Old Chen couldn't quite maintain his composure. His hands trembling, he tore open the envelope and pulled out the test results inside. Russell. In the conference room, the elderly men bearing the insignia of generals all gathered around. Tension filled the air, mixed with palpable excitement. After all, this was the flesh of a strange beast brought forth from the mountain Sierra. If not for certain reservations, I'd definitely chop off a few pieces first to taste what it's really like and see if it has any peculiar effects. Upon seeing the specific details, Old Chen couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, feeling a surge of relief. Without Jiang Xia's emergence, Gov't would likely suffer catastrophic losses in the face of the beastly calamity. The existing order might even be completely overturned. Well, don't be silent, Old Chen. Seeing Old Chen's blank expression, the other elders grew increasingly restless with curiosity. Hand it over. It's just data. Is it really necessary to insist on? The impatient elder snatched the report and was instantly stunned. Clearly written on it was that even in the flesh of the deceased, the cells still contained a large amount of active substances, extremely vibrant, as if this mass of flesh were still alive, capable of releasing powerful energy. Based on their most basic experiments, they discovered that if this flesh were consumed over an extended period, it could trigger genetic-level mutations. Moreover, it could unlock the genetic barriers they had been striving to overcome in their ongoing research project. If consumed in sufficient quantities, it could potentially advance the Gov't genetic warrior program. Completely annihilate Captain America from Western comic books. After the document circulated, the group didn't feel particularly heavy-hearted. The moment they learned Jiang Xia had successfully materialized an item, those bearing the fate of the Gov't Empire could finally breathe a small sigh of relief. They felt fortunate they had pushed through the opposition to pool resources and support Jiang Xia. Had they dismissed Jiang Xia as a fraud, who knew what calamities Gov't might have faced? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Looks like we need to speed up the auction process. This can't go on. We must secure the first batch of funds before Jiang Xia's cooldown period ends and send personnel to expedite matters. Simultaneously, we can issue orders to our comrades within foreign enterprises, empowering them to actively promote joint acquisitions of Gov't state-owned enterprises with local firms. Regarding these foreign wolves and tigers, the Gov't naturally maintained vigilance, embedding numerous agents from various nations throughout their ranks. This was precisely to prevent any collusion with the Western world that might betray national interests. Unexpectedly, this arrangement proved remarkably effective at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, following internal secret directives, foreign enterprises that had previously resisted now encountered no obstacles in their acquisition of state-owned enterprises. Massive capital flows were unleashed, pouring into the Gov't auction network before being absorbed into accounts specifically created for the myth era. The unsuspecting capitalists remained utterly oblivious, still caught up in their euphoria. They were all excitedly dreaming of squeezing even more profits out of this division. They had no idea what a miserable fate awaited them, each desperate to stake their entire net worth. Soon, the dedicated account accumulated a staggering sum of 100 trillion. The hands of those tasked with overseeing the account trembled. Such a colossal sum, deployed anywhere, could devastate a local economy. It could even obliterate a medium-sized nation without breaking a sweat. Chapter 20, Lin Xue's Wrath. The moment the funds surpassed 100 trillion, the supervisor urgently reported the news, rousing the veteran generals like Old Chen, who had just been about to retire for the night. All of them scrambled out of bed and rushed to the Longdu military district for an emergency meeting. The meeting had only one agenda: to fully activate the Mythic Era development plan. How could the Great Xia military rapidly strengthen itself to bolster Jiang Xia's power within the Mythic Era and extract even more resources? All of this was an urgent matter. Though the exact timing of the Mythic Era's arrival remained unknown, one thing was certain: the time left to them was likely running out. If they failed to amass sufficient strength to withstand the celestial calamity before the Mythic Era descended, it would spell unimaginable disaster for the Great Xia Empire. This was a scenario neither Elder Chen nor the assembled elders wished to see unfold. Many of them had lived through that era and witnessed it firsthand. To make them endure it again? That would be too cruel. No matter what, none of them could bear it. The Ministry of Finance's actions are acceptable, they're not too slow. Dismantle any other state-owned enterprises that can be broken up. Sell off everything that can be sold, but make sure our people are firmly in place. At critical moments, we must maintain control over these industries. As he spoke, Old Chen's voice grew noticeably colder. He was clearly enraged by those bastard capitalists who had betrayed national interests earlier. Should the Japanese invade again, they'd likely be the first to kneel before the enemy. If not for the current situation, he'd be itching to compile a list and deal with these scoundrels properly. Even in these times, these bastards still dream of being foreign agents. Very well. I'll keep an eye on this old man and make sure his people pick up the pace. Good. None of those present voiced any objection to Old Chen's proposal. In the end, it seemed everything of value would have to be converted into in-game currency. When the mythical era descends, the economic system collapses. Holding on to any amount of money will be utterly useless. Besides, they had no intention of handing these industries directly to Western capitalists. They'd let them enjoy the spoils for now. They'd wait until every last drop of capital was squeezed out before reclaiming the industries. Without any protection, and without Western nations like Jiang Xia to rely on, they might not even have the ability to defend themselves. In Great Xia, the government still calls the shots. Why not take a slice whenever possible? It's not just these state-owned enterprises. Over the years, Great Xia has poured immense funds into peacekeeping missions worldwide in the Belt and Road Development Policy. Yet these small nations show little gratitude. It's time to collect some interest from them, to make them pay something back. At the very least, the Great Xia cannot afford to run at a loss. For the sake of these small nations, the Great Xia has constantly clashed with Western hegemony. Surely the Western world would be more than willing to take over Dacia's responsibilities, shoulder its burdens, and reclaim its former hegemony, right? With this in mind, Old Chen voiced his thoughts. For now, our own Great Xia remains paramount. We simply lack the capacity to stretch ourselves too thin, meddling in this and that. We must resolve these issues swiftly. We must accelerate Dacia's development across all fronts at the fastest possible pace. Another matter concerns how Great Xia will swiftly connect and dispatch forces to all regions after the Mythic Era arrives. The greatest fear is transportation paralysis and the lack of unified coordination across regions. Should that occur, the consequences could be dire. We must devise a solution. Hearing Elder Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It sounded simple enough, but given the vastness of the Great Xia Empire and the unpredictable variables that might arise after the Mythical Era descended, how to reconnect the transportation network was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet no matter how difficult, they must find a solution. Retreating was not in their nature. The Great Xia Empire always turned the impossible into reality. This wasn't mere empty boasting, it was an indisputable truth. Lastly, we must swiftly allocate this 100 trillion and deploy it within the Mythic Era to rapidly elevate Jiang Xia. Also, finalize the list for the first wave of materializations. He hadn't forgotten Jiang Xia mentioning acquiring numerous valuable items that must be redeemed without delay. On this point, everyone present voiced no objections whatsoever. Wasn't selling off state-owned enterprises precisely for this purpose? Soon, Lin Xue was tasked with summoning Jiang Xia, who was currently recuperating, to the conference room. Ever since they were both brought to the Longdu military base last time, Lin Xue had become Jiang Xia's personal assistant, specifically responsible for liaison duties. Moreover, she had signed a strict confidentiality agreement. For her, it was a promotion, yet she couldn't muster any joy. Being overshadowed by Jiang Xia left her perpetually uncomfortable, yet her duties demanded compliance. Suppressing her jumbled thoughts, Lin Xue hurried to Jiang Xia's lounge. What she witnessed filled her with fury. There stood Jiang Xia, clad in a hospital gown, pulling a coyly beautiful female doctor close to him, whispering something. His other large hand was resting on her thigh, his fingers nearly leaving a trail of friction marks on her sheer stockings. That bastard. Gritting her teeth in fury, Lin Xue finally entered with a cold expression, interrupting Jiang Xia and the beautiful doctor before they could go any further. Her eyes nearly shot flames. But considering the events of the mythical era, coupled with still working under Jiang Xia, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and say, "Old Chen and the other leaders are all in the military district conference room. They're waiting for you. I told you to come over as soon as possible, and this is what you do." Seeing the beautiful doctor nearly burying her face in Jiang Xia's chest, he barely suppressed the rage boiling up inside him. His expression darkened. How could they be preoccupied with such trivial matters when bearing the weight of the nation's fate? And this doctor too, does she have no self-respect? Allowing herself to be held and touched so casually? Has she never seen a handsome man before? Hurry up. After speaking, Lin Shui shot Jiang Xia a withering glance before darting out of the break room. Seeing this, Jiang Xia felt too embarrassed to continue. He whispered a few words in the beautiful doctor's ear until she smiled. He rolled off the bed, gave the beautiful doctor a pat, and hurried to catch up with Lin Shui's pace. Chapter 21, Imperial Equipment, 7-star 9-section staff. Poof. Spotting Jiang Xia behind her, Lin Shui couldn't help but snort coldly. However, professional decorum prevented her from fully venting her displeasure. Jiang Xia didn't take this scene too seriously either, utterly unconcerned and oblivious to what Lin Shui might be thinking. Even if he knew, what difference would it make? After building his life from scratch through relentless struggle, wasn't he entitled to enjoy himself? Sure, there was no lavish seaside banquet here, but he had the lovely military flower, the beautiful military doctor, a stunning 5 feet 9 inches figure with legs to die for. She was every bit as captivating as any supermodel or young model. With his handsome looks, he certainly didn't force the issue. Squeak. All the way to the conference room, Lin Shui remained silent, saying little. Jiang Xia paid her no mind, striding into the conference room where the bigwigs had been waiting for ages. "Comrade Jiang. I wonder if the cooldown on your mythic era has ended yet." Old Chen looked at Jiang Xia with a hint of anticipation. Indeed. The others all gathered around. 100 trillion in funds all prepared and ready. Should we pour it all in at once? And about that harvest we mentioned earlier, could there be something even better than the beast meat? Speaking of that beast meat, could we get more of it? The lab report says consuming large amounts can break genetic locks, turning people into true super soldiers. One by one, these 70 and 80-year-old elders acted like children, as if begging Jiang Xia for candy. This scene drew a faint smile to Jiang Xia's lips, and he saw no need to keep them in suspense any longer. This haul is indeed substantial. Moreover, we've acquired an inheritance capable of altering the very fate of Great Xia. Exactly. This inheritance might not be entirely orthodox, it's not the righteous path. Thinking of the sacred demon scripture, a flicker of hesitation crossed Jiang Xia's eyes. After all, this was demonic scripture. Sacrificing flesh and blood, refining souls through murder as casually as eating and drinking, it was truly difficult for him to speak of. He dared not imagine the horrifying spectacle if every citizen of Great Xia were to wield a white-bone ghost soul banner in the future. Legacy? Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Elder Chen's voice grew more urgent. He hadn't expected Jiang Xia to receive an inheritance. At a time like this, did propriety even matter? Making the Great Xia stronger was the paramount concern. At this thought, Elder Chen's gaze grew even more intense. This time, the in-game currency spent reached 20 trillion, and the system rewarded a cultivation technique. But this cultivation technique is a demonic path inheritance. Through this cultivation technique, I've already transitioned into a demonic cultivator and forged a demonic artifact. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Elder Chen instantly grew agitated, his mind consumed entirely by cultivation techniques and artifacts. As for the words demonic path, he simply filtered them out. Who cares if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches? Put. A true good cultivation technique is one that can withstand the calamities of monstrous beasts. There are rewards too. Yes, even a trillion credit recharge used to grant a divine grade talent reward. I've topped up 200 trillion, how could there be nothing? I wonder if 100 trillion would get me a recharge gift pack. That's a 5-fold increase. The group of elders all grew excited. After all, this was money they'd raised by selling off 2 major state-owned enterprises. If they hadn't been absolutely certain that the collapse of the economic system would follow the mythical event, they truly wouldn't have been willing to squander it like this. All eyes suddenly focused on Jiang Xia. The oppressive silence made him scratch his head awkwardly. Nevertheless, he meticulously compiled the information regarding the cultivation techniques and explained it to everyone. The cultivation technique can be materialized. To achieve a complete manifestation, it will require at least 10 trillion credits. The cooling period hasn't ended yet, so materialization isn't possible for now. But it won't be long. He communicated with the system only items placed in the inventory could be materialized. Jiang Xia felt a bit helpless about this limitation, knowing he couldn't change it. After suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia finally focused his attention on the account holding 100 trillion in funds. Without hesitation, under the eager gazes of everyone present, he deposited the funds into the account. Ding! 100 trillion credits vanished instantly, yet no one seemed to notice. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Xia. Time ticked by, and soon the cooldown period ended. Boom. As golden light erupted, Jiang Xia's form dissolved into nothingness, as if he had ceased to exist in this world. Congratulations, Soul Beta Tester. You have successfully logged into Mythic Era. Shall you descend into the Shanghai world? He didn't immediately descend into the game world. Jiang Xia first checked his inventory, placing the demonic artifact he had forged within his body, the White Bonin Soul Banner, along with the demonic inheritance, into his inventory. He didn't forget the spiral turtle shield either. Only then did his gaze swiftly sweep across the in-game store. Thanks to the full support of the Great Xia Empire, his funds had reached 100 trillion. This significantly expanded his purchasing power and options. Gone were the days of empty pockets where he could only gaze longingly at items like the king-tier offensive gear he'd coveted, twice as powerful as the spinning turtle shield, yet priced at a staggering 1 trillion yuan. In this lifetime, despite his arduous efforts, he could only sell off assets worth 1 trillion. Most male protagonists in web novels likely never experienced such legendary feats, yet all of that amounted to nothing more than an entry ticket in the Mythic Era. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester, on successfully purchasing the 7-star 9-section staff. As the system's voice echoed, a dazzlingly cool bamboo staff, crackling with lightning and electric sparks, materialized in Jiang Xia's hand. Royal Equipment, 7-star 9-section staff. Capable of channeling the 9 heavenly thunderbolts, summoning winds and rains, and commanding lightning and thunder. Note, no equipment restrictions. Extremely high energy consumption. Use with caution. Wave after wave of information flooded into Jiang Xia's mind. Boom. The thought flashed through his mind like a sudden storm. Jiang Xia was thoroughly satisfied with this artifact. As for its energy cost, he simply ignored it. The immortal-grade bloodline power granted him inexhaustible stamina, more than sufficient to sustain the use of this artifact. This undoubtedly greatly enhanced his survival capabilities within the perilous mountain and sea era. Moreover, once it was no longer needed, he could materialize it and hand it over to the scientists at the Dragon Research Institute for study. Who knows? They might just create something truly remarkable. Chapter 22, Demon Path? Clearly the sacred path of Great Xia. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for successfully descending into the mountain and sea world. As the system's voice sounded once more, Jiang Xia's figure reappeared in the mountain and sea world. Even the bloodstains left behind from slaying the beasts could be seen on the ground. It must be said that the realism of the mountain and sea world left him with no doubt that this was an incredibly authentic world, one that, for some reason, had become an online game. But none of that mattered to Jiang Xia. His immediate priority was to strengthen himself as quickly as possible, hunt more Shanghai beasts, and repay the Great Xia Empire for its support. The flesh of these beasts would undoubtedly bolster the Great Xia army's strength rapidly. Moreover, when promoting the inheritance of martial arts techniques, it would further enhance the nation's power. With this in mind, Jiang Xia fixed his gaze on a herd of wild oxen grazing leisurely in the distance, his eyes nearly glowing with anticipation. Congratulations, the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. You have slain the common beast, the wild ox, earning X125 EXP. Congratulations, the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Defeated the common beast barbarian ox, gaining X137 EXP. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Defeated the common beast wolf pack, gaining X112 EXP. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Defeated the earth-splitting ape, earning X457 EXP. Congratulations to the Soul Beta Tester for defeating the common beast, Wretched Wolf, earning X147 EXP. Congratulations to the Soul Beta Tester for defeating the rare beast, the Blazing Golden Phoenix, earning X11472 EXP. He casually tore apart the phoenix bird, which stood as tall as a small mountain, enveloped in golden flames, its gaze fierce and menacing. Jiang Xia immediately produced the White Bonin Soul Banner, chanting incantations. Instantly, tendrils of black mist erupted, coiling into slender chains that wrapped around the phoenix's head. Soon, a shimmering, vastly diminished flame golden phoenix was pulled from the bird's corpse. Whimpering, it was drawn into the White Bone Soul Banner and imprinted onto its surface. Only after completing all this did Jiang Xia leisurely gather the bird's remains from the ground and open his system interface. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When cultivated to its peak, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume ancient starfields. Divine artifact, Spectral Skeleton Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Inheritance, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture Unique. Level, 22 Bloodline Awakened. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, part of the Silver-Winged Yaksha King, Corpse of the Blazing Golden Phoenix, Common Monsters plus 124. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, materialization permission, exchangeable. Unnoticed, his level had risen by 2, reaching level 22. As the loot in his inventory slowly accumulated, Jiang Xia's pace of hunting beasts finally slowed slightly. Time was running short. Since logging in this time, he'd been mostly grinding exotic beasts and scavenging corpses. Soon, the trial period ended. Beyond the Yaxia figures, the white bone ghost banner now held additional bird and beast spirits wailing like ghosts. This caused the banner to tremble constantly in his hands, streams of black smoke struggling to escape its surface. Swish! After stowing the white bone ghost banner back into his inventory, Jiang Xia refocused his attention on the distant beasts. Every second counted. He needed to move faster. Congratulations, the soul hidden beta tester. Defeated the common beast, the savage bull, earning X146 EXP. Congratulations, the soul hidden beta tester. You have slain the common beast, the wolf beast, earning X137 EXP. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the wind howler, earning X475 EXP. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester. Defeated the wolf pack, gaining X143 EXP. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the common beast, wretched wolf, earning X147 EXP. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating wind howl and earning X754 EXP. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for reaching level 23. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for reaching level 24. Two flashes of golden light appeared, and Jiang Xia let out a sigh of relief. He had leveled up twice again. He completed the final level up just before the trial period ended. The countdown was about to begin. If he got stuck on this tiny bit of experience and couldn't level up before logging out, he'd probably be up all night for days. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps. Duration, 1 minute. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame. The signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When cultivated to its peak, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume ancient starfields. Divine artifact, Soul Devouring White Bone Banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Inheritance, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture Unique. Level, 24. Bloodline Awakened. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Heart of the Silver-Winged Yaxia King, Corpse of the Blazing Golden Phoenix, Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, materialization permission, exchangeable. After a quick glance at the interface, Jiang Xia swiftly gathered the beast carcasses from the ground. He exchanged all unexchanged items for materialization permissions before silently awaiting his exit from the mythic era. After bursts of intense golden light, Jiang Xia's form gradually solidified within the conference room of the real world. Swish, swish, swish. Eyes filled with anticipation turned toward Jiang Xia, each gaze brimming with intense expectation. Seeing this, Jiang Xia hesitated not a moment. He began pulling out one after another of the beast carcasses left over from the conversion process from his inventory. Under the excited gazes of the elders, the conference room soon became too crowded to hold anymore. Under Elder Chan's urgent command, an entire regiment of soldiers sprang into action, swiftly transporting and sealing away the exotic beast meat. Only after the exotic beasts were fully accounted for did Jiang Xia bring out the main attractions, the demonic arts inheritance and the completed white bone soul banner. Instantly, the intense gazes shifted from Jiang Xia to the artifacts spewing black smoke and the demonic inheritance. Each of them was as excited as a child. They could all distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from the white bone ghost soul banner. After queuing up to peruse the demonic arts inheritance, their excitement surged even higher. This isn't some demonic scripture, it's clearly the sacred text of the Great Xia. Wonderful! With this burning saint true demon art, resisting the calamity of monstrous beasts will no longer be a challenge for Great Xia. Chapter 23, The Demon Path Legacy Promotion Plan. Due to the system's materialization, the ancient runes that were once obscure and difficult to comprehend were now fully converted into the Great Xia script. The elders could now intuitively sense the bloodthirsty, brutal aura of the demonic legacy. Yet this only served to heighten their excitement. Nothing suited the Great Xia Empire better than this demonic scripture. So what if cultivation methods were a bit brutal? Those calamity beasts weren't human anyway. Using them to rapidly strengthen the Great Xia Empire was certainly not out of the question. Moreover, this sacred demon scripture contained an array formation capable of enveloping a boundless expanse of 10,000 li. Within this formation, one could move freely. This left everyone utterly thrilled. Their greatest fear had been that after the mythical era merged with reality, rampaging beasts would cripple transportation networks, leaving them unable to rescue the stricken populace in time. With an array capable of covering all of Daxia, they might even be able to withstand the invasion of mythical beasts into reality. At this thought, the expectant gazes of the leaders all turned to Jiang Xia. Comrade Jiang, you've truly delivered a tremendous surprise this time. With this sacred demon scripture, our hopes for Daxia overcoming this crisis have greatly increased. Ha ha! Truly, heaven favors the Great Xia. It seems we can accelerate our progress even further. One by one, the elders were thrilled, acting like children. It was no wonder they were so excited. Without Jiang Xia, they might have faced the rampaging, trampling of powerful mountain sea beasts completely unprepared. They would have faced the rampant trampling and devastation of powerful mountain sea beasts, causing incalculable harm. The very thought was terrifying. Who knows how many would have become sustenance for those beasts? Jiang Xia's emergence had saved the great Xia from a helpless state of defenselessness. Da Xia still had a chance. Indeed, it might even gain unimaginable rewards amidst this cataclysmic upheaval. To undergo unimaginable transformation before the emergence of this demonic scripture, such a prospect might have seemed nothing more than a faint, distant hope. Old Chen, I believe the most urgent task is to promote the transmission of martial arts techniques within the military. This will strengthen the Great Xia Army's capabilities and deepen its foundation. This way, when facing natural disasters, we'll have greater resilience. Jiang Xia remained deeply concerned for the Great Xia Empire, which had poured its resources into elevating him to divine status. They did not wish to see the entire realm reduced to ruin. Agreed. We must arrange this promptly. Time waits for no one. Without hesitation, Elder Chen immediately ordered his men to fully document the cultivation techniques. From certain special forces units, a group of reliable personnel would be secretly selected. They planned to conduct a small-scale trial of the demonic arts inheritance. Their goal was to cultivate the first batch of demonic cultivators for the Great Xia Empire as quickly as possible. Simultaneously, they would forge a batch of demonic artifacts. The overbearing nature of this demonic cultivation legacy meant that even ordinary people wielding demonic artifacts could unleash tremendous power, though the side effects were equally immense. But when weighed against preserving one's life, anyone with a shred of sense would make a clear choice. In dire straits, they could also activate the demonic array enveloping the entire Great Xia. This was what these elderly men in their 70s and 80s craved most urgently. Especially after consulting Jiang Xia and receiving a viable solution. Each of them was so excited they could barely speak coherently. For them, ensuring the safety of the Great Xia's people was worth any sacrifice. They wouldn't hesitate for a moment. But, watching the elder's fervor, Jiang Xia hesitated, his words caught in his throat. After a long pause, he still couldn't bring himself to speak. What is it? Are you having second thoughts? Old Chen, standing nearby, sensed something was amiss and couldn't help but ask. This demonic formation. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to establish. Hearing Old Chen's question, Jiang Xia couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as he explained the actual difficulties. Truthfully, constructing an array that spans the entire Great Xia Empire is no simple feat. Just the array flags, array eyes, and array discs required would consume an unimaginable amount of rare spiritual treasures and artifact forging materials. The manpower required is likely beyond what we can muster. As he spoke, Jiang Xia's smile grew even more bitter. With his current strength, crafting a single white bone soul banner had nearly drained him dry. One could only imagine how difficult it would be for the Great Xia to forge the 5 elements heaven's sealing demon binding array. According to ancient texts, a demonic cultivator of antiquity once used this very formation to transform an entire life-bearing planet into a realm of darkness. This alone demonstrated the array's immense power. We must persevere through hardship. We cannot retreat simply because the path is difficult. After hearing Jiang Xia's account, Elder Chen merely offered a faint, almost imperceptible smile. No matter how difficult it might be, could it possibly surpass the challenge of painstakingly typing out the National Guardian artifact with a keyboard back in the day? The Great Xia Empire has never feared any hardship. Seeing Elder Chen and the other elders, all displaying such resolute expressions, Jiang Xia felt his resolve strengthen. Having fused with the legacy and mastered its contents inside out, he had indeed found a viable solution, a formation powerful enough to cover the entire Great Xia. It might be difficult. Yet, a formation capable of covering a single city was not entirely beyond hope. Crafting it to use the city as a stronghold against the beasts and natural disasters could also minimize catastrophic losses. Moreover, the formation could be upgraded. Establishing teleportation platforms within it would enable efficient communication and movement between different formations. Of course, all this hinges on the widespread dissemination of demonic cultivation techniques to cultivate sufficient demonic practitioners. Only through united resolve can this be achieved. Soon after hearing Jiang Xia's proposal, Elder Chen immediately organized efforts to accelerate the plan's implementation. Under his urging, the major military districts selected an 8,000-strong special forces unit within days. Every member had undergone specialized training and possessed iron wills. After signing confidentiality agreements, these soldiers were secretly transported to the Longdu military district, where each received a hand-copied copy of the demon summoning manual. This? Cultivate demons? At that moment, even these towering warriors stood utterly flustered. They didn't know how to react to this absurd situation. Fortunately, this awkward silence was quickly broken by the warriors who had successfully cultivated a trace of demonic energy within their bodies. The dramatic surge in physical prowess left every single one of them utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 24, Shattering Human Limits. The elite warriors were all stunned. The power to shatter human limits was the pinnacle standard for elite soldiers worldwide. Even in the Great Xia Empire, few could achieve such feats. Unexpectedly, merely by practicing a mysterious technique, they had broken through. It was almost impossible to fathom. What truly thrilled them was that this was far from their limit. Fueled by the Dragon Capital military district supplying an exceptionally delicious meat, their strength grew almost daily. Calling them super gene warriors wouldn't be an exaggeration. Just contemplating the new heights they might reach in the future sent these simple men into a frenzy. They trained relentlessly, fueled by the extraordinary meat from the beasts of the mountain and sea world. When not training, they replaced sleep entirely with the demon summoning technique. They discovered that after cultivation, they felt refreshed and invigorated, even more so than after 3 days and nights of uninterrupted sleep. Now, they were all utterly absorbed in cultivation, finding it almost impossible to pull themselves away. After all, the sensation of limitless growth is irresistible. So when Jiang Xia first encountered them, he was startled to a group of burly men radiating black energy, frantically pumping iron. The scene was utterly bizarre. But Jiang Xia had already anticipated this scene to some extent. Especially when he thought of Rabbit, who was always known for being humble and reasonable, wielding a human emperor banner spewing black smoke in the future, casually inviting fellow cultivators to step inside for a chat. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. That damned image was almost too horrifying to contemplate. Suppressing his jumbled thoughts, Jiang Xia finally stepped before the crowd. Everyone, Old Chen has asked me to explain some key principles of demonic cultivation to you all. And how to accelerate cultivation speed using flesh essence. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, the elite special forces commandos from every military district turned their gaze toward him. Yet their gazes were tinged with disdain. A smooth-faced pretty boy? He dared to come here and lecture them? If Jiang Xia had stayed in his mother's womb a few more years, he wouldn't catch up to them even after years of cultivation. What a joke! Every single one of them was the cream of the crop from their respective military regions. Gathering them all together meant essentially draining the talent pools of those entire military districts. And he had the audacity to claim he could teach them? Especially the soldiers who recognized Jiang Xia from the news couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oof. General Jiang, you might still know a thing or two about business. How to train and get stronger. Let me see, let me see. Suddenly, the burly warrior who had spoken seemed to have his throat seized by fate. His mouth hung open for a long moment, unable to utter a single word as he stared fixedly ahead. Not just him, all the warriors were stunned. The scene before them delivered an immense shock. With a wave of Jiang Xia's hand, a 3 tall white boning soul banner materialized before him. The ground trembled 3 times as rolling black mist surged forth. Within moments, the entire training ground transformed into a howling, ghostly wasteland. The 8-foot-tall Special Forces soldiers stood frozen in disbelief, unable to react for a long while. They never imagined the demon summoning technique could be so outrageous. This billionaire CEO Jiang, whom they had somewhat looked down upon, possessed such an eerie ability. After the initial shock, the group was filled with nothing but excitement. Clearly, they too could possess such power. Within mere minutes, all the contempt and mockery directed at Jiang Xia vanished. One by one, they became as attentive as model students, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xia. They were terrified of missing a single detail. Seeing this, Jiang Xia didn't keep them waiting. He too was somewhat surprised that these people had grasped the basics of demonic cultivation so quickly. Though the myth hadn't yet merged with reality, it was as if they'd already gained a portion of its power. This was the true power of the sacred Burning True Demon Manual. Even without the shortcut of leveling up in a game, cultivating solely through the scripture could swiftly grant formidable power. The first step to becoming a demon cultivator is to forge your own demonic artifact. And the top choice is this exclusive demonic artifact, the White Bone Ghost Banner. It also goes by another name, the Human Emperor Banner. Jiang Xia pointed at the White Bone Banner, which was still struggling to emit black smoke. Lately, as soon as the cooldown ended, he spent most of his time relentlessly grinding monsters. Without a moment's rest, he used the blood essence of mountain and sea beasts, along with vengeful spirits and ghostly souls. He continuously refined the Human Emperor Banner, causing it to surge in size from its original dimensions to a staggering 30 feet tall. Even its level had skyrocketed. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps. Duration, 1 minute. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Fire, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Divine artifact, Soul Devouring White Bone Banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Inheritance, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture Unique. Level, 29 Bloodline Awakened. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Heart of the Silver-Winged Yaksha King, Corpse of the Blazing Golden Phoenix, Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, materialization permission, exchangeable. Just a little more, and I could ascend to level 30, condensing a demonic core. But this final step demanded an ocean of experience. Hunting ordinary beasts offered little help in filling the experience bar. It was practically useless. Thus, while grinding monsters, Jiang Xia also explored relentlessly, searching for special dungeons teeming with hordes of creatures. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia beckoned toward the white bone ghost banner. In an instant, the massive skeletal spirit banner whirled, swirling dark mist as it rapidly shrank. Soon, it shrank to the size of a palm, materializing objects from thin air. Size at will. But for these rough and tumble men, it delivered a profound lesson, shattering their preconceived notions and igniting a fervent passion within each of them. Who could resist such a human emperor banner, more awe-inspiring than planes or tanks? All eyes turned expectantly toward Jiang Xia. To forge a magical artifact, one must first cultivate demonic fire. The Demon Summoning Sutra should contain the method. The 3 Yang Demon Fire. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, the warriors eagerly pulled out their copies of the Demon Summoning Manual to flip through them on the spot. Chapter 25, The Great Xia reaches a moment of life and death. Earlier, they had dismissed its contents as overly mystical. Most of it had been skimmed over. Who knew it would be this mind-blowing? It could even grant immortality and enlightenment, bestowing mythical artifacts and treasures. Though the path to enlightenment might not be orthodox, who cared? What mattered most was whether they could gain overwhelming power, the strength to defend the Great Xia Empire. Though it wasn't explicitly stated, the events unfolding these past days, the cultivation techniques handed down, and the miraculous meat, anyone with half a brain could see how critical the Great Xia's situation had become. Thus, everyone listened intently to Jiang Xia's lecture, taking meticulous notes before plunging headlong into frenzied experimentation. Having concluded his lecture, Jiang Xia returned to the Longdu military district. In the conference room packed with high-ranking officials. This time, alongside the usual high-ranking officials, several leaders from departments holding real authority were also present. Swish, swish. The moment Jiang Xia entered, all eyes turned to him, scrutinizing him. Many were unaware of the mythical era incident, yet rumors swirled that Jiang Xia's presence had forced the Great Xia Empire to dismantle and sell off its pillar industries. Enough. Only when Old Chen spoke did he break the heavy, peculiar atmosphere. The purpose of this meeting is to shut down all real estate projects and halt all unnecessary infrastructure development. We must devote all our efforts to supporting the Century Development Plan, enabling the Great Xia to soar once more. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, everyone present was stunned into silence. Their faces turned grim, filled with disbelief. Especially those who remained completely unaware of the mythical era. How could this be permitted? Old Chen, if we truly halt all infrastructure and real estate projects, Daxia's economy will regress by a decade or two. This is no joke. And infrastructure projects affect numerous upstream and downstream industries. What about those steel and mining companies? Are we supposed to prop them all up with state funds? We can't sustain that. They could already foresee it, how many people would be driven to jump from buildings. This was absolutely not a good sign. With this in mind, everyone tried desperately to dissuade him, fearing Old Chen would insist on his course. Sigh. Witnessing this scene, Old Chen couldn't help but sigh. He knew full well that a mere century-long development plan would likely not gain traction easily. That was precisely why this meeting had been convened, to deliberately disclose some information about the mythic era. After all, this matter couldn't be concealed forever, it would eventually need to be revealed at the appropriate time. For the plans that followed would likely shatter conventional wisdom and completely overturn the developmental path of the past decades. To outsiders, they would seem utterly irrational. The departments holding real power might not unanimously support them. After suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Elder Chen retrieved the previous inspection report and projected it onto the large screen. Comrades, Great Xia now stands at a moment of life and death. We must halt all other pursuits and devote ourselves entirely to this task. Only then will we have hope of overcoming this crisis. This report documents the flesh of a creature not of Earth. Long-term consumption could even break genetic barriers, transforming one into a superhuman. In the near future, these beasts may ravage the very lands of Great Xia. The only path forward is to set aside all else and unite to withstand this catastrophe. Hearing the aged yet thunderous voice, all those unaware were utterly dumbfounded. Alien creatures? And unlocking genetic shackles to become superhumans? Such fantastical topics being discussed at such a solemn meeting. Is this appropriate? Is it? Everyone was utterly baffled, their minds filled with question marks for a full half-minute. Fortunately, the video that played next showed thousands of warriors billowing black smoke, radiating a terrifying aura. This instantly convinced them all of the existence of the strange beasts, silencing any further objections. After that, everything proceeded smoothly. The entire plan was approved almost instantly. Moreover, after the meeting concluded, implementation commenced at breakneck speed. The news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. It was hard to believe that the Great Xia would make such a decision. Especially for the affected enterprises, which were left in a state of utter despair, reeling from the decision's impact. It was simply unacceptable to them. Many property speculators couldn't bear the avalanche of real estate prices triggered by the resolution, the subsequent chain reaction of plummeting housing values, and the domino effect it set off. Some individuals, overcome with despair, even climbed rooftops. After a moment in the cold wind, they plunged to their deaths. Yet this couldn't halt the relentless implementation of the plan, which also caused a huge sensation in foreign media. Has China lost its mind? What the hell is going on? Selling off state-owned enterprises could be explained as a cash crunch. Powerful weapons. Shut down real estate. Don't they want to survive? Do you realize how severe the consequences will be? The most intense reactions came from Hong Kong Island and the mainland. The real estate market collapsed across the board, with consequences that were simply immeasurable. Numerous wealthy businessmen were swept up in the turmoil, and even the Western world felt the impact to varying degrees. Although real estate isn't the most pivotal industry, it still relies heavily on Dacia's formidable import capacity. Unlike previous instances where Dacia dismantled and sold off its pillar industries, this time it had come to a complete halt. Upon learning of the external reactions, Jiang Xia paid little heed to the matter, even letting out a cold chuckle. The halt in real estate development was largely due to the effectiveness of his proposed recommendations. For years, the real estate sector in Dacia had remained stubbornly inflated. Countless people had been swept up in its wake, toiling day and night like beasts of burden. Even though he started from scratch, he never got involved in this sector. Esteemed soul hidden beta tester, your cooldown period has ended. Proceed to Mythic Era? Seeing the sudden prompt, Jiang Xia instinctively chose to log in. Boom! Golden light erupted, and his body began to fade into nothingness. This startled the beautiful doctor who was assisting Jiang Xia with his physical examination. Her mouth hung open for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 26, Beyond Comprehension, the Sky-Skipping Shuttle. The scene before her eyes was truly beyond her comprehension. A living person transforming into a mere phantom out of thin air was utterly bizarre. But considering Jiang Xia's background, it wasn't entirely surprising. The fact that she was allowed to reside within the Longdu military district and commanded such respect from all the high-ranking officials, perhaps that was precisely why. Due to the nature of their work, nearly all medical personnel permitted to remain within the military zone had signed confidentiality agreements. Therefore, they chose to ignore the horrifying scene before them and turned to leave the specially designed restroom. They even took care to close the door behind Jiang Xia, though their curiosity gnawed at them like cat claws. Still, they dared not probe further. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia, the very man who haunted the medical staff's dreams, had now descended into the mountain sea realm. In one hand, he wielded the 7 stars 9 sections staff. Behind him, the white Bonin soul banner fluttered against the black wind. Above his head, rolling thunder rumbled, instantly scattering the surrounding birds and beasts. Boom! Without a shred of courtesy, the moment he steadied himself, Jiang Xia's thoughts connected with the 7 star 9 section staff. Instantly, the thunder rolling across the sky became an extension of his arm, obeying his command as it struck down upon the distant herd of mountain sea barbarians. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the common beast, Savage Bull. Earned X147 EXP. Congratulations, the soul beta tester. You have slain a common beast, Savage Bull. Gained X188 EXP. Congratulations, the soul beta tester. Defeated the common beast Savage Bull, gained X123 EXP. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the common beast Savage Bull. Gained X135 EXP. Congratulations to the soul beta tester. Defeated the common beast Savage Bull, earning X123 EXP. Congratulations to the soul beta tester. Defeated the common beast Savage Bull, gaining X136 EXP. Amidst the lightning flashes, Jiang Xia frowned slightly at the charred remains of the wild bull. The 7 star 9 section staff was indeed effective, but its power proved difficult to control. But then again, considering it was $1 trillion sovereign-grade equipment, it wasn't all that surprising. Pity those wild ox carcasses. While still edible, the taste would likely be hard to stomach. Stowing away the charcoal-like carcass, Jiang Xia found himself inexplicably thinking of those men cultivating demonic arts. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he finally fixed his gaze on the distant herds of mountain sea beasts. Through days of relentless monster slaying and exploration, he'd gained a glimpse into the Shanghai era. It could be said this was a world ravaged by beasts. Beyond the boundless expanse of land and sky, only countless beasts remained. But for Jiang Xia, this was actually a blessing. With so many beasts to consume, he could rapidly assimilate the demonic arts inheritance and grow even more powerful. If it were humans, he might not have the heart to be so ruthless. He'd likely have to flee to Chicken Lake Basin or the freedom-filled Eagle Land to fully unleash the essence of the demonic path's legacy. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia charged toward the distant horizon. As towering beasts fell one after another, added to his inventory, his expression grew grave. A heart-stopping aura suddenly permeated the air, his nerves snapping taut as he scanned the horizon with heightened vigilance. Boom! Suddenly, the distant plain ripped open violently, spewing forth rolling waves of rosy light. This spectacle instantly drew a surging tide of mountain and sea beasts. Even the sky itself was momentarily obscured. A monstrous bird, as massive as a mountain, appeared before Jiang Xia's eyes. The earth trembled violently beneath its feet, as if unable to bear its weight. This creature, no less formidable than the human-headed bird beast, left Jiang Xia utterly stunned. It left Jiang Xia utterly stunned. It was unimaginable what devastating damage these mountain and sea beasts would inflict upon the lands of the Great Xia Empire if they were to rampage unchecked. A single roll of these beasts could likely bring down an entire city of the Great Xia. At this thought, a sense of urgency deepened in Jiang Xia's eyes. Master, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert the sun, moon, and stars, freeze the void of chaos, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When cultivated to its peak, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume the ancient starry sky. Divine artifact, Spectral Skeleton Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Inheritance, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture Unique. Level, 29 Bloodline Awakened. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Heart of the Silver-Winged Yaksha King, Corpse of the Blazing Golden Phoenix, Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, materialization permission, exchangeable. The system interface displayed that the final sliver of experience needed to condense the Demon Dao Golden Core required an immense number of exotic beasts to fill. Moreover, at level 30, the Bloodline undergoes a second awakening, granting even greater power. At this thought, Jiang Xia's eyes flickered with renewed gratitude. Without the immortal grade talent granted by his beta test access, facing a sudden cataclysm of monsters would have meant certain death. With his physique, he doubted he could withstand even an ordinary wild bull, let alone these mountain-sized beasts. Wonder what's happening up ahead to draw so many beasts. Should we? Gazing at the surging horde of beasts in the distance, he saw countless creatures screaming as they dissolved into blood mist, slaughtered by higher-tier monstrous beasts. Yet this carnage did nothing to slow the beasts' advance, such was the immense pull of the attraction. Even Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel tempted. Forget the rewards within just the beasts falling from the sky, barely clinging to life, and the countless others trampled to death. Simply scavenging these fallen creatures could yield immense experience gains. After all, even with his divine-grade Candle Dragon Bloodline, he had to retreat cautiously when facing these beasts. Hunting them was out of the question. Simply put, the meat from these beasts, if distributed to the warriors of the Great Xia, it would undoubtedly boost their strength rapidly, cultivating more and more outstanding demonic cultivators for the Great Xia. With this realization, Jiang Xia hesitated no longer. Yet he didn't charge in recklessly either. Opening the marketplace, he browsed through the options before finally settling on a specific page. Sky-splitting shuttle. A sovereign-grade magical artifact that ignores all spatial barriers. Dart through the void with ease. Chapter 27, Scavenging Corpses, the Abnormal Spirit Eye Tree. If only I'd thought of this sooner. Buying this gear earlier might have spared me such misery. Facing the pursuit of those humanoid beasts, I wouldn't have narrowly escaped death so many times. With the Candle Dragon's eye freezing time and the sky-darting shuttle for escape, I wouldn't be utterly defenseless amidst the chaotic tide of ferocious beasts. When danger struck, escape was the answer. Preparations complete, the equipment properly enchanted, and after repeated testing confirmed no issues, he charged forward with unwavering resolve. Fortune favors the bold. Truthfully, he didn't particularly want to do this, but the time left for the Great Xia Empire was truly running out. Though the system hadn't explicitly stated the remaining time, recent anomalies had been appearing worldwide in varying degrees. For instance, vegetation in certain areas had suddenly grown abnormally dense, transforming small forests into primeval jungles. Ocean tides fluctuated erratically, giving rise to colossal sea beasts. These are all signs that the mythic era has descended upon the real world, merging with reality. Once the public beta truly begins, unimaginable upheavals are likely to follow. Whether it's Jiang Xia, Old Chen, or those big shots, none of them hold particularly optimistic views on this matter. The only urgent task now is to enhance strength at the fastest possible pace. There is no other path but to grow stronger. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the Skywing Tiger. Experience, X14520. A flash of golden light flickered across Jiang Xia's body, barely visible before fading. He casually checked his inventory. Taking down a level 30 plus beast like that, this feeling of snagging a lucky find made Jiang Xia inexplicably excited. It wasn't the beast itself that thrilled him so much. After all, it was only level 30 something. While it didn't go down quickly, it certainly didn't require much effort to take down. The Candle Dragon Bloodline, combined with the Demon Cultivation Inheritance and his full set of sovereign gear, had boosted Jiang Xia's confidence to unprecedented heights. The problem was, this beast was merely a casual find, severely wounded by other ferocious creatures. Even as he added it to his inventory, it couldn't muster the slightest resistance. How could this not excite Jiang Xia? After all, such beasts were practically everywhere. Even higher-tier beasts were being trampled into bloody mist by the surging tide of monsters. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia dared not delay. He dashed through the swarm, snatching up one gravely wounded, powerful beast after another before transforming into a streak of light and fleeing at breakneck speed. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the wind roar. Experience X11234. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the sky-winged tiger. Experience X11123001. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the white phoenix descendant. Experience X17568. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the flame-eyed golden ape. Experience X123540. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the mountain-pushing boar. Experience X1234. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the silver moon celestial wolf king. Experience X14122120. After stowing away the silver-white wolf's corpse several zhang tall, Jiang Xia hesitated not a moment. With a single thought, his form instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a mountain-like claw crashed down where Jiang Xia had stood. Bang bang bang! Over a dozen ferocious beasts were instantly reduced to misty clouds of blood. This scene made Jiang Xia's heart pound violently as he glanced back. It took him a long moment to finally regain his composure. Realizing he'd nearly met his end just now, a wave of relief washed over him. The culprit behind this carnage, now roaring with fury and radiating a chilling aura, was none other than an old acquaintance of Jiang Xia's. A humanoid beast. Thanks to the Duntian shuttle's aura concealing function, its ability to hide within the void was exceptionally potent. It had gone undetected. The enraged humanoid beast, its eyes blazing with savage fury, swept through the area with a frenzy, reducing one ferocious beast after another to bloody mist. The sight filled Jiang Xia with heartache. In truth, the moment he went to retrieve the Silver Moon Wolf King's corpse, Jiang Xia had already sensed the presence of this old acquaintance. However, choosing between confronting this Silver Moon Wolf King, whose entire being radiated a terrifying aura, danger, opportunity, Jiang Xia made his decision swiftly, choosing to take the risk. Taking down the Silver Moon Wolf King would not only grant immense experience for slaying such a fearsome beast, but the corpse of this level 50+ beast itself held immense value. For the warriors of the Great Xia, this would provide a tremendous boost to their strength. The higher the level of the beast, the greater the rewards obtained. It was estimated that consuming this beast alone would be sufficient for an ordinary person to break through the limitations of their genetic locks. Moreover, the rewards extended far beyond that. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert the sun, moon, and stars, freeze the void of chaos, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame. The signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When cultivated to its peak, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume the ancient starry sky. Divine artifact, Soul-Devouring White Bone Banner revolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Inheritance, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture. Unique. Level, 29. Bloodline awakened. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Heart of the Silver-Winged Yaksha King, Corpse of the Blazing Golden Phoenix, Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped. Materialization permission, exchangeable. Reaching level 30 for the second Bloodline awakening requires just a little more experience. Moreover, defeating the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf King yielded an additional loot bag. Phew. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia finally turned his attention to the system. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester, on successfully unlocking the first kill reward package. Obtained, 1 Spirit Eye Tree. Note, planting it atop a mountain range can facilitate, revitalize the spiritual energy of the surrounding area. During its growth, there is a certain probability that the planting site may become a divine realm. As Jiang Xia read the system notification, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. Spiritual energy revival. It could generate sufficient spiritual energy in the area where the Spirit Eye Tree was planted. This was what excited Jiang Xia the most. Before the fusion of myth and reality, soldiers of the Longdu military district could only enhance their strength and cultivate more demonic energy by consuming the exotic beast meat Jiang Xia brought back to the real world. That was precisely why Jiang Xia had worked so tirelessly to gather exotic beast meat. Now, with the Spirit Eye Tree, soldiers had a chance to grow stronger without relying on exotic beast meat. Chapter 28, Reaching Level 30, Bloodline awakens once more. It must be noted that despite Jiang Xia's relentless efforts in hunting exotic beasts, after accounting for the costs of materialization, the amount of beast meat he could bring back to the real world remained extremely limited. Unlimited supply was impossible. This is also why the number of spots for cultivating and strengthening Great Xia warriors was limited in the early stages. There was no justification for widespread adoption across the entire army. Resources were simply insufficient. Even working overtime to hunt beasts, it was difficult to gather enough to supply the entire army. The main issue was that the closed beta testing period was simply too short. There was no way to prepare in time. Huff. After letting out a long sigh, Jiang Xia finally turned his gaze back to the surging tide of beasts. Congratulations, the sole hidden beta tester, on successfully defeating Wind Roar. Experience X11234. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the Silverwing Yiksha King. Experience X11452. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the Sunbird. Experience X17568. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the flame-piercing golden-eyed ape. Experience X123540. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the mountain-pushing boar. Experience X1234. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for successfully defeating the blazing mountain wolf. Experience X145123. Ignoring the voice echoing in his ears, Jiang Xia casually dispatched another beast, a faint smile spreading across his face. The system's voice sounded once more. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester. Leveled up to level 30. A golden light flared alongside the voice, instantly enveloping Jiang Xia's entire body as his blood began to boil. This was the precursor to the awakening of his bloodline. But after waiting a while, the second awakening of his bloodline still hadn't arrived. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, he opened the system panel. Host, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon fired the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When mastered to its peak, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume the ancient starry sky. Divine artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner revolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture Unique. Level, 30+ capable of secondary awakening to obtain random innate divine abilities. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Heart of the Silver-Winged Yiksha King, Corpse of the Blazing Golden Phoenix, Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section Staff equipped, Sky Darting Shuttle equipped, Spirit Eye Tree Plantable Materialization Permission, exchangeable. Glancing quickly, Jiang Xia noticed a plus sign had appeared after the level. Without hesitation, he tapped the plus sign. Instantly, the blood within Jiang Xia began to boil once more. Vaguely, a colossal dragon, vast enough to obscure the sky, emerged from the void. Cold, pitch-black scales reflected a faint, eerie glow deep within Jiang Xia's consciousness. It felt like only a moment had passed, yet it seemed like centuries had gone by. His blood felt as though it had been brought to a boil, and something within him stirred to life. Boom! Intense beams of golden light erupted from Jiang Xia's body, scattering in all directions. Instantly, the Duntian shuttle he wore could no longer conceal him. In an instant, it drew the attention of one strange beast after another. They turned their gazes toward him, their eyes solid with apprehension, yet tinged with a hint of craving. Boom! Noticing this scene, Jiang Xia even forgot about the awakening of his bloodline. He frantically activated the sky-slipping shuttle, carving golden streaks through the void as he fled toward the direction of the Earth's fissure. Roar! 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 In an instant, all the ferocious beasts erupted into chaos. The craving in their eyes gradually transformed into bloodthirsty glints as they madly pursued Jiang Xia, unleashing terrifying waves of energy. This scene intensified the urgency in Jiang Xia's heart. Among these auras, he even detected a familiar presence, that humanoid-headed bird beast. Amidst its furious roars, Jiang Xia could discern a torrent of profanity. This thought spurred him into even greater urgency. He summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, all while not forgetting to activate the Candle Dragon's eye. As a hazy glow spread out, the surrounding beasts seemed trapped within black and white frames, frozen in place. Among them, the most enraged was the bird beast with a human head, which seemed ready to tear Jiang Xia to shreds at any moment. The moment it broke free from the strange light, it lunged to crush Jiang Xia no bigger than an ant into a pool of blood mist. Yet, to its fury, the previous scene repeated itself. All the golden light retracted, and not a single trace of Jiang Xia could be found anywhere in the heavens and earth. Fury split its beak wide, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. Countless beasts were crushed by the terrifying aura in that instant, instantly reduced to piles of dust. At the same time, along the edges of the fissured canyon, within crevices shrouded in streaks of dawnlight, Jiang Xia, concealed by the aurora and the sky-slipping shuttle, flashed a hint of relief in her eyes. He had nearly blown it just now. Not only had the familiar human-headed bird beast appeared, but the strange phenomenon triggered by his awakened bloodline had also drawn several other beings, each no weaker than the human-headed bird beast itself. Master, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique, Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon's manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Divine ability. Purple extreme demon fire is the signature flame of a demonic realm titan, perfected to overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path certifying artifact. Een soul white bone banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy. Sacred burning true demon scripture unique. Level 30 Bloodline second awakening. Class Demon cultivator. Inventory. Heart of the silver-winged Jiang Xia king, corpse of the blazing golden phoenix, whirlwind turtle shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, sky darting shuttle equipped, spirit eye tree plantable materialization permission exchangeable. As Jiang Xia scanned the updated information on his system panel, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. It had been a harrowing ordeal, but the rewards were substantial. Without this beast tied, relying solely on his own efforts, he would have had to grind for several more days before possibly breaking through to level 30. Chapter 29, Pulling Chestnuts Out of the Fire. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Xia's consciousness sank deeper within him. He could now see a golden pill deep inside his body, billowing with rolling black mist and radiating a sinister, terrifying aura. 9 orifices were carved into its surface. It pulsed as if about to erupt with unimaginable power. A faint smile touched Jiang Xia's lips as he sensed all this. The benefits of advancing to level 30 and condensing a demon pill extended far beyond this. He could sense his lifespan had significantly increased, promising a longer life. Exactly how much longer remained to be determined upon returning for testing. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia finally turned his gaze to the crack now spewing out rays of rosy light. Massive, ferocious beasts rushed in, jostling one another. Some even clashed violently at the fissure's edge. Streams of blood splattered across the sky, and the thick, bloodthirsty aura mingled with the raging demonic winds. Their rampage was so fierce it nearly overshadowed the rosy light pouring from the crack. This only deepened Jiang Xia's curiosity. What could possibly lie within, drawing such a torrent of demonic beasts to fight and die so fiercely? One thing was certain, unimaginably valuable treasures must lie within. This thought brought a flicker of hesitation to Jiang Xia's face. Glancing at the remaining half of his beta test login time, he wavered internally. He agonized over whether to follow, debating if the risk was truly worth it. After all, this body of his bore the bloodline talent of a celestial grade being, having awakened twice to manifest the Candle Dragon's Eye and the Candle Dragon Dharma formed truly god-defying abilities. He was only at level 30. If he advanced further, who knew what else might awaken? Even though death carried no penalty in the current game, Jiang Xia still hesitated to take that risk. What if? What if? After death, there was a high probability that this body within the mythic era would be reset. Would it still be granted such formidable talents then? But turning away from such an opportunity right before his eyes felt a bit unreasonable. If it could benefit the Great Xia, if an opportunity to make the Great Xia stronger were to be squandered like this, Jiang Xia would regret it. Damn it, I'm taking a gamble. After wrestling with the decision, a resolute glint hardened in Jiang Xia's eyes. Behind him stood the entire Great Xia. For the Great Xia that was willing to sacrifice everything to fully support him. Jiang Xia wouldn't tolerate any mishaps. Before the rampaging beasts descended, they must possess sufficient strength to defend themselves. With this thought, the last shred of hesitation vanished from his heart. Jiang Xia's intent flickered, and the sky-darting sled surged into motion. His entire form transformed into a streak of light, weaving ceaselessly through the void. He plunged headlong into the multicolored, misty glow of the sunset. Adrenaline surged through his veins, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from his chest. After all, what he was doing now was no different from trying to pull chestnuts out of the fire. The beast type contained several creatures no less formidable than the human-headed bird, their auras even more overwhelming, their terrifying forms obscuring the sky. Just one glance sent shivers down Jiang Xia's spine. One could only imagine the immense pressure he faced, attempting to pluck chestnuts from the fire within this chaos. After drawing a deep breath, he channeled all his focus into piloting the sky-slipping shuttle. Fortunately, as a specialized piece of equipment, the sky-slipping shuttle possessed unimaginable prowess in concealing its presence and escaping. For now, those terrifying beasts couldn't detect his aura. This brought Jiang Xia some relief, yet also a pang of regret. If only he'd known earlier, he should have just bought an escape device outright. Then he wouldn't have wasted so much money only to hear a loud bang. He could have easily evaded the pursuit of that bird beast with a human head. But back then, he had little grasp of the beast's tiers: common beasts, transcendent beasts, fierce beasts, lord-level fierce beasts, marquis-level fierce beasts, and sovereign-level fierce beasts. He hadn't delved too deeply into the upper tiers. He'd only learned about these from a bestiary he'd found in the system shop. Soon, the sky-darting shuttle halted abruptly before a luminous membrane. As if encountering some barrier, this sudden halt caused Jiang Xia's expression to grow serious as he gazed toward the membrane. In the distance, boiling magma stretched endlessly. The scorching heat made even breathing a struggle, while the swirling aurora radiated unimaginable spiritual energy. With a single breath, Jiang Xia felt his entire being drift into a state of blissful ecstasy, his demonic arts heritage stirring involuntarily within him. Master, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by user's level. Divine ability, purple extreme demon fire is the signature flame of a demonic realm titan, perfected to suppress the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and ancient starfields. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul white bone banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred burning true demon scripture unique. Level, 30 bloodline second awakening plus. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, Silverwing Yexia King's Heart, Blazing Golden Phoenix Corpse, Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, Sky Darting Shuttle equipped, Spirit Eye Tree plantable materialization permission, exchangeable. Clearly visible on the system panel, the experience bar was slowly but steadily increasing. Though not substantial, it was enough to delight Jiang Xia. For the treasures lurking within the magma were beyond imagination. Bringing them back would surely give Elder Chen and the others a huge surprise. The only headache for Jiang Xia was how to extract the chestnuts from the fire. Outside the light membrane, the ferocious beasts surging in were strangely silent, yet their eyes gleamed with unimaginable ferocity. Especially the terrifying beasts at the forefront, they surpassed even the mightiest of kings. They posed an unimaginable threat to him. Standing among these beasts, he felt his heart tremble with fear, his little heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Even the seasoned veteran among them knew that if he showed himself, he would face unimaginable consequences. Gurgle. As Jiang Xia's thoughts raced, the lava suddenly began to boil even more violently. The surrounding beasts grew restless, their demonic aura and malevolent energy intensifying. The pressure warped the surrounding void itself. This intensified the pressure on Jiang Xia, trapped amidst the ferocious beasts, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. P.S. The author has drifted through half a lifetime without finding a wise ruler. All I ask for is a golden vote. Chapter 30, the Candle Dragon manifestation runs rampant, overpowering the three great monsters. The searing aura left him parched and tense, his nerves stretched taut, daring not to relax even slightly. His gaze fixed intently on the light membrane, where he could faintly discern something churning and rolling out from within the magma. This left Jiang Xia feeling uncertain, unsure if he could outmaneuver these ferocious beasts. Boom! As the light barrier shattering the magma, the previously still scene erupted into chaos. One by one, the ferocious beasts reared their heads, roaring with fury. Roar! 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 The sound seemed to pierce the void, nearly causing Jiang Xia, who was desperately trying to hide, to lose his grip and tumble out of the void. Boom! Before the thought could fully form, a vast cloud of blood mist erupted. Several beasts as massive as mountains were instantly obliterated into a spray of blood. All the beasts lost control, clashing violently within the void. Waves of divine light surged wildly, radiating unimaginable destructive power. This sight sent a chill down Jiang Xia's spine, already trembling with fear. He frantically activated the sky darting shuttle, darting and dodging to hide. If he were to be grazed by even a single strike, he'd likely meet his grandmother in the afterlife. This incident further shook his already wavering resolve. Yet, as the strange treasures within gradually revealed themselves, Jiang Xia couldn't suppress his desire. After all, fortune favors the bold. If he couldn't even take this small risk, forget helping the great Xia Empire. Whether the storm's survival itself would be uncertain once the Mountain Sea era descended upon reality. After much deliberation, Jiang Xia gritted his teeth and plunged forward. Fortune favors the bold. Swish, swish, swish. The sky-darting sled streaked through the void, transforming Jiang Xia into a streak of light. He drew ever closer to the center. At that moment, several sovereign-level beasts had already reached the center of the magma ocean ahead of him. Without restraint, they erupted into battle. Countless approaching beasts instantly exploded into sprays of blood mist. Occasionally, the corpse of a beast radiating overwhelming power plummeted from the void, only to be consumed by the boiling magma below. This scene sent shivers down Jiang Xia's spine, yet it also stirred a hint of envy within him. Any creature capable of surviving a battle among several sovereign-level beings and retaining an intact corpse was at least a marquee-level beast. Killing just one could yield vast amounts of experience, but Jiang Xia dared not entertain such thoughts. He quickly shifted his gaze to the distant magma. A stone radiating a 5-colored divine light erupted from the molten core, emanating a heart-stopping aura. In that instant, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. All the ferocious beasts instinctively halted their movements, their gazes turning in unison toward the molten lava. The terrifying fluctuations of energy instantly reduced the weaker beasts nearby to misty clouds of blood. Even several beasts far surpassing the sovereign realm were affected by the divine metal. Boom! Witnessing this, Jiang Xia abandoned all caution to conceal his presence. Gritting his teeth, he frantically activated the sky-splitting shuttle. Transforming into a golden beam of light, he shot straight toward the 5-colored divine metal. Roar! 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 Several ferocious beasts surpassing the sovereign rank froze momentarily upon spotting Jiang Xia. Only after regaining their senses did they erupt in furious roars, their eyes blazing with savage intent. A mere ant dared to stir the soil beneath their feet? Especially the bird beast with a human head. The instant it detected Jiang Xia's presence, it unleashed a devastating aura. 2 beams of vicious divine light shot from its eyes, locking onto Jiang Xia's form. Roar! The furious roar caused the entire sea of magma to boil violently. Yet a scene even more infuriating than before unfolded before its eyes. A strange, damned light once again flared from Jiang Xia's eyes, freezing everything around him in place. It was Jiang Xia activating the candle dragon's eye. In a flash of thought, an ancient aura appeared above the magma sea. All the ferocious beasts froze in place, their eyes flashing with terror. This was the suppression of bloodline. Even those monstrous beasts terrifying beyond kings were affected. A terrifying figure descended from unknown realms into this world. With a mere shift, it seemed to suppress the entire spacetime, causing some beasts to collapse under the pressure. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the transcended beast X11155. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating ferocious beast X131546. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the transcended beast X14154. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the transcended beast X15562. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the transcended beast X14556. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the Lord Ferocious Beast X1155622. Ignoring the voices ringing in his ears, Jiang Xia seized the moment when all the beasts were suppressed, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. He descended before the divine metal, a meter tall and shimmering with multicolored light. Ignoring the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the divine metal and the skin cracking on his body, he directly stowed the entire piece of divine metal into his inventory. Only after completing this did he frantically activate the sky-slipping shuttle, fleeing madly toward the fisher's exit. Roar! 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 The ferocious beasts, having just broken free from the candle dragon's suppression and witnessed everything, were enraged to the extreme. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red light as they roared and charged toward Jiang Xia. They seemed determined not to rest until they tore Jiang Xia to shreds. Feeling the pressure closing in from behind, Jiang Xia forced himself to turn despite his fear. Activating the candle dragon's eye, he once again summoned the candle dragon Dharma form and lashed out horizontally at the advancing beasts. Terrifying power erupted around him, and in his hands appeared a 9-section bamboo staff engraved with the 7 stars. Boom! Dark clouds instantly filled the void as thunderous snakes danced wildly, sweeping everything in their path. Raging across the sea of lightning, many king-level ferocious beasts were caught off guard and suffered heavy wounds. The vanguard beasts had their momentum shattered. Ignoring the chaos, Jiang Xia swiftly darted toward the exit. Within mere breaths, he vanished through the portal. Roar! 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 Even after propelling the Sky Escape shuttle for thousands of miles, Jiang Xia could still faintly hear the furious roars. This left Jiang Xia with no thought of stopping. He drove the Sky Escape shuttle even more frantically, fleeing at breakneck speed, heedless of the terrifying cracks erupting across his body or the blood spattering everywhere. He pushed the candle dragon blood within him to its boiling limit, desperately accelerating the Duntian shuttle's flight. The destructive aura trailing behind him hung like a sword poised above his head, ready to strike at any moment. This left Jiang Xia with no room for complacency, for he now faced a crisis unlike any he had ever encountered. Chapter 31, The Hope of Formation Stirs the Generals. Earlier, a single seasoned veteran had already put him in grave danger. Now, provoking 3 or 4 beasts no weaker than the first had Jiang Xia drenched in sweat. Feeling death's threat looming at any moment, he didn't even have time to consider whether his body was exhausted. Blood spattered through the air, and the intense pain made stars dance before his eyes. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he ignited the Duntian shuttle's primordial essence, instantly traversing several voids before plunging headfirst into the void. Phew! Only after the deadly aura faded did Jiang Xia finally breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing face first into a mountain hollow. Though his body still throbbed with agony, it couldn't mask the surge of excitement within him. His brows relaxed completely as he gazed upon the multicolored glow emanating from the divine metal in his inventory. This divine metal commanded a staggering price of over 10 trillion in the system store, and its exchange was strictly tier-restricted. One couldn't even qualify for redemption below level 60. Yet here he was, having snatched it from the jaws of death, literally plucking it from the mouths of several beings surpassing even kings and securing it for himself. Just thinking about it made Jiang Xia feel as if he were living in a dream. What truly thrilled him, however, wasn't the divine metal's value of trillions, but its potential as the core of the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great array. Combined with the spiritite tree he had obtained earlier, it could serve as the source of the formation. This would greatly enhance Great Xia's ability to withstand the rampage of ferocious beasts, potentially even preventing casualties. It would transform the ravaging natural disaster into capital for the Great Xia's celebration. The mere thought of it made Jiang Xia's smile impossible to contain. Only after suppressing his chaotic thoughts did he find time to assess the injuries his body had sustained. Facing this calamity of ferocious beasts, it was no exaggeration to say he was covered in wounds. Confronting several beasts surpassing the might of sovereigns still sent shivers down his spine at the memory. Given the chance to choose again, he wasn't sure he'd muster the same courage. Fortunately, besides this divine metal, he'd also gathered numerous beast corpses. This would allow for a faster overall enhancement of the Great Xia's strength. Beyond that, his own level had risen by 2 tiers. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, whose power scales with the user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon fired the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture Unique. Level, 32 Bloodline 2nd Awakening. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Spirit Eye Tree Plantable Materialization Permission, exchangeable 5-colored Divine Gold. Level 32. Just these 2 levels alone demanded an unimaginable amount of experience. How much time would Jiang Xia have to spend painstakingly grinding those exotic beasts? Before the Mythic era descended, the preciousness of mere days was beyond imagination. After closing the system interface, he dragged his heavy body to a secluded underground chamber to slowly recover his injuries. All the while, he remained vigilant for any powerful auras that might appear, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Danger lurked everywhere in the Shanghai world. At any moment, a giant foot could plunge from the sky. Just like that bird beast with a human head earlier. Fortunately, no misfortune befell him. The process of healing his wounds lasted a full dozen hours. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Your beta experience has concluded. Successfully exiting the Shanghai era. As the system's cold voice echoed, Jiang Xia finally relaxed completely. Swish, swish, swish. As his body solidified, a series of tense gazes turned to look at him. Comrade Jiang, why did you end the cooldown period early this time? It was old Chen who broke the awkward silence. Well. Jiang Xia hesitated before voicing his conjecture. Could it be that the Mythic era is approaching soon, which is why the test cooldown period has shortened? He had just checked and noticed it was significantly shorter than before. A heavy weight settled over everyone's hearts. Looks like we need to pick up the pace and accelerate our plans. We must complete it before the Mythical era descends upon reality. We must convert all of Great Xia's assets into sufficient foundational strength to secure more resources. After a moment of contemplation, old Chen seemed to make up his mind. He turned and made a call to notify all departments before returning to the room. From here on out, I'm counting on you, Comrade Xiao Jiang. Seeing old Chen's solemn expression and the eager gazes of the assembled leaders in the room, a lump formed in Jiang Xia's throat. It took him a long moment before he could finally manage to speak. This time entering the Mythical era, we encountered a beast tide. Besides obtaining a large quantity of ferocious beast meat, our greatest gains were the Spirit Eye Tree and the 5 elements Divine Metal. As he spoke, Jiang Xia elaborated on the specific functions of the 5 elements Divine Metal. This sent waves of excitement through the elders. The 5 elements Heaven's Sealing Demon Binding Great Array. If they could successfully deploy it, it would undoubtedly become the Great Xia Empire's greatest defense against the calamity of monstrous beasts. It might even enable them to launch counterattacks and seize more resources. Such a possibility was not beyond the realm of possibility. Previously, the staggering cost tens of trillions of credits and the exchange qualifications required had left them all sighing in despair at the 5 elements Heaven's Sealing Demon Binding Great Array. Not to mention the vast quantities of spirit stones required to sustain the array. Now, with the Spirit Eye Tree in hand, nothing seemed beyond reach anymore. Exchange the 5 elements Divine Metal and the Spirit Eye Tree. It will require 200 trillion credits. Hesitating for a moment, Jiang Xia poured a bucket of cold water on the elders' excitement. 200 trillion was no small sum. Though the previous funds hadn't been fully utilized, they still needed to scour for nearly 100 trillion in capital. For the Great Xia Empire to squeeze out over 100 trillion in such a short time was no easy feat. No matter how difficult it gets, we must grit our teeth and endure. We absolutely must raise more funds. Anything less is unacceptable. Deploying the Grand Formation requires even more materials, which must be exchanged from the real world. Even if we have to sell everything we own, we must complete the array. Chapter 32, Letting the Eastern Dragon Soar Once More. Not only Elder Chen, but the other elders were equally stirred. Not a single voice raised objection to this resolution. The sense of urgency brought by the mythical era was equally unimaginable. Fortunately, the emergence of the five elements divine gold and the spirit eye tree offered them a glimmer of hope. The thought of repelling the monstrous beasts of the mountains and seas, sparing the people of Great Xia from calamity, was thrilling beyond words. Heaven only knew how these septuagenarians and octogenarians had endured upon learning of the impending rampage of monstrous beasts and the impending devastation of Great Xia's living creatures. Their hair fell out in handfuls, and they never slept a single peaceful night. Now, however, as long as the five elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great formation could be deployed. Even if it couldn't shield all of Daxia, having a retreat as sanctuary to shelter its people was infinitely better than becoming prey in the beast tide. Comrade Xiao Jiang, the Great Xia will spare no effort to provide you with sufficient funding. We will procure all necessary materials to complete the formation. This matter is of utmost importance. As he spoke, Elder Chen bowed deeply to Jiang Xia with solemn respect. This left Jiang Xia feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. How could he possibly accept such a gesture? He quickly stepped back to avoid Chen Lao before hastily responding. Senior Chen, even if you hadn't said it, I would have seen this through. After all, the land of Daxia nurtured me. How could I ever forget my roots? Without the various policy supports from Daxia, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. I'd still be struggling to survive in the mountain sea world. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, smiles spread across all the elders' faces. Clearly, they were deeply satisfied with him. A young entrepreneur who understood gratitude unlike certain others whose hearts had been devoured by swine and dogs. Those who bleed the nation dry, obsessed with fleeing abroad, they deserve to be hung from street lamps. After leaving Jiang Xia's room, the group of leaders gathered once more in the conference hall. This time, key officials from all major departments of the Great Xia Empire had been summoned. The previous operations had been far too slow, leaving Elder Chen and the other leaders deeply dissatisfied. This impatience only intensified after the emergence of the five elements divine gold and the spirit eye tree. After all, the timing of deploying the five elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great formation. It determined how much damage the Great Xia Empire could avoid, how many casualties it could minimize, and how much strength it could gain when facing the calamity of the beastly beasts. Could they seize the opportunity presented by this calamity to achieve their goals? Could they realize the Eastern Dragon's rebirth and soaring flight? This was the most fervent hope within their finite lifetimes. Yet the current international landscape and the challenges confronting the Great Xia capital running rampant, bureaucracy bloated and unmanageable left them with little hope. Unexpectedly, the dawn of the mythic era and Jiang Xia's emergence reignited the flame of hope within them. Thus, after reaching an agreement, they made an immediate decision. Some matters could not be delayed. Whoever dragged their feet would be branded a traitor to the nation, forever nailed to the pillar of shame. The cadres below were far more tense. For most of them, this was their first encounter with such a scene. Facing so many high-ranking officials gathered together for a meeting all at once made them tremble uncontrollably. After all, any one of these elderly figures bearing the stars of generalship was someone they could never hope to approach or meet, no matter how many connections they cultivated over a lifetime. Amidst the tension, a quiet excitement stirred within them. Those who had been briefed beforehand and had prior experience cooperating with such figures, however, carried themselves with far greater composure than the newcomers. Quiet, please. After gathering his thoughts, Old Chen turned to the audience with a solemn expression. I know many of you don't understand why so many have been summoned here, or what we intend to do. But let me be clear, the Great Xia Empire now stands at a moment of life and death. Only by uniting our efforts can we overcome this crisis. Therefore, as an old man with one foot in the grave, I earnestly implore each of you to contribute your strength and help the Great Xia nation overcome this crisis. The moment Old Chen finished speaking, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone grew unnervingly somber, frozen in place for a long moment. High-ranking officials, each holding crucial positions, stared at Old Chen in utter bewilderment. The notion of a life or death moment left them all speechless. While tensions between Daxia and the West had indeed escalated, had things truly reached the point of life and death? Who could possibly threaten Daxia's very existence? Which nation on this planet possessed such power? Their deep-rooted national confidence had left them momentarily dazed. After a long pause, they stammered out a question. Old Chen. Is this an April Fool's prank? We don't do that sort of thing in Great Xia. Ha ha. Who could possibly threaten the very existence of Great Xia? One Dongfeng missile delivered, and even the eagle would have to kneel obediently. We won't let it rise, and it wouldn't dare move an inch. Especially the officers from the military supply departments, all of them smiled with confidence. It's no wonder they felt this way. The Great Xia Empire was no longer what it once was. Its military equipment and weaponry had far surpassed the Western world. Otherwise, the West wouldn't be growing increasingly subservient toward Great Xia. What they failed to notice, however, was that many cadres privy to advance information were watching them with amused expressions, stifling their laughter. This left them utterly perplexed and deeply puzzled. Yet, the words that followed from Old Chen plunged everyone into utter shock. What if I told you, old man, that Great Xia's enemies aren't from the West? What if they're beings who arrived in this world from another time and space? Natural disasters ravaged the land. Ferocious beasts roam unchecked. These words fell, and now the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. Of course, they didn't believe this explanation. They were simply stunned that such words could come from old Lin's mouth. Click. Before they could react, the projection screen illuminated. Displayed was the complete corpse of a ferocious beast, none other than the Silver Moon Wolf King. Even in death, its presence radiated a palpable aura of savagery. This creature belonged to no species found on Earth. At this sight, every face in the room shifted dramatically. They would rather believe this was an April Fool's prank than accept the possibility of a parallel dimension manifesting and such a ferocious creature existing. The corpse, towering like a small mountain, filled everyone with an uneasy foreboding. Especially when Old Chen spoke next, shattering their last shred of hope. This giant wolf corpse is currently within the military zone. Chapter 33, Gov't Xia must accelerate its pace. And this is merely the most insignificant of the ferocious beasts. Beasts far more formidable than this abound, too numerous to count. Some are so colossal they block out the sky. Even our nuclear weapons, our last line of defense, are utterly useless against them. Therefore, comrades, abandon any lingering hope. Before long, these creatures will descend upon the lands of Gov't Xia in droves, rampaging unchecked across our territory. We must prepare in advance to ensure the safety of our people. As Old Chen's impassioned voice faded, the entire assembly fell into silence. Even facing the projection alone, one could imagine the sheer terror these beasts would bring. Could Earth's technology truly withstand them? Sigh. How could this happen? No wonder the state sold off state-owned enterprises and mobilized funds regardless of the consequences. This must be why. So this is what we're facing, an alien beast invasion. Within the conference room, every high-ranking official present wore a look of deep concern. Those who had received advance notice weren't faring much better, harboring little hope against such formidable beasts. Tense gazes converged on the group led by Elder Chen. Enough. Seeing this, Elder Chen clapped his hands. Simultaneously, the projection screen instantly switched to Jiang Xia's image. The sudden shift left everyone utterly bewildered. For a long moment, they stared blankly at Old Chen, utterly confused. Many high-ranking officials recognized Jiang Xia in the projection. The youngest and most promising entrepreneur in the Magic City, he was also a classic example of the poor suddenly striking it rich. Having just built his empire, he couldn't wait to squander it. He had now been listed as a cautionary tale across all enterprises in the Gov't Xia Empire. Many of you may not understand, but I must tell you, it was precisely this young man's emergence that made this old man realize what the Gov't Xia Empire is about to face. It is also this young man who has shown me the hope for our Gov't Xia to withstand the calamity of the ferocious beasts. As he spoke, Old Chen elaborated on the events surrounding Jiang Xia, the mythic era, and the phenomenon of pay to win. This left the assembled executives both astonished and delighted, while also giving them a true understanding of why such vast sums were required. If they had been hesitant and reluctant to cooperate before, now they were all eager to support him with their feet. They also realized that Jiang Xia wasn't mad in trying to squander the entire family fortune. If they were in his shoes, they'd sell everything too, especially upon hearing that cultivation techniques offered a chance at eternal life. Fear of the impending rampage of monstrous beasts vanished entirely. Perhaps these creatures had come as offerings, destined to become the Gov't Xia Empire's feast, a sumptuous banquet to be savored. Hold your excitement for now. Let's discuss the next steps. Since Comrade Xiao Jiang has brought back the 5 elements divine metal and the spirit tree, this necessitates adjustments to the Gov't Xia's upcoming plans. The most urgent task is to deploy an array from the Demon Path's legacy. Only with this array will Gov't Xia possess the means to withstand the calamity of the beasts and ensure the survival of its people. Furthermore, this legacy must be disseminated widely and swiftly, which will also accelerate the construction of the array. They had witnessed the immense scale of the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array firsthand. It was absolutely beyond the capability of a single individual to complete. Countless demon cultivators would need to cooperate to lay the foundational array bases. This single step alone posed a formidable challenge to the current Gov't Xia, primarily due to the severe shortage of demonic cultivators. After suppressing his scattered thoughts, Elder Chen continued. For now, we can only fully implement the cultivation legacy within the military. As for the civilian populace, that remains off the table for now. All the cadres present were acutely aware of the darker aspects of human nature, so no one raised objections. The proposal passed unanimously. Simultaneously, they deliberated on a disposal plan for state-owned assets. The 5 elemental divine metals in the spirit tree must be exchanged out at the fastest possible pace. Furthermore, as myth converged with reality, immense problems would inevitably arise across all sectors of the real world. Funds and wealth scattered among the populace must be uniformly recovered. After the mythic era begins, unified distribution and settlement will follow, a process requiring considerable effort. Otherwise, when the beasts rampage, the wealth in the hands of the common folk. The paramount task now was to complete the transition of the wealth system without disrupting the current economy. This final challenge left every official present with a headache, yet not a single one showed any sign of difficulty or retreat. Gov't Xia was a nation born of miracles. When disaster struck, the Western world favored evasion and avoidance, while only Gov't charged headlong into adversity, overcoming all obstacles to forge miracles. Even though it seemed impossible to anyone else to deploy the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array with the 5 elements divine gold and the spirit eye tree. Yet these individuals were determined to attempt it, firmly believing success was within their grasp. After the meeting concluded, leaders and cadres from every department returned to their posts, immediately diving into executing the planned tasks without a word. Soon, several major state-owned enterprises entered the auction process. Simultaneously, the Gov't Dragon Bank was launched, granting ordinary citizens the right to subscribe to shares in these SOEs. The bank also raised interest rates, offering an annual return of nearly 1/3. This news sent Gov't's populace into a frenzy of excitement. After all, this was the Dragon Bank of Daxia, the foremost of the nation's 3 major banks, not some fraudulent scheme. People eagerly pulled out most of their savings to subscribe. Many capitalists couldn't help but feel envious. Has the Gov't gone mad? Handing out money to cheapen these rabble? Paying back 1/3 in interest? Do they even deserve it? Damn it, all got money to burn? If they weren't strapped for cash, why sell off their companies? Looks like a new way to fleece the public. Rumors spread like wildfire, especially as one state-owned enterprise after another began listing themselves for sale. Though production hadn't halted outright, the impact was immense. Everyone wondered what could possibly drive Daxia to this. Yet despite the bewilderment, investors threw themselves into this gluttonous feast of devouring state-owned enterprises. Many even staked their entire fortunes, hoping to pull off the impossible feat of the small swallowing the large. Chapter 34, Evacuation of Citizens Abroad, Foreign Media Shocked. Has Daxia gone mad? This move was easily detected by regulators. Yet surprisingly, the officials overseeing the financial ecosystem seemed to turn a blind eye. They paid no attention whatsoever to the capital's various maneuvers, allowing them to smoothly acquire more than enough assets. They were nearly beside themselves with glee, secretly mocking the Gov't's foolish actions behind closed doors. Who on earth gave such an idiotic order? Once we weather the toughest phase, I'll be on par with those top-tier families. I never thought my assets would ever surpass 10 billion in this lifetime. Who knows what possessed the Gov't, but it's a blessing in disguise. Once I've saved enough, I'm emigrating overseas. I'm heading to the West to live like a king. I've had enough of this backward Gov't. If it weren't for raking in the cash, I'd have thrown myself into the arms of Uncle Eagle long ago. Why would I stay in this godforsaken place? This is the perfect chance to complete my capital replacement and leave once I've saved enough. Meanwhile, as the accelerated sale of assets proceeded, the Gov't Ministry of Information simultaneously issued a call urging all Gov't nationals abroad to return to the homeland as soon as possible. Simultaneously, it ordered the swift settlement of trade with all nations, the repatriation of assets sold abroad, and the abandonment of all diplomatic contracts. The news sent shockwaves across the nation and the world. People couldn't believe Daxia would make such a reckless move, first selling off state-owned enterprises, now severing diplomatic ties with other countries. This was the prelude to isolationism. It was truly unimaginable that the current Gov't would make such a decision. What shocked the entire Western world even more was that Gov't had proactively withdrawn from its seat among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, relinquishing all rights to intervene in international affairs. It even issued orders to withdraw its peacekeeping forces and Green Medical Organization personnel stationed worldwide, strictly commanding the swiftest possible completion of mandatory citizen evacuations. This move once again caused a huge stir on foreign websites. What is Daxia doing? They're actually withdrawing their overseas Chinese. My countrymen, students were in class when helicopters suddenly disrupted everything. They've lost their minds, completely lost their minds. Are they even taking back the aid-built signal towers and power stations? Scraping them for scrap metal? Do these Gov't people have any conscience left? They're too cruel. Are they trying to emulate the Qing dynasty? Do they really want to isolate themselves? One foreigner after another struggled to accept it. The indirect consequences of Gov't's actions were already overwhelming for them, let alone the direct economic losses. Many small Belt and Road nations were even facing bankruptcy, left utterly dumbfounded. Yet the Gov't authorities paid no heed to their plight, acting with ruthless efficiency to withdraw all investments and evacuate their citizens. Some refused to cooperate with the national directive, intending to remain in the Western world. The Gov't government showed no leniency. After issuing official statements and warnings, seeing no signs of reconsideration from these individuals, the Gov't government decisively revoked their citizenship and household registrations, fulfilling their aspirations for the Western world. Gov't. Longdu Military District. Old Chen, the funds have now exceeded 300 trillion. Some overseas assets, investments, and circulating funds have been preliminarily repatriated. The remaining scattered holdings will require time for further dilution and recovery. Regarding the evacuation of our citizens and the recall of overseas students, it's a bit. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood respectfully beside Old Chen, reporting all the gains since the operation began. But when he reached the part about the students, he hesitated, unsure how to proceed. A man in military uniform stood respectfully beside Elder Chen, reporting on all the gains since the operation began. Those unscrupulous capitalists were one thing, but to think that the future of Great Xia, these very students, could be so infatuated with foreign cultures, showing not a shred of patriotism? Merely studying abroad had turned them into Westerners? This was nothing short of a failure of Great Xia's education system. The mere thought of it left old Chen feeling deeply frustrated. He hadn't missed the comments left on foreign websites. The blatant insults and slander, the twisted smears, they left this man approaching 70 at a loss for how to respond. With a touch of resignation, he waved his hand and sighed. Enough. What's done is done. Let them be. Even if we brought them back, what good would it do? Getting these people to contribute would be more painful than killing them. With the Great Xia facing unimaginable calamity, it's best they don't return to cause further chaos. Educational reforms must be thoroughly overhauled. With that, old Chen left the office, his spirit thoroughly dampened. Meanwhile, Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture unique. Level, 32 Bloodline 2nd Awakening. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Spirit Eye Tree exchanged materialization permission, exchangeable 5 elements divine metal exchanged. Glancing at the Spirit Eye Tree and 5 elements divine metal already materialized and exchanged on the system panel. A faint smile touched Jiang Xia's face. He promptly retrieved the items before instructing the guard to dispatch demon cultivator warriors to carry them. He had materialized these items long ago, once sufficient funds became available. This matter concerned the fate of the Great Xia Empire and the resistance against the calamity of the monstrous beasts. Even Elder Chen had been alarmed and personally rushed to the scene. All eyes were mesmerized by the multicolored divine metal shimmering with radiant light, and the Spirit Eye Tree emanating streaks of spiritual radiance. Merely standing nearby and breathing in the air, warriors cultivating the demon summoning art could feel themselves growing stronger at a visibly perceptible pace. Soon, Jiang Xia retrieved several pre-exchanged talismans from his inventory. These talismans could block spiritual pressure and reduce weight. He affixed them to the 5 elements divine metal and the Spirit Eye Tree. Only then did he direct the group to carry the 5 elements divine metal and the Spirit Eye Tree out of the warehouse. Chapter 35, Selling Assets Can't Match Printing Money. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I entrust the next task to you. We've raised over 300 trillion in funds now, combined with the previous 200 trillion. Will this suffice in the short term for deploying the Grand Formation? Ensure the array is fully deployed before the calamity of the monstrous beasts descends. Otherwise, old Chen's voice faltered as he spoke. He couldn't bear to imagine the Great Xia enduring another catastrophe like the one from years past. How could they ever face the spirits of those who sacrificed their lives? If questioned, how could he possibly answer? Was he supposed to admit he failed to protect the Great Xia in the face of disaster? This is indeed a bit difficult. Jiang Xia had no solution either. Merely materializing items from the game in advance required a staggering amount of funds, let alone purchasing them from the system's exploitative marketplace. To deploy a magical formation capable of shielding the entire Great Xia Empire required an immense amount of materials. Even with the Spirit Eye Tree powering the array, vast quantities of spirit stones were needed to sustain it and unleash its full might. All of this demanded funding. I understand. I'll expedite the funding arrangements immediately. Old Chen clenched his jaw, determined to urge the relevant departments to accelerate their progress and see if more funds could be secured. This left Jiang Xia feeling somewhat uneasy. After pondering for a moment, he quickly devised another feasible solution. Could we simply print more money ourselves to increase the capital supply? After all, once the mythic era arrives, the current economic system will collapse anyway. Printing more money now would be faster than selling off assets, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Old Chen visibly froze, unable to respond for a long moment. Initially tempted, he soon became deeply conflicted. It is possible, but doing so would likely cause incalculable repercussions, leaving many vulnerable to the shock of currency devaluation. The real fear is that chaos will erupt before the mythic era arrives. Just the currency devaluation and runaway inflation alone would be nearly impossible to contain. Unlike the timeline Jiang Xia had come from, this Great Xia had weathered multiple economic crises. Each time, it was only through the nation's formidable foundations that the turmoil had been barely contained. If this happens a few more times, they won't be able to handle it. Hesitation at this critical juncture is unthinkable. Even if we only harvest the meat from the spawned beasts, it would prevent the people of Great Xia from starving. Overthinking only ties our hands. I believe the immediate priority is how to survive this foreign beast disaster. Stop hesitating, Elder Chen. At worst, we can shift the consequences of printing money onto those treacherous capitalists and make them bear the burden. After all, in establishing a new economic system, how resources are allocated will ultimately be decided by us, won't it? Hearing Jiang Xia's words, Old Chen's hesitation and conflict eased considerably. After some consideration, he found the proposal quite feasible. It's just printing money. Let's do it. We can even make the Western countries share the burden. Aren't they always pushing for dollar hegemony? They print piles of dollars at will, forcing other nations to bear the inflationary consequences. Whatever reserves they hold, we'll absorb them all. It's perfect timing several engineering disputes remain unresolved. At this thought, Old Chen inwardly steeled himself. He had long despised the actions of Western nations. Now that he had the chance to repay them, he wouldn't let it slip away. Soon after a brief consultation with Jiang Xia, another meeting was hastily convened. The proposal to print new currency was passed at lightning speed, with documents distributed without wasting even a minute. After all, with the mythic era imminent, who would care if more banknotes were printed? In the end, they'd all be dumped onto the Western markets and those treacherous capitalists. After all, not a single one of those people hung from street lamps deserved pity. 10 men lined up for execution, 9 shot dead. The survivor was undoubtedly a lucky slip through the net, not a single innocent among them. Thinking about it, they felt a tinge of excitement. Pouring capital's value into the game, tossing worthless paper money to capital, hawkish Western world. It would save them a great deal of trouble. After the meeting concluded, the Minister of Finance of the Great Xia returned to the Ministry of Finance. He immediately took the issued documents and organized the printing of banknotes. What? Print an additional 50 trillion Great Xia currency? And this is merely the first phase? More printing to follow? This. The heads of the 3 major banks summoned to the meeting were all dumbfounded, unable to react for a long moment. They desperately wanted to press the finance minister for clarification. Was he speaking nonsense? Had a fever clouded his judgment? But considering he was their direct superior, they dared not offend him. They suppressed the urge and cautiously offered a suggestion. Minister, is there some misunderstanding here? If we actually print more money based on this, it could lead to major problems. Before the others could say more, the Minister of Finance of the Great Xia Empire cut them off coldly. Do as you're told. No questions asked. All I can tell you is that this involves classified information. Implement it promptly, don't delay. Anyone who drags their feet or refuses to cooperate will be considered a traitor to the Great Xia. Hearing the minister speak so decisively, the heads of the 3 major banks felt a lingering hesitation but dared not argue. After all, the official directive was clear, and they had no authority to refuse. After taking the documents, the 3 immediately launched the money printing operation. To the astonishment of their subordinates, they initiated the printing of 50 trillion yuan, working around the clock to produce sufficient banknotes. Simultaneously, military and police armored transport vehicles secretly hauled away the freshly printed, still warm banknotes. After completing the cash injection in Jiang Xia, these banknotes would be transported overseas through special channels, circulated once more, and exchanged for foreign currency. This scheme saved all of Daxia's overseas branches from closure. It also mandated that all border transactions be settled through Daxia's overseas branches. Though executed with extreme secrecy, this maneuver still drew attention. Western powers, however, dismissed it as nothing more than Great Xia attempting to emulate their practices, aiming to make the Great Xia currency a dominant force. They even couldn't resist mocking. No wonder Daxia's recent moves: isolationism, repatriating citizens, reclaiming all assets. Turns out they're trying to dump their currency on the Western world. Chapter 36, Foreign Media in an Uproar. Various online reports spread like wildfire across foreign networks. Led by overseas public intellectuals, joined by numerous overseas students and defectors, the relentless distortion and smear campaigns. This quickly drew widespread condemnation. What gives Daxia the right to act this way? They must stop immediately right now before it impacts the entire world. Who gave you the right to engage in such hegemonic actions? You are bullying the Western world. Do you realize this constitutes economic invasion? Cease all such intrusive actions immediately. Does Great Xia want to provoke a war? A barrage of sharp, distorted comments ignited a massive public outcry. Mockery and abuse flooded foreign websites, filled with condemnation of Great Xia. Did you know China dismantled and sold off all the power plants it built to aid Black Continent? Just because we're behind on electricity payments and refuse to settle the debt or repurchase the plants, they show zero humanitarianism. This is blatant discrimination. Longdu Military District. In a restroom, Jiang Xia watched the online backlash unfold, a faint, cold smile curling his lips. Just wait until the beast plague erupts. Then you'll learn what it means to have no regard for humanity. Congratulations, the sole hidden beta tester. Cooldown period has ended. Proceed to log into Shanghai era immediately? The system's icy voice snapped Jiang Xia back to reality. Log in. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected to log into the game. As the world around him shifted and transformed, Jiang Xia materialized within the Shanghai realm. Taking a deep breath, he didn't rush to grind monsters for experience. He had more pressing matters at hand. Opening the system shop, he swiftly scanned through the various materials. Recently, the Great Xia Empire had amassed several hundred trillion credits for him, and with more funds expected to arrive soon, Jiang Xia needed to convert all of it into materials for setting up the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great array. After some searching, Jiang Xia also set his sights on several consumables that could dramatically boost his strength in a short time. After all, refining these materials into array flags for the grand formation required considerable strength. Relying solely on himself, it would take ages to refine them. The dish would be cold by then. Therefore, he planned to bolster his warrior's strength as much as possible to hasten the array's deployment. After selecting items with no adverse effects, Jiang Xia finally turned his gaze toward the exotic beasts in the distance. He couldn't afford to waste precious leveling time. The stronger he became, the smoother the process of establishing this grand formation would be. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating 114,206 monstrous beasts. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcended Beast X11455. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating Lord Ferocious Beast X1178922. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcended Beast X16612. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcended Beast X14116. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcendent Beast X13118. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for reaching level 33. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, level up to 34. The system's voice sounded again in his ears, and Jiang Xia paused his actions. Glancing at the dwindling cooldown timer, a faint smile touched his lips. Finally caught up. He casually stowed the beast's corpse into his inventory and opened the system panel. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps. Duration, 1 minute Candle Dragon Manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by the user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture Unique. Level, 34 Bloodline Second Awakening. Occupation, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Spiral Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Materialization Permission exchangeable. Before the closed beta ended, I leveled up to 34. I could feel the demonic energy within me growing stronger. There was still ample time before the preparations for setting up the grand formation began. If I could reach level 40 within this time frame and condense a demon embryo within my body, it would be immensely beneficial for setting up the grand formation. Then there was the Purple Extreme Demon Fire. Ever since he broke through to level 30 and condensed his demon core, the fire's power had multiplied several times over. When unleashed, its flames surged tens of meters high. Yet it remained utterly ineffective against the 5 elements divine metal. The demonic flames scorched it, leaving not even a mark. Thus, Jiang Xia's plan required not only exchanging for sufficient materials and collecting the corpses of strange beasts, but also raising his level. Huff. At this realization, Jiang Xia drew a deep breath. With a flick of his wrist, a great banner billowing with rolling black mist appeared behind him. Within his body, raging demonic flames ignited, causing the golden light within him to flare up. The sight made Jiang Xia look utterly eerie, though he paid it little mind. With a sweeping gesture, the banner's surface rippled, and one after another, the monstrous beasts fell. Congratulations, the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, for defeating 17,895 transcended monsters. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating 156,246 ferocious beasts. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating 11,485 transcendent monsters. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating 17,486 transcendent monsters. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating 15,242 transcendent monsters. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating 131,180 transcendent monsters. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating Lord Beast X1141682. Ignoring the voices ringing in his ears, Jiang Xia charged like a wolf among sheep, racing against time to harvest one monstrous beast after another. Storing their corpses in his inventory, he sprinted toward the next gathering spot of monstrous beasts. Soon, his experience points skyrocketed at a visible pace. Before the cooldown ended, it climbed another notch, drawing a faint smile to Jiang Xia's lips. Esteemed soul hidden beta tester, your beta testing period has concluded. The public beta will commence in 3 months. We have shortened your closed beta cooldown. The unexpected notification made Jiang Xia, now back in reality, frown. 3 months. In 3 months, the mythical beasts of the Shanghai world would descend en masse upon the real world. Chapter 37, Mythic Era Countdown, 90 Days. This unexpected turn of events made even Jiang Xia feel a bit restless. Deploying the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array within a mere 3 months was no simple feat. Old Chen, who had also received the news, wore an equally grave expression. For the current Great Xia, this was a near impossible task. Yet, failure was not an option. The survival of the Great Xia people was at stake. There was no room for retreat. Every ounce of effort must be poured into completing the formation before the calamity struck. Comrade Xiaozhang, the next batch of funds will arrive shortly. Use these resources to build the foundations that will strengthen both the Great Xia and yourself. Do not be constrained by how the funds are utilized. All of Great Xia's funds are at your disposal. Spare no expense. The future rests entirely on your shoulders. Though not the first time he'd heard these words from Elder Chen, Jiang Xia still sensed an unprecedented weight in his tone. It made this venerable elder, burdened with military honors, appear slightly frail, his face etched with worry and deep concern for the future of Daxia. Jiang Xia said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Truthfully, he knew what needed to be done even without Old Chen's words. This wasn't just for the sake of the Great Xia Empire, but for himself as well. When the empire crumbled, how could any individual survive unscathed? If the ferocious beasts were allowed to run rampant, the fate awaiting him would hardly be pleasant. Without the Great Xia's backing, he might not even retain his celestial grade talent, let alone anything else. Without substantial funding, even grinding monsters for experience wouldn't be possible at this pace. Swish, swish, swish. After calming his nerves, Jiang Xia retrieved all his gains from this venture. Surveying the vast resources, a faint smile finally touched the stern face of Elder Chen. With these materials, they could convert more demonic cultivators into warriors. Moreover, they could roll out the demon cultivation program across the entire army, accelerating the construction of formations. Without the enhancement of demonic fire from demonic cultivators, even the most advanced furnace technology in Great Xia was powerless against the materials obtained from the mountain sea world. However, with the enhancement from warriors who had cultivated demonic flames, the materials miraculously melted without altering the furnace temperature, allowing the forging of the first 5 elements array flag. Upon learning this development, Elder Chen immediately accelerated the cultivation of demonic practitioners. Yet the flesh of ferocious beasts, essential for expediting cultivation, proved exceedingly difficult to source. Each time they materialized, only 1/3 of an entire corpse could be brought forth. Fortunately, these beasts were all colossal in size, otherwise, the task would have been even more arduous. It seems I must plant the spirit eye tree. Guessing Old Chen's thoughts, Jiang descended, recalling the spirit eye tree he had obtained earlier. If spiritual energy could be revived before the mythic era merged with reality, allowing more qualified warriors to begin cultivating the demon summoning art early, their chances would be significantly greater. With this in mind, Jiang Xia retrieved the exchanged spirit stones from his inventory. After briefly discussing it with Elder Chen, he headed to a warehouse. Most of the precious resources obtained from the mountain and sea world were sealed away here. Guards were stationed every 5 steps, sentries every 10, with defenses tightened to the utmost. Beep. After presenting his credentials and swiping his card, Jiang Xia retrieved the sealed spirit eye tree and proceeded to the very heart of the dragon capital military district. The entire spirit eye tree stood about 10 feet tall, enveloped in a 5-element aura of light, bearing a striking resemblance to the 5 elements divine metal. The assembled generals and high-ranking officials watching nearby all wore expressions of utter shock. As Jiang Xia's sealing talisman dissolved, points of radiance began to seep through. With just a single breath, they distinctly felt an unprecedented lightness in their bodies. Merely standing nearby and taking a casual breath produced such miraculous effects, especially for the many elderly individuals burdened with chronic ailments that defied cure. After lingering beside the spirit eye tree for but a short while, they began to feel their pain and suffering gradually fade away. How could they not be thrilled? It wasn't merely about their own physical ailments. What truly moved them was the hope they all glimpsed in the spirit eye tree, hope that Great Xia could withstand, even resist, the onslaught of monstrous beasts and natural calamities. They felt increasingly fortunate that, with Jiang Xia at its helm, the Great Xia Empire had already begun preparing to withstand unprecedented calamities while the Western world remained blissfully ignorant in its decadent revelry. The thought of the Great Xia suddenly facing such a calamity was too devastating to contemplate. Fortunately, hope remained. There was still time. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, directed the warriors to dig pit after pit at the central mountain node of the Great Xia military district. Using the deep pits at the central node as their foundation, By the time the sun was about to set, a pit pattern formed into a bagua diagram finally revealed itself before him. During this time, Jiang Xia remained busy, filling the outer octagonal pattern with spirit stones exchanged from within the mountain Sierra. One by one, he filled each pit with spirit stones. Soon, a bagua array diagram illuminated the center of the Longdu military district. Spiritual light shot skyward, dazzlingly bright in the night sky of Daxia. The pillar of light reached heaven and earth, its scale unimaginable. Indeed, it was unimaginable. Even Jiang Xia, the originator of this endeavor, hadn't anticipated such a tremendous commotion or such a colossal supernatural phenomenon. Unfathomable spiritual energy now permeated the entire Longdu military district. This allowed numerous warriors who had been hovering on the brink of breakthrough but had been unable to advance to smoothly transform into demonic cultivators. In just a fleeting instant, the number of demonic cultivator warriors in the Great Xia Empire surged to nearly 30,000. At the forefront of this surge stood Elder Chen and the other venerable elders bearing the stars of generalship. Bathed in the torrent of spiritual energy, many saw their graying hair rapidly revert to jet black at a visible pace. Even the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes were swiftly smoothed away. It was as if time itself had reversed. Every hidden ailment and latent injury vanished without a trace. This left everyone utterly exhilarated. Truly miraculous. It seems these old bones of mine can still serve the Great Xia for another 10 or 20 years. Old Chen marveled, prompting the others to nod in agreement. I was just about ready to retire, thinking I'd have to accept my age. I truly hope to witness the Great Xia soar once more, overcoming trials to become a dragon. Isn't that a good thing? What's there to be sentimental about? Heaven's will has destined us old bones to toil till our dying day. Ha ha. Chapter 38, Planting the Spirit Eye Tree, Revival of the Great Xia's Spiritual Energy. No wonder they were excited. At their age, they had long accepted their fate. Many sensed their time was running out. The hidden wounds from years of toil left them all feeling powerless. That feeling was truly unbearable, especially given the international situation Daxia had faced before, which left them no room to rest. They could only push forward relentlessly despite their exhaustion. Now, with ample energy to tackle more tasks, they could afford to give the younger generation like Jiang Xia more time to handle the crises at hand. Phew! Jiang Xia exhaled deeply at the sight, knowing that activating the Spirit Eye Tree was now more than halfway accomplished. Next, they only needed to position the Spirit Eye Tree at the center of the Spirit Gathering Array to allow it to revive the spiritual energy of this region. This was something that would be fiercely contested even among the top sects in the cultivation world. Activating the Spirit Eye Tree was no simple feat. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia channeled all his demonic energy while simultaneously boiling the candle dragon's blood. Golden light erupted from his body, intertwining with the black demonic energy in an eerie display. Yet Jiang Xia had no time to dwell on this spectacle. Shouldering the incredibly heavy Spirit Eye Tree, he trudged step by step toward the central pit. With every step, he faced the oppressive aura radiating from the Spirit Eye Tree. Even with his current strength, it was nearly unbearable. Thud! 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 Cracks began to appear on Jiang Xia's body. Were it not for the powerful candle dragon blood raging within him, frantically boiling to hold his body together, he would likely have shattered into a pile of flesh, blood splattering everywhere. This left Jiang Xia feeling dizzy and lightheaded. As cold sweat poured down his body, he couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Had he not made it his first priority after each experience to manifest the levels gained within the mountain and Sierra, he likely wouldn't be here now. Boom! Gritting his teeth, Jiang Xia forced the Spirit Eye Tree into the large pit he had dug before finally allowing himself a laborious sigh of relief. A towering beam of spiritual light once again shot skyward from the Spirit Eye Tree. The talismans that hadn't yet been peeled off were instantly reduced to piles of ash by the powerful spiritual pressure. Countless beams of light intertwined, forming fierce tidal waves. At the center, Jiang Xia felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The horrific wounds that had been gushing blood began to heal rapidly in an instant. Soon, Jiang Xia's aura returned to its peak and continued to grow stronger. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, whose power scales with the user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon fired the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture Unique. Level, 34+++++. Bloodline Second Awakening. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Materialization Permission, exchangeable. On the system panel, experience surged at a visible pace, driving demonic energy to surge forth from within. With each breath of spiritual energy absorbed, his aura grew more formidable. Esteemed Soul Hidden Beta User, leveled up to level 35. Esteemed Soul Hidden Beta Tester, level up to 36. Esteemed Soul Hidden Beta Tester, leveled up to 37. When Jiang Xia came to his senses, his level had risen to 37. Having gained 3 levels in succession, this gave him hope of reaching a higher level before the mythical beings descended into reality. The spiritual energy tide affected more than just Jiang Xia. Outside, figures like Elder Chen, swept by the surging tide, appeared rejuvenated by over a decade or two. They no longer resembled frail, elderly figures. This transformation filled them with both shock and delight. Not only had they regained their youth, but they had also grown significantly stronger. The bulletproof vehicles, originally forged from steel, now bore deep dents pressed into their surfaces by their hands. If they reaped such immense benefits, the soldiers within the military zone fared even better. Every warrior at a cultivation breakthrough point. Even soldiers who had only recently begun practicing the demon summoning technique all broke through the threshold in that instant when the tide descended, transforming into full-fledged demon cultivators. The second batch of 50,000 demon cultivator reserves, activated by the Spirit Eye tree and born from the Spirit Eye tide, all embarked upon the path of demonic cultivation. Other soldiers in the military district, though untouched by the demon summoning art, reaped immense benefits nonetheless. Their strength and physique underwent unimaginable enhancements. Even the most elite soldiers, capable of holding their own in direct combat, would see their power skyrocket once they embarked on the path of demonic cultivation. But that wasn't all. With the activation of the Spirit Eye tree, an extremely complex atmospheric pressure field formed throughout the entire Longdu military district. The readings on specialized instruments shot straight up, quickly exceeding the instrument's limits and causing the rapidly spinning equipment to explode. Simultaneously, this peculiar energy field spread outward, using the mountain ranges of the Longdu military district as nodes. Those within it, including Elder Chen and his group, could physically feel their bodies growing increasingly light, while immense power continuously surged within them. Meanwhile, the beams of light formed by the Bagua ray showed no signs of dissipating. Realizing the trouble brewing, Elder Chen urgently contacted relevant authorities to implement a media blackout and suppress the news. However, it was clear this media storm could not be contained. Online speculation ran rampant, with endless conjecture about the Bagua light pillars. Is someone ascending to immortality? Could immortals still exist in this world? That pillar of light looks just like a Bagua symbol. Could be some new weapon the country's developing. Nothing strange about that. No wonder the country's been making such big moves lately. Are they trying to kick the Western world to the curb and become the global overlord? Damn. So all those previous blockades and diplomatic breaks were just preparation for this? First, take down the little cherry blossoms. Netizens erupted in fervor, and the wave of public opinion spread unchecked, quickly reaching foreign networks. It drew widespread condemnation. Has Great Xia lost its mind? Are they trying to destroy world peace? Chapter 39, The Total Army Cultivation Plan, Mobilizing 1,000,000 Warriors. It's unimaginable that our Great Xia would do such a thing. Do they want to destroy the hard-won peace? To develop such large-scale, devastating weapons? I urge the Great Xia government to immediately halt all plans and provide a reasonable explanation and accountability to the Western nations. Under international conventions, such brazen actions by Great Xia cannot be tolerated. Domestic and international public intellectuals and influential figures rush to smear the Great Xia, their distorted rhetoric quickly igniting a massive public outcry. Give an explanation, my ass. Can't Big Xia handle you anymore? Or have you been kneeling so long you can't stand up? A pack of Western-funded intellectual lackeys. It's the 21st century, yet they still dream of being Western agents. They really should be thoroughly investigated. You gotta hand it to them, overseas livestock farming is top-notch. The verbal battle escalated relentlessly until the state finally intervened, barely quelling the uproar. Some people really need to be investigated. Otherwise, if war breaks out, they'll be the first to lead the way. They simply don't respect the law. Reading the intellectual's outrageous remarks, Old Chen was furious. He resolved to eradicate this stubborn, intractable problem. But that wasn't the most pressing matter at hand. Time was running out for the Great Xia Empire. The paramount task now was to deploy the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array at the fastest possible pace. This required mobilizing more demon cultivators for the preparatory operation. After much deliberation, Elder Chen reached a decision. Our previous plan was too conservative. Now that we have the Spirit Eye tree, we can accelerate the selection process and recruit more warriors. We should moderately lower the selection criteria. As long as their political vetting passes and their backgrounds are clean, they can be placed in the reserve teams. We'll spread the demon summoning technique among them and gather them at the Dragon Capital Military District for training. In this era of modern firepower dominance, garrisons across the land served, to a certain extent, more as symbolic representations. Even large-scale redeployments would pose no issues. This would also serve as an opportunity to intimidate those capitalists who were growing restless. Ever since the Great Xia began selling off its industries, these elements have been constantly scheming. Some even have the audacity to secretly propagate theories about the Great Xia's impending collapse. Who gave them the audacity? Don't they fear being hung from street lamps? After suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Old Chen finally turned his gaze to the others in the conference room. This proposal is sound. Our pace has indeed been a bit too slow. Exactly. We keep saying we need to move faster, yet our actions haven't accelerated much. To still be hesitating at this critical juncture is truly unacceptable. Hurry up, dawdling like that is ridiculous. Agreed. Not a single person objected, they all understood the urgency of the matter. Agreed. With unanimous approval secured, Elder Chen wasted no time drafting the official directive. Preparations were underway to select candidates across all major military districts to cultivate demonic cultivation techniques. What? We need to transfer personnel from military districts across the country? Demon cultivation techniques? Celestial beasts and natural disasters? Are you certain this is real? Not a joke? The commanders of all major military districts were stunned. Due to geographical constraints, they hadn't attended the previous meetings. Thus, they were unfamiliar with the meeting's content and unaware of the monstrous beast disaster. The personnel previously assigned had been thought to be for some special project. They never imagined it was to defend against a monstrous beast disaster, hence the selection of personnel from all major military districts. It was truly beyond their expectations. Still, considering the strange phenomena that had recently surfaced in the Dragon Capital Military District, it wasn't entirely surprising. Beep beep. Suddenly, telephones in the offices of all major military districts began ringing incessantly. Facing the potential catastrophe, no one dared to slack off. The moment the orders came down, they sprang into action. Soon, ranks of soldiers stood tall and proud, assembling with heads held high. They boarded military vehicles and joined the main force heading toward the Longdu Military District. Within a short span, over 1 million soldiers were mobilized from across the Great Xia Empire. This represented 1/3 of the Great Xia military's total strength. This move naturally drew immediate attention. Troop transport vehicles departed from all corners of the nation, while missiles across every military region entered launch-ready status, forming a tight defensive perimeter around the Great Xia's territory. This prompted widespread speculation among the people of the Great Xia. What's happening? The air raid sirens are sounding every half hour. So many soldiers, could it be related to the incident in Longdu earlier? Could war really be breaking out? This is how soldiers should be. Convoys of military vehicles streamed onto the highway, heading straight for the Longdu Military District. This scene was captured on video and uploaded online. It quickly sparked a major public outcry, even spreading like wildfire to foreign networks and provoking strong discontent in the Western world. What is Great Xia trying to do? Are they really trying to destabilize the international situation? Was this premeditated? They've gone mad, absolutely mad. Such a large-scale troop deployment must be halted immediately. Daxia simply ignored the voices from outside the internet. After all, no amount of condemnation could hurt them. They dismissed it all as a joke. Soon, as military vehicles poured into the Longdu Military District, the soldiers disembarking one after another were all struck by shock. Whoa! Their mouths gaped open, speechless, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. With every breath they took, they could feel their strength growing at a visible pace. Strength that had remained stubbornly stagnant despite relentless training surged upward at an astonishing pace. This sensation made them all tremble uncontrollably. Warriors, you have been summoned from all corners of the realm. There is only one reason: Great Xia stands at the brink of survival or destruction. Great Xia needs you now. Together, we must withstand the unprecedented calamity that looms before us. A voice suddenly rang out. All the warriors turned their gaze toward it, but soon they couldn't help but become stirred with excitement. For standing on the nearby podium was none other than the Grand Xia's former commander-in-chief of the armed forces, the only man ever to hold that title, Old Chen. As a decorated hero who had appeared at numerous military and public events, he was etched in the hearts of every soldier an undisputed idol. Seeing their idol, how could these soldiers not be moved? Once the excitement subsided, the atmosphere quickly turned heavy and oppressive. For they all heard a single phrase: the Great Xia stands at a moment of life and death. Chapter 40, the weighty 4 words, defend the homeland. One by one, the soldiers struggled to suppress their emotions, their eyes even filling with bloodshot veins. The urgent military mobilization and the increasingly complex international situation weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. It is our duty. At that moment, a voice echoed in every soldier's heart. They gripped the rifles slung across their backs tightly. When the moment came for them to act, there would be not a shred of hesitation. They would charge forward without hesitation. You've likely heard about the nation's unusual measures. Within months, not only our Great Xia, but the entire world will face unimaginable calamities. We will confront countless monstrous beasts ravaging Great Xia. As he spoke, Elder Chen had men bring in several mangled, incomplete beast carcasses. This Gazing at the mountain of monstrous corpses, everyone was overcome with shock. It was impossible to imagine the horrors that would unfold if such ferocious beasts were to rampage across Gov't Xia. How would their brothers, sisters, and parents cope with such unimaginable calamity? One by one, the warriors clenched their fists, their eyes burning with resolve. No matter how hopeless the situation, they would charge forward. They would never allow these beasts to trample the lands of Gov't Xia with impunity. Well said. Witnessing this scene, Old Chen couldn't help but nod silently, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. At critical moments, these soldiers defending the nation never failed to inspire. Even in the face of such calamity, not a trace of panic could be found in these soldiers of steel, unbreakable in their resolve. What was visible was only the utter determination of those who had burned their boats. After suppressing his jumbled thoughts, Shenlai finally announced the benefits of the demonic cultivation techniques and the flesh of the strange beasts. There's still a chance to cultivate immortality? One by one, the soldiers were stunned by the news, a hint of bewilderment and disbelief washing over them. But the beast meat lay before them, undeniable proof. Within the Dragon Capital Military District, they felt themselves growing stronger by the moment. This exhilaration was tinged with a hint of fascination. Clap clap. Soon, Old Chen clapped his hands. Copies of the demon summoning technique, prepared in advance, were distributed to the soldiers. After allowing them time to comprehend the text, he then mobilized them to participate in building fires, cooking meals, and constructing the newly expanded military district barracks. They were merely the first wave. Soldiers from other military districts would soon arrive at the Longdu military district in succession. Though the Longdu military district covered a vast area, its infrastructure struggled to accommodate a million-strong army. Fortunately, after a brief briefing, the arriving soldiers could immediately dive into action, accelerating the pace of construction. From dawn until sunset, the Longdu military district's foundational construction was finally completed. Nearly 1 million soldiers gathered at the martial arts plaza. Rows of enormous cauldrons stood there, a truly spectacular sight. The aroma wafting from the pots made the soldiers' mouths water. Though the Gov't Xia Empire never skimped on military rations. But this beast meat was different. Born in the spirit-rich world of mountains and seas, its flesh was exquisitely tender. Even without seasoning, the aroma alone was intoxicating. Fortunately, the military district didn't keep the soldiers waiting long. Soon, the meal distribution began, and the exotic beast meat was handed out to the soldiers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, many soldiers who had devoured large chunks of the dry meat began emitting black vapors from their bodies. After a day of labor in the spirit energy-rich military zone, combined with the stimulation of the exotic beast meat, they instinctively activated their cultivation techniques, effortlessly crossing the threshold and transforming into demon cultivators. Is this demonic energy? How amazing! So powerful. Way stronger than before. If that military district's top soldier stood before me now, I could pin him down with one hand. And magic spells too. As exclamations of astonishment rippled through the ranks of soldiers, Old Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At last, all their efforts hadn't been in vain. If they could convert the entire Gov't Xia army into demon cultivators and grant them foundational strength, establishing the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array across Gov't Xia shouldn't be an impossible task. There was hope. After suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Old Chen organized his men to spread the word about the cultivation path of the summoning demon technique and the crucial spells required for cultivation. He aimed to train more personnel as quickly as possible to handle the array materials. One by one, the warriors entered a state of focus. Witnessing their comrades grow stronger, driven by envy and a sense of urgency, they became as if sealed by demons themselves. They trained day and night, their practice monotonous yet relentless. With the full resource commitment of the Dragon Capital Military District, wave after wave of demonic cultivation warriors were rapidly trained and deployed to process formation materials. At the same time, the entry of a 1 million-strong army into the Longdu Military District also had a certain impact on the Gov't Xia Empire. Fueled by certain capital interests, an increasing number of people joined the plunder of state-owned assets. Witnessing this, Old Chen showed not a trace of anger. Instead, he accelerated the divestment of state-owned enterprises. Currently, 5 of the top 10 state-owned enterprises in the country had already been sold off, with the remaining ones being urgently liquidated. Having learned the precise timing of the mythical era's arrival, he no longer had time to gradually erode these capitalists' plans. After presiding over a meeting, Old Chen made a decisive choice: to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs in one fell swoop. After all, these industries would eventually return to state ownership anyway, leaving him without a shred of hesitation. As for the fate of these capitalists? These entities, which had expanded recklessly, advocated for the nation's destruction during its hour of peril, colluded with the Western world, and sought to become Western agents. Who would care about their fate? Allowing wealth to flow into their pockets was a grave mistake. Let them eat their fill until they burst. If only it had come later. 3 months is far too short. An elderly man bearing the rank of general wore a look of deep concern. This made the atmosphere in the conference room feel even more oppressive, with everyone falling silent. Clearly, there remained a lingering uncertainty about the impending catastrophe, a lack of confidence. It was old Chen who finally broke the silence. What a disgraceful sight you all make. Stop looking so downcast. To have the chance to prepare before the disaster strikes is already a tremendous blessing. Chapter 41, 2 trillion, a terrifying flow of funds. Old Chen's words reignited the elders' resolve. Indeed. With Jiang Xia's presence, what grounds did they have for complaint? Even if they faced unimaginable calamity for now, there would come a day of rebirth. As long as hope remained, Great Xia would never perish. With Jiang Xia's innate bloodline, he would surely lead Great Xia to stand atop the world. Even if none of these old men lived to see it, they would have no regrets. Elder Chen, the repatriated funds have reached over 10 quadrillion. The pace of cash-outs by companies dismantling and selling off assets has slowed. At that moment, the secretary monitoring the funds reported the situation. This outcome left old Chen less than satisfied, though fortunately, the additional printing of Great Xia currency had also brought him trillions in revenue. It was hard to imagine the catastrophic consequences if the mythical event ultimately failed to materialize. A heavy silence fell over the group. Yet even this minor setback held little weight in their minds. With the mythical event imminent, any significant repercussions would be overshadowed by the impending catastrophe. Elsewhere. Beneath the spirit eye tree, Jiang Xia sat cross-legged, absorbing vast quantities of spiritual energy. A faint vortex, like a black hole, appeared in his lower abdomen. Tidal waves of spiritual energy surged toward him like the ebb and flow of the sea, all converging into his lower abdomen. The demonic core within his body, bearing 9 orifices, flickered into view. It grew chaotic and rounded, pulsing with each beat as vast quantities of spiritual energy were drawn in and consumed. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, swirling around Jiang Xia's body, tempering his flesh. Beside him stood a palm-sized white bone soul banner, shrouded in swirling demonic energy. It seemed to emit the wails of ghosts and the raging resentment of struggling beasts. Boom! As vast quantities of spiritual energy surged in, Jiang Xia's demonic core suddenly swelled by a full circle. Esteemed exclusive hidden beta user, your level has been upgraded to 39. The icy voice echoed, and the aura emanating from his body instantly grew threefold more terrifying, a cold and eerie presence. It made Jiang Xia appear slightly indifferent, as if he were untouchable. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, he finally turned his gaze to the system panel. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute, Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by the user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path certifying artifact, Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture Unique. Level, 39 Bloodline Second Awakening. Occupation, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Materialization Permission, exchangeable. Having advanced 2 levels, the third Bloodline Awakening was now within reach. This filled Jiang Xia with extraordinary delight, his smile growing ever more radiant. This time, activating the Spirit Eye Tree delivered a tremendous surprise, a whopping 4-level jump, all within the cooldown period. Though reaching level 40 would require an enormous amount of experience. With some effort, he still had a chance to participate in the next closed beta and reach level 40. The thought made Jiang Xia feel a surge of impatience. He quietly calculated that once he reached level 40, the power of his demon flame would likely advance further and be enhanced. Then, by selecting suitable equipment from the system store to aid in refinement, he'd have a high probability of refining the 5 elements divine metal, transforming it into the foundation for the 5 elements heaven sealing demon binding array, combined with the Spirit Eye Tree. Repelling beasts surpassing the sovereign tier shouldn't be too difficult. Huff. After exhaling a long breath, Jiang Xia plunged back into cultivation. He estimated the effects of the spiritual energy tide would take several more hours to fully dissipate. And with just a few hours left until the next closed beta test, it would be a shame to waste this opportunity, wouldn't it? Just as Jiang Xia devoured the last breath of spiritual energy, Elder Chen approached him, interrupting his preparations to log into the game. Convert all these funds into treasures useful for array formations. Set aside a portion for your personal cultivation. Following old Chen's gaze, Jiang Xia finally grasped the staggering magnitude of this sum. A staggering 200 trillion credits even detonated across the territories of superpowers like the Great Xia or Eagle Nation. The consequences would rival setting off a nuclear bomb in a city's bustling downtown. Jiang Xia couldn't help but swallow hard. He understood the immense pressure Elder Chen and the others must have endured to secure these funds. After nodding solemnly, he transferred the entire sum into the mythic era. Then, under Elder Chen's earnest gaze, he dissolved into a phantom-like shadow. When he came to his senses, he had already appeared in the mountain and sea world. Instead of rushing to grind monsters and level up to 40, Jiang Xia's gaze fell upon the dazzling array of items in the system shop. Soon, his eyes settled on a furnace-shaped item. Divine Creation Furnace Replica. A heaven-piercing divine treasure that fell from the spirit realm to the mortal world, replicating the creation immortal furnace of the immortal domain. Capable of unleashing a trace of the original power from the original creation immortal furnace. Price, 10 million. Counting the zeros, Jiang Xia couldn't help but wince, sucking in a sharp breath. Facing the staggering price tag of tens of billions, hesitation crept in. Should he spend half his entire fortune? Esteemed exclusive hidden beta user, you have successfully purchased the Creation Divine Furnace Replica. After much internal struggle, Jiang Xia ultimately purchased the Creation Divine Furnace. Even at level 40, he remained uncertain whether he possessed the skill to melt the 5 elements divine metal. After all, this was a treasure coveted even by beasts surpassing the sovereign tier. It served as the foundation for the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding great array. Even if he condensed a demon embryo and used other auxiliary equipment to refine it, it would never be as swift as using the creation immortal furnace. Soon, a furnace sputtering sparks landed in Jiang Xia's hands. He could sense the violent turbulence hidden within this ancient-looking furnace, so intense it felt almost uncontrollable. Checking the furnace's details revealed it required level 40 to equip. Jiang Xia casually tossed the furnace into his inventory before shifting his gaze to the gathering of strange beasts nearby. Chapter 42, Scavenger King's Ferocious Beast. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, Lord Beast Slain X11896552. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating Ferocious Beast X128504. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcendent Beast X12049. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcendent Beast X19628. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcendent Beast X17116. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating 12,718 Transcendent monsters. As one ferocious beast after another fell, vast amounts of experience surged into Jiang Xia's body, causing his experience points to soar. The demonic core within him, which had been faintly trembling, gradually grew rounder and more polished. The greatest discovery lay upon a patch of scorched earth nearby, 2 monstrous beasts, each as massive as mountains, radiating terrifying fluctuations. These were sovereign tier beasts, clearly having just endured an unimaginably brutal battle that left both severely wounded. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. 2 sovereign-level beasts, each over level 60, were enough to propel his own level up to 40. With luck, he might even loot some gear from them. Even with the Candle Dragon bloodline and a full set of sovereign gear, hunting sovereign tier beasts was no easy feat. Even giving it his all, he couldn't guarantee a successful kill against a higher tier opponent. Here, right before him, lay an opportunity to slay 2 sovereign tier beasts at once and leapfrog to level 40. This prospect had Jiang Xia deeply tempted. Of course, scavenging fallen sovereign tier beasts wasn't like waiting outside a bar. There was still a degree of unpredictable risk involved. Most crucially, these 2 beasts weren't completely helpless. This wasn't like scavenging corpses during the earlier beast tide. 2 dying king tier beasts fighting for their lives weren't something he could easily withstand. Yet such opportunities rarely presented themselves. After much hesitation, Jiang Xia gritted his teeth and decided to take the gamble. Fortune favors the bold. With that thought, a plain, unremarkable bamboo staff materialized in his hand. The power of his spiral turtle shield and sky-darting scythe was quietly activated, poised to ambush the beasts at any moment. Boom! Soon, terrifying divine light rippled out, its might spreading outward in waves. Another fight breaking out? The beast's reaction made Jiang Xia's eyes light up. The fiercer the 2 beasts fought, the higher his chances of reaping the rewards afterward. Ideally, one would fight back desperately while near death, crippling the other. Though the experience gain would be lower, it would be far safer. However, Jiang Xia's calculations were soon dashed. The 2 gravely wounded sovereign-level beasts showed signs of ceasing their fight. This unexpected turn sent a chill down Jiang Xia's spine, and he abandoned all caution to conceal his presence. Huff! After drawing a deep breath, he unleashed the full might of the sky-splitting shuttle. Grasping the 7-star 9-section staff, he channeled lightning into a silver beam that struck both king-level beasts. Roar! 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 This commotion naturally caught the attention of the sovereign monsters. Upon spotting Jiang Xia and discerning his intent, their primal ferocity flared instantly. Enraged roars erupted as they simultaneously turned their fury toward him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several streaks of light, radiating destructive energy and sweeping with rolling demonic winds and murderous chi, surged toward Jiang Xia. This sent waves of intense dread coursing through Jiang Xia, who knew the spinning turtle shield might not hold. In the blink of an eye, he activated the Candle Dragon's Eye to freeze the void, launched the sky-darting shuttle, and swung his 7-star 9-section staff wildly. Boom! Silver serpents danced like lightning, striking down relentlessly upon the 2 ferocious beasts. Jiang Xia had no time even to catch his breath before summoning the Candle Dragon Dharma form. The 7-star 9-section staff materialized at the serpent's tail, unleashing even more terrifying silver blasts. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, King Tier Ferocious Beast Slain X11427001. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, King Tier Ferocious Beast Slain X12747001. Esteemed Soul Hidden Beta user, your level has been upgraded to level 40. The system's cold voice echoed, finally relaxing Jiang Xia's taut nerves. He commanded the sky-slipping shuttle to collect the beast's corpse and immediately fled far away. To be honest, this had gone far too smoothly, so smoothly it had caught him off guard. There was scarcely any sense of peril. Only after escaping the desperate resistance of the two beasts did he find time to open the system panel for a glance. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert the sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute, Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture unique. Level, 40+, capable of reawakening bloodline and condensing a demonic embryo. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast plus, Corpse of a Sovereign Demon Beast X2, Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, Sky Darting Shuttle equipped, materialization permission, exchangeable. Without hesitation, Jiang Xia clicked the plus sign next to the level requirement. Pure streams of spiritual energy were instantly drawn toward him, an immense pressure bearing down on Jiang Xia. His movements froze stiffly. It felt as though everything around him had frozen solid. Terrifying golden light erupted from Jiang Xia's body. Rolling black mist surged forth as cracks appeared in the demon core within his body, slowly shattering and spilling out to form a terrifying black vortex. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered, vaguely revealing silver serpents writhing within. This sudden turn of events made Jiang Xia feel a twinge of regret. He had been too hasty in advancing his cultivation. He hadn't anticipated causing such a tremendous disturbance. He even faintly sensed the aura of a monstrous beast, a sovereign-level monstrous beast, an existence surpassing sovereigns drawn to his unusual phenomenon. However, in the midst of his infant condensation process, Jiang Xia had no time for distractions. He gritted his teeth and persevered, waiting for the shattered demon core within him to coalesce once more into a surging torrent of demonic energy. Fortunately, due to the thunderclouds, the beasts remained at a distance, watching him with predatory eyes. Chapter 43, The Third Bloodline Awakening. The surging demonic energy and the relentlessly intensifying aura brought him little joy. A chilling sensation washed over him once more. Even when pursued by several ferocious beasts surpassing the sovereign realm last time, he hadn't felt such a mortal threat. Above his head, the aura of destruction grew relentless, with bolts of lightning dancing wildly, as if ready to strike at any moment. This left Jiang Xia feeling utterly dumbfounded, his face twitching violently. Who said leveling up meant getting struck by lightning? Staring at the darkening storm clouds, he swallowed hard before forcing himself to suppress his panic. All his focus shifted to the demonic embryo within his body. All the shattered fragments of the golden core had now coalesced into a palm-sized infant, shrouded in swirling black mist. Purple flames flickered eerily several times before coalescing into a sinister purple lotus platform. The infant floated upon it. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful and domineering aura, saturated with resentment, radiated from Jiang Xia's body. The surrounding vegetation withered instantly, the lush greenery transforming into scorched earth in the blink of an eye. Esteemed hidden user, Demon Infant Condensation complete. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Xia hurriedly opened the system interface. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's Eye open to illuminate day, close to shroud in chaos, can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute, Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by the user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When cultivated to its peak, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume the primordial starry sky. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture unique. Level, 40 Bloodline undergoing Third Awakening. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, Sky Darting Shuttle equipped, materialization permission, exchangeable. As the Third Bloodline Awakening progressed to Awakening in Progress atop the interface panel, a terrifying force began to boil and stir within Jiang Xia's body. That presence, one that made time and space itself tremble and warp, cast a gaze down from the unseen depths. This nearly overwhelmed Jiang Xia, who wiped away a cold sweat. It wasn't the gaze itself affecting him, but rather the distinct sense that he had provoked something within the unseen realms. Thunderclouds gathered faster overhead, writhing with dancing lightning. The aura surged sharply. Damn it! Jiang Xia couldn't help but curse under his breath. He could even sense that the ferocious beast beyond the sovereign realm, lurking menacingly in the distance, was being forced back by this thunder tribulation radiating an aura of destruction. Witnessing this scene only deepened his panic. Even with his immortal-grade bloodline talent and the support of numerous magical artifacts, he doubted he could go toe-to-toe with such an existence. His thoughts raced, and he suddenly remembered the creation immortal furnace he had purchased earlier. Though merely a replica, it was still a spirit realm artifact. Moreover, his level had risen to 40, meeting the requirements for its use. He could now equip the creation immortal furnace. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a palm-sized furnace cauldron materialized before Jiang Xia. Spinning rapidly, it radiated immense power that sent shivers down one's spine. Huff! After drawing a deep breath, Jiang Xia swiftly equipped the divine creation cauldron. Congratulations, the sole hidden beta tester, on successfully equipping the creation immortal furnace replica. As the system's voice echoed, the oppressive pressure from the heavenly tribulation above suddenly lessened considerably. Relieved, Jiang Xia turned his attention inward. Having reached level 40, the divine consciousness born from his demonic cultivation had fully transformed into true divine perception. With a single thought, every part of his body became crystal clear. Deep within his bloodstream, dazzling streaks of golden light continuously erupted. The surging demonic energy within his body was instantly suppressed by the sudden appearance of the golden light. Amidst the flickering radiance, vaguely, Jiang Xia glimpsed a figure whose presence dominated the primordial ages, spanning eternal time and space. Knowing this was the prelude to his bloodline awakening, his expression grew solemn, yet tinged with excitement. The previous two awakenings had granted him the Candle Dragon's Eye and the Candle Dragon's Dharma formed two peerlessly formidable abilities. He wondered what skill this awakening would grant him. It likely wouldn't be much weaker than the previous two. Roar! 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 Suddenly, a roar that seemed to echo from the primordial ages erupted. Jiang Xia plunged into utter darkness, as if transported to the primordial chaos before creation, transforming into the ancestral candle dragon that obscured the heavens and swallowed the sun. As his form drifted through space, fragments of primordial time and space shattered and warped. With a single thought, heavens collapsed and earth crumbled, worlds shattered into oblivion. With eyes closed, the order of yin and yang inverted into utter chaos, leaving all living beings suffering unbearably. This overwhelming sense of power nearly consumed Jiang Xia. Possessing such might, he would surely trample any mythical beasts or celestial calamities beneath his feet, reducing them all to mere sustenance. Rumble! Suddenly, the thunder gathering in the sky seemed to reach its peak, exploding violently. This jolted Jiang Xia back to clarity amidst his disorientation. As he watched the primordial chaos world around him gradually shatter, sweat poured down his back. Had he truly lost himself just now, he might never have returned. His physical body in reality would have become that of a vegetable. He never imagined that in this mythic era, awakening his bloodline would lead him to encounter such an unimaginable crisis. Huff! After exhaling a long breath, Jiang Xia had no time to dwell on the lingering fear. For a new crisis had already crept upon him. He didn't even have time to examine the divine ability he'd just awakened. Above him, the silver serpents whirled wildly, intertwining and colliding as they descended like a crushing wave. They transformed the entire expanse into a thunderous bath, enveloping everything beneath. Everywhere, a sea of dazzling silver serpents surged. Those beasts, unable to dodge in time, instantly turned into one charred mass after another, crashing to the ground and merging with the scorched earth below. Not even the sovereign-level beasts were spared. These beasts, who had dared to roam the outer realms, were all reduced to piles of dust beneath the thunderous deluge, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 44, The idea of scavenging was dashed. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester, King Tier Ferocious Beast Slain X13000001. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating Ferocious Beast X171114. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating Lord Beast X11888882. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating 10,009 transcendent monsters. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating Monarch Beast X11456001. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating Sovereign Monstrous Beast X12345601. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for reaching level 41. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester, level up to 42. The successive announcements rang in his ears, yet not a trace of joy appeared on Jiang Xia's face. Even though the deaths of several king-tier monsters were credited to him, and he had even leveled up twice, his face held only a bitter smile. The power of this thunder tribulation far exceeded his expectations. Rumble, rumble. Silver serpents of lightning, carrying the scent of destruction, poured down from the sky, sending a shiver down Jiang Xia's spine. He urgently activated the creation immortal furnace suspended before him, straining every ounce of strength to barely coax open a sliver of its crack. Blinding beams of light burst through the fissure, radiating an unmatched divine might. Instantly, they dispelled the boundless gloom surrounding him, shooting straight into the heavens. The aura seemed to emanate from the immortal realm itself, causing even the descending thunder tribulation to flinch and retreat slightly. Jiang Xia's thoughts felt as if they were sinking into mud. His expression changed drastically. Seeing the rays of light pause momentarily before descending again, he immediately threw himself into frantically activating the immortal furnace. Finally, just before the thunder tribulation fully descended, he barely activated the creation immortal furnace. Its divine might revived, unleashing a sliver of power from the immortal treasure. The small furnace spun rapidly, swelling as it met the wind. Above, a spectral image of the divine furnace materialized in the sky, as if bearing an entire immortal realm within. Faint dragon and phoenix cries could be heard, intertwined with waves of sacred chanting and celestial music. This spectacle kindled a flicker of confidence within Jiang Xia, significantly easing the overwhelming sense of mortal peril posed by the thunder tribulation. The moment the celestial furnace's phantom took shape in the heavens, an unimaginable suction force erupted from the cosmos. It sucked everything visible toward the furnace. In moments, the swirling silver serpents filled the sky were all absorbed into the celestial furnace's phantom. An unimaginably fierce flame roared to life beneath the furnace's silhouette, instantly scorching the sea of thunder within the phantom until it rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it dissolved into a wisp of green smoke. As Jiang Xia withdrew the creation immortal furnace, the shimmering aura above slowly dissipated. Only a silver-white orb of light remained, drifting gently toward Jiang Xia. Origin of the thunder tribulation. Fusion may yield a threat of the lightning law. After observing the orb for a moment, Jiang Xia stored it in his inventory. He had no intention of consuming this thunder origin himself. Possessing both the candle dragon bloodline and demonic cultivation heritage, the power of the thunder origin inherently clashed with his own. Reality wasn't a novel or a TV drama. Jiang Xia wasn't about to take such an absurd risk. He resolved to find a suitable candidate later and properly cultivate them, ensuring this origin of thunder tribulation wouldn't go to waste. After suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia finally had time to check the message that popped up from the system. Esteemed soul hidden beta tester, your bloodline has successfully completed its third awakening. Acquired innate skill, yin-yang reversal. Note, can temporarily reverse the yin-yang order, distorting time and space. Reading the system description, a hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Xia's eyes. He knew the innate skill of the candle dragon bloodline would be incredibly powerful and defy the heavens. He had underestimated it. If his power reached a certain level, yin-yang reversal could even cause others to lose themselves in endless spacetime. Combined with the candle dragon's eye, its power would likely be unimaginably formidable. Any opponent who faced it would be utterly defenseless. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia finally glanced at the system interface. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When cultivated to its peak, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume the primordial starry sky. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture Unique. Level, 42 Bloodline undergoing third awakening. Occupation, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Materialization Permission, exchangeable. The gains were far from over. Just a little more experience would push his level to 43. In a mere moment, he had saved himself an enormous amount of grinding time. For Jiang Xia, who was about to face the calamity of the monstrous beasts, this was invaluable. His gaze shifted away from the system panel and landed on the nearby area ravaged by the thunder tribulation. What grieved him were the beasts that had lost their lives to the thunderstorm's collateral damage. Essentially, they had all been reduced to piles of ash. Even those that retained their forms were charred beyond recognition, fused into the scorched earth around them. His earlier hope of salvaging their remains vanished along with them. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Xia activated the sky-slipping shuttle, transforming it into a streak of lightning as it shot off in one direction. He hadn't forgotten that just moments ago, numerous ferocious beasts had been lurking here, some even surpassing the might of a sovereign. Fortunately, the thunder tribulation had driven them away. Otherwise, he'd be facing a headache now how to survive among these ferocious beasts. Half a day later. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for successfully slaying the sovereign beast. Experience X 123, 745. As a burst of golden light exploded, a giant wolf as silver white as snow and moon collapsed before Jiang Xia. Cough cough. Jiang Xia coughed up a mouthful of blood tinged with a faint golden glow. Hunting a king-tier beast is still a bit of a challenge. Wiping the blood from his lips, he hastily stowed the beast's corpse into his inventory. Though the beast's remains wouldn't respawn, its cooldown period was nearly over. If he didn't hurry to stash it away, next time he logged in, there might not even be bones left. Chapter 45, United as One, Overcoming All Obstacles. As flashes of golden light flickered, Jiang Xia's figure swiftly vanished from the mountain and sea world, reappearing in reality. Would you like to spend 100 trillion yuan to synchronize and obtain game power in advance? Seeing the system interface appear, Jiang Xia felt a wave of dread wash over him. Previously, it had been 1 trillion per synchronization. After reaching level 40, each synchronization now started at 100 trillion. He had no choice but to pay up. He'd considered saving up multiple synchronizations to exchange later. But the reality of the real world made that impossible. Every second counted in forging the 5 elements heaven sealing demon binding array. Esteemed soul hidden beta tester, synchronizing your power. As Jiang Xia selected synchronization, an incredibly soothing warmth surged through his body. Under some mysterious force, the originally smooth and chaotic demon core shattered explosively. In an instant, a new presence emerged within him, an infant standing upon a purple lotus pedestal, soul banner in hand. Though palm-sized, it radiated a terrifying aura, eerily alluring and demonic. Also synchronized was the awakened skill of the candle dragon bloodline. Boom! The moment the thought arose, everything around him began to warp. It was as if multiple dimensions of spacetime had suddenly materialized. Yet this lasted but a fleeting moment, barely a dozen seconds. Still, it was enough to defy the heavens. The higher the realm, the more precious time becomes. For the figure glimpsed at the source of the bloodline, a mere instant might as well be eternity. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia finally turned his gaze to the item inventory, where the creation immortal furnace shimmered with rippling, rosy light. Though merely a replica, it surpassed his wildest expectations. Merely materializing it into reality had cost him a staggering 100 trillion credits. Money flowing like water. True money flowing like water. In just this brief excursion into the game, nearly 20 quadrillion credits had been squandered, most of it gone. It was almost unimaginable. If such a terrifying sum were to flow unchecked into the Western world, it could easily devastate the economy of a superpower like the United States, crippling it and setting it back decades. Huff. After exhaling deeply, Jiang Xia stepped out of the spiritual energy tidal zone formed by the Spirit Eye Tree. The current spiritual energy tide had a significantly weaker effect on him. It was nowhere near as effective as slaying a sovereign-level demon beast for leveling up. Training within it was nothing but a waste of time. Moreover, the forging of the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array must be prioritized. With the creation immortal furnace now at his disposal, he could refine vast quantities of materials at once, crafting array flags, array discs, and array eyes. As for the basic array layouts, those could be entrusted to the demonic cultivator warriors. Only then would there be hope of completing the array before the calamity descended. Upon receiving the news, Elder Chen froze momentarily. Then, a look of wild joy spread across his face. This is wonderful. Thank goodness. After a few incoherent murmurs, Elder Chen immediately grabbed Jiang Xia's hand. Comrade Xia, everything depends on you this time. You must complete the grand array before the calamity strikes. This time, Great Xia truly has a chance. Seeing Elder Chen's excitement, Jiang Xia felt his own spirits lift. But when he thought of the most pressing problem at hand, he hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject with old Chen. Deploying an array one vast enough to shield the entire expanse of Great Xia would consume an immense amount of demonic energy. With his current cultivation level, completing it would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, this parallel Great Xia possessed far more land than the one from his previous life. Is there a problem? Having calmed down, old Chen had already formed some suspicions. Deploying an array requires immense cultivation to sustain it. It's difficult for me to accomplish this alone. Even with the help of the soldiers within the military district who are currently converting to demonic cultivation, it still falls short. Most of the soldiers who had just crossed the threshold were still beginners, barely scraping by even in the cultivation world. Moreover, the mythic era has yet to dawn, preventing the warriors from advancing rapidly. Unless we accelerate the demonic cultivation conversion process. 3 million is insufficient. Then 30 million. 300 million. Mobilize the entire populace if necessary. We must complete the formation's deployment. Old Chen beat Jiang Xia to the punch, voicing the unspoken truth: if quality falls short, compensate with quantity. His eyes burned with unimaginable resolve and unwavering certainty. This grand formation was of paramount importance to the Great Xia. For what might be an age, it would become the hope guarding the Great Xia, granting it a chance to catch its breath. Jiang Xia nodded solemnly upon hearing this. After further discussion on specific details, they plunged into the refining of materials. Every second counted now. To cover the entire Great Xia, at least 129,605 elements demon sealing flags were required, a colossal undertaking. This phase must be completed within 2 months. Moreover, he had to carve out time to hunt exotic beasts in the mountain sea realm for leveling up. Not a single moment could be wasted. Meanwhile, after leaving Jiang Xia, Elder Qin paid no heed to the late hour. He made several phone calls, mobilizing the entire security platoon. Soon, a group of seasoned veterans bearing general stars on their shoulders, along with leaders from every department and authority in Longdu, were summoned to the conference room. Despite being roused in the dead of night, surprisingly, no one voiced a single complaint. They all understood that every single meeting could be crucial for the survival of the Great Xia. It might even determine the nation's very existence. They dared not even sleep soundly, fearing they might miss crucial instructions. Many departments had even implemented 3-shift rotations, working tirelessly to help the Great Xia weather this storm. I won't dwell on the unnecessary details. I trust you all understand what kind of moment the Great Xia is facing. Old Chen's voice was heavy, adding another layer of weight to the already oppressive atmosphere. Everyone fell silent, unable to speak for a long moment, their expressions complex. Now, there is some good news. The next moment, Elder Chen's words sent a collective shudder through the room. Great Xia now possesses a divine furnace. Our comrades are refining the acquired materials, and it is highly likely that the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great array will be forged before the calamity of the monstrous beasts descends. The only remaining challenge is deploying it to cover the entire Great Xia before the calamity strikes. Chapter 46, with no retreat left, the nationwide demon cultivation plan. As he spoke, Elder Chen bowed deeply, facing the assembled elders and cadres. All present were startled and hastily rose to their feet. Such a profound gesture from Elder Chen was beyond their station. Once the initial shock subsided, excitement surged through them, and smiles spread across every face. The realization that a defense against the beast calamity existed finally lifted the heavy weight from their hearts. For the calamity of the monstrous beasts was not merely a heavy burden upon them, but a sword hanging high above their heads. Even setting aside the people, they had their own families. They were all flesh and blood, and the thought of facing the rampage of ferocious beasts was too terrifying to contemplate. A single giant foot could reduce a person to a pool of blood in an instant. After a brief surge of excitement, the mood grew heavy once more. Though they glimpsed hope in establishing the formation, actually deploying it was no simple task. An array capable of enveloping all 9 provinces of the Great Xia? In the myths and legends of the Great Xia, perhaps only in existence like the Emperor you could achieve such a feat? Since deploying an array requires colossal cultivation to sustain it, we will now implement a new plan, accelerating the dissemination of demonic cultivation techniques. All present, feel free to voice any objections. To refine and improve the plan. Old Chin spoke, gesturing to the guard beside him to distribute the plan to every attendee. Isn't this a bit hasty? After reviewing the plan, many couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Because the revised plan accelerated the original timeline, shifting from promoting demonic cultivation techniques throughout the military to issuing a direct recruitment order to the entire populace. Old Chen, isn't it a bit unwise to directly disseminate the plan to the civilian population? And to have so many people enter the Dragon Capital military district directly? It's likely. I'm afraid it might. The group of powerful officials all seemed hesitant to speak. They had weathered countless storms and understood that human nature could not withstand such trials. Regardless of whether one's inherent nature was good or bad. Simply gaining immense power could make anyone lose control, let alone those whose hearts were already filled with darkness. If left unchecked, the moment too many individuals gained such immense power, the risk of losing control would become undeniable. At this critical juncture, there's no room to dwell on such concerns. Old Chen couldn't help but sigh at the words. He knew all too well the hidden dangers this course of action carried. The problem was that the time left for Great Xia simply did not permit a step-by-step approach. They must charge forward relentlessly, must push ahead without hesitation. If the formation wasn't established, all talk would be mere fantasy. The collapsing order wouldn't pause for a moment. With this realization, Old Chen's voice grew even more solemn and grave. The urgent priority is to deploy the formation first. We cannot let the moral judgments of a few determine the fate of the many. Moreover, I trust the soldiers of the Great Xia will stabilize the nation. Not to mention we still have our trump card. Old Chen did not dwell on the existence of Jiang Xia. Yet everyone knew something about him, and hearing Old Chen speak thus, they all felt reassured. A vote was initiated, and Old Chen's resolution passed unanimously. However, adjustments were made to the plan. A phased implementation strategy prioritized recruiting veterans with military service experience, discharged soldiers, and conscripts. Those with military backgrounds tended to possess strong discipline. Soon after the meeting concluded, an official document bearing the seal was distributed throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. It immediately caused a huge stir. To them, tales of monstrous beasts, natural disasters, and cultivation techniques sounded like pure fantasy. Yet the official red-headed document from the Great Xia authorities compelled them to believe these events were real. Regardless, they spontaneously began cooperating with the initiative. Amidst the propaganda, a public outcry erupted. What? The state is distributing cultivation techniques and even ferocious beast meat? Could this be some new scam? Cultivation? Monstrous beasts? This feels like something out of a novel, but even novels wouldn't dare write this. Bull. I'm standing in line at the community center right now for cultivation techniques. The line is crazy long. Someone even posted a picture showing the line winding around the neighborhood, stretching across several major streets. Some even posted photos of the demon summoning technique they received, along with monstrous beast meat as big as a wash basin. This sent the entire internet into a frenzy. Because these beast meats were shrouded in multicolored halos. And the texture of the meat, the fur on it, none of it resembled any meat available on the market. Others shared scenes of butchering monstrous beasts as large as mountains. After absorbing all this, the entire internet couldn't help but erupt. If the meat received earlier could be dismissed as some exotic game, then these mountain-sized beasts were undeniably the real deal. To advance the nationwide demon cultivation initiative, the Great Xia Empire had mobilized massive funds. Beyond purchasing materials for array formations, the bulk of these resources were channeled into acquiring high-grade ferocious beast carcasses. With massive financial backing, these behemoth carcasses were transported across the empire, naturally drawing countless onlookers. What began as mere curiosity turned to stunned disbelief upon realizing these were genuine specimens. Holy! Real ferocious beasts? Even a resurrected Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't stand a chance against these. Get in line, get in line. Hurry up and get your beast meat. I'm going to cultivate immortality. Even if I fail, just one bite of that beast meat would be worth it, right? The crowd was buzzing with excitement, trembling with anticipation. Their faces lit up with eager expressions. They scrambled to form a line. As the news spread online, it even reached foreign networks, sending shockwaves through the internet. Why the hell does Great Xia get to line up for ferocious beast meat? What about us? We get nothing? What the hell are the people in charge doing? Did the rich snatch up all the fierce beast meat? Damn capitalists, this is outright murder. Seeing the people of Daxia each holding a cultivation technique and a piece of beast meat, everyone was boiling with rage, especially after seeing images uploaded to the external network showing piles of beast meat as tall as small mountains. It completely shattered their expectations. They rushed to their communities expecting to receive their share, only to be told there was no such thing. How could they not be furious? It must be those damned capitalists swallowing up everything that should have been theirs. Everyone couldn't help but curse. In an instant, a massive public outcry erupted. Chapter 47, Condemnation from the Western World. Eagle Sauce, Black House. An emergency meeting was hastily convened amid the chaos. Who can tell me what the hell monster meat is? What's going on here? Waltz Uridi. What the hell are those intelligence people doing? No word at all about something this big happening? President Trump's face was a picture of utter bewilderment. First thing in the morning, his son was already pestering him for this so-called monster meat. This sense of utter helplessness filled him with intense rage. But what gnawed him most was the unfathomable turmoil unfolding in the eastern lands. That was the real source of his anguish. In my opinion, it's the Great Xia people pulling some kind of trick. Bull. With a carcass that big, I'd believe they'd resurrected a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It must be a fake created by the Great Xia side. Exactly. Those damned Great Xia people are masters of deception. The last to speak, the blonde-haired foreigner, wore a look of resentment. Clearly, he'd been deceived by the Great Xia people before, and it seemed he'd suffered significant losses. His words, however, drew strong agreement from everyone present. After all, they'd pulled similar stunts countless times themselves. Back in the day, they'd even used the War Deception Bureau to trick the Great Xia into believing they'd landed on the moon. Once they processed this realization, everyone relaxed. Upon reflection, if such extraordinary creatures truly existed on Earth, how could the Eagle Nation possibly be unaware? It must be a scam, designed to waste vast sums of their money. To deal with some so-called disaster? Did they really think they were all fools? That easy to deceive? Ridiculous. These foolish Great Xia people, using scraps we discarded. And they still want to deceive us? Naive. If they knew they'd wasted all that time and money without getting the results they wanted, would they be so furious they'd jump off a building? Ha ha. John, you shouldn't talk like that. It's too cruel to those foolish Great Xia people. Well said. Ha ha. A wave of laughter swept through the conference room, and even Tepe's face softened into a smile. We can't let the Great Xia side off too easily. Issue a statement. This kind of fraudulent propaganda designed to sow panic must be strongly condemned. We can't let them get away with it. To deceive the Western world, they've actually concocted a story about ferocious beasts invading. It's beyond belief. The people of the East must be suffering terribly. Those foolish Great Xia officials are probably still scheming to exploit the common folk for wealth. As soon as Trump finished speaking, the conference room erupted in flattery. One by one, those gathered around him began to fawn. Quite right. Those foolish Xia officials can only deceive their own ignorant people. Once their lies are exposed, what will they do? Claim that beasts are invading Earth? Have they taken their own movies too seriously? Soon, the Black Palace issued a statement condemning the Great Xia government. Though it briefly calmed the raging public opinion, few truly bought the Black Palace's narrative. Disbelief lingered, but the uproar died down. Though they boast of being noble and free, to capital they are no better off. All lambs led to the slaughter. The same scene played out across the globe. Not only in the Western world, but also in China, where similar events erupted, causing massive unrest. Some even stormed city halls, inflicting substantial losses on local governments. Korean. Big Mao. Little Mao. Meanwhile, inside the conference room of the Great Xia, an odd expression lingered on old Chen's face. Below him, the assembled elders and powerful officials all wore similar expressions. Before them lay a long, scathing letter of condemnation. It denounced the Great Xia for provoking trouble without cause, accused it of fabricating false disasters, and demanded an immediate halt to such actions. I wonder what expressions those American capitalists will have when they realize all this is real. Their faces probably won't look too good, huh? Ha ha. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. They never imagined receiving such a condemnation statement. Enough. Business comes first. The initial implementation plan is proceeding smoothly. Next, the Dragon Capital Military District's opening plan must be put on the agenda. Recall military personnel who have completed their service to begin cultivation first. After all, relying solely on beast meat won't allow them to quickly reach the threshold for cultivation. Having grasped the principles of cultivation techniques before the Mythic era descends, the only way to rapidly convert demonic cultivators is to bring them to the Longdu Military District and rely on the Spirit Eye Tree for cultivation. Good. It's time to consider this. Currently, there are 2 million demon cultivators drafted from various military districts. We can redeploy some to expand the scope of military recruitment. A nationwide military expansion. Select students of suitable age to enter the military for training. Simultaneously, arrange training for those novice demonic cultivation warriors. Upon hearing this useful suggestion, Elder Chen promptly recorded it. He found the proposal quite commendable. As for the condemnation statement from Eagle Chan, no one paid it any mind. It was all ignored. Meanwhile, the Mountain Sea Realm. Boom. After stowing away the mountain-sized beast, Jiang Xia finally had time to check the system. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space, time, and disrupts the order of yin-yang. Divine power, purple extreme demon flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Inheritance, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 44 bloodline awaken 3 times. Occupation, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Whirlwind turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped materialization permission, exchangeable. These days, he hunted ferocious beasts day and night. To supply the Great Xia Empire's shortage of beast meat, Jiang Xia specifically targeted powerful beasts for slaughter, raising his level by 2 tiers in the process. To promote the Universal Cultivation Initiative, I must hunt even more ferocious beasts. At this thought, Jiang Xia couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 48. When the call comes, soldiers answer, the duty of a warrior. Unless they hunted high-level beasts, giants as vast as mountains capable of feeding many people at once, allowing them to cultivate for extended periods, there was no better solution. After logging out of the game, Jiang Xia sought out Elder Chen. He delivered all the beast corpses accumulated in his inventory at once, then hurried to the materials warehouse. He resumed work on refining the 5-star ceiling demon array. During this time, news reached him of the Western world condemning the Great Xia Empire. He couldn't help but let out a faint, cold chuckle. If these people knew that the mythic era was truly descending upon reality, would they weep? Especially those Western financial titans. Once their money became worthless and their economic systems collapsed entirely, would they end up hanging from street lamps? Meanwhile, having secured over a dozen sovereign-level monstrous beasts and hundreds of lord-level monstrous beasts, Elder Chen immediately ordered a portion transported to various regions. Fortunately, these beast carcasses, saturated with abundant spiritual energy, showed no signs of decay even after being left exposed for days. This solved a major logistical challenge for their transportation efforts. The most pressing issue now remains the shortage of beast meat. The time allotted to us is far too short. It's simply impossible to prepare everyone to step onto the path of demonic cultivation. At this thought, Elder Chen couldn't help but sigh, his expression growing deeply complex. He had no better solution to alter this outcome. Relying solely on Jiang Xia hunting beasts within the game was already insufficient to supply the military district. And now, With the entire Great Xia's population of billions, even if the beasts were as large as mountains, they wouldn't be enough to sustain the demand. Crossing the threshold into demon cultivation greatly enhanced physical capabilities. At that point, mere meat could no longer satisfy the body's nutritional needs. Sufficient spiritual energy must be ingested. Senior Chen, this is the draft plan for recalling the volunteer army prepared by our subordinates. Please review it. If there are no objections, we should begin withdrawing them into the military zone. Temporary barracks have been hastily constructed overnight, capable of accommodating nearly 10 million soldiers. The guard's report snapped old Chen out of his scattered thoughts. Taking the plan from the guard's hands, he glanced over it briefly before nodding. Implement it as quickly as possible. Time waits for no one. We must race against the clock. Before deploying the formation, we must cultivate more demon cultivators to ensure its success. Though the beast calamity is still 3 months away, we must prepare ahead of schedule and push forward as much as possible. Surviving this disaster is the beginning of Great Xia's rebirth and rise to prominence. With Comrade Xiao Jiang at the helm, Great Xia will surely overcome this crisis. Old Chen's words were deeply inspiring. Guards swiftly distributed the stamped documents to all departments, which were then dispatched nationwide. Online, the Great Xia's conscription order appeared, calling all veterans to return and fight for the nation. The news spread rapidly. Coupled with the recent emergence of ferocious beast meat and the existence of demonic cultivation techniques, public discourse soon erupted. The Great Xia government is making some bold moves. First demonic cultivation, now ferocious beasts. Seems the beast invasion can't be far off? Even Grand Marshal Chen has made an appearance. What a grand spectacle. Reading the news reports, especially old Chen's public address, ignited a surge of fervor in many. Even young people who had never served in the military eagerly signed up. Great Xia. Yunhai City. At a barbecue stall, the looping news footage captured their attention. Several shirtless men had their attention completely captured by the news looping on the TV, so engrossed they didn't even notice the bottles of liquor slipping from their hands and crashing to the ground. The country is recalling veterans? Brotherly, you served in the military, right? Should we sign up? If we go back to the military now, we'll probably have to fight ferocious beasts. Isn't that too dangerous? But it's commendable that the government is considering ordinary citizens at a time like this, allocating precious resources for us common folk to cultivate. If it weren't for the fact that those of us without military service weren't included in the initial enrollment plans, I'd really want to give it a shot. Sigh. Hearing the sigh beside him, the burly man called Brotherly wore a complex expression. Recalling his 2.5-year military career, he hesitated no longer. Sign up. We have to sign up. Once a soldier, always a soldier. So what if it means fighting beasts? That's nothing. If you're afraid of dying, you shouldn't have joined the army in the first place. If you cower when your country needs you, you've got no backbone. What kind of soldier is that? If war comes, we answer the call. That's what it means to be a true soldier. Never ignore the nation's call or the people's distress. Even the burly man couldn't wait to finish his drink. He headed straight for the city's recruitment office. Upon arriving, I discovered the place was already packed to the rafters. The crowd was entirely made up of former servicemen, with lines stretching several blocks long. There were also quite a few who hadn't served, trying to slip in. The same scene was playing out across the country. Many former soldiers, some even carrying luggage, signed up that very day and boarded buses bound for military districts. These scenes were captured by many curious onlookers and went viral online, moving countless people to tears. Online comments poured in with protests. Why are there restrictions on enlistment? Can't those who haven't served join? The Great Xia Empire owes us an explanation. We want to enlist too. It's just fighting beasts, right? I just cultivated demonic energy. I can lead 3 or 4 Zhanghai now. Taking down an ordinary ferocious beast is no problem at all. Exactly. Why can't ordinary people enlist? We want to go to the military zones too. We want to fight the beasts alongside you. As these voices spread relentlessly across the internet, this left the capitalists, who had been voraciously devouring state assets without the slightest restraint, feeling increasingly uneasy. Daxia's recent moves had been too swift, so fast they couldn't react. In a short span, the situation had reversed in ways none of them could fathom. The enterprises they had acquired at enormous cost, even draining their entire fortunes, had now become hot potatoes. One misstep could spell utter ruin, leaving them all walking a tightrope. What truly sent panic rippling through their ranks was the revelation of the beast's existence. Chapter 49, Capital's Final Revelry. Monstrous creatures as massive as mountains, they simply didn't look like species native to Blue Star. Even glimpsing them from a great distance, they couldn't forget the terror that Corpse had instilled. The unimaginable devastation such a creature could unleash upon the lands of Great Xia was beyond comprehension. Thus, these capitalist tycoons had spontaneously gathered together, appearing aboard a cruise ship on the high seas. Everyone, let's discuss what we should do now. None of us expected Great Xia to dare pull such a move, striking at the very foundation. Sigh. With these monstrous beasts invading, can the businesses we've acquired even survive? Could it be fake? Someone voiced out, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Well, the Great Xia Empire wouldn't fabricate something like this, would they? Don't they fear it becoming unmanageable in the end? Besides, those properties have been legally transferred into our names. After all, the ownership has been formally transferred. Many investors voiced counterarguments. Though they harbored uneasy premonitions, the thought of such massive capital investments, what if the beast invasion were real? Many present might well jump off the rooftop. Hard to say. Beast meat can be synthesized, it's definitely a fake. The Great Xia must have some kind of technology they're using to exploit this opportunity and fleece us investors. Believing in a beast invasion is like believing the world will end tomorrow. It's all utter nonsense. He also mentioned how he'd previously sent subordinates to collect beast meat and cultivation techniques, only to be informed by community officials that their identities, the beast meat, and the cultivation methods weren't accessible to capitalists like them. Instantly, everyone relaxed, a feeling of sudden realization washing over them. One by one, they wore expressions of scorn. No wonder. I sent people too, and got the same excuse. I thought there was some special reason. Probably because of that state-owned enterprise acquisition. The government blacklisted them and turned against them. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. If they weren't hiding something, why would they refuse us access to the beast meat and cultivation techniques? They must be guilty. If they weren't, why would they try to keep it hidden? They're probably waiting for us to acquire all the state-owned enterprises first, then buy them back from us at rock-bottom prices. These officials from the Great Xia government are even more greedy than us capitalists. This is outrageous. How can this be justified? A young man with shifty eyes mingled among the crowd, relentlessly stoking the capitalists' fury. Soon, every pair of eyes in the room burned with rage. Many had abandoned plans to acquire state-owned enterprises after Great Xia announced the beast invasion and distributed martial arts manuals. Some even planned to liquidate assets at rock-bottom prices to buy gold and jewels for preservation of value. They weren't fools. Under such catastrophic conditions, all industries and wealth would become worthless scraps of paper. The older generation, especially, knew all too well how they had weathered such storms before, how they had gradually risen to challenge the Great Xia government head-on, bit by bit, like a snake swallowing an elephant. Once all state-owned enterprises were consolidated under their control, they could even emulate the Western world. Probably just a smokescreen from the Great Xia government. I'm planning to ramp up investments and accelerate progress anyway. With matters like this, sooner is better than later. Delay, and you won't even get a drop of soup. Their intense greed caused these capitalists to instinctively overlook one crucial question. Rationality. When profits reached 300, they were willing to trample everything in their path. And the Great Xia's series of moves to sell off state-owned enterprises? To them, it was like smashing mountains of gold and silver right in their faces. If they could swallow up and digest all these enterprises, it would be like leaping through the Dragon Gate for them. Look at the former bear. In their eyes, the Great Xia Empire was now entering precisely this phase. But what if disaster truly strikes? As long as they control over 80% of China's industries, they can withstand the initial pressure. The disaster might even become a catalyst for their wealth accumulation. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Everyone present was overcome with exhilaration. After disembarking from the ship on the high seas, they urgently ordered their subordinates to acquire de Xia's industries at any cost. They even fully embraced Western funding, agreeing to all previously rejected terms due to perceived harshness. They now harbored a single obsession, channeling every last resource into acquiring state-owned enterprises to achieve the unimaginable feat of a snake swallowing an elephant. If the combined capital of companies like ZTE could achieve this in Great Xia, why bother going to such lengths to transfer assets to the Western world? They could comfortably lord it over their own territory at home. Thus, within a single night, every listed asset on the market vanished as if placed in shopping carts, swept away by the frenzied capital. This bizarre phenomenon was reported to Old Chen by his subordinates. Upon receiving the news, Old Chen was puzzled. Previously, these capitalists hadn't been so eager to hand over their money, devouring the poison pies they'd been served with extreme caution. But when he sent subordinates to investigate and learned the full story, he found himself both amused and exasperated. Since these capitalists are so eager, let's list our final assets for sale to them as well. Let them have one last wild celebration. After all, they probably won't even be able to cry about it later. Hearing Old Chen's words, the guard responsible for delivering the message nodded promptly and took the contract Old Chen had drafted to process it. Watching the guard's retreating figure, Old Chen could no longer suppress his amusement. He never imagined that merely accelerating the public announcement of the beast invasion and cultivation techniques would bring him such a pleasant surprise and resolve the most vexing issue of asset disposal. Although most state-owned enterprises had been sold off, recouping substantial funds, a significant portion remained, and the selling trend was gradually slowing. After all, capital isn't stupid. Investors clearly suspected something was amiss with the government's actions. Massively offloading state assets was inherently suspicious. At this thought, a hint of relief flickered in Old Chen's eyes. Now, we have a chance to complete the transformation within a month, converting all of Gov't Xia's foundations into resources for the mythical era. Chapter 50, Foundation of the Array. Gov't Xia is established. Hope against celestial calamity. Elsewhere. Beneath the spirit tree, a divine furnace over 10 feet tall bobbed and sank with the tides. Streaks of rosy light flared, erupting with a searing aura, as if an entire immortal realm were rising and falling within it. Below, Jiang Xia sat cross-legged, his body like a black hole devouring the surging tide of spiritual energy. Periodically, he would wave his hand, spewing forth vast quantities of purple demonic flames that scorched the immortal furnace. Through his divine sense, he could see a fragment of multicolored divine metal floating atop the shadowy image of the immortal realm within the furnace. Purple demonic flames seeped through the furnace's hollows, swiftly transforming its celestial realm interior into a sea of fire. The multicolored divine metal began to show signs of melting. A faint smile touched Jiang Xia's face. It had taken a full month to forge the 109,600 array flags, yet none had been as taxing as this. He felt a creeping sense of exhaustion, almost to the point of collapse. Fortunately, the outcome was gratifying. After nearly 20 days of refinement, the 5 elements divine metal would be completely subdued within days, solidifying into a 5 elements platform. Moreover, during these days, Jiang Xia had also comprehended a spirit-gathering array from the demon cultivator's legacy. This array could condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to sustain the demonic fire, enabling the creation immortal furnace to operate autonomously. This meant he wouldn't have to repeatedly reactivate the creation immortal furnace each time he entered the game world, wasting precious time and demonic energy. However, the greatest gain these days was advancing several more levels. Master, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique, Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute, Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space, time, and disrupts the natural order of yin and yang. Divine power, purple extreme demon flame is the signature flame of a demonic realm titan, perfected to its zenith. It can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume the primordial starry sky. Enlightenment artifact, spectral skeleton banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 47 bloodline awakened 3 times. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Whirlwind turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped materialization permission, exchangeable. The relentless hunt for sovereign beasts rapidly elevated his level, making the forging of demonic arrays increasingly smooth. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia shifted his gaze from the system panel to the system store. Having reached a certain recharge threshold, the system's functionality had been upgraded. Not only could he now summon the system panel in the real world, but certain features previously usable only after logging into the mountain and sea world were now accessible in reality as well. Esteemed hidden user, slaying common beasts and vermin grants X10 EXP. With a flick of his finger, Jiang Xia unleashed a surge of demonic energy, obliterating an ant undergoing constant metamorphosis beneath the tide of spiritual energy. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Yes. The leveling up mechanics from the game had materialized in reality. This gave Jiang Xia a more concrete understanding of the mythic era descending upon reality. As long as they endured the most difficult period, it wouldn't be too difficult for the Gov't Xia to rise through the mythic era's arrival. He had initially doubted its feasibility, but since the plan's inception nearly 50 days prior, they had already cultivated 70 to 80 million young and strong demonic cultivator warriors. This made Jiang Xia see the possibility of Gov't Xia deploying the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding great array. Even if only the most basic, entry-level demon cultivators were gathered, the energy they could channel together was unimaginable. Not to mention that within demon cultivation traditions, there were also arrays capable of temporarily boosting cultivation levels. If he could raise his level to 50 before the operation began, things would likely proceed much more smoothly. His gaze returned to the system interface. Jiang Xia began recklessly spending his funds, redeeming vast quantities of array deployment resources one by one. He even fiddled with the array for refining magical treasures. He then plunged back into the monotonous cycle of leveling up and gathering materials. Recently, the number of converted demon cultivators had surged, causing a skyrocketing demand for ferocious beasts. Esteemed exclusive hidden beta user, slain sovereign fiend beast X12134781. Esteemed exclusive closed beta user, level up to 49. Storing the sovereign fiend's corpse in his inventory, Jiang Xia hurriedly opened the system panel. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps. Duration, 1 minute, Candle Dragon Manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by the user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 49 Bloodline awakened 3 times. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Whirlwind turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped materialization permission, exchangeable. Staring at the string of zeros trailing his experience bar, Jiang Xia couldn't help but sigh. As his level increased, the experience required per level up multiplied exponentially. His hope of reaching level 50 before the formation deployment was likely dashed. After logging out of the game and approaching the creation immortal furnace, a faint smile finally appeared on Jiang Xia's face. For within the furnace, the 5 elements divine metal was no longer visible. Only a swirling mass of multicolored, misty liquid floated above a celestial domain, with demonic flames roaring fiercely below. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia immediately channeled the ultimate demonic flames within his body. He poured the raging demonic flames, mixed with boundless demonic energy, into the creation immortal furnace. He cast one incantation after another until the multicolored, misty liquid transformed into the rudimentary form of a 5-colored altar. Only then did Jiang Xia truly relax, murmuring to himself, "It's done. Great Xia has hope now. The Great Xia is established." With the rudimentary array foundation now coalesced, it would take no more than a day or two to forge the array discs for the 5 elements heaven-encompassing sealing demon grade array, laying the groundwork for its deployment. There was hope that the Great Xia would be completely enveloped within the array's protection. Chapter 51, The West boils over again. Only when the array foundation was perfected did Jiang Xia finally relax completely. A faint smile touched his lips. With this great array, the Great Xia Empire might not be impregnable. At the very least, ordinary people facing calamity would no longer be utterly helpless, forced to watch themselves trampled by rampaging beasts and devoured alive. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia's gaze settled upon the creation immortal furnace. Waves of 5-colored radiance surged from the furnace's mouth and the holes that suddenly appeared on its body, erupting outward. The entire furnace appeared as if it had fallen from the immortal realm itself. After days of relentlessly channeling the purple extreme demon fire, just as Jiang Xia was on the verge of collapse, the creation immortal furnace suddenly cracked open. A pillar of multicolored radiance shot skyward, piercing the heavens and touching the earth. Instantly, the gaze of the entire Dragon Capital military district was drawn to it. What a terrifying aura! What is this? Just one glance sends shivers through the soul. Could it be that Great Xia has obtained some treasure? With something as outrageous as demonic cultivation happening, what else could be impossible? It wasn't just the soldiers of the Longdu military district. Even the common people of the Great Xia Empire had grown accustomed to such events. After all, the matter of community leaders mastering cultivation techniques had already unfolded tangibly before their very eyes. What else could be impossible? Such events only fueled their fervor, driving each of them to cultivate their arts with even greater intensity. Why wouldn't they strive for the chance to become immortals and ancestors? What else was worth striving for, working tirelessly for capitalists? Longdu Military District. In a heavily guarded office, Elder Chen rushed out of the room. Gazing at the pillar of light shooting skyward, he was unusually flustered. A look of wild joy spread across his face. It worked? It really worked? We may be able to deploy the grand formation before the beasts arrive. The 5 elements divine metal had always been a heavy burden on his mind. If he couldn't refine it successfully within the deadline, ordinary people might suffer when the ferocious beasts invaded. The sheer terror of these beasts was evident even from their corpses. Even deploying all of Great Xia's existing peaceful weapons might not pierce the height of some higher-tier beasts. Suppressing his excitement, Elder Chen hurriedly led a platoon of guards toward the direction of the Spirit Eye Tree. Upon arrival, they saw Jiang Xia seated cross-legged amidst the tidal currents. From the furnace before him, a spirit platform soaring over 10 feet high had emerged. It radiated a kaleidoscopic mist, faintly interwoven with unimaginable divine might. This sight made Elder Chen draw a deep breath, barely managing to steady himself. The overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the tide of spiritual energy forced him to halt at the outer perimeter, yet his mood remained undimmed. Having studied the legacy of the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array, he recognized that before Jiang Xia lay its most crucial core. Aligned with the 5 elements of heaven and earth, it could communicate and organize the meridians of the cosmos. When combined with the 12,960 sealing demon flags, it could cause demonic energy to spontaneously arise across the land of Huaxia. When the mythic era fully descended and spiritual energy began to revive, it could undergo an even greater transformation. The mere thought of it sent waves of excitement surging through old Chen's heart. Boom! As the 5 elements altar soared forth, an immense suction force erupted from the Spirit Eye Tree, merging with it. Instantly, the entire altar was saturated, erupting with a light even more terrifying and dazzling than before. Mysterious, ancient runes emerged from the altar, emanating an eerie, unsettling aura that unsettled the soul at a single glance. Only after all the strange phenomena subsided did Jiang Xia emerge from the tidal wave. I have fulfilled my mission. Seeing Elder Chen's expectant and excited gaze, Jiang Xia relaxed considerably. He then hurriedly produced the demon sealing banner he had forged. Deploying a grand formation is no simple task. It requires a massive amount of demonic energy to activate the demon sealing flag and anchor it to the mountain's earth veins. 12,960 nodes must be activated simultaneously. Missing even one could mean failure. Contemplating the array's exacting requirements, Jiang Xia's mood grew somber. But no matter how difficult, it must be done. Hope was already within sight. For the great Xia, nothing was impossible. It was merely a matter of creating another miracle. The great Xia had weathered countless despairing moments before, each time turning the tide against overwhelming odds. This was merely another miracle in the making. After suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia handed over all the specific questions, details, and the mountain and river vein nodes he had mapped out during the refinement of materials and the crafting of magical artifacts to Elder Chen. Soon, under Elder Chen's arrangements, cart after cart laden with enormous banners sealing demon flags as towering as pillars of heaven were rushed to every corner of the Great Xia Empire. Preparations were underway to fulfill Jiang Xia's request, to anchor these demon-sealing flags which served as stabilizing pillars for the Great Xia Empire at every mountain and river ley line node. Across the nation, one could see carts laden with demon-sealing banners taller than wind turbines heading toward major mountain ranges and waterways. One by one, flagpoles embroidered with green-faced demons and faintly emanating black mist were erected. This eerie spectacle immediately sparked heated discussion among the populace. What big move is the government making now? Could this be the kind of formation you read about in novels? Such intense demonic energy. Just passing by feels like stepping into the realm of demonic cultivation. Moreover, many citizens captured footage of the scene, which subsequently spread across foreign online platforms. Once again, the Western world erupted in turmoil. Free-thinking citizens were naturally dissatisfied with the Black Palace's previous justifications. Why don't we have those array flags? Why aren't we given cultivation techniques? Damn capitalists. They owe us an explanation. What the hell is Trump doing? Just watching these capitalists devour the common people's interests. We want to cultivate too. We want to eat fierce beast meat too. They owe us an explanation. Damn it. Hand over the cultivation techniques and fierce beast meat. Especially when some saw how the Great Xia populace, through cultivating the demon summoning art, eating beast meat, and pushing their bodies beyond limits, could now scale walls and roofs. The free citizens couldn't contain their fury. Online sentiment exploded. The Black Palace was suddenly overwhelmed. Even a midnight statement from the president couldn't stem the tide of public outrage, leaving him furious beyond control. Those damn Great Xia people are going all out for their war cries. Hell. Though he'd stash any beast meat he got away from these ignorant masses, the problem was he genuinely didn't have any. At this moment, he felt more wronged than Doi herself. Snow was nearly falling in June in the west. Chapter 52, They are all heroes, remembered by history. Naturally, the outside world refused to buy his excuses. Every day, crowds gathered outside Eagle Sauce's police station and City Hall, demanding that Tep give them an explanation or else they wouldn't leave. Left with no choice, Tep once again issued a strong condemnation to the Great Xia government. What infuriated Trump was that the Great Xia side didn't give a damn about them. They didn't even bother to glance at the international emails sent over, leaving them perpetually in an unread state. Fuming, Tep slammed his desk and reluctantly went to placate the masses. He also pushed synthetic meat as a quick fix to fool the gullible populace. He genuinely feared the enraged masses might overthrow him. Fortunately, after distributing billions of dollars worth of synthetic meat, the boiling public discontent finally subsided somewhat. Coupled with distributing some randomly concocted spiritual practices by priests to the masses, the situation gradually returned to calm. The same scenario played out across the globe. Left with no choice, nations followed suit, mimicking the eagle's tactics to quell the boiling discontent. As for potential consequences? They couldn't afford to care. Daily mass strikes and protests brought economies to a standstill. Without resolving this crisis, economic regression loomed large. While the financial pain was palpable, they couldn't help but curse the Great Xia for meddling in such affairs. Many smaller nations, lacking the eagle's deep pockets, risked bankruptcy under such pressure. Yet beyond venting their fury, they held few viable solutions. Daxia's foreign ministry was now virtually paralyzed. The condemnatory statements they sent out weren't even being read. This leaves Western nations both furious and helpless, utterly powerless against the Great Xia. Meanwhile, ignoring Western condemnation, the Great Xia Empire raced against time to drive demon-sealing flags into strategic nodes. While mountainous nodes presented fewer challenges, others lay in raging rivers. Before activation, these sealing demon flags were incredibly heavy, radiating an oppressive aura unbearable to ordinary people. Had not the warriors of Daxia nearly all transformed into demon cultivators, they wouldn't even have been able to approach the flagpoles. Despite these grueling conditions, not a single warrior faltered. They all knew there was nowhere left to retreat. Should they falter, the catastrophe would fall upon the common people of Daxia, even their own families. Every available resource was deployed. The warriors unleashed unprecedented potential, fearless of sacrifice. As the first banner touched the water, the Great Xia's pace quickened. Within just 8 days, the array banners were erected atop every perilous peak, along every river, and in every deep sea of the Great Xia. This extraordinary and awe-inspiring spectacle left countless citizens in utter shock. The locations where the flags were erected activated a portion of their formidable power, allowing them to stand firm without tools. Without exception, these sites also spawned traces of demonic energy. Many nearby residents harnessed this emerging demonic energy to break through and enter the threshold of demonic cultivation. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Sovereign Fiend Beast X12000009. Watching the colossal beast collapse with a thunderous crash, Jiang Xia's face showed not a trace of joy. Even after slaying this Sovereign Fiend, he had suffered no injuries. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, Soul Devouring White Bone Banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture unique. Level, 49 Bloodline awakened 3 times. Occupation, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Materialization Permission, exchangeable. Gazing at the incomplete experience bar on the system panel, Jiang Xia felt a weight settle in his heart. With nearly 8 days remaining until the mythic descent, even if he devoted every last moment of the closed beta to hunting these sovereign tier beasts, it would be exceedingly difficult to reach level 50 and awaken his bloodline once more within that time frame. This meant the difficulty of forming formations would increase significantly. Unfortunately, even if the remaining 8 days were sufficient for leveling, he couldn't devote every moment to it. The formation deployment must now be prioritized. After all, it involved coordinating tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of demonic cultivator warriors, a task impossible to complete in a day or two. He must also reserve a margin for error to prevent failure at the last moment and ensure the formation's completion. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia hunted down one more sovereign-level beast before the closed beta ended. Only then did he leave the mountain and sea world, a lingering sense of melancholy weighing on him. Comrade Jiang Xia. The Elder Chen, leading a group of elders bearing the General Star insignia on their shoulders, had been waiting for quite some time. Is it about to begin? Jiang Xia distinctly sensed a hint of gravity in the air. Indeed. All 129,600 array flags have been planted. Throughout the Great Xia. On every mountain ridge, river bend, and even the nodes of the ocean currents. All able-bodied demon cultivators have been deployed as well. Now we await your command. The low tone of Elder Chen's voice carried a palpable sense of dejection and guilt. How could Jiang Xia not piece together the circumstances? Placing the demon sealing flags at these pivotal points, such a monumental task, if undertaken by ordinary people, would never proceed so smoothly. Casualties were inevitable. Unfortunately, Jiang Xia was truly unable to leave. The time allotted to the Great Xia Empire left him no room to manage too many other matters. After a long moment, he couldn't help but sigh. They are all heroes, destined to be remembered by history. This time, they will never be forgotten. They all deserve our utmost respect. Hearing Jiang Xia's words, the somber atmosphere eased slightly. With time limited, the group wasted no further moments and hurried directly to the Spirit Eye Tree. Beneath the towering Spirit Eye Tree, a multicolored altar radiated rippling light, slowly merging with the tree's own spiritual glow. Chapter 53, No Room for Luck, No Regard for Life. Under the expectant gazes of all present, Jiang Xia stepped into the tidal surge. With a wave of his hand, surging demonic energy erupted, engulfing the multicolored altar. Instantly, it activated the strange, mysterious runes upon it, transforming them into imprints etched upon the surrounding void. Surging demonic energy gushed forth, staining the undulating tide pitch black. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia showed not a hint of hesitation. With a wave of his hand, 5 flagpoles, billowing with dark, rolling mist, materialized around him. The moment they materialized, they rapidly expanded in the wind, stretching to over 10 zhang in the blink of an eye. It seemed as though one could see 10,000 ghosts wailing upon them, like a living hell on earth, instantly drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Thanks to prior warnings, the crowd remained largely composed. Those who had begun cultivating demonic arts spontaneously headed toward the demon sealing flags stationed in their respective cities. Long before the demon cultivators began their planned dispersal, Elder Chen had made a decision to publicly reveal the true information about the demonic beast invasion and the 5 elements sealing demon heaven-shaking array. He called upon the entire populace to accelerate their cultivation efforts. With the 5 elements sealing demon heaven-shaking array now in place and its array flags secured, the mountains and rivers of Great Xia began to generate demonic energy ahead of schedule. Even the spirit eye tree, nourished by this energy, grew several times taller. Within a short span, the ranks of demon cultivators surged dramatically. Aside from the elderly and children, vast numbers of young adults spontaneously broke through to the threshold. Though the demonic energy remained faint, it did not hinder their service to the nation. Across the Great Xia, regions where demon sealing flags stood were enveloped by concentric rings of light. Within these rings, the land was densely packed with warriors and citizens of the Great Xia. Each face radiated an unimaginable resolve. Boom! Suddenly, as if responding to some released signal, the earth shook violently. The flagpoles, which had stood motionless, began to tremble fiercely, as if they had come to life, emitting an endless pull. This caused the warriors and civilians within the light array to grimace in pain, their expressions grim. Yet not a single soul flinched in that moment. Even as they felt their vitality being drained, not a trace of fear flickered in their eyes. This weighed heavily on the heart of old Chen, who commanded everything from the central control room. He was uncertain whether the warriors and civilians could endure. It was difficult to say. Deploying an array capable of shielding the entire land of Great Xia demanded unimaginably harsh requirements. Were it not for the miracles Jiang Xia had repeatedly achieved, they would never have dared to entertain the thought of preserving the entire land of China, let alone aspire to deploy such an array to protect every inch of soil. In that case, they would inevitably have to abandon some remote regions. And the farmers who had dedicated generations to the nation. More than anything, he never wished to witness the Great Xia's mountains and rivers shattered by calamity again. Nor did he wish for future generations to toil tirelessly for the Great Xia's revival, only to exhaust themselves completely. Such suffering must be nipped in the bud. Observing Jiang Xia in the projection where all 5 main array flags were fully activated and the 5 elements altar foundation array was in place, old General Chen summoned his guard and instructed him to contact certain departments. Control all communication devices nationwide. At this critical moment, unity was paramount. Commander, preparations are complete. The guard jogged back, handing the satellite phone to old Chen. He then stepped back to stand guard cautiously. Ahem. With a faint cough, Chen Lao's voice echoed across every broadcasting station, electronic device, large display screen, and even personal mobile phone in the Great Xia. His tone then grew slightly deeper. Comrades. The Great Xia now stands at a moment of life and death. You may all be aware. What Xia is about to face, what trials it will endure. I can tell you this, the monstrous beasts are far more terrifying than you could ever imagine. Should they invade the Great Xia, our lands will be shattered, our loved ones trampled beneath their feet, devoured as blood offerings. Then, all shall struggle for survival beneath the shadow of this monstrous calamity, powerless over life or death, consumed by the terror of awaiting death's arrival. This calamity will be unprecedented. Our only hope now lies in uniting as one to assist the Great Xia in deploying an array powerful enough to shield its entire land. Do not entertain any illusions of luck. This truly is our last hope. I beg you all. Many soldiers who recognized old Chen's voice couldn't hold back their tears. Back at the military district, they had been briefed countless times. Every single one of them knew exactly what they were about to face. Even though the pressure was unimaginably immense, even though they could distinctly feel life slipping away, there was not a trace of fear. Clearly visible, many heads were gradually turning gray, streaked with layers of silver hair, the result of the Grand Formation's activation, its suction draining life force. Yet despite this, not a single voice raised complaint or discontent. For they all understood, if this generation failed to undertake this task, the Great Xia Empire might spend the next centuries, perhaps millennia, struggling to survive in the shadowless darkness. They themselves might not even survive this catastrophe. Everyone, without exception, had no choice. Either they would soar alongside the Great Xia, or they would plunge into the cruel winter hell. Boom! The collective will and power unleashed by nearly 300 million demon cultivators was terrifying. Black flames ignited upon everybody, resonating with the pillar of light that shot skyward from the heart of the Great Xia, the Dragon Capital Military District. Every array flag, fueled by the collective effort of the Great Xia populace, erupted with a fierce black pillar of light, piercing through the clouds. In an instant, the skies over Great Xia darkened. Thunderclouds churned ominously, and the pressure intensified dramatically. Jiang Xia, who led the formation's deployment, bore the brunt of this change. His face darkened as the challenge of establishing such an array far exceeded his expectations. A roar more violent than thunder surged within him, a sign his bloodline was boiling to its limit, on the verge of igniting. Golden sparks erupted from his body, making Jiang Xia resemble a golden hedgehog. Fortunately, what truly brought him relief was the sight of a layer of black light membrane slowly rising into the air at the edge of the Great Summer. This marked the process of the formation fully activating. Yet Jiang Xia dared not relax for a moment. Any misstep could trigger a catastrophic collapse. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, he refocused his attention on the 5 array flags in the multicolored altar where the divine light of the runes swirled. Chapter 54, The Capitalist Couldn't Sleep. The greatest challenge now was to embed the 5 elements altar into the mountain range housing the Longdu military district, positioning it at the main ridge's core to anchor the formation center within the military district. During this process, the 5 main array flags must be driven into their respective positions according to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This would anchor the mountainous terrain and earth veins of the Longdu military district, fully connecting the other subsidiary flags. The spiritual energy of the spiritite tree must be channeled along these mountain and river veins to form a complete cycle, fully activating the 5 elements heaven encompassing demon sealing great formation. This was the most arduous step. The spiritual energy tides generated by the spiritite tree plunged Jiang Xia into a quagmire from which escape proved impossible. With each infusion of demonic energy, their bodies endured unimaginable pressure. This process continued for days, during which the luminous membrane surrounding the Great Xia border had risen to over 10 feet in height. This achievement electrified the entire Great Xia. The faces of the crowd channeling demonic energy glowed with excitement, a clear sign that the 5 elements heaven sealing demon binding array was being deployed with resounding success. Inside the main control room, Elder Chen and the assembled officials all wore expressions of exhilaration. Excellent. We should still be on schedule, though some may grow impatient. As Elder Chen's smiling voice faded, the seasoned generals and powerful officials in the control room all wore meaningful smiles. They understood perfectly the implication behind his words. Earlier, when industries were being frantically sold off, these capitalists had been jumping for joy. In any other era, these individuals would undoubtedly be labeled traitors. To dare collude with foreigners and plunder state assets in these times was unthinkable. One could only imagine the consequences in the past. Soon enough, we'll compile a list of these bastards. The influx of foreign capital into Daxia was all facilitated by these bastards. After acquiring various industries, they immediately prepared to leak core data. If our people hadn't swiftly replaced personnel and stopped them, it would have caused significant damage. One middle-aged cadre still wore a look of lingering resentment. If not for concerns over repercussions and legal constraints, he would have had every last one of these capitalists arrested and hung from street lamps to dry. These bastards were utterly lawless. Ha ha! Once the grand formation is complete and Great Xia weathered this crisis, it won't be too late to settle the score. A rare hint of relief flickered across Elder Chen's face. However, the most urgent task now was deploying the 5 elements heaven sealing demon binding array. Everything else had to yield to that priority. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Old Chen's gaze returned to the surveillance feed, where a hint of worry inevitably surfaced. After all, this was a demonic formation. The footage clearly showed numerous middle-aged citizens whose hair was turning white at an unnatural pace. Based on calculations, this phenomenon likely stemmed from the array draining the life force from these individuals. This inevitably caused Old Chen to worry. He wondered if these people could endure it. Even if they managed to endure the array's deployment, how would they live afterward? Stopping was impossible. The entire future of the Great Xia rested upon this very demonic formation. I hope we can find a way to make amends in the future. Sigh. The hollow sigh weighed heavily on the crowd, dampening their earlier excitement. Every single person fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the screen, watching the masses and warriors struggling on. Meanwhile, just as Old Chen had predicted, some people could no longer sit still. The capitalists who had gobbled up state-owned enterprises. Panic and bewilderment spread across their faces. Their eyes held thick disbelief, unable to fathom that this was actually happening. How is this possible? The Great Xia government has truly mastered cultivation techniques and given them to the masses? Even if they're deploying formations, this is absurd. Are the beasts truly invading? Invading this world? You've got to be kidding me. I just bought shares in Great Xia Electric and haven't even made a dime yet. A pot-bellied, bald capitalist stared at the news scrolling endlessly across the television screen, utterly dumbfounded. No one understood better than him what this meant if it were true. Their industries, their conglomerates all would become worthless. After the disaster struck, even if they managed to survive, they'd have to climb to the rooftop and jump. This was no joke. The thought of his impending fate sent a chill through him, leaving him as restless as an ant on a hot pan. He couldn't calm down for the longest time. The same scene played out across countless locations. Capitalists who had been celebrating wildly with champagne moments before now plunged into despair. They weren't fools. How could they not grasp what was happening? This was undoubtedly a perfect trap set by the Great Xia government specifically for them. Having all their liquid assets seized left them kicking themselves in regret. Generations of accumulation had yielded nothing but a pile of useless assets, which could be seized back at any moment. The most furious was Yunhai Group, the unlucky soul who'd been the first to fully take over Jiang Xia. Yun Feng. Upon learning of the Great Xia Empire's grand maneuver, the deployment of the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array, he flew into a rage, smashing things wildly in his office. His hatred for Jiang Xia, who had tricked him into taking the fall, boiled over. That damned bastard. If it weren't for him, Yunhai Group wouldn't have been dragged into this quagmire. Bastard, don't let me find you. I'll make you pay dearly. Upon realizing he'd been tricked into taking the fall, Yunfeng sent men to track down Jiang Xia. But he was long gone, vanished without a trace, as if he'd evaporated from the face of the earth. This left him seething with impotent rage. To fully take over Jiang Xia's enterprises, he had mobilized massive funds. He'd frantically borrowed from major banks. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Generations of the Yun family's wealth in the Magic City had been destroyed by that little bastard Jiang Xia. These restless capitalists spontaneously gathered together, desperate to devise a countermeasure. What do we do now? If that formation actually succeeds, we'll all be fish on the chopping block. When he gobbled up state-owned enterprises, he relied heavily on Western capital. Just compiling the list of debts alone will be a nightmare for us. There's absolutely no way this will end well. The words had barely left their mouths when every face in the room darkened. Who didn't know that if the formation succeeded, they were as good as dead? The problem was, even if they wanted to stop the formation now, what could they do? Send people to disrupt it? They'd likely end up nailed to the pillar of shame. It's not entirely hopeless. The ones who'd least want the formation to succeed are probably those Western capitalists, right? If we could align with them and leverage their power, why would we fear failing to disrupt the formation? Chapter 55, Colluding with the West. How dare they? The moment the words fell, silence descended upon the entire group. Even the one who had first raised the suggestion stammered, unable to utter another word. They weren't fools. Sabotaging the Great Xia's plans at this critical juncture would guarantee their names on the execution list. They would be eliminated without exception. The Great Xia showed absolutely no mercy when it came to treason. Moreover, they were deeply hesitant. If the monstrous beast truly descended, having a protective barrier would at least save their lives, preventing certain death. Everyone, at this critical moment, are you truly willing to hand over all your assets to others? Don't forget, once that formation truly descends, our very lives will be beyond our control. They'll carve us up however they please. What if the beasts do descend? At worst, we'll pledge allegiance to them. Become their guides. With their backing, we might even rise to the pinnacle. What are humans to the beasts? Nothing but fodder and sustenance. By thwarting the Blood Feast's rebellion, won't the beasts reward us handsomely? As long as they don't devour us, that's all that matters, right? Don't be naive. Even if we do nothing now, when the end comes, won't the Great Xia settle accounts with us over buying up state-owned enterprises? Do you think doing nothing will spare any of you here? If you'd rather sit and wait for death, consider my words never spoken. Someone blurted out, sending a collective shiver through the assembled crowd. Yes. Even if they did nothing, would Great Xia truly spare them? Even if they managed to cling to life, their futures were uncertain. Power and wealth would be lost for sure. This was worse than death itself. Falling from heaven into the mud, how could anyone endure that? A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of many capitalists. The promise of profit alone could make them trample everything in their path. Let alone the prospect of having everything they possessed stripped away. Western capitalists have already colluded with each other. Why would they hesitate to ally with a beast? Exactly. Even if the Great Xia Empire seeks to strip us of everything, they'll pay a price. To continue like this is to wait for death. If it comes to it, we'll flee the country. We can't stay in the Great Xia any longer. Unless we can. The speaker trailed off abruptly. Yet every capitalist tyrant present understood the unspoken implication. Madness flickered in many eyes as they weighed the feasibility of the proposal. Soon, their lust for money and power overrode what little reason remained. After all, betraying the Great Xia wasn't something they'd never done before. Indeed, many present had already relocated their families and children to the Western world, leaving them with fewer reservations about their actions. Moreover, this situation presented them with an opportunity, a chance to turn the tables and seize control. That prospect alone was enough to drive them mad. Soon after the meeting concluded, all the capitalists present made contact. Their connections in the Western world, upon receiving this news, instantly stirred up a massive storm. Eagle. The White House. Trump convened his think tank and capitalists overnight to devise a plan against Great Xia. Damn it! Why did a protective shield appear along the Great Xia border? How come I didn't get a single report on something this crucial? What the hell are those idiots at the CIA doing? Trump's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. He desperately needed to understand what had changed. What unknown technology had Great Xia mastered? This unknown filled them all with panic. The Western capitalists present didn't look much better. Most of them had significant investments in Daxia. If these investments went down the drain, they'd likely suffer severe losses. There was even the possibility of being swallowed up by other capitalists. Don't be fooled by their current camaraderie. Should any one of them falter, the others would pounce without hesitation, devouring the fallen without mercy. Particularly given that many had previously provided capital advances to Daxia during its state-owned enterprise sell-offs. Most importantly, the emergence of the mysterious light shield over Xia had left them feeling increasingly uneasy. Launch an immediate investigation. Dispatch personnel to the Great Xia border. Suppressing his anger, Tep took out his phone and called the CIA. Only after hanging up did he turn his gaze to the assembled group. Speak up. How should we handle this situation? Daxia is now heading into uncharted territory. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. Whatever they intend to do, we must stop them at all costs. Their plans must not succeed. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause immeasurable repercussions for us. It could even undermine our standing and influence in the world. None of the capitalists or think tank members present dared to contradict what Trump had said. Daxia's recent series of actions alone had already made their situation more difficult than ever before. Especially since those bastards in Great Xia had even copied their tactics by secretly printing currency, flooding the Western world with Great Xia currency and forcing them to absorb the consequences of this inflation. Some smaller nations, unable to withstand the pressure, were pushed to the brink of bankruptcy. How could they not curse the Great Xia? Not only were they suffering losses themselves, but the Great Xia was also plundering profits that rightfully belonged to them. At this thought, many capitalists grew visibly agitated. This won't do. Whatever the Great Xia does, we cannot let them succeed. We must unite more nations to exert pressure on them. We cannot let the Great Xia's hidden schemes come to fruition. We must nip their plots in the bud. Exactly. That sick dragon of the East should just lie low for the rest of its days. Any sign of it raising its head must be crushed. Watching the capitalists' fervor, Tupo felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He then contacted Western nations, Southeast Asian countries like Chicken Lake Basin and South Korea, all in the name of the Black Palace. Together, they would pressure the Great Xia to provide an explanation. Naturally, the smaller nations eagerly complied with Uncle Eagle's demands, even issuing declarations that if Great Xia refused to cooperate and halt all plans, they would sever all ties with Daxia and prohibit the flow of any goods or materials into the nation. Chapter 56, Taking the most critical step in deployment. Upon receiving this news, Elder Chan and the assembled generals nearly burst into laughter from sheer exasperation. Seems someone couldn't sit still. Having caught on to the earlier hints, Old Chen remarked with a trace of mockery in his eyes. What do they think Great Xia is? That they can trample and toy with us at will? And now they threaten to sever ties? Ban all trade in goods? Who gave them the audacity? Do they think it's still decades ago? Do they really believe there's something special? If it weren't for needing to absorb the excess currency we printed earlier, why would we even bother with these shameless vermin? As the words fell, scorn spread across the other elders' faces. Exactly. At this critical juncture, they think a few condemnations will make us abandon our plans? Forget developing major weapons. Even if they did, what difference would it make? Still think they're the world's overlords? Once the beasts descend, they won't even get the chance to kneel and weep. Not bad. Why bother with them? The sneers on the elders' faces grew even more pronounced. They'd had enough. For years, everything from the West had forced them to tread carefully. Forget about the West for now. The urgent task is arranging the formations. Let the diplomatic break be. Recall all Great Xia citizens. Halt trade as well. Fund flows have slowed anyway, and the West's capacity to absorb Xia currency is nearing saturation. No need to sacrifice the greater good for minor gains. We'll pull back completely on foreign affairs. They want to sever ties and sanction Xia? Fine, let them have their way. All resources are banned from leaving the country. Hearing Elder Chen's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Nothing mattered more now than deploying the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding formation. Once the array was successfully deployed, even if the Western world knelt begging for mercy, they wouldn't give a second thought. Soon, a document circulated from the central control room, sending shockwaves through the Western world. They could scarcely fathom that Daxia would act with such decisive resolve. Panic swept through their ranks, leaving them frozen in shock for a long while. Western nations with weak economies, especially those reliant on grain imports from Great Xia, were particularly unsettled. Normally, the Great Xia maintained a semi-subsidized trade relationship with them out of goodwill. But Western capitalists wouldn't be so kind they wouldn't let them off lightly, and skinning them alive would be the least of their worries. Without the Great Xia, they would starve to death. The restless nations hastily sent letters to the Great Xia explaining their situation. But by then, the Great Xia Empire had severed all external communications. They could only fret helplessly. Eagle. Black House. How dare they? How dare they defy the entire West? Have they all gone mad? After burning the midnight oil in the conference room all night without receiving a single response, Trump was utterly furiously pounding on anything within reach. In his mind, the Great Xia, which had always been compliant with foreign powers, would surely cave and abandon its unwarranted plans after facing condemnation and sanctions this time. But who knew they'd be so stubborn this time, refusing to budge no matter what? Beep beep. A phone call interrupted Tup's mounting fury. After hearing the contents of the call, a look of horror spread across his face. What did you say? The light shield at the Great Xia border is solid? And possesses extreme hardness? No equipment or instruments can detect it at all? Hearing Tep's words, all the capitalists present shared similar expressions, a chill rising in their hearts that defied imagination. Instruments couldn't detect it, yet it was a solid light barrier. The implications were staggering. It meant Great Xia had secretly mastered powerful technology unknown to them. This technology was potent enough to overturn an entire era, propelling civilization toward uncharted horizons. The mere thought of it was unbearable to the capitalists. If such a capability wasn't in their hands, they wouldn't sleep soundly. The grimest face belonged to Tup, his expression so dark it seemed ready to drip with water. Similar technologies were not entirely beyond Eagle's reach, but their research had stalled at the stage of converting lasers into physical barriers. Despite the dazzling displays in American blockbusters, real-world equivalents remained mere concepts. This won't do. We must stop Great Xia's plan at all costs. Otherwise, we'll face serious trouble down the line. At that moment, Trump took the sudden appearance of the Great Xia's light shield extremely seriously. How do we stop Great Xia? They refuse to engage in dialogue now. They ignore all external communications. The subordinate's words instantly froze Tep's expression. Indeed, the greatest challenge was that they simply wouldn't acknowledge him. As for resorting to threats, their capabilities might well match his own. Moreover, the Great Bear and the Eagle's Western Alliance were locked in a tense standoff. Even minor maneuvers by Daxia could drastically alter the Western power structure. Yet doing nothing and letting Great Xia act freely left them feeling reluctant. Why not send spies to contact the agents we bribed within Great Xia's homeland? Sabotage their plans. Before the speaker could finish, a piercing glare cut him off. Everyone stared at him as if he were an idiot. Sabotage? How exactly do you plan to sabotage it? Their operation mobilizes the entire populace. You'd likely be beaten to death by enraged Daxia citizens before even getting close. After hours of heated debate, no conclusion was reached. With a hint of resignation, Tepu adjourned the meeting. The thought of Daxia charging ahead like a wild horse unleashed filled him with a sense of helplessness. In the end, with no other options, he could only continue mobilizing Western students. Stirring up public opinion, he hoped to exert some pressure on the Great Xia side. Meanwhile, at the very center of the spiritual energy tide, Jiang Xia downed a bottle of spiritual essence before channeling runes formed from black demonic energy into the array's foundation. Watching them slowly sink into the node where the spirit eye tree resided, he breathed a faint sigh of relief. The most arduous part was now complete. Next, he must sink the 5 main flags into their corresponding nodes to draw in and activate the scattered 129,600 demon sealing flags, fully energizing the 5 elements heaven-encompassing demon sealing great array. I wonder if we'll make it in time. Can the masses and warriors hold out? If only we had more time, even just one more month, things wouldn't be so urgent. Though the most critical step in setting up the formation was complete, Jiang Xia wore little joy. For the trials facing Great Xia had only just begun. Had he been granted more time to reach level 50, success would have been far more assured. But the world offered no room for such ifs. Compared to the Western world, they were already incredibly fortunate. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia's gaze returned to the 5 formation flags, his eyes flashing with resolve. Chapter 57, The Mythical Era arrives early, a matter of life and death. Boom! Under the tense gaze of Elder Chen and the others, Jiang Xia strained to push the array flag, moving it toward the array's focal point. With each inch of movement, the speed at which the light barrier along the Great Xia border climbed upward increased. Everyone who witnessed this scene wore expressions of astonished delight. The beast invasion had weighed upon their hearts like an unimaginably heavy mountain. Thankfully, from this moment onward, that mountain was about to be lifted from their hearts. With the array's protection, countless people of the Great Xia now had a chance to survive the impending calamity. At this thought, a faint smile touched everyone's lips. Of course, some gazed at the gradually closing light barrier, unable to sit still, their faces turning deathly pale. For the capitalists who had undermined the Great Xia's plans and colluded with the West, panic now seeped into their very bones. They felt as if the sky itself was about to collapse. They couldn't believe the nation's so-called demon cultivation project was real. Capitalists who had stayed behind in Daxia, unable to flee in time, were now filled with regret so deep it felt like their guts were turning green. Once the dome above them closed completely, what awaited them would be endless darkness reduced to fish on a cutting board, helplessly at the mercy of those who would carve them up. For capitalists who trampled everything in pursuit of profit, this was far crueler than death itself. Damn those eagles! Why can't we stop Great Xia's schemes? World rulers, they should just go eat. Does Great Xia really have no room for us capitalists? Why bother with these useless formations? Let those lowly commoners die. What's the point of all this futile effort? The beasts have descended. We should just cooperate with them. Meanwhile, at the center of the spiritual energy tide, Jiang Xia watched the light shield closing in the sky, a faint smile curling his lips. Finally, before the mythic era descended, the array was nearly complete. 5 array flags, shimmering with multicolored divine light, slowly merged into the 5 mountain nodes. Every mountain, river, and earth vein seemed to come alive. As the principal array master who personally established the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great array, Jiang Xia could distinctly sense that every mountain range, every river vein, and every stream within Great Xia radiated unimaginable vitality. Even the immovable spirit eye tree surged rapidly with this surge of vitality, its size expanding several-fold in an instant. It erupted with colossal spiritual energy, forming surging tides that relentlessly flowed outward from the Longdu military district, engulfing the surrounding lands. Jiang Xia, bearing the brunt of this force, felt the energy within him surge and erupt uncontrollably. Demon energy even began to spill uncontrollably from his body. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Your level has been upgraded to 50. The cold voice echoed, and Jiang Xia could distinctly sense the demonic embryo within him had surged several times over, granting him even greater control over the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert the sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon Manifestation can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar. Strength determined by user's level. Reversal of yin yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume the primordial starry sky. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 50. Bloodline awaken 3 times. Occupation, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Spiral turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped materialization permission, exchangeable. Glancing at the system panel, Jiang Xia felt disappointed. Despite reaching level 50, the bloodline awakening symbol had not appeared. Yet his disappointment was soon overshadowed by elation. This level up represented a qualitative leap in power, even granting him the ability to borrow a portion of the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array's might to a certain extent. Such power, if placed in the cultivation world, would roughly equate to that of a spirit transformation stage elder demon, an immortal fruit of the Tao that countless cultivators sought for millennia yet could never attain. Yet, thanks to the mythical descent, Jiang Xia had effortlessly attained it within a mere instant. But before the excitement could fully subside, a sudden, icy voice froze his expression, turning his face grim. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for catalyzing the spiritual energy revival. The mythic era shall descend prematurely, merging the Shanghai Chronicles into reality. The Soul Hidden Beta Tester is advised to prepare accordingly. The system's voice nearly made Jiang Xia curse under his breath. Glancing up at the light dome overhead, he knew it would take at least another 2 or 3 days to fully close and activate the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array. Originally, the array should have been fully deployed within the projected timeframe. Who could have foreseen the mythical era arriving prematurely? If the rampaging beasts breached the formation, not only would the people of Great Xia face unimaginable calamity, but the array itself would suffer equally devastating damage. Failure at the last moment was a distinct possibility. This thought made Jiang Xia restless. He immediately relayed the impending crisis to Elder Chen. The mythic era has arrived, ahead of schedule? Upon receiving the news, Elder Chen's expression darkened, his heart sinking to the depths. How could this happen? Is it heaven's will that the Great Xia suffer this calamity? As they hurried out of the control room, the group suddenly noticed the once clear sky now thick with dark clouds. Thunder snakes danced wildly, tearing long, narrow slits across the sky. One after another, monstrous beasts fierce in appearance and radiating overwhelming malevolence poured forth from within. Their vicious aura caused everyone to freeze in place. Across the sky, vast swaths of the rift remained gaping and unclosed. Fortunately, the direction from which the beasts descended was largely blocked by the protective array's light barrier, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Many beasts vaporized the instant they touched the formation, turning into wisps of blood energy that were swallowed by the 5-star heaven-encompassing demon-sealing Great Formation. Watching this scene, Elder Chen felt little joy. He knew that Great Xia now stood at the brink of survival or destruction. The fate of the nation hung entirely on whether the array could close completely. Chapter 58, Monsters Run Rampant, the West Stunned. This won't do. We must complete the formation at all costs. We cannot abandon it halfway. We've come this far. We cannot betray the comrades who sacrificed themselves before us. The cost of deploying the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding formation had already been staggering. The heroic souls who fell across the great mountains and rivers to ensure the array flags could be planted, and the people who drained their very lives to support the effort. We must honor their sacrifices. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Old Chen returned to the main control room. Hope was not entirely lost. There was still hope, still a chance. The array's slow deployment stemmed entirely from demonic energy output failing to match its absorption rate. Now that the Great Xia's spiritual energy had begun to revive, a final stimulus might accelerate the array's convergence. With this thought, Old Chen activated the communication device with a heavy heart. His voice, transmitted through specialized equipment, reached every corner of the Great Xia Empire. Everyone, Great Xia now stands at the brink of survival or extinction. As you can see, the calamity of the monstrous beasts has arrived prematurely. They have descended upon Blue Star, yet our great formation remains incomplete. Should these ferocious beasts breach the array, the consequences facing Great Xia will be unimaginable. The weight of those consequences is impossible to foresee. Old Chen trailed off. Yet every soul standing at the array's nodes understood the weighty implication. Glancing at the array slowly closing and the swarming beasts pouring forth, how could they not grasp what awaited them if these beasts breached the formation? At that thought, all inner conflict vanished. Damn it! Even if it costs us our lives, we must complete this formation. So what if I die? I've lived this long. At least I get to cultivate demonic arts and seek the Tao in my twilight years. It's worth it. We absolutely cannot let these beasts break through and bring disaster upon our descendants. Many elderly villagers wore expressions of unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, they activated the techniques recorded in the demon summoning manual methods that burn through reserves to unleash latent demonic energy within their bodies. They forced the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array to awaken faster, forming a protective barrier for the Great Xia. One by one, the villagers collapsed. Capitalists who had glimpsed hope now wore expressions of despair, utterly baffled. What had possessed these common folk, barely able to feed themselves? Why were they risking their lives like this? What were they seeking? Their confusion did little to ease their despair, for with each casualty, the light shield enveloping Great Xia closed in at an accelerating pace. Within the circle, peace reigned. Outside the circle, countless ferocious beasts howled, charging madly toward the barrier of the formation. Amidst their despair, these capitalists recalled their families evacuated to the west and the small portion of assets they had managed to transfer. Their despair instantly doubled, their faces contorting into grotesque grimaces. In contrast to Great Xia, the ferocious beasts rampaged unchecked across the territories of other nations, devouring humans as blood offerings with increasing savagery. The bloodthirsty glow revealed to some Western liberals the true meaning of cruelty and hell on earth. Those torn apart by beasts, their lower halves devoured, were forced to witness their own bodies being consumed before death. Unimaginable despair stretched out their dying moments, allowing them to taste death's utter hopelessness with brutal clarity. The rampaging beasts brought not only agony and despair to the Western world but also the collapse of order. Gazing at the devastated land ravaged by the beasts, TEP's eyes rolled back in fury. Damn it! It's all those bastards from Great Xia's fault. If they knew the beasts were coming, why didn't they warn us sooner? What the hell kind of bull war propaganda is this? Utterly unethical. Not a shred of humanity left in them. Damn them! They deserve to rot in hell. Listening to Tep's impotent rant, his subordinates dared not even breathe heavily, terrified of being implicated. Yet inwardly, they couldn't help but mutter their own curses. Earlier, when Great Xia announced the beast invasion, they'd called them fools. But no one dared voice any discontent at this moment. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, Lord Beast Slain X1245282. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Sovereign Ferocious Beast X15421134. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating Ferocious Beast X11488512. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcendent Beast X11041. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating Sovereign Ferocious Beast X12345601. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Sovereign Ferocious Beast X11456001. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for reaching level 51. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, leveled up to 52. Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Jiang Xia's gaze held a hint of complexity. He wasn't thrilled that the beast slain by the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array had been credited to him. Instead, a vague sense of foreboding crept over him. For he sensed a familiar aura emanating from above, where the array had yet to fully close. The human-headed bird beast. Seeing this sudden apparition, Jiang Xia's heart sank. Even after several level-ups, facing the human-headed bird beast still brought overwhelming pressure and danger. Gritting his teeth, he ignited the demonic flames within his body and charged toward the gap in the formation. If this beast, whose ferocity surpassed even that of a sovereign, were to breach the formation, the Great Xia would face grave peril. In the blink of an eye, a multicolored, mist-shrouded immortal furnace flew from Jiang Xia's hand. Boiling demonic energy surged into the furnace, coating it in layer upon layer of black radiance. Like a colossal demonic artifact awakening from slumber, it surged upward with unimaginable ferocity, its raging flames engulfing the sky. Even the newly appeared bird beasts with human heads faltered momentarily, a flicker of panic crossing their forms. Empowered by the overwhelming demonic energy, the sky-piercing shuttle was propelled to its absolute limit. Flash of lightning, it swiftly reached the gap in the formation. Simultaneously, the creation immortal furnace was summoned, spewing unimaginable demonic flames as it slammed violently into the human-headed bird beast. Simultaneously, a grayish divine light shot from its eyes, instantly immobilizing the humanoid bird beasts. Boom! After the violent collision, the human-headed bird beast shimmered with divine radiance as its golden feathers scattered and fell. Roar! 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 Amidst the piercing howls, Jiang Xia could imagine the fury boiling within the decapitated beast, now gravely wounded. Especially after catching the familiar scent of Jiang Xia, it was on the verge of losing its mind. Terrifying, vicious demonic auras radiated from its body as it fixed its gaze on Jiang Xia, as if it had spotted an irreconcilable enemy. Chapter 59: An Unprecedented Crisis. Roar! 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 The frenzied roar echoed across the heavens. The human-headed bird beast was utterly enraged. That insignificant ant had dared to provoke her time and again, escaping her grasp each time. It was simply inconceivable. If she couldn't tear Jiang Xia to pieces, she'd never sleep soundly again. Then there was the luminous barrier enveloping the land, shrouding the vast expanse of this world. Countless mighty beasts and rulers had crashed into it, meeting gruesome deaths on the spot. How could they ever conquer this world unless the damned light barrier was destroyed? At this thought, the savage glint in the bird beast's human-headed eyes intensified. It transformed into a bolt of lightning, whipping up terrifying demonic winds and malevolent energies as it charged straight toward Jiang Xia's location. The overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed Jiang Xia in a palpable sense of impending doom. Without a moment's hesitation, he once again summoned the creation immortal furnace, pushing its power to its absolute limit as he charged head-on toward the human-headed bird beast. Time and again, he activated the candle dragon's eye, delaying the humanoid beast and buying precious moments for the array to fully activate. Below, every person who had witnessed the terrifying flames of the monstrous beast firsthand now wore expressions of lingering dread. Without the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array, it was truly unimaginable what would happen after the beast's rampage. How could the ravaged land ever heal the wounds it had suffered? Thank goodness we live in Great Xia. At critical moments, the nation still stands. Otherwise, we'd have been doomed this time. TSK tisk. Guess foreign countries are finished this time. The moon won't be full anymore. Wonder if those overseas students who shamelessly praised foreign lands and slandered Great Xia are still alive? They must be kicking themselves now. Amidst their relief at surviving the ordeal, the people of Daxia couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude. It was obvious to anyone with half a brain what state the foreign countries were in now. They must be trembling under the giant foot of a ferocious beast. Even if they managed to survive, it would only be a desperate clinging to life. Soon, everyone noticed the figure radiating golden light, holding the divine furnace. Their faces were frozen in indescribable shock. Who would have thought the Great Xia Empire already harbored such a formidable being? Outside the light barrier, the humanoid-headed, beast-bodied creature, colossal as a divine mountain in deep sea, exerted such overwhelming pressure that even from the distant heavens, its presence was palpable. In that moment, they pushed their potential to even greater extremes, churning demonic energy and channeling it toward the array flags. This further unleashed the flag's power, accelerating the array's convergence. United as one. In the face of catastrophe, every citizen of the Great Xia embodied these 4 words to the fullest. Even if it meant suffering unimaginable losses, not a single soul showed the slightest hint of retreat. For they all understood that even a single step backward could mean witnessing the Great Xia's utter collapse, leaving their descendants for generations, perhaps dozens of generations, to bear unimaginable pain and suffering. A sorrow that might take decades, even centuries, to heal. Facing such calamity, they were all willing to halt the dynasty's legacy within their own generation. For anything less would condemn the Great Xia to an unimaginably dark future. This thought echoed endlessly in every mind, hastening the graying of hair, deepening the furrows on foreheads, and even the signs of life itself, all sacrificed without hesitation. This desperate, life-draining output caused the array's activation speed to surge once more. The light barrier rose frantically, offering Jiang Xia, who guarded the entrance to intercept the beast's surpassing kings, a slight reprieve from the pressure. If they could hold out for just a few more hours, the light barrier would close completely. At this thought, the light in Jiang Xia's eyes grew even more frenzied. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each successive activation of the candle dragon's eye strained Jiang Xia's body to its limits, causing hideous, terrifying cracks to spread across his entire form. Streams of blood, radiating golden light, spilled from his body, staining the void around him. Though only a few hours passed, this moment felt longer than years to him. Continuously activating both the creation immortal furnace and the candle dragon's eye pushed him to the brink of collapse. An unprecedented predicament, the sensation of struggling in a quagmire. Fortunately, hope remained visible, the hope to persevere. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the sovereign beast X12434154. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the lord fiend beast X11325586. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the transcendent beast X11041. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the sovereign fiend beast X12345601. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Ferocious Beast X126512. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Sovereign Ferocious Beast X127111237. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, leveled up to 53. As his level rose, waves of golden energy surged through Jiang Xia's body, each more intense than the last. They swept violently across his entire form, and his cracked, bleeding body began to show signs of slow healing. This discovery instantly filled him with unimaginable delight, giving him hope to persevere. He could hold the beasts outside the array once its formation was complete. He owed much to the relentless beasts charging the formation, including sovereign-level foes whose spilled blood further amplified the array's ferocity. This greatly accelerated the formation's deployment. As the array devoured and circulated this flesh and blood, it was infused into the major mountain ranges and earth veins of the Great Xia, accelerating the proliferation of demonic energy. The surging demonic energy accelerated the fusion of the Mountain Sea era with reality. Harnessing the power of the 5 elements heaven-spanning array, he could even sense the mountains and rivers of Great Xia expanding at a visible pace. This discovery even brought a hint of relief to Jiang Xia's heart. Fortunately, the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array had been deployed, otherwise, the Great Xia Empire's predicament would have been far more dire. Now, we only need to hold off this monstrous beast. If we can endure until the array is fully deployed, the might of the 5 elements heaven-spanning demon-sealing array will be sufficient to withstand a beast surpassing even the sovereign level. We should be able to weather the initial crisis, buying the Great Xia Empire sufficient time to develop. During the lengthy internal testing phase, we never encountered higher-tier beasts. In the early stages, only beasts surpassing the sovereign rank should appear. As Jiang Xia watched the formation rapidly close in, a faint smile flickered across his face before abruptly freezing. Boom! The surrounding void trembled incessantly as 2 monstrous beasts, each as large as a man-headed bird, radiating towering, raging flames, stepped into this void from an unknown spacetime. The surrounding space visibly warped and twisted. Chapter 60, 3 monstrous beasts transcending sovereign rank. Seeing the sudden appearance of the ferocious beasts, Jiang Xia's heart immediately sounded alarm bells, for these 2 beasts were old acquaintances. He had encountered them before in the subterranean fissure space. Like the human-headed bird beasts, they were entities that transcended the sovereign tier. One had nearly pushed him to the brink of collapse. Now 2 more had arrived. Countless citizens of the Great Xia below also witnessed this scene. Why is heaven against the Great Xia? What's going on? We couldn't handle 1 ferocious beast, and now 2 more? Could it be that the formation can't be set up? It was so close. Just a little more. Gazing up at the gap in the pitch-black protective barrier spanning the sky, every citizen of the Great Xia Empire felt their hearts clench. Though they held some confidence in the figure bravely confronting the beasts, could they truly withstand these 2 sudden arrivals, combined with the earlier man-headed demon beast? Inside the command center, Elder Chen and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of dread, their expressions grim. No one could have foreseen such a series of unforeseen events. First, the mythical era arrived unexpectedly early. Just as they were about to block the beasts and complete the formation. Even repelling a single beast required exhausting every available means. Now, can Jiang Xia hold out? Sigh, how could this happen? The elders all hesitated, their faces etched with deep concern. Yet relief prevailed. Had Jiang Xia not been present to prepare the Great Xia Empire in advance, this sudden onslaught of beasts could have toppled the empire. Though all external communications had been severed, they could only imagine the calamity unfolding in the unprotected Western nations. This was a force beyond human defense. There's no point dwelling on that now. Jiang Xia still faces the beasts. We mustn't slow him down. Mobilize once more. Persuade the people of Daxia to hold on. We must complete the formation at all costs. The 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding formation determined the fate of Great Xia for centuries to come. Failure was not an option. Truthfully, no rallying cry from Elder Chen was needed. Every citizen of Great Xia understood what this formation meant for their nation. Each person was prepared to unleash their utmost potential, no matter the cost. Unlike their desperate struggle for survival, the other 2 beasts seemed to reignite the capitalists' hopes of turning the tide. All of them were silently praying that the Great Xia's formation would never be completed. It would be best if the beasts tore the Great Xia's formation apart outright. If that damn formation succeeds, we'll all be ruthlessly purged by the Great Xia authorities. It's all those useless Westerners. They can't even handle the Great Xia government. Damn it! Why bother setting up formations to protect these lowly commoners? Do they even deserve it? Shouldn't they just serve as fodder for the beasts, creating value for us? They're forever beneath contempt. Isn't giving them freedom enough? Damn it! Amidst the curses, each capitalist was overcome with excitement beyond words. They had been on the brink of despair, yet this unexpected turn of events reignited their hope of reclaiming everything. As true capitalists, profit could make them sell anything. So upon seeing the ferocious beasts emerge, they immediately began scheming. Should they orchestrate some underhanded maneuvers to help the monstrous calamity breach the formation? Many had already begun acting on this thought, gathering their thugs and ruffians to sabotage the formation flags. But before they could get close, nearby guards seized them and hung them from the flagpoles. This temporarily quashed the capitalists' plans to sabotage the array flags, forcing them to seek other avenues. Once the formation was successfully established, unimaginable darkness awaited them. The Great Xia Empire would never spare them. At the very least, all their wealth would be confiscated, plunging them from their lofty positions into utter ruin. This was an outcome none of them could accept under any circumstances. Above the heavens, a cold bead of sweat silently trickled down Jiang Xia's forehead. Two monstrous beasts, radiating overwhelming ferocity, had fully descended from the otherworldly realm into the skies above the Great Xia. Both fixed their predatory stares upon Jiang Xia. For they had discovered that this insignificant being, no better than an ant, was the very one who had snatched the 5 elements divine metal from their grasp. Roar! A ferocious demon ape, radiating overwhelming flames and possessing 4 arms, let out an enraged roar. 2 fiery divine lights shot from its eyes, perfectly embodying the fury of its fire-breathing fury. Another ferocious beast resembling a blue rhinoceros fixed its gaze on Jiang Xia, its eyes brimming with a desire to flay him alive, tear him limb from limb, and devour him whole. As the beasts charged toward him nearly simultaneously, Jiang Xia hesitated not a moment. Under the gaze of all present, he simultaneously activated the Candle Dragon's Eye and the Candle Dragon Dharma form. He frantically channeled the demonic energy within his body into the creation immortal furnace, propelling it toward the 3 ferocious beasts. He paid no heed to his rapidly shattering body or the blood splattering into the void, his eyes burning with unimaginable madness. So what if they're the 3 great beasts? I'll fight to the death. At that moment, Jiang Xia knew retreat was impossible. Otherwise, the formation would collapse, and under a shattered nest, no egg could survive intact. These enraged beasts would likely tear him apart in an instant, pursuing him to the ends of the earth without respite. The seething hatred in their eyes screamed of an irreconcilable, blood-soaked enmity. It made sense. Having repeatedly risked life and limb to steal from these beasts, he too would have developed a killer instinct. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia decisively ignited his bloodline, pushing the Candle Dragon's Eye to its absolute limit. 2 streams of blood tears spurted forth, causing him to temporarily lose his sight. Boom! The divine creation furnace collided with the ferocious beasts, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The very fabric of space trembled with unimaginable force, causing the protective barrier enveloping the Great Xia to waver precariously. Swish, swish. A torrent of demonic energy surged from Jiang Xia's body, sweeping toward the rapidly retreating creation immortal furnace. He pinned the furnace in midair, forcibly invoking a demonic secret technique from the demonic inheritance scriptures. Heavenly demon blood ignition. A force ignited from the depths of his bloodline, causing streaks of silver to appear at Jiang Xia's temples. A heart-stopping power erupted from his body. All of it poured into the suspended immortal furnace, violently unleashed toward the 3 great beasts of the void. Chapter 61, Selfless and Fearless, Hope. Boom! The divine cauldron of creation shot backward at breakneck speed. A mouthful of blood surged from Jiang Xia's lips, splattering across the heavens. Cracks instantly spread across his entire body, blood gushing forth unceasingly. The combined might of these 3 beasts was beyond his wildest imagination. Cough, cough. Blood gushed from his mouth as Jiang Xia frantically channeled the Candle Dragon's Eye, slowing the 3 beasts' advance and preventing them from breaching the Great Xia. The formation continued to rapidly close in. At this critical moment, every single second was incredibly important. It was unimaginable. The only glimmer of hope for Jiang Xia was his rapidly soaring level. Master, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique, Candle Dragon's Eye eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, whose power scales with the user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine power, purple extreme demon flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 55 bloodline awakened 3 times. Occupation, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Whirlwind turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky escape shuttle equipped materialization permission, exchangeable. Reaching level 55, the golden radiance it brought barely stabilized Jiang Xia's collapsing body, pulling him back from the brink of death. Had he attempted the Candle Dragon's Eye technique once more, his body would have shattered completely. Watching the ferocious beasts advance, Jiang Xia found it difficult to calm his heart. The repeated overloads from casting the Candle Dragon's Eye only slowed the beasts' advance marginally. With thousands of miles remaining, these beasts would soon breach the borders of Great Xia. They would trample everything in sight with utter recklessness, plunging the entire Great Xia into its darkest hour, where countless lives would be devoured. The grand formation he was deploying would be destroyed by them. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia continuously unleashed the candle dragon's eye. Blood burned wildly within his body, unleashing overwhelming power. Roar! 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 Three beasts radiating overwhelming flames, their pressure warping the very void itself. All were enraged beyond imagination, yearning to crush Jiang Xia, this mere ant, into a handful of bloody mist, vaporizing him from existence. Though separated by mere thousands of miles, this insignificant insect had caused them to emit strange beams from their eyes, making it feel as though they had traversed countless ages. Each vicious collision from the multicolored, mist-shrouded divine creation furnace inflicted unimaginable wounds upon them. This only intensified their desire to tear Jiang Xia, who was within arm's reach, to pieces. What filled them with the most urgent dread was the aura emanating from this mysterious light barrier. It posed an immense threat to them all. If they failed to eliminate it, it would become the greatest obstacle to the fierce beast clan's domination of this world. This was something they could not tolerate. Burning with rage, the three beasts simultaneously launched their attack toward Jiang Xia's location. Yet what filled them with both rage and helplessness was that damned sense of familiarity. Frozen in midair, utterly powerless. This drove them all to the brink of madness, causing the surrounding void to distort unnaturally. Though the distance was merely a few thousand miles, a mere blink away from crushing Jiang Xia, it felt as impassable as a chasm. The moment they regained a sliver of movement, they were frozen in midair once more. To make matters worse, they were periodically bombarded by the powerful aura emanating from the immortal furnace. As Jiang Xia unleashed the candle dragon's eye once more, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. For his blood spilled into the sky, captured by a low-orbit satellite. It was broadcast live to the masses of the Great Xia Empire, who were channeling demonic energy into the formation. Witnessing Jiang Xia's perilous predicament, teetering on the brink of death time and again, and his relentless efforts to hold back the three great beasts from invading the land of Huaxia, everyone present could not help but be moved to tears. All spared no expense, sacrificing everything to accelerate the array's amplification. The latent power unleashed by an entire nation was unimaginable. Under the furious gazes of the beasts, the light barrier slowly closed. The malevolent aura emanating from the entire formation grew increasingly terrifying. If they could hold on just a little longer, the entire formation would close completely, keeping all the beasts locked outside the borders of Great Xia. Jiang Xia was not the only one who saw hope. Every Great Xia citizen fighting for their lives could sense through the formation that less than 1,000 li gap remained in the sky above. Once this final breach was sealed, Great Xia would be truly secure. They could weather this calamity and even launch a counteroffensive against the invading beasts. Then, this disaster would become an unimaginable opportunity for Great Xia. The mere thought of it stirred an indescribable excitement within every soul. Within the legacy of demonic cultivation, glimpses of the path to immortality could be foreseen. Merely by solidifying a demon embryo, one can attain a lifespan of 1,000 years. Not to mention the realms beyond that. For ordinary cultivators, this journey would be excruciatingly arduous. Yet in their world, the mythic era continually descends and merges. Battling monsters to level up is an instinct ingrained in every Great Xia citizen's very bones. Even if they themselves cannot fully enjoy it, fighting for this colossal opportunity for the next generation, the next life-death becomes nothing to fear. Besides, with immortality cultivation already existing, isn't reincarnation perfectly logical? Death could even transform them into ghost cultivators. The secret techniques they had encountered before contained records of such possibilities. Many had even resolutely abandoned their physical forms. Transforming into surging torrents of demonic energy, they poured into the array formations. This greatly eased the pressure on Jiang Xia, who was struggling to hold off the three great beasts high above in the sky. Yet his situation was hardly improved, his face still bearing a grave expression. Boom! Amidst the colossal collision, the immortal furnace plummeted rapidly toward the Great Xia. He could no longer sustain the effort to activate the divine furnace of creation. Watching it plummet, he could only barely pin it to the void. Fortunately, the light barrier in the heavens was nearly complete. Once sealed, the entire Great Xia would be isolated within an alternate realm by the formation. Combined with the Spirit Eye Tree, it would form a divine realm uniquely belonging to Great Xia. Roar! 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 The ferocious beasts, who had also noticed this scene, revealed expressions of hatred. The moment they were freed from their restraints, they charged forward with overwhelming ferocity. Chapter 62, Array complete, monsters turn back, despair in the west. But just as these ferocious beasts closed in, the light barrier formed by the array instantly coalesced completely. It formed a chaotic, obscure barrier, completely isolating the surrounding void. The raging flames and demonic aura of the beasts seemed to have fallen into an unknown dimension. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Unable to hold on any longer, he mustered his last ounce of strength and fled toward the direction of the Spirit Eye Tree. Roar! 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 At that moment, the ferocious beasts outside the Great Xia, blocked by the barrier, were enraged to the extreme. They yearned to shatter the barrier at once and descend upon the Great Xia. They yearned to devour every last one of these insignificant ants, swallowing them whole. Yet this damned barrier stood in their way, thwarting every one of their intentions. All they could do was watch helplessly as the black mist rose. Finally, they watched helplessly as the damned ants lost their breath. The intense fury of the three beasts, each surpassing the sovereign level, found no outlet. The overwhelming aura of malevolence and demonic energy surging from their bodies. Transforming into streaks of divine light, they swept toward the location of the Great Xia. Boom! After the violent collision, an even more terrifying and powerful inferno swiftly swept back toward them, erupting with dazzling divine might. Several beasts surpassing the sovereign level were severely wounded. Surrounding beasts caught in the blast, even those at the sovereign level, were instantly reduced to streaks of blood mist. This forced the three great beasts to halt their actions in frustration. The three beasts exchanged glances, each seeing the fury burning in the other's eyes. They never imagined that this damned insect would slip through their grasp once more. Roar! 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 After their furious roars, the three beasts turned their gaze toward the now utterly devastated Western world. There, they sensed the presence of ants strikingly similar to Jiang Xia. This ignited their murderous intent, and without a moment's hesitation, they all turned their direction and charged toward the Western world. They would make these damned ants pay dearly. Boom! Following closely behind were numerous sovereign-level beasts, each bearing overwhelming fury as they descended upon the Western world, exerting immense pressure upon it. The swarming beasts, seeing no way to breach the Great Xia's defenses, they all turned and followed several beasts surpassing the sovereign realm, rampaging across the west. Boom! Monstrous beasts as vast as mountains rampaged unchecked, moment by moment. The wails and screams of the Western world's free people. Their cries intertwined like notes in a symphony. People who saw the beasts could only roar helplessly, curse furiously, and scatter in all directions trying to evade them. Damn it! Everything the Great Xia said was true. Trump. Why does Great Xia have defenses while we're all left to fend for ourselves? Why do these beasts run rampant? Damn politicians, all they know how to do is collect taxes, right? When disaster strikes, everyone runs faster than the next. Did our taxes all go to the dogs? Holy, there really are monsters bigger than mountains? What the hell? Did Jurassic Park come back to life? How is that even possible? Scenes straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster had descended into reality. This sent a chill down the spines of the free citizens, who had just endured the monster's rampage and hadn't even had time to process it. For above the heavens, countless more ferocious beasts were pouring down like a tidal wave, many surging in from the east. Witnessing this spectacle, how could these free citizens fail to grasp the truth? It must be that the Great Xia's plan to repel the beasts had succeeded, causing the sudden surge of beasts on their side. For a moment, their hatred for Tep deepened even further. Agony mingled with despair as the rampaging beasts swallowed them whole into their gaping maws. Meanwhile, Tep, whose ancestors were being enthusiastically cursed by the crowd, hid within the base beneath the Black Palace. Staring at the only functioning surveillance equipment, the fragmented images it transmitted sent shivers through his entire being, his eyes filled with disbelief. The claims made by those from Great Xia were true. Ferocious beasts had indeed descended. In truth, right up until the moment the beasts appeared on Eagle Land's territory. He had still believed Great Xia was bluffing, wielding some mysterious technology to deceive the Western world and siphon its wealth. He never imagined it would all be true and arrive so suddenly. Beasts radiating overwhelming malevolence materialized vividly upon Western soil, rampaging without restraint. Towering skyscrapers collapsed, their occupants unable to escape in time as hordes of beasts swallowed them whole, buildings and all. Cruelty and tyranny were played out to the fullest. Through the screen, even Tep could feel that bone-chilling aura of malevolence. What should we do? If we don't find a solution soon, we're all finished. No one will escape. Tep's anxious voice echoed through the cold, underground base. Yet no response came. Everyone present fell into silence, each radiating unimaginable dread. They stared at the snow-flickering surveillance feed, speechless. On the screen, the monstrous beast continued to ravage their land. A single casual swipe from the colossal beast sliced a Sam's Club supermarket clean in half. With a sudden inhale, thousands of people sheltering inside were swept into the air and into the beast's gaping maw. How could such a terrifying and gruesome scene not send shivers down their spines? Many couldn't control themselves, wetting their pants. For at that moment, numerous colossal beasts were fighting and rampaging unchecked directly above their heads. The base itself trembled precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. With each violent upheaval, the structure rumbled with a deep, hollow thud. It felt as if the sky itself was collapsing. The entire underground military base seemed poised to shatter into pieces at any moment. After racking his brain for solutions to no avail, Tep could only rage in impotent fury. He cursed the Great Xia Empire with frenzied rage. Meanwhile, plunging from the void into the tide of spiritual energy, Jiang Xia's body instantly formed a colossal vortex, devouring the surging spiritual energy. Terrifying cracks rapidly healed across his body. This sight brought Jiang Xia immense relief. He managed to hover cross-legged within the tide, actively cultivating the demon summoning art to draw in and refine the spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy was rapidly refined, combined with the experience gained from slaying ferocious beasts within the formation, a cold voice echoed. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester, your level has been upgraded to 57. A terrifying, intense golden light surged forth, instantly enveloping Jiang Xia's body. The previously grotesque and terrifying cracks abruptly ceased worsening. Blood flowed backward. Amidst the surging golden light, the wounds seemed to be smoothed over, healing rapidly and returning to normal within a short time. Chapter 63, A Blood Sacrifice of 100 million, a heavy toll. Witnessing this scene, Elder Chen and his group all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Accidents could happen to anyone, even to them these old bones, and it wouldn't matter. But Jiang Xia was the future of Great Xia. He was the pillar of the future Great Xia, the hope that would bear the weight of countless disasters to come. Based on prior intelligence, the mythic era was likely to be updated. What unknown entities the Great Xia Empire would then have to confront remained unknown, but they would certainly be no weaker than the overwhelming tide of monstrous beasts that had engulfed the land. That was precisely why the Great Xia Empire had successfully deployed the 5 elements heaven-encompassing demon-sealing Great Array. Otherwise, they could all envision the Great Xia's lands reduced to a desolate wasteland, certainly no better off than the current state of the Western world. Before their destruction, several satellites had transmitted back numerous images. While sending chills down everyone's spine, these images were met with profound relief. Relief that the Great Xia had Jiang Xia, whose foresight allowed the nation to prepare extensively before the catastrophe struck, preventing catastrophic losses. It prevented countless civilians from becoming prey for the ferocious beasts. This time, we truly had a stroke of luck. I can't even imagine what would have happened if the beasts had descended upon us. The Great Xia would likely have been destroyed. All thanks to Comrade Jiang. I wonder how Comrade Jiang is holding up. After holding off 3 ferocious beasts for so long, I hope he hasn't suffered any lasting effects or hidden injuries. We must also compile the latest data on the formation specifics. To properly honor those who sacrificed for this formation, we must swiftly determine the casualties and provide the highest possible compensation to the families of the fallen. They are all heroes of the Great Xia. Without them, we might not have weathered this crisis so smoothly. Indeed. The immediate priority is to check on Comrade Jiang Xia's recovery. Everyone was visibly anxious, making no effort to conceal their concern for Jiang Xia. Possessing a celestial grade talent, his future potential was still uncertain. Yet if he could fully develop, he would undoubtedly become an existence that would dominate for ages to come. Protecting the Great Xia for countless years would be no challenge at all. The mere thought of it made everyone restless. They raced to the vicinity of the Spirit Eye Tree and finally saw Jiang Xia, recuperating within the ebb and flow of spiritual energy. Only then did they manage to breathe a sigh of relief. The terrifying wounds that had once covered Jiang Xia's body had now completely healed. Gone was the battered, blood-soaked figure that had once struggled on the brink of collapse beneath the sky. Instead, he radiated a divine, luminous aura. Golden light erupted from his body, rapidly amplifying his aura. Outside, countless ferocious beasts continued their frenzied assault on the array that had not yet fully concealed them. This caused the sound of a beast being slain to echo intermittently in Jiang Xia's ears. The sounds of beasts being slain echoed in his ears. Master, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique, Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert the sun, moon, and stars, freeze the void of chaos, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute, Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space, time, and disrupts the order of yin-yang. Divine power, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 58 bloodline awakened 3 times. Occupation, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Whirlwind turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped materialization permission, exchangeable. His level had reached 58, not far from 60. As vicious beasts flooded into reality, he went hunting monsters. Hunting ferocious beasts. He was now completely free from any time constraints. He could ruthlessly harvest the beasts, fully converting them into experience and meat buns. Even without actively seeking out kills, the beasts foolishly testing the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array with their bodies allowed his level to skyrocket. Reaching level 60 wouldn't take long. He had the chance to awaken his bloodline once more, gaining new innate skills. Or perhaps enhance his existing skills. That wouldn't be a bad option either. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia casually closed the system panel and turned his gaze toward the spiritual energy tide outside. Only then did he notice Elder Chen and the others waiting outside. Boom! His entire body trembled as the surging spiritual energy storm instantly poured into the vortex formed outside his body, gobbling up a passageway. Step by step, he stepped out of the tide. With a flick of his wrist, the creation immortal furnace flew back to him and was stowed away in his inventory. Such a show of power left old Chen and his companions utterly stunned. Their eyes gleamed. They imagined the people of Gov't would all become this formidable in the future. It would be enough to propel Gov't to the pinnacle of the world. No matter what era descended, they would feel no fear. All would be channeled into resources and foundations for the Govt's ascent to supremacy. Elder Chen, what were the losses incurred in deploying this grand formation? Jiang Xia opened with a question of immense weight. Old Chen and his companions all fell silent, unsure how to respond to Jiang Xia's question, their expressions all deeply complicated. Truthfully, Jiang Xia had already sensed something. By the time the formation was finally completed, it was obvious that the faster ones had become slightly abnormal. He wasn't a fool, how could he not notice? This time, casualties may exceed 100 million. At the most critical moment, countless people sacrificed their lives, using their own bodies as blood offerings for the formation. Without their sacrifice, the formation might have failed at the last moment. Sigh. So many noble souls, I don't know how we could ever repay them. In the face of disaster, they were all heroes, there's no disputing that. It puts this old man to shame. If I could, I'd gladly take their place and bring them all back. The mythic era arriving ahead of schedule, this was something no one could have foreseen. Hearing Elder Chen speak thus, Jiang Xia's heart grew heavy. Without these men sacrificing their lives to buy enough time, he might not have held out until the very last moment. They even kept the monstrous beasts at bay. However, upon hearing the words blood sacrifice, Jiang Xia's heart stirred slightly. His divine sense spread out, connecting with the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array. After a suffocating search, within a dim, grayish space, he discovered shadowy figures floating. All were the noble souls sacrificed in the array's deployment. Chapter 64, The Spirit Awakening Project Ignites Mass Hysteria in Gov't. Judging by their frail state, it wasn't hard to imagine the hardships they endured in life. Their souls were all fragmented and incomplete, likely having been partially consumed by the array. Were it not for the protective barrier formed by the array's power, they would likely have dissipated into nothingness. This alone was enough to fill Jiang Xia with delight, his smile growing ever brighter. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, he quickly relayed what he had witnessed within the formation to Elder Chen and the others. The heroic souls of our Gov't have all been preserved by the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array. There is hope for their restoration. Moreover, if this unique space continues to evolve, it could become Govt's greatest foundation, allowing the departed citizens of Gov't to survive. As long as we keep hunting down the ferocious beasts, we can restore the souls of the heroic spirits. Through the array, he had clearly sensed that many souls still retained distinct consciousness. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen and his companions were all stirred with emotion. Over 100 million people had sacrificed everything in this catastrophe. This weight was unbearable for them, utterly unacceptable. Now, knowing that all these souls had a chance to be restored, how could they not be moved? How could they not rejoice? This is no small matter. We must plan this carefully. For the years ahead, there is only one task: to revive the noble souls of Gov't sacrificed in this formation, to ensure their survival. Let us see how far the Gov't will advance in the future. A hint of unmistakable excitement still lingered in Elder Chen's voice. After a long pause, he finally remembered to ask, what are the specifics of the formation? Can it withstand even more powerful beasts? The 3 ferocious beasts radiating overwhelming malevolence had left old Chen and his companions profoundly shaken. They still harbored some doubts about the formation. After all, it had been hastily arranged and forged. Without Jiang Xia's presence, even if they were given the formation diagrams, there wouldn't be the slightest hope. Well, Jiang Xia couldn't quite articulate it either, but the 3 ferocious beasts that surpassed even sovereigns had been unable to breach the formation. Once the formation had been nurtured for a period and fully activated, it would allow Gov't to conceal itself. By then, it might be impossible to locate the Gov't, so there would be no need for concern. If the demon cultivators of Daxia mature and dedicate themselves to refining it day and night, the array's power can continue to grow. Recalling something, Jiang Xia hurriedly added this, which finally put Chen Lao and his group completely at ease. But then, remembering Jiang Xia's earlier mention of the hundreds of millions of souls, their expressions grew solemn once more. None spoke first. Though the Gov't had been far more fortunate than the Western world, it was still a staggering number impossible to ignore. The actual statistical data pierced their hearts with pain. Over 170 million souls had sacrificed their physical forms in this catastrophe. These souls had sacrificed everything to the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array, now drifting as solitary spirits. Such a staggering figure weighed heavily on everyone's conscience. Without providing them with closure, they feared they themselves would be unable to find peace. The immediate priority is the subsequent series of arrangements. The Gov't Empire cannot retreat behind protective shields. Facing calamity, we must strike proactively. The ferocious beasts now roaming the outside world may present an opportunity for the Great Xia to rapidly grow stronger. Restoring the damaged spirits of our fallen heroes also requires devouring the souls of these beasts. If we miss a critical time window and allow the Great Xia's heroic spirits to dissipate, we would become even greater sinners. We must act swiftly. Though the formation can stabilize and preserve these remnant spirits. But who could predict if other unforeseen circumstances might arise? After all, if mythical events could occur ahead of schedule, what else was impossible? They couldn't afford to gamble before, and they still couldn't now. That's true. We could create a separate passage. Or see if Jiang Xia has any method to gather some of the ferocious beasts into the formation, pinning them within a specific area. Too much comfort may not be a good thing. Prepare for danger in times of peace. The elders all nodded in agreement, showing no signs of complacency despite the array's deployment. Understanding the elders' intentions, Jiang Xia approached the array's foundation. He once again communicated with the formation's core, contemplating whether their suggestions were feasible. Opening a passage within the formation was not impossible. The sole difficulty lay in the fact that this passage might become the weakest point in the formation, leaving an opening for the ferocious beasts to breach. One misstep could allow the Great Xia to witness a repeat of the tragedy that unfolded in the Western world. After sharing these concerns with Elder Chen, the Elder too fell silent. This passage must be opened. It will create a battlefield for Great Xia to counterattack the beasts. The Great Xia cannot remain forever behind closed doors. We must fight back. Only then can we rapidly enhance the strength of the Great Xia populace, granting them the power to defend themselves. The formation cannot shield everyone forever. What if we encounter a threat the formation cannot withstand? Hidden dangers and risks often come hand in hand with opportunities. Opportunities that could elevate Great Xia to the pinnacle of all realms. To fail to seize them would be sheer folly. Hearing Elder Chen's response, Jiang Xia hesitated no longer. He immediately began manipulating the formation, preparing to carve a passageway for the Great Xia to the outside world. Meanwhile, after receiving Jiang Xia's confirmation, Elder Chen swiftly gathered his people for another meeting. Only then did he announce the Spirit Revival Project. They devised a ferocious beast hunting plan to replenish the Great Xia's scarce resources and nurture the souls of comrades who had sacrificed themselves in the deployment of the Grand Formation. This initiative naturally caused a tremendous stir within the Great Xia. This resurrection? Is that even possible? Of course it's real. If even demonic cultivation and ferocious beast invasions such absurd things could happen, how could reviving a few people be fake? Plus, hunting beasts must speed up leveling up. Just sitting around meditating and breathing? When the hell would you become an immortal? 100 years? 1,000? 10,000? Even if you lived that long, you couldn't wait that long, damn it. Count me in. It's just going out to hunt beasts, right? The community only gives out a measly amount of meat each day. If the foreigners next door saw this, they'd think all of us Great Xia people can't afford to eat beast meat. We can fight monsters and level up now, why the hell would we sit around meditating? Chapter 65, The Western Capitalist's Dream. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, especially those who had lost loved ones in the disaster. Learning their families might still have a chance to return to life. They were all energized, secretly vowing to hunt enough ferocious beasts to bring their departed loved ones back to Great Xia. Though the beasts hadn't breached the Great Xia, making them fortunate compared to the West, deploying the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array had imposed unimaginable burdens. The surviving populace had also suffered severe depletion of their vital essence and life force. Their faces bore the grim signs of profound exhaustion. Such losses could not be restored through arduous cultivation alone, they could only be gradually reclaimed through demonic arts and secret techniques. The ferocious beasts rampaging outside became the ultimate resource pack. Just as the entire Great Xia Empire sharpened its blades, preparing to slaughter and deal with the ferocious beasts, the Western world was enduring unimaginable suffering. The rampaging beasts, discovering that devouring human flesh accelerated their evolution, went into a frenzy. They hunted down free humans with relentless ferocity, treating them like white chocolate and dark chocolate. Each bite was crisp and crunchy. This was a bitter ordeal for the Western populace, accustomed to freedom. Not only did they endure gnawing hunger while scouring for survival supplies, guarding against collapsing buildings and the crushing claws of rampaging beasts, they also had to carefully evade capture. Many of the free citizens who had been rounded up lived in constant fear of death. Fortunately, after rampaging for a while, the beasts ceased their trampling of the West. Constrained by some unseen rules, they began carving out territories across the Western world, forming dense clusters of beasts. This brought little relief to the West, however, as the beasts retained their daily habit of hunting free citizens, casting a shadow over all. At this moment, beneath the Black Palace, within the military base. Speak up, everyone. Days have passed. What about the situation outside? We can't just ignore it forever. Otherwise, Tep didn't finish his sentence. The assembled power brokers, strategists and capitalists all understood the implication. If they all turned a blind eye now, even if the beasts were to withdraw entirely, Without the populace, their hidden fortunes and the power they wielded would become utterly worthless. Would the soldiers under their command still obey them after so long? The answer was a resounding no. After all, though the populace might be foolish, they weren't utterly stupid. Should we go out to rescue people? Let's vote now. The base's food reserves are running low. With so many mouths to feed, we're lucky if we can last a few months. We can't hide here forever. Tep's words carried a hint of inexpressible sorrow and indignation. Just a few days ago, he was the president wielding the eagle's claws of power. Now, this sudden surge of ferocious beasts had reduced him to a rat in a hole, too scared to even peek out. The fall from grace was staggering. You're right. The urgent priority is to go out and rescue people. The beasts don't seem to be rampaging as badly as before. It shouldn't be too dangerous to go out, right? We haven't felt the base shake at all these past few days. Either the beasts have left, or they've developed patterns in their movements they won't mindlessly trample everything in sight anymore. I agree we should go out now to rescue people. I agree too. If we truly abandon those lowly commoners, what about the money in our hands? And the property we didn't have time to take with us? Damn those beasts. Damn the Gov't Xia. If they hadn't been hiding things, putting on airs, and pretending to be ready for war, how could we be so unprepared now? The thought of the untouched Gov't Xia left everyone restless. Seeing the Gov't Xia untouched by the beasts felt worse than losing one's parents. Especially knowing their economic system, vast territories, and infrastructure remained intact. This ING situation was harder to swallow than seeing the eagle and star flag wiped off the map. Some couldn't help but voice their frustration. Why hasn't Gov't Xia suffered? Could it be that these beasts were created by Gov't Xia itself, aiming to annihilate all humanity on Earth? So they could monopolize the planet's resources afterward. Exactly. I reckon this beastly tide was summoned by the Gov't Xia Empire. Not only should Gov't Xia disclose their latest defense tech for free, they should compensate us and help build our defense systems. These Easterners are despicable. They've always been prone to deception, constantly undermining us Westerners. Within moments, the underground base's conference room erupted in fury, filled with intense resentment toward the Gov't Xia. Since Gov't Xia could produce beast meat ahead of schedule, it meant they had prior contact with the beasts but deliberately concealed it. It was clear they intended to deceive them, leaving them unprepared and suffering heavy losses under the beasts' rampage. Make the Gov't Xia disclose their technology for free? Will they agree? Not to mention letting them build our defense system for free. Would the Gov't Xia really be so obedient? That's impossible, right? Someone voiced the question, and it instantly felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over everyone's heads. Indeed, would the Gov't Xia locked away from the world while beasts ravage the land even bother with them? If condemnation had any effect, they wouldn't have ignored them from the start, treating their words like hot air. With this realization, silence fell once more. Ultimately, might ruled supreme. Over the past days, they had tried secretly activating some equipment to contact the outside world, but received no response. What terrified them most was the moment the beasts overran and conquered the world. They had deployed their entire stockpile of peaceful weapons against the least populated continent, yet it had not made the slightest dent in the beasts ravaging the West. Beyond killing a few ordinary, smaller beasts, it only further enraged the powerful ones, driving them to even more frenzied rampages. Nothing else changed. No. It wasn't entirely without consequence. At the very least, an entire continent's land had been contaminated. It would take centuries, perhaps millennia, before it could be restored to habitable conditions. This also made them realize that, at the very least, all of humanity's methods were utterly useless against these beasts. Right, we're not entirely without options. There are still quite a few exchange students in Eagle Country. Surely the Gov't Xia government won't abandon them? Remember how they treated their own citizens stranded overseas in the past? They'll likely rescue the students. We can use this chance to make demands of Gov't Xia. Chapter 66, Gov't Xia sounds the horn for counterattack against the monsters. Hearing this, everyone seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Indeed, Dacia's treatment of overseas descendants and its support for them were universally recognized as the best in the world. Even after issuing evacuation orders, countless students and citizens remained stranded in Eagle Country. At the time, they had hesitated over whether to forcibly expel these individuals. But they needed these individuals to remain, distorting and smearing the Gov't Xia's image to undermine its international standing. That's why they delayed taking action. Now it seemed these students and expatriates might actually prove useful. They might even become America's lifeline. Ha ha. Tep couldn't help but laugh aloud, his recent gloom swept away. With the trump card of these students in hand, what could Dacia possibly do? In the end, no matter how tough they acted, they'd inevitably cave in. This was the lesson they'd learned through years of dealing with the Gov't Xia. Never once had it been any different. After suppressing his excitement, Tepu added, "We risked our lives to rescue these Gov't Xia students. The Gov't Xia side must pay a sufficient price. Merely sharing technology won't suffice. If the compensation fails to satisfy us, these Gov't Xia students won't be returned to them." Hearing Tep speak thus, the think tank and capitalists below couldn't help but echo his sentiment. Exactly. In my opinion, all the suffering endured by the Western world this time should be paid for by Gov't Xia. Those heartless Xia bastards. One beast disaster wiped out most of our assets. Them. They were printing money like crazy before, ruthlessly plundering Western wealth. As the meeting concluded, these Western capitalists began strolling out of the base, half-heartedly conducting rescue operations. Many survivors still gasping for breath beneath the rubble were ignored. Only when they happened upon Xia students or illegal immigrants from the Eagle Nation were they occasionally rescued. This only deepened the gratitude these students and refugees felt toward the Eagle Nation. The same scene played out across Western nations, nervously guarding against the beasts, slowly rescuing the stranded, and establishing aid stations. While the Western world struggled to survive. In Great Xia, before the Spirit Eye Tree, Jiang Xia sat cross-legged at the center of the spiritual energy tidal vortex formed by the Spirit Eye Tree, voraciously devouring vast quantities of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Level upgraded to 59. As the system's voice echoed, an intense golden light erupted once more from Jiang Xia's body. Even the lingering latent injuries within him healed completely in that instant. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Reversal of Yin Yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of Yin and Yang. Divine Power, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture Unique. Level, 59 Bloodline awaken 3 times. Occupation, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Materialization Permission, exchangeable. Gazing at the system panel where progress crawled as sluggishly as a snail, a complex flicker danced in Jiang Xia's eyes. After reaching level 59, his cultivation seemed to hit a bottleneck. Even after absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, the progress bar remained stubbornly difficult to fill. But then again, at his current level, if placed in the cultivation world, he could already be a formidable demonic powerhouse. Reaching such heights naturally made further advancement incredibly difficult. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia channeled the primordial power of the Spirit Eye Tree, immersing his consciousness entirely within the grand formation to commune with the heavens and earth. He could distinctly sense the 12,960 demon sealing array flags scattered across the entire land of Great Xia. Like stars in the night sky, they radiated an aura from ancient times. His task now was to utilize these array flags to carve out a passageway and establish a domain that wouldn't compromise the array's power. This would be the starting point for Great Xia's counterattack against the ferocious beasts. Not only did the people of Great Xia need the ferocious beasts to gain experience and accumulate resources, but Jiang Xia himself also required them. At his current cultivation level, maintaining constant control over the array remained exceedingly difficult. Had this 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array not been personally forged by him, he likely wouldn't even be able to communicate with the formation, let alone harness its power. Boom! Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia began manipulating the array flags one by one, his demonic energy rapidly draining from his body. Before long, a sense of exhaustion washed over him, and controlling the formation grew increasingly arduous. Were it not for the Spirit Eye Tree continuously spewing out waves of spiritual energy, forming tidal storms, he would have been drained dry in moments. Fortunately, after several days of relentless effort, a new, strengthening space had begun to form in the western sector of the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding formation. Crystal walls appeared along its outer edges. Within, a faint passageway could be discerned, extending into this space. An unimaginable oppressive force, mingled with billowing black mist, made this realm appear like a demonic abyss. Phew! Jiang Xia, having completed all this, managed a faint sigh of relief. The current formation was still in its gestation phase, crafted from ordinary materials. If it could undergo the refinement and nurturing of time, it would easily form independent realms of space. Within the demonic arts tradition, the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array was renowned for its ability to seal off heavens and earth. If it could one day envelop the entire blue star, it might drive those ferocious beasts into the starry void. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia headed straight for the military district at the mountain's base. He found Elder Chen and explained the plans for the passageway and the battlefield against the ferocious beasts. This news caused Elder Chen and the other elders to all reveal expressions of excitement. Old Chen immediately issued an order. Sound the horn immediately, the counterattack against the ferocious beasts begins. Chapter 67, Hunting the 7th tier ferocious beast. We must build the Great Xia's strength as swiftly as possible. Greater crises lie ahead. Time waits for no one. I have an uneasy feeling about this. I hope it's just a false alarm. The Great Xia Empire is already fortunate enough as it is. At this point, Elder Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The disaster-stricken people of Great Xia still had a chance, but those in the Western world were utterly beyond hope. Even if they didn't perish in this catastrophe, it likely won't fare much better. Quite right. We must maintain a sense of urgency at all times. Being sheltered by the formation doesn't mean we can indulge in pleasure without restraint. The plan must be accelerated. Such complacency dishonors the comrades who sacrificed themselves. The elders all wore identical expressions. We must also maintain a certain level of awareness regarding the situation outside. The descent of myth, merging with reality, brought not only the invasion of monstrous beasts, but also brought other changes. Originally, Jiang Xia had envisioned that the public beta would grant everyone the ability to log in. Recently, through communicating with the 5 elements heaven-spanning array, he discovered that the entire world was expanding at an astonishingly rapid pace. Beyond the initial 3 fierce beasts surpassing the sovereign rank that descended upon Great Xia, 2 more such fierce beasts had recently arrived in succession. One of them descended upon the deep sea beyond the Western Sea, near the Great Xia border, settling motionless before a sea eye in the waters. It seemed intent on establishing a permanent presence here. Coincidentally, the array portal opened by Jiang Xia was precisely aligned with the lair occupied by this monstrous beast, introducing significant peril for the Great Xia forces attempting to hunt it down. Such a significant threat did not concern only Jiang Xia. Upon learning of the situation, Elder Chen and his companions could no longer sit idly by. They unanimously resolved that this hazard must be eliminated, lest it become an obstacle to the Great Xia's rapid development. But hunting a demon beast surpassing the sovereign rank so directly, isn't that a bit too risky? Indeed. Only Jiang Xia possesses the capability to hunt this beast. I'm not entirely comfortable with sending Comrade Jiang Xia into such danger. None of us truly knows how terrifying a beast surpassing the sovereign rank could be. What if something goes wrong? The future of Great Xia rests entirely on Comrade Jiang Xia's shoulders. We cannot afford any missteps. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even heavier. Hunting a ferocious beast, how could there be no risk? The Great Xia Empire can afford to take risks, but Jiang Xia cannot. Should any mishap occur outside the formation, it would deal a devastating blow to the Great Xia. After a moment's consideration, Elder Chen moved to reject the previously established plan. Indeed, we were a bit short-sighted in our initial approach to this matter. Before Elder Chen could finish, Jiang Xia raised his hand to interrupt. My current level has reached a bottleneck. I need to hunt powerful beasts to advance further to the sovereign tier. The experience gained from hunting is but a drop in the bucket for me. Moreover, with the mythical being's descent, no one can predict what changes will unfold afterward. We must strengthen our forces without delay. If unimaginable crises arise, or even more formidable beasts emerge, relying solely on the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array might not suffice to protect the Great Xia. Therefore, taking some risks is entirely worthwhile. After hearing Jiang Xia's words, everyone present fell silent. They were all deeply conflicted, yet they couldn't deny the soundness of Jiang Xia's reasoning. After much deliberation, Elder Chen and the others finally agreed to Jiang Xia's hunting plan. They only relented after Jiang Xia repeatedly assured them that his top priority in danger would be his own safety. After Jiang Xia left the conference room, Elder Chen and his group continued their discussions. They delved into the specifics of opening the ferocious beast hunting plan to the public. Outside the formation, a ferocious beast surpassing the sovereign rank had taken up residence. This forced them to deliberate carefully. If the hunt attracted that terrifying beast surpassing the sovereign, it could potentially cause widespread casualties, a risk they could not afford to ignore. The Great Xia Empire could not withstand such turmoil in the near future. Nevertheless, with Jiang Xia's hunting plan in place, Elder Chen gritted his teeth. He ultimately approved the decision to launch the demon beast hunt as soon as possible. As the official directives were dispatched in batches across the nation, under the organization of local communities, citizens eagerly signed up. All were eager to sharpen their blades and prepare to confront the ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia, the instigator of it all, had already activated his sky-darting shuttle. He raced across the skies toward the Western Sea. With his current cultivation level, wielding this sovereign great artifact, his speed was so immense that ordinary sovereign-level beasts couldn't even catch a glimpse of his tail lights. Beasts surpassing the sovereign rank were inherently colossal in size. Unless they specialized in speed, the heaven-skipping shuttle held little advantage against them. This was precisely why Elder Chen and the other elders had ceased their attempts to block him. Should genuine peril arise, he could simply activate the Sky Escape shuttle and flee. Only upon reaching the edge of the formation did Jiang Xia suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling within him. His divine sense pierced through the formation, scanning the distant horizon. He could faintly sense an unimaginable aura of malevolence. It was brewing and spreading. This was the very beast that had taken root in the Western Sea, a monstrous creature surpassing even kings. 7th tier fiendish beast, sea-splitting dragon. Bearing the bloodline of ancient myth, a trace of the sea-covering dragon's lineage. Status, severely wounded. After reaching level 59, I could now glimpse partial level information of some beasts. Though it was incomplete. For Jiang Xia, it was sufficient a severely wounded 7th tier ferocious beast. It offered him a glimmer of hope for the hunt. A 7th tier ferocious beast surpassed the sovereign realm, corresponding to the great power of the fusion realm and demonic cultivation traditions. It was an extremely challenging target for him. Were it not for the candle dragon's eye and the heaven-skipping shuttle as his reliance, and the ability to flee back to the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array at any moment, he might not have dared to risk such peril by coming here to hunt a beast of this caliber. No matter how desperate he was to grow stronger, he wouldn't gamble his life on a mere sliver of possibility. Huff. After drawing a deep breath, Jiang Xia activated the array, stepping beyond its confines and charging straight toward the direction of the sea-splitting dragon. With a flick of his wrist, a great banner forged from white bones materialized in his hand. As he waved it, wails of vengeful spirits echoed. The surrounding beasts instantly went blank-eyed, their gaze losing all luster. Rolling black mist swept through the air, causing figures in the sky to plummet to the ground. Flesh rapidly shriveled, bones crumbling into clouds of ash. Wherever Jiang Xia passed, all the ferocious beasts were left as nothing but shriveled, old hides. Chapter 68, Capital Reckoning. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester, King tier ferocious beast slain X145686164. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating 12,412 transcendent monsters. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating sovereign monsters X11416471. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating lord level monsters X172196. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating the fierce beast X141214. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating sovereign monsters X13564179. Ignoring the voices echoing around him, Jiang Xia stared at the devastation left in the wake of the human emperor banner, unable to suppress a gasp. Thankfully there are enough beasts. Otherwise, we'd be hunted like rats. The cultivation methods of the demonic path were cruel and brutal. He had long been mentally prepared for this. Soon. Jiang Xia regained his composure and sped toward the Cracksea Serpent's location, waving the human emperor banner to absorb the blood and flesh of these beasts. Wrathful spirits. With each wave, the artifact's power surged dramatically. Only as he neared the beast's lair did Jiang Xia cease his movements, slipping into the void to lie in wait for their emergence. To strike it down in one blow. Though the beast bore unimaginable wounds, Jiang Xia harbored little confidence in confronting a 7th tier fiend surpassing even a sovereign head-on. Such an existence was akin to a great power even within the spirit realm. However, the status information indicating critical injury did little to lift Jiang Xia's spirits. A beast surpassing the sovereign tier. Such a being could only have been inflicted by a higher tier beast itself, or perhaps by a cataclysmic shift in the heavens and earth, creating a unique realm. Whichever it was, it didn't bode well for the Great Xia. Meanwhile, with Jiang Xia lying low, the Great Xia faction immediately announced a counteroffensive plan against the beasts, mobilizing the populace to head toward the Western Sea. Within days of the mythical being's arrival, most citizens had completed their digitalization. With their interfaces bound, they could grow stronger by grinding monsters. Before the Western Sea coast, the people gazed at the black light barrier shrouding the sky, their expressions filled with complex emotions. Enveloped by the formation, the Great Xia realm remained calm and peaceful, with surging spiritual energy everywhere. Beyond the array's reach lay a living hell. In recent days, Great Xia utilized its near-Earth satellites and remnants of its communication systems. It continuously looped all the fragmented footage captured, allowing the people of the Great Xia to witness the sheer brutality of the disaster firsthand. Heightened the sense of urgency among the people of Daxia. Not a single soul showed the slightest fear in the face of the ferocious beasts. Longdu Military District. Main Control Room. While anxiously awaiting news from Jiang Xia, Chen Lao and his group made another decision. They resolved to settle accounts early with those capitalists who had exploited the Great Xia during the previous disasters, even colluding with foreign enemies. The existence of these individuals posed a significant threat to the Great Xia. I have no objection. Neither do I. These damned capitalist parasites all deserve to be thrown into the cesspool. Hang them from street lamps to dry in the wind. Upon hearing Elder Chen's proposal, not a single voice raised objection. Toward those capitalists who sold out their country, they all held the same stance. For the current Great Xia, these capitalists were like lambs, ready to be slaughtered at will. If given time to grow, they might become unmanageable. After all, the mythic descent affected everyone. Failing to control them now would spell trouble later. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, old Chen's expression grew more solemn. This matter must be planned with utmost thoroughness. We cannot provoke unrest. Soon. As the discussions concluded, a series of documents were secretly distributed to each military district. Idle soldiers from military districts were all mobilized to assist local authorities in investigating capitalists, summoning them for interrogation. What crime have I committed? On what grounds are you arresting me? That's right. Is there no law anymore? Bastards. At first, the capitalists were all highly agitated. Until the authorities produced evidence of their collusion with Western capital flows, leaving them speechless and their faces turning grim. They had anticipated that the Great Xia would settle accounts with them, but never imagined it would come so swiftly. How many days had this operation been in motion? They couldn't wait to strike. Despair washed over them all. They had clung to a sliver of hope that once they gained greater power, they might still stand against the Great Xia. Little did they know the other side would deny them that chance entirely. Local military units moved swiftly, coordinating with regional authorities to round up suspects everywhere. The capitalists were caught completely off guard. Compounding matters, when the Great Xia initially distributed cultivation techniques, controls were extremely strict. Though they had completed the physical fusion with the mythical era, many had never encountered demonic cultivation techniques nor consumed beast flesh. Facing warriors transformed into demonic cultivators, fierce as wolves and tigers, they had absolutely no chance to resist. Unaware of all this, Jiang Xia now stared intently at the area where the ferocious beasts resided. Having walked out of the formation for nearly 2 days, he had yet to see the ferocious beast emerge from its lair. Though impatient, he persevered in his vigil. Only after hunting down this beast could Jiang Xia partially release the array, allowing the people of Daxia to hunt the beasts outside. Fortunately, this beast was gravely wounded, requiring vast quantities of spirit essence or blood sacrifices to heal its severe injuries. Its status information showed the cracked sea serpent's injuries steadily worsening. There was not a single sign of recovery. It was speculated that within the next couple of days, the beast would be unable to resist leaving its lair to seek a way to restore its condition. Boom! 2 more days passed. Just as Jiang Xia was drifting off to sleep, the surrounding seawater began to boil violently, as if scorched by flames. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xia instantly snapped awake. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Realizing the beast had emerged, he silently connected his divine sense to the creation immortal furnace. Among his current means, only this creation immortal furnace could inflict any damage upon a monstrous beast surpassing the sovereign realm, a 7th tier being. As his cultivation level rose, his control over the divine creation furnace had grown somewhat. It remained far from effortless. Only upon reaching the 60th level could he unleash a fraction of this imitation immortal treasure's true power. Even so, he still felt uneasy about the impending hunt for the sea-splitting dragon. Boom! Just as the sea suddenly surged with thunderous energy, churning up towering waves that parted in an instant, Jiang Xia summoned the creation immortal furnace in his hand. Radiant divine light, emanating a resplendent celestial aura, surged forth from the furnace. The once raging sea seemed to freeze in that instant as the dazzling divine might pierced through the boundless waters. Chapter 69, Breaking the Dragon Horn, the Sea Serpent's Wrath. Boom! The colossal collision made the entire sea seem to rage. Vaguely discernible was an unimaginably colossal form bursting through the surface in an instant, striking the creation immortal furnace head-on. Simultaneously, it was hurled back at breakneck speed. Under Jiang Xia's gaze, a black colossal sea serpent burst through the waves. Its fierce horns gleamed menacingly, its savage gaze fixed on Jiang Xia, this insignificant insect daring to challenge her. The murderous intent in its eyes was unmistakable. A vicious, cruel aura surged from its body, forming a rolling demonic wind that swept through the area. All the ferocious beasts nearby couldn't withstand it, exploding instantly and shattering into streaks of blood-red mist. Roar! 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 The roar carried a torrent of rage, making it clear that this sea-splitting dragon, a 7th-tier beast king, had been thoroughly enraged by Jiang Xia. It yearned to tear the insignificant insect before it to shreds at once. Yet the divine radiance emanating from the divine furnace ahead, resembling a celestial artifact fallen from the immortal realm, made her hesitate, halting her attack. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Xia wielding such a treasure would be no more than a helpless lamb in its eyes, easily devoured at will. But now, gravely wounded, it could clearly sense the mortal threat this divine furnace posed. The deadly threat this divine furnace posed to her was real. She could truly die. Boom! Their eyes locked. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia activated the candle dragon's eye and instantly summoned the divine cauldron of creation once more. She slammed it viciously toward the sea-splitting dragon, a 7th-tier ferocious beast. A beast surpassing even kings, into a fury bordering on madness. Yet beneath the shroud of grayish light, all its fury was concealed within the surging waves. Unable to vent even a shred of its rage, it could only watch helplessly as the furnace, radiating rolling divine radiance, came crashing down upon it. Clang! Crack! Sounds like thunder and lightning erupted the moment the divine furnace crashed down. The sudden clatter. The sea-splitting serpent was utterly enraged. Hatred and fury consumed it, its eyes blazing with a cold, ruthless killing intent. It took a serpent 1,000 years to grow dragon horns, its entire essence distilled into those horns. The twin horns shattered by the creation immortal furnace. It was as if her millennia of cultivation had been destroyed. How could she not be enraged? Without these dragon horns, she would have to endure the agonizing process of transforming from a dragon snake back into a dragon, a pain that would last for another 1,000 years. She would have to nurture new horns from her celestial spirit, only to break free from the shell once more. This agony, seared into her very soul, remained vivid even after a millennium. She yearned to tear this insignificant insect before her into 1,000 pieces. Boom! Facing the cracked sea serpent's frenzied, ferocious gaze, Jiang Xia couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Activating the candle dragon's eye, he once again summoned the creation immortal furnace and hurled it with all his might toward the cracked sea serpent's blood-spattered head. Even from thousands of feet away, the overwhelming aura of its fury was palpable. Were it not for the candle dragon's eye and the buff from his severe injuries, Jiang Xia would never have dared provoke such an existence. The risk was indeed immense. Compared to the potential reward, it was insignificant. Slaying this ferocious beast, it would likely shatter his level constraints, propelling him straight to level 60. His power would undergo a revolutionary transformation, allowing him to handle even monarch-tier beasts without such desperate struggle. At this thought, the light in Jiang Xia's eyes grew fiercer. You must understand. These beasts' ranks will also advance. With the revival of celestial energy or some fortuitous opportunity, they've reached the 7th tier. If they were to grow to the 8th tier, for the Great Xia Empire, it could spell disaster. This was something Jiang Xia absolutely could not allow, and not just for the sea-splitting dragon before them. All the other monstrous beasts that descended upon Great Xia from the mythical era had, from the moment of their arrival, already sealed their own doom. If blame must be assigned, it lies with them for potentially obstructing Great Xia's path forward and bringing unimaginable calamity upon the realm. Boom! The divine furnace was repeatedly raised and brought down with fury upon the beast's head. The 7th tier beast, surpassing even kings in power, let out an angry growl. Having just broken free from its immobilization, it was struck once more. Damned helplessness consumed the sea-splitting dragon, leaving it furious yet powerless. It could only rage in impotent fury. Roar! 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 Boom! A frenzy of smashing and crashing erupted. Jiang Xia had no idea how many times he'd summoned the immortal furnace or activated the candle dragon's eye, blood tears streaming forth. Waves of black demonic energy surged, enveloped in purple demonic flames. Still waving the ghostly white bone banner in his hands, he continuously absorbed the surging flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts around him. His pale, bloodless face, a faint trace of crimson. Throughout this process, his previously sluggish experience gain skyrocketed. Vast quantities of demonic energy poured in, while shadowy souls drifted onto the banner's surface. They churned the swirling, chilling winds of death, engulfing and swirling around him. It made Jiang Xia appear even more like a peerless giant demon. Boom! With another collision, the sea-splitting serpent broke free from the bonds of the candle dragon's eye. Dragon blood spilled into the ocean, staining the seawater and stirring up demonic winds. Fish, shrimp, and ferocious beasts in the vicinity instantly floated lifeless on the churning waves. Across nearly 1,000 li of sea, all living creatures vanished, replaced by wailing vengeful spirits. The scene seemed poised to transform into a realm of dark winds and ghostly chaos. This scene weighed heavily on Jiang Xia's heart. Just as he prepared to summon the candle dragon's eye and the creation immortal furnace once more to deliver a fatal blow to the sea-splitting dragon, the creature transformed into a streak of lightning. Its body was now enveloped in crimson flames, and the savage glint in its eyes intensified threefold. It began to show signs of losing its sanity. Boom! Amidst the surging waves, the sea-splitting dragon closed in. It opened its gaping maw toward Jiang Xia, its foul breath whipping up towering waves. One could even discern the blood-soaked aura clinging to its fangs. The lingering spirits of slain beasts, scraps of flesh, and the stench of decay hung thick in the air. Jiang Xia nearly vomited on the spot. His sense of impending doom intensified instantly. He urgently activated the candle dragon's eye. He retreated at breakneck speed. The sky-darting shuttle transformed into a golden thread, slicing through the void as it retreated at breakneck speed. Only after pulling away thousands of feet did he manage to breathe a sigh of relief. Huff, huff. He activated the candle dragon's eye to freeze the beast in place, then hastily summoned the creation immortal furnace once more. He slammed it down onto the sea-splitting dragon. Amidst a deafening wail, the immortal radiance erupting from the furnace instantly pierced through the creature's skull. Roar! 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 The roar of fury, reaching its peak, echoed across the entire Western Sea. Even the Western world faintly heard this furious howl, sending shivers down every spine as terror gripped their very souls. What the hell is Trump doing? Why isn't he coming to rescue us? Those damn eagle-wielding soldiers just snatched away the Chinese students, ignoring their own people. Them. What the hell? Who cares about those students now? Chapter 70, tens of thousands of Xia students. Trump gets excited. Eat? Damn Trump, that piece of deputy director. All he does is give speeches, ignoring the people. Witnessing a rescue soldier snatch a great Xia student and flee the scene, only for several ferocious beasts to charge in next. They savagely devoured a free civilian whole, chewing him up and spattering blood everywhere. Everyone froze, utterly shattered. They wanted to drag Tep's wife out and curse her 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Why are you saving those students? You, squid. Damn it. Once again, the rescue team carried students out of the disaster zone, snatching them from the jaws of the beasts. The cursing civilians weren't so lucky. A beast silently latched onto them, swallowing them whole in an instant, no time even for a scream. It all happened so suddenly. Until their dying breaths, they never understood what use the foreign students from Gov't Xia were, or why they had to be saved. The same scene played out across the Western world, with people everywhere railing against the incompetence of politicians. Yet all were powerless, for no amount of rage could change anything now. At that moment, deep within the Black Palace, Trump's face was filled with excitement as a CIA agent placed a detailed report before him. So many Chinese agents and students abroad? Keeping so many parasites around does have its uses. But the Gov't Xia never dreamed these people would risk their lives just to cling to the Western world, helping it distort and smear their own country. After a long moment, Trump finally managed to calm his agitation. He had assumed that Daxia's recent recall notice for its citizens would compel these individuals to return home. The number of Xia agents stranded in the West, combined with the students, amounted to tens of thousands. And that was only the number rescued so far. Who knew how many remained unaccounted for? These people were now the West's greatest trump card. He refused to believe the Gov't Xia would remain indifferent to tens of thousands of people. The internal public opinion alone would be enough to overwhelm them. On this point, Tep was supremely confident. The Gov't Xia had always placed great importance on public opinion. The only challenge before them was how to establish contact with the Gov't Xia. Without that connection, these students would be utterly useless, merely consuming their grain. Oh, and there are also some chicken foot basins and South Korean students mixed in, posing as Xia students to fill the numbers. How should we handle this? The base's food supplies aren't exactly plentiful. And compared to those Gov't Xia students, those chicken foot basins, those South Korean students, are even more troublesome. They make all sorts of demands, threatening us with some bull humanitarian nonsense. What do we do? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Tup's expression darkened instantly, a surge of anger welling up inside him. Normally it might be tolerable, but in this dire situation, how could they still be so clueless? Ignore them. We don't have enough food to spare. Why keep those South Korean and chicken foot basin students around? Throw them all out. Even without the beast disaster, what could their countries possibly do about a few dead students? Receiving Tep's order, the CIA agents wasted no time. They headed straight to the underground base and dumped all the previously separated South Korean and chicken foot basin students out of the facility in one go. Soon, hordes of ferocious beasts swarmed in, feasting voraciously on the students. Such a brutal and savage scene shattered the illusions of the South Koreans and Japanese students who had just thought they were saved. They couldn't help but curse and condemn the eagle-eyed ones. Meanwhile, above the Western Sea, Jiang Xia continued to summon the creation immortal furnace with all his might, hurling it fiercely at the sea-splitting dragon. Surging immortal radiance swept across the entire sea. Countless ferocious beasts lost their lives in the violent collision. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating 14,171,190 King tier monsters. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating the transcended beast X11113. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating the Lord Fiend Beast X11222216. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating Sovereign Monstrous Beast X13121234. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating the Sovereign Ferocious Beast X12783145. Congratulations to the sole hidden beta tester for defeating the Ferocious Beast X124561. The successive announcements caused the steadily rising experience points to surge even more intensely. Retreating rapidly toward the Gov't Xia direction, Jiang Xia activated the creation immortal furnace while simultaneously waving the banner, frantically absorbing the beast's flesh and blood along with their vengeful spirits. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by user's level. Reversal of Yin Yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of Yin and Yang. Divine Power, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture Unique. Level, 59+++++, Bloodline awaken 3 times. Occupation, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Spiral Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Materialization Permission, exchangeable. As the experience points surged rapidly on the interface, nearing half completion, a ruthless gleam flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. He channeled even more fervor into the creation immortal furnace, smashing it relentlessly against the colossal, mountain-like body of the sea-splitting dragon. Explosions sent clouds of blood mist flying, mingling with surging demonic winds and malevolent chi. The entire stretch of sea transformed into a hellish abyss, a death trap where low-level beasts met instant demise. Shouldn't be long now. If I can't crush this beast, I'll likely return empty-handed. Gazing at the five elements heaven-sealing demon binding array looming mere inches behind him, Jiang Xia felt a surge of urgency welling up inside. His expression darkened. Moreover, if he returned to the array now, the moment it opened, it would also let this beast in, inevitably causing massive casualties for the great Xia. A beast this terrifying could destroy an entire city with a single swing of its tail. This thought brought a pang of regret to Jiang Xia. Coming here to hunt it down so directly had been a bit rash after all. He should have waited until reaching level 60 and awakening his bloodline before launching this hunt. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, a fierce resolve hardened in Jiang Xia's eyes. Damn it, I'll give it my all. I refuse to believe I can't take down this beast. Chapter 71, Slaying the Sea-Splitting Dragon. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, streaks of golden light erupted, instantly illuminating the gloomy sky darkened by the beast's invasion. Even the citizens of Great Xia, sheltered within the protective array, were drawn to the extraordinary spectacle. Through the light barrier, a massive, snarling figure could be glimpsed, churning waves that reached heaven and earth as it swam wildly, crashing against the barriers. Before this beast radiating overwhelming ferocity stood a figure holding a divine furnace. This scene deeply shocked the people waiting for the beast hunting trial to begin, leaving them all speechless and wide-eyed. What a terrifying beast! Is he hunting it down? I know him, General Manager Jiang of the Dragon Ascension Group. I heard he was the first to submit the Mythic Era artifact. It's because of him that Great Xia could deploy the five elements heaven-sealing demon binding array before the calamity struck. Without him, the Great Xia Empire would surely have suffered the same fate as the Western world, its lands shattered, its people wailing in agony under the beast's rampage. He's hunting a 7th-tier beast? The same level as the one that assaulted the array that day. Holy crap, what kind of powerhouse is Mr. Jiang? Rumor has it he's the sole beta tester gained early access before the Mythic Era even began. Shortly after the Mythical Era began, the first document released by Elder Chen and his team was a continuous broadcast detailing information and weaknesses of various beasts. This was to facilitate the Great Xia populace in hunting them down. Simultaneously, Jiang Xia was designated as the most outstanding youth in Great Xia's history, appointed as the new military district chief engineer and chief engineer of Great Xia. They regarded Jiang Xia as the pillar of the Great Xia Empire, capable of leading the Great Xia to unimaginable heights. Thus, his numerous deeds had long been widely publicized. In present-day Daxia, nearly everyone recognizes Jiang Xia. They understood that his daring act of hunting the ferocious beasts, despite the risks, was entirely for their sake. It ensured they wouldn't face unpredictable dangers during their own hunts. Beasts of this caliber, if unleashed, could inflict unimaginable casualties. As he contemplated the formation's layout, the memory of Jiang Xia single-handedly battling 3 monstrous beasts welled up, and for a moment, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion welling up in his eyes. Boom! The violent collision unleashed its power, causing entire swaths of beasts to explode into mist-like clouds of blood in the blink of an eye. The blood mist scattered in all directions. The residual shockwaves even rattled the five elements heaven-sealing demon binding formation behind Jiang Xia, making it sway precariously as if it might collapse at any moment. This left the crowd inside the formation gripped with unease. After all, these were 7th-tier beasts. Their sheer colossal size alone imposed an unimaginable pressure upon them. Skyscrapers? The world's tallest structures? Were utterly insignificant. Humans were as insignificant as dust. Without the protection of the array, they would all become the beast's blood feasts, devoured to the last scrap. Outside the formation. Cough. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Jiang Xia leaned against the array, his body erupting with raging flames. The bloodline of the candle dragon fully awakened within him at that moment, his pupils vertical. An ancient, primordial pressure instantly halted the sea-splitting dragon's momentum. Harnessing the surging power within him, Jiang Xia connected with the five elements heaven-sealing demon binding great formation. As the foremost demonic formation of the primordial era, it could transform an entire region into a demonic domain. Such a formidable array possessed not only defensive capabilities. Its offensive might was terrifyingly formidable, shattering the dreadful immortal radiance. The divine furnace, radiating a murderous aura, slammed down upon the 7th-tier cracked sea dragon's skull, piercing it from top to bottom. The entire head of the sea-splitting dragon instantly shattered into pieces. Life's radiance gradually faded from its shattered eyes, though a faint glimmer of unwillingness still lingered within its gaze. Resentment toward death, resentment at perishing at the hands of a mere lackey, insignificant as an ant. Boom! The colossal dragon body, as massive as a mountainous ancestral vein, crashed down at the same moment, plummeting toward the ocean below and sending ripples crashing outward. The entire sea seemed to boil with fury. The fall of their deity unleashed waves of murderous energy, a fierce, resentful aura that surged forth as the great dragon sank into silence. It felt as though this entire realm had transformed into a realm of utter desolation. Countless ferocious beasts, having barely caught a whiff of the aura, perished instantly, scattering in terror. Congratulations, the soul-hidden beta tester. You have slain the 7th tier ferocious beast, the sea-splitting serpent, gaining experience, 156,741,235. Congratulations, the soul-hidden beta tester. Your level has been upgraded to 60. There was no time to savor the overwhelming surge of power brought by the level up. Jiang Xia hastily drew forth the Yin Soul White Bone banner, shaking it violently as surging demonic energy poured forth from his body, fully unleashing the banner's formidable power. Below, rolling waves of malevolent energy and resentment were instantly drawn into the banner, continuously amplifying its power. It thoroughly purged the lingering, intense killing intent and resentment from this stretch of sea. Before long, Jiang Xia heard an unimaginably wretched wail. A phantom dragon was pulled from the sea surface, struggling as it fell into the banner. Witnessing this, Jiang Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xia glanced at the system interface. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline. Unique Candle Dragon's Eye open to see daylight, close to see chaos, can invert sun, moon, and stars, can freeze chaotic void, can ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by user's level. Reversal of Yin Yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of Yin and Yang. Divine Power, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture. Unique. Level, 60. Bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, Sky Darting Shuttle equipped, materialization permission, exchangeable. 4 awakenings possible? A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Xia's eyes. 3 awakenings had already allowed him to leap across so many levels, master the creation immortal furnace, and stand toe-to-toe with a 7th tier ferocious beast, even grinding one to death. How terrifying would one more awakening be? At the very least, hunting down those remaining old acquaintances shouldn't be a problem, right? There was hope of turning them all into fuel for the Great Xia's advancement. Chapter 72, The Despair of the Remnant Capital. Suppressing the urge to immediately upgrade his bloodline, Jiang Xia turned his gaze toward the corpse of the sea-splitting dragon, whose death still caused the ocean to boil ceaselessly. Even without its dragon soul, it still emitted fierce fluctuations. Even Jiang Xia couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Had he ignored this ferocious dragon earlier, it would have swiftly transformed this area into a realm of malevolent spirits, becoming a specter dragon or similar entity. Its threat would be no less than that of the living sea splitter. Truly worthy of a 7th tier ferocious beast. Even in death, mishandling its corpse could bring catastrophic disaster upon the Great Xia. Fortunately, the Great Xia's fortune was sufficiently strong, allowing Jiang Xia to discover this gravely wounded dragon early. Otherwise, even having broken through to the 60th level, Jiang Xia might not have been able to confront such a terrifying beast head-on. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia's figure shot straight toward the sea where the sea dragon's corpse lay. With a flick of his thoughts, he activated the creation immortal furnace, and strands of multicolored immortal radiance drifted out from within. Under his command, the divine radiance transformed into chains that plunged deep into the sea. Before long, the entire sea began to tremble once more. Surging waves rose, layer upon layer of towering crests crashing skyward. The mountainous corpse of the sea dragon was forcibly hauled upward by the chains. The sea dragon lay dead, its body covered in wounds inflicted by the creation immortal furnace. Blood stained its entire form, and the horrifying scars were as dense as scales. Even so, the sea dragon still radiated a ferocity that ordinary people couldn't bear to look at. Merely glancing at his corpse sent chills down one's spine and filled the heart with dread. One feared that in the blink of an eye, he might awaken once more, opening his gaping maw to devour the onlookers whole. Yet Jiang Xia stared at the sea dragon's corpse with palpable excitement. This marked his first time bringing back the remains of a 7th-tier ferocious beast for the Great Xia Empire. Setting aside its mountain-like bulk, which could sustain the Great Xia's demon cultivators for months. The sheer energy and spiritual essence contained within alone should elevate the soldier's strength by another tier. Jiang Xia activated the creation immortal furnace once more, and chains formed from immortal radiance dragged the sea dragon's corpse into the void. Thus, Jiang Xia headed straight for the formation. However, the sea dragon's form was simply too immense. Even after Jiang Xia had raised it to a sufficient height, it still obscured vast swaths of the sky. Wherever it passed, vast shadows were cast by its colossal form. Those on the ground were first stunned, then looked up at the colossal corpse in the void, each filled with shock and disbelief. What is that thing? Is it also the corpse of a ferocious beast? A ferocious beast corpse this massive? What level of beast could it have been? Merely seeing the corpse filled people with dread. If this beast had breached the barrier and appeared within the Great Xia's territory, it would inevitably have caused unimaginable devastation. At the very least, hundreds of millions would have perished. Wait, look! Look ahead of that beast's corpse. It's Jiang Xia. Chief Engineer Jiang. Holy! A beast this massive and it was hunted down by Chief Engineer Jiang alone? That's terrifying. Right now, I doubt I could even take on the lowest tier savage bull. How can the gap between people be this huge? Dude, you still dare compare yourself to Jiang Xia? You've got some nerve. Gazing upon the lone figure and the beast's corpse suspended in the vast expanse of the Great Xia, every witness felt profound admiration, their eyes brimming with awe. Had it not been for Jiang Xia's foresight, and the United Nations hadn't paid a heavy price to establish a massive formation, sealing all those ferocious beasts outside, their situation now would likely be no better than that of Western nations. Only the capital at the very top of the pyramid might manage to cling to life. The rest would likely become prey for the beasts before long. Without exaggeration, Jiang Xia was undoubtedly the savior of the Great Xia people. Of course, not everyone shares this view. Under Old Chen's leadership, the crackdown on domestic capital inevitably left some slip through the net. In the unnoticed corners of the demon city, they lurked in dark corners, clinging to life, their eyes fixed on Jiang Xia with venom and hatred. If not for Jiang Xia, they wouldn't have been reduced to such a wretched state, scurrying like rats in the sewers, hunted by all. Damn it! If not for that Jiang Xia, the Great Xia would never have been able to set up such a terrifying formation. Exactly. It's all that damn Jiang Xia's fault. Now we're all finished. Such a golden opportunity. If he'd told us about the beast sooner, we could have joined forces to build a refuge. Then we'd have crushed the Great Xia, slaughtered those penniless bastards, and made a fortune. Fools. Utter fools. Always spouting some high and mighty national righteousness to make themselves look noble. What good is national righteousness? Does it put money in our pockets? These remnants of the capitalist forces were like wolves with their tails cut off, venting their fury through nothing but words. As the saying goes, impotent rage. Yet among them, one man harbored an even more intense hatred for Jiang Xia. That man was Yunfeng, the very same who, not long ago, had mocked Jiang Xia relentlessly, ridiculing his every move. At first, he had thought selling off the entire Longtim group was the height of foolishness. But now it seemed Jiang Xia had been digging a pit for him, a colossal pit just to make him fall into it. Gazing at Jiang Xia, who now stood resplendent in the void, revered by billions, Yunfeng clenched his fist so tightly his nails dug into his palm. Crimson blood trickled down his hand. Despair and terror gripped Yunfeng. He longed to defect to the beasts immediately, to unlock the Great Xia's formations for them, letting countless beasts pour into the realm and slaughter its people. But alas, it was nothing more than a fleeting thought. He could do nothing. Jiang Xia. Damn it! The memory of everything that had transpired sent a torrent of hatred surging straight to Yunfeng's skull. Watching Jiang Xia drag the terrifying beast's corpse, a wave of helplessness washed over him, his eyes filled with nothing but deep hatred and despair. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Jiang Xia dragged the corpse of the sea-splitting dragon toward the Longdu military district. Soon, he arrived above the Longdu military district. Below, a group of elders led by Elder Chen had been waiting for some time in the military district square. Boom! Following the deafening roar, Jiang Xia tossed the corpse of the sea-splitting dragon onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Chapter 73, Fourfold Bloodline Awakening. The colossal body of the sea-splitting dragon caused the ground of the military district to tremble slightly. As the dust settled, Elder Chen and the others finally got a clear look at the corpse. Though they had seen it once before in the control room, the sheer physical presence of the sea-splitting dragon's corpse before them now struck them with overwhelming awe. Its colossal form lay there like a mountain, radiating a chilling ferocity even in death. Its jagged fangs and gruesome wounds across its body were testament to its terrifying nature. The thick stench of blood, mingled with the odor of decay, assaulted their nostrils, causing many of the warriors standing closer to the front to grimace. Is this what a 7th-tier ferocious beast looks like? Even in death, it still radiates such a terrifying aura. Old Chen gazed at the corpse of the sea-splitting dragon before him, his cloudy eyes flashing with excitement. Even the flesh of this lowest-tier ferocious beast can trigger such powerful transformations in our warriors. Imagine what its blood and flesh would do. Who would have thought Comrade Xiao Jiang could single-handedly take down this beast? Having Comrade Xiao Jiang is truly a great blessing for our Great Xia. Indeed. Without Comrade Jiang Xia, this 7th-tier beast alone could have claimed the lives of countless citizens of our Great Xia. Admiring gazes converged on Jiang Xia as he strolled toward them. Feeling their intense gazes, Jiang Xia strolled unhurriedly to Old Chen's side, a faint smile playing on his lips. I've fulfilled my mission. Good. It's good to have you back. Even Old Chen, who had witnessed countless grand scenes and weathered countless battles, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion at the sight of Jiang Xia's triumphant return. After all, this 7th-tier ferocious beast had been like a thorn lodged in the Great Xia Empire's throat, a constant threat that could end its existence at any moment. And Jiang Xia had single-handedly pulled that thorn out. How could old Chen not be moved? Moreover, during Jiang Xia's battle with the sea-splitting dragon, those watching from the command center had their hearts in their throats. They had all been prepared to order Jiang Xia to abandon the mission, prioritizing his safe return above all else. After all, Jiang Xia was now the most vital asset to the entire Great Xia Empire. Anyone else could die, could be sacrificed, but not him, not Jiang Xia. The Great Xia's fortune truly holds great favor. When I arrived, I found this sea-splitting dragon in a severely wounded state. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for me to kill it. This wasn't Jiang Xia being modest. Even at his current level 60, confronting a 7th-tier ferocious beast head-on would be extremely difficult. Moreover, had the sea-splitting dragon been at full strength, it likely wouldn't have been any weaker than that human-headed bird beast. A beast surpassing the sovereign realm was far beyond what he could easily contend with now. Even if he somehow managed to win, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory. I must focus on advancing my bloodline as soon as possible. That's the most effective way to enhance my combat strength. Jiang Xia thought to himself. Old Chen gazed at the sea dragon's carcass and tentatively inquired. Comrade Jiang, what do you plan to do with the sea splitter's corpse? Jiang Xia pondered for a moment, then looked up at the sea dragon. Though this dragon hasn't fully transformed into a dragon yet, it has already grown dragon horns. This means its flesh and blood must have successfully undergone metamorphosis. It was just killed by me before taking that final step. The flesh and blood of this sea-splitting dragon cannot be compared to that of ordinary ferocious beasts. It possesses dragon blood and dragon flesh. Such flesh and blood hold immense benefits for cultivators. It might even allow some to manifest dragon might. Therefore, we can use this flesh and blood to cultivate a special operations squad as a priority. The remainder will be used to nurture the 5 elements great array. Senior Chen and the other influential leaders unanimously approved Jiang Xia's plan. After all, he had slain the ferocious beast single-handedly. They could hardly object. After resolving the matter, Jiang Xia retrieved some resources from his inventory and returned to the spirit eye tree. The rich spiritual energy enveloped him, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. With a thought, the system interface appeared before him. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine power, purple extreme demon flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 60 bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Whirlwind turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped materialization permission, exchangeable. Seeing the system panel display that the bloodline could undergo 4 awakenings, Jiang Xia hesitated no longer and clicked to initiate the awakening. Armed with his previous experience, he retrieved the creation immortal furnace in advance this time, preparing to withstand whatever might arise during the bloodline awakening. The moment the awakening commenced, a familiar sensation surged through Jiang Xia's body. This time, however, it was far more intense than before. In just an instant, the sensation of being watched rendered him completely immobile, as if an invisible giant hand had descended from the heavens, crushing him beneath its weight. Simultaneously, Jiang Xia felt the demonic embryo within him growing at an astonishing rate. It transformed from an infant into a demonic child, then into a humanoid figure shrouded in black mist and purple flames. In an instant, dense black clouds gathered above Jiang Xia's head, coalescing into a massive vortex directly overhead. From the eye of the storm, a purple lightning bolt descended at an astonishing speed. Crack! A searing pain, like his skin being torn apart, washed over him, nearly causing Jiang Xia to faint instantly. Fortunately, he forced himself to endure through sheer willpower. With a thought, he raised the immortal furnace high above his head. Crash! The second purple lightning bolt struck, this time hitting the immortal furnace. Jiang Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then came the third, the fourth. After a full 9 purple bolts, the sky finally began to clear, the cumulonimbus clouds gradually dispersing. Covered in blood, Jiang Xia remained frozen in the act of holding the divine furnace aloft, his body riddled with charred wounds. Had it not been for the divine furnace's aid, coupled with the spirit eye tree's relentless healing of his wounds, Jiang Xia might not have survived. Huff! Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Jiang Xia felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. I thought it would strike me dead before giving up. Fortunately, those lightning strikes hadn't been in vain. He could now distinctly feel his bloodline undergo another qualitative leap. Not only the Candle Dragon's blood, but also the time-freezing power of the Candle Dragon's eye and the might of the Candle Dragon Dharma image had all risen to a new level. Jiang Xia now possessed the confidence to attempt a direct confrontation with that humanoid bird beast he had faced before. While victory wasn't guaranteed, at least he wouldn't be forced into a desperate retreat like last time. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xia's gaze fell upon the now partially mangled corpse of the sea-splitting dragon. Chapter 74, Launching the Ferocious Beast Hunt Plan. Next, we must reinforce the array's focal point. As time progresses, more and more ferocious beasts surpassing the sovereign rank like the human-headed bird beast and the sea-splitting dragon will surely emerge. By then, even the five elements' great formation might not withstand the combined might of so many 7th-rank ferocious beasts. Using this sea-splitter to fortify it now isn't exactly a waste. The five elements heaven-sealing demon binding great formation was the foundation safeguarding the subjects of Great Xia. Without this formation, Jiang Xia alone could never protect every single person in the Great Xia. Jiang Xia activated the creation immortal furnace, casting spell after spell. He dismembered the fractured remains of the sea-splitting serpent and poured them into the array's focal point beneath the spirit eye tree. The array eye rapidly absorbed the sea dragon's dragon blood and flesh. Simultaneously, the array suddenly began to activate. Jiang Xia could distinctly sense the spiritual energy in the air surging at an astonishing rate, growing increasingly dense. The flora surrounding the array core, influenced by this energy, began to grow at an equally exaggerated pace. Grass that had previously only reached Jiang Xia's ankles now nearly brushed his waist in mere moments. Trees visibly thickened their branches and leaves, becoming lush and verdant. The array's operation continued unabated. Above the deep purple barrier, faint golden patterns began to emerge. These patterns, resembling writhing snakes, swiftly spread across the entire five elements heaven-sealing demon binding array. It was precisely these golden patterns that made the array appear more solid and somewhat more reassuring. The ferocious beast still attempting to breach the array from the outer perimeter of Daxia suddenly burst into flames upon contact with the purple barrier adorned with golden patterns. Unable to extinguish the fire, they could only await their demise. Many beasts lurking nearby, sensing opportunity, fled the barrier's edges as soon as they saw the flames, as if witnessing something utterly terrifying. Moreover, the spiritual energy around each array flag noticeably intensified. Soldiers stationed nearby, sensing this surge, were visibly stunned. Once they recovered, they immediately began cultivating directly around the array flags. Under the military district's promotion, cultivation of the demon scriptures had become widespread. Every citizen of Great Xia who met the cultivation requirements had begun their practice. Thus, when the spiritual energy within the formation grew more abundant, they all clearly sensed it. Ha! Has the spiritual energy become denser? I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Me too. I thought I'd need a few more days to break through, but now I can actually feel it happening. Could it be because Chief Jiang hunted down that 7th-tier ferocious beast? It must be. With that 7th-tier beast gone, no higher-tier beasts are competing with us for spiritual energy anymore. No way. I'm heading home to cultivate right now. I'll strive to become someone like Chief Engineer Jiang and contribute to Great Xia. Military District. Inside the conference room. Senior Commander Chen and other influential leaders had just finalized the allocation of the sea-splitting dragon. They decided to use its dragon blood and flesh to cultivate a 10,000-strong squad of dragon blood warriors. Unlike previous demonic cultivators, the dragon blood warrior squad would receive significantly more resources and be cultivated as the Great Xia Empire's most elite combat force. This plan met unanimous approval, with no objections raised by anyone present. After resolving the allocation of the sea-splitting dragon, Elder Chen did not dismiss the gathering. Instead, he signaled his guards to distribute a document to each leader present. The document bore a strikingly bold line of text in red ink. Regarding the Great Xia Empire's official launch of nationwide ferocious beast hunting operations. The moment they saw this document, every face in the room betrayed shock. They all looked up, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to Old Chen. There's no need to stare at me like that. Read the contents carefully, and you'll understand. Old Chen's voice remained calm and composed. The conference room fell silent once more as everyone concentrated intently on the documents in their hands. Several minutes passed. The powerful leaders set down their documents and turned their gaze back to Old Chen. This time, however, their expressions shifted from astonishment to admiration. No one had expected that at this critical juncture, Old Chen would not only refuse to settle for the current complacency but actively seek opportunities to hunt down those ferocious beasts. Old Chen, this plan is incredibly bold. But if it succeeds, it will give our Great Xia the capital to stand firm in this age of ferocious beasts. Exactly. While bold, it's meticulously detailed. Every aspect of the plan has been thoroughly considered, minimizing nearly all risks. Truly worthy of Old Chen to devise such a strategy. Hearing their words, Elder Chen merely smiled and shook his head. To be precise, this strategy wasn't conceived by me, but by Comrade Xiao Jiang. True, the Great Formation can protect our Great Xia for a long time now. But these ferocious beasts will only grow more savage. If we merely defend ourselves without venturing out, relying solely on Comrade Xiao Jiang, it might not be beneficial for the Great Xia's development. However, with this strategy, we can gradually explore outward from the array's periphery. Circling the array, we can attempt to clear out some lower-tier ferocious beasts. This will significantly increase our avenues for obtaining beast flesh and blood. Moreover, it presents an excellent opportunity to train our Xia citizens to combat these beasts. Old Shen's words prompted nods of agreement from all the influential leaders present. Yet none had anticipated that this strategy would originate from Jiang Xia. Very well. Since none of you have raised objections, this strategy will be implemented first thing tomorrow morning. That will be the moment our great Xia sounds the trumpet of counterattack. Within an hour after the meeting concluded, the directive was disseminated to every corner of the great Xia Empire. Soon, various regions rolled out their own reward and punishment systems for the nationwide hunt against the ferocious beasts. Surprisingly, not a single citizen of Great Xia felt fear upon seeing these decrees. Instead, they all rubbed their hands together in excitement. We've waited so long for this day. Sparring with people just isn't satisfying. Hunting ferocious beasts is where the real thrill lies. Yeah. I created my own Koan fist-style deadly powerful stuff. I've never dared use it on anyone before, but now I finally have a chance to put it to good use. Fierce beast meat is now more valuable than gold on the market. I'm going to strike it rich. Anyone want to team up? I was worried about not being able to afford beast meat. Now that I can hunt it myself, my cultivation speed is going to skyrocket. Cut the crap. Don't get gored by that wild bull the moment you step into the array. Better play it safe. Chapter 75. Everyone steps beyond the array. The day after the public beast hunting announcement was released, the authorities issued another related notice, a cultivation stage assessment. All Great Xia citizens wishing to leave the array to hunt beasts externally must first undergo cultivation stage testing at their local institutions. Only those who pass the cultivation test and meet other requirements may depart the array the following day. These cultivation assessments measured 3 key metrics: punching power, speed, and endurance. Essentially, they evaluated whether applicants possess the self-defense capabilities necessary to survive outside the array. This decision was reached through collective deliberation by Qin Lao and other influential leaders, aiming to significantly reduce the danger and mortality rates faced by citizens after leaving the array. 2 days later, the first group of Great Xia citizens who passed the tests arrived at the array's perimeter. For the first time since the catastrophe struck, they beheld the outside world. Unlike the harmony and stability within the Great Array, the outside was littered with the carcasses of ferocious beasts. The thick, pungent smell of blood in the air made the newly emerged citizens wrinkle their brows. The area ahead is where the beasts roam. Be cautious and remember, never risk your lives for glory. Should danger arise, activate your transmitters immediately. We will rush to your aid without delay. Several demonic cultivator soldiers gave these instructions to the 5 young people before them, then returned to the array. The 5 youths exchanged glances, 3 men and 2 women, their eyes sparkling with excitement. One of the girls, with short hair, pulled out her phone and snapped a selfie with the pile of beast corpses in the background. The tall, sturdy Shui Chang shot a glance at Li Manny, who was busy snapping pictures, his tone tinged with displeasure. The professor gave us this first ever opportunity to hunt beasts, not so we could take pictures for social media. All 5 were students at North City University. After the government promoted its policy of universal demonic cultivation, high schools and universities nationwide added a mandatory course called demonic cultivation. Moreover, over half of the universities had launched specialized magic cultivation programs, focusing on nurturing students with innate talent in cultivation. The 5 individuals now standing outside the Grand Formation were precisely the first cohort of magic cultivation special talent students from North City University. All 5 had just turned 18 and had already reached the rank of first-tier magic cultivator. The spiritual energy outside this formation is incredibly weak. Compared to inside the Grand Formation, it's like heaven and earth. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses on his nose, keenly sensing the shift in spiritual energy. We must be cautious. Stay together as a group. After all, this is our first encounter with ferocious beasts. Caution must be our top priority. Zhang Kai, you protect Bai Xiuhe. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to face our teacher back at the academy. Shui Chan walked at the front of the group, issuing a warning to the students behind him. The Bai Xiuhe he mentioned was another girl in the group. Her long, straight black hair framed an innocent, pretty face. While her figure wasn't exactly voluptuous, it was still more curvaceous than most girls. Since Shui Chang was their senior and the strongest among the 5, the others naturally followed his lead. The 5 stayed close together, with Shui Chang leading the way at the front. They cautiously moved forward, inch by inch, away from the Great Formation. The farther they got from the formation, the fewer beast corpses littered the ground. Yet the enormous footprints, each larger than their heads, still sent a chill down their spines. Suddenly, a wild beast's howl echoed from nearby. Roar! 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 Glancing in the direction of the sound, Shui Chang narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly identified the approaching beast. It's a wild bull. Judging by its size, it should be a first-tier beast. No need to fear. Shui Chang warned the others before preparing himself for battle. The wild bull spotted the humans and charged straight toward Shui Chang, its eyes gleaming as if they had spotted prey. Seeing this, Shui Chang didn't dodge or retreat. He chose to confront it head-on. Crash! The immense force of the collision struck him as if he'd been hit by a small car. However, after cultivating demonic arts, he wasn't someone a car could simply knock over. Under the brute's immense force, Shui Chang staggered backward several steps before barely regaining his footing. His internal organs trembled violently, and stars danced before his eyes. Damn! This beast is way too strong. Help! Shui Chang didn't dare take any chances and immediately called out to several classmates nearby for help. Jiang Xia, Bai Xiuhe, and the others snapped into action, pulling weapons from their backpacks and swinging them at the beast. Roar! 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 Under the combined assault, the wild bull let out a furious roar, violently shaking its head to break free from the 5 students' encirclement. The sudden surge of force startled the students, who quickly stepped back, fearing they might get hurt. Now, the wild bull's eyes glowed blood red, and white mist poured from its mouth, making it look exceptionally terrifying. After a deep breath, the beast locked eyes on Jiang Xia and charged once more. Realizing he was the target, Jiang Xia panicked. Seeing the beast, whose size rivaled a small car, he instinctively turned to flee. Don't run, damn it! Shui Chang bellowed, then picked up a large rock at his feet and hurled it at the beast. Crash! The boulder shattered the bull's horn. Enraged, the beast reared up on its front legs and charged toward Shui Chang. But unlike Jiang Xia, Shui Chang didn't flee. Instead, he grabbed another boulder and charged straight at it. Man and beast collided. The beast shattered the boulder but lay bleeding from a head wound on the ground. Shui Chang was thrown backward by the impact and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Xiuhe immediately addressed the others beside him with calm authority. Quick, attack! The others snapped out of their daze, grabbed their weapons once more, and charged toward the fallen beast. They swung relentlessly at its head for a full half-minute until the beast finally lay still on the ground. The others panted heavily, drenched in sweat, staring at the beast's corpse, fearing it might suddenly rise again. Is this really just a tier 1 common beast? Why was it so hard to kill? If we'd been alone, we probably wouldn't have been able to take it down. Shui Chang scrambled to his feet and addressed Jiang Xia, whose forehead glistened with sweat. This classification comes from Jiang Xia, Chief Engineer Jiang. There's no doubt about it. The reason it feels so difficult is because every one of you is afraid of getting hurt, terrified this beast might injure you. That's why it seems so hard. Jiang Xia opened his mouth to argue but realized he had no valid counterpoint. He shut up. Just as the 5 were about to strip the fierce beast meat from the wild bull before them, a series of ground tremors suddenly echoed through the air. Before their eyes, a herd of savage beasts materialized, radiating a palpable aura of malevolence. Chapter 76, Crisis, Tempering. That looks like the Savage Bull King. If I recall correctly, the Savage Bull King is a second-tier transcendent beast. Li Yanyan stared at the figures approaching in the distance, her voice trembling slightly. Stop standing there. Run. What are you waiting for? Run. Shui Chang pressed the transmitter in his hand. The red dot lit up, signaling the transmission had been sent. Reinforcements would soon arrive within the Great Formation. But that was assuming they weren't slaughtered by this herd of savage beasts before help arrived. The 5 dared not look back, sprinting desperately toward the array while inwardly cursing their foolish decision to stray so far from it. Behind them, the herd of savage bulls had clearly spotted their prey. At the Savage Bull King's bellow, the others charged toward the 5 students as if responding to a battle cry. The sheer terror of such a massive herd charging simultaneously kicked up dust several meters high, causing the ground itself to tremble slightly. Yet despite the 5 students running at their absolute limit, the sounds behind them grew ever closer. This won't do. At this rate, they'll catch us. What can we do? In this situation, even if someone stops, the rest of the beasts will still catch up. Are we really going to die here? No. I don't want to die. Hearing the sounds behind them, the 5 grew increasingly desperate. In less than a minute, the herd of wild bulls would surely catch up to them. Just as despair gripped the group, a military semi-trailer jeep approached them at breakneck speed. From the cab, Captain Li's expression darkened instantly as he surveyed the herd of wild bulls. He immediately reached for the radio on his waist and pressed the transmit button. Large herd of wild bulls detected in North City Sector 8 requesting backup. Large herd of savage bulls detected in North City Sector 8 requiring backup. Before the radio could respond, Captain Li tossed the device aside, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and fixed his gaze on the 5 figures charging toward him. Captain, what should we do? It seems we can't save these students. The herd is closing in faster. The soldier in the passenger seat looked ashen-faced. He couldn't think of any way to save the students. Cut the bull. Damn it, did the military district pay you to sit around doing nothing? If there's no way, then find a way. Hold on tight. Captain Li grabbed the vehicle's megaphone and bellowed at the 5 students in the distance. Wait for the right moment and jump onto the vehicle. Got it? The sound of the vehicle's loudspeaker reached the ears of the 5 students, reigniting their hope. It's the military district. They've come to rescue us. Follow their instructions. Get ready. I'll count down. Jump when I say 1. 3, 2, 1. As the command was given, the military jeep pulled up right in front of them. Captain Lee inside yanked the steering wheel 180 degrees, his expression turning slightly terrifying. Drift it. Without slowing down at all, the military jeep executed a 180-degree drift turn. Seizing the moment, the 5 students leaped onto the rear of the vehicle. Simultaneously, Captain Lee slammed his foot to the accelerator. Seeing the herd of wild bulls closing in from behind, the 5 students were terrified, their faces drained of color. Clearly, they hadn't yet recovered from the fear of death they'd just experienced. Your luck really sucks. We've never seen so many ferocious beasts gathered together like this before. Captain Lee offered a consoling remark to the 5 survivors from the driver's seat. But what he didn't expect was that they weren't completely out of danger yet. Seeing the 5 students taken away by the jeep, the bull king at the rear of the herd grew enraged. He raised his head and let out a furious roar toward the sky. Then, it raised its front hooves and slammed them down onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently as a massive crack spread like lightning toward the jeep's location. Damn it! Captain Lee cursed uncontrollably, trying to steer the vehicle to the side. But everything happened too fast. Before he could react, the crack had already clamped down on the vehicle's tires. Propelled by inertia, the vehicle shot forward violently, hurling all 5 students, Captain Lee, and the soldier in the passenger seat out of the vehicle. Had they not all been first-tier magic cultivators, this single impact alone would have been enough to kill them. Yet, though they had survived, the survivors still faced the charging herd of wild bulls closing in on them. Captain Lee and the soldier, having been inside the vehicle, lost consciousness immediately upon being thrown out. Only the 5 students remained conscious. This is completely over. Shui Chang stared at the herd of wild bulls before them, his eyes filled with utter despair. We're dead men. Zhang Kai's face was deathly pale, and he couldn't help but start crying. Li Yanyan wept bitterly, her tears falling like pear blossoms in the rain, while Bai Xiaohua beside her wore an equally despairing expression. In this situation, no one could save them now. The military zone was already too late to help. Roar! 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 The Man-Bull King's roar echoed once more, sounding like a triumphant cheer. However, at that very moment, a voice abruptly echoed from the void. Beasts! You dare attempt to slaughter the subjects of Great Xia? Rolling divine radiance swept in from the distance, engulfing the entire ground. The creation divine furnace crashed violently from the void onto the earth, its intense tremors causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear right in the center of the wild bull herd. Touching them meant instant death, as they exploded into mist of blood in an instant. Simultaneously, Jiang Xia did not forget to wave his banner, frantically absorbing the flesh and blood of the wild bull herd, along with their vengeful spirits. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester, for slaying 132 common beasts. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, slaying common beasts X124. The meager experience gains were so pitiful that Jiang Xia ignored the voices echoing in his mind entirely. In the blink of an eye, the once ferocious herd of savage bulls, including their leader, had been utterly annihilated by Jiang Xia. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The once numerous herd now lay as nothing but shriveled carcasses, their blood completely drained by the banners. As for the Bull King, not even its bones remained devoured entirely by the white bone ghost banner. Seems the zoning work still hasn't been done properly. If I recall correctly, Zone A should be a safe area. Jiang Xia's figure descended slowly from the void. Gazing at the carcasses of the wild bull herd before him, he murmured softly. Chapter 77, Demon Sex Dao Soldiers. Jiang Xia's sudden appearance froze the expressions of Shui Chang, Bai Xiaohua, and their 3 companions, who had been on the brink of despair. Convinced their deaths were imminent, they suddenly realized the herd of wild bulls had been reduced to nothing but withered corpses in the blink of an eye. All of this happened in an instant. Dozens of savage bulls, including the terrifying Savage Bull King, had been slaughtered. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would have found it hard to believe, let alone comprehend. The beasts that required all 5 of them working together to kill had been disposed of with such ease, despite their sheer numbers. Soon, Bai Xiaohua among the 5 recognized Jiang Xia. Her expression flashed with excitement yet caution as she called out. Jiang Xia. It's you, Jiang Xia. Hearing his name called, Jiang Xia turned and smiled, greeting the 5. This place is still quite dangerous. You should hurry back to the main formation. Seeing Jiang Xia respond, Bai Xiaohua grew even more excited, her pretty face flushing with layers of crimson. Jiang Xia inspected the 5 men and found no serious injuries. As for the unconscious Captain Lee and the other soldier, they were also slowly regaining consciousness. The moment they saw Jiang Xia, both snapped to attention and stood up, saluting him. Chief Engineer Jiang. Chief Engineer Jiang. Their voices boomed like thunder, making it hard to believe these were men who had just regained consciousness. Alright, you 2 take them back. Secure this area for now. It's dangerous. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The 2 saluted again. Jiang Xia didn't linger. With a thought, the sky-darting sled materialized beneath his feet. He activated the sky dart, vanishing into the void at breakneck speed. Watching Jiang Xia's departing figure, whether it was Shui Chang, Bai Xiuhe, and the other five, or Captain Li and the soldier, their eyes all revealed admiration and longing. So that's Chief Engineer Jiang. Wiping out a herd of wild bulls with a flick of his wrist, it looks easier than breathing. Of course. Chief Engineer Jiang single-handedly slew that sea dragon. I heard it was a 7th-tier ferocious beast. I thought we were done for this time. Sigh, I wonder when I'll ever reach a realm like Chief Engineer Jiang's. Get some sleep tonight. Anything can happen in dreams. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia returned to the military district and sought out Elder Chen. Inside the office, Old Chen was discussing matters concerning the Dragon Blood warriors with several influential leaders. Upon seeing Jiang Xia enter, the leaders all rose from their seats. Chief Engineer Jiang. Chief Engineer Jiang. Comrade Jiang, what brings you here? I have some matters I wish to discuss with Comrade Chen. Jiang Xia smiled and nodded to the others. The influential leaders, ever tactful, exchanged greetings with Old Chen before leaving the office. What's the matter, Comrade Jiang? What brings you here? Old Chen looked at Jiang Xia with a warm smile. He knew full well the immense contributions Jiang Xia had made to the Great Xia. If Jiang Xia had any requests, he would do his utmost to fulfill them. I'm here today primarily to discuss how we should divide the beast zones. Jiang Xia recounted the events that had unfolded in North City that day. Upon hearing this, a wry smile touched Old Chen's lips. Comrade Jiang, you must understand. While we live in relative peace within the Great Array, outside its boundaries we remain as vulnerable as ever. Furthermore, ferocious beasts don't remain confined to a single area indefinitely. Large-scale migrations are inevitable, making it extremely difficult to devise a truly reliable solution. After pondering Old Chen's words, Jiang Xia nodded in agreement. It was indeed as he said. While life within the Great Xia's formation was peaceful, barely different from before the disaster struck. But once outside the formation, they remained far too vulnerable compared to those ferocious beasts. Moreover, their observations of the beasts were insufficient. They couldn't determine their movement patterns at all, only designating areas with fewer sightings as safe zones as best they could. Beyond that, it seemed there were no truly effective solutions. Well, we'll have to make do for now. I'll station myself around the perimeter of the array for the time being, doing my best to prevent any mishaps. Then we'll have to rely on Comrade Jiang Xia to shoulder the burden. Old Chen felt utterly helpless. He didn't want to burden Jiang Xia with so much responsibility alone, but currently, he was the only one in the entire Great Xia capable of holding the fort. Once this batch of Dragon Blood warriors completes their training, it should significantly ease the pressure on you, Comrade Jiang. Jiang Xia perked up at the mention of Dragon Blood warriors. This was a special forces unit cultivated using the dragon blood and flesh from the sea-splitting dragon he had brought back earlier. Compared to ordinary demon cultivators, they possessed far greater combat prowess. Master Chen, what is the current progress of those warriors? How much longer before they can be deployed outside the Great Formation? Old Chen sighed before speaking. Comrade Jiang, come with me. Following Elder Chen, Jiang Xia arrived at a highly concealed training ground within the military zone. The training ground was heavily guarded, with sentries stationed every 5 steps and surveillance cameras covering every angle. All military personnel were fully armed and ready for combat at a moment's notice. After navigating layer upon layer of security checkpoints and identity verifications, Old Chen and Jiang Xia finally reached the innermost part of the training ground. The moment they entered, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Aya! Keep going! Aya! Jiang Xia followed the sound with his gaze. There, a warrior's body was submerged in a pool of crimson blood. His skin was gradually peeling away, and small scales were sprouting from his flesh. The process was excruciatingly painful. The warrior's face was contorted into a hideous grimace. Anyone with even slightly weaker willpower would have fainted on the spot. On the other side of the training ground, several soldiers now had bloodshot eyes, their skin an unnatural crimson hue. They appeared to have lost all reason, no longer resembling normal humans but rather savage beasts. Witnessing these scenes, Jiang Xia couldn't help but recall the demonic soldiers from the demonic sect's legacy. The process of forging such soldiers was also excruciatingly painful, and the slightest misstep meant certain death. Old Chen stood nearby, his expression grave. Watching the tormented warriors weighed heavily on his heart. This Dragon Blood Warrior project is codenamed Dragon's Roar. Every member of the Dragon's Roar project volunteered, not a single one was forced. Moreover, before they sign up, we explicitly warned these warriors that this mission would be excruciatingly painful and carry an extremely high mortality rate. Yet despite this, not a single one chose to withdraw. They are citizens of Great Xia, but they are also children to their parents. That is precisely why my heart grows heavy every time I come here. Jiang Xia nodded. He understood better than anyone that once one became a Dragon Blood warrior, they would become, as recorded in the Demon Codex, neither fully human nor fully ghosted Taoist soldier. This was undoubtedly far more unbearable than any physical agony. The reason these warriors embraced their fate so readily was simply because, deep in their hearts, they too had something they wished to protect. After briefly surveying the training grounds with Elder Chen, Jiang Xia departed with a heavy heart and resumed his patrol around the formation perimeter. Chapter 78, Pouring Out Everything. The Great Xia's Final Reserve. Great Xia, 100 meters beyond the Sea City Great Formation. Along the coastline's edge, several figures were surrounding and attacking a grotesquely ugly fishman. "I'll handle this," Xiao Feng bellowed, thrusting the iron spear he'd forged at home toward the fishman. Having been surrounded by several attackers and exhausted from lingering too long on land, the fishman's strength was failing. It screeched wildly, attempting to dodge. But Xiao Feng's spear struck with deadly precision, piercing clean through the creature's torso. Deep blue blood gushed from the wound. "Woo la woo la la." The fishman let out a strange cry, his expression twisting into a hideous grimace. "Leave the finishing blow to me." The burly man swung the iron pipe in his hands and leapt forward, bringing it down hard on the fishman's skull. Thud! In an instant, the fishman's skull split open like a watermelon, leaving only a pool of deep blue blood on the ground. Shi Zhuang stared at the iron pipe in his hands, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him, making his entire body tremble. At the same time, a voice he'd never heard before echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, user Shi Zhuang, for defeating the common beast fishman. Gained 121 EXP. First kill of a Shanghai-era beast successfully activated your attribute panel. Congratulations, user Shi Zhuang, you have leveled up to level 4. A wave of warmth surged through Shi Zhuang's body, flowing through his entire being. Before Shi Zhuang could savor the comfort, the attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Shi Zhuang. Talent, not yet awakened. Level, 4. Class, none. Bloodline awakening, eligible for initial class change. Inventory, none. What is this thing? Shi Zhuang stood frozen in place, his expression slightly dazed. Faced with this sudden turn of events, his mind couldn't process it all at once. "What's wrong, Zhuang? Scared silly?" Xiao Feng called out to the dazed Shi Zhuang, who looked at Xiao Feng and the others with a puzzled expression. "Can't you see it? There's an attribute panel right in front of me." "What attribute panel? Have you gone crazy playing games? An attribute panel?" Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Shi Zhuang grew even more flustered. He pointed at the attribute panel before him and addressed the group. "It's right here. Can't you all see it? Am I the only one who can see it?" The others exchanged confused glances, unsure what Shi Zhuang was talking about. "Come on. Let's find a few more fishmen. You'll see when you land the finishing blows." No sooner had he finished speaking than they spotted a lone fishman. Under Shi Zhuang's lead, the fishman was swiftly subdued and lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Quick, finish it off. Kill that fishman and you'll understand." Urged by Shi Zhuang, Xiao Feng thrust his spear through the fishman's skull. Immediately afterward, the exact same scenario that had just unfolded for Shi Zhuang repeated itself for Xiao Feng. He successfully activated his attribute panel and gained experience points. "I got it too. I got it too. I have this attribute panel too." Seeing the two so excited, the rest of the team couldn't wait any longer. They all began searching the shoreline for fishmen. Half an hour later, all 8 members of the team had successfully activated their attribute panels. Staring at the attribute panels that looked like something straight out of a video game, everyone felt a sense of wonder. "Hey, why are our starting levels different? Mine's only level 2, but yours are all level 3 or 4. This probably relates to the demonic arts we cultivated earlier. The better you mastered them, the higher your level now. Damn it, if I'd known, I would have leveled up more. Now I'm so far behind you guys, it sucks. What's the big deal? We can still kill monsters to level up. Just kill more monsters, that's all." Having found a way to level up, the group was thrilled beyond belief, frantically searching the coastline for fishmen. Another half hour passed, and the shoreline was littered with the carcasses of slain fishmen. They didn't forget to carry the beast meat with them after all, it could fetch a decent price. By then, everyone had reached level 4 or 5, and they were all quite satisfied with today's haul. However, just as they prepared to turn and leave, the sea surface suddenly stirred with unusual activity. Xiao Feng spotted it first, turning to see clusters of bubbles continuously rising from the sea before them. A massive shadow seemed poised to emerge from the depths. "What's that noise? I have a bad feeling about this." No sooner had Xiao Feng spoken than a massive form burst through the surface. Accompanied by a strange cry, 3 or 4 fishmen emerged alongside it, reaching the shore. "Woo la la la!" Before them stood a monstrous merman, 3 to 4 meters tall, with hideously ugly, slimy skin covered in scales. The sudden appearance of this monstrous beast startled all 8 of them. Some began to consider retreating, but excitement flickered in Xiao Feng and Shi Zhuang's eyes. "The Great Formation is right behind us anyway. Let's give it a try. Worst case, we just retreat back into the formation." "Right. We can't stay trapped in the formation forever." Seeing the two refuse to leave, the group decided to stay. They surrounded the giant fishman, executing the tactic they had planned earlier. Not far behind them, hidden in the shadows, Jiang Xia had sensed the giant fishman's presence. Yet he showed no urgency to act. As Shi Zhuang had said, they couldn't stay within the formation forever. Occasional trials might not be such a bad thing. Besides, with him present, he would never allow the giant fishman to kill any of them. Thus began the battle between the 8 and the giant fishman. During the fight, all 8 sustained injuries of varying severity. Finally, after a grueling hour of combat, the giant merman, covered in wounds, collapsed to the ground. Overjoyed, the 8 rested briefly before carrying all the spoils back to the formation. They reported to the military headquarters, stored the supplies, and claimed their rewards. Watching the 8 depart safely, Jiang Xia, who had been holding down the fort, breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seems we must still purge the surrounding area of these ferocious beasts to prevent those of excessively high levels from entering the safety zone. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Chen activated the sky-darting shuttle and began patrolling the perimeter of the formation, systematically eliminating all Lord and Sovereign tier beasts. Those with weaker auras were left with the Xia citizens who had come out of the city to train, allowing them to level up and gain combat experience. Time flew by, and several days passed. Until his phone suddenly received a message. Opening it, he saw that the final installment of state funding had been successfully deposited into his account. Staring at the countless zeros trailing the final figure, Jiang Chen's expression grew complex. After relaying a message, issued an urgent recall notice, ordering all citizens still outside the Grand Formation to immediately return within its confines. Chapter 79, Exchanging Spirit Stone Veins. In the void of the Great Xia, Jiang Xia propelled the sky-skipping shuttle toward the Grand Formation while mentally calculating how to allocate the newly arrived funds. 800 trillion. This was the largest single payment he had ever received. Of course, this was because the mythical era had arrived, and the recharge window was about to close. Therefore, Jiang Xia had simply instructed Elder Chen to give him all the liquid funds currently available to Great Xia in one lump sum. Without hesitation, Jiang Xia immediately recharged the entire 800 million billion into the mythical world. After the funds cleared, Jiang Xia immediately opened the marketplace and began browsing rapidly. With 8 trillion credits, equipment, items, and resources that had previously been beyond his wildest dreams were now within his reach. I've never fought a battle with such wealth at my disposal. Jiang Xia smiled faintly as his gaze swept over them all. Many of the items offered limited upgrades for him now, making them poor value for money, so he dismissed them. Although Great Xia currently possessed grand formations, the Spirit Eye Tree, and banners to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the air, the pace of leveling up for its populace remained far too slow compared to those ferocious beasts. Moreover, after patrolling the area for some time, Jiang Xia had noticed an increase in the number of Lord and Sovereign level ferocious beasts, while even the lower tier mortal beasts seemed to be constantly growing stronger. While the Grand Formation currently ensures safety, it doesn't mean they can rest easy. Vigilance remains essential. Should multiple super sovereign level beasts like the human-headed bird beasts appear simultaneously, the current Grand Formation might not withstand the assault. Therefore, procuring resource-type items would be a top priority during this market run, with the majority of funds allocated accordingly. After a quick scan, Jiang Xia's gaze finally settled on the most expensive resource item listed. Spirit Stone Vein Mother Vein. A spirit stone vein stretching over 100 kilometers, usable for mining spirit stones and increasing the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. As long as the main vein is not overmined, new veins will continuously sprout in the surrounding area. Price, 60 million. Counting the zeros, Jiang Xia couldn't help but wince at the staggering price, sucking in a sharp breath. 60 trillion. His total funds for this venture amounted to only 800 trillion. This spirit stone vein would consume the lion's share of his capital. However, this spirit stone vein perfectly aligned with his and Great Xia's current needs. Not only would it increase the concentration of spiritual energy across the entire realm, accelerating the cultivation progress of its populace. Moreover, planting the main vein of this deposit at the Spirit Eye Tree, the very core of the Grand Formation, would fortify the array's defenses against even more formidable beast attacks. Moreover, the ore produced by the vein could be used for cultivation or forging weapons, truly a case of killing multiple birds with one stone. This spirit stone vein had one flaw: it was expensive. Jiang Xia compared it to other resource commodities. Everything else either offered poor value for money or had limited utility. No matter how he looked at it, nothing compared to that spirit stone vein. It seemed the spirit stone vein was the clear choice. Jiang Xia glanced at the price one last time, gritted his teeth, and selected to purchase it. As the bulk of his account balance vanished, a spirit stone vein resembling a small serpent materialized in his hand. Spirit stone vein Mother Vein. Usage: plant the vein into the ground. It can extend up to hundreds of kilometers. Jiang Xia felt the pure spiritual energy surging through his hand like a vast ocean, and a smile spread across his face. At least the money wasn't wasted. This spirit vein's energy was truly remarkable. With the remaining 20 trillion, Jiang Xia exchanged for a pile of other resources, materials for refining artifacts, and equipment. After careful comparison, he found these items, while not overly expensive, offered exceptional value for money. In no time, Jiang Xia had squandered the entire 800 million billion he'd just acquired. Gazing at his balance reset to zero once more, Jiang Xia exhaled a long sigh of relief. With only a few hours left before the recharge window closed, he likely wouldn't get another chance to top up. Barring any surprises, this would be his final chance, so Jiang Xia spent considerable time browsing every single item in the mall. With a thought, Jiang Xia summoned his attribute panel from the void. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture unique. Level, 62 Bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Spirit Stone Vein Mother Vein Plus. Materialization permission, exchangeable. Jiang Xia nodded with satisfaction at the newly added Spirit Stone Vein in his inventory. Simultaneously, he pushed the Sky Darting sled to its absolute limit, racing toward the direction of the Spirit Eye Tree. Above the military zone, Jiang Xia's figure flashed by as he propelled the Sky Darting sled. Having detected the signal, Elder Chen led a group of influential leaders toward Jiang Xia's location. Before long, Elder Chen and the others discovered Jiang Xia before the Spirit Eye Tree. At that moment, Jiang Xia was extracting the Spirit Stone Vein from his inventory and planting it directly beneath the Spirit Eye Tree. The moment the Spirit Stone Vein left his hands, it began expanding at an astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, it had spread to the size of a sports field. It continued expanding at an astonishing pace until it reached tens of kilometers across, only then gradually slowing down. Simultaneously, the moment the Spirit Stone Vein took root, Jiang Xia observed a pale green liquid emerging from the leaves above the Spirit Eye Tree. It dripped down from the foliage, landing before him. The pure spiritual energy contained within startled even Jiang Xia. What is this? Spirit liquid? The spiritual energy in the air was so dense that it condensed directly into spiritual essence, appearing on the leaves of this Spirit Eye Tree. Seeing these droplets, Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Seems those 60 trillion weren't spent in vain. Chapter 80, the spiritual energy tide returns, sweeping across the Great Xia. Soon, the changes in the Spirit Eye Tree transmitted to the array's focal point. As vast spiritual energy surged forth, it also spread through every banner within the Grand Formation, affecting the entire Great Xia. Throughout the Great Xia, wherever the flags extended their reach, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air surged at an astonishing rate. Vegetation around the flags grew visibly at a rapid pace, while numerous animals, drawn by the spiritual energy, gathered near the banners. Their fur and body sizes underwent dramatic changes within a very short time. The explosive surge of colossal spiritual energy created aurora-like phenomena above the banners throughout the Great Xia. As the spiritual energy concentration in the air surged once more, Jiang Xia, positioned at the array's focal point before the Spirit Eye Tree, bore the brunt of it. Countless beams of spiritual light intertwined, forming tidal waves that repeatedly washed over his body. Jiang Xia stood rooted to the spot, reveling in the comforting embrace of the spiritual energy bathing his entire being. Simultaneously, his experience points surged wildly. Master, Jiang Xia. Talent, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique, Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture unique. Level, 62+++++++++ Bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped. Materialization permission, exchangeable. On the system panel, experience points surged at an unprecedented rate. As his level rose, demonic energy surged violently within his body. With each breath Jiang Xia took, vast tides of spiritual energy were swallowed whole, significantly amplifying his aura with every exhalation. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Leveled up to 63. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Level increased to 64. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester, leveled up to 65. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xia's level had surged to 65, a 3-level jump in one go. It must be noted that at his current level above 60, nearly every level up required massive amounts of experience points. Even under such circumstances, he managed to leapfrog 3 levels. This clearly demonstrated the immense boost the Spirit Stone vein provided to the entire Great Xia. Behind Jiang Xia, Elder Chen and the others who had remained on the periphery were also affected by the spiritual energy tide. As it washed over their bodies, it brought them immense benefits. The most striking transformation was the dramatic change in appearance among the elderly, influential leaders like Elder Chen. Their white hair vanished, replaced by thick, jet black locks. Wrinkles faded from their faces, and hunched postures straightened. Leaders who had been in their 50s and 60s now appeared as though they were in their 30s. Comrade Xiao Jiang, what kind of treasure did you bring back this time? I feel so full of energy, just like when we planted the spirit eye tree last time. Old Chen, you've changed too much. You look even younger than last time. Damn it, Oldly, you look like your grandson now. Ha 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 ha. Quick, let me see how much younger I've become this time. What do I look like now? This time it's not just my appearance, I feel like my level has shot up too. Same here. A gathering of the most powerful leaders in Great Xia, each wearing an expression of unparalleled joy. The older one gets, the more one yearns for youth. Even these men were no exception. Yet the idea of rejuvenation remained a mere fantasy they could only entertain in idle moments. Jiang Xia's actions planting the spirit eye tree and the spirit stone vein had inadvertently fulfilled an impossible dream for these powerful leaders. Meanwhile, within the Great Xia's grand formation, more and more people began sensing the shift in the air's spiritual energy, growing increasingly excited. My experience points are actually rising on their own. Holy crap, why am I suddenly leveling up? Me too. What's going on? And I feel this tingly, itchy sensation all over. It's weird, but kind of nice. Haven't you guys caught on yet? This is a spiritual energy tidal wave triggered by the sudden surge in airborne spiritual energy. It means someone has boosted the entire Xia's spiritual energy concentration. Holy, who's that powerful? Who could possibly increase the spiritual energy concentration of the entire Great Xia? Who else could it be? The only person I can think of is Chief Engineer Jiang. True. He's the only one I can think of too. Barring surprises, it must be him. Unbelievable. He single-handedly fought a 7th-tier ferocious beast. If he hadn't deployed the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array, we'd all have been devoured by that beast. North City University, inside the women's dormitory building. Fresh from her shower, Bai Xiuhe sat on her bed wrapped in a towel, meditating to digest the beast meat she'd eaten. But within moments, a look of utter shock spread across her pretty face. Because the level that normally took her an entire day to advance, she had just broken through in mere minutes. Moreover, this momentum showed no signs of slowing down. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xiuhe immediately resumed her meditation, sitting motionless on her bed. An hour later, Bai Xiuhe finally opened her eyes, and a system notification appeared before her. Congratulations, user Bai Xiuhe. Your level has been upgraded to level 20. Over the following period, similar scenes unfolded across the Great Xia Empire. Individuals with exceptional talent rapidly advanced their levels during this spiritual energy surge, with many even breaking through to level 20 in one go. Jiang Xia, observing all this through the array, wore a satisfied smile. Excellent. The investment hadn't been wasted. This had effectively elevated the overall capabilities of the Great Xia populace to a new tier. Having completed his task, Jiang Xia stepped out of the array's core. Elder Chen, by observing through the formation, I've mapped out the patterns and distribution of the ferocious beasts outside. We can now prepare our hunting plans with targeted precision. Upon hearing his words, Old Chen and his companions all wore expressions of wild excitement. Chapter 81, The Excited Daxia Exchange Students. Comrade Jiang, you've truly solved another major problem for our Great Xia. Old Chen, visibly moved, took a jade slip from Jiang Xia's hand. It bore faintly glowing patterns. This jade tablet contains the distribution map of the ferocious beasts and their activity patterns. Simply infuse it with spiritual energy, and the tablet will project this image like a hologram. A smile spread across Old Chen's face as he examined the jade tablet. The previous suspension of the hunting operation had been due to the recurrence of situations like the one in North City. Now, with this device Jiang Xia had provided, they could resume the hunting plan. Excellent. With this, we needn't fear sudden threats from dangerous beasts anymore. Let's return immediately to formulate the second hunting plan. Smiles spread across the faces of Elder Chen and the other influential leaders. Their joy stemmed not only from the spiritual energy tide rejuvenating them but also from Jiang Xia resolving a persistent problem weighing heavily on their minds. After all, deciphering the patterns and movement trajectories of these ferocious beasts was an arduous task, requiring not only massive manpower but also exposing them to significant risks. Now, Jiang Xia had single-handedly resolved it, sparing them considerable trouble. An hour later, the group moved to the conference hall. Elder Chen attempted to channel spiritual energy into the jade slip. Soon, a map of the Great Xia Empire, densely marked with annotations, appeared before them. As they studied the meticulously detailed patterns of the beasts' appearances, potential hazards, and relevant information about these creatures, every influential leader present, including Elder Chen, felt a chill run down their spines. They hadn't expected Jiang Xia's jade slip to be this detailed. It even marked the average levels of these monsters. Comrade Jiang, you've truly done us another tremendous favor. With this marked map, we no longer need to hold back the people of Daxia when they go out hunting. With proper planning, we can let them unleash their full potential and fight back against these beasts that threaten us. The assembled leaders of real authority nodded in agreement. Using the Jade Slip's contents as a foundation, Elder Chen and his team swiftly formulated specific measures and strategies for the second hunting plan, along with enhanced reward and punishment systems for hunting beasts. By that very afternoon, the official document was finalized, printed, and distributed to every region of the Great Xia. The next day, implementation began across all regions. The enthusiasm of the entire Daxia populace was reignited. Everyone was itching to get started, eager to engage in another fierce battle with the beasts outside the Great Array. Last time I didn't get my fill. Now that I'm level 21, I'm going to slaughter them all this time. I'm going to hunt down that white-haired ape that nearly killed me last time and get my revenge. Anyone looking to team up? I'm level 18 tough and ready to fight. Any brothers willing to take a little sister under their wing? I'm super easygoing. As expected, only our Great Xia stands tall. Our neighboring countries are practically overrun by beasts now, aren't they? Not a peep from them. It's all thanks to Jiang Xia. Without him, I doubt we'd be much better off than them. While the people of Great Xia were in full swing with their second hunting operation, the western nations looked like the apocalypse had already struck. Every city lay in utter ruin. The once thriving metropolises had now become veritable playgrounds for the ferocious beasts. Screams pierced the air and bloodstained streets were littered with mangled bodies. Horrific scenes unfolded everywhere, beasts devouring humans alive. The vast majority of Western citizens could only cling to life in dark corners, forced to guard against not only the beasts but also those who had completely lost their humanity in the face of this apocalypse. To survive, backstabbing became commonplace. Each person thought only of their own survival, nothing else mattered to them. Others, though hidden, starved or dehydrated to death in urban corners, unable to venture out for supplies. Their corpses were then discovered by the beasts, becoming their sustenance. Damn it! Why didn't Tepu follow Daxia's example and publish cultivation methods, distributing beast meat to the entire population? What the hell are these politicians doing? All they do is stuff our tax money into their own pockets. They're useless. Damn it, why aren't we citizens of Daxia? Help! Someone, please save me. I haven't eaten in days. I'm starving to death here. Save you? If I save you, will save me? Meanwhile, at the Black Palace, Trump stared at the statistical report before him with excitement. 80,000. A full 80,000 Great Xia students, plus those defectors, all gathered together by Tep. With such heavy leverage, he refused to believe the Great Xia would simply abandon them. It's time to confront Daxia. Tep rose from his chair in excitement. The other capitalists beside him chimed in unison. Exactly. This time, we'll make the Great Xia pay. They knew the disaster was coming, yet instead of working with us to weather the storm, they printed money and screwed us over. Those treacherous Great Xia people. They must share all their data with us, provide us with resources and beast meat, and guarantee our safety. Exactly. We must make the Great Xia people understand the magnitude of their mistake. The capitalists within the Black Palace were all incredibly excited, as if they could already see the Great Xia bowing to them and handing over resources in exchange for bringing back these overseas students and the runnings. Meanwhile, the Great Xia students and runners still trapped within the Black Palace were gathered together. Each one looked incredibly excited and supremely confident. Each believed that Great Xia would pay any price to bring them back. After all, in their eyes, returning from Western nations made them overseas returnees, talented individuals. The Great Xia Empire surely wouldn't bear to see them perish at the claws of those ferocious beasts. I'm a graduate of Harvard University. I'm sure the Great Xia will spare no expense to get me out of here. If I'd known, I never would have stayed in this godforsaken place. What the hell is this crap they're feeding us? Not even a dog would eat it. I should have gone back when Daxia recalled us. Damn it. Yeah, stuck in this godforsaken place, can't even get a decent meal. Should have gone back to Daxia. When the hell is Great Xia going to send someone to rescue us? Chapter 82, Are Eagle Sauce Soldiers Precious? Just expendables. In the Black Palace, Tup and the capitalists had already devised all sorts of schemes to fleece the Great Xia, scheming how to make them bleed heavily. The mere thought of how Great Xia would agree to any terms to rescue those students made them burst out laughing. But soon, they realized a grave problem. They seemed to lack any means to contact the Great Xia. With most Western nations now overrun by beasts, they could barely survive by clinging to the Black Palace. Just as Trump and the capitalists were at a loss, the CIA, silent for so long, suddenly contacted them with good news. The beasts now followed fixed movement patterns and activity cycles, and the agency had already roughly mapped out some of these. Not only that, but they had found a relatively safe location where they had restored some civilian power and signals and established a simple temporary survival base. Upon receiving this news, Tep and the other capitalists were overcome with excitement, their faces flushing with enthusiasm. Excellent! Our soldiers truly live up to our nation's reputation. The CIA also suggested sending a few people ahead to test the waters. If it's safe, we can relocate some people there to ease the pressure on the Black House. But how safe is this route? What if they encounter ferocious beasts along the way? Simple. Send those Xia students and defectors to scout the route. With so many of them, Xia won't even notice a few casualties. After deliberation, the central capital swiftly approved this decision unanimously. Soon, following the route provided by the CIA, they successfully navigated through the beast-infested area and reached the survival camp. This area had once been a dense residential district. Due to its remote location far from the city center and the vast plain stretching between them, it was easy to lose one's bearings. Thus, few beasts ever reached this area. Though the conditions were somewhat rudimentary, everything necessary was present, making it considerably better than the cramped conditions of the Black Palace, where tens of thousands were packed together. Meanwhile, inside the Black Palace, Tep became even more excited upon learning that the group had safely reached their destination. He saw hope in establishing contact with the Great Xia Empire. Quickly, contact Great Xia immediately. Inform them that we have 80,000 of their exchange students here. If they wish to bring them back to Great Xia, they should contact us. His subordinate acknowledged the order and immediately began making the necessary contacts. After hanging up, Teppo broke into a wide grin. In his view, Great Xia simply couldn't refuse him. Then, they could make the Great Xia bleed heavily in exchange for these students and the Teppo was certain that given the Great Xia Empire's modus operandi, no matter how outrageous their demands became, the Empire would never say no. The thought alone made Tep's lips curl upward uncontrollably. Hours passed without another call from the CIA, and Teppo began to grow anxious, pacing back and forth in his office. Suddenly, the phone rang. Tep, who had been waiting for so long, immediately answered it, his face full of anticipation as he waited for the voice on the other end. But the next second, his expression darkened. The CIA hadn't managed to contact the Great Xia. More accurately, they had sent a message to the Great Xia but received no response whatsoever. Bunch of useless jerks. Tep cursed under his breath and hung up the phone. Capital, standing nearby, looked no better, his face equally dark with frustration. The 80,000 Chinese students and the Runin within the Black Palace were consuming vast amounts of survival supplies. Every day they couldn't contact China meant another day of depleting resources. At this rate, they wouldn't last long. Before the beasts killed them, they'd starve to death. Silence fell over the office. Like the chief, the capitalists hung their heads, not uttering a word, their minds racing frantically for any possible way to contact the Great Xia. Time ticked by. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, breaking the silence. We can't just wait like this any longer. Xia's lack of response might mean their communications have been destroyed by the beasts too. So, I propose sending a special forces team directly to the Xia border to see what's really going on over there. If all is well, this team can help us contact Great Xia. If Great Xia is already destroyed, then we'll send these 80,000 people out to feed the beasts. Once those beasts are sated, we'll have a period of safety. Upon hearing this plan, everyone in the office nodded in agreement. Finally, with Tep's approval secured, they began discussing the composition of the special forces team. I suggest deploying our CIA operatives and elite members from the Dolphin Assault team. With them, we should reach Daxia swiftly and establish contact with their people. No way. If they die, who will protect us? I refuse to agree. Protect us? You don't seriously expect those soldiers to protect us, do you? Guns and bullets are useless against those beasts. What difference are Eagle's soldiers now compared to those Xia students? They're even less useful than those Daxia students. After all, those students are our bargaining chips in negotiations with Daxia. Hearing this explanation, the capitalists present nodded in agreement. In their eyes, their own lives mattered more than anything else. You're absolutely right. And we could bring a few more Daxia students into our group. Exactly. They can die however they want. Daxia won't even know how many students are missing. Moreover, once we're in Daxia, seeing fellow countrymen, they'll surely be eager to accommodate us. Soon, the capitalists unanimously approved the plan. After some deliberation, they compiled a list. The majority consisted of the remaining soldiers of the Eagle Nation, supplemented by several Daxia students and a handful of defectors. In the Eagle Nation's view, with these individuals, Daxia would be more than willing to open its doors. Using intelligence provided by the CIA, they mapped out an escape route and began gathering the individuals on the list. Chapter 83, The Beast-Tide Crossing Plan. Black Palace. The Eagle soldiers on the list were summoned, exchanging puzzled glances, unsure why they'd been called at this critical juncture. Why summon us suddenly? Could it be they found a way to deal with those monsters? Or maybe the Great Xia has released cultivation methods and provided beast meat for us to practice with. Could it be that all the beasts outside have been wiped out? I've been starving for days without a proper meal. Who isn't? They only give us one piece of black bread a day. It's barely enough to fill us up. As the Eagle Squad Special Forces soldiers discussed this, their instructor stepped forward and declared with righteous conviction, "You are all the finest soldiers of Eagle Squad, our pride and glory. Now, as Eagle Squad faces its greatest peril, the time has come for you to step forward." Hearing this, the Eagle Squad Special Forces soldiers felt a sinking sense of dread. Then, after the instructor revealed the plans of the Tupo and the capitalists, the Eagle Special Forces, who had been daydreaming moments before, were all stunned. Eyes wide with disbelief, they stared at the instructor before them. To risk crossing the Beast Tide and head to Gov't Xia? What the hell was that but a suicide mission? The Eagle Squad soldiers, enraged by the plan, cursed aloud. What the hell are those politicians thinking? Sending us to die while they sit here enjoying the spoils? I've never seen such idiotic politicians. They didn't believe Xia was already making moves earlier, and now they want us to die for them? How the hell are we supposed to cross that Beast Tide? Do they expect us to stuff those beasts to death? I'm not going. If you want to die, go ahead. I won't let those damn politicians get away with it. I'd rather die here myself. Watching the situation spiral out of control, the instructor grew anxious. If he failed to complete the mission assigned by those capitalist politicians, who knew what fate awaited him? The thought made him restless. He hurriedly tried to reassure them, "Don't panic. You're the special forces of our Eagle Empire, our finest soldiers. There's no way we'd send you to your deaths. The CIA has secured a safe route for us. Moreover, the soldiers carrying out this mission will receive substantial bonuses." Though he said this outwardly, the instructor had long since written off these special forces soldiers as dead men. A bunch of lowly special forces soldiers sending them to their deaths was actually showing them some respect. If they didn't go to Gov't Xia, their fate would be starvation in this Black Palace, with no chance of getting their hands on any supplies. The instructor had once been a member of the special forces himself. However, after a series of strategic maneuvers, he had successfully ascended into the ranks of the capitalists. Even as an insignificant lackey, his status far surpassed that of these special forces. Once Gov't Xia compensated them for redeeming those overseas students, he too would get his share of the spoils. The thought alone made the instructor perk up again. Seeing the special forces' mood ease after his earlier words, he stoked the fire further. Xia possesses vast resources and cultivation methods, yet refuses to share them with other nations, instead deploying defensive installations solely for its own benefit. Such behavior is utterly shameful. If we possessed cultivation methods and those resources, we would share them with the entire world to help everyone overcome this crisis together. Therefore, you are not just fighting for the Eagle, but for the whole world. The instructor grew increasingly impassioned as he spoke, beginning to admire himself for his eloquence. He felt like a gifted orator. Swept up by his tactical rhetoric, the Special Forces members before him grew increasingly fired up, the earlier resistance fading from their faces. Right. We're not fighting for politicians, we're fighting for the Eagle Empire, for the entire world. Xia has gone too far. We must make them pay, force them to disclose all information and compensate us for our resources. If that's how it is, we can't say we're completely opposed to it. Exactly. Hearing these words, the instructor couldn't help but let a maniacal grin spread across his face, his mind filling with scorn and contempt. What a bunch of fools, so easily swayed by empty rhetoric. However, noticing hesitation on some faces within the group, the instructor could only continue embellishing his lies. Besides, don't any of you want to cultivate? I've heard that the cultivation methods over in Gov't Xia not only make you impervious to blades and bullets, but they can also rejuvenate your appearance, grant you eternal youth, and even let you fly through the skies like Superman. Don't you want to give it a try? At this, the Special Forces soldiers grew even more excited, their earlier resistance completely swept away. I want to cultivate too. I want to become a superhero and fly through the skies. Damn the Gov't Xia Empire, they have such incredible cultivation methods and keep them hidden. Instructor, when can we depart? Seeing the Special Forces soldiers react with such fervor, the instructor could barely hold back his laughter. Inside, he couldn't help but feel a surge of mockery and contempt. How utterly foolish. They have no brains whatsoever, believing everything I say. Immortality? Flying through the skies like Superman? To believe such nonsense is the height of stupidity. They deserve to be sent to their deaths. Chapter 84, Western Capital's Excitement. After seeing off the American Special Forces soldiers, the instructor immediately sought out the president to report. President, the task you assigned me has been successfully completed. Though those Special Forces soldiers were initially agitated and resisted, I eventually persuaded them all. Well done. Tep no longer held back the smile at the corner of his mouth, bursting into laughter as his mind began fantasizing about how Gov't Xia would compromise to redeem those exchange students. Indeed, Lady Luck still favors the Eagles. Once those foolish Special Forces soldiers arrive in Gov't Xia, we'll never have to worry about resource shortages again. We can also seize all their eastern cultivation methods and resources. By then, Eagle Chow will remain the most powerful nation on Earth. 80,000 students, that's a massive bargaining chip. I refuse to believe Great Xia would abandon them to their fate. In the end, they'll have no choice but to yield. The more he thought about it, the broader the smile spread across Tupo's face, as if he could already see the Great Xia crumbling under their control. For the sake of these 80,000 students and the people they represent, wouldn't Great Xia have no choice but to willingly share all its information and resources? Inside the office, the other capitalists wore expressions mirroring Trump's. Their thoughts aligned perfectly with his. They believed that by controlling these students, they could hold the Great Xia hostage, gain leverage in negotiations, and even force an outright capitulation. I can already picture Eagle's triumphant face. Those special forces will be completely outmaneuvered by us. By the time they reach Great Xia, they'll be utterly useless. Exactly. Then it'll be our turn to ruthlessly exploit Great Xia, squeezing every last drop of value from them, not just their cultivation methods and resources, but making them compensate us for every single loss. Exactly. At the very least, we'll make them foot the bill for post-disaster reconstruction. We'll have them send Great Xia workers to rebuild our lands. Daxia prides itself on infrastructure, doesn't it? I'll be damned if I don't see just how good they really are, ha ha. If Great Xia refuses, we'll threaten them with these 80,000 students. Then we'll rally the world to condemn and boycott them. I refuse to believe Great Xia won't cave. 80,000 people, not 10,000 chickens. If Daxia dares ignore this, the public backlash alone will drown them. The capitalists echoed Tep's words, their eyes gleaming with unhidden greed. In their eyes, all the finest things in this world rightfully belong to the eagle. If it wasn't theirs, they would stop at nothing to seize it by any means necessary. Meanwhile, outside the Black Palace, ordinary citizens of Eagle Nation continued to suffer at the hands of those ferocious beasts. Huge, hideous beasts rampaged through Eagle Nation cities. Without protection from politicians or a way into the Black Palace, ordinary citizens could only struggle to survive in the ruins. Inside a completely abandoned building, a handful of survivors huddled together, hoping to find a glimmer of hope by banding together to survive this apocalypse. The expressions on their faces made it clear that the torment of this apocalypse had already driven them to the brink of sanity. Those damn politicians, hiding inside the Black Palace with taxpayers' money, refusing to come out. Why do those capitalist politicians get to eat well inside while we starve outside? If this keeps up, we'll starve to death even if the beasts don't kill us first. When it's time to pay taxes, they all act like saints, spouting sweet talk better than anyone. But now? When real trouble hits, where are those politicians? Where's Trump? Just days ago, a search team passed right by us. They didn't even acknowledge us. Just said, "Not Chinese students," and walked away. Damn right. I saw it too. These politicians. They're disgusting. We can't just let this slide. If we die at the Black Palace. These ordinary citizens harbored deep-seated resentment toward capitalists and politicians, who routinely extracted money from their pockets under various pretexts. But when disaster struck, these politicians and capitalists vanished like they'd evaporated into thin air. They were nowhere to be found, only concerned with hiding away and enjoying themselves. This was utterly unacceptable to the people. Just then, the low growl of a ferocious beast echoed through the building. The moment that sound reached their ears, every person froze in terror. Soon, the beast discovered the surviving Eagle Xia members. Having gone without food for so long, they lacked even the strength to flee. The beast claimed them as prey, swallowing them whole. Shrieks echoed through the building, and such scenes repeated relentlessly in every corner of Eagle Town. Inside the Black Palace, the detained Xia students and the Run people were enjoying their dinner. To ensure these individuals remained compliant and served as bargaining chips for negotiations with the Great Xia, the special forces and the capitalists pampered them with the finest food and drink. Throughout the entire Black Palace, even Eagle soldiers and special forces personnel could only gnaw on black bread, while the food rations for these Great Xia students were second only to those of the capitalists and their cronies. 3 meals a day, each featuring meat, a veritable feast in such dire circumstances. Outside the Black Palace, the American masses suffered from hunger and cold. Watching the students inside feast on food bought with their tax dollars, their eyes burned with rage and resentment. They seethed with such hatred that they wished to tear these foreign students and their benefactors limb from limb and feed them to the dogs. Chapter 85, Witnessing Great Xiao's current state, Eagle Soul soldiers stunned. They neglect their own people yet lavish such fine food on those Great Xia students? What the hell is wrong with these politicians? I noticed it during the rescue operation. They only saved Great Xia students and those defectors. What a bunch of bastards. What's the point of using our taxpayer money to support that bunch of Great Xia people? They can't seriously expect Great Xia to come to Eagle Land and kill those monsters just because of these students, can they? Trump and those politicians, not a single one of them is any good. They're all a bunch of hypocrites. And to think I even voted for him during the election. It's disgusting. Outside the Black Palace, the angry crowd of eagle-clawed citizens looked down at the compressed biscuits and moldy stale bread in their hands, then sighed heavily. Now they were utterly helpless, forced to watch their tax dollars fund those damn Xia students. All they could do was pray to God they wouldn't be spotted by those terrifying beasts, and maybe find a few more scraps along the way. Days later, in a city now completely overrun by beasts, a special forces team from the Eagle Nation struggled forward. Their stumbling figures weaved between abandoned buildings, constantly alert for beasts that could appear at any moment. In just a few short days, half of the squad had been lost, and the surviving Eagle soldiers bore injuries of varying severity. Worse still, their supplies had been lost during a recent escape from the beast's pursuit. This meant they would now have to scavenge for provisions within the ruins of the abandoned city. After a while, they seemed to find a relatively safe corner. After exploring the area and confirming no lurking beasts were present, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief rest, anger flashed across their faces. Damn it! The instructor lied to us. This route the CIA gave us is anything but safe. Exactly. Except for the first day when we didn't encounter any beasts, we've been ambushed by them almost every day since. Luckily, the ones blocking us were just big, slow monsters. We could dodge them using the city layout. Otherwise, we'd probably all be dead by now. We've barely covered any distance. We're still at least 2/3 of the way from Jiang Xia. Can we really make it there alive? No choice. We've already made it this far. We can't turn back now. We have to push on toward Jiang Xia. Hey, wait, did you guys hear that sound? That sound. Run! The low growl of a beast echoed through the air. Unnoticed, a colossal bird-headed elephant had extended its trunk, reaching toward the Special Forces team inside the building. Even though they spotted it in time, several Special Forces members didn't react fast enough. They were snatched out and tossed into its mouth, crushed to death. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the remaining Special Forces soldiers hesitated not a moment longer. They leaped straight down from the 3rd floor. The fortunate ones managed to land on buildings, vehicles, or trees that cushioned their fall. The unlucky ones shattered their legs upon impact, left to die where they fell. After waves of agonized screams, a small fraction of the Special Forces team finally escaped. Nearly a month later. At the border of the Great Xia Empire, near the edge of the Great Array. Several figures appeared in the woods, clothes torn, hair matted, faces filthy, staggering like cripples. When they lifted their heads and saw the immense formation looming above the Great Xia, they froze in shock. Jiang Xia. They had arrived. They had finally arrived. A dazed sensation left the few remaining Eagle Special Forces members rooted to the spot. They stared at the immense, towering hemispherical formation, like a colossal protective shell enveloping the skies above Great Xia. A squad of nearly 10,000 had split into 2 routes for the operation, yet now only 100 or so remained. Even among them, every soldier bore deep wounds, scarcely a patch of skin left untouched. Jiang Xia. This is Jiang Xia. We've made it. We've finally reached Jiang Xia. Quick, get the camera out. Jack, his eye bandaged, retrieved the recording device from another member and began filming the Great Xia's barrier. Over the past month, they had believed countless times that death was imminent, so they used this camera to document everything they witnessed. Suddenly, a soldier in the group shouted, "Hey, look! Those are Jiang Xia people! Good heavens! They're sending women and children into battle? Have they lost their minds? That's just sending them to their deaths." Several Special Forces soldiers looked over. Not far away, a woman clad in white robes stood facing a massive 2-headed wolf, accompanied by a child who appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old. I bet they're dead meat. Looks like the Great Xia isn't all that great after all. One of the Special Forces soldiers remarked again. But in the next instant, they witnessed the woman launching a preemptive strike against the 2-headed wolf. Her agile form blurred into afterimages, leaving even the Special Forces soldiers struggling to follow her movements. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing 2-headed wolf had lost 1 head and 2 legs, crawling on the ground, barely clinging to life. The scene before them stunned the Special Forces team members. Eyes wide, they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. But then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Instead of delivering the finishing blow, the woman beckoned to the child behind her, speaking words they couldn't understand. Then, the child, seemingly filled with excitement, gripped the axe in his hand and brought it down with a single, decisive swing onto the 2-headed wolf. The already dying 2-headed wolf was finished off by that single blow. The child looked overjoyed after accomplishing this, while the woman led the child over to the wolf. Together, they began to slowly skin and butcher the beast, piece by piece. In mere minutes, the massive, several zhang tall double-headed wolf was completely stripped, leaving only a pile of worthless white bones. With practiced ease, the spoils were stowed into a spatial stone crafted from spirit stones. The towering pile of flesh and blood vanished into thin air. Not far away, several Special Forces operatives had long since been left speechless. In just a few short minutes, they had been stunned beyond measure. They had imagined countless possible scenes they might witness in Great Xia, but never had they envisioned anything like this. Chapter 86, Unbelievable, is Jiang Xia counterattacking? The Eagle Squad Special Forces stood frozen in place, their minds momentarily unable to process what they had just witnessed. Everything they had seen defied all logic. What was even more unbelievable was that Jiang Xia had already launched a counterattack against the ferocious beasts. They had always assumed that with its great formation, the Great Xia would remain sheltered within it, not much better off than themselves. But they never imagined the Great Xia would directly counterattack these ferocious beasts that had left them utterly defenseless. How was this possible? How had they managed it? Suddenly, it dawned on them, the Great Xia seemed to possess a unique cultivation method. Their extraordinary strength and ability to fight back against the ferocious beasts must stem from this very technique. And since they had come to the Great Xia, that meant they had a chance to obtain this cultivation technique. If that was the case, then wouldn't they too be able to grow stronger? The thought of no longer having to hide from those beasts day in and day out filled the Special Forces soldiers with excitement, and smiles spread across their faces. Once we bring the Great Xia cultivation techniques back, the president will surely reward us handsomely. Then we too can live the life of the wealthy. Right. The instructor told us we came to Great Xia to find cultivation techniques for the whole world. Once we get them, we'll release them globally, never hoard them like Great Xia does. The instructor wasn't lying after all. These Xia people who've cultivated really are like superhumans, though we haven't seen them flying through the sky yet. We've got their students in our hands, a full 80,000 of them. I'm sure the Great Xia will compromise. We'll definitely bring the cultivation methods back to Eagle Chow. Meanwhile, the woman who had just hunted down the two-headed wolf was gathering bones from the ground. Suddenly, the child behind her pointed toward a nearby spot. "Mom, there seem to be other beasts over there." The child's words made the woman turn her head, and she saw the Eagle Squad Special Forces team, looking utterly disheveled. Yet, strange and excited smiles were plastered on their faces. From their uniforms, the woman quickly recognized them as the Eagle Squad Special Forces. She just couldn't fathom why they'd be here. She turned in signal to the other Great Xia hunters who were busy hunting beasts. They too had spotted the Special Forces members. What's going on? Who are these people? Judging by their uniforms, they must be Eagle Squad Special Forces. But why are they here? They look pretty beat up. Could they be refugees? Highly likely. I heard the Western nations are nearly destroyed. Without a Grandmaster Jiang to establish a grand formation, they'd probably all be dead by now. Regardless, Eagle's men shouldn't be here. Capture them first and interrogate them. Agreed. With consensus reached, the Great Xia citizens who moments ago had been battling beasts and gathering spoils quickly gathered their hunted monsters. Their eyes gleaming with ferocity, they closed in on the Eagle Squad Special Forces. Some among them glowed with multicolored points of light, while others wielded strange magical artifacts. Their gazes toward the soldiers were filled with hostility. The soldiers, who had been lost in their delusions moments before, snapped back to reality only to find themselves completely surrounded by the Xia crowd. They instinctively reached for their weapons to resist, but in the blink of an eye, the guns they had just drawn vanished from their hands. They tried to resist again, only to find themselves completely surrounded by the Xia crowd. One man with a bushy beard pulled a small pistol from his bag, aimed it at the man in front of him, closed his eyes, and frantically pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Shot after shot rang out, yet when he opened his eyes, the man before him was smiling warmly, not a single bullet wound marring his body. Looking down, he saw the bullets had simply fallen to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the eagle-branded soldier felt utter despair. Even guns couldn't harm these Great Xia people. They couldn't think of any other way to fight back. The soldier kept waving his arms frantically, trying to stop the Great Xia men before him. You stay back. We're Eagle's Special Forces. You Xia people still have many students studying abroad under our protection. The soldiers tried to slow the Xia crowd's advance, but unfortunately, the Xia people couldn't understand a word of their gibberish. The people of Daxia exchanged glances, looked at each other, and then nodded. With effortless ease, they swiftly subdued the men, binding them with ropes. The soldier tried to struggle, but the ropes were magical artifacts. The more he fought, the tighter they constricted. The Eagle's soldier panicked. Forget about obtaining cultivation methods, he desperately tried to explain. You've got it all wrong. We're from Daxia. We're only here to ask for help. There are many students from your Great Xia in our city, and we came to share this good news with you. Yes. We're just delivering a message. We mean no harm. You've got the wrong idea. The eagle-winged soldiers kept explaining frantically, especially the one who had been the loudest earlier. Now, he forced an ugly grin onto his face, terrified that the Great Xia people might misunderstand him again. The bearded man who had fired the gun earlier had even dropped to his knees, desperately begging for mercy, terrified that these Great Xia people, more terrifying than any beast, would tear him apart. That's right. We're just messengers. Our Eagle Sword Nation needs your help, Great Xia. Please spare us. I didn't mean to do it. Yet the more they explained, the more peculiar the expressions on the faces of the surrounding Great Xia citizens grew. Because they couldn't understand a word these eagle-winged soldiers were saying. Does anyone here understand what they're saying? Can't understand a word. It's all gibberish. Then what should we do with them? Should we really bring them back into the main formation? No way. Who knows what they're really up to? Then what should we do? Should we just leave them here and ignore them? I recall there's a prison nearby. Let's just send them there. Chapter 87, Secret Realm Descends? Crisis, yet opportunity. Great Xia, Military District, before the Spirit Eye Tree. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Level notification, upgraded to level 67. Jiang Xia slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared before him. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's Eye Daylight when open, Chaos when closed can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon Manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by the user's level. Reversal of Yin Yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of Yin and Yang. Divine Power, Purple Extreme Demon Flame the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture Unique. Level, 67 Bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section Staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped. Materialization Permission, exchangeable. Glancing at his level on the system panel, Jiang Xia shook his head slightly, looking somewhat dissatisfied. It took me half a month to level up just once. This entire month, I've only gained 2 levels. This efficiency is far too low. Although there's still a spirit stone vein beneath the array's focal point, this natural growth rate pales in comparison to the speed gained by hunting ferocious beasts. Over the past month, the Great Xia Empire had fully implemented its strategy of hunting ferocious beasts. Not only had the average level of its populace risen to 20. Moreover, the ferocious beasts surrounding the Great Xia's magical array had been completely eradicated, significantly enhancing the region's safety. Throughout this period, Jiang Xia remained stationed before the Spirit Eye Tree, using the array to monitor the entire periphery of the Great Xia. Should any issue arise, he would rush to the scene immediately. Precisely because of this, Jiang Xia's understanding and mastery of the formation had advanced to a new level over the past month, becoming increasingly second nature to him. Not only could he switch perspectives within the formation with greater ease, but he could also manipulate the energy distribution of the grand formation, temporarily bolstering the defensive capabilities of specific sectors. This meant that if multiple 7th-tier ferocious beasts attacked the array simultaneously, Jiang Xia could concentrate the defenses in one sector, better withstanding the beast's onslaught. Advancing 2 levels in a month compared to before, it's practically stagnation. Relying solely on this array core for cultivation is extremely limited. If I truly want to level up, I must venture outside the array to hunt beasts. Jiang Xia rose and glanced toward the array's perimeter. His current level up requirements demanded substantial experience points. Continuing to cultivate solely within the array would likely take another month to gain a single level. Moreover, the average level of the Great Xia populace had now reached 20, granting them a degree of self-defense capability against ferocious beasts. Furthermore, the Spirit Stone Vein had introduced Spirit Stones to the Great Xia. With Jiang Xia's assistance, the Great Xia Research Institute established a Spirit Stone Research Department dedicated to developing various Spirit Stone products. Among these, the Spirit Stone Ring proved a highly successful invention. It allowed items to be transferred into a small storage space within the ring, greatly facilitating the lives of those who ventured outside the array to hunt ferocious beasts. The array of Spirit Stone artifacts further elevated the combat effectiveness of the Great Xia populace to a new tier. Thus, Jiang Xia no longer needed to constantly monitor the grand formation. He could now venture outside the array to level up. I should be able to venture out without worry now. Jiang Xia nodded silently to himself, preparing to depart. At his current level, he even possessed a degree of confidence when facing 7th-tier ferocious beasts like the human-headed bird beast. At level 67, with his talents and abilities further enhanced, he even harbored a glimmer of hope that he could take down a single 7th-tier beast outright. Of course, that was assuming he could actually encounter one. Encountering a beast like the sea-splitting dragon alone, severely wounded 7th-tier fiend was probably less likely than winning the lottery. Lost in thought, Jiang Xia had already retrieved his sky-splitting shuttle. Propelled by the spiritual energy and demonic energy surging within him, his figure shot directly into the void. However, barely moments after taking flight, an utterly bizarre fluctuation suddenly rippled through the grand formation within the Great Xia's borders. This sudden disturbance caused Jiang Xia's body to hover mid-air, his brow furrowing. Without a moment's hesitation, he began scanning the array to locate the source of the anomaly. Soon, he located a singularity within the Great Xia's grand formation, a massive blue vortex that resembled a teleportation gate. Peering into the vortex revealed a completely different world, one that felt eerily familiar to Jiang Xia. For it was the very world he had entered during the closed beta test. Jiang Xia's frown deepened. The worst-case scenario was that hordes of high-tier ferocious beasts would emerge from the instance. Without the protection of the grand array, this posed a grave danger to the people of Daxia. Moreover, if the first instance had appeared, could a second or even a third follow? If such instances began appearing en masse within the Great Xia's protective arrays, it would spell an immense crisis. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xia redirected the sky-skipping shuttle. This matter demanded immediate notification to Elder Chen. Minutes later, at the military district headquarters, Elder Chen's office. Old Chen and a group of influential leaders sat together, their brows furrowed with worry. Unexpectedly, after a month of relative peace, the Great Xia Empire faced another crisis. If not handled properly, all their previous efforts might be in vain. Comrade Jiang, what are your thoughts on this copy? Old Chen looked up, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xia before him, seeking some insight. This instance is the world I previously entered. That realm is extremely dangerous, teeming with ferocious beasts, and high-tier beasts are everywhere. If only low-tier beasts appear in that instance, it might be manageable. After all, the overall strength of the entire Great Xia has increased significantly. If it's just a matter of short-term self-defense, we should be able to handle it. But if a 7th-tier beast surpassing the sovereign tier appears inside, that would be trouble. I might stand a chance against a single one now, but if 2 or even 3 appear simultaneously, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Xia's tone grew exceptionally grave, and the entire office fell into a heavy silence. Anxious expressions spread across every face. Chapter 88, Turning Crisis into Opportunity. Time ticked by as silence hung heavy in the office. Finally, Jiang Xia's voice broke the oppressive silence. We must enter the instance. Everything within that secret realm remains unknown. If the beasts inside truly escape, especially high-level ones, it would deal a devastating blow to the Great Xia Empire. Therefore, I must eliminate this threat proactively. We cannot allow such a catastrophe to unfold. Hearing this, the assembled leaders were all startled. Elder Chen, his expression turning grave, immediately declared. Impossible. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you are the future of our Great Xia. If something were to happen to you in the instance, what would become of our nation's future? The other influential leaders nodded silently in agreement. Jiang Xia was undoubtedly the Great Xia's anchor, the pillar holding up the heavens. Should anything happen to him, the entire nation's morale would be thrown into disarray. No. We absolutely cannot let Comrade Jiang Xia take this risk. I agree. Comrade Jiang Xia must not go. The office erupted in vehement opposition. None wished to see Jiang Xia take such a perilous journey. Should anything befall him, should he fail to return, it would be an irreparable loss to all of Daxia. Facing the opposition of Elder Chen and the other powerful leaders, Jiang Xia shook his head and spoke slowly. This instance is both a crisis and an opportunity. The ferocious beasts within, if left unchecked, will eventually become an unimaginable threat. Moreover, while the military district's soldiers have gained some strength, they likely still won't be able to handle those beasts. Jiang Xia understood better than anyone just how terrifying that world truly was, so whether ordinary civilians or military personnel entered it, the significance was negligible. Once the strength of both civilians and soldiers had been bolstered, these dungeons could be transformed into hunting grounds for the Great Xia Empire, a development that would prove advantageous. The prerequisite was that he had to enter first to assess the situation and clear out the powerful beasts. After the mythical beasts descended, there would still be a need for sufficient beast meat. Seeing Jiang Xia's resolute determination, Elder Chen and the other leaders could find no valid reason to refuse him. They could only sigh inwardly, hoping no mishaps would occur. Leaving the military zone, Jiang Xia used an array to pinpoint the secret realm's location. He activated the sky-darting shuttle and vanished from everyone's sight. Elder Chen looked up at the direction Jiang Xia had vanished, as if something occurred to him. He turned to the people beside him and said, "Dispatch some civilians rank 25 or above. Have them accompany the military forces to the instance's location. If Comrade Jiang confirms the instance is safe, we'll open it immediately." In the void, Jiang Xia pushed the sky-darting shuttle to its limits. Its terrifying speed soon carried him above the area pinpointed by the Grand Formation. After pinpointing the landing spot, he adjusted the Duntian shuttle's course and headed straight for the dungeon's location. After descending to a certain altitude, he retracted the Duntian shuttle and plummeted vertically toward the ground from the void. Boom! The moment he touched down, a thunderous explosion echoed. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the ground beneath his feet, sending dust billowing several meters high. The surrounding earth trembled faintly. As the dust settled, his figure slowly materialized directly in front of the dungeon's entrance. Gazing at the slowly swirling blue vortex portal before him, Jiang Xia could distinctly sense a familiar aura emanating from within. So this dungeon realm leads to that world after all. But the area must be random. He cautiously approached the portal, but just as he was a meter or two away, a system notification suddenly popped up before him. Abyssal depths. Danger level, to be discovered. Encountered monsters, to be discovered. Abyss secret realm? Seeing the name of this dungeon realm, Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. As one hand slowly entered the realm's portal, a bone-chilling cold seeped through, sending a wave of icy numbness up his arm. He channeled spiritual energy to shield himself, and the candle dragon's eye pierced right through the portal, revealing the scene within. A vast chasm stretched before him, flanked by towering stone walls. Jagged stalagmites jutted from the cliffs, while caves plunged into darkness as far as the eye could see. The eerie roars of unknown beasts echoed throughout the canyon, while a bone-chilling aura of energy swirled around him. Jiang Xia slowly raised his head to look overhead. Beyond the sky obscured by the towering cliffs, a protective membrane formed from azure light enveloped the secret realm portal. Within the portal, several enormous beasts, their forms indistinct, only vaguely recognizable as birds by their silhouettes, pawed at the edge of the secret realm. Constantly shrouded in shadow energy, coupled with this environment of a sliver of sky, no wonder it's called the Abyssal Heaven's Secret Realm. The name fits quite well. A series of shrill, piercing screeches suddenly erupted from within the secret realm. Looking in the direction of the cries, one could faintly make out two creatures several zhang in size. Resembling monstrous birds, they possessed two heads, and their feathers displayed two distinctly different colors. Bird-like heads, leopard-like bodies, serpent-like tails. The two ferocious beasts relentlessly battered the secret realm's portal. Judging by their appearance, they seemed poised to burst through at any moment. Jiang Xia's gaze fixed upon the two monsters. In the next instant, information about them appeared before him. Second-tier ferocious beast, twin crimson birds. A bird-like ferocious beast containing a trace of phoenix blood, inherently violent and possessing extreme aggressiveness. Status: enraged, hyperactive. Chapter 89, Exploring the Heavenly Secret Realm. Second tier? Glancing at the beast's status prompt, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only a second-tier ferocious beast, even the current citizens of Great Xia could handle it with ease. According to Elder Chen's statistics, the average level of the Great Xia populace had already reached 25. Combined with their numerical advantage, dealing with these second-tier beasts posed no problem. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, Jiang Xia still planned to enter the dungeon's secret realm to investigate, just in case higher-level beasts appeared. Stepping through the portal, the scenery around Jiang Xia rapidly distorted and shifted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside the dungeon realm. The moment he entered, a malevolent aura began swirling around him, violently attempting to invade his body. Yet, as soon as Jiang Xia channeled his spiritual energy, the slight discomfort vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the two double crimson birds that had been circling near the portal detected Jiang Xia's sudden arrival. With shrill cries, they dove straight toward him. So eager to meet your end? Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow as the creation immortal furnace materialized before him. Multicolored immortal radiance swirled around it, and the furnace body began to emit beams of light even more dazzling than before. As its grade increased, the spiritual energy within his body grew purer and purer. The power he could unleash by activating the creation immortal furnace had multiplied compared to before. With a flick of his thoughts, the divine creation furnace hurtled toward one of the twin crimson birds at breakneck speed. In an instant, the struck bird dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even a corpse behind. With a flick of his right hand, the banner appeared in Jiang Xia's grasp. As he waved it, the vengeful spirits of both crimson birds were sucked into its depths. Simultaneously, before the other twin red bird could react, the creation immortal furnace collided with it, reducing it to a blood mist in an instant. Congratulations to user Jiang Xia, gaining X556 experience. Congratulations to user Jiang Xia, gaining X667 experience. The notification chime sounded, yet Jiang Xia's expression remained unchanged. Such experience gains were scarcely worth mentioning at his current level. As expected, relying on these second-tier beasts for leveling up isn't realistic. I should check the dungeon's secret realm for any hidden high-tier beasts as soon as possible. As he pondered this, Jiang Xia turned to head deeper into the dungeon. But the moment he glanced behind him, he saw hordes of beasts slowly closing in, their eyes fixed on him with predatory intent. They weren't just on the ground, dense flocks of birds and beasts filled the sky as well. Though their forms varied, every predator's gaze fixed on Jiang Xia brimmed with aggression. Clearly, they were deeply displeased with Jiang Xia's intrusion into their territory. Seeing so many beasts gathered together, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Xia's face. He scanned the scene with his eyes. Most were second-tier beasts, with barely any third-tier ones among them. If that's all there is, it's actually quite suitable for the people of Great Xia to come in for training and leveling up. The average level of the Great Xia populace was currently 25, making this location quite suitable for their training. As he pondered this, the beasts before him began stirring restlessly. Many growled incessantly, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Jiang Xia's gaze swept over the beasts as the divine creation furnace beside him activated once more, radiating a colorful aura. Roar! The beasts let out a final low growl before surging toward him en masse. The sky darkened as a dense swarm of birds obscured the heavens, forming a vast net descending upon Jiang Xia. Looking for death. The words barely left his lips when Jiang Xia vanished from his spot. Reappearing at the very heart of the beast horde, he faced the encircling beasts without hesitation. As his spiritual energy surged, the divine creation furnace shot toward the swarm of birds and beasts in the sky. Below, he crushed the skull of a white tiger with a single punch, sending blood splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, more and more ferocious beasts closed in on him, launching wave after wave of attacks. Yet not a trace of fear crossed Jiang Xia's face. With both hands grasping at the void, his spiritual energy surged. In an instant, the ferocious beasts surrounding him dissolved into a mist of blood, not even managing a final scream. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated scorpion-tailed tiger, gained X667 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the black-backed ape, earning X771 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the blue-striped snake, gaining X611 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester. Defeated the black-backed ape, gaining 898 EXP. Congratulations to the sole beta tester for defeating the double crocodile bird and earning X1124 EXP. Ignoring the alert ringing in his ear, Jiang Xia's eyes grew increasingly cold and detached. Thud! Another punch pierced through a man-faced lion several zhang tall. The pack of ferocious beasts that had once surrounded him was now reduced to a pile of mangled corpses. Many more had been reduced to mist, leaving not a single corpse behind. Shaking the blood from his fist, Jiang Xia rose to his feet and scanned the surroundings. After confirming no other beasts remained, he flipped his right hand, and the banner reappeared in his grasp. Waving it, he sucked in all the beastly flesh and vengeful spirits within. Due to the heavy yin energy and malevolent aura within the Tianyuan secret realm, these beasts carried potent yin energy and malevolence, the perfect nourishment for the banner. Though the experience points are meager, feeding my human emperor banner a bit more makes this trip worthwhile. Jiang Xia looked up and scanned his surroundings. A few beasts still lurked in the distance, watching him, but none showed any intention of attacking again. It seemed the piles of beast corpses scattered about and the thick, lingering stench of blood in the air had scared them off. He had no intention of exterminating every last one of these beasts. After all, once the portal opened, the people of Great Xia would enter this dungeon. Let them deal with these outer beasts. With that thought, Jiang Xia began rising to his feet and ventured deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, he encountered little further attack from other beasts. Those mere first and second tier beasts all lurked in the shadows, too afraid to strike again, and he made no effort to seek them out for slaughter. After all, the rewards from these beasts were meager for him. Better to leave them for the other Great Xia citizens. As Jiang Xia delved deeper into the secret realm, the level of the surrounding beasts grew increasingly higher. Unlike their earlier counterparts lurking in the shadows, these beasts began to stir with restless agitation. Their crimson pupils gleamed with ferocity, their gazes fixed on Jiang Xia as if he were their prey. Yet he paid them no mind, pressing deeper into the secret realm until another teleportation gate appeared before him. Abyssal Secret Realm Second Layer. Danger level, to be discovered. Monsters present, to be discovered. Chapter 90, More Than One Ferocious Beast Beyond Sovereign. Glancing at the information in the prompt box, Jiang Xia shook his head. It offered no useful details. However, judging by the strength of the beasts in the first layer, the second layer was unlikely to pose any threat to him. Without hesitation, he enveloped his body in spiritual energy and stepped directly through the portal into the second layer of the secret realm. Just as when he entered the secret realm, the scenery around Jiang Xia shifted rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, the narrow strip of sky visible through the massive canyon had vanished. Instead, he found himself in a dim, narrow cave. Stones glowing with faint light dotted the walls, allowing him to barely discern the path ahead. Moreover, upon entering the second layer, Jiang Xia distinctly felt the yin shadow qi intensify once more. He needed to channel more spiritual energy than in the first layer to remain completely unaffected. The deeper I venture into this secret realm, the heavier the yin shadow qi becomes. It seems there truly is something within this place. After a moment's thought, he didn't linger long. Guided by the faint glow from the stones, he began exploring deeper into the cavern. Suddenly, after taking only a few steps, Jiang Xia halted abruptly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He heard the low growl of a ferocious beast and distinctly sensed its presence. Hiss! The hair-raising sound sent a chill down his spine. Jiang Xia snapped to attention and whipped his head around. A dense swarm of spiders crawled toward him, each as large as a human head, their front segments bearing grotesque human faces. Second-tier ferocious beast, human-faced spider. A ferocious beast that thrives in dark, damp environments. Not only is it extremely swift, but it also lives in colonies, typically appearing in large numbers. Its attacks carry venom. Status, hyperactive. Hiss. True to the information panel, the spiders moved with alarming speed in sheer numbers. The ceiling, walls, and floor were completely covered in a dense swarm, all surging toward Jiang Xia. This is far too many. If only level 20-ish Great Xia civilians had come, it could have been dangerous. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the divine creation furnace materialized beside Jiang Xia. He channeled spiritual energy into it, causing the furnace to spin rapidly. Increasingly vibrant hues of colored light began to surge from its surface. SSSSHHH. The multicolored radiance spilling from the furnace instantly melted the human-faced spiders into green pools of blood upon contact, unleashing terrifying power. The densely packed swarm of spiders, enough to make one's hair stand on end, rapidly dwindled under the barrage of colored light Jiang Xia unleashed. Simultaneously, the sound of slain beasts echoed incessantly beside his ears. However, the meager experience points gained were immediately dismissed by Jiang Xia. In contrast, the human emperor banner yielded greater rewards. These human-faced spiders, dwelling in caves perpetually deprived of sunlight, harbored heavier concentrations of yin energy and resentment within their bodies. Combined with their sheer numbers, this expedition would significantly enhance the human emperor banner's power. The cavern's interior was cramped, but under Jiang Xia's urging, the colorful radiance of the divine creation furnace enveloped the entire chamber before him. After swiftly dispatching the spider horde, he gathered any salvageable materials from their corpses into his backpack before glancing toward the distant caverns. Darkness reigned there, obscuring all sight. But just as he turned to leave, pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared within that darkness, emitting an eerie and terrifying crimson glow. Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze upon the same darkness. The next instant, a piercing screech split the air as countless enormous bats surged from the darkness, diving straight toward his position. Second-tier ferocious beast, wolf-headed bat. A fierce beast that thrives in dark, damp environments. Not only is it exceptionally swift, but it also lives in large colonies, typically appearing in massive numbers. Status: hyperactive. As the swarm of wolf-headed bats assaulted him from the shadows, Jiang Xia caught a glimpse of their monstrous forms in the dim light. Huge bat bodies bore wolf heads atop them, while their tails resembled shoes studded with terrifying barbs dripping deep purple fluid, a creature that defied classification. All the beasts in this cave appear in packs, posing an immense threat to the people of Daxia. If it weren't for my overwhelming level advantage, even a single misstep could cost me dearly. It's best not to let the Great Xia civilians descend yet. We'll stick to hunting on the first layer for now. The monsters on the second layer of the secret realm weren't significantly stronger than those on the first layer, but their terrifyingly rapid reproduction rate could easily lead to a beast tide. Should any Great Xia citizens become surrounded, death would almost certainly be their fate. The ear-piercing screeching persisted relentlessly, causing Jiang Xia to frown in growing impatience. As he activated the creation immortal furnace, the human emperor banner in his hand began to sway. Immediately, the wolf-headed bats charging relentlessly toward him were drawn like moths to a flame, transforming into desiccated corpses drained of all essence. Mid-flight, they plummeted to the ground, motionless, dead as a doornail. In less than a minute, nearly 100 wolf-headed bats had been utterly annihilated. Just as Jiang Xia prepared to gather his spoils and proceed to the next level, a presence far more powerful than any he had encountered before suddenly entered his sensory range. His gaze followed the source of the aura, and slowly, the outline of a gigantic spider came into view. Its 8 legs resembled human feet, while its head bore a more hideous human face. Its body was covered in sharp spines and barbed hooks. Its body continuously secreted venom, radiating a deadly aura that seemed to promise instant death upon contact. King Tier, human-faced Spider King. A terrifying beast that dwells in damp, shadowy regions, possessing devastating power and lethal venom. Status: enraged. King Tier. To Jiang Xia's surprise, a King Tier beast had already appeared on the second level. This meant he absolutely couldn't let the Great Xia civilians venture into the second layer. The danger level was simply too high. But for Jiang Xia, it made no difference. Since fate has brought us together, you won't be leaving, he declared to the human-faced Spider King. Simultaneously, the divine creation furnace materialized once more. This time, colorful radiance spilled from within, enveloping the furnace body before it slammed violently into the sovereign tier beast. Boom! Destructive force erupted, violently smashing a massive hole through the cave wall as dust and mist swirled everywhere. When the dust settled, Jiang Xia saw the Spider King, its body now half destroyed. This sovereign-level beast is incredibly resilient. It actually withstood the divine creation furnace's blow and still lives. He smiled faintly, then once more activated the creation immortal furnace, this time aiming it squarely at the Spider King's head. Put! In an instant, the Spider King's head split open like a cracked watermelon. Green blood splattered everywhere as its body collapsed completely. As the sound of experience points gained echoed, Jiang Xia retrieved the creation immortal furnace. After looting the spoils from the king-level beast's corpse, he followed the cave's path and soon located the entrance to the next level. However, the moment he stepped into the third level, Jiang Xia's expression changed. For he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the monsters on this level. Moreover, within that aura, he detected not just one, but multiple beasts surpassing the sovereign level. Chapter 91, Direct Confrontation with a 7th-tier Fiend. This realization sent a chill through Jiang Xia's heart. He immediately activated the Candle Dragon's Eye once more, then summoned the creation immortal furnace, smashing it hard against his forehead, which was still bleeding profusely. The moment he stepped into the third level, a bone-chilling coldness shot up from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Surveying his surroundings, the third layer proved even darker and more damp than the previous two, the air thick with a heavy stench of decay. In the faint light, Jiang Xia spotted 3 enormous figures writhing in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they were 3 human-faced Spider Kings. All 3 turned their heads, their 8 blood-red eyes fixed intently on him as they hissed. Well met. Jiang Xia murmured, the divine creation furnace reappearing in his hand. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his thoughts stirred. Radiant light surged from the furnace, erupting like a volcano and instantly enveloping its body, resembling a meteor trailing a long, fiery tail. Boom! The meteor sliced through the darkness, carrying unmatched momentum as it slammed fiercely toward the three human-faced Spider Kings. The blinding light grew larger and brighter, eventually filling the entire field of vision of the Spider Kings. Amidst a deafening roar, three piercing screams abruptly ceased. In that blinding light, the colossal bodies of the three Spider Kings were instantly crushed into a pile of bloody pulp. Jiang Xia remained impassive as he withdrew the creation immortal furnace. With a flick of the human emperor banner in his hand, he drew the three human-faced Spider Kings' souls into the banner. Upon completing these actions, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. He sighed softly. Too slow. Though each of these three human-faced Spider Kings had yielded nearly 10,000 experience points, it was still a drop in the bucket. Pushing aside his thoughts, he pressed onward into the depths of the third layer. The deeper he went, the darker and more damp the environment became, and the stench of decay in the air grew heavier. At that moment, Jiang Xia sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from this direction, far surpassing any human-faced Spider King he had encountered before. Jiang Xia halted, his gaze darting warily around the surroundings. 7th tier ferocious beast, Jiang Xia. Prefers dwelling in mountainous, water-adjacent areas. Loves warmth. Its 9 tails can cleave mountains and shatter rocks. Status, enraged. Pale lightning tore through the ink-black clouds, illuminating the third layer of space as bright as day. In the lightning's glow, Jiang Xia saw the beast's form clearly. Its form resembled a sheep, yet it bore 9 tails and 4 ears. Its entire body was covered in grayish-black scales, and a foul, fishy stench assaulted the senses. Jiang Xia's brow furrowed slightly. He gave the human emperor banner in his hand a light shake. The banner fluttered in the wind, and the countless white skeletal skulls painted upon it seemed to come alive, clawing and snarling as if trying to break free from the cloth. Roar! The beast let out a deafening roar, its massive body carrying a gale as it lunged fiercely toward Jiang Xia. Its 9 tails lashed out like 9 steel whips, violently striking the surrounding space. With a flick of the human emperor banner in his hand, the banner's surface instantly swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive black wall that blocked his path. Boom! The 9 tails lashed violently against the black wall. The immense force sent Jiang Xia reeling backward several steps. This Xia was actually a 7th tier ferocious beast at its peak. He had managed to slay the sea-splitting dragon only because it had been gravely wounded before their battle, allowing him to take advantage of its weakened state. Even then, it had given him a hard time. Now he faced a full-strength 7th tier ferocious beast, and likely not just one. Jiang Xia's mood grew increasingly heavy. He must find a way to deal with this Xiao quickly, or else when its companions arrived, he would have no chance of victory. The best approach was to use the sky-darting shuttle to maneuver while searching for the Xiao's vital point. Just then, the Xiao's 9 tails lashed out at Jiang Xia once more. In the nick of time, he activated the sky-darting shuttle, propelling himself 100 zhang away in an instant. Then, he watched as the 9 tails vanished into the void. Almost instantly, Jiang Xia's hair stood on end. He activated the sky escape shuttle again, reappearing hundreds of feet away from where he had stood moments before. The 9 tails that had vanished from the demonic beast materialized out of thin air at the exact spot it had occupied moments before. His heart pounded wildly, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. Jiang Xia dared not imagine what would have happened if he had been even a fraction of a second slower. He would likely have been skewered like a sugar-coated hawthorn berry by those 9 tails. What troubled him even more was that the 9-tailed fox showed no weaknesses to exploit. Instead, it was he who had been chased into utter disarray. What should he do? Was he destined to fall in the heavenly source secret realm? Just then, a pale lightning flash pierced the ink-black clouds. The moblu-like form of the beast trembled, a reaction so subtle, yet Jiang Xia seized upon that fleeting detail. Could it be? Jiang Xia surmised that although the beast was a 7th tier ferocious beast at its peak, it wasn't without weaknesses. It seemed this beast held a deep fear of thunder and lightning. His current combat prowess far surpassed that of a mere sovereign-level beast. While he might not be able to completely defeat a 7th tier beast, if he could find its weakness, there was still a chance to turn defeat into victory. A resolute gleam flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the 7-star 9-section staff. Surging demonic energy erupted from his body, violently pouring into the staff. Hum. Purple-red lightning arcs danced along the staff's surface, crackling and popping. Break! Boom! The arc suddenly swelled, coalescing into a pillar of energy as thick as a water barrel, crashing toward the monstrous beast. Simultaneously, as dark clouds churned, pale lightning bolts seemed drawn by some force, plunging straight downward. The approaching beam and the pale lightning from the heavens reflected in Menxiao's pupils, stirring a primal fear deep within his soul. Boom! A deafening thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire underground realm. The crimson pillar and the pale lightning struck the colossal form simultaneously, one from above and one from below. Myangxi trembled violently, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Electric arcs danced across its gray-black scales, scorching them black as its vitality visibly withered away. Now! As the creation immortal furnace was summoned, the candled dragon's eyes activated, shooting 2 gray beams from its eyes. Myang Xia's body froze rigidly. It tried to struggle but found itself utterly immobilized. The immortal furnace swelled in the wind, radiating brilliant light. In an instant, it grew to the size of a small mountain, blocking the thunderous light above Myang Xia's head. Go! Veins bulged on his arms as he hurled the mountainous furnace toward Myang Xia with brutal force. The cauldron sliced through space with a deafening roar, rapidly expanding within the crimson pupils of the beast, as if poised to devour it whole. Boom! The goat-horned protrusions atop Myang Xia's head were instantly pulverized into dust, and his massive body was slammed downward by the immense force. Visible cracks appeared across its gray-black scales, and foul-smelling blood seeped from the fissures. It let out a pained howl, its aura visibly weakened, yet the savage glint in its eyes grew even more intense than before. Chapter 92, The Ferocious Beast that followed closely. The beast let out an angry whimper, its freedom regained only to be immobilized once more. Immediately, the radiant furnace crashed down upon the wound once more. Jiang Xia repeated the assault, striking it several times. Beneath the divine furnace, Myang Xiao's cries grew fainter, its crimson eyes gradually dimming. The system interface before her eyes trembled violently as lines of information continuously refreshed. Congratulations, Soul Beta Tester. Defeated 7th tier ferocious beast Jiang Xia. Experience gained, 17,866,541. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Your level has increased to 68. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon Manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by user's level. Reversal of Yin Yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of Yin and Yang. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 68 bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Whirlwind turtle shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, sky darting shuttle equipped. Materialization permission, exchangeable. He had no time to examine it closely. The ghostly white bone banner was already clutched in his hand. Demonic energy surged within him like a raging sea, violently coursing through his arms and pouring into the banner. Upon its surface, the stark white bones seemed to come alive, emitting a bone-chilling scraping sound. Above the colossal corpse of the demonic beast, dents and churned violently. Drawn by the white bone banner, they coalesced into black torrents, rushing headlong into the banner. The banner in his grasp grew heavier by the moment, waves of savage energy assaulting his mind. Gritting his teeth, he strained to channel his demonic energy, suppressing the banner's restless turmoil. After an unknown span of time, a piercing wail erupted from within Myang Xia's corpse. Immediately after, a phantom-like shadow struggled to be pulled from the corpse. Resembling both a sheep and a fox, it bore 9 constantly swaying tails, the very soul of Myang Xiao. It writhed in agony, struggling to break free from the white bone banner's grasp, but to no avail. Ultimately, the soul was completely sucked into the banner and vanished without a trace. Phew, finally dealt with that. Before Jiang Xia could even process the changes brought by the upgrade, a chill suddenly rose from the soles of his feet. Danger! Almost instinctively, he looked up toward the distance. 2 terrifying auras rapidly closed in on him from the east and west. Information flashed rapidly across the system interface. 7th tier ferocious beast, Xiao. Prefers dwelling in mountainous and water-rich areas, thrives in warmth. Its 9 tails can cleave mountains and shatter rocks. Status, enraged. 7th tier ferocious beast, Shang bird. Prefers hot climates. Its 6 wings can unleash wind blades, and its beak spews crimson flames. Jiang Xia's heart sank as an unprecedented pressure weighed heavily upon him. Dealing with one Miao Xiao was already a struggle. Now, not only had another Miao Xiao appeared, but a Shang bird had joined the fray as well. Even if he could defeat the Miao Xia with the 7 stars 9-section staff, how would he deal with that Shang bird? Discovering the Miao's weakness by sheer luck was already a rare stroke of fortune. He didn't believe he could withstand the attacks of 2 7th-tier beasts simultaneously. Moreover, it was clear the Tianyuan secret realm had more than 3 layers, and it was highly likely that beasts surpassing the 7th tier existed within. Therefore, the safest course of action was to leave this place first and make plans later. His greatest fear, however, was what would happen if these 7th tier beasts escaped the secret realm. Then, the entire Great Xia Empire would likely descend into a living hell. Relying on him alone to protect them would be like trying to extinguish a raging fire with a cup of water. The demon sect's troops were insufficient. He had to act quickly and find a way to enhance the nation's overall strength. Just then, 2 7th-tier beasts entered Jiang Xia's field of vision. If the Xiao he had just slain was a small mountain, then this one was Mount Tai. Compared to it, Jiang Xia seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. Beside it, a three-headed, six-winged giant bird radiated equally terrifying might, its crimson eyes blazing with savage intent. Jiang Xia's pupils contracted sharply as an overwhelming pressure, like a mountain crushing down, nearly suffocated him. Screech! A shrill, piercing cry split the heavens. The Shang bird transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, plunging downward with world-shattering fury. With each beat of its six wings, gale force winds coalesced into razor-sharp blades of air. A warning bell rang in Jiang Xia's heart. He dared not let his guard down for a moment. Instantly, he activated the sky-darting shuttle, his form transforming into a streak of light as he narrowly evaded the wind blade attack. Boom! 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 The wind blade struck empty air, carving deep gullies into the earth. Having dodged the first strike, before he could even catch his breath, the Shang bird attacked again. This time, it opened its sharp beak and spewed a crimson flame. Wherever it passed, the air itself warped and twisted from the intense heat. Jiang Xia's expression darkened as he swiftly summoned the whirlwind turtle shield to block the assault. Boom! The flames slammed into the shield, erupting in a deafening explosion. The terrifying shockwave sent him reeling back several steps, his chi and blood surging violently within him. Turning to the spiral turtle shield, he saw it now covered in a dense network of cracks. Clearly, it could not withstand another strike from a sovereign-level beast. A look of pain flashed across his face. The whirlwind turtle shield, worth 1 trillion, had just been reduced to scrap. But now was clearly no time for regret. The attacks of two 7th-tier beasts were no joke. Merely the Shang bird's casual strike had already destroyed one piece of his equipment. Had he been even a moment slower, the rest of his gear would likely have been shattered as well. Jiang Xia stowed the spiral turtle shield and activated the sky-slipping shuttle, his form transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. Yet the Shang bird and the Xiao bird's speed far exceeded expectations. Despite their massive forms, they seemed to move without hindrance, closing the distance to Jiang Xia in an instant. The Shang bird flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that swept across the sky. The blades whizzed past him, leaving stinging sensations on his skin. Beads of sweat formed on Jiang Xia's forehead as he maneuvered the sky-darting sled through the gaps between the blades. This couldn't go on. Each attack from the Shang birds grew fiercer than the last. A direct hit would strip away layers of skin, if not kill him outright. He had to find a way to shake them off. The Miao Xia loomed like a moving mountain, casting a vast shadow across the ground. Each swing of its 9 thick tails shook the earth and mountains, leveling everything in its path. Jiang Xia's heart sank. This Miao's power was exponentially stronger than the previous one. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The 9 tails vanished without a trace. Chapter 93, Very Bad News. In the next instant, ripples spread across the space before him. Then, 9 tails like steel whips roared toward him, sealing off all his escape routes with a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. His pupils contracted sharply as he summoned every ounce of strength to activate the sky-darting shuttle. His form transformed into a streak of light, narrowly evading the deadly strike. He streaked forward, grazing the edge of one tail, only for the remaining tails to follow relentlessly, like maggots clinging to bone, pursuing him without respite. The creature's speed was too swift, its attack angles too devious and vicious, leaving no room for defense. Jiang Xia could only rely on the Duntian shuttle's speed advantage, weaving between the tails in search of a sliver of hope. Yet, in the very moment he evaded the Miao's assault, the Shang bird closed in. Its wings beat fiercely, unleashing a crimson flame that streaked across the sky like a meteor, hurtling straight toward Jiang Xia. Even before the flames drew near, the scorching heat alone sent waves of stinging pain across his skin. Jiang Xia hadn't expected to encounter multiple 7th-tier ferocious beasts here. This was not good news for the Great Xia Empire. The crimson flame moved with blinding speed, arriving in an instant. With no time to evade, he could only watch helplessly as it slammed into his body. Boom! The flame shot skyward, threatening to engulf Jiang Xia. But in the very instant the flames engulfed him, he caught sight of the 3rd-level exit. It was within reach. If he could just pass through that light gate, he could escape to safety. In this life-or-death crisis, Jiang Xia twisted to look. The candle dragon's eye activated instantly, causing the Shang bird's body to jerk to a halt as the distance between them widened in an instant. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he piloted the sky-darting sled out of the 3rd layer's secret realm. The next second, flames engulfed the 3rd layer's exit. A flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and he materialized in a dimly lit cavern, successfully returning to the 2nd layer of the underground labyrinth. A damp, musty stench of decay permeated the air, and the floor was strewn with the bones of ferocious beasts. Jiang Xia turned to look back. At the entrance to the 3rd layer, the Shang bird and the Miang were furiously pounding the entrance, their eyes reflecting human-like fury and resentment. Boom! Boom! Deafening booms echoed through the cavern, yet the secret realm entrance remained unmoved. Good riddance if they can't escape. He was already in such a desperate state under the relentless pursuit of these two 7th-tier beasts. What hope did others have? If they broke out of the secret realm, it wouldn't just be Great Xia, the entire Blue Star would be reduced to ruins. But at that very moment, The songbird suddenly spread its wings wide and let out a piercing cry to the heavens. From the depths of the third layer, 5 colossal black shadows rolled toward them like a mountain collapse or a tidal wave, enveloped in a suffocating aura of terror. 5 7th-tier beasts of varying sizes, radiating world-shattering might, materialized at the entrance to the third layer. Joining forces with the songbird and the Jiang Xia, they formed a triangular formation, completely encircling the secret realm's entrance. In the next instant, 7 waves of earth-shattering energy erupted violently from within them. Roar! Woo! Chirp! Deafening beast cries pierced the heavens. Even through the teleportation gate, the caverns of the second layer of the underground labyrinth shook violently, as if they might collapse at any moment. 7 pillars of light, each a different color, struck the entrance to the third layer of the secret realm simultaneously, carrying an aura of utter destruction. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens, and a blinding light erupted from the secret realm's entrance, as if a sun had exploded within the cavern. A terrifying shockwave of energy swept out like raging sea waves. Jiang Xia feared the secret realm entrance would shatter, allowing these ferocious beasts to rampage through the Great Xia. Fortunately, the entrance proved sufficiently sturdy. After relentless bombardment by the 7 beasts of sovereign tier strength and above, it remained unshaken. Only after the 7-tier beasts turned and departed did he finally turn to leave the dungeon. The second underground level was dark and damp. A thick, cloying stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Several massive human-faced spider kings approached, brandishing their sharp spider legs. Their faces were hideous, viscous liquid dripping from their mouthparts. Pairs of blood-red eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xia. Evil energy surged within their eyes. A thought flashed through his mind. The void behind him twisted, and an ancient bronze cauldron materialized, its surface carved with sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. Go! With a flick of his finger, the creation immortal furnace swelled in the wind, growing to the size of a small mountain. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a piercing screech. Several human-faced spider kings were all smashed into pulp. Sickly green blood splattered across the cave walls, releasing a nauseating stench. Jiang Xia formed a seal with one hand, activating the white bone soul banner. Amidst gusts of chilling wind, the void behind him warped and distorted, revealing a banner as black as ink materializing out of thin air. Its surface was densely embroidered with runes, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Without a breath of wind, the banner fluttered of its own accord. Countless hideous, snarling ghostly faces clutched at the air, emitting piercing, wailing screams. Their crimson tongues licked their lips greedily, fixated on the corpse of the Spider King lying on the ground. Go! A low command echoed as a single hand swept through the air. The ghostly white bone banner swelled in the wind, transforming into a colossal black banner that obscured the sky. It swept toward the corpse of the human-faced Spider King. Woo woo woo! Eerie winds howled, mingled with ghostly wails. Wherever the black banner passed, space itself seemed to warp. Wah! The Spider King's spirit let out a series of unwilling howls, struggling futilely as it was sucked into the black banner, vanishing from sight. After absorbing the Spider King's soul, the ghostly faces on the banner grew more hideous and terrifying. Each mask seemed to come alive, writhing and contorting across the cloth. At that very moment, a bone-chilling rustling sound echoed from the depths of the cave. Countless crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, like flickering ghostly flames, sending a chill down the spine. Dense swarms of human-faced spiders, each moving 8 hairy legs, surged forth from the cavern's depths. In the sky, enormous wolf-headed bats let out piercing screeches, flapping their massive fleshy wings as they plunged down from above, obscuring the sky. Purple extreme demon fire. A low command echoed as his hands swiftly formed seals. The void behind him warped, and a mass of purple-black flame materialized, blazing fiercely and radiating a terrifying, heart-stopping heat. The flame surged against the wind, transforming into a fiery dragon dozens of zheng long. Centered on Jiang Xia, it swept out in all directions. Boom! Wherever the purple-black flames passed, space itself seemed to be consumed, erupting in successive explosions. The human-faced spider and wolf-headed bat were incinerated the instant they touched the purple extreme demon fire, leaving not a trace behind. In the blink of an eye, the surging tide of beasts was incinerated. Jiang Xia stood amidst the raging purple extreme demon fire, holding the soul white bone banner, like a demon god descended upon the world. Chapter 94, Clearing the Secret Realm. Jiang Xia swung the ghostly white bone banner, its surface twisted with a hideous, snarling specter. Woo woo woo! A chilling wind howled as the souls of the fallen beasts let out agonized screams. The runes on the banner flickered, resembling an abyss that greedily devoured the scattered souls. Piercing wails echoed through the cavern as the ghostly white bone banner grew increasingly pitch black. Gazing at the empty cavern, Jiang Xia sighed softly. With the third-tier 7th-rank beasts unable to emerge, this underground lair had become an ideal training ground. There was no need to risk activating the Grand Formation and sending citizens to sweep the outer areas. After a moment's thought, he resolved to thoroughly clear the second level of the underground lair, eliminating all sovereign tier beasts while leaving some formidable creatures for high-level citizens to train against. Deep within the cavern, a chilling wind howled, accompanied by ghostly wails and howls. Jiang Xia advanced slowly, the ghostly white bone banner in hand. In the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered, and swarms of beasts stirred restlessly. With a light wave of his hand, the divine creation furnace materialized out of thin air. The furnace's body, radiant with flowing light, emitted a terrifying aura of pressure, like a towering mountain crushing down upon all beings. The beasts recoiled in terror, yet their instincts drove them forward, compelling them to draw nearer. A second-tier beast finally lost its restraint and lunged at Jiang Xia. Before it could draw near, an invisible force field shattered it into a mist of blood, leaving no time even for a scream. Notification sounds rang out in succession. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. You have gained X556 EXP. Congratulations, sole beta tester. Experience gained X771. Jiang Xia remained calm, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of traces of sovereign-tier beasts. These low-tier beasts were insignificant. As long as they didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. After all, he needed to leave some targets for the commoners to level up against. Wiping them all out would serve little purpose. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the cave, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Jiang Xia quickened his pace, heading toward the source of the sound. Deep within the cavern, a flash of golden light suddenly illuminated the gloomy space. King Tier, golden-winged peng bird. A bird-like ferocious beast containing traces of phoenix blood. Naturally savage and highly aggressive. Status, hyperactive. A golden-winged peng bird, towering like a mountain, perched within, its size comparable to a residential building. Its wings slowly unfurled, blocking the faint light seeping through the cave ceiling. Golden feathers gleamed with a cold, razor-sharp sheen under the dim illumination. It raised its head and let out a piercing cry, deafeningly loud, causing the cave walls to tremble. The giant bird's wings beat violently, unleashing a howling gale. Two blazing balls of fire, swept along by the tempest, roared toward the entrance, illuminating the entire cavern. Wherever the flames passed, the air warped and twisted, the temperature soaring instantly. Jiang Xia's pupils contracted as the searing flames rapidly expanded in his vision. In a flash of thought, the ghostly white bone banner materialized from thin air, soaring before him. Ripples spread through the void behind him as the divine creation furnace streaked toward the golden-winged peng bird like a meteor. The hideous ghostly face on the banner struggled and snarled, as if trying to break free. The moment the flames carried by the gale touched the ghostly face, they were greedily devoured. Simultaneously, the divine creation furnace descended with a thunderous crash, smashing down upon the giant bird like a mountain crushing its prey. The cave trembled, fragments of rock cascading down in a shower of dust. The golden-winged peng bird let out a piercing cry, its wings suddenly spreading wide in an attempt to block the oncoming divine furnace. Boom! A piercing scream echoed as its massive form crashed to the ground. Golden blood trickled from its carcass, quickly pooling into a small stream. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated the golden-winged peng bird. Earned X3577 EXP. Jiang Xia's gaze swept over the golden-winged peng bird's corpse. The divine creation cauldron hovered midair, radiating waves of oppressive might. He advanced slowly, the ghostly white bone banner swaying gently in his hand. The hideous demonic face on the banner's surface opened its blood-red maw, emitting a silent, guttural roar. Wispy golden mist rose from the phoenix's corpse, drawn by the banner's surface as it drifted slowly toward the ghostly white bone banner. The golden mist coalesced into a phantom form of the phoenix, struggling desperately to escape. Yet the banner's pull was like an abyss, slowly consuming it. The phantom bird emitted a silent wail before finally dissolving into a wisp of golden light, vanishing completely within the banner. He stowed the ghostly skeleton banner, his gaze settling on the phoenix's corpse. Its massive form stood out starkly within the cavern. With a thought, his storage space opened, and the phoenix corpse slowly vanished, stored within. The cave echoed with the terrified howls of the beasts, yet none dared to approach. Jiang Xia surveyed his surroundings, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. These corpses, once returned to the Great Xia Research Institute, might unlock further potential within warriors' bodies, cultivating even more formidable Taoist soldiers. With this thought, Jiang Xia's steps grew lighter as he pressed deeper into the cavern, seeking his next target. The roars of the surrounding beasts gradually faded into the distance, leaving only the echoing sound of dripping water. Time passed slowly. Over 10 minutes elapsed, yet no trace of a sovereign-level beast appeared. Other beasts, cowed by the terrifying aura of the creation immortal furnace, yearned to surround and hunt Jiang Xia. Yet their survival instincts compelled them to remain spectators, daring only to linger at a distance of 10 zhang. The divine creation furnace hovered at his side, radiating waves of pressure. In the distance, pairs of eerie green eyes flickered in the darkness, filled with both fear and desire. The gravel beneath his feet crunched as Jiang Xia halted, surveying his surroundings. Moss-covered cave walls exuded a faint, fishy stench, and the air hung thick and clammy. He silently calculated that they had already ventured thousands of meters into the cavern. After another 10 minutes of progress, a low, rumbling roar suddenly echoed from ahead. Jiang Xia's pupils contracted slightly as his gaze darted warily around the area. King class, long-armed ape. Arms extend hundreds of feet. Prefers dark, damp environments. Brutal and vicious, preys on other beasts. Status, alert, restless. The information flashed through his mind. A thread-like beam of light trickled down from a crack in the cave ceiling, outlining the immense shadow ahead. A nauseating, fishy stench permeated the air, growing thicker with each step Jiang Xia took. Within the shadow, a massive face slowly materialized, filling the entire field of vision. Though its features bore an uncanny resemblance to human contours, it was covered in thick, dense fur, making it hideously grotesque. Jiang Xia watched the gibbon's every move. Its nostrils twitched slightly, as if sniffing for food, while its massive jaws hung open, revealing sharp fangs. Looking up, its face resembled a suffocating mountain. If it stood upright, 100-meter skyscraper would appear like a toy in its eyes. This sight only strengthened Jiang Xia's resolve to eliminate the sovereign-level beast. If such a colossal creature escaped the secret realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even truth bullets couldn't budge it an inch. In the next instant, the long-armed ape launched its attack. Its two thick arms, one in front and one behind, lunged toward Jiang Xia with lightning speed. The air screeched as it was torn apart by the immense force. Jiang Xia's pupils contracted sharply. The sky-darting shuttle in his hand activated instantly, transforming his form into a streak of light that teleported him 100 meters away. A thunderous crash echoed behind him as the two massive palms slammed together, sending shockwaves rippling through the air and causing pebbles to rain down. Jiang Xia observed intently, silently musing that though this ape was massive, its intelligence seemed limited. If he were in its place, he would have first pounded the cave walls, using collapsing rocks to pin down his opponent before launching an attack. The thought barely formed when the long-armed ape roared, lashing its arms like whips against the cave walls. A deafening crash erupted as chunks of rock rained down from the ceiling. The entire cave shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Jiang Xia retreated rapidly, dodging the relentless collapse of the ceiling. Simultaneously, he summoned the Divine Forge. Chapter 95, Opening Instances to Accelerate Mass Cultivation. A streak of multicolored light flared suddenly. At first, it glowed faintly like fireflies, but in an instant, it surged forth like a volcanic eruption, transforming into a cascade of rainbow light that illuminated the entire space. At the center of the cascade, an ancient, simple-looking divine furnace slowly rose. Its body was carved with mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, as if it contained a world within. The furnace swelled in the wind, instantly obscuring the cave ceiling. Like a colossal rainbow mountain, it descended toward the long-armed ape. Feeling the terrifying pressure descending from above, the long-armed ape let out an earth-shaking roar. It swung its massive arms violently, attempting to block the furnace's crushing force. Its thick limbs, like pillars supporting the heavens, braced against the furnace's base. Boom! A deafening explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the entire cavern. Countless fragments of rock rained down from the ceiling as the ape's massive body trembled violently. The bones in its arms groaned under the crushing weight. It struggled to hold on, eyes wide with terror and despair. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the arm bones finally snapped under the cauldron's crushing weight. The colossal form crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The multicolored divine furnace continued its descent unabated, engulfing the gibbon entirely in a sea of light. When the radiance gradually faded, the immortal furnace still hovered in midair, emitting a soft glow like a moon of crystal, illuminating the dark cavern. Jiang Xia slowly raised his right hand. With a slight flick of his slender fingers, the previously motionless divine furnace seemed to respond to some unseen pull, swaying ever so slightly. In the next instant, the furnace shot forth like an arrow released from its string, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts as it slammed toward the head of the sprawled-out long-armed ape. A thunderous boom echoed as the colossal ape's skull shattered like a watermelon. Blood, brain matter, and bone fragments splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding ground crimson. Lifting his right hand once more, the cauldron soared into the air. Again and again, blow after blow, Jiang Xia manipulated the cauldron expressionlessly until the monkey's head was utterly pulverized into a bloody pulp. Only then did he cease. The divine furnace slowly retracted, and a prompt sounded. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. You have slain the long-armed ape and gained 14,696 EXP. Congratulations, soul hidden beta tester. Your level has increased to 69. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by user's level. Reversal of Yin Yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of Yin and Yang. Divine power, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 69 bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Damaged spiral turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped. Materialization permission exchangeable. Little by little, I've finally leveled up again. But this leveling pace is still too slow, nowhere near as fast as slaying a 7th tier ferocious beast. Dull footsteps echoed through the cavern as Jiang Xia approached the corpse of the long-armed ape, his gaze cold and serene. The ghostly white bone banner silently materialized in his palm. A grotesque, writhing demonic face on the banner's surface fixed its greedy gaze on the mangled remains below. With a light flick, the banner suddenly unfurled like a gaping maw, devouring the surrounding energy. A dark crimson aura rose from the monkey's corpse, gradually coalescing into a soul form. The moment the soul took shape, its eyes blazed crimson as it lunged savagely toward Jiang Xia. Yet before it could draw near, ghostly claws extended from the ghostly white bone banner, wrapping around it. The soul let out a silent roar, struggling desperately to break free. Yet the ghostly claws clamped down like iron pincers, dragging it deep into the banner's fabric. Jiang Xia watched the scene with an expressionless face. The ghostly faces on the banner seemed to grow more hideous, as if sated by a sumptuous feast. He stowed the ghostly white bone banner, his gaze sweeping the cave's surroundings. Broken stones littered the floor, bloodstains dotted the ground, and a foul, bloody stench hung heavy in the air. With a wave of his hand, the mangled corpse of the long-armed ape vanished, stored away in his inventory. Footsteps echoed as he pressed deeper into the cavern. In the gloom, the ghostly white bone banner trembled faintly, as if relishing the memory of its recent gluttonous feast. The cave grew narrower and the air thicker, yet no more sovereign tier beasts appeared. Finally, the path ended. Jiang Xia stood at the cave's terminus, confirming all sovereign tier beasts had been eradicated. With a thought, the sky-darting shuttle materialized in his palm. A flash of light erupted, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot, reappearing at the entrance to the second layer of the secret realm. The portal emitted a faint, eerie glow. Jiang Xia stepped through without hesitation. The world spun and shifted before his eyes, the heavens and earth inverted. In the next moment, the familiar canyon came into view, its towering peaks on either side as sharp as chiseled stone, smooth as mirrors. Looking up, he saw a sliver of dim sky stretching into the distance, like a wound cleaved open by a blade. The canyon entrance was teeming with figures, shrouded in swirling demonic energy. Stepping out of the secret realm, the view suddenly opened up. Over 1,000 people gathered here, some dressed in colorful robes, others in uniform olive-green military attire. Though the demonic energy surged skyward, the scene was orderly. Rows were straight, disciplined, ironclad. A middle-aged soldier jogged over, his military boots thudding heavily on the ground. "Chief Engineer Jiang, thank you for your hard work. May we enter this dungeon?" The soldier saluted with military precision, his tone respectful. Jiang Xia returned the salute, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. The first layer is suitable for ordinary players to level up. It mostly contains common beasts and second-tier transformed beasts. Before he finished speaking, the crowd stirred slightly, their eyes all sparkling with anticipation. The second layer isn't suitable for ordinary people. While the sovereign tier beasts have been cleared, there are still lord tier and even marquis tier beasts lurking. Jiang Xia paused before continuing. I recommend military personnel above level 30 form teams to level up on the second floor. Ordinary people should remain in the first layer. The mortality rate in the second layer is far too high for them. As his words fell, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some faces betrayed disappointment, others wore solemn expressions. Jiang Xia added a few more solemn instructions. Ensure the safety of civilians at all costs. Report any anomalies immediately. The soldier stood at attention and saluted again. We will complete the mission. The soldiers began organizing the crowd into the secret realm. The 1,000-strong procession moved with remarkable order. Amidst the crowd, 5 young men couldn't contain their excitement, shouting, "Chief Engineer Jiang." The shouts drew attention, and Jiang Xia walked toward them. The tall Shui Chang spoke excitedly, "Chief Engineer Jiang, do you remember us?" Jiang Xia offered no reply, his gaze sweeping over the group. Li Mani with her short hair, Zheng Kai wearing glasses, Bai Xiaohua with her long black straight hair, and the quiet, aloof Li Yanyan. Memories flooded back. These individuals possessed remarkable talent, especially Bai Xiaohu, who held the greatest potential. The first time the entire populace ventured beyond the array, it was these unlucky souls who encountered the wild bull herd. In the end, it was he who happened to pass by and rescued them. As the first batch of demonic cultivation special students, they had received extra attention. Unexpectedly, their progress had been astonishingly swift. All had now reached level 25. Seeing Jiang Xia's silence, Shui Chang felt uneasy and was about to speak again when he noticed Jiang Xia give a slight nod. I remember. You youngsters have grown considerably. The words had barely left his mouth when delight flashed in their eyes. Bai Xiaohua's cheeks flushed slightly, while Li Yanyan remained silent. The first layer suits you well. Remember to be cautious and vigilant. Li Mani nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Chief Engineer Jiang. We'll definitely prioritize safety. Zhang Kai pushed his glasses up, his expression serious. Shui Chang and I are your seniors. We'll make sure to look out for everyone. Jiang Xia gave a slight nod, watching them enter the secret realm. The crowd at the canyon entrance gradually thinned, yet the demonic energy grew increasingly dense. Activate the sky-darting shuttle and head toward the military zone. Chapter 96, Overseas Students? What good are they? Wasting food? A black streak of light sliced through the sky as the sky-darting shuttle darted between the clouds like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Xia stood atop the sky-darting shuttle, gazing down at the world below. The vast expanse of land stretched endlessly, cities dotted the landscape like squares on a chessboard, crisscrossing in a grid pattern. Vehicles crawled along the streets like black ants, moving slowly. In the distance, a towering mountain range came into view. Vaguely discernible structures dotted its peaks, the location of the Great Xia military district. The sky dart's speed was extraordinary, reaching the military district's airspace in mere moments. Jiang Xia guided the sky dart to descend steadily, eventually hovering over an open field. 2 rows of soldiers, fully armed and standing at attention, flanked the clearing, their gazes sharp and focused. Stowing the sky slipper, he strode toward the military district's conference room. Pushing open the heavy wooden doors, he found Old Chen and the others seated formally, their gazes turning toward him in unison. "Young Jiang, you've worked hard this time," Old Chen said with a warm smile. Jiang Xia gave a slight nod and began his report on the 3rd layer. Within the 3rd layer of the Tianyuan secret realm, there are not only vast numbers of sovereign-level beasts, but I personally witnessed 6 or 7 7th-tier beasts. Before he could finish, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Old Chen abruptly stood up, and the others followed suit. "Comrade Jiang, could these beasts break out of the secret realm? They cannot enter the teleportation gate, but their intelligence rivals that of humans." Relief washed over the group, easing the tension that had gripped them. "As long as they can't escape, there's no cause for concern." Jiang Xia frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, "Although 7th-tier beasts cannot leave the secret realm, they are relentlessly bombarding the portal." The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew thick and tense as everyone held their breath. No one can guarantee those beasts won't smash through the portal and invade Great Xia. Old Chen and the others paled, their minds filling with terrifying visions. Deep within the abyssal secret realm, the teleportation gate shook violently, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. A deafening roar erupted as a mountain-sized beast smashed through the already precarious portal. Its body was covered in black scales, radiating a suffocating pressure, its blood-red eyes gleaming with cold, murderous intent. Behind the 7th-tier beast, countless sovereign-level beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. Though their forms varied, they all radiated a savage, brutal aura. The steel-like torrent of beasts breached the defenses, trampling houses into ruins wherever they passed. Screams, roars, and the crash of collapsing structures wove together into an apocalyptic symphony. Rivers of blood stained the earth crimson, transforming the once thriving metropolis into a living hell. The pen in Old Chen's hand clattered to the floor, its sharp sound piercing the silence of the conference room. The others unconsciously clenched their fists, knuckles turning white. Jiang Xia's gaze swept over the horrified expressions before continuing in a grave tone. "I witnessed it myself, several 7th-tier beasts colliding with the portal. The terrifying force of the impact made the entire space tremble." Old Chen's voice trembled as he asked, "How long can the portal hold?" "It's impossible to predict. Perhaps a day, perhaps a year. But eventually, they will breach the barrier." The conference room fell into dead silence, punctuated only by the sound of rapid breathing. The air in the room seemed to freeze, each breath becoming heavy and labored. Old Chen slumped into his seat, his hands trembling slightly. After exhausting every effort for so long, the last thing they wanted to see was the Great Xia Empire turned into a living hell. Yet even a single 7th-tier beast proved difficult to handle. And deep within the abyssal secret realm, there was more than one such beast lurking. Jiang Xia surveyed the room and spoke in a solemn tone, "Heaven never seals off all paths. We cannot let ourselves be bound by events that have yet to unfold." The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to him. "The immediate priority is to swiftly enhance the overall strength of our citizens. Once we possess the strength to strike back, we must take the initiative. Enter the 3rd layer of the abyssal secret realm and exterminate every single one of those 7th-tier beasts." A glimmer of hope flickered in Elder Chen's eyes before fading. "Enhancing the nation's strength, how easy is that?" He shook his head with a bitter smile. "This time, I brought back many valuable items from the secret realm, including the corpses of beasts at the sovereign level and beyond." The others' eyes widened. Jiang Xia continued, "Urge the research team to work as quickly as possible. See if they can find a breakthrough from these corpses." Old Chen abruptly stood, his hands trembling with excitement. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" He nodded repeatedly. "I'll assign personnel immediately and commit all resources to this research." The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew intense. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden, brief, and gentle knock interrupted everyone's thoughts. The assistant pushed open the door, and white light poured in, illuminating the conference room. She glided over to Old Chen, bent down, and whispered a few words into his ear, her voice soft yet distinctly audible. After a slight bow, she turned and left, her black high heels clicking crisply against the floor before disappearing beyond the door. Old Chen's expression instantly grew complex, his brow furrowing deeply. Everyone, Old Shin cleared his throat. We've just received word that our civilian forces have captured a group of Eagle Special Forces soldiers. The conference room erupted in a murmur of astonishment. They seem to want to make some kind of deal with us. Old Chen's gaze settled on Jiang Xia, laden with inquiry. Jiang Xia pondered for a moment. They're barely keeping their heads above water themselves. What kind of deal could they possibly make with us? So Comrade Zhong's suggestion is. Old Chen frowned deeply. Throw them out. Let them fend for themselves. A faint smile touched Jiang Xia's lips. Back then, Eagle San twisted and slandered Great Xia. Now they're reaping what they sowed serves them right. A murmur of discussion rippled through the conference room. Comrade Xiao Jiang makes a very valid point. Since the mythical being descended, regions outside Great Xia have descended into apocalyptic chaos. Order collapsed. What bargaining chips could they possibly offer us? But there's a problem. The Great Array is sealed. To expel those eagles, we'll need Comrade Xiao Jiang to make another trip. Out of the question. Comrade Xiao Jiang isn't some barbarian foreigner they can just summon at will. Then what should we do? We can't just let those Eagle-eyed special forces freeload in Great Xia. Old Shen listened to the discussion, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xia. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered thickly. Raindrops pelted the glass, producing a dull, rhythmic sound. Comrade Jiang, what do you suggest? The conference room fell into a brief silence, the atmosphere thick as solidified ink, suffocatingly oppressive. Jiang Xia remained silent, eyes lowered, his fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop, their crisp sound breaking the stillness. Slowly raising his right hand, his slender, pale fingers gently clenched in the air. Strands of black demonic energy seeped from the void, coiling around his fingertips like agile black snakes. The energy churned and surged, gradually intertwining and coalescing until it solidified into a palm-sized token. The token was entirely pitch black, its surface carved with intricate patterns, emitting a faint, eerie glow. This is a key I forged by extracting a thread of power from the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding Great Array. It can activate or deactivate the array. Old Chen asked with a hint of concern, what about the ferocious beasts outside the array? Won't they take advantage of the opening? Rest assured, Elder Chen, Jiang Xia shook his head. Even when opening a passage through the array wide enough for only one person, the token will reintegrate into the array after use. That is good. The assembled elders all breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Chen, you may handle this token as you see fit. I must now deliver the beast's remains to the researchers. Jiang Xia turned toward the door, his figure appearing particularly upright in the dim light. Rain fell like a curtain as he stepped out of the conference room. The damp, cold air hit him as he took a deep breath, gazing into the distance. The research institute lay not far from the military zone, and Jiang Xia strode purposefully toward it. Minutes later, he pushed open the institute's main gate, and blinding white light poured out. Inside the laboratory, researchers were busy at work. Suddenly, a figure burst into view, causing everyone to look up in surprise. With a wave of Jiang Xia's hand, the colossal corpses of monstrous beasts materialized, the Miao Xie, the Spider King with a human face, the golden-winged ping bird, the long-armed ape. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xia spoke calmly. These beasts' corpses are yours to study. Make sure you figure out what's going on. The researchers exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Had they not witnessed it themselves? Who could have believed these terrifying creatures now lay dead? An elderly man stepped forward, trembling, his voice choked with emotion. Chief Engineer Jiang, if not for you, the Great Xia would have fallen long ago. Jiang Xia waved his hand dismissively. Hand over the corpses that aren't needed to the military. They'll be used to further train the Special Forces Squad and refine the 5 elements formation. Chapter 97, The Humiliated Eagle Soldier. The shadows of the iron bars, like the stripes on a zebra, fell across the cold concrete floor. A faint smell of rust hung in the stifling air. Within the remote border prison of Daxia, over 100 Eagle Special Forces soldiers were now confined. Dressed in filthy combat fatigues, they huddled in small groups, some silent with heads bowed, others whispering among themselves, while a few shouted defiantly at the iron bars beyond. A Special Forces soldier with a bandage over his left eye kicked the iron door hard, making a loud clang. He spat, thick saliva splattering onto the ground. Damn it, they dare lock us up here. Jack surveyed the scene, his eyes brimming with contempt. These lowly yellow monkeys aren't worthy of talking to us. Another Eagle Wing commando leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his golden hair tousled, a smug sneer on his face. They should send a high-ranking official from Great Xia to negotiate with us. We're Eagle Wing elites, not some commoners anyone can meet. The Daxia citizens watched these clowns with expressionless faces, not a flicker of emotion visible. The blond man abruptly stood up, strode to the iron bars, and bellowed at the crowd outside, fists clenched. You despicable yellow monkeys! Locking us up here, skimping on our food and water, don't you fear retribution? He roared furiously, spittle splattering against the iron bars. Do you even know who we are? We're SEAL Team 6. Not some ants you can bully around. You'd better play smart and release us immediately. Otherwise, you'll pay a heavy price for your stupidity. The Eagle Special Forces soldiers behind Jack rose to their feet, advancing to the iron bars and bellowing threats at the crowd outside. Don't forget, Eagle has 80,000 Chinese students studying abroad. Touch a single hair on our heads, and you'll regret it. These despicable scoundrels dare threaten us with such low-life tactics, utterly shameful. Get the hell back to your leaders immediately and bring the top brass here. Otherwise, those 80,000 students will be thrown out of the safety zone to feed the beasts. The Eagle Special Forces shouted threats, yet no one understood their words. At the very front of the crowd stood a burly, bearded man. His brows were furrowed, his dark face etched with anxiety and confusion. Listening to the gibberish of these eagle-winged special forces, an urge to punch someone surged within him. What the hell were these guys even saying? Why hadn't reinforcements been sent yet? He pulled his phone from his pocket, intending to reconfirm when higher-ups would arrive. The Eagle Special Forces, seeing this, mistakenly thought he was backing down. Jack's lips curled into a sneer as he stepped forward and shouted, "Looks like you yellow monkeys finally realize how serious this is." The blonde man pushed his way forward, adding haughtily, "It's not too late to beg for mercy now, but we won't let you off easily. Hand over your cultivation techniques and guarantee you won't pass them on to other nations. Furthermore, restrict your citizens' cultivation progress, they must not surpass ours. Otherwise, we'll unite with other nations to sanction Gov't Xia. And those 80,000 exchange students won't be returning alive. You must compensate Eagle Chow for economic losses and rebuild our homeland at no cost." The bearded man frowned deeply, his knuckles turning slightly white as he gripped his phone, listening to these increasingly outrageous demands. "These flies are too noisy. I'll contact my superiors. You lot better entertain our distinguished guests who've traveled so far." At the bearded man's command, the air around him seemed to freeze for a moment. The iron gate chains clicked sharply as the heavy door slowly swung inward. A dozen or so Xia citizens, fists clenched and eager for action, had long since grown weary of these chattering birds and could barely contain their impatience. Before Jack's scornful smirk could fade, the prison door swung open. A tidal wave of Xia citizens surged in, engulfing them. A fist the size of a sandbag, accompanied by a whistling wind, slammed into his face. He let out a wail, fell backward, and blood gushed from his nose, staining his filthy combat uniform red. Before the blond man could react, a powerful hand yanked him up by the collar, lifting him off the ground. He struggled desperately, but it was as if he were trapped in an iron vice, utterly immobilized. Then, a hail of punches rained down on him, each strike echoing with a dull thud. The prison cell echoed with a cacophony of screams, roars, and the thud of blows. The Eagle Special Forces soldiers scattered in panic, yet found no escape. Their vaunted combat skills proved utterly useless against sheer brute force. The floor was littered with torn bandages, knocked out teeth, and splattered blood. "Alright, let off some steam, but don't kill these guys." The bearded man finished his call and turned to the cell. The Eagle Special Forces soldiers cowered on the floor like lambs awaiting slaughter, their eyes filled with terror, all traces of their earlier arrogance gone. The Gov't Xia citizens exited the prison as the iron bars slammed shut once more. Superiors will arrive shortly. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the horizon crimson. A dark green military attack helicopter descended slowly into the center of the prison square, its rotors roaring. A powerful gust of air whipped up dust from the ground, forming a small tornado that swirled and expanded outward with a howl. The cabin door opened. A man in olive drab military fatigues, his shoulders bearing 2 bars and 3 stars, stepped out with steady strides. Behind him followed a beautiful woman in a professional OL suit, her hair cut in a sharp, short style, her eyes lowered as she reviewed documents in her hands. The man was Lei Jin, head of the Special Operations Unit of the Gov't Xia State Security Bureau, responsible for handling incidents threatening national security. The woman was Chen Muyu, Lei Jin's assistant and a multilingual translation expert. The bearded man led the group toward the two descending from the helicopter. Rushing forward through the dust, he reported the details of the encounter that had taught the Eagle Xia Special Forces a lesson. "Commanders, how do higher-ups intend to handle these Eagle soldiers?" Lei Jin frowned deeply, pondering for a moment before replying. "The higher-ups' orders are to dump them outside the Great Array and let them fend for themselves." The Xia citizens exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes before they nodded in understanding. "Let's go inside first. These men risked their lives to come to Daxia. What exactly are they up to?" With that, Lei Jin strode purposefully toward the prison gates, Chen Muyu following close behind. The iron gate creaked open with a dull thud, its cold, ominous glow intensified by the dim lighting. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Jack struggled to his feet, his combat suit caked in dust and blood. His face burned with pain, and traces of blood still clung to the corners of his mouth. Surveying his surroundings, he saw his once mighty comrades now huddled in corners, battered and bruised. Damn yellow-skinned monkeys. They hit way too hard. The blond man clutched his stomach, moaning in agony. Jack felt uneasy inside, anxiously awaiting the response from the Gov't Xia leadership. He had been confident before, certain that Gov't Xia would never abandon those 80,000 rune students. After all, in the eyes of the Eagle, Daxia had always been weak and easy to bully, bound to submit meekly. Yet that brutal beating had made him realize things weren't as straightforward as he'd imagined. Assaulting Eagle Squad Special Forces. This hardly seemed like the attitude one would expect during negotiations. Chapter 98. Isn't Dacia supposed to be a nation of etiquette? That. Don't worry, Captain. The blonde man shifted his body, trying to find a slightly more comfortable position. They probably don't understand our language. After all, Great Xia prides itself on being a nation of etiquette. They'd never abandon their own people. His voice was soft, as if persuading Jack or perhaps himself. Jack's gaze fell upon his mud-caked combat boots, stained with blood, someone's blood that glowed unnervingly bright in the dim light. 80,000 lives enough to make the Great Xia compromise. They would never abandon a single one of their subjects. Time ticked by, the dungeon suffocating in silence, broken only by the occasional agonized moan, a stark reminder of what they had just endured. With each passing moment, his heart sank deeper. The distant rumble of rotor blades grew louder, circling closer until it hovered above the prison. He snapped his head up, his clouded eyes blazing with hope. It's here! The steel door scraped with a shrill, grating sound, piercing the silence of the cell. Two figures appeared at the doorway, one ahead of the other. The dim light obscured their expressions, revealing only their attire, a stark contrast to the rough-hewn commoners. The man in front wore a crisp military uniform, his shoulder epaulets gleaming with the stars of a general. Behind him followed a woman in a sharp business suit, a folder clutched in her hand. The iron door creaked open slowly, its dull echo reverberating through the silent cell. The yellowish light streamed in, casting two long shadows across the floor. What exactly is your purpose in coming to Great Xia? Chen Muyu translated Lei Zhen's words for the group of eagle-eyed soldiers. Jack licked his parched lips, his voice hoarse as he repeated the statement he had made to the Great Xia citizens, though his tone was no longer as arrogant as before. Lei Zhen frowned deeply, then spoke slowly after a moment. You may leave now. Chen Muyu translated this statement for the eagle soldiers. Jack froze, staring at Lei Zhen in disbelief. Then when will you pay us back what you owe the eagle-winged ones? Rebuilding Eagle Swan and reparations can wait. But we must take the cultivation techniques with us this time, and henceforth, the people of Dacia shall not be permitted to practice them. Once we return to Eagle Nation, we will naturally release those 80,000 Great Xia prisoners. Lei Zhen ignored the Eagle Nation soldiers' shouts, turning his back on them. His mud-caked black combat boots struck the concrete pavement with crisp thuds. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Step by step, he crushed the last shred of hope in the Eagle Nation soldiers' hearts. Chen Muyu glanced up at the broad back and silently followed. Two figures, one tall and one short, gradually moved toward the light at the doorway. The towering form seemed like a majestic mountain, blocking all light, while the slender figure remained shrouded in shadow, indistinct. Jack glanced at his companion, his gray-blue eyes reflecting a face of shock, as if veiled by a thin mist. The blond man was equally incredulous, his hair plastered messily to his forehead. Sweat mixed with dust made him look especially disheveled in the dim light. Did they not understand what we said? Jack's voice carried a hint of panic. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have refused. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the cold floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. We're talking about 80,000 lives, not 8 animals. The blond man's voice echoed through the cell, tinged with hysterical madness. The translator must have sabotaged us, deliberately twisting our meaning. No, we can't just let this slide. In the dim cell, Jack's gray-blue eyes narrowed sharply. He sprang to his feet and staggered toward the cell door. The blond man and the other eagle-eyed soldiers also rose, following Jack toward the door. Outside the iron door, the setting sun bled like blood, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the floor. It seemed within reach, yet remained impossibly distant. Jack reached the doorway, his blood-stained hand outstretched, grasping at the receding figure. But as the iron door slammed shut, his fingers closed around nothingness. If he couldn't bring back the martial arts technique, what meaning did his sacrifice hold? Jack clenched his fist so tightly his nails dug into his palms. The searing pain snapped him back to his senses. He snapped his head up, eyes blazing with defiant fury. He couldn't give up so easily. He spun around and bellowed at his comrades behind him. We will make the Great Xia pay for the lives of our fallen brothers. Follow me. A wave of Eagle soldier troops surged out of the cell like a tidal flood, only to be blocked at the entrance by the Great Xia citizens. The bearded uncle stepped forward first, blocking the Eagle soldiers. Veins bulged on his thick arms, as if he were ready to tear them apart. Get the hell out of here. Dacia isn't your wishing well, you bastards. Fists clenched in the crowd, voices shouted curses, and others rubbed their hands together, itching for a fight. It seemed that at the slightest command, they would tear these eagle-winged soldiers to shreds. Earlier, Chen Muyu had already informed the crowd of the American soldiers' intentions. Every citizen seethed with righteous indignation, furious beyond measure. Never had they witnessed such brazen audacity from a nation. Overwhelmed by the crowd's fury, the soldiers instinctively took a few steps back. Their faces drained of color, their eyes darting nervously, they stood frozen in place, caught between advancing and retreating. The bearded uncle stepped forward, spat a thick glob of phlegm, and landed it precisely on the boot of the leading Eagle soldier. The Dacia citizens' emotions grew increasingly turbulent, like water on the verge of boiling, bubbling and churning incessantly. Jack's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. He slowly raised his head, the fire of anger in his eyes slowly extinguishing. At this moment, acceptance was his only choice. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation and resentment within. All the eagle soldiers deflated like punctured balloons. One by one, they hung their heads in defeat, falling silent. The black token in Lei Zhen's hand, which had been motionless, suddenly began to tremble without any wind. It hovered in midair, slowly rotating as if guided by an invisible hand. Patterns spread across its surface like spiderwebs, flickering with a sinister glow. These patterns deepened, eventually connecting into a complete design. Wisps of black mist seeped out, like tiny black snakes writhing and slithering through the air. The black mist grew thicker and thicker, coalescing into a torrent of darkness that surged toward the great formation. The protective barrier at the array's edge, once impenetrable, now crumbled like paper under the black mist's touch. An irregular hole appeared in the shield, its edges jagged and uneven. The opening was just large enough for a person to crawl through on their stomach, and the fierce roars of beasts outside could be heard clearly. Witnessing this scene, every eagle soldier's face contorted with humiliation, their bodies trembling with rage. Chapter 99, Crawling Through a Dog Hole? The Enraged TEP. How dare they make us crawl through a dog hole? Damn yellow-skinned monkeys. Despite their curses, the eagle flag soldiers crawled through the dog hole in humiliation. 2 months later. Outside the Black Palace, figures staggered through the devastated city. Their clothes were in tatters, their hair matted and filthy, looking every bit the beggars. Were it not for the weapons they still carried, one would scarcely believe they were a unit of professional soldiers. At the head of the group was Jack. Gone was the spirited vigor of his former self. Now gaunt and emaciated, his face covered in stubble, his eyes held only weariness and the weight of hardship. Halt! Who are you? The sentry on watch spotted the suspicious group, immediately raised his rifle, and barked the warning. Jack's voice rose with urgency. We're on your side. We're on your side. He shouted, straightening his back as he tried to prove his identity. But his current appearance was simply too disheveled. Cut the crap. Show us your credentials. The guard remained on high alert, his weapon still trained on them. Jack and the others exchanged glances. What credentials? During their escape, they'd lost everything except their weapons. Sir, we really are Eagle soldier troops. Look at our arm patches. One soldier rolled up his sleeve, revealing the embroidered eagle flag emblem. The guard relaxed his guard slightly upon seeing this, scrutinizing Jack and the others closely. Though they looked disheveled and battered, their eyes burned with an unusual resolve. Moreover, they radiated an aura of iron discipline, one that could only belong to soldiers. What unit are you from? How did you end up like this? The guard lowered his rifle, his tone softening slightly. We're from SEAL Team 6. We were ordered to Xia, but... Jack's voice caught in his throat as he looked around. Of the tens of thousands who had set out with him, only a dozen or so remained. Sigh. You've been through hell, brothers. Follow me. The guard turned toward the Black Palace. Along the way, Jack and the others remained silent, their minds replaying the events of the past 2 months a nightmare. Half an hour later, inside the Oval Office of the Black Palace. Crash. An expensive vase traced a parabolic arc through the air before shattering against the mantelpiece. Trump's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he flailed his arms, sending documents crashing to the floor. Damn it! Damn it! How dare Great Xia! Abandoning 80,000 of our own to die. He kicked over the coffee table in front of him, sending it crashing into the wall with a thunderous bang. 80,000. A full 80,000. I've been feeding 80,000 yellow-skinned monkeys all this time. What a waste of food, an absolute waste of food. He slumped onto the sofa, hands covering his face, sobbing softly like a wronged child. Da Xia. I won't let you off the hook. Absolutely not. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door interrupted Tep's thoughts. He snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury as he roared, Who is it? Mr. President, it's me. The Black Palace butler pushed open the door, bowing slightly with respectful tone. What is it? He took a deep breath, struggling to steady his emotions. Mr. President, the food supplies for the Xia Rune people and the exchange students won't last much longer. The butler kept his head bowed, speaking with utmost caution. What? Tep leapt to his feet, snatched the documents from the table, and slammed them onto the floor. Those damn yellow-skinned monkeys eat like pigs. He paced back and forth, his rage boiling over. How many days has it been? They've already devoured our entire food supply? Sir, what should we do next? The butler's words were cut short as Tepu pointed toward the door, bellowing hoarsely, Throw every last one of those freeloading bastards to the beasts. Meanwhile, in the 8th level of the Black Palace underground shelter. In the opulent banquet hall, crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow as elegant figures mingled amidst clinking glasses and flowing conversation. Countless Daxia Runtian international students reveled in their monthly gala feast. Along the long tables, food flowed like an endless banquet, seemingly never-ending. A young woman in an elegant gown picked up a piece of beast meat with her fork, gently placed it in her mouth, and savored it carefully. Yet, she furrowed her brow slightly. She spat the meat onto a napkin and murmured under her breath, "This meat tastes so fishy. It's not good at all." She then dumped the entire plate of common beast meat into the trash bin. Beside her, a man dressed like a successful businessman was devouring a steak. He cut off a small piece, tasted it, then tossed it aside with disgust, muttering, "This steak is too tough. It's practically inedible." The entire steak followed into the trash. Similar scenes played out repeatedly throughout the banquet hall, with much food discarded after only a taste. Yet these wealthy international students paid no heed, continuing to laugh and chat, immersed in the festive atmosphere. They flattered each other, boasting of their superior talents and believing they deserved such a privileged life. They firmly believed the American hosts treated them so lavishly because of their worth. They even secretly compared themselves to American capitalists, finding they ate more lavishly than many of them, and a sense of superiority welled up within them. They even fantasized about returning to Gov't and continuing this life of carefree luxury, standing above others. Just then, the banquet hall doors burst open with a thunderous crash. Before anyone could react, a group of heavily armed Eagle soldiers stormed in. Their black combat boots stomped on the marble floor, producing a uniform, dull thud. Their faces were grim as they scanned the banquet hall with piercing stares. The sight of the food scraps instantly ignited their fury, making them tremble with rage. "You bastards, wasting food like this? Do you have any idea how many people are starving outside? We get only a single piece of black bread each day. You should be sent to meet your maker right now." Angry roars echoed through the banquet hall. The once elegant and refined foreign students instantly fell into chaos, scrambling in panic to flee in all directions. "What are you doing? We're elite scholars. You can't treat us like this. Help! Help!" Yet all that awaited them was the brutal expulsion by the eagle-winged soldiers. In the underground shelter beneath the Black Palace, the elevator doors to the 8th level slowly closed, severing all connection between the banquet hall and the outside world. Above ground, the highly skilled professionals abandoned by Trump were now being herded like stray dogs by soldiers armed with rifles and live ammunition toward designated areas. Their clothes were in tatters, their faces gaunt. Where was the spirited confidence they had displayed in the banquet hall? "Let us go back. Please. We'll starve to death. I'm an Ivy League graduate. You can't treat me like this. Help. I don't want to die. I'm still young." Cries and pleas rose and fell in waves through the crowd. The steel torrent rolled slowly through the desolate streets, finally halting before a pile of rubble. Soldiers used the butts of their rifles to herd the crowd, roughly shoving them off the vehicle. "Get inside. This is your new home." "No. Monsters are everywhere here. We'll die. Please. Let us in. We'll do anything. Yes, we can help you keep smearing the Gov't Xia. We may have consumed a lot of food, but the Gov't Xia will repay these losses 100-fold in the future." 100-fold repayment? The leading Eagle soldier sneered coldly, "You've been stripped of your Gov't Xia citizenship. You're nothing but a pack of stray dogs now." The Chinese students erupted in disbelief, staring at the American soldiers in shock. "Impossible. You're talking nonsense. We're highly skilled professionals. How could the Gov't Xia abandon us? This must be a mistake. We need to contact the Gov't Xia embassy." From the crowd, a young man in an Armani suit stepped forward, his voice trembling with indignation. His name was Jiang Xia, a former Ivy League scholar who considered himself a prodigy, convinced he was destined for greatness. He couldn't accept the reality of being discarded, nor could he imagine what awaited him after losing his Gov't Xia identity. He charged recklessly toward the transport vehicle, desperate to escape this hellhole. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out. Bullets struck the ground near Jiang Xia's feet, kicking up clouds of dust. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. "One more step closer, and you'll be shot on the spot." The bullets shattered the last shreds of hope for this group of refugees. The heavily armed Eagle soldiers drove away, leaving behind crumbling walls, scattered rubble, and the stench of decay filling the air. In the distance, the occasional roar of ferocious beasts echoed, while the people trembled like stray dogs. They dared not voice any grievances against their foreign masters, venting their fury instead upon the Gov't Xia. "Damn the Gov't Xia! How dare they abandon us? We're highly educated professionals. How could they treat us this way? Exactly. We studied abroad to bring glory to Gov't Xia, and they show us such heartless betrayal." These curses against the Gov't Xia were vicious and unbearable to hear. They failed to realize that their very survival depended entirely on the Gov't Xia. Chapter 100. Heaven and Earth shudder once more, spiritual energy erupts. Streams of spiritual energy erupted from beneath Dasha's soil, forming intense beams of celestial radiance. A deep, rumbling roar echoed from the Earth's depths, tearing open bottomless fissures. Mountains trembled, rocks shattered, rivers changed course, lakes expanded, and once clear boundaries blurred as the horizon slowly shifted outward. The borders of the Gov't Xia Empire expanded at a pace visible to the naked eye. As time passed, silver-gray halos began to diffuse across the ink-black sky, spreading like washes in a traditional ink painting. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, visible streams of energy drifted like gauze, swirling around the structures. Within residential buildings, slumbering inhabitants felt an inexplicable stirring. Some sensitive souls even awoke with a start, rubbing sleep from their eyes as they approached the windows only to be utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. Rays of celestial radiance surged like tidal waves, weaving into a vast luminous canopy that enveloped the entire city. Meanwhile, within the Longdu military district, on the guard tower, the sentry rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Grabbing his walkie-talkie, his urgent voice shattered the pre-dawn silence. Report! Report! Anomalous activity detected. Inside the central command center, a shrill alarm suddenly blared, red lights flashing incessantly. Old Chen had just finished processing documents and was about to take a short break when the phone rang abruptly. Picking up the phone and hearing the duty officer's report, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He quickly dressed and stepped outside, where his security detail had already prepared the official vehicle. The car sped along the road, his mind filled with worry and confusion. Upon arriving at the command center, he stepped out of the car briskly. The duty officer immediately approached him. "Mr. Chen, you're here." Without exchanging pleasantries, he asked directly, "What's the current situation?" "The specifics are still being confirmed." Entering the command center, a massive screen displayed real-time footage from across the nation. Several other high-ranking officers who had rushed to the scene watched the screens with grave expressions. A heavy silence hung in the air. A general with stars on his shoulders turned to Old Chen, his brow furrowed with anxiety. "Old Chen, what's your take on this phenomenon?" He offered no reply, only slowly shaking his head. His gaze remained fixed on the screens, his deep pupils reflecting the flickering images. This anomaly had emerged with uncanny suddenness, without any prior warning. Now, across the vastly expanded territories of the Great Xia Empire, this silver-gray substance permeated every corner. No one could guarantee whether this substance posed any harm to human health. If it was caused by the beasts, what was their purpose? To transform Blue Star into a habitable environment? If not, could prolonged exposure to this environment harm ordinary citizens? Moreover, this phenomenon covering the entire Great Xia territory is bound to cause panic among the populace. The immediate priority is to gather more useful information and issue timely announcements. If this substance proves harmful to humans, the populace must be alerted to take preventive measures immediately. He would never tolerate the loss of a single Great Xia citizen due to his own misjudgment. Silver-gray mist churned outside the window, engulfing skyscrapers like a rising tide. Just then, Jiang Xia pushed open the door and entered, his figure like a ray of light piercing through the pervasive gloom. The tension in the room instantly eased, as if they had found their anchor. Old Chen's gaze immediately turned to Jiang Xia, his voice tinged with expectation. "Comrade Jiang Xia, what are your thoughts on this silver-gray substance?" Jiang Xia stepped before the giant screen, his gaze fixed intently on the flickering images. Silver-gray specks danced within his deep, piercing pupils. After a moment of careful observation, a flicker of contemplation crossed his brow before he spoke slowly. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a spiritual energy tide." "A spiritual energy tide?" Old Chen and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Xia nodded and continued, "Before the mythical era descended, I encountered this phenomenon in the mountain sea world. Only then, the spiritual energy wasn't silver-gray, but a rainbow-hued radiance. Though he could confirm this silver-gray substance was spiritual energy, what appeared now was silver-gray spiritual energy. This was unprecedented, and no one could be certain whether the silver-gray spiritual energy was beneficial or harmful. Logically speaking, spiritual energy should be harmless to humans. But with the lives of the nation's people at stake, this matter could not be taken lightly. Therefore, thorough investigation was essential. Only after confirming its harmlessness could the populace be allowed to venture out. Jiang Xia shared his thoughts with Elder Chan and the others. "I propose leading a team of Taoist soldiers from the demon sect to the center of the spiritual energy tide to investigate this matter." "Comrade Jiang, I cannot accept this proposal." Old Chen paused. "You are the backbone of the entire Great Xia. Should any mishap occur at the heart of the spiritual energy tide, the loss would be too great for Great Xia to bear." Several other commanders also spoke up to dissuade him, their words earnest and their stance resolute. Jiang Xia's brow furrowed deeply. His current hesitation could potentially lead to an even greater crisis. Despite his repeated insistence, Old Chen and the others remained unyielding, leaving him no choice but to concede. The order was issued. A squadron of demon sect soldiers shot forth like arrows from a bowstring, racing toward the epicenter of the spiritual energy tide in the capital. Inside the command center, everyone held their breath, waiting for news. After 10 minutes, the ringing of a phone shattered the silence. Old Chen answered the call, the gravity on his face gradually fading, replaced by unmistakable excitement. Hanging up, he addressed the group in a booming voice, "Good news. The demon sect soldiers dispatched to the capital's spiritual energy tidal center have all broken through their previous levels." The oppressive atmosphere instantly dissipated, replaced by relieved smiles on everyone's faces. At least based on current results, the silver-gray spiritual energy was not only harmless but also highly beneficial to the human body. A commander voiced his confusion, but Comrade Xiao Jiang previously observed a spirit energy tide with multicolored radiance. Why is it silver-gray within the borders of Daxia? Jiang Xia pondered for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, we're still in the initial phase of the spiritual energy tide. Its color will gradually shift, eventually becoming pure white. Before he finished speaking, the silver-gray mist on the giant screen, as if smeared by an invisible giant hand, gradually transformed into a soft grass green. The tension in the room dissolved completely. Just then, Elder Chan received another call. After listening to the report, he turned to the group. The density of spiritual energy is steadily increasing alongside the color shift. Chapter 101, Array Influence. Meanwhile, at the frontier of Great Xia, emerald-hued mist surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the transparent eggshell-like barrier. The five elements heaven-sealing demon-binding formation now endured this force's assault. Ripples spread across the formation like stones dropped into a tranquil lake, sending out concentric waves. A humming resonance echoed through the silent frontier. After violently colliding with the array, the green mist did not dissipate. Instead, as if drawn by some force, it gathered around the array flags. Towering array flags now stood like pillars at the center of the green vortex. The mist swirled and churned, forming gigantic funnel-shaped vortexes that connected heaven and earth. Along the border, these vortexes multiplied like eerie flowers blooming at dawn, spreading along the contours of the Great Xia. Li Chang, the squad leader guarding the formation flag, gripped his communicator tightly, his voice urgent. Reporting to command headquarters. This is squad leader Li Chang, guarding border formation flag 3. Large quantities of green mist are continuously assaulting the grand formation and forming vortexes around the formation flags. Requesting instructions. Requesting instructions. A voice came through the communicator. Monitor the situation closely. Maintain vigilance. Report developments immediately. Li Chang lowered the communicator, his gaze returning to the relentlessly spinning vortex, his heart filled with unease. The five elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great formation was the Great Xia Empire's final line of defense against the invasion of domain fiends. If this line were breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. The unusual phenomenon occurring at the frontier was reported through multiple channels. Within less than 10 minutes, Elder Chen and the others received the news. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was heavy. All eyes converged on Jiang Xia, the controller of the five elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great array. He understood better than anyone the impact of spiritual energy tides on the array. Jiang Xia slowly closed his eyes, a crimson glow pulsing between his brows. His demonic consciousness surged forth like a tidal wave, connecting with the towering array that guarded the Great Xia. The instant his demonic consciousness merged with the array, he saw the jade-green spiritual energy tide crashing against the array like surging waves. Yet, contrary to expectations, the array did not collapse. Instead, under the spiritual energy's relentless wash, it shimmered with an even more dazzling radiance. The array patterns flickered on and off like breathing, pulsing with a mighty, righteous force within. After a long moment, Jiang Xia opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. The spiritual energy tide isn't damaging the array, it's strengthening it. The words echoed through the silent command center like a thunderclap. Upon hearing this, the tense expressions on Elder Chen and the others finally relaxed, and they exchanged smiles. The heavy weight on their hearts finally lifted. Their greatest fear had been the array being destroyed by the spiritual energy. If breached, the ferocious beasts beyond would surge into Great Xia like a flood breaking through a dam, the consequences unimaginable. Although the people of Daxia were diligently cultivating, those who had reached level 25 or above remained few. Should powerful lord-level beasts, or even marquis-level beasts, breach the Great Xia, the majority of its people would likely perish at the beast's claws. Even those who managed to survive would face the even more terrifying sovereign-level beasts waiting beyond. Thus, the five elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great formation served as the Great Xia Empire's final barrier, its importance self-evident. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not materialize. Not only had the array not been destroyed, but it was actually growing stronger with each surge of spiritual energy. This meant that even if more powerful beasts appeared, the Great Xia would not be utterly defenseless. Old Chen took a deep breath, his cloudy gaze turning to Jiang Xia. Comrade Xia, what caused those green whirlpools appearing around the array flags? Jiang Xia's brow furrowed slightly as the crimson glow at his forehead slowly faded. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head slowly. I cannot yet determine the cause of those spiritual energy vortexes. My recommendation is to intensify monitoring of these spiritual energy vortexes. Any abnormal fluctuations must be reported immediately for prompt countermeasures. Meanwhile, at the main square of the demon capital, a deep, pitch-black spatial fissure abruptly tore open the sky. Purple lightning arcs flickered along its edges, accompanied by deep, beast-like roars emanating from within. Similar scenes unfolded across the Great Xia Empire. Outside the Forbidden City in the imperial capital, golden glazed tiles reflected a cold, sharp sheen beneath the gloomy sky. At the base of the towering walls, a faint golden halo materialized from thin air, slowly rotating to form a spiral-shaped portal. Within the portal, crimson light flickered erratically, faintly revealing shifting beastly shadows. Along the broad banks of the Jiang River in Rome City, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate. Beneath an ancient stone bridge, space warped as a teleportation portal flickering with emerald green light silently materialized. Thick, churning mist swirled within the portal, accompanied by piercing, shrill screeches that sent shivers down the spine. The mist shrouding the river merged with the blood-red fog within the portal, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Security forces across the region responded swiftly. Armed soldiers sealed off these secret realm portals immediately. Black and yellow caution tape isolated the portals from the outside world. Beyond the tape, crowds of early morning exercisers gathered. What is this? Could it be a secret realm portal? Looks like it to me. I think I hear the cries of beasts inside. Do you think they'll come out? Hard to say for sure, but judging by the commander's expression, things don't look good. Inside the cordon, a military commander stood with furrowed brows, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Holding his communicator, he urgently relayed the situation. Headquarters, report. A secret realm portal has appeared along the Jinjiang River in Rongcheng. Large numbers of ferocious beasts are suspected inside. Requesting instructions. A moment of silence followed on the other end before crackling static filled the air. Copy that. Maintain perimeter security. Do not allow civilians inside. News of secret realms emerging nationwide rapidly converged at the Imperial Capital Military District. Inside the command center, the expressions on the faces of Chen Lao and others gradually grew grave. Currently, the national player level was generally low, with those above level 25 constituting less than 1/10 of the total population. Those capable of entering secret realms for leveling were even fewer. Allowing ordinary citizens to enter the secret realms recklessly would be tantamount to forcing them to their deaths. But if the ferocious beasts within the secret realms weren't eradicated, what if one day they escaped through the portals? What then? Although Comrade Xiao Jiang had stated that 7th-tier beasts currently couldn't pass through the portals into Great Xia. But that doesn't mean other beasts lack this ability. Remember, beasts possess diverse abilities. It's entirely possible that some species could unlock spatial passages. Therefore, the best approach is to proactively eliminate the beasts, confining the battle to the secret realm itself. In this way, the secret realm portals could also serve as a barrier for the Great Xia Empire. Yet faced with secret realms sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, ordinary citizens cannot be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Though seemingly a million-strong army, it was but a drop in the bucket. Scattered and dispersed, they were no different from cannon fodder. They could not bring themselves to issue the order to send warriors to their deaths as cannon fodder. It seems, we must act swiftly to help the people of Great Xia level up as fast as possible. After a long silence, Elder Chen finally spoke slowly. The current revival of spiritual energy is the best news we could receive. Jiang Xia pondered for a moment before adding, there's no need to worry unduly. The spiritual energy is still in the process of revival, perhaps even greater surprises lie ahead. Chapter 102, Prelude to Universal Awakening. North City University, Women's Dormitory Building. Bai Xiaochun awoke from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes. After washing up, she sat cross-legged on her bed and began her daily cultivation practice. Before long, a faint blush spread across her delicate cheeks. Slowly opening her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with astonishment. A system notification appeared before her. Congratulations, user Bai Xiaoa, on advancing to level 32. Staring blankly at the notification, her heart surged with shock. In the treacherous environment of the Tianyuan secret realm, she and her classmates had barely survived to gain 4 levels. Yet now, simply meditating in her dorm room, she had ascended 5 levels at once. The last time it had been this effortless was during a spiritual energy surge. So, another spiritual energy surge? An inexplicable excitement surged through her. Bai Xiaoha quickly grabbed her phone and opened the news page. The screen was filled with alarming headlines. Celestial anomalies trigger another spirit energy surge. Mysterious light pillars appear across multiple regions. Possible spirit energy tide. Experts urge, seize the opportunity. Nationwide cultivation. Just then, a notification popped up on Bai Xiaoha's screen. Congratulations, user Bai Xiaoha, on successfully awakening a hidden class. Dark Knight Mage summons shadows to battle. Can transition into a rare assassin at level 60. Exclusive Skill 1, Shadow Shift swap positions with a shadow. Exclusive Skill 2, Instant Kill. Enter shadow form, attached to target, return to original position after 5 seconds while leaving a shadow at the target location to deal critical damage. Exclusive Skill 3, Shadow Assault. Manipulates a shadow to strike the target location, mimicking the caster's movements to deal critical damage. Staring dumbfounded at the system prompt before him, he remained frozen for a long moment. Morning light spilled across her pale face, illuminating an expression of utter disbelief. She had awakened a class. And judging by the interface, the Night Mage class seemed to be extremely rare. Shadow Strike was a ranged attack that, when paired with Shadow Shift, enabled instantaneous movement. Instant Kill was even more terrifying. Not only could it evade enemy control skills, but it also dealt massive damage. Combined, these three skills would completely confuse the ferocious beast's positioning. At this thought, Bai Xiuhua couldn't contain his excitement, eager to test his exclusive skills. She activated Shadow Strike on the flower pot on the windowsill. In the next instant, she materialized before the flower pot, leaving only a distorted shadow in her wake. She punched the flower pot, shattering it into splinters. Simultaneously, her shadow struck the iron bed frame with a fist. With a thunderous crash, the bed frame shattered into pieces. Bai Xiuhua was utterly stunned by the scene before her. It was hard to fathom that a mere dark shadow could shatter that iron bed with a single punch. And judging by the look of it, the shadow hadn't even unleashed its full power yet. She even wondered if this shadow could shatter a ferocious beast with a single punch. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she murmured to herself, "That's just too powerful. I can't even imagine how terrifying it'll be after reaching level 60 and becoming a rare assassin." Bai Xiuhua couldn't wait to share this amazing news with her classmates. Just as she lifted her phone, before she could even unlock the screen, the ringtone abruptly sounded. Li Yanyan's name flashed on the display. He answered, and a slightly excited voice came through. Li Yanyan must have encountered something exceptionally joyful to lose her composure like this. Usually, she was as aloof and cold as a high mountain flower, keeping others at arm's length. In an instant, Bai Xiuhua guessed that she must have awakened her profession too. Yan, did you awaken too? He asked tentatively. On the other end, Li Yanyan's voice paused noticeably before growing even more excited. You awakened too? I became an elf archer. What about you? Bai Xiuhua replied, Dark Mage. The powerful kind. The two agreed to meet at the school gymnasium to test their newly awakened abilities. After hanging up, Bai Xiuhua rushed straight to the school gymnasium. Bright lights illuminated the excited, youthful faces gathered there. Many classmates had already gathered there. Just then, Bai Xiuhua heard someone calling her name. Turning her head, she saw Li Yanyan and Shui Chang running towards her. Li Yanyan wore a white tracksuit, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shui Chang, as energetic as ever, couldn't wait to ask, Xiao Bai, is the dark mage powerful? Very powerful. Bai Xiuhua nodded earnestly, a hint of pride in her voice. Li Mani, standing nearby with her sleek, short black hair, paused briefly before saying, Xiao Bai, your class looks like an assassin. He nodded. In the next instant, Shadow Strike activated. A black shadow appeared like a ghostly apparition, stretching and twisting across the smooth floor. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiuhua had vanished to the opposite end of the gymnasium. Staring at the distant silhouette, then glancing at the shadow before them, Shui Chang instinctively swallowed hard and muttered to himself, comparing people is deadly, comparing goods is pointless. Compared to Xiao Bai, my awakened heavy armor swordsman feels bloated and useless. The next moment, Bai Xiuhua activated Shadow Shift, reappearing before them in an instant. The shadow on the gymnasium side slowly dissipated, fading like ink spreading in a wash painting until it vanished entirely. Hearing Shui Chang's self-deprecating remark, Bai Xiuhua shook her head. Just the name Heavy Armor Swordsman sounds formidable. It should be a balanced class, capable of both offense and defense. After a pause, she added, unlike me. Though the Dark Mage is highly agile and packs a punch, its weakness is glaringly obvious. It has virtually no defense. Li Mani stepped forward, playfully draping her arm around Bai Xiuhua's shoulder. No worries, she said cheerfully. Sis awakened as a holy light priest. My combat skills might be lacking, but my healing abilities are top-notch. We've got this. Zhang Kai pushed his glasses up, musing, our classes all have their unique strengths and weaknesses. When fighting alone, weaknesses get magnified. But if we form a team and coordinate, we can not only compensate for our weaknesses but also amplify everyone's strengths to the max. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They all gave him a thumbs up. Blind student, you've hit the nail on the head. Bai Xiuhua looked eager to try it out, itching to test the Night Mage's combat capabilities. I really want to go back to the Abyssal Secret Realm to level up. With our current strength and seamless teamwork, we'll breeze through the second layer of the underground caverns. What are you dreaming about? If it weren't for Chief Jiang purging the king-tier beasts from the dungeon, we wouldn't even be worthy of being their food. Li Yanyan burst into laughter, playfully nuzzling Bai Xiuhua's cheek. Too bad there are no more spots left for the Abyss Secret Realm. Just then, a steady rhythm of footsteps approached from afar. The figure of the North City University administration appeared at the gymnasium entrance, followed by several staff members. The principal clapped his hands, his resonant voice echoing through the hall. Everyone, quiet please. Students who have awakened their professions, please come register with me. The clamor gradually subsided. Those wishing to train in the secret realm, please remain patient. After registration, higher authorities will make unified arrangements. To be perfectly honest, the number of secret realms available now far exceeds what you might imagine. Chapter 103, Reporting Upward, the Excitement of the Rising Stars. It wasn't just North City University administrative bodies across the Great Xia Empire were mobilizing at full capacity. At Jinling University, the sports field was packed with people. Counselors held thick registration forms, meticulously verifying each student's information and confirming their awakened abilities. In a community of Shanghai City, staff visited households door to door, inquiring about residents' awakening statuses. Similar scenes unfolded across the nation. This information was consolidated at district offices, reviewed by specialists, and uploaded to municipal databases. After encryption, the data was transmitted to provincial servers. The consolidated data finally traveled through an encrypted dedicated line to the Imperial Capital Military District Command Center. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital Military District Command Center, staff worked tirelessly, sorting and organizing information from across the nation before entering it into the central database. Document after document is printed out and delivered to senior officials of the Great Xia Empire, including Elder Chen. Reporting to the commander. As of now, the number of awakened individuals within the Great Xia Empire has surpassed 700,000. Old Chen gave a slight nod, saying nothing. The faint curve of his lips spoke volumes about his current state of mind. Another staff member immediately followed with a report. The Eastern Theater Command has recorded 30,072 new awakened. The Southern Theater Command has recorded 21,000 new awakened. The Western Theater Command has recorded 108,000 new awakened. Northern Theater, 40,005 new awakened. Old Chen took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as his furrowed brow relaxed. He handed the documents to Jiang Xia beside him. Taking the file, his eyes swiftly scanned the dense text and data. The document detailed each awakened one's rank and their awakened profession. Among them were the berserkers skilled in close combat, the elemental mages who manipulated flames, the priests who healed wounds, and the nature spirits capable of boosting crop yields, among others. His brow furrowed slightly as his fingers tapped lightly on the document, his mind constantly analyzing the information. He observed that despite their diverse abilities, these very professions could broadly be categorized into three main types: combat, support, and life skills. Combat classes, as the name suggests, primarily focused on fighting, such as the berserker and elemental mage. Support classes provided assistance during combat, like priests and guardian knights, either acting as the team's frontline shield or rapidly restoring the group's combat effectiveness. Life-oriented professions, meanwhile, focused on improving people's lives, such as the nature spirit and master craftsman. Jiang Xia shared his thoughts with the other senior officials of the Great Xia present. After hearing his analysis, several leaders, including Elder Chen, nodded in agreement. Comrade John's classification makes perfect sense. Indeed, this approach will allow us to better understand the abilities of awakened ones and allocate resources more effectively. Have you noticed that the vast majority of awakened individuals are above level 20? I've noticed that too. It seems we need to accelerate the public's leveling progress. The problem is, while ferocious beasts spawn at an astonishing rate, their numbers within the Tianyuan secret realm still can't support nationwide leveling. This inherently limits the public's progress. Now that numerous secret realms have appeared throughout Great Xia, they represent an exceptional resource for leveling. True, but these secret realms are far too dangerous for low-level citizens. Jiang Xia listened to the discussions, his brow furrowed. The concerns voiced by Elder Chen and the others were not without merit. The reason the Tianyuan secret realm had become a nationwide leveling spot in the first place was because he had personally purged all the sovereign-level beasts within it. Now, with secret realms erupting nationwide, it was clearly unrealistic to expect him to purge them all individually. However, after awakening their professions, the combat strength of the populace had greatly increased. Especially with team coordination, it wasn't entirely impossible for the weak to overcome the strong. Therefore, could those who had awakened their professions team up with those who hadn't to enter the secret realms for leveling? This approach would ensure the safety of ordinary citizens while boosting leveling efficiency and accelerating the nation's overall progress. Within a team, there would be berserkers specializing in damage output, priests providing healing, mages wielding control spells, and ordinary citizens who had not yet awakened. Awakened individuals would handle major threats, while ordinary citizens could safely eliminate lower-level beasts to gain experience. This model might effectively resolve the current predicament. Fingers tapped the tabletop absent-mindedly as he weighed the feasibility of this plan. How to pair awakened individuals with ordinary citizens appropriately, how to establish corresponding safety measures, and how to incentivize awakened individuals to participate. This was a massive undertaking requiring careful deliberation to ensure absolute safety. Old Chen's gaze fell upon Jiang Xia, who was deep in thought. Seeing him remain silent, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously, Old Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Comrade Jiang, have you been thinking of something? Jiang Xia snapped out of his reverie, lifting his head to scan the room. I have a preliminary idea that might resolve our current predicament. After gathering his thoughts, he spoke slowly. My proposal is to have citizens who have awakened their professions team up with those who haven't yet awakened to enter the secret realm for leveling. The awakened individuals would handle the primary threats, while ordinary citizens could safely hunt lower-level beasts for experience. This approach would ensure the safety of ordinary citizens while boosting leveling efficiency and accelerating the overall progress of the entire population. Jiang Xia elaborated on the plan's specifics, including how to pair awakened individuals with ordinary citizens, establish safety protocols, and incentivize participation among the awakened. Upon hearing the proposal, Elder Chen and the others all lit up. This plan is excellent. Indeed. This approach solves the difficulty of leveling for the populace while fully leveraging the potential of awakened individuals. Old Chen nodded slightly, his gaze deepening. The beasts are multiplying at an alarming rate, making a beast-tide crisis highly probable. Implementing Comrade Xiao Zheng's proposal is indeed the best option available at present. After a pause, he continued, this matter is of utmost importance and must be implemented without delay. Comrade Xiao Zheng, you will be fully responsible for this plan. Ensure it is executed flawlessly. Understood. At that moment, a leader spoke up, since awakened individuals have emerged in our country, might similar phenomena occur in the Western world? Jiang Xia pondered briefly before shaking his head. Current data indicates that the vast majority of our citizens awaken their professions only after reaching level 20. Those who awaken before level 20 are extremely rare exceptions. This indicates that early class awakening is a low probability event. The Western world likely has few citizens even reaching level 20, let alone awakening classes. Old Chen nodded in agreement. Even if the Western world produces awakened ones, they pose no threat to our Great Xia. Moreover, we are protected by the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding great array, which continues to refine and upgrade itself. Therefore, the West is not a concern. Chapter 104, Awakening in Western Nations. Days later, explosive news swept across the entire Great Xia. Major official media platforms simultaneously released a critical notice on standardizing the formation and personnel configuration of secret realm exploration teams. This notice swiftly became the focal point of public discussion. The most striking provision concerned the composition of secret realm exploration teams. Awakened individuals and unawakened ordinary citizens would be paired together to form teams for joint secret realm exploration. More specifically, to qualify for a secret realm entry slot, each team must include 3 to 5 unawakened ordinary citizens. This stipulation sparked widespread discussion and speculation. Some believed this was a high-level strategy to accelerate the awakening process among ordinary people. Others express concern that sending ordinary citizens into the perilous secret realm will significantly increase the risk of casualties. Beyond the personnel ratio requirement, the notice also stipulates specific class compositions for teams. Each team must include at least 2 combat class awakened individuals and 1 support class awakened individual. This configuration is clearly designed to ensure teams possess sufficient combat strength and survivability within the secret realm. Combat-type awakened individuals handle the various dangerous beasts within the secret realm, while support-type awakened individuals provide healing, buffs, and other forms of assistance. Ordinary citizens level up within the safe zones established by awakened individuals, thereby avoiding casualties. To safeguard the safety of the Great Xia populace, the notice also detailed a series of security measures. Each secret realm entrance will be guarded by an elite force composed of the most skilled Xia magic sect soldiers, responsible for security operations within the realms. Teams entering the secret realm will be equipped with specially designed sensor devices. Should a team encounter an unmanageable threat, they may immediately press the red button on the device. Upon receiving the distress signal, the stationed demon sect soldiers will rush to the scene without delay. To encourage more awakened individuals to actively participate in this initiative and take responsibility for public safety, the government has also established a series of incentive policies. The core of this policy is to reward teams of awakened individuals who successfully assist ordinary citizens in awakening. Specifically, for every ordinary citizen successfully awakened by a team, all awakened members of that team receive corresponding rewards. The rewards consist of 2 parts: cultivation resources such as spirit stones, high-grade beast materials, and rare treasures. The variety and quantity of these cultivation resources are determined by the awakened civilian's occupational potential. The higher the potential, the more generous the rewards. The second part consists of financial subsidies. This subsidy is directly deposited into the awakened individual's personal account and is quite substantial. Upon release, the document garnered enthusiastic responses from the awakened masses. Inside the Black House of Eagle Sauce Nation, President Tup sat with his legs crossed, leaning back leisurely in his custom leather chair. He listened indifferently to his subordinate's report, tapping his fingers on the desk with a dull thud. The subordinate's voice trembled slightly, clearly stunned by the sheer magnitude of the figure. Upon hearing the figure 7,000, Tep's previously languid posture vanished instantly. He sat bolt upright, eyes wide as saucers, as if hearing something utterly unbelievable. What did you say? 7,000 awakened? Oh my god, is this real? His voice rose slightly with excitement, and a look of exhilaration gradually spread across his wrinkled face. His subordinate nodded respectfully. Yes, Mr. President. We have confirmed 7,000 awakened individuals thus far. Among them are paladins, whose skills can heal wounds, unleash holy light attacks, and summon holy shields to protect themselves and allies. There are also over a dozen mages, specializing in fire, ice, and arcane magic. Fire mages can manipulate flames, unleashing offensive spells like Firestorm and Fireball. Ice mages excel at frost magic, such as Icicle and Frost Nova, which can effectively immobilize and slow down beasts. Arcane mages unleash arcane missiles and arcane blast, and can defend against beasts with arcane barrier. Additionally, we have rogues whose skills include backstab and poison blades. Hunters excel at ranged attacks and trap placement, utilizing bows and various traps to hunt beasts. Among the remaining awakened, druids can transform into animal forms, gaining corresponding special abilities. There are also priests who provide sustained healing and buffs to allies, as well as warriors with formidable close combat skills. And thousands more are currently showing signs of awakening. Tap, overcome with excitement, abruptly stood up and paced back and forth. After a moment, he halted, his eyes burning as he fixed his gaze on his subordinate. Immediately. Right now. His tone was urgent, carrying an unquestionable command. Give these awakened individuals the best treatment possible. The very best. Do you understand? All living supplies are to be issued at the highest standard. These individuals will be our eagle's crucial asset in counterattacking the beasts and reclaiming our lost territories. The subordinate acknowledged the order and departed, quietly closing the office door behind him. Tep remained alone in the office, his excitement palpable. A smile crept onto his lips as he hummed a cheerful tune. He paced to the window, gazing into the distance, then returned to his desk, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the surface. He couldn't resist rubbing his hands together, hopping excitedly back and forth, unable to contain his inner joy. Just then, another knock sounded at the door. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm his excitement, regaining his usual solemn demeanor. Come in. The office door opened quietly, and another subordinate stepped in briskly, his face radiating unmistakable delight. Mr. President, we have more good news. Oh? What is it? Tep feigned composure as he asked, though a faint sense of anticipation stirred within him. We've made contact with multiple survivor bases. What? You mean we have other survivor bases besides Eagle Nest? The subordinate nodded vigorously. Yes, Mr. President. These bases are scattered across the country, including major cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. The New York base currently houses approximately 5,000 awakened, the Los Angeles base around 9,000, and the Chicago base roughly 8,000. These bases were established by major capitalists. As soon as the awakened appeared, they sent people to try and contact us. Tep narrowed his eyes slightly. What do they want? These capitalists have expressed their willingness to fully support the government and hope to receive the president's protection. The subordinate answered respectfully. Hearing this, Tep could no longer contain his inner joy, and a smile spread across his face. Wonderful. This is truly wonderful, he murmured to himself. Our eagle still has hope. Chapter 105, The Silent, Angry Overseas Student. Meanwhile, along both sides of the corridor, soldiers stood solemnly at attention, rifles at the ready. The subordinate emerging from Tep's office gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, his pace unbroken. Turning a corner, the view suddenly opened up. An oak door carved with intricate patterns came into view the entrance to the Capitol conference room. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door. After a brief silence, a deep voice came from within, "Come in." Opening the door, a potent scent of cigars and leather hit him. In the spacious conference room, over a dozen capitalists in tailored suits sat around a massive elliptical mahogany table, each wearing a different expression. The subordinate walked straight to the center of the table, his gaze sweeping across the group. The president has made his decision, grant the awakened the highest level of material support. The highest level? A heavy-set capitalist slammed his cigar into the ashtray. Do you realize what this means? It means our share will be squeezed. Exactly. Base resources are finite. If we give them to the awakened, what will we have left? Silence. The capital at the head of the table tapped the surface. The president's decision is final. We cannot change it. The awakened are now a capital force that cannot be ignored. We need to bring them aboard the warship, not make enemies of them. But the obese capital who had spoken earlier attempted to protest, but was cut off by a raised hand from the foremost capital. I understand your concerns. Resources are limited. If we allocate them to the awakened, we'll have to tighten our belts. But we absolutely cannot skimp on supplies for the awakened. Then what should we do? Surely we can't actually expect us to tighten our belts? The foremost capitalist's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course not. We have other resources we can utilize. Those ordinary citizens are nothing but a drain on our resources. All they do is waste food and chant about freedom and democracy all day long. They hold no value to us. Rather than letting them drain resources for nothing, why not? Let them make their final contribution to the awakened, to us. You mean forcibly collect their resources? The first capital's tone was unwavering. Let these newly awakened capital entities assist the soldiers in handling this matter. As for the lives of those ordinary people, he shrugged, his tone dripping with contempt. Who cares? I agree. The obese capital immediately voiced his approval. We won't shed a tear if these useless fools die. The others nodded in agreement, endorsing the plan. It's settled. The first capital hammered down the decision. Implement this immediately. Mobilize the awakened and the military. 2 hours later, inside the Black Palace underground survivor base. In the civilian gathering area, the dim lights suddenly blazed on, blindingly bright. Countless Eagle soldiers armed with firearms surged in like a tidal wave, their black combat uniforms gleaming coldly under the lights. They swiftly encircled the entire settlement, barrels trained on the terrified populace. A burly soldier bellowed in a harsh voice, "All of you, listen up. Drop your weapons and hand over all your supplies and water." Amid the crowd, a young mother clutched her infant tightly, her eyes filled with terror. A white-haired elder trembled, leaning on his cane, his lips moving silently, too afraid to utter a sound. Some civilians attempted resistance, drawing weapons from hiding places. But before they could pull the trigger, the awakened behind the soldiers moved. A figure shrouded in electric arcs flickered into existence before a gun-wielding civilian. Blue arcs struck the weapon in the civilian's hand, melting it instantly. The civilian screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Another awakened waved a hand. Metal objects on the remaining civilians' belt buckles, necklaces, even dental fillings warped and twisted, causing them to writhe in agony on the ground. Several tried to flee, only to be snatched back through the air by the awakened and slammed hard onto the ground. Blood gushed from their mouths, staining the ground crimson. Soldiers began meticulously searching, stuffing all supplies into bags. The cries of infants, the moans of the elderly, and the soldiers' curses intertwined, persisting for 4 or 5 hours. The sounds of resistance grew fainter as despair spread through the crowd. They could only watch helplessly as their survival supplies were plundered. The awakened watched it all with cold indifference. Their very presence emboldened the soldiers to act with even greater recklessness. After the search concluded, the soldiers departed the gathering area laden with loot, leaving behind only devastation and a populace consumed by despair. Those damn bloodsuckers. They'll burn in hell. We're just tools in the eyes of capital. Awakened? Put. They're scum, just like the capitalists. How dare they turn on their own kind? I can't believe it. We once saw the awakened as our hope, but they betrayed us. What's the difference between the awakened and those beasts? Let's go. We can't starve to death here. Right. Leave the Black Palace. Head for the city ruins, there might still be a glimmer of hope there. Some dragged their families along, supporting each other as they staggered toward the base exit. Others silently gathered their meager belongings, their eyes filled with despair and resentment. Others, too severely wounded to move, lay on the cold ground, waiting for death to claim them. Inside the abandoned supermarket, shelves lay toppled and askew, strewn with expired food and shattered glass bottles. A dozen or so ruined students, their clothes tattered and faces gaunt, searched for supplies. They rummaged cautiously, afraid to miss even the tiniest scrap of food. One student pulled an unopened bag of instant noodles from beneath a shelf and shouted excitedly, "Guys, I found food." The others immediately gathered around, their eyes filled with longing. "Finally found something. We've been starving these past few days. Yeah, if only we'd come back sooner, at least we wouldn't be starving. Don't even mention Daxia, it makes me furious." A tall, muscular guy fumed, "If it weren't for Daxia abandoning us after leading us on, would we be suffering in this hellhole?" Exactly. Over 80,000 of us were scattered by those beasts and lost contact. Who knows if the others even survived. Those beasts were terrifying. If I hadn't run fast, I probably would've. A girl said, still shaken, her voice choked with emotion. Stop dwelling on it. Survival is what matters most. Remember back at the Black Palace base? Every day we feasted on delicacies, dressed in silk and jewels. It's all the Great Xia's fault. I wish every last one of them back home would just die out. Just then, the supermarket's automatic doors screeched open as they were violently kicked in. A dozen or so American soldiers, guns drawn, stormed inside. A tall American soldier immediately spotted the Chinese exchange student collecting expired canned goods. He grinned savagely, pointing his rifle at the students. "Hey, yellow monkeys. Hand over everything you've got." The other soldiers closed in, their weapons clicking menacingly as they chambered rounds. A bespectacled student trembled as he stood up. "Sir, these things, we found them." Before he could finish, a kick slammed into his stomach. The bespectacled student let out a wail as he fell to the ground, cans scattering everywhere. The other students huddled together in terror, not daring to make a sound. The Eagle soldiers began shamelessly looting the supplies the students had gathered, stuffing expired canned goods, biscuits, and even half bottles of mineral water into their pockets. The entire process lasted less than 10 minutes before the eagle-winged soldiers strode off with their loot. Only after they had disappeared into the distance did a rune student dare whisper a curse. "Damn Great Xia! If it weren't for you, how would we have ended up in this mess?" Exactly. It's all this Xia's fault. Why should we suffer here? May the Great Xia people rot in hell. They dared not confront the menacing eagle-winged soldiers, venting all their resentment and fury instead upon the homeland across the vast ocean. Chapter 106, A Distinguished Honor, Remembered by the People. Just then, another student rummaged through the bottom shelf and pulled out a deflated bag of potato chips. He exclaimed excitedly, "Guys, come see. I found something to eat." Another student leaned in, glanced at it, and shook his head helplessly. "How long has this been expired?" Can we even eat it? Better than starving to death. The first student tore open the bag and carefully licked the crumbs off the chips. Sigh, if only we'd returned home sooner. Yeah, back in China, at least this kind of thing wouldn't happen. You're telling me. Back home, who could have imagined we'd end up like this? Now we can't even find a bite to eat. Freedom and democracy? Bull. If I'd known it would come to this, I never would have believed those rumors and stayed in this godforsaken place. It's too late for regrets now. Sigh, I really miss the food back home. Even a bowl of steaming instant noodles would be heaven. Forget instant noodles, even a bowl of plain white rice would taste like heaven right now. Wonder how things are back home now. It must be so much better than here, at least no one's going hungry. Sigh, I really wanna go back. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let those soldiers hear us. Daxia, Beicheng City. Deep within the secret realm, a faint scent of blood hung in the air. A colossal spider, its massive body looming, lashed out with razor-sharp legs, lunging fiercely toward Bai Xiaohe and the others. Xiao Bai, take it down. Shui Chang, the heavily armored swordsman wielding a greatsword, shouted from within the group. Bai Xiaohe vanished from his original position in an instant. The next moment, he materialized behind the giant spider, his dagger tracing a black arc through the air. The dagger pierced precisely into the spider's abdomen. The giant spider let out a piercing screech, its movements noticeably slowing. Now's our chance. Hold it down. Shui Chang roared, charging forward with his heavy sword raised. Li Manny, part of the team, began chanting a healing spell. The giant spider thrashed wildly, but its movements were now firmly restrained by the group. Bai Xiaohe unleashed Shadow Strike, his figure flickering ghost-like around the spider. Each strike landed with deadly precision on the vital points of this lord-level beast. Finally, with a defiant roar, it crashed to the ground. Got it! Shui Chang pumped his fist triumphantly, heavy sword raised. How's everyone holding up? Bai Xiaohe asked with concern. We're all good, his teammates responded in unison. Good. Clear the battlefield quickly, then let the juniors level up. After clearing the battlefield, Bai Xiaohe pointed at the surrounding low-level beasts and said to the few juniors who hadn't awakened yet. The beasts left here pose no threat to you. Level up quickly, aim to awaken soon, and then we'll head to the second floor together. Thanks, senior. The younger students said gratefully, beginning to hunt the surrounding beasts. Bai Xiaohe and the others stood guard nearby, ready to prevent any accidents. Xiao Bai, when do you think they'll awaken? Shouldn't be long. These juniors show real talent. Let's hope so. The resources on the second layer are richer. If we go too late, other teams might have already taken everything. Meanwhile, in the Rongqing secret realm, beneath towering ancient trees, 4 figures engaged in a life and death struggle with a massive lizard-like beast. The lizard was covered in thick scales, periodically spewing scorching flames from its mouth. A burly man wielding a massive shield wore a grim expression. Charred marks littered the shield's surface, and each time he blocked the fiery breath, a wave of numbness shot through his arms. A petite woman wielded a staff, continuously casting frost spells to slow the beast, yet her efforts yielded little effect. The agile youth wielding dual blades sought the beast's weak points relentlessly, only to be repeatedly repelled by its thick scales. The party's sole healer, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking man, grew pale as the glow of his healing spells dimmed significantly. His mana was nearly depleted. I can't hold on much longer. My mana's nearly gone too. The beast let out a deafening roar, lashing its tail violently and flinging the burly man into a tree. He crashed heavily against the trunk, his fate unknown. Despair spread through the hearts of the 3. Just then, excited shouts echoed from nearby. I've awakened. I am a heavy armor swordsman. I'm a Holy Spirit priest. I've awakened as a necromancer. 3 ordinary citizens who had been leveling up at the rear of the party unexpectedly awakened their respective classes at the moment of life and death. The newly awakened swordsman wielded a freshly materialized longsword as he joined the fray. The newly awakened priest immediately began healing his allies, their wounds visibly healing at a rapid pace. The new mage summoned the slain low-tier beasts to attack the marquee-level giant lizard. Though their power was limited, they successfully drew the beast's attention. The tide of battle instantly turned. The 5 awakened individuals, joined by the 3 newly awakened, united to besiege the marquee-level beast. Finally, with a defiant roar, the beast crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, in the demon capital secret realm, second layer. Beneath a gray-black sky, an endless tide of beasts surged like a tidal wave, completely surrounding over 100 civilians. Flaming wolves with crimson manes flapped their fur in the wind, leaving trails of afterimages. Winged tigers flapped their enormous wings, obscuring the sky. Massive serpents slithered forward like moving hills, their presence oppressive. The human defensive line teetered on the brink of collapse under the beast's onslaught. The clash of steel against flesh produced a bone-chilling sound. A young man swung his longsword at the charging flame giant wolf, the blade clashing with the beast's claws in a shower of sparks. On the other side of the line, a girl swung her staff, unleashing barrages of ice spikes in a desperate attempt to halt the beast's advance. The icicles struck the thick scales of a giant serpent, leaving only shallow marks. The girl's face turned pale as her magical energy neared depletion, her eyes filled with despair. At that moment, the young man trembled as he pressed the crimson button on his chest. Almost simultaneously, inky black fissures tore open in the sky, spreading and intertwining like a spider's web. Demonic sex soldiers clad in black armor leapt from the fissures, pouring forth like a black tide. Armed with sharp blades and radiating a murderous aura, they instantly joined the fierce battle against the monstrous beasts. The lead soldier's black blade traced a fierce arc through the air. Where the edge passed, a flaming giant wolf let out a wail as its massive body was cleaved in two, its burning entrails scattering across the ground. Another Taoist soldier thrust his spear like a venomous dragon, piercing the giant serpent's vital spot with deadly precision. The serpent writhed in agony, twisting its massive body in a futile attempt to escape the fatal blow before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A Taoist soldier swung a massive hammer, its whistling cut through the air as it crashed down upon a ferocious tiger. The beast couldn't dodge in time, the hammer striking with such force that the sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. It fell to the ground, a mangled mass of flesh and blood, already lifeless. The demon sex soldiers moved with seamless coordination, advancing and retreating in perfect order. Each attack was swift and deadly. Under their relentless assault, the number of ferocious beasts dwindled rapidly. The once chaotic battlefield gradually cleared. In less than 10 minutes, the beast tide was completely wiped out. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, expressed their gratitude to the demon sex soldiers. "Thank you. If not for you, we might have perished here. The one you should thank most is Chief Engineer Jiang. He designed this security system." Chapter 107, Resolving the Threat of 7th-tier Monsters. Imperial Capital, Forbidden City. The secret realm portal emitted a faint purple glow, like the pupil of a ferocious beast, watching the passing crowd. Near the portal, 5 figures paced back and forth, their expressions anxious. They wore matching black uniforms embroidered with golden patterns at the hems. Warriors gripped long swords, priests held staffs, while the sole unawakened member of the group was a youth who looked slightly immature. He fidgeted nervously with the hem of his robe, his eyes filled with confusion. This group had been waiting here for quite some time. Whenever another party prepared to enter the secret realm, they would step forward, inquiring if there were any spare slots for unawakened members. Policy mandated that at least 3 unawakened members be present for dungeon leveling. Yet as the number of awakened individuals grew, the unawakened became a scarce resource. Time and again they asked, time and again they were disappointed. Then, a pair of twin girls approached the group. Dressed in identical white gowns, their jet black hair cascading over their shoulders, their exquisite features carved from the same mold, they timidly inquired. "Excuse me, do you still need unawakened members? We haven't awakened yet." The 5 were startled at first, then their delight was plain to see. After a brief exchange, the 7-member squad was finally assembled. They hurried toward the portal, enveloped in purple light, their figures gradually fading from the entrance to the secret realm. In the Imperial Capital Military District, beneath the spirit tree's eye, Jiang Xia sat cross-legged. His divine sense traversed the grand formation, connecting to every secret realm across Great Xia. He scrutinized every detail, ensuring the safety of the populace, that leveling progress met expectations, and that no unforeseen incidents had occurred. His divine sense disconnected from the array, and he slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied gleam flashing within. Everything was progressing smoothly. It was time to venture beyond the array and hunt down stray 7th-tier beasts. With the current cosmic upheaval and mass awakening, even 7th-tier beasts were highly likely to undergo mutations. If he didn't act swiftly now, once these beasts grew even stronger, hunting them would become exponentially more difficult. The few 7th-tier beasts in the 3rd layer of the abyssal secret realm were temporarily unable to leave the realm and posed no immediate threat. Numerous lone 7th-tier beasts roam beyond the array. With caution, there remains opportunity for counterattack. If we fail to eliminate these threats at their source, the Great Xia will never know peace. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power scaled to user's level. Reversal of yin-yang can temporarily warp space and time, disrupting the cosmic order. Divine power, purple extreme demon flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan perfected. It can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, Yin Soul White Bone banner evolves by devouring flesh, blood, and souls, can transform into the Yin Soul White Bone sword to unleash Demon Sword immortal exclusive skills. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture unique. Level, 69 Bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Broken Spiral Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, Sky Darting Shuttle equipped. Materialization permission, exchangeable. With a flicker of thought, the sky-darting shuttle transformed into a streak of light, carrying Jiang Xia through the void. In the blink of an eye, they reached the edge of the Great Formation. The Grand Formation enveloped the entire Great Xia, its eggshell-like 5-colored radiance swirling to keep the ferocious beasts at bay. Within the array lay a peaceful, serene human realm outside, a hellish apocalypse where monstrous beasts roared. A thread of purplish-red divine sense slowly seeped from his forehead, winding like a serpent until it connected with the array. The divine sense intertwined and merged with the five-colored radiance, emitting a series of humming sounds. Ripples spread across the array's surface as the five-colored light surged like a tide, parting to reveal a narrow gap barely wide enough for one person to pass through. At the gap's edges, the five-colored light shimmered unpredictably, faintly revealing the terrifying energy it contained. He stepped slowly into the opening of the formation. Behind him, the five-colored light coalesced once more, sealing the gap completely. The array returned to its original state, as if it had never been opened. The moment he stepped out of the formation, a cold wind carrying a heavy scent of blood swept over him. Beneath a gray, overcast sky, the barren earth bore no vegetation, its scorched soil cracked open in jagged, menacing fissures. In the distance, shadowy black peaks loomed like colossal beasts on the horizon, desolate and lifeless. A dozen dark figures closed in rapidly from the distance, encircling Jiang Xia. Pairs of crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty, eerie light in the dim sky. King-class, leopard-bodied humanoid beasts. Ferocious and brutal, astonishingly swift, prefer to live in packs, rarely appear alone. Status, excited. One by one, alert boxes popped up before him. These leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts were massive, with bulging muscles. Their leopard bodies were covered in black spots, while their human faces were hideously grotesque. Sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, dripping foul-smelling saliva. Suddenly, over a dozen leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts lunged toward Jiang Xia like black lightning. With a flicker of thought, the Duntian sled beneath his feet burst into light, instantly transporting him 100 li away. The purple extreme demon fire ignited instantly. Purple-black flames erupted from the void, instantly forming a sea of fire that engulfed the dozen leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts. The raging inferno surged as if possessed, sweeping toward the leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts. The extreme purple demon fire emitted terrifying heat, warping the surrounding air and crackling with a hissing sound. The trapped leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts let out terrified howls, scrambling in all directions but unable to break through the fiery blockade. At that moment, distant beast roars echoed from afar. Hundreds of slightly smaller ferocious beasts surged in from all directions. These ferocious beasts varied in form, yet each radiated a savage aura. They seemed summoned by the leopard-bodied, human-faced beast, charging madly toward the sea of flames. As they neared the inferno, some marquee-level beasts visibly hesitated, halting in fear and attempting to turn and flee. Several leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts let out deafening roars and lunged at the escaping marquee-level beasts. Sharp claws and fangs tore through flesh and bone. After several piercing screams, only pools of blood remained on the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining marquee-level beasts let out despairing cries. Under the leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts' intimidation, they steeled themselves and charged into the sea of fire one after another. Through the sacrifice of these beasts, the flames of the extreme purple demon fire weakened considerably. Seeing this, the leopard-bodied, human-faced beast charged once more. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xia once again summoned the creation immortal furnace. When it first appeared, the immortal furnace was only the size of a palm, emitting a faint rainbow glow. As spiritual energy poured into it, the furnace rapidly expanded. The radiance swirled, runes flickered into view, and an ancient, vast aura spread out. In an instant, it grew to the size of a small mountain, suspended midair. Its surface was intricately carved with sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts all vividly lifelike, as if containing an entire world within. Purple mist billowed from its mouth, accompanied by faint roars of dragons and tigers. The divine creation furnace grew larger as it faced the wind, trailing multicolored streams of light. It sliced through the gray sky, hurtling toward a dozen or so sovereign-level beasts. The leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts sensed the terrifying pressure descending from the heavens, letting out horrified howls as they attempted to flee. Yet the furnace's speed was too swift for them to react. With a thunderous crash, the furnace slammed into the group of leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts. The earth shook violently, and a cloud of dust filled the sky, obscuring the sun. When the dust settled, a massive crater gaped in the ground, its bottom a chaotic mess of mangled flesh and bone. Over a dozen leopard-bodied, human-faced beasts had been crushed into pulp, leaving no trace of their bodies behind. Then, Jiang Xia flickered his wrist, summoning the ghostly white bone banner. The banner fluttered in the wind, instantly swelling to dozens of zhang in size, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Dense, twisted, and hideous specter faces emerged across its surface, emitting piercing howls before transforming into swirling gray whirlwinds that swept toward the beasts' corpses. Wherever the whirlwinds passed, the lingering embers on the scorched earth instantly extinguished, and a bone-chilling cold permeated the air. One by one, ethereal beast souls were forcibly torn from the charred corpses. They emitted silent wails, struggling desperately to escape, yet powerless against the formidable pull of the ghost soul white bone banner. Ultimately, every wretched spirit was sucked into the banner's surface. As more souls were absorbed, the ghostly face on the soul white bone banner grew increasingly hideous and terrifying. Chapter 108, An Old Bird? Must give them a send-off. The soul white bone banner trembled lightly, drawing in the last remnants of the beast's spirit. The specter on its surface grew even more hideous and terrifying. Retracting the ghostly white bone banner, he once again activated the sky-slipping shuttle. The shuttle's body flashed with light, transforming into a streak of light that sliced through the sky, racing swiftly toward the distance. On the ground, the corpses of over a dozen sovereign-level beasts lay reduced to pools of indistinct flesh and blood. Jiang Xia paid no heed to these remains, they had lost all value. The sky-darting shuttle sped onward at an incredible pace, the scenery rushing backward in a blur. With the earlier intimidation from the leopard-bodied, human-faced beast, the journey ahead grew considerably calmer. Low-tier beasts sensed the powerful aura emanating from the sky-darting sled from afar and scattered in retreat, daring not to approach. Occasionally, one or two foolish low-tier beasts charged forward, oblivious to their impending doom. Jiang Xia didn't even bother using other magical treasures, merely waving his immortal furnace casually. The colossal cauldron plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a howling wind, crushing these overconfident beasts into pulp. After another hour or so, an unbroken mountain range came into view. Like a slumbering dragon, the mountains undulated and stretched toward the horizon. Peaks and ridges lay in majestic succession, covered in lush, verdant vegetation. Most striking was the fusang tree atop the highest peak, shrouded in a haze of multicolored light. The dreamlike, ever-shifting hues transformed the surrounding mist into a kaleidoscope of colors. Soaring into the clouds, the tree's dense canopy nearly obscured the entire peak. Above its canopy sat a colossal bird's nest, resembling a small mountain and spanning the size of a football field. Constructed from massive, unidentified branches, it was sturdy and robust. At that moment, two figures so large they obscured the sky were locked in fierce combat above the nest. Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the scene. The monstrous bird, with a human head and bird's body, was enormous, its wings as black as ink. Its beak was sharp as a falcon's, and its claws were razor-sharp, tearing through the air with each swing, producing a piercing whistle. Wasn't this the very same old acquaintance he had encountered several times before? Its opponent was a colossal golden bird whose wingspan obscured the sky. Its entire body blazed with golden flames, resembling a golden sun. Each flap of its wings stirred up a violent storm, sweeping across the heavens and earth. It seemed the human-faced bird beast and the golden-winged peng bird were battling for ownership of the fusang tree. Jiang Xia was delighted to sit back and watch the two fight it out, secretly hoping the human-faced bird beast would come out on the losing end. Best if they both get beaten to a pulp. Then he could step in and reap the benefits. With this thought, he propelled the sky-hiding shuttle into the clouds, quietly observing the fierce battle below. The two 7th-tier beasts were evenly matched, and the battle was fiercely contested. The golden-winged peng bird let out a piercing cry as its golden flames suddenly dimmed. Seizing the opportunity, the human-faced bird beast struck with lightning-fast precision, its beak piercing the golden-winged peng bird's chest. A gaping wound opened in the phoenix's chest, spewing golden blood that stained half the sky crimson. Then, powerless, it plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the mountain peak and kicking up a cloud of dust. The humanoid bird beast let out a shrill cry, circled the sky several times, and slowly descended into a massive nest. It preened its disheveled feathers with its claws, its gaze sweeping down with disdain upon the forests below. Soon, a commotion erupted. Over 100 marquee-level beasts emerged in single file from the dense forest, each with a unique form and a fierce aura. Yet now, they all bowed their heads, crawling on the ground, their eyes filled with reverence and submission. Following them, dozens of sovereign-level beasts appeared, their forms even more colossal and their auras more terrifying. They too prostrated themselves, paying homage to the human-faced bird beast. Among them stood the very same leopard-bodied, human-faced beast that Jiang Xia had slain earlier. This leopard-bodied, human-faced beast was larger and possessed a more powerful aura, clearly one of the leaders among this group of beasts. It bowed its head, its body trembling slightly, seemingly filled with fear toward the humanoid bird beast. The bird beast spread its enormous wings and let out a deafening cry, proclaiming its dominion over this territory. Jiang Xia silently sighed with regret. He had hoped to witness the two 7th-tier beasts exhausting each other. That would have allowed him to reap the benefits as a third party, playing the role of the bird that comes after the sparrow. But now, the human-faced beast had just defeated the golden-winged peng bird, claiming the fusang tree and this territory. They were riding high on their momentum, utterly unstoppable. Moreover, the human-faced bird beast's forces included over 100 marquee-level beasts and more than 50 sovereign-level beasts. Taking down their leader right under the noses of these beasts was harder than climbing to the heavens. One misstep, and they would meet the same fate as the golden-winged Garuda, becoming prey beneath the human-faced bird beast's beak. Just then, the human-faced bird beast let out a pained screech, its body swaying dangerously as it nearly tumbled from the nest. It coughed violently, spewing streams of black blood that stained the massive branches of the nest. Clearly, it had sustained significant internal injuries during its fierce battle with the golden-winged peng bird. The sovereign-level beasts, which had been lying prone on the ground, sensed the humanoid bird beast's weakness, and a flash of savagery lit up their eyes. Led by the largest leopard-bodied, human-faced beast, all the sovereign-level beasts rose to their feet, unleashing deafening roars as they launched a coordinated assault on the human-faced bird beast. The leopard-bodied humanoid beast moved fastest, blurring into a streak of light as its razor-sharp claws slashed viciously at the bird beast's abdomen. The other beasts followed closely behind, unleashing a barrage of attacks that descended like a storm. Though gravely wounded, the bird beast remained a 7th-tier beast, vastly surpassing these sovereign-level beasts in power. With a furious roar, it flapped its massive wings, unleashing a gale that sent the closest royal-class beasts flying. Its beak struck like lightning, piercing the leopard-bodied, human-faced beast's skull and shattering it into fragments. Blood and brain matter spattered as the leopard-bodied, human-faced beast's massive form crashed to the ground. Rather than retreating at this sight, the other sovereign-level beasts attacked the bird beast with even greater fury. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By slaying the humanoid beasts, they could take their place and become the rulers of this domain. Enraged beyond measure, the humanoid beasts endured excruciating pain as they frantically flapped their wings and clawed, tearing one ferocious beast after another to shreds. Blood stained the enormous nest crimson, and the air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Hundreds of marquee-level beasts joined the fray. Though inferior in power to the sovereign-level beasts, their sheer numbers caused considerable trouble for the human-faced bird beasts. New wounds continuously appeared on the human-faced bird beast's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining its feathers a dark crimson. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, its massive wings spread wide, unleashing a whirlwind that swept across the land. Dozens of sovereign-level beasts were tossed into the air by the gale, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the human-faced bird beast lashed out with claws as swift as lightning, tearing several more beasts to shreds. Blood spattered everywhere, severed limbs and arms rained down, the scene utterly gruesome. Yet the slaughter did not last long. The bird beast's movements gradually slowed. Black blood poured from their beaks, and their feathers began to fall out in large clumps. As the last beast fell, the humanoid bird beast staggered, barely able to stand. It barely managed to fly back to the enormous nest, collapsing there, its breath faint to the extreme. At that very moment, a streak of light shot out from the clouds Jiang Xia's sky-piercing shuttle. After watching the battle from the clouds for so long, this was the moment he had been waiting for. Chapter 109, Slaying the 7th-tier human-headed bird beast. The bird beast's eyes suddenly widened, emitting a furious, mournful cry. Its piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Xia's figure, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty red light as it struggled to rise. Yet its body remained utterly weakened, each attempt ending in failure. In desperation, the creature raised its head and let out a deafening cry. The sound echoed through the valley, as if transmitting some urgent signal. Almost instantly, a commotion erupted from the distant woods. In the blink of an eye, over 20 strange birds surrounded Jiang Xia. Though smaller in size and lacking the overwhelming aura of the human-headed beast, their sheer numbers made them a force to be reckoned with. These monarch-level birds darted through the sky like black lightning, diving toward Jiang Xia. Facing this fierce flock, Jiang Xia's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, he summoned the creation immortal furnace. The furnace, as large as a small mountain, shimmered with radiant light and auspicious colors. Under Jiang Xia's control, it moved with the agility of a fish swimming through water. The first bird arrived, its sharp talons tearing through the air with a piercing screech. Jiang Xia's eyes sharpened as he commanded the creation immortal furnace to collide head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the furnace collided with the bird. The creature's body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Witnessing this, the remaining birds let out terrified cries. They ceased their attacks on Jiang Xia, instead circling overhead to form an encircling formation, preventing him from approaching the human-headed bird beast. Within the nest, the humanoid bird beast seized the opportunity while its subordinates delayed Jiang Xia, desperately absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Its once dull feathers gradually regained their luster, and its withered aura slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Jiang Xia knew delay was no longer an option. He clasped his hands in a seal, summoning the extreme purple demon fire. A torrent of purple-black flames erupted, like roaring fire dragons sweeping forth with an all-consuming might. Several strange birds, unable to dodge in time, were engulfed by the demonic flames. They let out piercing screams as their bodies rapidly turned to ash under the scorching fire, leaving not a single trace behind. A gap appeared in the strange birds' defenses. Seizing this fleeting opening, Jiang Xia summoned the sky-piercing shuttle with a single thought. The mountain-sized immortal furnace, carrying the force of 10,000 June, roared as it crashed toward the humanoid-headed beasts within the nest. The lingering aura of exhaustion vanished, and his strength seemed to recover somewhat. Facing this sudden assault, the humanoid bird creature did not evade. Instead, it flapped its wings violently, braced itself, and took the full force of the creation immortal furnace's strike head-on. A deafening roar echoed through the valley as the creature was sent flying backward, feathers scattering wildly. It tumbled several times in midair before stabilizing, then hovered, its piercing eyes fixed on Jiang Xia, waiting for its chance. The remaining monstrous birds once again closed in like a black whirlwind. Their speed was blinding, their claws gleaming coldly. Jiang Xia's expression grew grave as he maneuvered the creation immortal furnace to block the bird's assault while swiftly channeling the extreme purple demon fire. A torrent of purple-black flames erupted like a roaring fire dragon, sweeping across the sky. Simultaneously, he summoned the 7-star 9-section staff. Purple lightning arcs crackled along its shaft, accompanied by booming thunderclaps. The sky abruptly darkened, swirling with black clouds as thunder cracked and lightning flashed. Purple-red lightning bolts shot forth from the 7-star 9-section staff like spiraling serpents. These arcs were no ordinary lightning, they were heavenly thunderbolts imbued with the power of destruction. The 7-star 9-section staff pointed toward the extreme purple demon flame, and the crimson-purple arcs instantly plunged into the raging demonic fire. Boom! Absorbing the power of the heavenly thunder, the extreme purple demon fire surged upward by dozens of zhang, transforming into a vast sea of purple-black flames. Within the sea of fire, lightning flickered like purple thunder dragons churning and roaring. Terrifying heat waves and devastating thunderous energies swept across the entire valley. The monstrous birds had no time to dodge, swallowed whole by the terrifying inferno. They let out piercing screams as their bodies instantly exploded under the dual scorching of demonic fire and heavenly thunder, turning into clouds of bloody mist. The air thickened with the acrid stench of charred flesh and the heart-stopping aura of utter annihilation. In the blink of an eye, over 20 monstrous birds were reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the bird beast with a human head flapped its wings violently, its weight crushing down like a collapsing mountain. Its sharp claws aimed straight for Jiang Xia's heart, a fierce gust of wind slamming into his face, his clothes fluttering wildly. At the critical moment, Jiang Xia summoned the ghostly white bone banner. The white banner billowed in the wind, instantly expanding dozens of times in size. Countless ghostly faces twisted and contorted upon its surface, emitting waves of shrill, mournful wails. Eerie winds howled, and the wails of ghosts echoed throughout the valley. The claws of the humanoid beast slammed into the ghostly white bone banner, a deafening roar echoing through the valley. Visible shockwaves radiated outward from the point of impact. Rocks and dead branches on the ground were swept into the air by the force. Though fierce, the humanoid beast's attacks failed to breach the defense of the ghostly skeleton banner. The two forces locked in a stalemate, grinding together with a shrill friction. The humanoid beasts let out an angry screech and redoubled their efforts. The ghostly faces on the Soul white bone banner grew increasingly hideous, emitting even more wretched wails. The Sha aura thickened, forming a black vortex that trapped the humanoid beast's claws. The 7-star 9-section staff was summoned once more. Purple lightning arcs danced along its shaft, accompanied by low, rumbling thunderclaps. Simultaneously, the extreme purple demon fire surged forth, transforming into a sea of purple-black flames that engulfed the human-faced beast. The 7-star 9-section staff pointed into the inferno, and crimson-purple bolts of heavenly lightning, imbued with destructive power, darted like serpents into the demonic flames. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the extreme purple demon fire, having absorbed the thunder's power, swelled to an immense size, becoming a sky-darkening sea of purple-black flames. Within the inferno, lightning flickered, radiating terrifying heat waves and an aura of annihilation. The bird beasts with human heads were trapped within the inferno by the ghostly white bone banner. They flapped their wings frantically, only to find themselves utterly immobilized. The purple-black flames and the devastating power of the heavenly thunder corroded its body relentlessly, like maggots burrowing into bone. Feathers ignited, releasing a burnt, acrid smell, while its body trembled under the thunderous strikes, emitting waves of agonized groans. Jiang Xia naturally seized this opportunity, unleashing the creation immortal furnace once more with a roar. The mountain-sized furnace surged forward with overwhelming force, its multicolored radiance swirling like a brilliant star as it sliced through the void, hurtling straight toward the humanoid beast. Trapped by the ghostly white bone banner and the extreme purple demon fire, and severely wounded, the creature could not muster its full strength. It was utterly unable to evade this fatal strike. It let out a desperate shriek, watching helplessly as the divine creation furnace bore down upon it. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the valley. The divine creation furnace slammed viciously into the creature's skull. Rainbow-hued radiance intertwined with black feathers, erupting in a blinding flash. The distinct crack of breaking bones echoed as the monstrous head instantly contorted. Blood spattered, staining the surrounding void crimson. Its massive body plummeted from the sky like a, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. After a few final convulsions, it lay utterly still. The multicolored radiance slowly dissipated, leaving the divine creation furnace suspended midair, emanating a faint aura of authority. Human-headed bird beasts lay scattered across the ground, their skulls nearly shattered, their deaths gruesome. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated a 7th-tier monstrous beast with a human head and bird body. Experience gained, 30,156,477. Chapter 110, Journey Westward, the Giant Serpent Fiend. Watching the experience points flash across the system interface, Jiang Xia exhaled a breath of stale air. The experience gained from slaying this 7th-tier humanoid bird far exceeded that of hunting other beasts. The efficiency difference was like night and day. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough to break through to level 70. He silently calculated that level 70 must be a major milestone, requiring far more experience points than previous levels. Perhaps he would need to hunt several more 7th-tier beasts to reach his goal. Within the borders of Great Xia, protected by the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array, high-tier beasts found no foothold. Thus, most had migrated to the western continent. The appearance of 7th-tier beasts like the bird-headed human or the golden-winged pengbird near Great Xia could only be attributed to their misfortune. They had strayed into forbidden territory. This made Jiang Xia realize how rare such leveling opportunities truly were. Looks like I'll have to hunt 7th-tier beasts to level up. Ordinary ones are too slow. Remember how those beasts couldn't break through the array and all fled west? He muttered to himself before summoning the ghostly white bone banner. The banner billowed fiercely in the wind, its grotesque ghostly faces seeming to come alive, emitting waves of howls. The ghastly faces carried a bone-chilling aura as they swept toward the scattered corpses of beasts. Where the whirlwind swept, mangled corpses were lifted like scraps of paper, tumbling and dancing through the air. Gusts of grayish-black mist tore from the corpses, coalescing into the forms of the beasts. They emitted silent wails, struggling and contorting within the hurricane, yet unable to escape their fate of being devoured. Even the corpses of the golden-winged peng bird and the human-headed bird-bodied beast, both 7th-tier ferocious beasts, could not withstand the power of the Een-Soul white bone banner. Their souls were forcibly torn from their shattered bodies, transforming into two masses of black mist. Within the mist, the golden-winged peng bird's massive wings and the griffin's ferocious face were faintly discernible. Filled with resentment and rage, their eyes blazing with ferocity, they struggled to break free from the ghostly face's restraints and launch an attack on Jiang Xia. Yet the suction of the white bone banner proved overwhelming. The ghostly faces acted like invisible giant hands, binding them tightly. The two 7th-tier fiend beast spirits struggled and roared, but ultimately vanished into the banner's surface. The banner's surface rippled slightly, its chilling aura growing ever more potent. Jiang Xia's mind flickered, and he stored the scattered beast corpses into his storage space. He then summoned the sky-slipping shuttle, its streamlined hull emitting a faint golden glow. He leapt onto the shuttle, sitting cross-legged. The sky-slipping shuttle trembled slightly before transforming into a streak of golden light. It sliced through the sky, racing westward at breakneck speed. The landscape below receded at breakneck speed, rolling mountains and surging rivers blurring into indistinct lines. The Duntian sled's speed was extraordinary. Within mere hours, it had crossed the vast ocean and arrived at the western coast of Eagle Sauce. Before his eyes, the once thriving city lay in ruins. Skyscrapers lay tilted and collapsed, their twisted steel skeletons resembling the carcasses of colossal beasts. The streets were littered with rubble and debris, where once bustling traffic now lay rusted and scattered. Vines climbed the shattered buildings, green moss spread across cracked walls, and the traces of civilization were gradually being swallowed by the forces of nature. From deep within the ruins, the low growls of ferocious beasts echoed intermittently. Looking up, several enormous predatory birds circled overhead. Like floating islands, they obscured the sky, casting vast shadows over the ruins. Suddenly, heavy raindrops began to fall, pelting the broken walls and ruins, splashing into tiny droplets. The rain curtain blurred the vision, shrouding the world in haze. Amid the torrential downpour, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the ruined skyscrapers. A serpent as massive as a mountain, bearing a human face and wings sprouting from its ribs, slithered along the ground. Water streamed down its wings, and a long serpentine tail trailed behind it, leaving wet trails in its wake. A thick, foul stench filled the air. Jiang Xia's arrival clearly disturbed it. Its blood-red eyes fixed on him, bearing sharp fangs in a menacing snarl. Rainwater swirled around it in a vortex, rising and falling with each breath. The rain intensified, heavy drops pelting Jiang Xia's face. Suddenly, the colossal serpent moved. Its mountainous body soared through the air, leaving afterimages in the void as its massive form hurtled toward Jiang Xia. In an instant, it was upon him. A foul stench assaulted his senses, and he could even see the bloodthirsty gleam in its crimson eyes. At the critical moment, the sky-darting shuttle activated. A flash of golden light erupted, and Jiang Xia vanished from the spot along with the sky-darting shuttle. 100 zhang away, the figure reappeared. The giant serpent beast's strike missed its mark. It flared its nostrils, expelling 2 streams of hot air, and let out a furious hiss. Visible ripples of energy radiated outward in concentric circles from the beast's body. The torrential downpour seemed guided by some force, as raindrops throughout the heavens and earth instantly froze mid-air. Then, the raindrops began to condense, elongate, and transform. Finally, they formed into sharp rain arrows, their tips glinting with a cold light. Their target was precisely the direction where Jiang Xia stood. Whoosh! 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 The piercing whistles erupted as the dense volley of arrows rained down upon Jiang Xia like a hail of pear blossoms. The spiral turtle shield had been damaged during the battle with Mengxiao, leaving Jiang Xia no choice but to summon the ghostly white bone banner to block the overwhelming, sweeping hail of arrows. The ghostly white bone banner billowed in the wind, rapidly expanding to hundreds of feet in size. It obscured the sky, like a vast black curtain descending. Grim, snarling specter faces twisted across its surface, accompanied by incessant wails and howls. Countless arrows, dense as locusts, pierced the rain curtain, trailing long, thin streaks of water in their wake, their momentum terrifying. They slammed into the banner, producing a dull thudding sound. The fabric caved in where struck, yet remained unpierced. The grimacing faces writhed in agony, firmly suctioned to the banner, unable to break free. He thought to himself, fortunately, the ghostly white bone banner has been significantly enhanced after absorbing the souls of countless sovereign-level beasts, plus 3 souls surpassing sovereign level. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to withstand this dense hail of arrows. The ghostly white bone banner trembled violently, like a tattered rag in a fierce wind, threatening to shatter at any moment. Its surface was as black as ink, deep as an abyss. Countless arrows struck its surface, sending out concentric ripples like droplets falling into an inkwell, spreading outward. The ghostly face endured the immense impact, its already hideous features contorting into something even more terrifying, like a hellish fiend enduring torture. The banner's surface caved in, nearly touching the ghostly face, yet it remained unpierced. The arrow's force was gradually weakened layer by layer, ultimately dissipating into mist. Amid the torrential downpour, Jiang Xia stood immovable, channeling an unceasing flow of spiritual energy into the ghostly white bone's banner. The features on the banner's ghostly face twisted into even more vicious distortions, its shrill, piercing howls echoing across the heavens and earth. Each raindrop striking the banner sent black ripples across its surface, its power greedily absorbed by the demonic face and transformed into its own energy. The banner grew increasingly resilient, impenetrable, withstanding the relentless barrage of rain arrows. Jiang Xia manipulated the ghostly skeleton banner while studying the giant serpent's movements, searching for an opening to strike back. Pure defense was not a sustainable strategy. He must find the giant serpent's weakness to defeat it. Yet, how could the weakness of a 7th-tier beast be so easily found? The rain arrows unleashed by the serpent seemed endless. Jiang Xia feared that if this continued, the ghostly white bone banner would be destroyed, making the sacrifice far outweigh the gain. With that thought, the sky-slitting shuttle flashed with a streak of light, racing inland toward the western coast. The serpent, however, clearly had no intention of letting Jiang Xia escape, pursuing relentlessly in its wake. Chapter 111, The Forbidden Zone's Master in the Eyes of the Eagle-Winged Man. As Jiang Xia maneuvered the skyskipper, he whipped his head around. The colossal serpent stretched across the sky like a mountain range of ink, its scales reflecting a cold, sharp gleam in the dim light. Its head was flat and enormous, resembling a small island. Its 2 vertical pupils blazed crimson as blood, and a putrid stench assaulted the senses, thick enough to be tangible. Its speed was terrifying. Wherever it passed, the once clear sky instantly darkened with gathering clouds. Thick, rolling clouds churned like spilled ink, completely obscuring the sunlight. Immediately, torrential rain poured down, the drops falling so thickly they formed a curtain of water, threatening to drown the land. Deafening thunder roared within the clouds, and streaks of lightning sliced through the sky, making the giant serpent appear even more terrifying. Meanwhile, at the Los Angeles survivor base, lead-gray clouds churned in from the west coast, swiftly spreading across the entire sky. The heavy clouds hung low, as if straining to crush down and swallow the earth. Deep within the clouds, crimson-purple arcs of lightning slithered like giant serpents, occasionally tearing through the sky with deafening roars. Within the base, civilians gathering supplies halted their work, their gazes turning en masse toward the western coast. They gazed up at the oppressive sky, their faces etched with terror and unease. A torrential downpour suddenly descended, cascading like a waterfall and swiftly pooling into raging rivers on the ground. Rainwater lashed against the base structures, sending up layers of spray. The entire Los Angeles survivor base appeared blurred in the downpour, shrouded in a gray haze. God, what's going on with this weather? It was clear blue skies just moments ago, and now it looks like the end of the world. Look west, those clouds, something seems to be churning inside them. Damn it, don't tell me the monsters from the restricted zone are out again? Don't scare me. If those beasts from the restricted zone escape, we're all done for. I heard there are beasts deeper in the restricted zone taller than skyscrapers. They could flatten our base with a single stomp. I wish the base would give us some answers. What the hell is really going on in the restricted zone? Who knows? Those capitalists only make us hand over supplies. They never tell us the truth. Are we all going to die? Following the crowd's gaze, the giant serpent emerged from the viscous clouds and closed in on Jiang Xia in an instant. Its massive tail swept down like a collapsing mountain, carrying an apocalyptic force. Before it even struck, the fierce gale hurled Jiang Xia backward. His internal organs churned violently. A metallic taste filled his throat as blood gushed forth. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he activated the sky-darting shuttle to dodge at lightning speed. In the nick of time, the sky-darting shuttle transformed into a streak of light, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The giant serpent, its strike missed, flapped its wings violently. The torrential downpour instantly halted, then transformed into thousands of water arrows that shot toward him. Facing this overwhelming assault, Jiang Xia swiftly summoned the ghostly white bone banner. Countless ghostly faces on the banner screamed, forming a chilling barrier. The countless water arrows collided with the ghostly faces, emitting a muffled thud. The arrows exploded into a misty haze, while the banner trembled violently, creaking under the overwhelming pressure. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Wherever the giant serpent appeared, torrential rain followed. Could the extreme purple demon fire dispel this hail of arrows? And further still, did this serpent fear flames? This thought ignited like a wildfire spark. Jiang Xia maneuvered the sky-slipping shuttle to distance himself from the serpent while simultaneously channeling the extreme purple demon fire. Purple-red flames coalesced in his hands, gradually morphing into a roaring fire dragon that soared into the sky. With an earth-shattering fury, it coiled toward the serpent. Wherever it passed, the torrential rain was vaporized, rising into thick white mist. The air thickened with scorching heat, starkly contrasting the previous damp chill. The colossal serpent seemed utterly terrified by this sudden inferno, its massive body convulsing violently. Jiang Xia unleashed his spiritual energy without hesitation. The fire dragon surged to immense proportions, colliding with the serpent and shattering into a sea of flames that engulfed the sky. The serpent screeched in agony within the flames, its massive body thrashing violently as it tried to extinguish the fire upon itself. Simultaneously, its tail swept toward Jiang Xia once more, crashing down like a collapsing mountain, carrying a world-shattering momentum. At that moment, Jiang Xia had already summoned the creation immortal furnace. The furnace hovered in the air, shrouded in a seven-colored divine light, its aura overwhelming. Divine light poured down like flowing water, forming a barrier of light. The serpent's tail, carrying the force of a devastating storm, slammed violently into the rainbow-colored light. Instead of the earth-shattering explosion anticipated, an eerie silence descended. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The multicolored light abruptly condensed, transforming into an incredibly slender thread of light. With a speed surpassing all earthly limits, it sliced cleanly through the cross-section of the serpent's tail. There was no earth-shattering roar, no spattering of blood or flesh. Only a momentary warping of space, as if torn open by that ultimate sharpness. In the next instant, the massive tail separated cleanly from the serpent's body. The severed edge was smooth as glass, without a trace of blood seeping out, not even a scorch mark remained. The severed tail thrashed feebly through the air before crashing down like a meteorite. The entire west coast trembled violently, unleashing towering waves. Within the Los Angeles survivor base, the cacophony of voices abruptly fell silent. Every gaze fixed upon the colossal serpent obscuring the western sky and the minuscule human figure atop it. Those who had been chattering moments before now seemed to have their throats clamped shut, unable to utter a sound. Eyes widened to the point of bulging from their sockets, pupils reflecting the unbelievable spectacle. Some instinctively gaped, jaws nearly dropping to the ground, saliva trickling slowly from the corners of their mouths. Arms holding weapons went limp, dropping to the ground with a sharp clatter. They had believed death was imminent, despair permeating every heart. Yet the scene before them felt like a dream. The terrifying forbidden zone existed, yet a human had severed its tail. This staggering reversal left the Eagle Nation citizens utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief as if they'd seen a ghost. After a long moment, someone finally swallowed hard and managed to speak. Holy! What did I just see? That guy cut off the tail of the Forbidden Zone monster? Impossible. That's the Forbidden Zone's ruler, not even the base's most advanced weapons could scratch it. I must be losing my mind. I actually saw someone confront that monster head-on. This is utterly unbelievable. Am I dreaming? God! Tell me this isn't real. That's a monster capable of destroying an entire city. The battle raged on within the clouds. The giant serpent, its tail severed, let out agonized shrieks, its savagery fully unleashed. A heart-stopping aura radiated outward from the serpent like ripples spreading across water. Chapter 112, Overwhelming Fury, The Western World Despair. The western coastline suddenly arched upward, as if a colossal beast were slowly awakening from the depths. The sea churned and roared, forming a colossal wall that obscured the sky and rapidly advanced inland. The crests of the waves climbed higher and higher, ultimately coalescing into a towering tsunami. The towering, terrifying waves roared deafeningly, sweeping toward Jiang Xia with devastating force. Wherever it passed, birds scattered in terror and beasts fled in panic, yet none could escape being swallowed by the colossal waves. The steel forest crumbled like paper before the tsunami, torn apart in an instant and swept into the roaring sea. The Los Angeles base was instantly submerged, vanishing beneath the vast curtain of water. Viewed from above, the tsunami resembled a colossal dragon stretching tens of thousands of miles across the sky, sweeping across the entire western continent with unstoppable force. The endless sea curtain completely blocked out the sunlight, plunging the land into gloom as if doomsday had arrived. Jiang Xia drew a deep breath. Behind him, the void twisted and distorted as the creation immortal furnace slowly materialized, radiating a rainbow-hued glow. Surging spiritual energy poured into the furnace like a flood breaking through a dam. The furnace hummed lowly as its volume began to expand at a visible pace. The radiance grew increasingly dazzling, illuminating the gloomy sky. Within mere breaths, it had grown as towering as a mountain, casting an immense shadow. It continued to expand relentlessly, seemingly without limit, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly from its rapid growth. Finally, it ceased growing, hovering behind Jiang Xia like an inverted giant bull. Colossal beyond measure, larger than a modern city, it obscured vast swaths of the sky. Slowly raising his right hand, he pointed toward the surging, towering tidal wave. With a gentle flick of his arm, as if commanding the very forces of heaven and earth, the colossal divine furnace trembled slightly, then charged forward with unmatched momentum, crashing into the sky-obscuring wall of water. Despite its immense size, it appeared insignificant before the colossal tsunami unleashed by the serpent, like a single leaf drifting toward a raging torrent. Crashing into the seawall, the surging, roaring tsunami abruptly halted. The cauldron erupted in a blaze of radiant light, rising like a fiery sun between sea and sky. In that instant, all sound ceased and time itself froze. Everything was enveloped by the blinding radiance. The radiant glow abruptly condensed, coalescing into a blinding point of light suspended between heaven and earth. A deafening thunderclap reverberated across the cosmos, echoing like an ancient resonance through the heavens and earth. A light more intense than a nuclear explosion surged upward, forming a colossal fireball that expanded outward with frenzied force. The world was blanketed in blinding white, the intensity of the light making it impossible to open one's eyes. A shockwave, carrying violent energy, swept out in all directions from the immortal furnace at its center. The sea evaporated instantly, forming a vast void that revealed bottomless darkness. The air twisted violently, emitting a shrill screech. Distant mountain peaks collapsed and shattered under the onslaught of the shockwave, reduced to dust. As the light gradually faded and clarity returned to the world, the towering sea wall that had once obscured the sky had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, deep within the Rocky Mountains of Colorado, a monstrous beast, winding like a mountain range, stretched across the entire valley. Black scales as hard as rock covered its serpentine form, while countless legs like steel pillars supported its immense frame. Its head was hideously grotesque, two enormous eyes glowing with a faint green light like lanterns. Its overall form resembled a gigantic centipede, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. The blazing light above the western coast, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, pierced through layer upon layer of mountains, awakening the slumbering colossus. Slowly opening its eyes, a flash of fury flickered through its bloodthirsty pupils. Its colossal body began to writhe, flattening trees and crushing rocks in the valley before soaring into the sky like a dark cloud, heading toward the western coast. Texas. The scorching sun baked the earth, sand dunes stretching endlessly. A colossal fissure yawned bottomless, its darkness profound, as if leading to another world. The shockwave from the explosion over the west coast swept in with devastating force, howling winds whipping up sand and stones. A sky filled with yellow sand obscured the sun, transforming the already scorching desert into a vast furnace. From the depths of the fissure, a massive blue hoof first emerged, stomping heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Immediately after, a monstrous head slowly emerged. A spiral horn over 100 meters long, gleaming with a jade-like green luster, rose from its crown, its tip sharp as a blade. Its blue skin was as rough as rock, covered in intricate patterns, radiating a savage aura. The colossal form gradually rose from the fissure, towering like a mountain, every muscle pulsing with explosive power. Its limbs were thick and powerful, its blue hooves stamping the ground, leaving deep imprints. It slowly straightened its massive frame, nearly filling the entire fissure. Raising its head, it let out a deafening roar that sent shockwaves rippling outward, kicking up sand and stones. The explosion over the western coast seemed to have enraged this slumbering colossus. Glaring furiously toward the western shore, it expelled two white columns of steam from its massive nostrils. Then, with heavy, deliberate strides, it charged toward the western coast. Meanwhile, within Alaska's Arctic Circle, a desolate, ice-covered wasteland lay in gloomy darkness. The explosion over the west coast ignited like a fiery spark against the gloomy sky, briefly illuminating the wilderness as bright as day. The explosion's light reflected off the ice and snow, casting a dazzling glow that dyed everything around it orange-red. In this fleeting light, a massive silhouette flickered in and out of view amidst the blizzard. It was a giant lizard, its body as transparent as ice crystals, lurking within the snow and ice, nearly blending into its surroundings. The shockwave of the explosion pierced through miles of frozen ground, rousing the slumbering beast. Slowly opening its eyes, a flicker of confusion passed through its ice-blue pupils before shifting to alertness. The immense energy fluctuations above the west coast, even from 1,000 miles away, still conveyed a sense of threat to it. In a single breath, the colossal lizard vanished into the vast expanse of ice and snow, traversing toward the direction of the fierce battle. At the same moment, the blast wave swept across the wasteland, uprooting sparse vegetation and sending sand and stones flying, obscuring the sky. Over 100 Runnian students struggled forward through this apocalyptic scene, their clothes in tatters, faces haggard, eyes filled with fear and despair. What had once been a procession of tens of thousands marching triumphantly home now dwindled to a mere 100 souls. The relentless hardships and perils along the way had long since sapped their hope. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the gloomy sky. The intense brightness forced them to shut their eyes, shielding themselves from the sudden assault. As the light gradually faded, they cautiously opened their eyes. The sight before them left them speechless with shock. A figure hovered in the void, standing tall and graceful, radiating an otherworldly beauty like a fallen immortal. Opposite him, a serpent of unimaginable size writhed frantically, its severed tail gushing blood that stained vast swaths of the sky crimson. Each collision unleashed earth-shattering roars, while violent energy ripples swept across the entire wasteland. The Runnin students had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. Forgetting their fear and exhaustion, they stared blankly at the battle unfolding in the sky, a faint glimmer of hope rising in their hearts. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Is that a tsunami? It's more exaggerated than any movie special effect. What's that floating in the air? Like a giant alchemy furnace? Jiang Xia sensed 3 overwhelmingly powerful auras rapidly approaching their location. He had to end the fight immediately. Otherwise, once those 3 7th-tier beasts arrived, their situation would become extremely dire. With that thought, he summoned the 7-star 9-section staff and unleashed the extreme purple demon fire simultaneously. Purple-red arcs danced within the flames, coalescing into a snarling fire dragon that roared deafeningly as it whipped forward. Blood poured relentlessly from the severed tail of the colossal serpent. Having expended immense energy unleashing the tidal wave and been severely wounded by the divine light of the creation immortal furnace, it was far from its peak condition. Upon seeing the fiery dragon shrouded in electric arcs, a flicker of fear passed through the serpent's enormous pupils. It instinctively turned to flee this perilous place. Yet the fire dragon was faster, catching up in the blink of an eye. The fire dragon coiled and twisted, wrapping itself tightly around the serpent's body like a crimson chain. The serpent struggled desperately, its massive body thrashing through the air, yet it could not break free from the dragon's grip. Electric arcs danced across its scales, crackling with each strike. Jiang Xia activated the creation immortal furnace, aiming it directly at the serpent's head and unleashing a devastating blast. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the furnace, striking the serpent's head squarely. With a sharp crack, the serpent's skull shattered. Its massive body instantly went limp, plummeting from the sky like a kite with a broken string and crashing heavily into the sea. Simultaneously, 2 notifications popped up on the interface before Jiang Xia. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. You have successfully slain a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 4,766,651. Congratulations, hidden beta user. Your level has been upgraded to 70. Before he could examine the details, 3 powerful auras arrived in quick succession. The 3 7th-tier beasts had arrived. Chapter 113, Level 70, Unleashed Power. Jiang Xia seized the moment to open the system interface. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon Dharma form. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, strength determined by user's level. Reversal of yin yang can temporarily warp space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine power, purple extreme demon flame the signature flame of a demonic realm titan perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, Yin Soul White Bone banner evolves by devouring flesh, blood, and souls, can transform into the Yin Soul White Bone sword to unleash Demon Sword immortal exclusive skills. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture unique. Level, 70 Bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast Plus. Damaged Spiral Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped. Materialization per mission, exchangeable. Though my level had reached 70, my bloodline still showed no signs of awakening. It seemed the 5th awakening would have to wait until after level 80. He silently pondered this, feeling the surging power within. An unprecedented aura of strength welled up from the depths of his dantian, swiftly coursing through his entire body. My meridians seemed to tremble, my bones emitted a faint hum, and the power within grew ever more intense, nearly bursting through my body. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, struggling to control this raging force. Suddenly, his body erupted in dazzling golden light, illuminating everything around him. It felt as though he was immersed in a sea of gold, his aura rapidly surging, growing increasingly formidable. An overwhelmingly domineering aura radiated outward from him like a celestial being descending to impose its might upon the world. At that moment, 3 ferocious beasts arrived on the battlefield almost simultaneously. The earth shook violently, as if unable to bear the terrifying pressure. The centipede-like colossus stood as tall as a mountain, its 1,000 legs razor-sharp as blades, spreading frost wherever it trod. 9 wings grew from its back, their wingspan obscuring the sky and sun. A chill of mystical ice flowed through the wing membranes, each flap unleashing a biting gale. Its head was hideously grotesque, with jagged fangs and a snout that spewed icy white mist, vaguely revealing the majestic outline of a fierce beast. Following closely behind was the azure rhinoceros, a colossal beast resembling a rhinoceros, its entire body a deep azure hue. Its thick hide resembled azure jade armor. A spiral horn, 100 meters long, rose from its head, as if carved from azure jade, emitting a faint, luminous aura. Its limbs were thick and powerful, like pillars supporting the heavens, each step causing the earth to tremble slightly. Particularly its head, while retaining rhinoceros features, faintly revealed the outline of a dragon's head. The skin around its nostrils was slightly raised, resembling the traces of dragon whiskers. Finally, a colossal lizard-like beast, entirely ice-blue and translucent. Its massive body resembled an iceberg, shimmering with crystalline brilliance under the sun. Its scales layered like glazed tiles, each edge inlaid with delicate silver patterns, as if formed from frozen ice crystals. Its head differed slightly from ordinary lizards, broader and flatter with sharply defined angles. A rhombus-shaped ice-blue crystal adorned its forehead, crystal clear and faintly revealing a thread of golden blood, a trait unique to dragon offspring. Three monstrous beasts, each as vast as a modern city, closed in on Jiang Xia from three directions at astonishing speed. At the same time, at the Las Vegas survivor base, a ragged man tremblingly raised his binoculars, staring at the terrifying, sky-obscuring figure in the distant sky. "My God, what is that?" he murmured, his voice thick with dread. A giant centipede over 1,000 meters long. Following it was a blue rhinoceros resembling a moving volcano, and lastly, a colossal lizard entirely ice blue in color. Three Forbidden Zone overlords. The man's binoculars clattered to the ground with a sharp clink. His face was etched with utter despair. No one could withstand the combined assault of these three terrifying beasts. New York survivor base, atop the city's ruins. A woman clutched her child tightly, her eyes filled with despair as she looked up at the sky. The three colossal creatures reminded her of the description of the horsemen of the apocalypse in the book of Revelation. "Mommy, I'm so scared." The child's voice trembled as they clung tightly to the hem of the woman's dress. Amidst the shattered ruins of Los Angeles, survivors huddled together, staring in horror at the spectacle above, murmuring in alarm. "Those are the lords of the Forbidden Zone. How did they get here? Are they here to destroy us? But we have no power to resist." Despair spread through the crowd. Facing these three terrifying beasts, only death awaited them. Meanwhile, on the barren wasteland, the Runtian students, being closer to the battlefield, felt the terrifying pressure of the three beasts most acutely. "What is that? My God, that centipede is longer than a skyscraper." Three Forbidden Zone lords appearing simultaneously? This is nothing short of the apocalypse. That human was lucky to slay the giant serpent. How could he possibly stand against these three monsters? Any one of these Forbidden Zone lords could obliterate a city, let alone all three together. That human is still there. He didn't run away. Is he waiting to die? Meanwhile, high above the sky, Jiang Xia's mind raced to devise a countermeasure. Though he had reached level 70, his bloodline had not reawakened. The simultaneous appearance of three Forbidden Zone lords weighed heavily upon him. With his current strength, he could hold his own against a 7th-tier beast in a direct confrontation, but facing three simultaneously offered little hope of victory. Defeating them one by one was the only viable solution. "I must act swiftly, lure them deeper, and eliminate one first," he resolved inwardly, fixing his gaze on the centipede-like beast charging foremost. He drew a deep breath, channeling his entire spiritual energy to activate the creation immortal furnace. The furnace swelled in the wind, its body once no larger than a palm instantly transforming into a colossal mountain shrouded in a haze of multicolored radiance. Like a brilliant star, it hovered behind Jiang Xia. The mountains, rivers, sun, and moon engraved upon its surface seemed to come alive, emanating heart-stopping fluctuations. A terrifying pressure radiated from the furnace, threatening to refine the entire world. The centipede colossus moved with blinding speed, closing the 100 zhang distance to Jiang Xia in an instant. Its thousands of steel-like legs whipped up waves of foul wind. Jiang Xia's gaze sharpened as he commanded the creation immortal furnace to crash violently into the centipede beast. Boom! The creation immortal furnace collided head-on with the centipede colossus, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that instantly swept across the surroundings. The centipede's hardened carapace shattered like paper under the furnace's impact, revealing the bloody, mangled flesh beneath. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia activated the sky-slipping shuttle after landing the blow. He transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance and swiftly putting distance between himself and the three ferocious beasts. The centipede beast, having suffered a crushing blow, erupted with savage fury. In the blink of an eye, it closed the gap on Jiang Xia. And this was precisely what he wanted. A fleeting flash of gray light flickered in his eyes. Two beams of gray light, imbued with terrifying destructive power, shot forth from his eyes. Dragon's Eye. The gray beam struck the centipede monster's head with pinpoint accuracy. A colossal, bloodline-derived pressure rolled over it, causing the beast's massive body to jerk to a sudden halt. This brief pause granted Jiang Xia a perfect opportunity to strike back. The creation immortal furnace shimmered with multicolored radiance, its surface rippling with illusory landscapes of mountains, rivers, sun, and moon emanating a suffocating aura of power. Then, it transformed into a streak of light, carrying the might to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth, crashing violently into the centipede-like beast's head. A deafening thunderclap reverberated across the entire Eagle Sauce west coast, as if the very heavens and earth trembled. A massive shockwave swept outward, obliterating everything in its path. Dust swirled thickly, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. When the dust finally settled, the centipede colossus reappeared before Jiang Xia. Its massive head was drenched in blood, its carapace shattered, revealing the gruesome flesh within. Green blood poured down like a waterfall, staining the earth emerald. The centipede let out an agonized roar, its eyes flashing with savage cruelty. As if impervious to pain, it continued charging toward Jiang Xia. Its aura not only failed to diminish but surged at a terrifying rate. "It's still alive?" Jiang Xia's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected this ferocious beast to be so resilient, surviving a direct hit to the head from the immortal furnace. This made him even more vigilant, realizing his previous assessment had been flawed. "We absolutely cannot confront these three beasts head-on. But the azure rhino beast and the lizard beast had now arrived as well, closing in front and back to seal off all retreat routes. Chapter 114, Slaughtering 7th-tier monsters like dogs. A blinding green radiance suddenly erupted from the blue rhinoceros's massive horn, illuminating the entire gloomy wasteland. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed layer upon layer like crumpled silk. As the lizard colossus opened its gaping maw, a foul stench spread, and the sky abruptly darkened. Water vapor in the clouds crystallized into ice spikes, crashing down upon the wasteland. The hard earth was carved by the ice spikes, leaving a scene of utter devastation, as if the entire place had been thoroughly plowed and ravaged. Jiang Xia's heart lurched with a sudden, inexplicable sense of danger. These icicles were no ordinary phenomenon. If they touched his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Realizing this, he wasted no time, swiftly summoning the ghostly white bone banner. As the pole entered his grasp, a bone-chilling cold instantly spread through his entire body. With a surge of spiritual energy, the banner, originally no larger than a palm, expanded in an instant to block out the sky, covering half the heavens. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ice spikes collided with the ghostly faces on the banner, like oil meeting fire. The once grotesque features twisted and distorted, emitting agonized wails as their features melted away like candles in flames. They dissolved into pools of black liquid, dripping down the banner's surface. Meanwhile, the spatial collapse was now less than 100 miles from Jiang Xia. In the nick of time, he swung his right hand, and the creation immortal furnace, shrouded in rosy light, materialized out of thin air. The furnace swelled in the wind, instantly growing to the size of a mountain. It charged headlong toward the collapsing void. Boom! The earth-shattering roar echoed across the heavens. The collapsing void shattered like a mirror, revealing a pitch-black spatial fissure. A violent gale howled forth, as if summoned from the primordial chaos. The sky-filling ice spikes were instantly shredded upon contact with the gale, reduced to dust and vanishing without a trace. As the spatial collapse continued, a sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. The heaven-skipping shuttle beneath his feet hummed with energy. When he reappeared, he had already traversed 1,000 miles, arriving close to the giant centipede beast. The 7-star 9-section staff hummed and trembled, its shaft woven with a net of lightning. Jiang Xia was enveloped within it, appearing from afar as if immersed in a sea of thunder and lightning. A terrifying pressure spread outward as the 7-star 9-section staff was raised high above his head, its tip pointing straight at the heavens. In an instant, the skies darkened and the earth trembled. An endless sea of thunder poured down from the heavens, converging in his palm. Crimson lightning churned and roared, radiating an aura of destruction. Moments later, the sea of lightning coalesced into 100 Zhang lightning blade. Arc-charged electricity crackled along its edge, as if a single swing could cleave the heavens and obliterate all existence. Jiang Xia gripped the blade, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto the giant centipede's vital point. In the next instant, the blade tore through the void with a deafening roar. Wielding world-shattering might, it plunged ruthlessly toward the centipede's vital point. At this critical juncture, the centipede-like beast's 9 wings violently quivered, stirring up a towering gale that coalesced into countless razor-sharp blades as black as ink, sweeping toward Jiang Xia. Each wind blade contained terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, carving deep, pitch-black fissures into the void. Jiang Xia's expression remained unflinching as a fierce light flared in his eyes. The thunder blade in his hand blazed even brighter, striking first despite being launched later, meeting the storm of wind blades head-on. Boom! 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 The collision of thunder blades and wind blades unleashed earth-shattering explosions. Rampant energy waves swept outward, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to reverse within 10,000 li. The scene resembled a living hell. No! Though the purplish-red lightning neutralized most of the wind blades, many still charged toward him. Jiang Xia's mind raced. He summoned the ghostly white bone banner, but it was a split second too late. 3 blades forged from gale force winds pierced his body. Spurting blood stained his robes crimson. Simultaneously, a 100-foot-long thunder blade, wielding world-shattering might, crashed down upon the giant centipede's vital point. For a moment, the world seemed to fall into deathly silence. Then, a dazzling crimson-purple light erupted violently, like the singularity explosion at the dawn of the universe. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the centipede-like beast, sweeping across all directions. Wherever it passed, space warped and the earth shattered. The azure rhino and lizard behemoths sensed impending doom the instant the lightning blade struck. Their colossal forms transformed into streaks of light, racing toward Jiang Xia's position, yet they were a split second too late. A deafening crack echoed, as if the heavens themselves had split apart. The centipede colossus snapped clean in two at its vital point, its massive form crashing down with a thunderous roar, sending a torrent of dust billowing into the sky. The blue rhinoceros beast roared furiously to the heavens, its horns blazing with surging azure light. A pillar of light, imbued with the power of destruction, tore through the sky. Wherever it passed, the void trembled, emitting a wail of unbearable strain. But Jiang Xia had anticipated this. The moment the thunder blade struck the centipede, the sky-slipping shuttle hummed into action. His form flickered, vanishing thousands of miles away in an instant. The azure pillar of light whistled past his side, crashing into the void behind him. The space shattered like a spiderweb, cracking open as if it might collapse at any moment. The giant lizard roared with a deafening bellow. Above, dark clouds churned violently as countless ice spikes crystallized into the sky, forming a dense hailstorm that sealed off all escape routes. The sky-darting shuttle traced a streak of light, abruptly changing course to charge straight toward the azure rhinoceros beast. Jiang Xia's mind was as clear as a mirror. Seizing victory from peril, concentrating their strength to defeat them one by one, was their only path to survival. Of the three beasts, the lizard-like colossus was the slowest and could be dealt with last. The blue-horned beast's attacks were unpredictable. The slightest misstep could lead to severe injury or even death. He must strike first and eliminate it. Otherwise, caught between two enemies, he would be worn down and killed sooner or later. The sky-piercing shuttle sliced through the sky, reaching 100 li from the blue-horned beast in an instant. Such a distance was but a mere step for the colossal creature. Yet Jiang Xia's expression remained unflinching. He summoned the ghostly white bone banner, its surface swelling in the wind to block out the sky behind him. Grim, wailing ghostly faces twisted across the banner, forming a sinister barrier. Lightning flickered in his hands as 100 young crimson-purple thunder blade coalesced once more. With a low shout, the blade tore through the void, howling toward the azure rhino beast. The lizard-like beast let out a shrill screech. The hail of ice spikes abruptly changed course, pelting Jiang Xia's back like a torrential downpour. The massive horn on the blue rhinoceros forehead once again shimmered with azure light, transforming into a protective barrier that intercepted the lightning blade. The blade struck the light barrier with the impact of a stone sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Several sharp ice spikes pierced through the Soul white bone banner's defense, whistling as they penetrated Jiang Xia's body. Agonizing pain surged through him as blood spattered everywhere. The azure rhinoceros's massive horn glowed ever more brilliantly, its terrifying aura spreading outward. The void within 1,000 miles began to warp and collapse. Jiang Xia took a deep breath. He couldn't let the azure rhinoceros complete its charge or he would be utterly annihilated. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he channeled his entire spiritual energy into the creation immortal furnace. The furnace, once palm-sized, instantly swelled. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering mountain that obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Carrying a world-shattering might, it collided with the thunder blade against that azure light barrier. The green barrier, as fragile as paper, groaned under the terrifying pressure. Then, with a sharp crack, it shattered into specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. With its barrier gone, the Thunderblade and the Creation Divine Furnace struck the horn of the Azure Rhino Colossus simultaneously. Lightning and dawn light intertwined, illuminating the gloomy world. Terrifying auras surged from every corner of Eagle Land. The expressions of all Eagle Landers changed. This was the life-forbidden zone formed by the sovereign fiends after the mythical beings descended. All the sovereign fiends within had awakened. Chapter 115, The Forbidden Zone Runs Rampant, The West Despair. California, Death Valley. A towering golden peak stood majestically, timeless as a deity. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a colossal beast leopard bodied with a lion's head. Its length spanned hundreds of miles, golden fur cascading like waterfalls, dotted with black spots. Eyes blazing like torches, it shot two beams of golden light that tore through the heavens. A deafening roar shook the heavens as the lion-headed beast soared skyward. Like a golden lightning bolt streaking across the sky, it raced toward the west coast. Tennessee, Great Smoky Mountains National Park. An 8-armed demon ape, towering 1,000 feet tall, its muscles bulging like coiled ropes, tossed several trembling eagle sons into its gaping maw with its 8 arms, chewing them slowly. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shook the mountains, scattering birds in flight. The ape paused its chewing, a flicker of confusion crossing its blood-red eyes. It turned its head toward the distance, seemingly sensing something. Discarding the discarded limbs, it scrambled through the forest on all fours, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Florida, the swamp-restricted zone. A colossal serpent-bodied, eagle-winged beast floated lazily upon the murky waters. Its body stretched thousands of meters long. With each gentle flap of its immense wings, towering waves surged. The crimson patterns across its belly resembled burning flames, eerie and alluring. Suddenly, its entire body trembled. With a fierce flap of its wings, it shot skyward at a breathtaking speed, leaving only a lingering afterimage in the air. In the desert-restricted zone of Texas, the scorching sun blazed overhead, and endless yellow sands stretched endlessly. A colossal bird, its wingspan spanning half a city, circled overhead, its wings darkening the sky. With a serpentine body and fiery wings ablaze, its eyes were void of pupils, merely a chaotic expanse of white. A distant thunderous roar echoed, and the serpent bird let out a piercing cry. It accelerated abruptly, transforming into a crimson streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Alaska's glacial wasteland, frozen for miles, snow drifting for miles more. A colossal creature stood atop the glacier, resembling a massive mountain carved from ice and snow. It possessed the head of a tiger and the body of a human, covered in thick fur formed from frozen ice threads, shimmering with a crystalline luster. The beast shook the snow from its body, exhaling a blast of frigid air that instantly froze the surrounding air into ice crystals. Then it began to stride, racing toward the west coast. Each step shattered the glacier beneath it, producing deafening booms. The restricted zone stirred, and terror spread across the faces of everyone within the Eagle Soup survivor base. Impossible. Someone's fighting the Forbidden Zone's rulers? How could humans possibly stand against those monstrous rulers? This must be an illusion. Even nuclear bombs couldn't kill the Dominator. How could so many Dominators be deployed simultaneously? No one can withstand the divine might of a sovereign beast. Electricity danced along the thunder blade, purple light flickering as Jiang Xia's figure shot forward like lightning, closing in on the massive blue rhinoceros beast in an instant. A flash of blade light ripped through the void. The colossal blue rhinoceros beast's massive frame trembled. Its head reared high, unleashing a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. A green glow swirled around its horns as a terrifying energy fluctuation radiated outward. The lightning blade surged with intense electrical energy, transforming into a purple streak that struck the beast's horns with brutal force. Crack! A crisp snap echoed as the horn was severed cleanly. Ravaged by agony, the beast thrashed wildly, its massive form crashing and lurching. The lightning blade hummed, poised to deliver the final blow to the beast, when a foul wind swept in from behind. The sky-darting sled activated instantly, vanishing from its original position in a flash. The lizard beast lunged at empty air, letting out a furious roar. It reappeared 1,000 feet away. The lizard beast twisted its massive body with astonishing speed. The 100 Zhang lightning blade struck down with brutal force. As if struck by fear of the thunder blade, the colossal lizard halted abruptly. In that instant, Jiang Xia vanished from sight. When he turned back, he saw the divine creation furnace being raised. Blinding divine light erupted from the furnace, carrying unimaginable terror and power, crashing down upon the hornless blue rhinoceros beast. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the terrifying collision ignited. A violent tempest swept forth, warping and distorting the entire void. The mountainous form of the blue rhinoceros beast crashed to the ground. Blood trickled from the gash in its skull, pooling into a surging river of crimson. On the system interface before Jiang Xia, a kill notification appeared. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. You have successfully slain a 7th tier ferocious beast. Experience gain, 5,136,643. The lizard beast's vertical pupils blazed crimson as countless beams of light converged upon the spikes protruding from its neck. Suddenly, the world plunged into pitch-black darkness, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Then, a blinding blue light pierced the endless darkness, sweeping outward like the first ray of light that split the heavens and earth. Wherever the blue light passed, all things were obliterated, and space itself warped. The Duntian shuttle beneath Jiang Xia's feet blazed with intense light, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from its original position in an instant. When it reappeared, it was 10,000 miles away. The colossal lizard roared with earth-shattering fury, its shockwaves rippling outward like waves, shattering the surrounding peaks. Seizing an opening, Jiang Xia surged forward. His lightning blade transformed into a crimson streak, slashing viciously across the colossus's neck. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as sparks flew. The beast recoiled in pain, the spines along its neck glowing brighter as blue light erupted once more. The sky-darting shuttle surged forward, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The divine creation furnace materialized once more, swelling in the wind to become a towering peak. Tao patterns swirled atop the furnace, radiating brilliant divine light as an overwhelming, boundless pressure spread outward. The divine creation furnace, channeling the might of 10,000 thunderbolts, crashed down upon the lizard colossus. Boom! Space trembled, erupting with a thunderous roar. 7-colored divine light erupted from the collision's epicenter, spreading like ripples that warped the surrounding space. The earth cracked like a spiderweb under the terrifying shockwave, the fissures spreading to the horizon's edge. Jiang Xia's brows furrowed as he sensed several powerful auras closing in at an alarming speed. This must be resolved swiftly. With a thought, the divine creation furnace soared into the sky before crashing down once more. Divine light rippled outward like water, emanating a terrifying aura that made heaven and earth pale. The colossal lizard roared deafeningly, a burst of light erupting from its neck once more. A dazzling blue beam shot skyward, attempting to withstand this terrifying blow. The immortal furnace descended from the heavens, its divine light suddenly magnified 10 millionfold, completely engulfing the blue radiance before colliding violently with the colossal lizard. Boom! Once, twice, 3 times. The immortal cauldron relentlessly pounded, shattering the beast's scales inch by inch. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. You have successfully slain a 7th tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 4,136,643. As the colossal lizard beast collapsed, 5 terrifying auras radiating overwhelming pressure descended in succession. Black Palace Survivor Base, Presidential Office. The dimly lit room was thick with cigar smoke, while a massive map on the wall marked the locations of various restricted zones. Tep sat behind his massive desk, eyes fixed on the real-time footage on the screen, his obese frame trembling slightly. On the screen, a giant lizard creature crashed to the ground. His pupils suddenly contracted, his mouth gaping in disbelief as he muttered, "This can't be." He rubbed his eyes hard, then looked back at the screen to confirm he hadn't seen wrong. The giant lizard beast truly lay motionless in a pool of blood. This was already the third one. Within mere hours, 3 powerful rulers of the Forbidden Zone had been slain one after another by the same human. Damn yellow-skinned monkey. Tep gritted his teeth, his obese face flushed crimson with rage. With the domain lords slaughtered, what would happen next? Would the high-tier beasts break out of the Forbidden Zone and rampage through Eagle Land? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the office floor shook violently. Tep clung to the window for a glimpse, his face instantly turning deathly pale. A tidal wave of high-tier beasts surged toward the survivor's base. The worst-case scenario had finally unfolded. Chapter 116, Tep's Wrath. The lion-headed colossus arrived first on the battlefield. Its form vanished from its original spot in an instant, reappearing mere 100 zhang away from Jiang Xia. Its golden fur exploded like a blazing sun, its frenzied battle intent coalescing into a spear. Enveloped in a chilling aura of destruction, it tore through the void like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding void shattered inch by inch, black fissures spreading like a spiderweb. The spear tip aimed directly for his throat, intent on ending him with a single strike. Jiang Xia roared, and the divine creation furnace instantly expanded, cascading down a waterfall of multicolored divine light. The divine light interwove, forming a dazzling barrier of light that shielded him. The black spear struck the light barrier. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as blinding light illuminated the entire world. Space violently trembled, as if unable to withstand this terrifying force. Deep within the void, it seemed as though stars were exploding, their blinding light impossible to look upon directly. The eagle-winged colossus followed close behind, its dark green scales gleaming with a cold, sharp luster. With a single flap of its wings, it summoned the power of the boundless sea. Tidal waves surged from all directions, coalescing into a torrent thousands of meters high. Roaring with world-shattering might, it crashed toward Jiang Xia. Mountains crumbled, earth split open, and deafening booms echoed in its wake. Jiang Xia's expression grew grave as he summoned the 7-star 9-section staff. Crimson-purple bolts of celestial lightning erupted like raging dragons, weaving through the torrent with savage fury. Crack! The celestial thunder collided with the torrent, erupting in blinding light. Steam rose, forming mushroom cloud like shockwaves. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated across the cosmos, staining the sky an eerie blend of purple and white. Countless burning feathers peeled from the serpent-tailed colossus, trailing thick smoke as they plummeted toward Jiang Xia. The void warped and distorted under the scorching heat, like a boiling oil cauldron, crackling and popping. Jiang Xia swept his left hand, sending the ghostly white bone banner flying from his grasp. The banner fluttered in the wind, its surface swarming with countless ghostly faces. They opened gaping, blood-red maws, greedily devouring the fiery feathers filling the sky. With each feather consumed, the banner's black radiance grew more intense. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture, its fingertips dancing with 2 distinct flames. One was a deep, eerie purple, radiating a heart-stopping terror. The other was a violent, thunderous blaze, crackling with blinding crimson lightning. The 2 flames merged at his fingertips into a black lightning blade, swirling with eerie purple demonic flames and radiating an apocalyptic aura. Jiang Xia swung the thunder blade with force, colliding with the fiery feathers filling the sky. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly illuminated the entire sky, drenching the crimson heavens in a blinding, snow-white light. The tiger-faced beast seized the moment Jiang Xia was distracted, its glacial fur bristling. The surrounding air froze instantly, and towering ice walls rose from the ground. A bone-chilling wind swept through, slicing through the void like blades. Mountains and rivers froze solid in its wake, transforming into crystalline ice sculptures. The colossal claws swept through the air, unleashing shards of icy blades that tore through the void. Each blade carried a chill potent enough to freeze the soul. Jiang Xia dared not be careless, sweeping out a black lightning blade. The deep purple demonic flame collided with the menacing cold air. Boom! The earth seemed to tremble violently several times. The sky-splitting shuttle sliced through the frozen air, vanishing from its original position in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already 100 zhang behind the tiger-faced beast. The divine creation furnace whirled rapidly, erupting with multicolored light like a volcano. It transformed into a rainbow bridge piercing heaven and earth, crashing toward the tiger-faced beast. Wherever the divine light passed, space twisted and groaned under the unbearable strain. Sensing the terrifying aura behind it, the tiger-faced beast whipped around, swinging its massive claws to weave 100 zhang shield of ice blades. Boom! The collision between the ice shield and the multicolored divine light produced a sonic boom that reverberated across the cosmos, like the explosion at the dawn of creation. The tiger-faced beast let out a pained roar, its massive form involuntarily staggering back several steps. Jiang Xia once again summoned the creation immortal furnace, but a sudden alarm rang in his heart. The sky-darting shuttle flashed with light and vanished from its original spot in an instant. The 8-armed demon ape materialized from the void, its massive form bulging with coiled muscles as each limb spewed black flames. Space warped in its wake, the ground scorched into a landscape of ravines and gullies. Jiang Xia's expression grew grave as he merged the 7-star 9-section staff with the Een-Soul white bone banner. The thunder blade, originally shrouded in, now coiled with eerie ghostly energy, transforming into a black thunder blade radiating chilling aura. He swung it toward the black demonic flames. Crack! The clash of blade and flame erupted in a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The surrounding space shattered like a mirror, cracking into countless black fissures. The divine creation furnace transformed into a towering sacred mountain, its surface swirling with mystic runes. Illusory forms of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and streams materialized, as if a veritable world descended to crush the enemy. The void warped under the furnace's pressure. The 5 ferocious beasts roared skyward, each unleashing divine abilities to resist. The lion-headed beast radiated blinding golden light, transforming into a colossal sun. The eagle-winged beast flapped its wings, stirring up towering waves. The 8-armed demon ape swung all 8 limbs, unleashing black demonic flames that engulfed the sky in a sea of fire. The immortal furnace stood immovable, its Tao inscription swirling to deflect every attack. The 7-star 9-section staff channeled the thunderous might of the heavens, unleashing purple bolts as thick as water barrels that roared down, striking the 5 ferocious beasts. The crimson demonic flames coalesced into a 100-jung-tall pillar of fire, engulfing the 5 colossal beasts. Thunder and fire raged together, unleashing destructive power that made the 5 beasts let out agonized roars. The divine creation cauldron was raised once more, transforming into a majestic mountain bathed in radiant light. It crashed down upon the 7th-tier beasts trapped within the pillar of fire. Boom! The furnace smashed into the 5 beasts like a meteorite crashing into stars, its clanging echoing ceaselessly. Jiang Xia's expression remained impassive as he lightly waved his right hand. The immortal furnace pounded relentlessly like a piledriver. Once, twice, 3 times. The 5 beasts sensed mortal peril and struggled desperately to break free from the thunder and fire's bonds. The lion-headed beast broke free first, its frenzied battle intent coalescing into a golden spear. Before it could strike, the spear was brutally cleaved in 2 by a thunder blade. The divine creation cauldron suddenly erupted with 10,000 rays of divine light, rippling outward in layers like waves, crashing down upon the lion-headed beast. The beast spat blood from its maw, its vitality visibly waning at a rapid pace. Clearly, the divine light had pierced its internal organs. In the next instant, the thunder blade arrived in a flash. A massive lion head was hurled high into the air, crashing back to earth alongside its leopard body and pounding a pit tens of thousands of feet deep. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. You have successfully slain a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 6,174,543. Congratulations to the sole beta tester for successfully slaying a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 5,567,960. Congratulations to the sole beta tester for successfully slaying a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 4,996,581. Within a mere half-hour, 5 dominators of the Forbidden Zone fell consecutively. Inside the Black Palace survivor base, Tep stared intently at the screen, oblivious even as his cigar burned his fingers. On the screen, the 5 once mighty Forbidden Zone overlords now lay decapitated. The dark green scales of the eagle-winged beast had lost their luster, blood staining the earth crimson. The lion-headed colossus lay with its head severed from its leopard body, eyes wide open in death. The tiger-faced colossus had frozen into an ice sculpture, its head rolling to the side. The serpent-tailed colossus's 1,000-foot-long body lay severed into segments, blood gushing forth like a torrent. The 8-armed demon ape lay sprawled on the ground, its limbs twisted into twisted knots. Tep's face was frozen in disbelief. These 5 beasts were the kind that could devour nuclear weapons like candy. When the mythical beings first descended, even the eagle's entire nuclear arsenal failed to scratch them. Now they lay slain as easily as ants. After painstaking efforts to establish communication with these rulers of the Forbidden Zone, sacrificing 1 million lives annually to secure their restraint over the high-tier beasts and maintain a fragile peace now, with the rulers slain and the high-tier beasts unleashed, all that effort had been utterly wasted. The more Tup thought about it, the angrier he grew. His teeth clenched, and he slammed his fist onto the table. Chapter 117, Those Damned Great Xia People. Sir, we've confirmed it, his assistant said, approaching Tep's desk and placing documents on the surface. Tep picked up the documents and scanned them rapidly. His expression darkened, the knuckles of his fingers turning white as he gripped the papers. The Great Xia People? The assistant nodded slightly, avoiding Tep's gaze. Understood. You may leave. The assistant bowed slightly and turned to leave the office. Tepu could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed with a furious roar. The glass ashtray traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing violently into the wall, shattering into countless shards. The solid wood desk was kicked over, sending papers, pens, and photo frames scattering across the floor. Damn yellow-skinned monkey! Gritting his teeth in fury, he grabbed a chair and hurled it at the floor-to-ceiling window. Crash! The shattering glass rang out with a sharp, piercing sound, mirroring his current state of mind. The Great Xia People are utterly despicable. The roar echoed through the office, thick with helplessness and rage. He smashed everything breakable in sight until there was nothing left to vent his rage upon. Finally, he slumped lifelessly into his chair, his heavy breathing echoing distinctly amidst the chaos. Da Xia! Damn Da Xia! All the Eagle's efforts had been reduced to nothing, the plan that had consumed countless manpower ultimately amounting to nothing. Now, even the ability to negotiate terms was lost. He could only passively accept reality, watching helplessly as the other side acted with impunity. This humiliating powerlessness drove him to the brink of madness. But what could he do? Reality was this cruel. No matter how much resentment he harbored, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow it whole. After a long moment, he slowly unclenched his fists, picked up the phone on the desk, and dialed an internal number. "Come in." Moments later, a subordinate in military uniform pushed open the door and paused, startled by the utter chaos inside the office. "Organize the troops and awakened immediately to defend Black Palace Base." Tep's voice was low and hoarse. "The beast tide is coming." The subordinate opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by a furious roar. "What are you standing there for? Get moving!" He slammed his fist on the desk, causing the remaining glass shards to rattle. The subordinate dared not utter another word, hastily saluted, and turned to leave. A notification popped up on the system interface. "Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Your level has been upgraded to 71. Jiang Xia gasped for breath, his lungs burning fiercely. Each inhalation felt like a tug on his pain receptors, forcing a muffled groan from him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his angular cheeks. He raised a hand to wipe the perspiration, his fingertips trembling slightly. The battle had nearly drained the last ounce of spiritual energy from his body. Even with the burning Saint True Demon scripture, he had barely held on. 7th tier ferocious beasts each possessed earth-shattering power. Had he not managed to slay them at the critical moment, retreat would have been inevitable. Feeling his spiritual energy gradually recover within him, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario he'd feared hadn't materialized. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert the sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by the user's level. Reversal of Yin Yang can temporarily distort space, time, and disrupt the order of Yin Yang. Divine power, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 71 bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Damaged spiral turtle shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, sky darting shuttle equipped. Materialization permission, exchangeable. Though my bloodline hasn't undergone its 5th awakening yet, the benefits of leveling up are undeniable. I now possess the strength to face a 7th tier ferocious beast head-on. Even if multiple attacks simultaneously, I stand a decent chance of victory. His gaze swept over the beast corpses strewn across the ground, each one worth a fortune. Must bring them all back to Great Xia, can't let those eagle-worshipping bastards profit. With this thought, Jiang Xia summoned the ghostly white bone banner. Its surface rapidly expanded until it obscured half the sky, turning the already gloomy heavens even darker. Countless ghostly faces contorted in agony upon the banner, struggling and howling, emitting piercing, wretched screams. Ink-black whirlwinds surged from the banner, spiraling downward like a colossal black serpent bridging heaven and earth. Wherever they swept, the souls of the beasts were forcibly torn from their bodies. The ghostly soul of the 7th tier ferocious beast locked onto Jiang Xia, intent on another deadly strike, only to be restrained by an invisible force. A terrifying suction emanated from the ghostly soul white bone banner. The ghostly faces dragged the souls inch by inch toward the banner's surface, ultimately swallowing them whole. Having finished this, Jiang Xia stowed the beast's corpse into his storage slot and prepared to return to Great Xia aboard the sky-slipping shuttle. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, he saw a group of ragged refugees running toward him with faces aglow with excitement, waving frantically as they approached. People of the Great Xia. It's actually people from the Great Xia. I knew it. He's here to take us home. Finally, we won't have to endure this life of wandering and hardship anymore. Jiang Xia's brow furrowed. Observing this group of ragged refugees speaking fluent Great Xia, he instantly recognized their identities, those enlightened individuals and overseas students who had stubbornly refused to return home before the mythical event, even aiding the Eagle in smearing and suppressing their own nation. Now that Eagle Chan can barely save itself, it wants them back? He always kept his distance from this kind of foreign trash, and certainly had no obligation to rescue them. If they loved Eagle ladies so much, let them fend for themselves on this free and democratic land. He prepared to activate the sky shuttle to depart, but before he could move, the group swarmed around him. You came to take us back to China? How come you don't even have a vehicle? I'm not walking back. A man wearing thick glasses, looking scholarly and refined, declared in a tone that implied it was only natural. The other overseas students immediately chimed in loudly. We're elite talents of Great Xia. The nation invested heavily in our education. You must bring us back safe and sound. Exactly. If even a single hair on our heads is harmed along the way, it would be an incalculable loss. Forget our shared Yanhuang heritage. Abandoning people in distress violates basic humanity. You must bring us home. You can fly, right? Since we're all Xia people, we won't make it hard for you. Just make a few trips to bring us back. No way, no way. Better have Great Xia send a special plane. I'm a bit afraid of heights. The crowd chattered on, each voice piling on moral pressure as if Jiang Xia bringing them home was the most natural thing in the world. Not a single mention was made of how they had once vilified the Great Xia and groveled before the eagle-wielding nation as if none of that had ever happened. Another group of eagle worshippers appeared on the wasteland, all survivors from the base. They'd likely been scavenging the battlefield when they stumbled upon this scene. They stood by with keen interest, echoing the Chinese student's remarks. Exactly. These are Xia's precious treasures, absolutely invaluable. We mustn't treat them with the slightest disrespect. Why send only one person? Shouldn't a high-ranking official from Great Xia come to greet them personally? This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Even as eagle wing people, we can't stand by and watch this. Is this how Great Xia treats its talents? They can't even manage basic courtesy toward scholars. Not a shred of the refinement expected from a civilized ancient nation. This can't be swept under the rug. Great Xia must give us an explanation. Chapter 118. Want to go to Daxia? And open concessions too? Seeing that Eagle Eye agreed with this viewpoint, the Runnan student grew even more arrogant. Did you hear that? Even outsiders can't stand it anymore. This proves our demands are reasonable and justified. Why aren't you rushing to send us back to our country? Exactly. We've endured so much suffering here. Upon returning home, we must receive special privileges and preferential treatment. It's what we deserve. What are you waiting for? Contact the Great Xia Empire to send a special aircraft immediately. We're all high-level talents. Our time is precious. Returning is for the sake of Great Xia's future. This is our carefully considered decision. Do you understand? I'm afraid of heights. I must fly on a private jet. And first class, no less. And once we're back, our housing, jobs, and children's education must all be arranged properly. Don't forget we're the elite of Great Xia. Neglecting us is neglecting the nation's future. Jiang Xia gave a cold laugh and nodded slowly. No problem. These are minor matters. The runtime students erupted in excitement. When I get back, I want a villa. At least 500 square meters. I'm not asking for much, just a 3-bedroom apartment downtown, and it better be in a good school district. I want the best job. High pay, minimal work, at least $1 million yuan annual salary. My son must attend the top kindergarten. And a key elementary school too. And since we're high-level talents, we should get priority access to cultivation resources, right? Exactly. We must get the best cultivation techniques. We won't settle for ordinary methods. Why should ordinary people get to cultivate? Resources should be prioritized for us elites. Exactly. After enduring so much hardship abroad, we deserve special privileges back home. We're the pillars of this nation. These demands aren't unreasonable, are they? Jiang Xia shook his head with a smile, his tone calm. Quite reasonable. Not unreasonable at all. The crowd erupted instantly, cheers rising in waves. The most vocal agitators beamed with delight, already envisioning a future of luxury and privilege. Meanwhile, the provocative eagle worshippers collectively froze. They expected Jiang Xia to reject them outright, giving them ammunition to mock the Great Xia. Now, their prepared retorts stuck in their throats. One eagle worshipper muttered, this can't be possible. Another rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating. He couldn't fathom why Jiang Xia showed such leniency toward these traitors, let alone agree to such an outrageous demand. Could Great Xia truly be weak and easy to bully? At this thought, the eagle-eyed men's minds began to race. Wait. We want compensation too. Right. Why should they get compensation and not us? We want it too. You and Great Xia knew the mythical beings were coming but didn't warn us, causing so many eagle wing deaths. My entire family perished in that catastrophe. Great Xia must compensate us. Exactly. You must pay for your selfishness. Seeing this, the runtime students felt a wave of unease wash over them. Worried Jiang Xia might refuse these eagle wings demands, they threatened in a haughty tone. Hey, you must agree to these international friends' demands. You hear me? Exactly. If our international friends aren't satisfied, it will severely damage Great Xia's international image. It's true we didn't handle this properly. Compensation is only fair. Jiang Xia gave a faint nod and said, no problem. To the eyes of the Runnan students, this casual attitude seemed like some kind of signal, emboldening them to become even more brazen. Since they've suffered losses, why not return home with us? Indeed, Great Xia is vast and rich in resources. Supporting a few more people won't be a problem. Besides, the Eagle Nation is teeming with talent. It would be an honor for our motherland to have them come to Great Xia. The other runtime students chimed in agreement. After speaking, they turned their gaze toward the eagle sauce individuals, their faces plastered with fawning, obsequious smiles, seemingly waiting for praise. The eagle-eyed individuals were utterly dumbfounded. They had expected Jiang Xia to firmly reject the final demand made by the Runnian students. After all, allowing citizens of another nation to settle in Daxia was far more than a simple matter of compensation. One eagle swallowed hard and cautiously spoke up, we could actually choose not to go to Daxia. He intended to add that the compensation must be adequate, but before he could finish, another eagle-eyed individual cut him off. Right. We just want compensation, nothing else. The American nervously rubbed his hands together, silently praying Jiang Xia wouldn't misunderstand. All he wanted now was to secure the agreed-upon compensation. As for living in Daxia, he dared not even think about it. But Jiang Xia's response caught them off guard once more. No problem. Hearing this, the eagle's previously anxious hearts instantly settled. They even began to suspect that perhaps, in the eyes of the great Xia, those runaway students held extraordinary importance. Otherwise, how could they so readily agree to such an almost unreasonable demand? A bold idea began to take shape in their minds. If the great Xia valued these runaway students so highly, could they leverage this opportunity to secure more benefits for themselves? One eagle-eyed individual tentatively spoke up, we can go to Daxia, but our families must come with us. Another eagle immediately chimed in, exactly. Not just our families, but our friends and relatives too. They want to experience life in Daxia as well. Their tone was no longer cautious, but carried a hint of entitlement. No problem. Your requests are perfectly reasonable. Seeing Jiang Xia agree to everything, the eagles grew bolder. Once we're in Great Xia, you'll need to set aside a designated area for us to live. Ideally, it should be like the old concessions, where eagle sauce people have a high degree of autonomy. Exactly. No Great Xia citizens may enter the concession, and the eagles hold full administrative authority. Even if an eagle accidentally kills a Great Xia citizen, it has nothing to do with Great Xia, because the concession belongs solely to the eagles. Jiang Xia flashed a meaningful smile and nodded lightly. Agreed. Amidst the ecstatic cheers of the Runnin students and eagle-wing citizens, he slowly raised his right hand, summoning the ghostly white bone banner. Chapter 119, Haven't I Granted Your Wish? The moment the ghostly white bone banner appeared, the once boisterous scene fell instantly silent. The smiles froze on the faces of the runtime students, their eyes shifting from ecstatic joy to sheer terror. Their rapidly shrinking pupils reflected the billowing black mist and the eerie, ghostly faces on the banner. One voice broke the silence first, trembling with fear. What do you think you're doing? I warn you, we are the pillars of our nation. If you dare to act recklessly, Great Xia will not let you off. Jiang Xia's smile remained unchanged, but his tone took on a hint of mockery. Aren't you all longing to return home? The special flight is too slow. I have a faster way. He waved the ghostly white bone banner in his hand. The chilling aura emanating from its surface portended ill. This magical artifact boasts ample space inside. Your roommates are kind and welcoming. I guarantee you'll feel right at home. No sooner had he finished speaking than one of the eagle flag bearers turned and fled without a word. The others snapped to attention as panic spread through the crowd. All sense of dignity and decorum vanished as they scrambled to escape. Wails, curses, and pleas for mercy mingled in the air, the scene descending into utter chaos. The Runnin students panicked, swept along by the surging crowd, desperate to escape this place. Some were trampled by those behind, letting out agonized cries. Others attempted to leap over ravines, only to have their clothes torn by jagged rocks. The once haughty Runnin students were now utterly disheveled, their dignity completely shattered. Ghostly white banners fluttered in the wind, their painted grimaces contorting into grotesque, lifelike distortions. Black mist swirled like ink, spreading outward as a colossal suction force surged from the banners. Invisible hands seized the fleeing Rurin students. Blood-curdling screams pierced the sky as they struggled desperately to break free from this overwhelming power. Some barked hollow threats, ranting that Great Xia would never let Jiang Xia off the hook. Others wailed for mercy, begging for a sliver of hope. Others cursed incessantly, pouring out every ounce of hatred. Yet all was futile. The pull grew stronger, drawing them inch by inch toward the banner's surface. Countless grotesque faces gaped with blood-red mouths, emitting silent, mocking laughter. One by one, the Runin students were sucked into the banner, their figures vanishing into the churning black mist. Piercing screams echoed from within, sending shivers down the spine. The grotesque faces on the banner grew more frenzied, while the sky-darkening black mist seemed poised to devour the entire world. Jiang Xia watched it all with a calm smile, his eyes utterly still. A group of slower-moving eagle-winged citizens halted in the distance, staring in terror at the scene. The once noisy fugitive crowd fell deathly silent. Some rubbed their eyes, certain it wasn't an illusion, then collapsed to the ground, legs giving way. They pointed at Jiang Xia, unable to utter a single word. Fear spread like a virus, hearts pounding violently in their chests as if about to burst. They feared meeting the same fate as those Runnian students, their terrified eyes filled with dread of death. Jiang Xia piloted the sky dart slowly toward the crowd of eagle-eyed citizens, a gentle smile on his face, a stark contrast to his earlier coldness. Aren't you heading to Great Xia? His tone was casual, as if merely making small talk. I'm kindly giving you a ride. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nice and warm inside. If you don't believe me, just step in and see for yourselves. He raised the ghostly white bone banner in his hand, his words dripping with temptation. A massive suction force surged from the banner, invisible hands snatching the scattering citizens. Some collapsed to the ground, their pants soaked through, banging their heads against Jiang Xia's feet. I was just joking earlier. I truly admire Great Xia culture, absolutely no ulterior motives. Jiang Xia shook his head slightly, his expression earnest. I don't consider that a joke. You wanted to establish concessions in Great Xia, right? There's plenty of room in the human emperor banner, enough for 10 concessions. He immediately increased his spiritual energy input, causing the ghostly white bones banner to surge in size once more. A terrifying suction formed a whirlwind, its center churning with ghostly faces while black mist swirled at the edges, like the gates of hell slowly opening. The eagle saw's populace flailed limbs in vain against the vortex's grip. Wails, pleas for mercy, and curses mingled as bodies spun uncontrollably through the air. Vision blurred into a haze of twisted specter faces and churning black mist. Souls were torn and wrenched, plunging into an abyss of endless darkness. Banners of ghostly souls and white bones obscured the sky like a vast black curtain, staining the heavens ink black. Countless demonic faces struggled and screamed upon the banners, their twisted features contorted with agony, as if striving to break free from this prison. They reached out with ghastly white arms, clawing at the black mist, emitting silent wails. The remaining fleeing citizens of Eagletown turned in terror to witness the horrifying spectacle. Wherever Jiang Xia passed, crowds were sucked into the dreadful black vortex like ants, each face turning deathly pale. The next moment, Jiang Xia materialized before them, a gentle smile on his face. This sudden shift only deepened the eagle-clawed people's terror. They huddled together, trembling as they pointed at Jiang Xia, shouting incoherently, "Demon! He's a demon!" Jiang Xia tilted his head, as if pondering something. After a moment, he smiled and said, "The Runin students wanted to return home, and those people wanted to go to Daxia. Haven't I just granted their wishes?" Watching the scattered Eagle Saw citizens flee, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, what a memory I have. Didn't you also want to go to Great Xia just now? It's convenient to take you along, saves me another trip." At this, the frantically fleeing Eagle Saw citizens froze instantly, as if struck by a petrification spell. Their eyes widened in terror as they shook their heads frantically, babbling incoherently in denial. No. We don't want to go to Great Xia. We were just curious, came to see the commotion." Right. We're just passing through, we definitely didn't want to go to Daxia. We're not curious about Daxia at all. Some even began babbling incoherently, desperately trying to prove their innocence. We love Eagle Sauce and swear allegiance to our country. We never dreamed of establishing a concession within China's borders, that's utter nonsense. Kneeling on the ground, they cowed out to Jiang Xia, their trouser legs gradually dampening and emitting a foul odor. "Please, spare us. We truly know we've done wrong." Observing the crowd's terrified expressions, Jiang Xia maintained a gentle smile. "It's alright, no need to be so nervous. Let's all go to Great Xia together. Once you've been there, you'll never want to leave." Before they could utter another word, the ghostly white bone banner in his hand suddenly erupted with a surge of black mist. A powerful force swept up the Eagle Sauce citizens, tossing them through the air like tumbling leaves. Their terrified screams pierced the sky. They struggled desperately, yet found themselves trapped as if sinking into quicksand, unable to move an inch. The world spun and warped before their eyes, until all that remained was swirling black mist and hideous, grotesque faces. Chapter 120, Western Network Restoration. The wails faded as the ghostly white bone banner shrank. Jiang Xia gazed out over the battle-scarred wasteland, now filled only with the howling wind. Not only had he successfully ascended to level 72, but he had also slain several 7th-tier ferocious beasts. With these high-tier beast corpses, he could cultivate more demon-sect soldiers and further strengthen his existing warriors. Moreover, the beast remains could be used to nourish and refine the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array. Jiang Xia summoned the sky-slipping shuttle, and his figure vanished instantly at the horizon's edge. Black Palace Survivor Base, Office. Tep sat behind his desk, fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface, producing a dull thudding sound. A blood-soaked officer stumbled into the room, saluted, and reported in a hoarse voice, "Mr. President, the first wave of the beast tide has been repelled." Hearing this, his taut nerves finally relaxed. He exhaled deeply, the gloom on his face slightly lifting. "Casualties?" A flash of pain crossed the officer's face as he looked down at the roster of the fallen in his hands. His voice trembled. "Reporting to you, Mr. President, we suffered heavy losses." "Exact numbers?" "The awakened forces suffered 2,317 casualties. Regular soldiers suffered 35,621 casualties." Hearing these numbers, TEP's face instantly turned ashen. He sprang to his feet, trembling slightly. Over 2,000 awakened, more than 30,000 regular soldiers. This was nearly a quarter of the Black Palace's armed forces. And this was only the first wave of the beast tide. If several more such assaults came, how long could the base hold out? He massaged his throbbing temples, forcing himself to calm down and begin contemplating deeper issues. This catastrophe brought not only casualties but other hidden dangers. The birth rate among ordinary citizens within the base had plummeted precipitously. Who could possibly think of procreation in such an environment? If this continued, population would become the greatest crisis. For them, the capitalists who controlled the nation's lifeline population was everything. Without sufficient numbers, who would they exploit? Once the population dwindled beyond a certain point, social order within the base would collapse entirely. Then, even these lofty capitalist oligarchs would become lambs slaughtered by the beasts. Seeing President Tep remain silent, the officer assumed his briefing was complete and turned to leave. Wait. Tep suddenly called him back. There is one more matter requiring your attention. Issue an order. Any citizen who successfully gives birth within the base will receive a generous reward from the Black Palace. Rewards? What kind of rewards? The officer asked, puzzled. Food, shelter, medicine, every essential for survival. And the more children they bear, the greater the reward. Tep emphasized, enunciating each word deliberately. The officer took his leave. Soon after, a soft knock sounded at the office door. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing several men in tailored suits, each exuding an air of distinction. Spotting them, Tep's previously sullen face instantly broke into a broad smile. He hurried forward, greeting them warmly. Gentlemen, why didn't you give us any advance notice? Welcome, welcome. These were the capital tycoons from other survivor bases, controlling vast resources and wealth within their respective strongholds. Tepa treated them with extreme deference, bowing and scraping with a perpetually fawning smile. He carefully guided these distinguished guests to the sofas and personally poured them bottles of his prized red wine. The Black Palace base suffered heavy casualties during the beast tide, resulting in a significant decline in its strength. Previously, these capital tycoons followed its lead largely because they sought shelter under the Black Palace base's formidable power. If these capitalists were to learn that the Black Palace base's strength had greatly diminished, some would inevitably harbor other intentions. Tep's resentment toward the Great Xia deepened further. Had it not been for the Great Xia's slaying of the Forbidden Zone overlord, triggering the beast tide, he would never have had to treat these capitalists with such deference. After taking their seats, the capitalists did not rush to partake of the red wine. Instead, they exchanged solemn glances. One representative cleared his throat and spoke up. Mr. President, the civilians our base sent to the battlefield to gather supplies have encountered some trouble. They were all taken away by a Great Xia person using some strange device. It emitted dark, swirling mist and looked utterly sinister. These people are our base's most precious resources. Now they've been taken away by the Great Xia in broad daylight, as if it were perfectly normal. Tepa sank into the sofa, his brow furrowed. After a long moment, he asked, were many taken? Another tycoon replied gravely, our losses this time are catastrophic. Most likely, those people have met with misfortune. Killing Eagle Sauce citizens has caused an extremely detrimental impact. This matter cannot be left unresolved. The tycoon fixed his burning gaze on Tep and declared firmly, we came here hoping the president could help us demand an explanation from the Great Xia. Tep's taut nerves relaxed. Even with heavy losses, Black Palace base remained the strongest among these facilities. As for the fate of those individuals? No one truly cared. He understood the capitalists' unspoken demand, those individuals were invaluable resources. Their loss must be compensated elsewhere, no disadvantage could be tolerated. If compensation couldn't be extracted from Great Xia, Black Palace would have to find ways to cover the losses. Otherwise, there would be no point in them remaining affiliated with the base. If they lacked the power to confront the Great Xia, surely they could handle these petty troublemakers? Yet even if action was warranted, it demanded careful planning. These individuals weren't pushovers, each backed by their own armed forces. Therefore, he resolved to adopt a strategy of delay, first pacifying these capitalists. Later, he would seek opportunities to infiltrate and cultivate his own agents within those bases, gradually eroding their influence until he gained complete control over them. As for the Great Xia, they had even slain a Forbidden Zone overlord, a formidable adversary. Conventional methods were clearly ineffective. Perhaps unconventional approaches were warranted. Tep raised his wine glass and took a light sip, his mind already forming a plan. I deeply sympathize with your losses. This matter will absolutely be addressed by the Great Xia. The capital tycoon seemed unsatisfied with this response, about to press further, when the office door swung open. A subordinate whispered a brief report into his ear. Tep's previously languid expression vanished instantly, replaced by a barely perceptible flicker of delight. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the tycoons. Gentlemen, I have good news for you. The network at Black Palace base is fully restored. At this announcement, the capital sharks all froze, surprise evident on their faces. Tep deliberately paused, building anticipation. Thanks to our technicians working around the clock, Black Palace base has reconnected to the satellite network. Not only that, but the damaged communication base stations have been repaired, and signal stability has been enhanced. This means we can not only access the internet again but also communicate in real time with other bases. Black Palace is assisting other bases in restoring their network connections. I believe all bases will have their networks back to normal very soon. Chapter 121, Condemnation? Are they even worthy? One of the capital representatives leaned forward slightly, asking in a tone tinged with inquiry, Mr. President, you mentioned demanding an explanation from the Great Xia. How exactly do you propose we proceed? Instead of answering directly, Tep turned his gaze to a red button on the desk. Seconds later, a soft knock sounded at the office door. A man in a dark blue suit entered and stood respectfully before Tep, awaiting instructions. Spread the news of Great Xia's massacre of Eagle-winged citizens as quickly as possible. Remember to use every available channel, the internet, media outlets, social platforms until reports flood every corner. Understood? Yes, Mr. President. I'll arrange it immediately. The capitalists exchanged glances. One of them couldn't help but ask, Mr. President, with all due respect, will this really be effective? Tep briefly explained his reasoning, and the group suddenly understood. The more people knew about this incident, the greater the public outcry it would generate. By then, they wouldn't even need to intervene. The enraged masses would naturally find ways to spread the news within Great Xia. Upon learning of this, the people of Great Xia would further amplify the public sentiment. Great Xia valued the attitude of its citizens above all else. To quell the public fury, they would inevitably impose severe sanctions on the perpetrators and compensate Eagle Sauce for their losses. Daxia, Longdu Military District Conference Room. Training footage of the awakened forces played on the screen. Elder Chen sat at the head of the table, his eyes sharp as he nodded approvingly. According to the latest statistics, nearly 90% of the nation's citizens have successfully awakened their professions, reported a Bureau of Statistics official, rising to deliver the update. Talented individuals have emerged across all industries, propelling our national strength to a qualitative leap forward. What earth-shaking changes, exclaimed a gray-haired general. Back then, we were so preoccupied with the mythical descent that we couldn't eat or sleep. Now we possess such formidable national strength. None of this would have been possible without Comrade Xiao Jiang, another leader chimed in. Without him, it's hard to imagine what this Xia would have become. Indeed, Old Chen nodded. Comrade Xiao Jiang's contributions deserve to be remembered by every citizen. But, a senior commander murmured, his words echoing the thoughts of many, Comrade Xiao Jiang has been out of contact since leaving the Great Array. It's been so long, and we still haven't heard a single word from Comrade Xiao Jiang. If anything happened to him, it would be an immeasurable loss for Daxia. Comrade Xiao Jiang possesses extraordinary abilities. I believe he is blessed with divine protection. Just then, a phone rang. Old Chen exchanged a few brief words before hanging up without hesitation. Silence fell over the conference room as all eyes turned to Old Chen, their expressions filled with confusion. That was President Eagle calling, Old Chen said slowly. He claims a Great Xia national is on Eagle territory, massacring large numbers of citizens and Runrun students. He demands we hand over the perpetrator and compensate for their losses. What? The room erupted in an uproar. This is sheer nonsense. Comrade Xiao Jiang couldn't possibly have done such a thing. Trump is clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Old Chen raised his hand to silence the room before continuing. This call proves at least one thing, Comrade Xiao Jiang is safe and sound, and he certainly made quite a stir. The others in the conference room nodded slightly. As long as Comrade Xiao Jiang was safe, that was all that mattered. As for those American citizens and Chinese students, they felt little sympathy. They trusted Comrade Xiao Jiang's character even though he practiced demonic cultivation techniques, he would never indiscriminately kill innocents. It must have been those people who did something utterly outrageous to provoke Comrade Xiao Jiang's killing intent. A senior commander frowned, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. As if suddenly struck by a thought, he spoke slowly, the fact that Trump managed to make this call, doesn't that mean the Western communication networks have been restored? The moment the words left his mouth, murmurs rippled through the conference room. Old Chen's expression turned grave as his gaze swept across the room. What exactly happened will become clear once Comrade Xiao Jiang returns. But the fact that Tepa dared to make this call proves they must have other contingency plans. We must prepare for every possible scenario. The Black Palace spokesperson condemned the atrocities committed by citizens of the Great Xia and released photos of some victims. Mainstream media outlets like Fox News and CNN swiftly followed suit, inviting experts to analyze the situation and portray Jiang Xia as a depraved demon. Online, hashtags like #DaxiaDevil and #PunishThePerpetrators rapidly trended, with countless netizens leaving comments expressing anger and condemnation toward the Daxia people. Some claimed relatives had perished in the incident, demanding the Daxia government hand over the perpetrators. More, however, were swept up by inflammatory rhetoric without knowing the full truth, joining the chorus condemning Jiang Xia. Tokyo, a dilapidated underground shelter. Flickering lights illuminated a densely packed crowd. Suddenly, a young man exclaimed, "The internet's back." The news spread like wildfire throughout the shelter. People eagerly pulled out their phones, laptops, and other electronic devices, rushing to reconnect to the long-lost internet. The shelter's public address system promptly confirmed the restoration of internet access and reminded residents to be vigilant about online security. The young man deftly logged into Twitter, greeted by a deluge of trending topics like hashtag Great Xia Demon and hashtag Punish the Perpetrators. Clicking through several news articles, he saw Eagle Swan media coverage of the Daxia citizens massacring Eagle Swan civilians incident, along with photos of the so-called victims. Though skeptical of the truth behind the events, his long-held blind trust in Eagle Swan led him to believe the reports. He immediately retweeted the news, adding the caption, "Punish the murderers. Daxia must give an explanation." Similar scenes unfolded across survivor bases worldwide. In Paris, within a shelter converted from an abandoned stadium, a middle-aged woman watched the news on her phone, her indignation boiling over. She didn't understand the full context of the incident, but she trusted the Eagle Swan media and believed the victims' tearful pleas. So she joined an online group condemning Daxia, actively sharing all sorts of unverified information. In London, a once thriving commercial district now lay in ruins, its underground housing a survivor base. A young programmer exploited technological advantages to breach Great Xia's network, locating several social platforms where he posted in broken Chinese demanding the Great Xia government provide an explanation. Increasing numbers of Western survivors breached the Great Xia firewall, flooding platforms with posts demanding the handover of perpetrators and compensation for Western losses. Chapter 122, Nothing but a Petty Clown. Foreign IP addresses proliferated across the Great Xia internet, with users commenting on videos and forums, urging Great Xia to punish the perpetrators and compensate the Western world for its losses. The incident continued to escalate, reaching nearly all citizens of Daxia. They learned that one of their compatriots had eliminated a large group of Western hawks plotting against Daxia, along with students who had fled the country only to continue their tyrannical ways. In response to the foreign IPs demanding Daxia punish the perpetrator and compensate the Western world, Daxia citizens flooded the comments sections. Is that a murderer? He's clearly a national hero of Daxia, isn't he? This guy did what we've always wanted to do but couldn't pull off. Daxia truly is a nation of courtesy, bang 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 for those with ill intent. Compensation? How about we open our history books and settle old scores with the West? Inside the Orlando survivor base, John's face turned green with rage as he stared at his phone screen. He just posted a comment on a video site demanding the Great Xia government punish the killer and compensate the West for its losses. The moment his comment went live, it was drowned out by a flood of scornful mockery from countless Great Xia citizens. Furious, he trembled all over, his fingers shaking as he tried to reply only to find his account had been muted. The same scene played out repeatedly across Western survivor bases. Westerners angrily slammed objects, venting their frustration. They couldn't comprehend why Daxia would shield a murderer so blatantly. Even more unbearable was the suppression of free speech. They couldn't utter a word on Daxia's internet. Those Daxia people actually blocked us. Utterly shameless. Protecting a murderer? They're utterly shameless. Some noticed that Chief Engineer Jiang hadn't appeared in official news reports for several days. This discovery immediately sparked widespread attention among netizens, with various speculations and discussions flooding major platforms. A user named There's Only One Truth posted on a forum claiming reliable sources had witnessed Chief Engineer Jiang leaving the Great Array, only to vanish afterward. The post quickly became a trending topic, drawing massive attention and debate. Some observant netizens reviewed past news reports and videos, noting that Chief Engineer Jiang's last public appearance coincided with the domestic spiritual energy surge and nationwide awakening. Shortly thereafter, the Western world suffered devastating blows. This temporal alignment led more and more people to believe that the mysterious national hero was most likely Chief Engineer Jiang. I knew it. Who else but Master Jiang could pull off something this monumental? I was wondering who was behind it all. Turns out it was Chief Engineer Jiang. I'm completely blown away. Major forums and social media platforms were flooded with mentions of Chief Engineer Jiang. Even netizens who rarely followed current events were swept up in the fervor. The sky-splitting shuttle sliced through the sky like a streak of light, landing steadily within the compound of the Longdu military district. The moment Jiang Xia entered the formation, Elder Chan and the others had received word and were already waiting expectantly in the compound. After brief greetings, Jiang Xia opened his storage inventory. The corpse of a 7th-tier ferocious beast, towering like a mountain, emerged, its colossal form nearly occupying half the compound. Then a second, a third. Several 7th-tier beast carcasses appeared in succession, piling up like mountains and radiating a heart-stopping aura of power. Finally, over 1,000 corpses of sovereign-tier beasts poured out of the storage compartment, instantly flooding the remaining open ground. The entire military compound was packed to the brim with beast carcasses, leaving scarcely any space to stand. Witnessing this staggering spectacle, Elder Chan and the others couldn't help but gasp in awe. Their facial muscles twitched slightly as they struggled to maintain their composure. Such a vast quantity of 7th-tier beast corpses, if properly utilized, would undoubtedly elevate the Great Xia Empire's overall strength to unprecedented heights. Particularly the essence, blood and bones of these beasts, containing immense energy, could be used to refine pills, forge weapons, and even rapidly elevate the ranks of the populace. These 7th-tier beast corpses must be properly stored and rationally distributed to maximize their value, Old Chen silently calculated. Beyond the 7th-tier beasts, there were also over 1,000 monarch-tier beast corpses, a staggering quantity. Though not as precious as 7th-tier beasts, these monarch-tier beasts' flesh was rich in spiritual energy, making them rare tonics for ordinary citizens. This much beast meat is enough for the entire nation to taste something new, Old Chen mused, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Xiao Lu, immediately notify all provincial and municipal administrative regions. Have them dispatch designated personnel to the Dragon Capital Military District to collect the beast meat and distribute it to the populace as swiftly as possible. Assistant Xiao Lu nodded promptly and hurried off to relay the order. Old Chen surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over the mountains of beast carcasses piled high. His heart swelled with emotion. Trusting comrade Xiao Jiang back then had likely been the wisest decision of his life. Without Jiang Xia, the Great Xia Empire would never have withstood the beast invasion. As representatives from provinces and municipalities arrived to collect the beast meat, the military compound bustled with activity. Large transport trucks came and went, carrying the cut beast meat to every corner of the nation. The cameraman's voice trembled with excitement. Guys, did you see that? That's the beast meat. I heard Chief Engineer Jiang brought back a huge amount, enough for everyone in the country to eat. The video quickly went viral on short video platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, with views and comments exploding. Is this real? Everyone in the country? My hometown is in a remote mountainous area, will we get some too? Dude, the government said it'll be distributed nationwide, no one gets left out. Chief Engineer Jiang is awesome. Now that's a real hero. Protecting the nation and letting us eat fierce beast meat. Soon, major news sites and portals reposted the story with eye-catching headlines. Chief Engineer Jiang delivers another feat. Brings back massive amounts of ferocious beast meat for all to share. On Weibo, hashtags like hashtag Chief Engineer Jiang, hashtag monster meat, hashtag shared by all quickly trended. Chief Engineer Jiang is my absolute idol. I'm so in awe of him. Thank you, Chief Engineer Jiang. Finally, we get to taste what high-grade ferocious beast meat is like. Chief Engineer Jiang not only protects us but also provides us with meat. What kind of god is this? This time, all citizens of Great Xia understood that the murderer referred to by foreign IPs was none other than Chief Engineer Jiang, the very man who brought back vast quantities of fierce beast meat for the entire nation to share. Thus began a massive online war of words. Chief Engineer Jiang is a national hero. What do you clowns know? Stop barking like dogs, it's all for nothing. See how the Great Xia government ignores you? An overseas IP named Eagle of Freedom raged, Daxia is shielding murderers, their enemies of all humanity. Netizens immediately fired back, you speak for all humanity? Who do you think you are? Another IP chimed in, the murderer must be punished. Great Xia must apologize to the entire world. Daxia netizens retorted bluntly, apologize? Dream on. If you're jealous we get to eat beast meat, just say so. Keyboard warriors are back in action. Why not solve your own food and shelter problems before lecturing others? Chief Engineer Jiang is our hero, don't dare slander him. Dare to bark again, and watch out, we'll crawl through your internet cables to beat you up. Others dug up past evidence, dismantling Western narratives, the twisted truth and confused right from wrong, leaving these foreign IPs speechless. Multilingual netizens even countered directly in the opponent's native tongues, showing them what it means to play on home turf. At the Longdu Military District headquarters, Old Chen, Jiang Xia, and other high-ranking military officials sat around a conference table discussing the distribution plan for the beast meat and follow-up matters. Suddenly, a young staff officer hurried over to Old Chen and whispered a report. Old Chen's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. Those clowns overseas are making noise again? The aide nodded and handed Chen Lao a tablet. The screen displayed real-time updates from major social media platforms, flooded with overseas IPs condemning Jiang Xia and attacking the Great Xia Empire. Chen Lao glanced at it briefly before setting the tablet back on the table. Ignore them. Just a bunch of clowns jumping around. Why bother? Jiang Xia also saw the content on the tablet, showing no sign of emotional disturbance. Chapter 123, Rapid Development. After the meeting concluded, the convoy of black Hongqi sedans, escorted by police vehicles, smoothly entered the largest ferocious beast meat distribution point within the Longdu Military District. The expansive site was divided into several sections, each marked by prominent signage indicating different types of high-grade ferocious beast meat. After disembarking, Chen Lao and his group followed staff guidance along a designated route for inspection. Before the distribution point, citizens stood in orderly lines, stepping forward one by one to claim their allotted portions of beast meat. Staff deftly weighed pre-cut meat chunks and packed them into bags brought by the citizens. Within the Dragon Capital Military District, Jiang Xia sat cross-legged beneath the eye of the spirit tree, his mind flooded with vivid images. Xiaoli, a corporate drone fresh off work, wolfed down freshly cooked high-grade ferocious beast meat. Congratulations, user Li Chang. You have leveled up to level 36. In a dorm room at Shuimu University, computer science student Zhang Hao concentrated intently on writing code while munching on dried ferocious beast jerky. Congratulations, user Zhang Hao, you have leveled up to level 35. The same scenes unfolded across the nation. Nearly all citizens who consumed high-grade ferocious beast meat had leveled up to 35 or above. Many adventurers still grinding in secret realms hadn't received the news yet. In the women's dormitory at North City University, Bai Xiuha carefully placed the last piece of beast meat into her mouth. Congratulations, user Bai Xiuha, you have leveled up to level 39. The system notification rang in her ears, and Bai Xiuha clenched her fists in excitement. Level 39, something she never dared dream of before. She couldn't wait to share the good news with her leveling party, Shui Chang, Li Mani, Li Yanyan, and Zhang Kai. Soon, the 5-member squad assembled and marched toward the secret realm in the suburbs, their spirits soaring. Second floor, Daidong City Secret Realm. Sandstorms whipped across the Gobi Desert, swirling yellow dust into the sky. 5 figures struggled against the relentless sand assault, their leather armor torn and tattered, caked in dust and blood. Captain, this Crimson Flame Lizard's defense is too high. Our attacks just can't break through, panted a burly warrior, swinging his massive axe. Their squad had been locked in a fierce battle within the Gobi secret realm for hours, yet they still couldn't overcome the Lord Beast before them. The flames-in lizard was covered in thick, steel-like scales, impervious to ordinary blades. The scorching flames it spat from its mouth could melt the surrounding sand into molten glass. Captain Wang Chang frowned deeply, swinging his spear relentlessly in search of the sand lizard's weak spot. Yet the creature moved with blinding speed and attacked with ferocious ferocity, making it impossible to close in. Just as the group seemed utterly stumped, a figure raced toward them from the distance. Old Wang, long time no see. The newcomer's booming voice cut through the wind and sand with surprising clarity. Wang Chang squinted and exclaimed in surprise, "Old Li, what are you doing here?" Before Wang Chang could exchange greetings, Li Ming flickered and appeared before the flaming sand lizard in an instant. A dagger, gleaming coldly, materialized in his hand. With lightning speed, he thrust it into the lizard's abdomen. The massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Chang and the others stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. Old Li, when did you become so skilled? Li Ming sheathed the dagger and smiled. After eating the high-grade beast meat distributed by Chief Engineer Jiang, my level shot up quite a bit. Chief Engineer Jiang distributed beast meat? Is there such a thing? Wang Chang and the others were even more puzzled. Li Ming explained, yes, everyone nationwide received it. Consuming it significantly boosts your level. Haven't you guys gotten yours yet? We've been leveling up in the secret realm the whole time. We didn't know about this, Wang Chang realized. No wonder you've gotten so strong. We need to get out and claim that beast meat right away, exclaimed the mage in the party excitedly. Exactly. With our levels up, taking on those flames and lizards will be a breeze, another priest chimed in. The group abandoned the fight and rushed toward the secret realm's entrance. At the Jiangcheng secret realm entrance, the portal flickered with a faint green glow. Several figures emerged disheveled from the realm. Team leader Zhao Yong clutched his still bleeding arm, his face pale. His teammates weren't faring much better, each panting heavily, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Before they could catch their breath, they saw a dark, surging crowd, like a tidal wave, rushing toward the secret realm's entrance. Zhao Yong shouted urgently, "Wait! The beasts inside are powerful, most are level 35 or higher. You guys?" His words were cut off by a young man. Level 35 or higher? We've long surpassed level 35. Another burly man slung a massive sword over his shoulder and grinned, "We never dared enter the secret realm before, but things are different now. Brothers, let's charge." Zhao Yong and his companions exchanged stunned glances, their faces frozen in disbelief. Level 35 was an insurmountable threshold. To reach level 34, their team had fought tooth and nail within the secret realm for a full fortnight. Now, seeing so many level 35+ adventurers appear out of nowhere felt like a dream. Curiosity drove Zhao Yong and his companions back into the secret realm. The moment they stepped inside, they witnessed a crowd besieging a human-faced spider. This colossal arachnid was none other than the Lord-level beast they had encountered earlier, the one that had inflicted such devastating losses. Now, overwhelmed by the mob's assault, it offered no resistance and soon collapsed in a pool of its own blood. Zhao Yong and his companions stared in disbelief. Was this really the same Lord-level beast they knew? A young man wielding a long sword approached them. "Hey, guys, wanna team up? How did you level up so fast?" Zhao Yong couldn't help but ask. The young man laughed heartily. Chief Jiang brought back plenty of high-grade beast meat from outside the Great Formation. After eating it, everyone made a breakthrough. Didn't you guys eat any high-grade beast meat? Zhao Yong and the others were even more puzzled. The young man nodded and explained, everyone in the country received some. The distribution point for Jiangcheng is at the city sports stadium. Hearing this news, Zhao Yong and the others hesitated no longer and immediately turned to leave the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the second layer of the North City secret realm, Bai Xiuha and the others finally reached the lava cavern where the crimson flame demon wolf lurked. The squad members stood ready, preparing to join forces and eliminate this powerful beast. "Xiao He, we should go together." The crimson flame demon wolf's flames are too unpredictable. Captain Shui Chang turned to the girl beside him, her bright eyes and pearly teeth radiant. Bai Xiuhe shook her head confidently. No need. I can handle it alone. Shape-shifting. Her figure vanished instantly, leaving only an afterimage. The next moment, she materialized behind the crimson flame demon wolf, her dagger gleaming with a cold, eerie light. Shadow strike. A shadow extended from beneath her feet, lunging toward the crimson flame demon wolf like a living creature. Mimicking Bai Xiuhe's movements, the dagger pierced the beast's hind leg with precision, leaving a deep wound. The crimson flame demon wolf, searing with pain, spun in rage and spat forth a ball of blazing fire. Shadow shift. Swapping positions with the shadow once more, he evaded the deadly flame attack. Enraged, the crimson flame demon wolf wildly spewed fire in all directions, transforming the cave into a sea of flames. Yet Bai Xiuhe showed no fear, deftly weaving through the flames as he sought the perfect moment to strike. Instant kill. His figure vanished once more, merging into the shadows. Silently, he attached himself to the crimson flame demon wolf's back, waiting for the skill to activate. 5 seconds later, Bai Xiuhe returned to his original position, leaving behind a shadow imprint on the wolf's back. The massive critical damage dealt caused the crimson flame demon wolf to let out a piercing howl before crashing to the ground. The squad members stared in disbelief at the scene. They never imagined Bai Xiuhe could take down the crimson flame demon wolf so effortlessly. This was a lord-level beast and he'd soloed it despite being underleveled. Xiaohe, you're incredible. You're a genius. Facing the praise, Bai Xiuhe shook his head. What genius? If it weren't for Chief Engineer Jiang, I wouldn't have progressed this fast. Chapter 124, Refining and Enhancing the 5 Elements Heaven's Sealing Demon Binding Array. Within the second layer of Hongqing's secret realm, a bone-chilling cold wind howled relentlessly. A 10-person team tracked the marquee-level beast known as the earth-splitting demon bear with relentless precision. Braving the treacherous terrain, they pressed deeper into the heart of the secret realm. At the very front of the group, the burly leader gripped a heavy battle axe and bellowed, "Everyone pick up the pace. Don't let it escape. This beast's carcass is worth a fortune." Instantly, the men quickened their pace. When they finally cornered the earth-splitting demon bear at the edge of a sheer cliff, they couldn't help but feel a surge of secret triumph, convinced victory was theirs for the taking. Yet at this critical moment, the earth splitter suddenly halted, turned to face them, and unleashed a deafening roar. Just as confusion gripped the group, 3 even more colossal figures slowly emerged from the depths of the dense forest. These were 3 beasts even more formidable than the earth-splitting demon bear, their presence so oppressive it nearly took one's breath away. The lead beast resembled a giant tiger, its coat pure and flawless white, crowned with a spiraled horn on its forehead that radiated an air of solemn mystery. Another resembled a colossal lizard, its back covered in razor-sharp bone spines, constantly spewing green poisonous mist from its mouth, chilling the blood. The final beast was a spider, entirely black, its 8 eyes glowing crimson, radiating boundless murderous intent. Upon witnessing this, Taizhan and his companions' expressions instantly turned grave. Only then did they realize they had long since fallen into the enemy's ambush. The earth-splitting demon bear's earlier flight had not been a panic retreat, but a deliberate ploy to lure them here. These marquee-level beasts swiftly closed in, encircling the group in an impenetrable ring. Panic began to spread through the group as some reached for the alarm to call for help. However, team leader Taizhan acted swiftly, grabbing him by the arm. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Things are different now. We've all consumed the high-grade beast meat provided by Chief Engineer Jiang, and our strength is all above level 35. If anyone should be afraid, it's these beasts who should fear us." Tieshan's words acted like a shot of adrenaline, restoring calm and courage to the previously panicked team. The warrior wielding the giant axe roared and charged headlong at the earth-splitting demon bear. The massive axe, carrying the force to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, slammed viciously into the beast's shoulder. The earth-splitting demon bear, roaring in pain, unleashed an even fiercer roar and swiped its paw at the warrior. With agile dodges, the giant axe swung again, leaving gruesome gashes across the earth-splitter's hide. Simultaneously, the mages in the party began chanting spells. Fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning bolts poured down like a torrential rain, striking the 3 newly appeared beasts. The white tiger, agile and swift, dodged most of the magical assaults. Yet it too let out a deafening roar and charged toward the mages. At the critical moment, an assassin's figure materialized behind the white tiger like a ghostly apparition. A dagger flashed like lightning, carving a deep gash into the beast's hide. The white tiger, searing with pain, spun around and engaged the assassin in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the giant lizard continuously spewed poisonous mist, instantly engulfing a vast area. The priest, seeing this, swiftly waved his staff to dispel the fog while casting healing and buff spells on his allies. The giant spider unleashed webs, attempting to entangle the group, but the warrior swung his massive axe, severing each strand. The battle raged fiercely, both sides trading deadly blows. Through seamless coordination and overwhelming strength, the group gradually gained the upper hand. Iron Mountain seized the moment, delivering a heavy blow that sent the earth-splitting demon bear crashing to the ground with an agonized howl. Simultaneously, the mage's magical assaults intensified, covering the white tiger in fresh wounds and slowing its movements. The assassin seized the opening, plunging a blade into the tiger's throat. The black spider, sensing doom, turned to flee. But a mage instantly cast a spell, freezing it in place. The warrior stepped forward and cleaved its skull in two with a single stroke. After the battle, everyone was panting heavily, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Defeating the strong with the weak, successfully slaying 4 marquee-level beasts, such an achievement would have been unimaginable in the past. All of this was thanks to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia slowly withdrew his divine sense, opening his eyes as a rare smile spread across his cheeks. The rapid advancement of Great Xia's overall strength far exceeded his initial expectations. Even marquee-level beasts could no longer pose a substantial threat to the nation. Given time, the Great Xia might undergo a complete transformation, becoming a forbidden land where beasts dared not tread. Yet the presence of 7th-tier beasts remained like a hidden undercurrent, demanding unwavering vigilance. The 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array, serving as the Great Xia's formidable defense, must be reinforced once more to confront potential crises. Jiang Xia's gaze fell upon the towering corpses of the 7th-tier beasts, his hands swiftly forming one magical seal after another. Extreme purple demon fire erupted from his fingertips, like agile purple fire serpents coiling around the monstrous beasts' colossal bodies. As the demonic flames roared, cracks began to form on the beasts' surfaces. The fissures spread rapidly, until the bodies shattered with a thunderous crash, revealing stark white bones. At that moment, dense demonic energy surged forth from the void, like a churning black tide, enveloping the demonic fire within its embrace. The demonic fire and energy intertwined, merging into a sea of purple-black flames that completely consumed the beast's corpse. Jiang Xia continued to form seals with both hands, murmuring incantations as ripples spread across the void behind him. Within these ripples, the creation immortal furnace slowly materialized, radiating myriad divine lights, dazzling and magnificent. Initially only 10 feet in size, the furnace shimmered with radiant colors, its surface carved with intricate and mysterious patterns. As the extreme purple demon fire poured into it, the furnace rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant into a colossal entity suspended above the military compound. Hanging upside down, the furnace's opening emitted a powerful suction force, drawing all the beast remains enveloped in the extreme purple demon fire into its depths. Within the furnace, raging flames relentlessly refined the remains, transforming terrifying energy into a pure liquid. 2 hours later, the refinement process finally concluded successfully, and the liquid within the immortal furnace ceased its churning. Jiang Xia once again formed a seal, tilting the furnace to slowly pour the shimmering liquid onto the 5-colored altar. The instant the liquid touched the altar, it erupted in a dazzling radiance, even more brilliant than before. Mysterious, ancient runes emerged from the altar's surface like tadpoles, emanating an eerie, strange aura that permeated the entire military compound. With a wave of Jiang Xia's hand, surging demonic energy erupted from his body. Like coiling black serpents, it spiraled toward the multicolored altar. The eerie, mystical runes seemed to awaken, flickering with demonic light before transforming into streaks of light that etched themselves into the void. Instantly, 5 flagpoles shrouded in billowing black mist materialized out of thin air, transforming in the blink of an eye into towering pillars stretching dozens of meters high. Black mist swirled around their surfaces, faintly revealing the harrowing scene of 10,000 wailing ghosts. Jiang Xia performed another hand seal. The surging black mist on the flagpoles abruptly shot skyward, transforming into 5 black pillars of light that pierced the clouds. They radiated an immense, oppressive aura, spreading at an astonishing speed across the entire territory of Great Xia. Through his divine sense, Jiang Xia clearly perceived the 12,960 demon-sealing flags across the Great Xia simultaneously releasing overwhelming demonic energy, resonating with those black beams of light. Empowered by this demonic energy, the 5 elements heaven-encompassing sealing array grew even more solid. Visible layers of black light rippled outward like concentric waves. They enveloped the entire Great Xia, adding an impenetrable barrier to this land. Chapter 125, Traces of a Suspected Angel, the West boils over. Meanwhile, in the West. Within the Black Palace base, an aide handed a document to President Trump, reporting the grim domestic situation in a somber tone. Mr. President, according to the latest statistics, the number of beast swarms across the nation is increasing, and this trend is still rising. Multiple survivor bases have already suffered heavy losses. After a pause, the subordinate continued. The number of awakened within Black Palace base has sharply declined. The situation is extremely dire. If the beast tide erupts 2 or 3 more times, Black Palace base may face a dire shortage of available personnel. After hearing the report, Trump's expression darkened further as he raised his hand to massage his throbbing temples. Not a single piece of good news since waking up this morning. The lives of those civilians meant little to him, they were merely resources. But if these resources were depleted by the beast waves, what then? Surely they couldn't expect the capitalists to go slaughtering beasts themselves? It was all that damned Great Xiaman's fault. If he hadn't uprooted the Forbidden Zone's ruler, shattering the fragile balance between the eagle and the beasts, Black Palace base wouldn't be in this dire predicament. It took him immense effort to forge an agreement with the beast-infested Forbidden Zone. Countless sacrifices were made. The balance was achieved at the cost of countless civilian lives. Now, every day, beasts surge out from the Forbidden Zone, rampaging across the West. Hearing the numbers reported by his subordinates, the veins on his forehead bulged. For him, for the eagle, those blood-soaked figures represented unimaginable resources and wealth, the very lifeblood sustaining their existence. One more thing: near the ruins of a survivor settlement, a suspected angelic entity was discovered, holding back the beast's assault. As he spoke, the subordinate produced a stack of photographs. They showed a humanoid creature radiating a holy glow, its face deathly pale. Blood dripped incessantly from its mouth. A pair of snow-white wings sprouted from its ribs, bearing the marks of having been broken. It was clear this being had endured a brutal battle. But that wasn't the crucial part. The key discovery was that the sacred light emanating from this angel-like humanoid caused the rampaging beasts to retreat continuously, too terrified to approach. This discovery sent a shiver of excitement through Tep's entire body. The ferocious beasts were terrified of this being, which resembled an angel. Quickly! At any cost, send men to find this angel. He is an angel sent by God to save the Western world. We must welcome the angel back with the utmost speed. It was no wonder Tep was so agitated. Since the beast's arrival, he hadn't slept a single peaceful night, terrified that one morning he might wake to find himself crushed beneath their feet. This secret base, built to withstand nuclear explosions, a steel fortress, seemed as fragile as a balloon before those mountain-like beasts. Merely having them fly overhead sent shivers down their spines. As for the order to find the angel, even if Tep hadn't said anything, he would have carried it out anyway. In fact, he had already begun searching. But so far, there had been little progress. Great! Even if this angel is vicious, it probably won't go so far as to eat people outright. It'll just need flesh and blood as offerings, right? Staring at the angel's photo, Tep still couldn't quite calm himself. Earlier, to strike a deal with the beasts, he had secretly handed over a survivor base to the beasts in the Forbidden Zone for their enjoyment, barely persuading them. Frankly, if they kept sacrificing people to the beasts indefinitely, even if Western birth rates skyrocketed, they couldn't possibly keep pace with the monster's devouring speed. If the Western populace were all devoured by the beasts, how could these capitalist conglomerates maintain their lofty position above everyone else? Would they ultimately have to sacrifice themselves to be consumed by the beasts? Now, with the angel's arrival, there was no longer any need to fear these beasts. Unlike the rulers of forbidden zones, who are bound by certain rules preventing them from indiscriminately devouring and slaughtering humans, ordinary beasts have no such restraints. Unchecked, these beasts could swiftly destroy the West. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Tep addressed his departing subordinate. Oh, and spread this news. Reassure the major survivor bases, tell them not to panic. We still have hope. The rampant beast problem will be resolved soon. Yes, sir. The secretary nodded before hastily exiting the office. Left alone, Tep continued pacing excitedly, his mind already plotting. Once he found the angel, he would make the Great Xia pay dearly at the very least. That damned formation and whatever demonic cultivation legacy it held must all be handed over to the West. In his view, the East was utterly incapable of withstanding the angel's majesty. As news of the angel spread outward, survivor bases struggling to fend off ferocious beasts erupted in excitement, especially upon seeing the photos released online. It sparked heated discussions among the eagle-eyed masses. I knew God wouldn't abandon us Westerners. Sending angels down must be to save the West, right? Let's put all these damn beasts on the dinner table. And the Eastern Daxia people must pay the price. They casually slaughtered so many of our people. They must hand over the killers to atone, and compensate us for the psychological trauma. God knows what we've endured. I say these damn beasts were probably released by the Great Xia. Even if they weren't, they must be colluding with them. Why else would Great Xia remain untouched and manage to cobble together some mysterious formation ahead of time? An entire survivor base, over 100,000 people wiped out by beasts in one fell swoop. It's definitely the Great Xia's doing. The remnants of the eagle-worshipping crowd were all highly agitated, their emotions running high. Many even stormed onto the Great Xia network, demanding official accountability and shouting their grievances. Yet the only response they received was the scornful mockery of the Great Xia populace. Accountability? How many of your dead are Xia's problem? Angels my ass. Sleep more, dreams are full of anything. Your birdman will save you in your dreams. Just don't wake up, because when you do, you'll face a sea of ferocious beasts. Bring that birdman over here. I'll squeeze every last bit of bird out of him and that'll be considered clean. What a joke. All you Westerners can do is bark like mad dogs. You deserve to lose so many people. One base is far too few, barely enough for those murderers to feast on. The deluge of scorn instantly shattered the Westerners' defenses. They never imagined facing such a torrent of abuse. Chapter 126, A New Era. As time passed, this online war of words began to ferment, with more and more Western nations joining in, all directing their arrows at the Great Xia. After all, angels were symbols of Western people. In their eyes, angels were supremely holy beings with limitless power. For an angel to eliminate those ferocious beasts would be as easy as turning over a hand, let alone dealing with the people of Daxia. The angel's presence gave Western nations immense confidence. More people now dared to stand against Daxia, venting all the pent-up resentment they had been holding back. You yellow-skinned monkeys are doomed. How dare you call our noble angels birdmen? Prepare to face divine retribution. Stupid as hell even when death is upon them perfectly fits my stereotype of the Great Xia people's idiocy. Do the Great Xia really believe that so-called Chief Engineer Jiang can stand against our angels? That's the funniest joke I've heard all day. Let them wallow in their delusions. When the angels descend, it'll be our Western nation's moment to strike back. Right. We'll make those yellow-skinned monkeys pay dearly. Teach these uncivilized Great Xia people a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, seeing Westerners actually daring to talk back only inflamed the Great Xia populace further. It was as if some dormant gene in their blood had been activated, instantly switching them into battle mode. Just seeing some birdman makes them act all high and mighty, practically begging to kneel and kowtow. Forget angels, even God himself wouldn't make a difference. Damn it, how dare they insult our Chief Engineer Jiang? Let me tell you, that so-called birdman isn't even worth a single hair on Chief Engineer Jiang's body. Just a few days of full bellies, and you dare rant in front of us, Great Xia? You white-skinned pigs can only bark behind your screens. What did you eat for dinner? Expired canned food? Moldy crackers? This beast meat is pretty tasty, though it does get stuck in my teeth. Maybe I overcooked it. In less than an hour, the comments sections across social media platforms had turned into a one-sided spectacle. The overwhelming firepower of the Great Xia masses left Western netizens feeling like rats scurrying through the streets. The moment a comment was posted, it was drowned out by hundreds upon hundreds of dis-Xia responses. Of course, part of the reason was that Western nations had suffered extensive destruction from the beasts, leaving few regions with functioning internet. But Great Xia, protected by the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array, was different. It could be said to be almost unchanged from before the mythical beings descended. Even so, news of angelic sightings in the West spread rapidly throughout the Great Xia. Numerous domestic social media platforms began buzzing with discussions about it. As the event's heat continued to rise, word eventually reached the ears of Old Chen in the military district. As he studied the various reports of angelic traces emerging from Western nations on his computer screen, he fell into deep contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, Old Chen summoned several influential leaders currently within the military district. He gathered all online information regarding the angelic traces in the West, compiled it, and distributed it to them. Faced with the documents laid out before them, the leaders' expressions also betrayed a hint of concern, compelling them to take this matter seriously. Old Chen's gaze swept across the assembled group. As his spiritual energy gradually revived, his rank steadily rose. Not only did his appearance grow increasingly youthful, but his gaze also sharpened with each passing moment. His gaze swept over the influential leaders present like a blade poised to leave its scabbard, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Regarding the matter of the Western Angel's whereabouts, what are your thoughts? Speak up. Old Chen's voice echoed through the conference room. I still find it highly improbable. Angels are simply too fantastical. I suspect it's merely a humanoid beast of prey, blown out of proportion by exaggerated tales. I agree. Angels are too far-fetched. It's likely just fierce beasts fighting amongst themselves. Old Chen, there's no need to worry too much. Exactly. Let's wait until Chief Engineer Jiang has time to deal with their loudmouths and give them a proper lesson. Several leaders voiced their opinions, but others quickly countered with differing views. Senior Chen, I believe it's better to err on the side of caution regarding this matter. From my observations, Western nations have indeed made some progress in addressing the beast situation recently. That's precisely why some Western countries are gradually restoring their networks. If and I stress if the Western nations truly possess something capable of threatening the existence of our Great Xia, then we should at least be prepared for any eventuality. Indeed. With mythical beings descending, beasts rampant everywhere, and secret realms emerging, the appearance of angels in the West isn't entirely implausible. Two distinct viewpoints emerged in the conference room. Elder Chen, seated at the center, frowned deeply. After a moment of deep thought, he lifted his head as if he had found his answer. Preparing for the future is never wrong. This isn't worrying needlessly. After the descent of myth, anything is possible. If the angels from the West are truly as formidable as they claim, then this matter must be resolved by Comrade Xiao Jiang. You lot, go contact Comrade Xiao Jiang immediately. Yes, sir. Yes. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia piloted the sky-slipping shuttle as it streaked through the void. The white Bonin soul banner in his hand fluttered ceaselessly, drawing all the surrounding ferocious beasts into its grasp. As the Great Xia's nationwide awakening progressed, the demand for cultivation resources grew ever greater. He had to fill this gap as much as possible at the very least. He couldn't let cultivation resources slow down the Great Xia's advance. However, just as Jiang Xia had cleared a region of ferocious beasts and prepared to move on to the next area, a long-forgotten system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection, the first era of mountains and seas has concluded. The second era is imminent. Host, prepare accordingly. Ding! Detection: the first era of mountains and seas has concluded. The second era is about to dawn. Host, please prepare immediately. The moment he heard the sound, Jiang Xia's body froze mid-air, his heart equally startled. He never imagined the first era would conclude so abruptly, and he knew nothing about the second era. Unlike the first era's Shanghai, the second era offered Jiang Xia no opportunity for advance experience, meaning it would be far more perilous. Just as he was speculating about what the second era might hold, the spirit stone in his embrace suddenly began to flicker and vibrate. This was a signal from the military district, indicating someone was trying to contact him. Seems something's happened with old Chen, he thought. With that thought, Jiang Xia activated the sky-splitting shuttle and sped toward the Great Xia military district. Chapter 127, A New Crisis Demands Full-Speed Development. At Jiang Xia's current level, it didn't take long for him to appear above the Great Xia military district while fully activating the sky-darting shuttle. Racing through the void, his rapidly enlarging form was soon spotted by the high-ranking officials within the military district. Quickly notify Elder Chen Comrade Jiang has returned. Someone shouted, and all eyes turned toward the figure in the void. A formidable aura radiated from him, an energy several times more terrifying than that of a ferocious beast, causing both soldiers and commanders present to tremble inwardly. They considered their cultivation progress not slow, having awakened their professions and surpassed the average level. Yet, in Jiang Xia's presence, they felt utterly insignificant, like fireflies before the moon. Chief Engineer Jiang's aura has grown stronger again. Yeah, almost every time we meet, I can feel his aura is stronger than before. If someone as formidable as Chief Engineer Jiang still trains so diligently, what excuse do we have to slack off? All soldiers of the 3rd Regiment, listen up, today's training load is doubled. Yes, sir. Yes. The resounding voices echoed across the military zone. After seeing Chief Engineer Jiang, the soldiers were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, training with even greater intensity than usual. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia and the senior leadership moved to Old Chen's conference room. Comrade Jiang Xia. Upon seeing Jiang Xia, Old Chen immediately stood up. Comrade Chen, what brings you to summon me so suddenly? Jiang Xia returned the greeting with a smile before asking. Unless it was urgent, Old Chen rarely reached out to him. Without further ado, Old Chen laid out the information they had gathered before Jiang Xia. After he finished reviewing it, Old Chen continued his explanation. Comrade Jiang Xia, you've seen these materials. Our conflict with the West has reached an almost irreconcilable point. If angels truly exist in Western nations, it poses a significant threat to our Great Xia. Therefore, we have recalled Comrade Jiang Xia to investigate whether this angel truly exists. If it does, we must prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia fell into deep thought. His concern wasn't about the angel itself, but rather a vague sense that this angel's emergence seemed somehow connected to the scene he had witnessed in the second era. Yet he couldn't quite articulate the nature of that connection at that moment. Silence fell over the conference room. Senior leaders, including Elder Chen, watched Jiang Xia's grave expression, assuming the matter was highly sensitive. One by one, they fell quiet, waiting expectantly for his response. Just then, the conference room door burst open. A guard, drenched in sweat, rushed in breathlessly. Old Chen, it's bad. Suddenly, numerous strange structures fell from the sky, crashing outside our great formation. Buildings, falling from the sky? The assembled leaders froze at the guard's words, momentarily unable to process the absurdity. How could buildings fall from the sky? But before anyone could fully process the situation, Jiang Xia suddenly seemed to remember something. His gaze snapped toward the guard at the entrance. What did these buildings look like? His question drew everyone's attention back to the guard, who now faced their collective gaze, awaiting his response. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many high-ranking officials, the guard grew flustered, his words stumbling nervously. I can't really describe it clearly, but they looked ethereal, like immortals lived there. Hearing this answer, Jiang Xia seemed to have his suspicions confirmed, a smile spreading across his face. Though Old Chen remained perplexed, he instructed the guard to project the footage into the conference room. Soon, with the technical department's assistance, the view outside the Great Formation appeared on the conference room screen. There, on a vast plain, a celestial palace soaring hundreds of feet high rose from the earth. 7 colored clouds swirled around it, and the entire structure's style didn't resemble a modern creation but rather a temple from thousands of years ago. Directly above the temple, a vividly carved golden dragon was suspended. Its scales shimmered with golden light, and its eyes seemed to move as if alive. Many other structures shared this same style. Though their appearances varied greatly, they all fit the description the guard had just given, as if immortals truly resided within them. While the others in the conference room remained baffled, unsure of what was happening, Jiang Xia had already pieced together a rough understanding of the situation. Angels, celestial palaces, and the vision of the second era he had glimpsed through the system. This meant the second era was highly likely connected to immortal cultivation and various deities. The question was whether it could directly usher in an era of universal cultivation. If so, the Great Xia Empire's overall strength would be nothing to worry about. As for the West, though lacking concepts of immortals or deities, it possessed myths and legends of beings like angels. Therefore, it should be the descent of the gods. Immortal way, descent of the gods. Sounds far more perilous than the mountain and sea era. If the age of mountains and seas was dominated by savage beasts devoid of sentience, then once the immortal path era dawns, those ferocious creatures will likely gain intelligence and perhaps even begin cultivating. By then, even the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great array might not suffice to safeguard the entire Great Xia. Jiang Xia sighed. It seemed the tasks ahead would be even more arduous. Seeing he seemed to have found an answer, everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Xia, eager to understand what all this truly meant. He held nothing back, laying bare everything he had seen and surmised. After hearing Jiang Xia's words, the conference room fell silent once more. Everyone knew that what awaited them next would be an existence several times more terrifying than what they faced now. For a moment, a wave of unease swept through the group. Just then, Jiang Xia's voice rang out once more. Do not worry, everyone. As long as I, Jiang Xia, remain alive, the gates of Great Xia shall never be breached by those monstrous beasts. As for the second era that lies ahead, we need only prepare ourselves to the utmost. From this moment onward, mobilize every available resource across all fronts. Open all secret realm instances. Spare no effort in elevating the combat strength and level of the entire Great Xia. We must ensure the people of Great Xia possess the most fundamental self-defense capabilities before the second era begins. Chapter 128, Secret Realm Purge Operation. Jiang Xia's words struck the assembled Great Xia leaders like a heavy hammer, instantly awakening them. Those who had been panicking now found their anchor. Their eyes brightened, and hope reignited within their hearts. Indeed, we still have Comrade Jiang Xia. When those ferocious beasts first appeared, we had nothing. Comrade Jiang Xia led us step by step to establish the grand formation, protecting the entire Great Xia. Comrade Jiang is still here now. What is there to fear? Exactly. As long as we follow Comrade Jiang's lead, there's no challenge the Great Xia cannot overcome. Exactly. With Chief Engineer Jiang by our side, there's nothing to fear. Old Chen stood at the front of the crowd, surveying the senior leaders whose fighting spirit had been reignited. His gaze then fell upon Jiang Xia, his heart filled with profound emotion. Without him, the Great Xia of the First Era would likely have suffered catastrophic losses, scarcely better off than those Western nations. Yet the descent of the mythical beings presented not only a crisis but an extraordinary opportunity for the Great Xia. With Jiang Xia at the helm, they could very well lead the entire Great Xia through an unprecedented evolution, reaching heights of human civilization never before attained. Comrade Jiang Xia, the tasks you assign must be executed immediately. Also, regarding those structures resembling divine halls, how do you propose to handle them? Jiang Xia pondered for a moment before quickly providing his answer. First, deploy troops to secure the perimeter and prevent other Great Xia citizens from approaching. As for exploring those immortal halls, there's no rush for now. Our immediate priority remains lifting all restrictions to swiftly enhance the overall strength of the Great Xia populace. This way, when the second era begins, we won't be as passive as we were in the first era. Following Jiang Xia's directives, Elder Chen and others swiftly implemented the relevant policies. All restrictions on dungeon realms were lifted, and adjustments were made to the daily distribution of beast meat. Though the government hadn't explicitly announced the impending arrival of the second era, the people of Daxia had already sensed something amiss from the recent series of restrictions being lifted and the increased distribution of cultivation resources. Something significant seemed poised to unfold in the Great Xia. What's going on? Could it be another 7th-tier ferocious beast appearing somewhere? Doubtful. Chief Engineer Jiang can handle those 7th-tier beasts now. The authorities wouldn't suddenly lift so many restrictions without something more significant happening. Damn it, could it be an 8th-tier ferocious beast? Stop freaking yourself out. Maybe the government just wants us to cultivate faster and level up. At this rate, barring any surprises, I should hit level 30 tomorrow. Exactly. I get the feeling something's brewing too, but no need to freak ourselves out. If anything happens, we've still got Chief Engineer Jiang. What's there to fear? Exactly. We've got Chief Engineer Jiang. Our job is to focus on cultivation. The rest isn't our concern. With the official lifting of restrictions on Daxia citizens entering secret realm instances, nearly every instance within the nation was now packed to capacity. In some instances, the number of adventurers even surpassed that of the beasts lurking within. Several days later, beneath the Spirit Eye Tree, Jiang Xia sat cross-legged, observing everything happening around the Great Xia through the Grand Formation. After confirming no anomalies in the immortal halls and no issues in other secret realms, he slowly opened his eyes. Everything was proceeding more smoothly than he had anticipated. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, within another month, the overall level of the Great Xia populace should rise another notch. It remains to be seen, however, what kind of strength the beasts of this second era possess. Lost in thought, Jiang Xia rose and headed toward the perimeter of the Grand Formation. It should be about time to clear out the beasts in the secret realm. In the third layer of many secret realms, ferocious beasts would appear endlessly. For the current populace of the Great Xia, that place was simply too dangerous. Entering it meant facing certain death. But for Jiang Xia, it was different. Those ceaselessly spawning beasts were nothing but a wholesale market for beast meat to him. He would go in periodically to clear them out. Not only did he gain substantial experience himself, but the beast meat he harvested could be shared with the people of Great Xia for cultivation. With this in mind, Jiang Xia wasted no time. He retrieved his sky-splitting shuttle, propelled it at full speed, and headed straight for the nearest secret realm. Before long, he materialized before the teleportation gate of the northern city's secret realm instance. The area was packed with crowds of people, all queuing up to enter the secret realm. The crowd erupted into commotion upon seeing Jiang Xia arrive. After a brief delay at the entrance, he successfully entered the secret realm instance. Propelling the sky-skipping shuttle, he wasted no time on the first 2 layers, heading straight for the deepest part of the secret realm. The moment he arrived, a horde of sovereign-tier beasts and several 7th-tier beasts launched a furious pursuit of Jiang Xia aboard the sky-slipping shuttle. They snarled and clawed, their expressions twisted into savage grimaces. Minutes later, he reached the secret realm's terminus, a colossal stone wall blocking any further passage. Seeing this, the pursuing beasts grew wildly excited, emitting shrill cries toward the void as if Jiang Xia had already become inescapable prey in their jaws. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Xia slowly turned around. His gaze swept swiftly over the horde of beasts below, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. This hall looks quite substantial. There are even a few 7th-tier beasts among them. His voice echoed as the divine creation furnace began to radiate multicolored auroras. Infused with spiritual energy and demonic chi, the divine creation furnace began to pulsate with dazzling beams of light, its terrifying aura steadily intensifying. To increase the efficiency of hunting these beasts, Jiang Xia devised a method: lure all the beasts to the deepest part of the secret realm at once, then wipe them out completely. As if sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the creation immortal furnace, the beasts below began to feel fear. Some even attempted to flee, including those of the sovereign level. Too late to think of escape now. You'd better come back with me to aid the people of Great Xia in their cultivation. Jiang Xia smiled faintly in the void. With a flick of his thoughts, the creation immortal furnace abruptly expanded 100-fold, looming like a colossal mountain as it descended to crush the horde of beasts below. Chapter 129, 7th-tier monsters, slain with a backhand. As the mountain-like creation immortal furnace descended, the entire 3rd layer of the secret realm shook violently, leaving a massive crater below. Countless low-tier and even sovereign-level beasts perished under this terrifying blow. Simultaneously, a steady stream of system notifications began ringing in Jiang Xia's ears. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Successfully defeated a sovereign-tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 231,221. Congratulations, sole beta tester. Successfully slain a sovereign-tier beast. Experience gained, 11,878. Beasts below the 7th tier let out piercing, agonized screams. The thick stench of blood filled the air. They had no chance to resist the moment they touched the divine creation furnace, they were instantly killed. Of course, Jiang Xia made no waste of their flesh and blood. With a flick of his right hand, the ghostly soul white bone banner materialized in his grasp. As the banner fluttered, the beast's flesh, blood, and lingering souls were all drawn into its folds. The lower-tier beasts were completely cleared away, yet the roars below showed no sign of abating. That strike had eliminated most beasts below the 7th tier, yet several 7th-tier beasts remained below, glaring furiously at Jiang Xia in the void. The divine creation furnace had only inflicted superficial wounds upon them. Now, they appeared exceptionally enraged, as if they wished to devour Jiang Xia alive on the spot. Jiang Xia, witnessing this scene, was unsurprised. He had never expected the divine creation furnace to eliminate all these 7th-tier beasts in one go. Roar! Nah! The enraged quartet of 7th-tier beasts charged forward as one. Leading the assault was a hideously ugly, 2-headed blue bird. Its speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Jiang Xia, its massive claws raised, poised to strike at his head. Seeing this, Jiang Xia activated the sky-darting shuttle at full power. As he adjusted his position, a flash of gray light flickered in his eyes. 2 beams of gray light, imbued with the power of destruction, shot forth from his gaze. Candle Dragon's eyes. The blue bird was trapped by the Candle Dragon's eyes, unable to break free. It could only endure as the 2 gray beams struck its wings with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the bird's wings were gravely wounded, blood gushing forth. However, the ferocious beasts below gave Jiang Xia no chance to rest. A scorpion-tailed white tiger, its form comparable to a small mountain, lunged forward, charging directly at Jiang Xia mid-air. Simultaneously, a colossal python on the ground reared up, its gaping maw snapping toward Jiang Xia. Facing attacks from both sides simultaneously, he remained unflustered. With a thought, the sky-slipping shuttle beneath his feet erupted with terrifying speed, soaring directly toward higher altitudes. The scorpion-tailed tiger and giant python missed their strike, their expressions turning even more furious. Yet Jiang Xia gave them no chance to catch their breath. Behind him, the immortal furnace reappeared, its volume swelling again in the wind to dozens of times its previous size. With a surge of energy, it slammed toward the giant serpent and the scorpion-tailed tiger. Boom! The terrifying force reverberated outward. Unlike the strike that had slaughtered the beast herd earlier, this blow from the divine creation furnace concentrated its power into a single point. Even the two 7th-tier ferocious beasts winced under its impact. After the strike, Jiang Xia wasted no time. He immediately activated the sky-splitting shuttle again, swiftly creating distance from the 7th-tier beasts and denying them any chance to retaliate. Though he appeared to hold the upper hand, confronting multiple 7th-tier beasts simultaneously meant the slightest misstep could grant them an opening. His gaze swept over the beasts below, and Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Where's the 7th one? The thought barely formed when a blood-curdling roar, thick with the stench of decay, erupted from behind him. A monstrous beast resembling a Mongolian wolf had already raised a boulder in its claws, hurling it toward him. In the blink of an eye, a gray light once again flickered in Jiang Xia's eyes. Candle Dragon's Eye. A colossal, bloodline-derived pressure rolled toward the beast. Its massive form froze mid-air, the boulder suspended in its claws. In that split-second pause, Jiang Xia seized his chance. Behind him, the divine forge of creation shimmered with multicolored radiance as terrifying spiritual energy and demonic chi coalesced into a single point, crashing down upon the beast's head. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the beast's head instantly became a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Its corpse plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings, crashing violently onto the ground. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Successfully slain a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 5,749,993. Gazing down at the corpse of the Mongbai beast below, Jiang Xia's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected that single strike to instantly kill the 7th-tier ferocious beast. Before he could fully process the shock, the azure bird in midair launched another attack toward him. Ting! Blue flames erupted from its body as its form instantly swelled to several times its previous size. With the spread of its wings, it obscured the sky and sun, charging toward Jiang Xia with terrifying momentum. Seeing this, Jiang Xia avoided a direct confrontation. Instead, he activated the sky-darting shuttle to evade the fierce strike to the side. As he watched, he noticed the wounds on the blue bird's wings had already healed, leaving not even a scar behind. It possesses formidable self-healing abilities. Looks like I'll need to find an opportunity to finish it off in one go. As he pondered, the scorpion-tailed tiger and giant python below launched another assault. Though their speed couldn't match the sky-darting shuttle, they relentlessly compressed his maneuvering space, mounting considerable pressure. This situation made Jiang Xia realize that continuing to evade would only lead to greater danger. He had to eliminate another 7th-tier ferocious beast. Pushing the sky-darting shuttle to its limits, he shot upward into the sky 100 meters away. Simultaneously, he flipped his palm, summoning the 7-star 9-section staff. It hummed and vibrated violently. A terrifying aura radiated outward. Jiang Xia raised the staff high above his head, channeling spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a spiderweb-like bolt of lightning descended from the sky, coalescing within the staff's shaft. Within the thickening dark clouds, thunder rolled and churned. Bolts of lightning crashed down from the heavens, forming a vast domain of thunder. Crash! Boom! Without hesitation, Jiang Xia swung the 7-star 9-section staff, targeting the scorpion-tailed tiger closest to him. The next second. Boom! 100-foot-long thunder blade coalesced within the churning sea of lightning, striking directly toward the scorpion-tailed tiger's location. Simultaneously, the previously dormant divine forge of creation activated. Multicolored rays of light poured forth, carrying a terrifying aura as it slammed directly into the scorpion-tailed tiger's head. Chapter 130, The Divine Might of Creation. The scorpion-tailed tiger, a colossal beast, clearly hadn't anticipated the terrifying power of the man before it. It couldn't believe that a single exchange had been enough to eliminate a ferocious beast of equal rank. However, as a ferocious beast, it possessed thick, tough hide and astonishing defensive capabilities. Seeing the purple lightning streaking toward its head, with no way to evade, it could only brace itself to endure the blow with sheer physical strength. Boom! A purple lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm struck the scorpion-tailed tiger's head with brutal force. The paralysis induced by the lightning slowed its movements considerably. Seeing the scorpion-tailed tiger paralyzed and its movements severely impeded, Jiang Xia swiftly channeled the terrifying energy within the creation immortal furnace and launched an attack at the beast. A flash of terror flickered in the scorpion tiger's eyes, paralyzed by the lightning. It knew the power of the creation immortal furnace all too well. It had witnessed the scene just moments ago, when the man before it had wielded the furnace to slaughter with devastating force. Roar! The scorpion-tailed tiger roared in despair, yet remained utterly immobilized. Struck by lightning, its body had nearly lost all sensation. Even attempting to withstand the divine creation furnace's assault through sheer physical strength proved beyond its capacity. Ting! Just as the scorpion-tailed tiger despaired, convinced it would perish beneath the divine creation furnace, a piercing cry echoed through the air. The azure bird that had battled Jiang Xia for half the day earlier shot forward like a streak of blue lightning, using its own body to block the divine forge's strike. Just then, the paralysis effect of the lightning wore off, and the scorpion-tailed tiger finally regained its ability to move. It rolled its body away, escaping the attack range of the divine creation furnace. Arg! The azure bird let out a piercing, agonized cry, its body torn and bleeding, a sight too gruesome to behold. The beast is surprisingly clever. It actually understands the principle of mutual dependence. Jiang Xia observed the azure bird, now covered in wounds from the creation immortal furnace's assault, thinking with a hint of scorn. Beasts possess no emotions. Their world revolves solely around survival of the fittest and slaughter. The azure bird's willingness to shield the scorpion-tailed tiger from that fatal blow stemmed from two reasons. First, it had confidence in its regenerative abilities. As long as it could withstand the divine forge's initial assault, it could immediately heal itself. Second, it harbored a certain fear of Jiang Xia's power. It dreaded that if the scorpion-tailed tiger died, it might not be a match for him. Left with no choice, it had to rely on its physical strength to endure this wave of attacks, thereby preserving the scorpion-tailed tiger's life. He pushed the sky-slipping shuttle to its limits, swiftly departing from the blue bird's vicinity. Sure enough, the moment Jiang Xia departed, the azure bird previously mangled and barely clinging to life instantly revived on the spot. Azure flames surged from its body as it swooped toward Jiang Xia. Its wings spread wide, azure flames swirling around its form. It looked nothing like a creature that had just suffered such severe injuries. Its eyes glowed crimson with fury. Jiang Xia's earlier strike had nearly obliterated its very soul. Though its extraordinary regenerative abilities had sustained it, the bone-deep agony had driven the bird into a frenzy. NNGH. The bird screeched, its body engulfed in blue flames. Its wings spread wide, obscuring the sky, as it charged toward Jiang Xia at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Jiang Xia skillfully maneuvered the sky-slipping shuttle to dodge the bird's attack, only to be met by a scorpion's tail whistling through the air. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. The scorpion-tailed tiger, having narrowly escaped death at Jiang Xia's hands, knew its speed couldn't match either the bluebird or Jiang Xia. It changed tactics, aiming to ambush and eliminate the human who had nearly claimed its life. The barbs on the scorpion's tail glinted with a purple sheen, clearly indicating deadly venom. Damned beast! You barely escaped death and still don't know to run. Jiang Xia roared in fury, his eyes blazing with a gray light. Candle Dragon's Eye. A pressure born of bloodline power surged like a mighty river merging into a stream, violently piercing the scorpion tiger's brain. It plunged the creature into a momentary stupor, a brief lapse that could sometimes prove fatal. Behind Jiang Xia, the divine creation furnace, shimmering with multicolored radiance as spiritual energy and demonic chi intertwined, slammed viciously into the scorpion-tailed tiger's skull. You won't survive this time. Jiang Xia maneuvered the sky-darting shuttle into a steep dive. The 7-star 9-section staff flashed, and bolts of lightning pierced through the dark, oppressive clouds, striking the scorpion-tailed tiger's head with brutal force. This time, struck by the candle dragon's eye and simultaneously hit by the spiritual and demonic energies of the divine creation furnace, the scorpion-tailed tiger could no longer hold on. Blood poured from its body as it collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Strike while the iron is hot. Jiang Xia swung the 7-star 9-section staff again with a backhand strike, unleashing another terrifying bolt of lightning toward the scorpion-tailed tiger's skull. Arg! The scorpion-tailed tiger let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground, utterly still. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated a 7th tier ferocious beast. Experience gain, 5,786,391. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Xia's heart swelled with joy. It seemed the scorpion-tailed tiger was truly dead, posing no further threat. And as for its flesh and blood, Jiang Xia gladly accepted the bounty. The flesh and blood of a 7th tier ferocious beast was precious indeed. Who knew how many powerful warriors it could help forge for the great Xia Empire? Now, within the entire secret realm, only the giant serpent and the azure bird remained as 7th tier ferocious beasts. With a flick of his wrist, the yin-yang white bone banner appeared in his hand, drawing the scorpion-tailed tiger's flesh and soul into its folds. The flesh of a 7th tier ferocious beast must not go to waste. Ting! The azure bird finally returned to peak condition, its body ablaze with azure flames as it rushed to the scorpion-tailed tiger's side. Upon discovering the beast was already dead, the azure bird was instantly filled with dread. As fellow 7th tier beasts within the secret realm, the azure bird was fairly familiar with the others. Within this entire secret realm, the azure bird was the most powerful beast. The Mongolian giant beast, which Jiang Xia had taken down in a single encounter, ranked last among them. The scorpion-tailed tiger came in second, just behind the azure bird. Jiang Xia's ability to kill the scorpion-tailed tiger so swiftly forced the azure bird to reassess his strength. This time, the azure bird didn't charge headlong like before, attempting to take down Jiang Xia in one fell swoop. Instead, it exploited its speed advantage, circling relentlessly around Jiang Xia. Backing down? Even if I am, I'll still kill you. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed with ferocity as he maneuvered the sky-darting sled, constantly adjusting his position to avoid surprise attacks from either the azure bird or the concealed giant python. Both the blue bird and the giant serpent had recognized Jiang Xia's formidable strength and hesitated to engage him directly for the moment. Whoosh! Finally, the azure bird seemed unable to hold back any longer. Its body abruptly swelled, blue flames reigniting across its form. Enveloped in a shimmering azure glow, it lunged fiercely toward Jiang Xia. Simultaneously, a tail thick as a mountain serpent whipped through the air, crashing toward Jiang Xia. It was that colossal serpent. After the death of the Mongolian beast, it had vanished without a trace. Jiang Xia had suspected the beast was lying in wait to ambush him, so he'd remained vigilant. Now it seemed his hunch had been spot on. Knowing its sluggish speed couldn't match Jiang Xia's, the serpent had resorted to playing a game of waiting for prey to stumble into its trap. Jiang Xia pushed the sky-darting shuttle to its limits. It transformed into a streak of light, bursting out of the serpent's tail's attack range. Crash! The serpent's tail slammed down where Jiang Xia had stood moments before, shattering rocks and sending dust billowing into the air, nearly obscuring his vision. What immense force! If I hadn't dodged quickly, I might have been injured. Witnessing the serpent's tail's terrifying destructive power, Jiang Xia couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he'd been alert, keeping a close watch on the serpent's movements ever since it vanished. Otherwise, he might have fallen into its trap. In a 1-against-2 situation like this, any injury would have dire consequences. He might even have perished here. Hiss! Seeing its sneak attack fail, the blue bird abandoned the fight. It soared upward at nearly a 90-degree angle, piercing straight into the sky. In an instant, it streaked alongside the serpent. Now side by side, the serpent and the bird glared menacingly at Jiang Xia, poised for their next assault. Chapter 131, Clearing the Fierce Beast's Secret Realm. Despite slaying 2 ferocious beasts consecutively, Jiang Xia felt no great satisfaction. His purpose in venturing to the third layer of the secret realm was to eradicate the beasts here, creating a favorable training ground for the awakened ones of Great Xia. With the Great Xia Empire's increasing number of secret realms and awakened individuals, there was an urgent need for vast quantities of fierce beast meat to enhance the awakened strength. Simultaneously, a growing demand existed for safe training grounds capable of accommodating the ever-increasing number and power of these awakened individuals. If the third layer's beasts weren't purged, how could other awakened individuals from Great Xia, many not even reaching level 40, possibly stand against these 7th-tier beasts when they entered the secret realm? Once I purge this area and slay these beasts, ordinary awakened individuals of the Great Xia will finally be safe. With this thought, Jiang Xia's gaze turned to the giant serpent and the azure bird, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The fate of these 2 beasts was sealed. Only one-side beasts or humans could survive within this secret realm. Roar! The giant serpent lost its composure first. Among the 2 beasts and 1 human, it possessed the weakest strength and the least resolve. Jiang Xia's overwhelming pressure stretched the serpent's nerves to breaking point. Unable to hold back any longer, it launched its attack first. Its tail, as massive as a small mountain, crashed down with thunderous force. Simultaneously, its foul-smelling jaws snapped viciously. Seeing the giant serpent move, the azure bird instantly reacted. Its body abruptly expanded, engulfed in azure flames as it hurtled forward like a meteor. Jiang Xia controlled the sky-darting shuttle, instantly dashing hundreds of meters away to evade both the serpent and the blue bird's attacks. Before he could catch his breath, the blue bird's massive form was already upon him. The bird's 2 massive wings whipped up a gale, its razor-sharp talons lunging straight for Jiang Xia's face. Jiang Xia maneuvered the sky-darting sled, darting hundreds of feet away to evade the attack. At that very moment, the giant serpent arrived, its tail thick as a mountain, crashing down toward Jiang Xia with devastating force. I need to find a way to separate them and take them down one by one. Facing both of them at once is pushing even my limits. Jiang Xia swiftly assessed the situation and made his decision. Having made up his mind, Jiang Xia immediately maneuvered the sky-darting sled into a continuous retreat, feigning exhaustion. The azure bird, faster and more agile, relentlessly pursued Jiang Xia, engaging in close combat. It waited for the giant serpent to arrive before closing in for the kill. Unnoticed, the distance between the man, the bird, and the giant serpent gradually widened. Jiang Xia maneuvered the sky-darting sled in a relentless dance with the azure bird, while the giant serpent, hindered by its slower speed, lagged behind. Whoosh! Just as the blue bird grappled with Jiang Xia and the giant serpent struggled to catch up, the sky-darting shuttle suddenly traced an arc, hurtling straight toward the serpent, charging desperately toward the battlefield. Hey! Jiang Xia roared, his eyes blazing with a gray light. The giant serpent on the ground, which had been rushing forward, suddenly heard the sound from above and instinctively looked up. It never imagined that just one glance at the crowd would cost it its life. Eyes of the Candle Dragon. A terrifying pressure emanating from the power of blood instantly blanked the giant serpent's mind. By the time it regained its senses, Jiang Xia's left hand had already swung the 7 stars 9-section staff. Within a mass of pitch-black clouds, countless bolts of lightning gathered, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. Boom! 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 Countless bolts of lightning, thick as water barrels, slammed into the giant serpent, reducing it to a bloody mess. Behind it, the divine furnace of creation surged with spiritual energy and demonic power, crashing down upon the serpent's body. After these two strikes, the serpent's massive form crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, billowing clouds of thick smoke rising from its body. The serpent was now gasping for breath. Seizing the moment to finish it off, Jiang Xia swung the 7-star 9-section staff once more, unleashing another barrage of lightning. Lightning bolts as thick as water barrels struck the serpent's body with brutal force. The acrid smell of burning instantly filled all 3 layers of the secret realm. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated as 7th tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 2,539,862. Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Jiang Xia felt a surge of joy, but there was no time to salvage the precious beast meat. Clang! The blue bird's cry grew louder as it drew nearer. It finally realized it had been tricked by this cunning human. First, he'd engaged it in relentless combat, luring it far from the giant serpent, then struck with lightning speed one decisive blow to kill. Now it was truly trapped. The blue bird was filled with bitter regret. With the giant serpent dead, it would have to face this human alone. Though the other 3 ferocious beasts were not as powerful as the blue bird, the loss of 3 allies in such a short time still made the blue bird feel profoundly endangered. But now was clearly no time for panic. As a 7th tier beast, the azure bird possessed considerable intelligence. It knew this human before it would never let it go. Even if it didn't fight back, this man would kill it just as he had killed the other 3 beasts. Since that was the case, why not fight to the death? The azure bird's body swelled another size, and the faint green flames that had surrounded it seemed to solidify into tangible form. NNGH. The azure bird let out a piercing cry. Its massive form, like a small mountain, roared toward Jiang Xia. Its sharp beak, gleaming coldly like a sword, pecked downward, while its razor-sharp talons clawed toward Jiang Xia. Standing atop the sky-darting shuttle, Jiang Xia flickered and evaded the blue bird's attack with uncanny precision. He knew the shuttle's strength lay in its speed, but its weakness was its lack of agility, which was precisely why he'd been able to outpace the blue bird earlier and eliminate the giant serpent first. I need to restrict its mobility. Jiang Xia thought silently to himself. The next moment, as the azure bird dove down, its sharp talons poised to tear apart the despicable human before it, it met Jiang Xia's gaze head-on. Candle Dragon's Eye. Those gray eyes seemed to contain the most ancient, most noble power. The soul-crushing pressure momentarily stunned the azure bird. At that very instant, the 7-star 9-section staff flashed. Countless thunderclouds gathered, and lightning bolts as thick as water barrels struck down. Though swift and agile, the blue bird could not outpace the lightning. Instantly struck by multiple bolts, both wings were torn to shreds. Its massive body plummeted like a, crashing violently to the ground with a deafening roar. Boom! Dust swirled thickly in the sky, yet the bucket-sized bolts showed no sign of stopping. They continued to rain down relentlessly upon the azure bird, searing it charred on the outside and tender within. Many patches of feathers were singed black by the lightning, releasing waves of acrid, burnt odors. To fully subdue this exceptionally agile 7th-tier beast, Jiang Xia unleashed dozens of lightning bolts from his 7-star 9-section staff, relentlessly pounding the azure bird on the ground. Wails of agony echoed through the smoke. Truly worthy of being the strongest among the 4 beasts, it still won't die. While controlling the 7-star 9-section staff and unleashing lightning, the divine creation furnace behind Jiang Xia suddenly swelled to the size of a small mountain. A surge of spiritual energy and demonic power emanated from it, radiating a heart-stopping force. He channeled the spiritual and demonic energies, smashing them fiercely into the azure bird shrouded in smoke. A piercing, agonized scream echoed, followed by complete silence. Playing it safe, Jiang Xia stood atop the sky-slipping shuttle, hovering in midair until the dust settled completely before approaching to inspect the situation. The once imposing azure bird now resembled a supermarket roast chicken from a previous life. Black smoke billowed from its body, emitting a nauseating stench. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. Defeated as 7th-tier ferocious beast. Experience gained, 8,786,391. The system notifications sounded once more. After exhaling deeply, Jiang Xia maneuvered the skyskipper to land on the ground. With a flick of his palm, the yin-yang white bone banner appeared in his hand, capturing the azure bird's flesh, blood, and soul within its folds. He then approached the giant serpent and repeated the process. A 7th-tier ferocious beast was a treasure trove. How could any part be wasted? All of this was crucial for Great Xia to cultivate powerful warriors, resist the arrival of the new era, and purge the land of monstrous beasts. Chapter 132, Sweeping Through the Secret Realm, Astonishing the Masses. Jiang Xia piloted the sky-slipping shuttle, swiftly gliding through the second and first layers of the secret realm toward the exit. His dashing figure drew countless onlookers. Wow, isn't that Chief Engineer Jiang? I saw him heading toward the third layer of the secret realm half an hour ago. How could he be out so quickly? Could it be that Chief Engineer Jiang killed all the beasts in the third layer? No way. I heard the third layer has many extremely powerful 7th-tier beasts. Even if Chief Engineer Jiang is that skilled, he couldn't have killed them all. Not necessarily. Chief Engineer Jiang is the strongest in Great Xia, having already crossed the threshold of level 70. What's a few 7th tier beasts to him? It's true the gap between people is wider than between humans and dogs. Chief Engineer Jiang is already at level 70, while I'm not even at 40. You should be grateful to be born in China. If not for Chief Engineer Jiang, you might have ended up as beast fodder by now. Jiang Xia heard none of the murmurs below. He was now formulating his next plan. The 7th tier beasts within this secret realm had been completely eradicated. Awakened individuals from China entering for trials would no longer face significant danger. But what about the other secret realms? Relying on him alone to gradually clear them all was clearly unrealistic. Even if others formed teams, they wouldn't stand a chance against 7th tier beasts. The urgent priority remains cultivating as many powerful individuals as possible. Standing atop the sky-splitting shuttle, Jiang Xia murmured to himself. With the immortal era about to dawn, the unknown challenges ahead left Jiang Xia utterly unable to relax. Perhaps I should visit the Forbidden City and seek Elder Chen's assistance to mobilize official resources. With all this 7th tier beast meat I brought back, the Demon Sex Dao Soldier project might be able to proceed sooner. With that thought, Jiang Xia activated the sky-skipping shuttle, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the Forbidden City. Just as Jiang Xia set off for the Forbidden City within the secret realm, Bai Xiuha felt something was off. As a Dark Knight mage, her senses were exceptionally keen. Though she couldn't pinpoint why, she sensed that after Jiang Xia's departure, the secret realm had undergone some change she hadn't witnessed before. But engrossed in battle, she had no time to dwell on it. Beside her, Li Mani watched Zhang Kai and the others fiercely battling several ferocious beasts with a grave expression, ready at any moment to use her healing abilities to restore their stamina. Kill! Shui Chang, awakened as a heavy armor knight, now clad in gleaming metallic armor and wielding a greatsword nearly as tall as himself, roared as he charged at the beasts before him. Shui Chang's first target was a 3-headed hellhound engulfed in flames. This hellhound was significantly larger than ordinary dogs, standing well over a man's height. Its entire body was covered in solid muscle, and on either side of its shoulders sat 2 identical heads. Saliva dripped incessantly from all 3 of its mouths, corroding the ground beneath into gaping holes. Its metallic glint fangs gleamed like deadly weapons, while its massive paws, each ending in razor-sharp claws, pounded the earth. One could only imagine the devastating consequences of being bitten by this creature. Shui Chang stepped forward, swinging his massive sword at the 3-headed hellhound. The beast refused to back down. The middle head clamped down on Shui Chang's sword, pinning it immovable. The 2 outer heads lunged forward, their jaws snapping toward Shui Chang's neck. Manny, I'm going to help. Keep a close eye on everyone's status. Bai Xiuha had just used Shadow Strike and was in the skill cooldown period, so she lingered beside Li Mani for a moment. Now that Shui Chang and Zhang Kai had resumed the fight, how could she possibly hold back? After briefly instructing Li Mani, she activated Shadow Strike once more. Swish! Bai Xiuha raised her hand, and a pitch-black shadow instantly materialized beside the hellhound locked in combat with Shui Chang. As Bai Xiuha executed a slashing motion, the shadow mirrored the strike almost simultaneously. Thud! 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 To everyone's astonishment, including Bai Xiuha's own, this seemingly ordinary Shadow Strike skill had severed all 3 heads of the hellhound in one fell swoop. 3 ferocious dog heads fell to the ground, their 6 eyes wide with shock, clearly not expecting to be killed so easily. Strange. How did these beasts become so fragile? Bai Xiuha stared wide-eyed, unable to believe he had slain a mighty hellhound with a single strike. Yet the deed was done. Even his disbelief couldn't alter the fact. Shui Chang, hurry and lure another beast over. I feel like these beasts have somehow weakened? After a moment of dazed confusion, Bai Xiuha snapped back to reality and shouted at Shui Chang. Shui Chang, having awakened as a heavy armor knight, was encased in thick armor from head to toe, resembling a tin can. While not particularly agile and lacking exceptional attack power, his formidable defense made him the team's most relied upon tank. Got it. I also sensed something off about that hellhound earlier. Normally, I couldn't block such a powerful beast, yet I managed to hold it off just now. If Xiaoha hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed the problem. Shui Chang spoke as he locked horns with another ice lion. This ice lion glowed a pale blue, as if carved from ice and snow itself. Its body was crystal clear, allowing one to see the beating heart pulsing within. Ice lions could wield basic ice element spells like ice spikes and ice bindings, which not only restricted movement but also packed a decent punch. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xiuha's squad wouldn't dare provoke such a formidable beast. But because of his recent discovery, Shui Chang wanted to test it. After all, he was tough as nails. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be instantly killed. Li Mani would instantly restore his health. What was there to fear? Kill! Shui Chang roared, charging straight at the ice lion. The ice lion roared in fury. This tin can of a man dared challenge its authority? Today, it would teach him a lesson it was not to be trifled with. The colossal beast charged like a mountain, bearing down on Shui Chang. Shui Chang raised his heavy sword and met the onslaught head-on. Roar! The ice lion roared, its body shrouded in mist that quickly crystallized into ice spikes as thick as a child's arm. Shaking its body, the ice lion hurled the spikes like arrows toward Shui Chang. Crack! 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 Countless ice spikes struck Shui Chang's body, producing a series of sharp, crisp sounds. Thanks to his heavy armor, Shui Chang suffered little injury at most. The impact sent a wave of blood surging through his internal organs. Xiao He! Shui Chang bellowed. Bai Xiaohe understood immediately and activated the Shadow Strike skill once more. A pitch-black shadow descended upon the ice lion. With Bai Xiaohe's movement, a dark fist slammed viciously into the ice lion's head. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly invincible ice lion had its skull shattered by Bai Xiaohe's single blow. Brain matter, still cold, spilled across the ground. Whoa, Xiaohe, have you gotten this strong? You one-shot even a powerful ice lion? Li Mani, standing beside Bai Xiaohe, beamed at his heroic feat. She playfully nuzzled his cheek, offering affectionate praise. Something doesn't feel right. Half an hour ago, I wasn't this strong. And in that half hour, I didn't do anything. I didn't even level up. Half an hour. Bai Xiaohe suddenly seemed to remember something, his mouth gaping wide. Hadn't Chief Engineer Jiang just left half an hour ago? Could it be that the weakened beasts in the secret realm were somehow connected to him? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaohe shouted, "Notify everyone immediately. The beasts in the secret realm have weakened because Chief Engineer Jiang killed many 7th-tier beasts. Tell everyone to hunt them down and boost their strength." At Bai Xiaohe's shout, many awakened combatants instantly sensed the change. Monsters that had previously been impenetrable could now be slain. This was truly excellent news. Now, regardless of which squad they belonged to, hunting beasts had become less difficult and less risky. The only thing that hadn't decreased was the experience points. Team after team of awakened ones, energized as if injected with adrenaline, began a frenzied slaughter of the remaining beasts within the secret realm. Chapter 133, the next phase of the national plan. While the awakened within the secret realm reveled in the lowered difficulty and indulged in a bloodbath, Jiang Xia had already piloted the sky-piercing sled into the vicinity of the Great Xia imperial capital. This purge of the secret realm had proven remarkably fruitful for him. The sovereign-level beasts within the secret realm had been slaughtered to the last, their flesh and souls absorbed into the ghostly white bone banner, becoming its nourishment. The difficulty and danger level of the secret realm would also decrease significantly, greatly improving safety for the awakened ones of Great Xia. Piloting the sky-darting sled, Jiang Xia flew straight toward General Manager Chen's office. Although the imperial capital enforced strict prohibitions against awakened individuals flying through the air, Jiang Xia clearly fell outside these restrictions. Having made outstanding contributions to the Great Xia Empire, Jiang Xia naturally enjoyed the privilege of flying within the imperial capital. Moreover, the sentry soldiers he passed greeted him warmly. Without Jiang Xia's presence, they might well have become fodder for the beasts by now. Thus, the soldiers held genuine admiration and respect for him. Chief Engineer Jiang is back. How's the secret realm? Everything going smoothly? Master Chen is in his office. If you wish to see him, I can escort you there? Jiang Xia stowed away the sky-darting sled and made his way to Elder Chen's office. Comrade Jiang, did you clear the secret realm so quickly? Master Chen was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Xia to return so soon. Jiang Xia nodded. I eliminated all the sovereign-level and 7th-tier beasts within the secret realm. This should make future trials for Great Xia's awakened ones somewhat easier. 7th-tier beasts? All of them? Old Chen struggled to believe it. While Jiang Xia had slain 7th-tier beasts before, this was different. It meant every beast above the sovereign tier within the entire secret realm. Old Chen couldn't fathom the exact number, but it was undoubtedly staggering. How had Jiang Xia managed to wipe out every single beast above the sovereign rank within the secret realm? Elder Chen could imagine the immense dangers Jiang Xia must have faced. For the sake of Great Xia, he had sacrificed far too much. But now clearly wasn't the time for such reflections. Chen Lao knew Jiang Xia's sudden visit meant something crucial was at stake. With the second stage secret realm imminent, this wasn't the moment for sentimentality. So Chen Lao gave Jiang Xia a firm pat on the shoulder. Comrade Jiang Xia, you've worked tirelessly. You came to see me today because something important must be on your mind, right? Let's discuss it in the conference room. Jiang Xia nodded. His purpose in seeking out Elder Chen today was precisely to discuss the next phase of their plan. Following Old Chen, the two quickly arrived at the conference room. Numerous high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire were already seated in orderly rows, awaiting Old Chen and Jiang Xia. As soon as they entered, the officials greeted Jiang Xia warmly. Chief Engineer Jiang, you're back. How was the expedition to the secret realm? Why ask about that? With Chief Engineer Jiang's combat prowess, it was a piece of cake. You'd be better off asking what he came here for today. Easy for you to say. That secret realm harbors monarch-level beasts, even 7th-tier monstrosities whose power is terrifying. Ordinary people would die instantly inside. Faced with the commotion, Elder Chen frowned. Enough chatter. Everyone, take your seats and listen to Comrade Jiang. He's come all this way for important business. With the second phase of the secret realm about to commence, our great Xia achieved a resounding victory in the first phase. Yet we must not grow complacent or arrogant, for greater challenges lie ahead. At Old Chen's words, the chatter in the conference room instantly ceased. All eyes focused on Jiang Xia, awaiting his statement. Ladies and gentlemen, I needn't elaborate on the current situation. Before coming here today, I personally slew every beast of king tier or higher within the secret realm. I've brought back their flesh and blood. My purpose today is to discuss with you how we should handle these remains. As his words fell, the conference room erupted in a frenzy. As expected of Chief Engineer Jiang. You killed all those beasts in the secret realm? Forget the flesh of 7th tier beasts, even the flesh of sovereign level beasts is an incredibly rare treasure. With these resources, we can elevate the overall strength of Great Xia to a whole new level. Old Chen watched the chattering crowd below with a hint of displeasure. Every minute was precious, now time must be allocated to the most critical matters. Ahem. Chen Zong cleared his throat twice, and the noise below instantly subsided. All eyes refocused on Jiang Xia. Just as he was about to speak, Old Chen beside him suddenly pulled out a communicator and activated it. What did you say? The combat strength of the beasts within the secret realm has drastically declined? They've been slaughtered to the last one? Everyone has been transported out of the secret realm? Even the usually composed Elder Chen was visibly shaken by this news, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He knew that the Great Xia Empire's greatest advantage lay in the foundation laid by Jiang Xia in its early days and the countless secret realms. But if the secret realms vanished or ceased to function, how would the awakened ones of the Great Xia Empire enhance their strength and undergo trials in the future? This was a matter of life and death. Boom! Just as Elder Chen was about to ask Jiang Xia how this sudden situation had arisen and how it should be handled, a deafening, earth-shaking explosion erupted. Everyone rose from their seats and rushed to the windows to see what was happening outside. Outside the Forbidden City, to the southwest, a dazzling rainbow-colored light shot skyward, blindingly brilliant. Even in broad daylight, with the sun still high in the sky, it couldn't outshine this radiant glow. Instantly, the entire world seemed to transform into a spectrum of colors. Comrade Jiang, what's going on? First the secret realm teleported everyone out, then this celestial phenomenon, has some catastrophe occurred? Jiang Xia pondered. He had never encountered such a situation before and momentarily didn't know how to explain it to Elder Chen. Just then, the system's notification chime sounded in his mind. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. For clearing the secret realm, you receive 1 alligator dragon egg as reward. Note, upon successful hatching, the dragon turtle egg will produce a young dragon turtle. After establishing a bond and nurturing it, its combat power will be sufficient to instantly kill 7th tier ferocious beasts. Instantly defeat 7th tier beasts? That's practically on par with me. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He'd been troubled by the fact that there wasn't a single powerful individual in all of Great Xia who could keep up with him, meaning he had to handle the task of clearing secret realms entirely on his own. The fatigue and danger weren't the main issues, the real problem was the incredibly low efficiency. Even if he cleared 1 secret realm per day, it would still take an immense amount of time to clear all the secret realms within Great Xia's borders. Now that the system had rewarded him with this dragon turtle egg, though he didn't know when it would mature, at least there was some hope. After coming to this realization, Jiang Xia turned to Old Chen. Old Chen, there's no need to worry. This situation likely arose because I killed all the sovereign-level beasts within the secret realm, causing the remaining beast strength to decline. The awakened individuals inside then cleared them out. It's a normal occurrence, nothing to be overly concerned about. Old Chen finally exhaled in relief upon hearing this. He trusted Jiang Xia's words implicitly. After all, Jiang Xia was now the greatest hope of the Great Xia Empire. Since the secret realm presented no immediate issues, it was imperative to swiftly discuss their next course of action. Old Chen scanned the room. What are you all standing around for? Sit down immediately and listen to Comrade Jiang finish what he was saying earlier. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Xia spoke again. As you all heard, the secret realm can be cleared. Moreover, once the sovereign-level beasts within are eliminated, the difficulty for ordinary awakened individuals to clear it will be significantly reduced. That's good news. We need to formulate our next plan immediately. Chapter 134, Cultivating Demon Sex Soldiers to Confront the Great Calamity. That's fantastic. If that's the case, ordinary awakened one's strength will see a massive boost in a very short time. Indeed. All thanks to Chief Jiang, otherwise, we might never have discovered this. But how can we clear out all the king level and above beasts from the secret realm in such a short time? Relying solely on Master Zhong's words might prove difficult. As Old Chen finished speaking, the others in the conference room began chattering away in a flurry of opinions. Silence. Listen to Comrade John's proposal. Old Chen felt utterly exasperated. What were these people thinking? If Jiang Xia had traveled all the way back to the capital to consult him, it clearly meant he had ideas he wanted to discuss. At a time like this, what good would it do to ignore the opinion of the strongest man in the Great Xia and instead engage in chaotic chatter below? At Elder Chen's command, the murmurs ceased once more. All eyes focused on Jiang Xia, awaiting his response. Everyone, now that we've proven the secret realm can be cleared, and that eliminating the sovereign level and above beasts drastically reduces the difficulty for other awakened ones, we can absolutely accelerate our progress. My proposal is this: I will personally undertake the arduous task of clearing out all monarch level and above beasts from each secret realm. Simultaneously, we must rapidly enhance the strength of the others to boost my efficiency in clearing these realms. This will require some support from the authorities. For instance, gathering the most capable awakened individuals for intensive training to equip them with the ability to combat king-tier beasts in the shortest possible time. My purpose in coming today is to ask you all to help me rally a group of awakened to participate in this plan. As Jiang Xia laid out his plan, a surge of excitement swept through the entire assembly, rapidly boosting their strength to match the combat prowess of sovereign-tier beasts. Were it not for their advanced age and limited combat capabilities, they would likely have already rushed to sign up. Comrade Jiang, this is an excellent proposal. We've already entered the second phase of the secret realm. Time is of the essence. By strengthening as many awakened ones as possible now, Great Xia can establish an unassailable position in this second phase. Old Chen pondered for a moment, inwardly relieved. How fortunate it was that Great Xia possessed a talent like Jiang Xia. Otherwise, their current predicament might not be much better than the West's. The West, let alone preparing for the second stage of the secret realm, was already in utter chaos just dealing with the first stage. But where would we find so many qualified awakened? You must understand, Chief Jiang is already at level 70, while few others even reach level 40. Gathering a large number of promising, sufficiently loyal awakened in such a short time is no easy task. In the conference room, a man who looked like a general frowned deeply. Based on what Jiang Xia and Elder Chen had just said, the number of awakened ones needed this time would likely be astronomical. Boosting the abilities of so many awakened ones at once, if even one malicious element among them had ulterior motives, the damage caused could be no less catastrophic than the secret realm itself. I've given this matter considerable thought myself. The general's point is quite valid. Should the chosen individual harbor ill intent, it would spell trouble for the Great Xia. Therefore, I propose selecting individuals of proven loyalty from within our ranks to undertake this special mission. Another point is that there's no such thing as a free lunch. To attain power rivaling a sovereign in such a short time, the cost will likely be substantial. Jiang Xia stroked his chin thoughtfully as he spoke. This problem shouldn't be too difficult to solve. The Great Xia has never lacked passionate men. Whenever the nation faces peril, these individuals will fight to the death, even if it means sacrificing their own lives. Comrade Jiang, I propose prioritizing the selection for this power enhancement from the Taoist soldiers you previously trained. They were forged under your guidance, possess absolute loyalty to the nation and profound devotion to the people. Moreover, their innate strength far surpasses that of ordinary awakened ones, offering greater assurance when facing danger. As soon as Old Chen finished speaking, the others in the meeting room voiced their agreement. It must be said that Elder Chen truly possessed foresight. This approach would significantly enhance the demon sect soldiers' capabilities without risking excessive consequences. Since Elder Chen has spoken, we shall proceed according to his proposal. Jiang Xia nodded. This was precisely the plan he had intended to discuss with Elder Chen when he first sought him out. He hadn't expected Elder Chen to arrive at the same conclusion independently. Currently, the demon sect soldiers were divided into countless small squads, stationed throughout various secret realms to ensure the safety of ordinary awakened individuals. While this made centralized strengthening difficult, and gathering them all together would jeopardize the safety of awakened individuals across all of Great Xia's secret realms. But viewed from another angle, if Jiang Xia could traverse every secret realm and assist these demon sect soldiers in enhancing their strength on the spot, then all the drawbacks would instead become advantages. With Jiang Xia as their protector, the safety of the demon sect soldiers during their power enhancement would reach unprecedented levels. Once their strength was bolstered, they could immediately follow Jiang Xia into the secret realms, using combat as training to fully integrate their newly acquired abilities. Master Chen, please recall all the Taoist soldiers stationed in the secret realms. Focus all efforts on enhancing their strength to prepare for the impending second era. Jiang Xia felt uncertain about the impending second phase. Could the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array withstand the dangers of the second phase? If it couldn't hold, then strengthening the Great Xia's forces now would at least provide a sliver of extra assurance when facing future challenges, wouldn't it? Therefore, the task of strengthening the demon sect soldiers must be completed as swiftly as possible. With that, Jiang Xia rose to his feet. After bidding farewell to Elder Chen, he walked straight out of the conference room. Minutes later, Jiang Xia's figure appeared at the entrance to the imperial capital secret realm. Numerous awakened ones were queuing here, waiting to enter the secret realm. Upon seeing the Chief Master Jiang, who looked like a celestial being, the guarding general of the secret realm couldn't possibly make him wait in line. He immediately opened a green channel, allowing him to enter the secret realm ahead of schedule. Watching that departing, godlike figure, the guard general's eyes gleamed with excitement. Now, the ferocious beasts within the secret realm were in for a world of trouble. Hours later, Jiang Xia piloted the sky-slipping shuttle out of the imperial capital's secret realm. Within his yin-yang white bone banner now lay the flesh and souls of 6 or 7 more 7th-tier beasts. As for the sovereign-level beasts, Jiang Xia had simply lost count. Clearing out all the sovereign tier and above beasts from the imperial capital's secret realm this time yielded substantial gains. Slaying so many sovereign tier beasts finally allowed me to level up again. Standing atop the sky-skipping shuttle, Jiang Xia opened his system interface. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta user. Your level has been upgraded to 71. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by the user's level. Reversal of yin-yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine power, purple extreme demon flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 71 bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Damaged spiral turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped. Materialization per mission, exchangeable. Jiang Xia estimated that upgrading all demonic sex soldiers within Great Xia would require vast quantities of ferocious beast flesh. Thus, he piloted the sky darting sled toward the next secret realm. Half a month later, Jiang Xia had slaughtered every king level or higher ferocious beast within all secret realms across the Great Xia. The flesh, blood, and souls of demonic beasts contained within the yin-yang white bone banner had reached astronomical proportions. The malevolent aura surrounding Jiang Xia had nearly solidified into tangible form. Even without deliberate release, this dense aura alone was enough to paralyze ordinary ferocious beasts with fear, robbing them of any will to resist. Standing atop the sky darting shuttle, Jiang Xia's face broke into a satisfied smile. Now, the flesh and blood of these beasts should be more than enough to enhance the Dao weapons of the demon sect. Chapter 135, The Glow of Faith in Their Eyes. Standing atop the sky-skipping shuttle, Jiang Xia drew the communicator from his robe. By now, every beast of sovereign level or higher within the secret realms of Great Xia had been utterly annihilated by him, their flesh and blood stored within the soul-devouring white bone banner. It was time to return to the imperial capital and enhance the strength of all the Great Xia's demon sect soldiers. As the communicator flashed, Elder Chen's slightly excited voice came through. Comrade Xiao Jiang, how are things on your end? Following your instructions, we issued an emergency mobilization order 3 days ago, instructing all de Xia's Daoist soldiers to return to the imperial capital at top speed. I believe within another day or two, all de Xia's Daoist soldiers will be assembled in the capital. But with the Daoist soldiers returning, what about the awakened individuals within the various secret realms? Who will guarantee their safety? Though he had issued the emergency mobilization order out of trust in Jiang Xia, commanding all de Xia's Daoist soldiers to return to the imperial capital. Deep down, however, he remained profoundly concerned for the safety of the awakened within the secret realms. Unlike the Western philosophy that viewed all but capital as mere ants, Elder Chen had always believed the Great Xia's founding principle was to grant every citizen the right and freedom to live in the light of day. Hearing Elder Chen's question, Jiang Xia felt a surge of emotion. He was moved not only by Elder Chen's unwavering concern for the lives of the de Xia populace but also by the Elder's almost unreserved trust in him. For the past few days, Jiang Xia had been trapped within the secret realm, unable to communicate with Elder Chen. Yet, without knowing his thoughts or plans, Elder Chen had still issued an emergency mobilization order. Such trust and magnanimity truly befitted a man standing at the pinnacle of Great Xia. Rest assured, Elder Chen. Every beast of sovereign rank or higher within the secret realm has been eradicated. In other words, none of the remaining beasts pose a significant threat. Earlier, while eliminating the sovereign tier beasts within the secret realm, Jiang Xia had observed a pattern. Once all sovereign tier beasts were eradicated, the combat strength of the remaining beasts within the realm would drastically weaken. Even without the protection of the demon sex Dao soldiers, the threat these beasts posed to ordinary awakened ones was significantly reduced. With the second phase of the secret realm about to commence, there was no time to waste. They had to gather all the demon sex soldiers together as quickly as possible to enhance their strength and prepare for the risks and challenges ahead. Within the Great Xia Empire, squad after squad of demon sex soldiers raced back toward the imperial capital as if possessed, striving to return at breakneck speed. Occasionally, 2 squads would cross paths, exchanging brief greetings before continuing their journey. Old Zhang, you're moving fast. I recall your squad was stationed in Qian province, the southernmost tip of Great Xia. How did you catch up to us? You bet. After getting the order, we hit the road without delay. Old Chen said this time Chief Engineer Jiang is personally overseeing our combat enhancement training. How could we possibly hold him back? Yeah, I heard Chief Engineer Jiang has been relentlessly hunting beasts above the sovereign rank lately. He must have endured quite a lot. That's why we must push ourselves to grow stronger. We can't keep relying on Chief Engineer Jiang to take the front line every time trouble arises. Cut the chatter and keep moving. Scenes like this played out almost daily. Soon, nearly all 30,000 Taoist soldiers of the demon sect within the Great Xia Empire had arrived at the imperial capital. At that very moment, Jiang Xia finally entered the imperial capital aboard his sky-skipping shuttle. The moment he entered the capital, he sought out Elder Chen. With the flesh of a king-level or higher ferocious beast secured, once all the demon sect soldiers were in position, he could begin enhancing their strength. Comrade Jiang, you've worked hard. Seeing Jiang Xia, who had darkened considerably and lost a noticeable amount of weight, Old Chen's eyes grew slightly moist. Though he hadn't witnessed Jiang Xia slaying the king-level beasts firsthand, he could imagine the immense hardship he must have endured. Even with immense power, facing the combined assault of all king-level beasts within the Great Xia, including 7th-tier beasts, must have been perilous beyond measure. Master Chen, have the demon sect's Dao soldiers all returned yet? I'm ready here. We should get started on boosting their strength without delay. Jiang Xia's voice carried a hint of urgency. The second phase of the secret realm was about to commence. While the Great Xia had achieved a resounding victory in the first phase, who could guarantee the second phase would proceed so smoothly? At this critical juncture, every ounce of additional strength meant one more chance of success. They've all returned. I've instructed them to await your arrival at the Imperial Capital Military District compound. Let's depart immediately. With that, Elder Chen immediately instructed his secretary to arrange transportation and headed toward the Imperial Capital Military District compound. Jiang Xia, meanwhile, took the lead, piloting the sky-slipping shuttle ahead of the others. Imperial Capital Military District compound. 30,000 Taoist soldiers of the demon sect stood in perfect formation on the parade ground, filling the normally spacious area to capacity. Even so, the gathering of tens of thousands remained utterly silent, a testament to the elite discipline of this demon sect force. Comrades of the demon sect, today is your momentous day. Chief Engineer Jiang will personally enhance your combat prowess. Once this enhancement is complete, you may attain sovereign-level strength or even surpass it. I urge you to never forget your original aspirations and mission. Make safeguarding the lives of the billions of citizens of Great Xia your lifelong creed. At that moment, the aged voice of Elder Chen echoed in everyone's ears. Though advanced in years, the venerable Elder Chen stood on the stage, holding a megaphone, his eyes brimming with anticipation and admiration. Hearing his words, the eyes of every soldier flashed with the light of conviction. Comrade Jiang, you will arrange the next phase of operational deployment. Old Chen handed the megaphone to Jiang Xia and stepped back. Comrades of the demon sect's Dao soldiers, I trust you all know why you've been summoned here today. Indeed, the second phase of the secret realm is about to commence. Our Great Xia achieved remarkable success in the first phase, but we must not grow complacent. Our work remains far from complete. Recently, I traversed every secret realm within Great Xia, slaying all beasts of sovereign rank and above to claim their flesh and blood. Now, I shall use this very essence to enhance your power. First, I must warn you, the energy within the flesh and blood of beasts of the Junwan rank and above is wildly volatile. One misstep could lead to explosive death. I ask you all, are you afraid? If you are, you may withdraw. I will not hold it against you. If you are willing, raise your right hand high. As Jiang Xia's words fell, the ranks of the demon sect's Dao soldiers erupted in a deafening chorus. We're not afraid. We're not afraid. We're not afraid. I'm not scared of living beasts, so why would I fear refining their flesh? Chief Jiang, I volunteer to go first. If anything goes wrong, at least I'll set an example for the brothers. I'm not scared either. Whoever's afraid can get the hell out. Don't embarrass us demon sect soldiers. Talking like you're farting? You're the hero and we're all cowards? If your head rolls, it'll leave a bull-sized scar. What's there to fear? Exactly. Master Jiang, time's running out. Let's get started. If luck fails us, at least we'll have company on the journey. Next life, we'll hunt beasts together again. Seeing these iron-blooded men, Jiang Xia felt a stir of emotion. With a flick of his thoughts, the ghostly white bone banner materialized in his hand. In the next instant, mountains of beast corpses piled up before the demon sect's army. Among the corpses lay a colossal blue bird, a massive tiger with a scorpion's tail, and a one-eyed, gigantic Mongolian giant. Your task is simple: use demonic arts to refine the flesh and blood of these beasts. The frenzied energy contained within their meat will naturally widen your meridians and enhance your strength. I will protect you and ensure your safety as much as possible. Begin now. Each squad shall claim one beast and commence refinement. At Jiang Xia's command, all the demon sect soldiers formed orderly lines to claim their beasts. They drew daggers, carved out flesh, and sat in meditation in groups to begin the refinement. Chapter 136, For the Great Xia, What is Suffering? Soon, the mountainous pile of ferocious beasts Jiang Xia had brought back was completely carved up by the 30,000 demon sect soldiers present. Squad after squad of demon sect soldiers sat cross-legged within the compound, holding various pieces of beast flesh and blood in their hands as they meditated and refined them. Waves of black mist billowed from the beastly flesh in their hands, filling the entire military compound with a frenzied energy. Jiang Xia watched the scene with a solemn expression. These demon sect soldiers were the elite forces he had personally forged the backbone of Great Xia's response to the next phase of the secret realm. There could be no room for error. Moreover, these soldiers had taken immense risks for the Great Xia. Jiang Xia couldn't bear to see any mishap befall these fiercely loyal warriors. On the viewing platform, Elder Chen's expression was exceptionally grave. Though not exceptionally powerful himself, he understood the immense danger at play. The ferocious beasts were so vicious that even in death, the violent energy contained within their flesh and blood remained formidable. Now, he could only hope that Jiang Xia possessed the means to protect the lives of these Taoist soldiers amidst this raging energy. Yawa! A Taoist soldier of the demon sect held a blood-soaked piece of beast flesh in his hands. It resembled the wing of a bird, though an enormous one. Even the tip of the wing stood as tall as a man. As the Taoist disciple channeled demonic energy to refine the beast flesh, waves of black demonic chi billowed out from the meat, staining the area several meters around him pitch black. The immense agony of refining the beast flesh made the Taoist soldier cry out in pain. His body, unable to withstand the violent energy, showed signs of collapse. Blood-red cracks split open across his skin, spurting dark crimson blood. Elsewhere, the situation was much the same. One by one, the demon sect soldiers channeled their demonic arts with all their might, striving to refine the beast flesh in their hands. Due to the varying strengths of these beasts in life, some soldiers had been given the flesh and blood of 7th-tier beasts slain by Jiang Xia. These disciples faced extraordinary hardship and peril. 7th-tier beasts possessed immense power in life, and even in death, the frenzied energy within their flesh and blood was beyond what these disciples could endure. Black-red blood gushed incessantly from various orifices of the demon sect soldiers within the arena. Some bled from nostrils, others from mouths. Some bodies began to show signs of collapse under the unbearable pressure of the violent energy. The black-red blood was thick with demonic energy, transforming the entire military compound into a veritable hell. Old Zhang! A startled cry drew the attention of many toward its source. There stood a Taoist soldier clutching a massive bird's head, struggling to refine it. His body showed repeated signs of collapse, riddled with fissures from which demonic energy poured. His nostrils and mouth were already filled with black-red blood. Clearly, he was teetering on the brink of collapse. It was precisely this precarious state that caused his comrades nearby to notice his abnormal condition, prompting one of them to cry out in terror. Swish! Jiang Xia's figure materialized like a ghostly apparition beside the Taoist soldier clutching the bird's head. He instantly recognized the bird's head as belonging to the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the azure bird, he had slain during his first venture into the secret realm. As the most powerful beast within that realm, the ferocity of its flesh and blood was beyond imagination. This Taoist soldier likely hadn't anticipated the beast's immense power, plunging him into peril. Jiang Xia knew full well the Qingniao's formidable strength. Fearing the Taoist soldier might not survive, he prepared to intervene. At that very moment, the Taoist soldier, already cornered, suddenly fixed his gaze with unyielding resolve, his aura surging once more. No! I cannot die here. The Great Xia awaits my salvation. I still have so much left to accomplish. Gritting his teeth, the Taoist soldier of the demon sect continued to channel his magical power, refining the flesh of the ferocious beast before him. The excruciating pain made him want to scream out in agony at every moment. He felt like a tiny boat adrift on a vast, desolate sea, futilely battling wave after towering wave. Every joint, every bone crevice, even every pore in his body throbbed with piercing agony. His head felt like it would explode, and his ability to think was rapidly fading. Why not just give up? The thought surged through the mind of this Taoist soldier of the demon sect. Yes, the agony was unbearable, utterly intolerable, not just physical, but mental as well. Instantly, the Taoist soldier clamped his jaws shut, biting down on his own lips with such ferocity that they split instantly, spilling dark crimson blood. Fine threads of demonic energy seeped out through the wound he had inflicted. He couldn't give up. As a member of the Demon Gate's Tao soldiers, the mightiest force of the Great Xia Empire, he possessed his own pride. He couldn't bear to accept defeat like this. His unwavering devotion to ideals and beliefs fueled his final courage and hope. He strained to channel the magical energy within his body, striving to refine the flesh and blood of the ferocious beast before him. Arg! At that moment, the Taoist soldier let out a roar unlike any human voice, his entire being undergoing a tremendous transformation. Swirling demonic energy coiled around him, completely altering his appearance and aura. 2 heads had grown on either side of his shoulders. These 2 heads were identical to his original one. 6 eyes scanned the entire military compound, instilling a sense of unattainable power in the other Taoist soldiers. Behind him, his sturdy Taoist uniform instantly tore to shreds, revealing 4 powerful arms that had abruptly sprouted. 3 heads and 6 arms. Simultaneously, the Taoist soldier's aura surged relentlessly, transcending countless tiers until he finally broke through to the sovereign realm. The first demon sect soldier to successfully break through to the sovereign realm had emerged. Jiang Xia watched this demonic soldier, his eyes brimming with excitement. This breakthrough proved his theory absolutely correct. By refining the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts above the sovereign realm, these demonic soldiers could attain power rivaling that of sovereigns. Though the process was painful and bloody, what in this world came without a price? Fortunately, when this Taoist soldier had faced collapse moments ago, he had refrained from intervening. Had he not, this Taoist soldier likely would not have achieved such a formidable breakthrough. This demonic soldier's breakthrough instantly galvanized the others present. They had all joined the demon sect soldiers together. Why should others succeed while they failed? If others broke through while they faltered, wouldn't that prove they hadn't worked as hard? Under these circumstances, no one was willing to admit inferiority. Thus, the remaining Tao soldiers, energized as if injected with adrenaline, redoubled their efforts to refine the ferocious beast's flesh and blood before them. Waves of murky demonic energy rose from their bodies. The demonic aura throughout the entire military compound grew increasingly dense. Inspired by the first successful cultivator, more and more of the demon sect soldiers achieved breakthroughs. Those who succeeded were assigned to stand guard for others still in the midst of their breakthroughs, while also cheering on their comrades who hadn't yet succeeded. Don't slack off, success is within reach. As time passed, more and more Demon Gate soldiers successfully broke through to the sovereign realm. This sudden surge in power thrilled many, making them eager to find a place to test their newfound strength immediately. Finally, by the time the moon hung high in the sky, all 30,000 demon sect soldiers had successfully completed their breakthroughs. Observing the profoundly transformed aura of the demon sect soldiers, Jiang Xia felt a slight sense of reassurance. Facing the second stage of the secret realm, he now held another bargaining chip. Chapter 137, Incubating the Alligator Dragon Egg. Standing atop the high platform, Jiang Xia surveyed the demon sect soldiers below with satisfaction. Now, all 30,000 demon sect soldiers had completed their breakthroughs, possessing power rivaling that of sovereign-level beings. Such a force was unparalleled anywhere in the world. With this strength, even if the second stage of the secret realm arrived, the Great Xia Empire need not worry excessively. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you orchestrated this breakthrough plan for the demon sect soldiers and contributed the most in slaying the beasts within the secret realm. Please address everyone. Old Chen gazed upon the demon sect soldiers, their bodies radiating demonic energy and radiating an aura of unassailable might, and felt genuine joy welling up within him. Previously, he had been deeply troubled by how to confront the imminent second phase of the secret realm. Now, with these breakthrough demon sect soldiers, Old Chen's heart settled considerably. Old Chen hadn't forgotten who, at the moment of life and death crisis for Great Xia, single-handedly turned the tide to ensure the realm wasn't ravaged by the secret realm's beasts. Nor had he forgotten who, before the second phase arrived, risked life and limb to venture deep into the secret realm, slaying beasts of sovereign level and above to provide vast quantities of beast flesh and blood. It could be said that without Jiang Xia's contributions and sacrifices, the Great Xia Empire's current situation would be scarcely better than that of the Western realms. Gazing upon the Taoist soldiers below, their imposing presence and surging demonic flames overwhelming, Jiang Xia's voice grew hoarse. These soldiers were truly exceptional. The agony of refining beast flesh was enough to shatter the resolve of even the most steadfast, leading to failure. Yet these 30,000 Taoist soldiers had persevered through sheer willpower, not a single one falling behind. This was the backbone of the Great Xia Empire, the very foundation that made it far superior to the Western nations in the face of peril. He did not refuse Old Chen's proposal. After a moment's brief consideration, Jiang Xia channeled his demonic energy, his clear voice resonating through the air. Soldiers of the demon sect, first, congratulations on your breakthrough to the sovereign realm. Your extraordinary power does not grant you privilege over common folk, but signifies a greater responsibility you must shoulder. Great Xia now needs you to venture into the secret realm, slay even more formidable beasts, and rapidly enhance your strength. This will ensure Great Xia remains invincible in the second phase of the secret realm. Ultimately, Great Xia shall triumph. Hearing Jiang Xia's impassioned words, the demon sect soldiers below erupted in fervor. There's no time to waste. Depart this very afternoon. The future of Great Xia rests upon your shoulders. Elder Chen stepped forward and issued the order succinctly. With the second phase of the secret realm about to commence, the unknown terrors still weighed heavily on Elder Chen's heart, pressing down on him so intensely it felt suffocating. Even though he knew full well that the combat effectiveness of these demon sect soldiers would be unstable after their breakthrough, Elder Chen still issued the order. After Elder Chen issued the command, not a single one of the Tao soldiers who had just broken through to the sovereign realm and mastered immense power voiced assent. Their eyes burned with fierce combat intent. They were itching to charge into the secret realm immediately, slaughtering every beast within to buy time for Great Xia's advancement into the second stage of the secret realm. Elder Chen, since matters here are settled, I shall take my leave. Urgent affairs require my attention. With that, Jiang Xia retrieved his sky-slipping shuttle and vanished into the sky as a streak of light. The newly ascended demon sect soldiers, too eager to waste time stabilizing their new realms, hastily gathered their gear and set off at full speed toward the secret realm to hunt down the beasts. The sky-darting sled's speed was astonishing. In no time, Jiang Xia arrived at the location where the spirit eye tree had been planted. The entire spirit eye tree stood 3 zhang tall, its entire body shrouded in a halo of 5-element radiance. Merely standing beside it for a moment, he felt the latent injuries sustained from slaying beasts begin to heal. Even the exhaustion from consecutive battles vanished completely. Truly worthy of its name is the spirit eye tree that steals heaven's creations. Its effects are nothing short of miraculous. Jiang Xia murmured to himself as he stroked the tree's trunk. Then, with a flick of his right hand, the ghostly white bone banner materialized in his grasp. Immediately after, a basketball-sized, jade-green dragon egg adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his palm. When he had cleared the secret realm earlier, his haste to return to the imperial capital and discuss the next plan with Elder Chen and the others had prevented him from properly examining this dragon egg. Now, seeing it up close, it truly was astonishing. Beneath the spirit eye tree, Jiang Xia dug a square hole about a foot deep and carefully buried the dragon egg inside. The immense spiritual energy drawn by the spirit eye tree would accelerate the egg's incubation at an astonishing pace. After burying the egg, Jiang Xia sat beneath the spirit eye tree. While meditating to refine the remaining beast meat, he contemplated his next move. With 30,000 demon sect soldiers now fully trained, it wouldn't be long before all the ferocious beasts within the secret realms were eradicated. The first phase of the secret realm would then be concluded. The unknown second phase would continue to test the Great Xia's ability to handle crises. To maintain their leading position in the second phase of the secret realm, they must strive to enhance both their own strength and that of the Great Xia. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the 7th day arrived. Jiang Xia sensed the surrounding spiritual energy growing increasingly dense, accompanied by faint sounds of something shattering. He surmised it must be the alligator dragon eggs buried in the soil, about to hatch. Normally, the incubation period for such a celestial creature as the dragon turtle was extremely lengthy, a key reason for the scarcity of dragon-type spirit beasts. But now, with the spirit eye tree, this process would be drastically shortened. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Xia directed his gaze toward the spot where he had buried the dragon egg. Amidst the crackling sounds of hard objects shattering, a rainbow-hued radiance suddenly enveloped the area surrounding the spirit eye tree for several miles. Spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around surged toward the spirit eye tree like a dragon drinking water. The sheer intensity of the energy left Jiang Xia stunned. Crack! 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 After a series of crisp cracking sounds, a tiny head emerged from the soil. This little creature resembled a crocodile carrying a turtle shell on its back. It had a pointed snout with slender fangs, and 9 nodes on its back connected to the earth's veins. Faintly, signs of a crystalline wall began to emerge. Watching the little creature emerge from the earth, Jiang Xia couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. With this little creature, the Great Xia Empire gained yet another means of self-preservation in the second stage of the secret realm. Chapter 138, Angel Descends, The West Boils Over. Eagle Nation, Black Palace. President Trump sat in his spacious office, deeply troubled by the unfolding situation. The beasts within the secret realm were growing ever more powerful and ferocious. Recently, the Eagle Nation had suffered heavy casualties among its awakened. The pace of new awakening was nowhere near keeping up with the death toll. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Eagle Nation couldn't muster enough combat strength to confront the beasts. Meanwhile, as the beasts relentlessly squeezed humanity's living space, food shortages became increasingly common. In just these few days, numerous fights had erupted over scarce provisions. Damn those Great Xia people! Not only did they set up some massive formation to block the beasts, but they abandoned tens of thousands of their own people. Now I've lost a huge amount of food for nothing. Otherwise, we could have held out longer. Tep scratched his head, his mood unusually irritable. He had thought that becoming president of Eagle Nation would finally allow him to prove his worth and showcase his governance skills. Instead, the secret realm erupted, leaving Eagle Nation teetering on the brink of collapse. Mr. President, I have some good news to share with you. Just as Trump was agonizing over the tangled mess of affairs within Eagle Nation, the Black House butler hurried into the office, his face beaming with a broad smile. Damn it, what good news could there possibly be now? Did the monstrous beasts wipe themselves out, or did the Great Xia Empire fall into civil war? Nothing else would qualify as good news to me. Tepu rubbed his face, forcing himself to calm down, his voice weary. The 6th Squad of the Eagle Nation's Marine Corps has encountered that legendary angel once more. That legendary angel appears to have endured a fierce battle. Not only is his body covered in wounds, but his wings show signs of being broken. He looks utterly pitiful. Yet, the aura radiating from him remains overwhelmingly powerful. I believe if we could persuade him to join forces with us, we might just resolve the current crisis. The Black Palace steward spoke with palpable excitement. Lately, with the frequent outbreaks of ferocious beasts and dwindling food supplies, even the Black Palace, a powerhouse within the Eagle Nation, faced the threat of starvation. Delicacies once readily available were now rationed, and sometimes meals were skipped altogether. The Black Palace steward dreamed of stuffing himself silly, but such opportunities were now impossible. That angel appeared exceptionally formidable. Recruiting it under their banner could surely buy them some breathing room from the ferocious beast's attacks. This is absolutely fantastic news. I'm going to tweet about it 100 times. Also, contact the Eagle Union reporters immediately. Announce the sighting of the angel to the public to boost morale. Furthermore, issue strict orders to Marine Corps Squad 6. They must pinpoint this angel's location. I intend to meet him personally. Tep rose from his chair, his plump, round face flushed with excitement. Mr. President, this isn't wise. The savage beast tide rages outside. As Eagle Nation's leader, how can you risk your life? Hearing Trump intended to meet the angel personally, the Black House butler was startled and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. He knew that if anything happened to Trump, the Eagle Nation would have no one left to take the fall. What's there to fear? That's an angel, a pure-winged being sent to purify the world of evil. He must be God's chosen savior for the Western world. The Great Xia has that Jiang Xia fellow, but we in the West have our own angels far more formidable than him. Damn those Great Xia people. Just wait, once I've made arrangements with the angel, your days are numbered. With that, Trump exited his office and ordered the Black House butler to immediately arrange a helicopter. He was going to meet this legendary angel. Shortly after Tepa left the office, Eagle News Agency released a headline: Mysterious Angel Reappears Eagle Nation to Welcome Divine Blessing. The report heavily emphasized the angel's recent combat achievements, accompanied by photographs taken by the Marine Corps 6th Squad. The images showed the blood-soaked angel battling several ferocious beasts, holding her own without faltering. Upon seeing this report, countless ordinary citizens of Eagle Nation, long suffering in dire straits, erupted in excitement. For so long, they had endured shortages of food and clothing, living in constant fear that the beasts might burst forth and devour them. Now, the legendary invincible angel had appeared, aiding them in repelling the beasts' attacks. What a heartening piece of news this was. God will not forsake the Western world. The era of the mighty Great Xia people is over. Our angels will crush them utterly. The angels are invincible. They will lead us to defeat the beasts and rebuild a free Eagle Nation. Honestly, I'd rather the angels go destroy the Great Xia Empire instead. Their arrogant attitude has made me sick to my stomach. Just get the world back to normal already, I'm starving. Facing the Western world's provocation, Great Xia netizens responded with equal fervor. Angels? Over here, we call winged humanoids bird people. These bird people's beasts look pretty average. None of them even reached the sovereign realm. Jiang Xia could wipe out a whole flock of those with a single move. What's there to brag about? Exactly. Release your bird people to fight Chief Jiang. If they can't beat the crap out of him, then he's got clean guts. Eagle Nation, New York. A helicopter slowly descended onto the roof of a crumbling skyscraper. President Trump leapt from the helicopter, scrutinizing the white creature on the opposite side of the building. Covered in blood, it was shrouded in a holy glow. Two enormous wings extended from its back, and its entire form bore an unhealthy pallor. Tep instantly recognized this humanoid creature as the angel like being repeatedly mentioned by the 6th Marine Squad. Tep's heart surged with excitement. God had finally granted the Eagle Nation its chance. He took 3 steps in 2, plastering on what he hoped was a sufficiently respectful smile as he greeted the angel before him. Honorable angel, I am Trump, President of the Eagle Nation. I have long heard of your illustrious name but never had the honor of meeting you. Thank you for not abandoning our Eagle Nation. Allow me to express my most sincere greetings. As he spoke, Trump bowed deeply to the angel. In response, the angel looked at him as if he were a fool. May I ask, Your Angelic Highness, what is your name? Have you been sent by God to save Eagle Chicken Nation? Chapter 139, The East is full of heretics. Faced with Tep's almost obsequious attitude, the angel-like creature merely gave a slight nod, as if acknowledging that it had indeed been sent by God to save Eagle Sauce Nation. This subtle gesture instantly filled Tep with elation. Since the secret realm opened, Tep had scarcely slept a single night in peace. The Great Xia, already a thorn in his side, had suddenly seen its entire population practice demonic arts overnight, rising rapidly, a development that enraged Tep. Then, the Great Xia had abandoned the 80,000 Runtian students they had left behind in Eagle Nation. Trump had intended to seize control of these individuals, exploiting the Great Xia's reputation for benevolence to use them as leverage. He planned to extort the Great Xia into revealing the cultivation methods of demonic arts and the layout of that peculiar grand formation. But who could have imagined that the Great Xia would abandon those 80,000 students? This left Tupu swallowing another bitter pill. Not only had he squandered countless precious resources, but he also suffered the greatest humiliation since taking office. All sectors of Eagle Nation vehemently denounced Tupu as a traitor to Xia, demanding his abdication. Tupu expended tremendous effort to quell that wave of outrage. Now, at last, the chance for revenge had arrived. A glint of greed flashed in Trump's eyes. He had long coveted the Great Xia's method of cultivating demonic arts. In his view, if every citizen of Eagle Nation practiced demonic arts, it wouldn't be long before the nation reclaimed its former status as the world's strongest power. But for now, the most crucial task was to secure the angel before him, to enlist his aid in attacking Gov't Xia. Otherwise, given the current number and strength of the awakened in Eagle Country, a direct confrontation with Gov't Xia would be utterly futile. They wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. At this thought, Tep's smile grew even more obsequious as he tentatively inquired, "Esteemed angel, might I ask what mission God has assigned you? Is it to assist Eagle Nation in reclaiming its place atop the world, continuing its reign as the foremost superpower?" According to reliable intelligence, the ancient East possesses countless rare treasures and exotic goods, which would greatly benefit in strengthening our power. Tepu believed that by revealing the news of the Eastern treasures to the angel would covet the treasures of the Gov't Xia and thus cooperate with his plan. However, what Tepu hadn't anticipated was that upon hearing the words treasure, the angel's expression remained utterly impassive, as if he hadn't heard a thing. What's going on here? Tepu felt his mind was struggling to process this. Did this angel simply have no interest in treasures? Tepu considered giving up on communicating with this angel who seemed deaf to his words, yet he couldn't quite bring himself to do so. This angel gave him an overwhelming sense of power, perhaps even surpassing the rulers of forbidden zones within some secret realms. Such immense power could surely shatter the protective barrier the Gov't Xia had erected. Once inside their territory, Tepu believed that with the strength and awakened warriors the Eagle clan had amassed, the Gov't Xia would submit willingly, handing over the cultivation methods for demonic arts and the layout of the Great Array. The mere thought of seizing the array diagrams and demonic cultivation techniques from the Gov't Xia stirred immense excitement within Tepu. Such an achievement would place his name alongside the most renowned presidents in Eagle Nation's history. This thought sent a surge of excitement through Tep's heart. Though he had been growing impatient, he resolved to continue communicating earnestly with the angel. Suddenly, Tepu recalled a passage from the Western Church's doctrine: angels were tasked with purging heresy and eradicating evil. Perhaps approaching the angel from this angle might yield results? Gazing at the angel's impassive face, Trump pressed on, "Those damned Eastern heretics. They've erected a massive barrier to block our Eagle Nation's citizens from entering, and they even..." Before Tep could finish, the angel before him finally shifted. Eyes that had been half closed now widened to their fullest. An aura began to slowly erupt from its body, a thick, holy presence emanating and swirling around the angel. The angel's overwhelming presence sent Tep reeling backward. Indeed, emphasizing heresy to an angel proved effective. The angel's transformation greatly boosted Tep's spirits, strengthening his confidence and persuading this angel to attack the east. "Damn you, Gov't Xia! Just you wait. Now that I have this angel's aid, do you think your turtle shell fortress can withstand an angel's assault? Might it shatter like glass? What about your so-called chief engineer Jiang? Could he possibly match the angel's power? Before this angel, he'd likely lose the very will to fight. Just you wait. Once we breach the protective shield and invade Gov't Xia, whether it's the cultivation methods of demonic arts or the techniques for deploying grand formations, all will belong to our Eagle Nation. Then, Eagle Nation will remain the world's foremost superpower." This thought instantly revived Trump's spirits. He strained his brain, gathering every vile term he knew, painting an even more vivid picture for the angel as if Gov't Xia were the heretics of ancient Greece. "Esteemed angel, I dare not deceive you. In the distant east dwells a band of heretics who cultivate demonic arts using the flesh and blood of our Eagle Nation's citizens. They reject the doctrines of the Western faith, even claiming angels are mere winged birds utterly defenseless. Their so-called chief engineer Jiang is invincible in battle. He will surely defeat the angels." Hearing Tep's vivid account, the angel's expression finally shifted. Tep surmised the angel was enraged. An aura several times more formidable than before now swirled around the angel, tangible as substance. The angel's wounds began to heal rapidly, even the pre-existing scars closing in a short time as fresh flesh grew over them. In mere moments, the angel's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Feeling the angel's increasingly overwhelming aura, Tepo couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. This angel was simply too powerful, so powerful that its mere presence made him feel as if he might suffocate. Just then, the angel's cold, emotionless eyes locked onto Tep. Tep instantly felt a shiver run through his very soul, as if the angel's mere thought could decide his fate. Tep felt tense, yet he forced himself to remain composed, pointing his finger toward the east. As if understanding Tep's intent, the angel instantly retracted its aura. Rising into the air, it soared toward the east, vanishing from Tep's sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 140, The Wrathful Angel. After leaving Tep, the angel flew eastward along the direction Tep had indicated. His flight was swift. Within half an hour, he spotted a vast formation shrouded in demonic energy, resembling an enormous bowl inverted over the land. This land differed greatly from the scenes he had witnessed in Eagle Sauce Nation. Though many areas bore traces of past battles strewn with blood of various hues, the structures remained largely intact. This stood in stark, profound contrast to Eagle Sauce Nation's crumbling ruins and desolate wasteland. Such immense demonic energy. That fat man did not deceive me. Heretics truly dwell here. Servants of God shall purge the heretics. The angel murmured to himself, surveying the vast formation shrouded in demonic energy. Then, soaring high into the sky, the angel prepared to assess the situation first. After all, that man claiming to be the president had said there were many heretics here, and one individual named Jiang Xia seemed exceptionally powerful. Though confident in his own strength, he was ultimately alone. It was wiser to proceed cautiously. Having made up his mind, the angel resolved to first survey the land before striking with thunderous force to eradicate the heresy from this realm. Soon, the angel realized his location was likely a fairly large city. On its streets, groups of men and women shrouded in demonic energy would occasionally appear. Upon meeting, these individuals greeted each other warmly. "Old Jiang, your strength has really improved lately. Just a few days apart, and you're already so much stronger than me." A burly man with a bushy beard slapped the shoulder of a lean man beside him, offering praise. "Just luck. These past few days, the demon sex soldiers have been slaughtering beasts in various secret realms. I tagged along and got my hands on a lot of beast meat. After refining it, this is what happened. Why don't you give it a try? I'm telling you, following the demon sex soldiers is way more efficient than forming your own team." The bearded man nodded vigorously upon hearing this. He'd heard about the demon sex soldiers venturing deep into secret realms to hunt beasts, but other commitments had kept him from entering one lately. Now it seemed he really needed to find an opportunity to enter a secret realm. Otherwise, he'd fall behind in strength. "Old Jiang, you've got some serious luck going for you. Alright, I'm heading to the secret realm too. Hopefully, I can snag some more beast meat to boost my strength." With that, the man with the bushy beard sprinted off without looking back, heading toward the opposite end of the city. Demon sect Dao soldiers? The angel kept murmuring this unfamiliar term, curiosity stirring within him. Having stayed in Eagle Sauce country for so long, he'd at most heard the term awakened ones, but demon sect Dao soldiers? Never heard of them. Still, the angel suspected that anyone choosing such a name couldn't be a righteous figure. Sure enough, all heretics. From the sky, Angel surveyed the bustling pedestrians, trying to gauge the general level of humanity on this land and whether they truly were heretics. Killing the wrong person would be a disaster. The angel's gaze roamed continuously across the city. He saw many people carrying chunks of butchered beast meat into houses. When they emerged, their vitality and spirit had noticeably increased. He also observed many sitting directly by the roadside, using the demonic energy within their bodies to refine large chunks of fierce beast meat. The originally bright red meat, after refinement, turned into black, charcoal-like fragments that crumbled at the slightest touch. These individuals then used their demonic power to conjure a whirlwind, scattering the charcoal particles. Using flesh and blood for cultivation to enhance strength, truly heretical. Still, the angel wished to observe further, to gauge the true strength of the powerful beings on this great road. This mattered for his next plan. If there were several beings on this land weaker than him, even he would face a grueling battle. Zhang Lei, a Taoist soldier of the demon sect, was in high spirits lately. A few days prior, under Jiang Xia's unified command, 30,000 demon sect soldiers collectively refined the flesh and blood of beasts ranked above sovereign level to enhance their own power. Unaware of the implications, he chose the head of a particularly powerful 7th-tier ferocious beast, a azure bird, for his refinement. The azure bird's frenzied energy nearly overwhelmed Zhang Lei, but through sheer perseverance, he endured. After his breakthrough, he possessed strength surpassing the sovereign level, making him a standout among all demon sect soldiers. Following Elder Chen's unified directive after his breakthrough, Zhang Lei arrived at the demon capital's secret realm to begin slaying its beasts. The beasts of the first and second layers proved no match for the demon sect soldiers at the sovereign level. In barely 3 days, they had slaughtered the majority of the realm's beasts. The squad leader under Zhang Lei's command contemplated sending the slain beasts' flesh and blood to the outside world for the common folk of the Great Xia Empire to cultivate with, aiming to elevate everyone's strength as much as possible. Thus, he dispatched Zhang Lei to distribute the beast meat among the populace. Upon exiting the secret realm, Zhang Lei broke into a sprint down the streets, eventually arriving at a densely populated residential area. "Fellow villagers, I've brought you the beast's meat. Please come out quickly to collect your share from each household. Take it home and use it to strengthen yourselves without delay. The second phase of the secret realm is approaching. Only by growing stronger can we better defend our nation and ease the burdens of Chief Jiang and our other leaders." Zhang Lei bellowed at the top of his lungs. Before long, many men and women emerged from their homes. They used daggers to cut the beast meat Zhang Lei had brought, taking it back to their homes to refine. Some impatient souls sat down immediately, meditating on the spot as they channeled demonic energy to refine the beast meat. Waves of murky demonic energy rose from their bodies, only to be sucked back in again. Their strength surged rapidly. "I've broken through! I've broken through!" A man suddenly leapt to his feet amidst the crowd, shouting at the top of his lungs. He had cultivated demonic arts for a long time yet remained stuck at level 30. Watching others grow stronger day by day left a bitter taste in his mouth. Today, he had finally broken through level 30. From now on, he would be eligible to enter dungeons for leveling. No longer would he have to rely on the demonic sect soldiers delivering beast meat. How could he not be thrilled? Those around him rose to congratulate him, and soon everyone was laughing together. Watching the constant flow of people and their peculiar cultivation methods, the angel finally confirmed his judgment. If they were heretics, then he wouldn't be blamed for being ruthless. The angel's eyes fixed intently on the crowd below. His right hand rose, and a sphere radiating divine light slowly took shape. With a calm flick of his wrist, the sphere, glowing with sacred radiance, left his palm and flew toward the people below. Chapter 141, The Heretics Shall Be Purified. Boom! The orb hurled by the angel slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. The immense force blasted a bottomless crater into the earth, sending a cloud of dust billowing skyward. What just happened? No idea. It felt like an earthquake just hit. Anyone hurt? A few people got hurt, but thankfully nothing too serious. Right now, our top priority is figuring out what just happened. On the ground, the Great Xia people who had been diligently refining the beast meat moments before sprang into action. Some dragged the wounded out of the blast zone, others maintained vigilance, while the rest scanned the surroundings, searching for the cause of this earth-shattering explosion. Watching this swarm of creatures, seemingly no larger than ants, struggling desperately for survival, a mocking smile curled the angel's lips. Heretics must die. Today, he would purge this world of heresy for God. In the angel's hand, a larger, more powerful orb of light slowly took shape. The angel believed this orb's power was several times greater than the previous one, absolutely capable of eliminating every heretic on the ground. Look up at the sky. With a startled cry, everyone on the ground turned their gaze skyward. There, suspended mid-air, was a pallid, bloodless humanoid creature with a cold, grim expression. Two pure white wings extended from its back. What is that? A beast? How come I've never seen it before? Its aura is incredibly powerful, almost matching Chief Engineer Jiang's. Don't be ridiculous. It's been ages since you last saw Chief Engineer Jiang. He's undoubtedly stronger now. He could take down this Birdman in seconds. Right. Let's pluck every feather off this Birdman. But what should we do now? He looks so formidable. The citizens of Daxia on the ground unleashed a torrent of abuse at the angel attacking them. Some began worrying about their own safety. The power displayed by this humanoid creature was simply too staggering, leaving them with a sense of utter despair. What can we do? What choice do we have? Do we even look like we could beat this Birdman? Yeah, this guy's aura is stronger than any 7th-tier beast I've ever seen. There's no way we can match him. What can we do? The only one who could defeat this Birdman is Chief Engineer Jiang, but he's not here now. Does that mean we're just waiting to die? I was just thinking about training hard for the Great Xia Empire. Never imagined I'd die like this. Faced with the angel's overwhelming power, the ordinary people on the ground couldn't muster the will to resist. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Even Zhang Lei, whose power had skyrocketed after refining the azure bird skull, couldn't bring himself to fight back. Had he gained such immense power only to die now? Chief Engineer Jiang, I've failed your expectations. But this Birdman? I truly can't defeat him. Zhang Lei watched the light sphere in the angel's hand grow larger and larger, his heart filled with despair. He knew that even if he sacrificed his life, he couldn't stop this orb that seemed to radiate a holy aura. The previous sphere had already unleashed astonishing destructive power, but this one promised to be even more devastating. Zhang Lei knew that once the sphere struck the ground, everyone present would die. All stood silently in place, awaiting death's arrival. Boom! At this critical moment, the formation that had shown no signs of disturbance moments before suddenly erupted with a thick, black smoke. Solid as substance, it slammed into the angel's chest. Caught off guard, the angel coughed up a mouthful of golden blood upon impact. His mind felt as though struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, plunging him into a brief daze. It's the power of the formation. Chief Engineer Zhang's formation saved us. Truly worthy of Chief Engineer Zhang's design, it actually held back this Birdman. Enough talk. That Birdman seems dazed by the formation. Let's evacuate the wounded immediately. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. Their formation had withstood this seemingly invincible foe, saving their lives. They wouldn't die after all. Ordinary citizens of the Great Xia spontaneously rushed to their comrades wounded during the angel's first wave of attacks. Some grabbed arms, others pulled legs, dragging the injured out of the blast zone. Retreat to safety immediately. Zhang Lei raised his arm and shouted, directing the remaining citizens to retreat deeper into the formation. Now that the formation had proven capable of withstanding this Birdman's assault, sheltering within it offered at least temporary safety. This angel's combat prowess was simply too overwhelming. Fighting it was like trying to crack a nut with an egg. There was no point in needlessly sacrificing lives. Chief Engineer Jiang would handle it. First, direct the civilians to retreat. I'll stay behind. If anyone has to die, let it be me. I'll protect everyone. With that resolve, Zhang Lei hurriedly directed the civilians to retreat while he himself remained behind as rear guard. The shaken civilians swiftly retreated into the formation under Zhang Lei's command, watching the angel clutching its head in the sky with trembling hearts. Zhang Lei glanced around. The wounded had all been evacuated, and the rest of the civilians had retreated into the formation. Only then did he turn with relief and sprint toward the interior of the formation. Zhang Lei, hurry! Run faster. Don't let that birdman catch you. We'll wait here for you. You must come back. The citizens of Daxia within the formation watched Jiang Lei sprinting toward them, their hearts pounding in their throats. Jiang Lei had stayed behind to cover their retreat. How could anyone bear to watch such a good man get killed by that birdman in the sky? Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, Jiang Lei rolled forward and entered the array's interior. Their hearts, held in suspense, finally relaxed. In the sky. The angel was in a terrible state. He felt his consciousness being tangled by countless ghostly spirits, his brain throbbing as if it would split open, his mind thick and foggy. Those damned heretics. Once I recover, I will purify every last one of them. They shall not survive another second on this earth. Looking toward the great formation, he saw that those detestable heretics had all retreated inside it. Damned heretics. I will purify every last one of you. The angel, outmaneuvered, seethed with fury. A terrifying aura radiated outward, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble as if straining to bear the pressure. Chapter 142, Unleashing the Fury. Facing the angel's fury, the ordinary citizens of Gov't Xia who had entered the five elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array found it rather amusing. That birdman had strut about like some mighty force moments ago, only to be stopped dead in his tracks by the array chief engineer Jiang had set up. Look, everyone. The birdman's defenses are broken. Ha ha ha, how does Master John's array taste? A birdman is just a birdman. He had no clue how formidable Chief Engineer Jiang is. One array from him left you writhing in agony. If Chief Engineer Jiang came personally, not even a shred of you would remain. You'd be used for cultivating demonic arts. Birdman, I advise you to turn tail and run back where you came from. Or else you won't even know how you died. The ordinary citizens of Gov't Xia, having narrowly escaped death, watched the humiliated angel seethe with impotent rage. They were overjoyed, hurling taunts to vent their fury at the angel's earlier ambush. Damned heretics! Hearing the heretics' taunts from within the great formation, the angel was nearly driven mad with rage. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet, this formation was truly unnerving. The wails of ghosts and howls of demons filling the sky, along with that overwhelming black mist, not only inflicted significant physical damage but also dealt astonishing harm to the soul. He knew that with his peak 7th tier strength, bordering on 8th tier, few in this world could stand against him. Yet this formation not only wounded him but even caused him to momentarily lose his focus. If his opponent were of comparable strength, he might well suffer defeat. Purge these heretics first. To allow even one heretic to live is an affront to God. With that thought, the angel moved once more. This time, he raised both hands. His wings fluttered gently behind him as two immense spheres of light, radiating astonishing divine energy, slowly coalesced. He resolved to shatter the formation in one decisive strike, purifying every heretic within. His resolve set, the angel beat his wings, stirring up fierce gusts of wind as he hurled the two spheres of light with all his might toward the formation. The angel believed that with the divine aura contained within these two spheres, destroying the array erected by the heretics would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Boom! Boom! The two spheres plummeted like meteors, striking the exact same point on the formation with devastating force. The angel knew that to break the formation, the best approach was to strike a single point with maximum power. Once shattered, the entire formation would collapse. Amidst deafening explosions, the formation finally reacted. Streams of black gas, like tentacles, extended from the formation, charging straight toward the angel in the sky. This time, the angel reacted far more swiftly. He flapped his wings, stirring up fierce winds to disperse the eerie black mist while rapidly retreating to evade the tentacles' reach. Having lost its target, the black gas retreated back into the formation. The angel turned to look at the formation again, only to discover with astonishment that it showed absolutely no change whatsoever. Couldn't even this work? This formation was far more resilient and stubborn than he had imagined. Let's try this. The angel roared, extending his right hand as a spear formed slowly from the gathering divine aura. At the spearhead, tiny flashes of golden light flickered, as if it were tangible. Go! With a shout, the angel spun rapidly, harnessing the centrifugal force to hurl the spear with devastating force. It slammed into the formation with a deafening crash. The sheer power of the impact seemed to make the formation tremble. The Chinese citizens trapped within the formation turned deathly pale, their hearts gripped by terror. The formation just trembled. Could this birdman have breached it? Surely not. This formation was personally arranged by Chief Engineer Jiang. He used quite a few valuable items. How could it be breached so easily? But it clearly trembled just now. Outside the formation, the angel keenly sensed the disturbance and felt a surge of elation. This formation can be breached. Once it was breached, she would personally purify every heretic within. Overjoyed, the angel channeled his divine power, instantly conjuring dozens of identical spears. These spears hovered in the air, their points aimed at the formation. With a swing of his right hand, all the spears struck the formation like sharp blades, colliding heavily against it. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed ceaselessly, and this time the formation trembled far more violently than before. Beside the spirit eye tree. Jiang Xia, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and couldn't help but frown. Sensing an attack on the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding great formation, he rose to his feet. With a flick of his right hand, a nearly transparent light screen materialized before him. On the screen, angels were seen fiercely assaulting the formation. So they're delivering themselves right to me? Earlier, Jiang Xia had contemplated venturing outside the array to hunt down the angel proclaimed by the West. Little did he expect the enemy would come to him. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, he decisively communicated with the array, utilizing its built-in teleportation function to instantly shift his location. In the blink of an eye, his figure materialized within the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array. Chief Engineer Jiang is here. That Birdman is finished. Chief Engineer Jiang will definitely defeat that Birdman. Chief Engineer Jiang, give that jerk a taste of our Xia might. The crowd erupted with excitement at Jiang Xia's arrival. In their eyes, this so-called Birdman stood no chance against Chief Engineer Jiang. He'd meet the same fate as those 7th-tier beasts, all perishing miserably under the divine light of the immortal furnace. Above the void. Jiang Xia stood atop the sky-splitting shuttle, the creation immortal furnace in hand, his gaze tinged with solemnity. Who are you? The angel opposite him had also spotted Jiang Xia. He sensed an overwhelming power emanating from Jiang Xia, causing him to halt his spear-throwing motion. His voice was stiff as he demanded. Ha! A mocking smile curled Jiang Xia's lips. Typical Western bandit logic. You attack our great Xia's grand formation, yet ask who I am? The one who kills you. Heretic. The angel's eyes blazed crimson with fury at the words. He saw undisguised mockery in Jiang Xia's gaze. A violent surge of divine energy erupted from his body, making the surrounding air shudder. What he hadn't anticipated was that Jiang Xia, suspended in the void opposite him, uttered not a single word of response. Instead, he swung the creation immortal furnace, unleashing wave after wave of fierce immortal radiance. The overwhelming pressure of immortal might radiating from the furnace left him gasping for breath. Chapter 143, Confronting the Overwhelming Pressure of a Near 8th-Tier Powerhouse. Facing this formidable assault, the angel's normally indifferent face grew solemn. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since descending into this world. The terrifying energy contained within this attack demanded his utmost caution. A profoundly intense aura of sanctity radiated from his body, nearly solidifying into tangible form. An ancient, massive sword slowly materialized in his hand. The angel roared, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Jiang Xia with the greatsword in hand. In an instant, the distance between them closed to mere meters. Swish! The massive sword swung viciously toward Jiang Xia's head. The divine power radiating from the blade burned like flames, scorching souls. The overwhelming pressure was suffocating. Facing this ferocious assault, Jiang Xia maneuvered the sky-darting shuttle to evade. With a flick of his right hand, the ghostly soul white bone banner materialized in his grasp, erupting with a torrent of wails and howls. Having devoured the souls of countless king-level beasts slain within the secret realm, the ghostly white bone banner had grown immensely powerful. The shattered chi clinging to it had nearly solidified into tangible form. Caught completely off guard, the angel was instantly struck. He felt as though countless fierce ghosts had invaded his mind, clawing and tearing at his thoughts. His brain went blank, even his ability to think was severely impaired. After flapping his wings to retreat several hundred meters, the angel immediately channeled the divine power within his body to resist the ghost's corruption. Divine power held an overwhelming counter to the ghostly essence, and in the blink of an eye, the vicious energy was completely purified. Enraged, the angel swung his greatsword and beat his wings, charging toward Jiang Xia once more. In the blink of an eye, his form reappeared before Jiang Xia, and the greatsword came crashing down. Boom! The sky-darting sled flickered, narrowly evading the blow. The attack's momentum carried on, slashing viciously into the grand formation behind him. The violent force sent the formation reeling, trembling several times before finally stabilizing. A look of gravity flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. He could tell this angel possessed peak 7th-tier strength, dangerously close to 8th tier. It likely wouldn't be long before they formally ascended to 8th tier. As the array's creator, he knew full well that a peak 7th-tier opponent couldn't destroy the array yet. But an 8th-tier foe? That was another story. After this battle, he must urgently reinforce the grand formation. The second stage of the secret realm was about to commence. If an 8th-tier enemy truly appeared, the formation risked being breached. At that point, the entire populace of Great Xia would be in peril. The hard-won advantage accumulated through the nation's collective efforts in the first phase would vanish without a trace. With this realization, Jiang Xia resolved to eliminate this angel immediately, before complications arose. As he pondered, that golden streak of light surged forward once more, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Boom! The golden and gray figures collided violently, the sheer force of the impact rippling through the surrounding air and producing a series of sonic booms. Within the Great Formation, the citizens of Great Xia watched the battle unfolding in the sky, where figures were barely discernible, and couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety. The angel's formidable strength was beyond their wildest expectations. They never imagined that Chief Engineer Jiang, who was virtually unmatched within Great Xia's borders, would find himself trapped in such a brutal, relentless battle. That bird-like creature seems incredibly powerful. Even Chief Engineer Jiang can't handle him? Where did he come from, and how did he become so strong? No clue where he's from, but it's definitely got something to do with the West. Look at his appearance, doesn't he look just like the angels from Western mythology? You're right. Pale skin, 2 wings on his back. Could he be a 2-winged angel from Western mythology? If a 2-winged angel is this powerful, how formidable must a 12-winged angel be? As the words fell, every face grew grim. Tension spread through the crowd. If even the weakest 2-winged angel from Western mythology could push the mightiest warrior of Great Xia to the brink, what would happen if a 12-winged angel appeared? Could Great Xia withstand it? In the sky, the angel and Jiang Xia's figures collided repeatedly, the thunderous impacts nearly shattering the eardrums of the onlookers. They silently prayed that Jiang Xia, previously undefeated in battle, could slay this formidable angel and continue safeguarding the peace of the Great Xia. In the sky, Jiang Xia maneuvered the sky-slipping shuttle to hover in mid-air. His soul white bone banner bore several fresh gaseous traces left by the giant's sword slashes during the earlier battle. Through this prolonged battle, he had begun to grasp the angel's combat traits. Its close-range attacks were devastating, its physical resilience astonishing, and its regenerative abilities formidable. Even his strikes struggled to leave visible wounds. Moreover, that incredible healing power could instantly mend any injury. It could be said that this was the strongest opponent he had encountered since crossing over into this world. The formidable strength of his adversary ignited his competitive spirit. If he couldn't defeat an opponent like this, how could he possibly face the second stage of the secret realm? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the angel's figure materialized before him once more. Heretic, die! With a furious roar, the massive sword swung down with devastating force. A flash of gray light flickered in Jiang Xia's eyes. Eyes of the candle dragon. A soul-shaking pressure, carrying overwhelming might, slammed into the angel's mind, plunging it into momentary disorientation. At that instant, the 7-star 9-section staff materialized. With a single swing, the heavens darkened. A massive, pitch-black cloud engulfed the sky. From within the thunderclouds, bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels crashed down. Boom! 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 Caught off guard, even the mighty angel was struck. Hit by multiple bolts of lightning, his entire body plummeted toward the ground like a. Behind him, the divine creation furnace instantly expanded to the size of a small mountain. Brilliant spiritual energy and black demonic energy surged forth, seemingly possessed with eyes as they pursued the falling figure in the sky. Boom! Beneath the array, the ground caved in, forming a bottomless pit. Black smoke billowed upward from the abyss, while wails of agony echoed from within the chasm. The Great Xia citizens within the formation beamed with delight at the spectacle. Chief Engineer Jiang took out that birdman. With such a powerful attack, that birdman must be dead as a doornail. Master Jiang truly lives up to his reputation. I was worried he might not be able to handle that birdman, but it seems I was overthinking it. Attack our Great Xia? Be prepared to leave your life here. Chief Engineer Jiang truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest in Great Xia. Even this birdman couldn't stand against him. How fortunate for Great Xia to have such a mighty warrior. In the sky, Jiang Xia piloting the sky-darting sled wore a grave expression. This was his first encounter with a half-step 8th-tier opponent, and he wasn't certain if his earlier barrage had truly finished off this formidable foe. Chapter 144, Slaying the Angel. Whoosh! A golden figure, trailing golden streaks of light, suddenly shot up from the bottom of the deep pit. The angel now appeared battered and bruised. Numerous patches of its body were charred black by lightning strikes, emitting a burnt, acrid stench. Its once snow-white wings were charred black by the lightning strikes, revealing patches of pale, exposed skin. Heretic! You have succeeded in enraging me. The angel roared furiously at Jiang Xia, who stood calmly in the air opposite him. Its aura surged once more, and despite already being immensely powerful, it somehow grew even stronger. The lightning-scarred areas on his body began to heal rapidly, new flesh growing over the wounds. Even his charred wings seemed reborn, turning pure white once more. Without further ado, the angel's form flickered like teleportation, reappearing beside Jiang Xia. His massive sword whistled through the air as it came crashing down. Clang! The ghostly white bone banner flashed, blocking this powerful strike. Another deep gash appeared on its long pole. The sky-darting shuttle flickered, teleporting Jiang Xia behind the angel. The divine creation furnace materialized behind him, its multicolored spiritual energy and pitch-black demonic energy converging once more. Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised that his earlier combo hadn't finished off this angel. But at this point, there was no choice but to keep fighting. Seeing the angel seemingly unscathed after such a devastating blow, the Great Xia citizens within the formation were all taken aback. Is this birdman even human? He survived such a devastating blow? I thought Chief Engineer Jiang would have finished him off earlier. Who knew this birdman was so resilient? What's there to fear? A mere birdman could never be a match for Chief Engineer Jiang. He's just buying himself a little more time. This Birdman has some skills, but facing Chief Engineer Jiang, he's still doomed. The crowd within the formation couldn't fathom how this angel could still be jumping around after taking such devastating blows. Still, they held unwavering faith in Jiang Xia, convinced he would surely slay this Birdman. Swish! 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 The angel now seemed possessed, swinging his massive sword relentlessly at Jiang Xia, leaving him almost no chance to retaliate. The sky-darting shuttle flashed through the air, evading the angel's ferocious assaults. Having learned its lesson from the Candle Dragon's Eye technique earlier, the angel wisely avoided eye contact, denying Jiang Xia any chance to immobilize it with that spell. The angel's speed was astonishingly swift. Without preemptive control, striking it with lightning strikes proved impossible. Left with no choice, Jiang Xia dodged the angel's massive sword while frantically devising a counter. The angel's onslaught was relentless, the greatsword in its hand striking down like a torrential rain. Wounds began to appear on Jiang Xia's body. His clothes were slashed by the blade's edge, tearing open a long gash that exposed the skin beneath. A deep wound, visible to the bone, looked particularly terrifying. The angel, seeing him wounded, attacked with renewed ferocity, as if fueled by stimulants, determined to finish him off while he was vulnerable. The sky-darting scythe flickered ceaselessly through the air, evading the angel's assaults. Yet in the next instant, the angel's form would close in again like a bone-gnawing maggot, its massive sword slashing down with a piercing whistle. Within the great formation, the people of Gov't watched this scene. Though awestruck by the angel's formidable power, they still held unwavering trust in Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was the pillar of the entire Gov't. It was precisely because of his existence that Gov't had managed to navigate the first stage of the secret realm smoothly. Though this Birdman appeared incredibly powerful now, in the hearts of the Gov't people, he simply couldn't be compared to Jiang Xia. This Birdman's attacks are fierce. Why isn't Chief Engineer Jiang countering? Master Jiang must be studying the Birdman's weaknesses. Just wait, it won't be long before he strikes him down. Exactly. We'll just stay within the formation and watch Master Jiang take down the Birdman. He designed this formation himself, it's absolutely safe. The murmurs of the crowd below reached Jiang Xia's ears. At that very moment, his eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. The sky-darting shuttle flashed, evading the giant sword's attack. Jiang Xia then dashed toward the formation as if fleeing for his life. The sky-darting shuttle speed was blindingly fast, instantly creating distance between him and the angel. Watching the heretic charge toward that bizarre formation, the angel grew anxious. With his keen eyes, he could clearly see this heretic was the strongest being in all of the East. Slaying this one would render the rest insignificant. Earlier, he had already realized that this formation couldn't withstand even a few rounds of his attacks. If not for this heretic suddenly appearing, he would have already charged into the formation and purified all the heretics within. How could he possibly let this most powerful heretic escape? The angel's aura of sanctity intensified once more, his body visibly wasting away as he clearly resorted to desperate, life-or-death techniques. Swish! The angel's figure streaked like a streak of light, instantly covering thousands of meters to close in behind Jiang Xia. The massive sword in his hand glowed with golden divine aura. Accelerating to maximum speed, the angel paused less than 50 meters from Jiang Xia and swung his sword with devastating force. A towering, several-meter-high golden sword aura erupted from the blade, instantly traversing hundreds of meters as it hurtled toward Jiang Xia. The angel was utterly certain, if this strike connected, the fleeing heretic would be cleaved clean in two. In midair, Jiang Xia seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. With a flash, he maneuvered the sky-darting sled to evade the seemingly unstoppable strike at the last possible moment. Then, he spun on his heel and charged directly toward the angel. The angel's furious sword chi struck empty air, slashing instead into the grand formation behind Jiang Xia. The impact sent tremors rippling through the formation, and at that very moment, the formation's backlash surged into the angel's mind. Buzz! Suspended mid-air, the angel felt as if his skull had been struck by a sledgehammer. Countless wails and howls exploded within his consciousness, plunging him into a momentary daze. In that instant, Jiang Xia, who had retreated only to return, closed in before him. His left hand flashed with the 7-star 9-section staff, unleashing countless bolts of lightning thick as water barrels. They struck the angel, paralyzing him completely, leaving him unable to move. Behind him, the divine creation furnace swelled to mountainous proportions. Within, multicolored spiritual energy intertwined with pitch-black demonic energy, its overwhelming aura causing the entire world to tremble. Ghostly shadows flickered upon the ghostly soul white bone banner, emitting waves of wailing cries. Facing this hard-won opportunity, Jiang Xia gave it his all. He poured every ounce of his magical power into his artifact, unleashing his most devastating attack. Even the mighty angel couldn't withstand this ferocious assault. The first furnace was instantly pierced by the ghostly skeleton banner, driving straight into the grand formation. Chapter 145, Forging a Half-Step 8th Tier Puppet. Master Jiang is formidable. To dispatch that Birdman so decisively, let's see what those Westerners have to say now. That Birdman dared attack our Gov't formation and even challenged Master Jiang. He deserved to die so miserably. Chief Engineer Jiang truly is the mightiest in Gov't Xia. With him here, victory is assured. As Jiang Xia thrust the angel's severed head into the earth, golden blood spilled across the ground. The Gov't Xia citizens who had been watching the battle from within the formation swarmed around him, offering congratulations. They had witnessed the angel's formidable power firsthand, a force capable of shaking even the most solid formations. Yet such an existence had ultimately fallen to Jiang Xia's blade, reduced to a lifeless corpse. Jiang Xia himself remained composed. Though he had slain the angel swiftly, it had involved some degree of luck. The angel's true strength far surpassed what the crowd had perceived. Given another chance, he couldn't guarantee such a clean victory over this formidable foe. This angel possessed the greatest physical resilience and raw bodily strength he had ever encountered, surpassing even some of the most notoriously formidable beasts known for their physical prowess. Truly, it was a powerhouse standing at the threshold of the 8th tier. High physical strength, formidable brute force. Jiang Xia murmured these two characteristics of the angel he just identified, his eyes flashing with excitement. Within the sacred true demon scripture, there existed a rather obscure refinement technique capable of transforming an enemy's corpse into a puppet, one devoid of all sensation of pain and utterly obedient to commands. Such puppets, devoid of consciousness, knew neither fear nor pain. They were utterly loyal to their master's commands, fearless in the face of death. While unable to wield divine abilities or spells due to their lack of consciousness, their immense physical strength combined with their fearless nature meant their combat effectiveness wasn't vastly different from when they were alive. With the imminent opening of the second stage of the secret realm, he urgently needed to bolster his strength and expand his forces. A puppet at the threshold of the 8th tier, coupled with absolute loyalty, could potentially resolve numerous challenges. He had previously delayed its creation primarily because the materials required for refining a puppet were exceedingly difficult to gather. Moreover, he had yet to find a beast corpse meeting the necessary criteria. Refining a puppet demanded at minimum a half-step 8th tier corpse capable of withstanding the extreme heat during the process. If the corpse's quality fell short, it would likely be reduced to ashes. Just as Jiang Xia was contemplating how to gather the materials quickly to forge the puppet, the excited chatter of the surrounding crowd interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head and saw several excited onlookers gathered around the angel's body, snapping photos incessantly. One enthusiastic onlooker planted his right foot on the angel's head, striking a peace sign for the camera. Yeah, that's the pose. Make me look cool in the shot. This birdman came to cause trouble on our Gov't Xia soil and got slaughtered by Chief Engineer Jiang. I gotta snap a pic for my social feed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Just posting on WeChat moments is boring. Let's bypass the firewall and post it overseas. Let those Western bastards see our strength. Exactly. That old bastard Trump keeps messing with our Gov't Xia. This bird guy might be his doing too. We gotta post it overseas, let them see what happens when they piss off our Gov't Xia. You guys handle the photos. I'll figure out how to get this out there fast. Watching the excited crowd, Jiang Xia felt a surge of pride. Since the secret realm opened, he'd poured his heart and soul into every step, staying ahead of the game and protecting the people of Gov't Xia well. With their unconditional support, Gov't Xia would surely triumph in the second phase of the secret realm. The most urgent task now was to gather all the materials needed for crafting the puppets and then forge them. With this thought, he immediately summoned his sky-slipping shuttle and vanished into the sky as a streak of light. Soon, his figure materialized in Elder Chen's office. Seeing Jiang Xia arrive, Elder Chen knew something significant must be afoot, otherwise, Jiang Xia wouldn't have made the long journey. Comrade Jiang, you've come all this way, is there something urgent? Jiang Xia cut straight to the point. I killed a Western angel outside the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array. It'd be a waste to discard the corpse, so I want to craft a golem from it. I'm missing some materials, here's the list. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Old Chen. You killed a Western angel? Old Chen's jaw dropped in astonishment. The West had recently been abuzz with reports of a creature suspected to be an angel, a sight Old Chen himself had witnessed. But he never imagined that this angel, hailed by the West as a savior destined to lead them toward enlightenment, would be slain by Jiang Xia so swiftly. If word of this got out, who knew what kind of uproar it would cause? No need to look at the list. Go to the warehouse and tell them what I said, take whatever you want. Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel profound admiration for this old man. What sheer audacity. Not only did he place unconditional trust in him, but he also refused to let a single opportunity to strengthen the Gov't Xia slip through his fingers. Truly, without Elder Chen's unwavering support, no matter how hard he worked, Gov't Xia could never have reached its current heights. Thank you, Elder Chen. After thanking Old Chen, he wasted no time, heading straight to the warehouse to collect all the required materials. Since Gov't Xia had been minimally affected by the secret realm, many items were still well preserved. Every single material he needed was obtained without exception. With the materials in hand, Jiang Xia retrieved his sky-slipping shuttle and returned to the interior of the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array. He picked up the angel's corpse from the ground, found a secluded corner, and began the alchemical process. Purple extreme demon fire erupted from his hands, searing the angel's corpse and producing a series of crackling sounds. Carefully manipulating the flames, he tossed the required materials into the fire. The scorching heat of the purple extreme demon fire, comparable to the sun's intensity, swiftly melted the materials, causing them to flow into the angel's corpse. As time passed, the angel's originally pallid skin began to take on a gray metallic sheen, gleaming with a metallic luster. The physical strength of its flesh visibly increased. The most crucial step is to imbue this puppet with combat instincts, making it as responsive as an extension of my own limbs. Jiang Xia murmured softly, pricking his finger with his nail and carefully dripping a single drop of blood onto the puppet's forehead. The intense heat of the purple extreme demon flame instantly vaporized the blood. The puppet, which had lain motionless on the ground, now seemed to come alive, its fingers twitching slightly. It worked! Jiang Xia's heart surged with joy as he mentally commanded the puppet to rise from the ground. The angel's entire body now glowed an eerie grayish white, its eyes hollow and lifeless, yet radiating a heart-stopping aura of danger. Tapping the rigid puppet lightly, Jiang Xia murmured to himself. Looks like the forging was successful. From now on, you'll be called Birdman 1. Chapter 146, The West is Furious, How Dare the East Desecrate the Gods? Eagle Nation, Black Palace. President Trump sat in his spacious office, feet propped on his desk, leaning back in his chair and humming softly to himself. His mood was excellent. Just yesterday, he had successfully tricked the angels into heading east to purge heretics in Gov't Xia. Trump had no doubt about the angels' power. He imagined them now slaughtering indiscriminately within Gov't Xia's massive, turtle shell-like formation. Damn yellow-skinned monkeys. What good did your early development do you? Even if you built a great formation to block the West, could that formation possibly withstand the angel? Tepu predicted that soon, news outlets across the nations would be clamoring to report on the angel's rampage against heretics within Dacia's borders. The thought of those proud Daxians now trembling in fear filled him with such satisfaction that his humming grew louder. Bang! Just as Tep was reveling in anticipation of news about angels slaughtering Dacia's citizens, the office door was violently kicked open. The Black Palace steward burst in, his face etched with terror, gasping for breath. What's the rush? Haven't I told you to knock before entering my office? Tepu was thoroughly annoyed by the Black Palace steward's panicked expression. How could this old man still lack such composure? What if he was in the middle of discussing the future of the eagle with some female celebrity? Mr. President, it's terrible. Ignoring Tep's rebuke, the Black Palace butler shouted at the top of his lungs. What could be so terrible? Did the angels wipe out the Gov't Xia people? Even if they did, it wouldn't matter much. The inheritance of demonic arts must be documented somewhere. And wasn't the method for setting up the Great Array mastered by that Gov't Xia man named Jiang Xia? He was just a relatively powerful insect. As long as he survives, it doesn't matter how many others die. No, it's the angels who were killed by the Gov't Xia people. The Black Palace butler wasted no time, immediately relaying this explosive news to Tep. What? Tep, abandoning all composure, leapt from his chair and rushed toward the Black Palace butler in 2 strides. His massive hands clamped down on the butler's throat, shaking him violently. You'd better rephrase that. What the hell is going on? His eyes instantly turned bloodshot from sheer agitation. The angel was his greatest asset, he'd been counting on it to help him crush the Gov't Xia Empire. How could news of its demise arrive so soon? If even the mighty angel couldn't handle the Gov't Xia, what hope was there against the eagle and the West? Cough cough cough. The Black Palace butler nearly choked to death under Tep's furious grip. After coughing heavily several times, he pointed to the tablet in his hand. Mr. President, see for yourself. Trump stared fixedly at the tablet in the Black Palace butler's hands, his eyes filled with shock. The angel he had hailed as the savior of the Western world now lay on the ground like a dead dog, a flag-like object stuck in its head. Several Gov't Xia soldiers surrounded the angel, making victory signs. Having interacted with the angel up close, Tup instantly recognized the lifeless body sprawled on the ground as the very angel he had met just yesterday. He couldn't believe the mighty angel had been killed by the Gov't Xia so swiftly. Tepa trembled with rage. The angel he had once hailed as a savior had been slain so swiftly by the Gov't Xia forces. How could he possibly continue fighting them now? At this point, he can only grit his teeth and stubbornly refuse to acknowledge that the fallen figure was the angel revered as a savior by the West. Damn it! This must be fake. The Gov't Xia must have photoshopped it to disrupt our Eagle Nation. Issue orders immediately. Have the CIA deploy additional personnel to halt the spread of this news. We can't let those scheming Gov't Xia people exploit the chaos to attack us. Trump snatched the tablet from his aide's hands and slammed it onto the floor. The device shattered into a pile of shards. The Black House steward nodded. At this point, there was nothing else to be done. He picked up the shattered remains of the tablet and exited Trump's office. Once the butler vanished from sight, Trump seemed to age decades in an instant. He slumped into his chair like a worn sack, sighing heavily. With the angel slain, the Western world had lost yet another hope. The rise of Gov't Xia seemed utterly unstoppable. Shortly after, Trump issued orders for the CIA to seal off the news. Across Eagle Nation's major social media platforms, users began sharing photos and videos of the angel's death. Despite the CIA's utmost efforts to contain the information, the sheer population of Gov't Xia proved overwhelming. With limited personnel, the agency could not prevent tens of thousands of users from uploading images and footage of the angel's demise. In an instant, images of the angel's execution flooded nearly every social media platform across Eagle Nation. When Eagle Nation's citizens saw these images, their psychological defenses instantly collapsed. Not long ago, the Black House had excitedly proclaimed the discovery of the angel's trail, declaring it had come at God's command to purge heresy and protect Western peoples. This news had filled the Eagle Nation's citizens, long tormented since the Secret Realm era, with joyful anticipation. They dreamed of the angel purging heresy and restoring their lives to prosperity. But now, the angel lay motionless on the ground, its skull pierced through, most likely dead as a doornail. How could the Eagle Nation's citizens, who had pinned such immense hope on the angel, possibly accept this? A wave of despair swept across the Eagle Nation. My God! Wasn't the angel all-powerful? How could it be killed by those yellow-skinned monkeys from Gov't Xia? The president said God sent the angels to purge heresy and protect Western people. But now the angels are dead. What are we to do? It's over. The Eagle Nation is finished. If even the angels, renowned for their strength, have fallen, does this mean God intends to destroy the West? Is Gov't Xia really that powerful? How could those yellow-skinned monkeys possibly defeat mighty angels? In stark contrast to the pessimism of Eagle Nation's populace, the Gov't Xia masses were swept up in unprecedented euphoria. Excited Gov't Xia citizens continuously uploaded news and images of Jiang Xia slaying the angels online, taunting the Eagle Nation's populace. This drew countless Western onlookers. Ah, you white pigs! Now you know how tough we are. Let me tell you that Birdman was personally slain by our chief engineer Jiang. Chief Engineer Jiang only used a mere third of his strength to punch a hole through that Birdman's skull. He's dead as a doornail. What other formidable figures does the West have left? Send them over. Chief Engineer Jiang will take care of them all. Ever since the Secret Realm, you Eagle Sauce folks have been picking fights with us. Scared now? Angels? Birdmen. This time we've taken down one of your birdmen. But mark my words, when General Jiang leads us into Eagle Land, it'll be all of you white-skinned pigs we'll be slaughtering. Chapter 147, Terrifying Omen, Harbinger of Doom. The pessimistic Eagle Nation citizens and the triumphant Gov't Xia masses engaged in an online battle. However, the slaying of the angel by Jiang Xia plunged many Westerners into profound despair. Trump had previously proclaimed that the angel was sent by God to save the West and eradicate Eastern heresy. But now, with the angel slain by the Gov't Xia before that great formation, who could possibly fight for the West? Driven by this pessimism, the Eagle Nation citizens quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, thoroughly crushed. Many extremely despondent Eagle Nation citizens even chose to end their lives by suicide, bidding farewell to this world forever. Within mere days, thousands of suicides erupted across Eagle Nation. Conversely, many who lost hope in life turned to revenge, dragging innocent bystanders down with them. Already the world's most heavily armed nation with nearly one firearm per person, and then some, Eagle Nation descended into hellish chaos as gunfire erupted everywhere. Major news outlets relentlessly condemned President Trump, branding him the most shameless liar and thief in history. They relentlessly replayed his past videos and speeches promising the people that angels would come to aid the West. Fueled by the media frenzy, the already deeply pessimistic American public finally found an outlet for their frustration. Everything was President Trump's fault. He misjudged the situation, severing ties with Gov't Xia at the dawn of the First Era. He foolishly attempted to blackmail Gov't Xia using its students studying abroad, only to lose vast quantities of food and supplies without forcing Gov't Xia's compliance. He relentlessly promoted the angels as the saviors of the Western world, destined to defeat the evil Gov't Xia. In an instant, waves of anti-Trump sentiment swept across the Eagle Nation. Countless citizens spontaneously gathered outside the Black House to protest, demanding Trump's resignation and a new president elected by the people. Tep must step down. You are unfit to be Eagle Nation's president. Letting you continue to lead will only make Eagle Nation weaker. We want food. We want resources. We want to grow stronger. We refuse to be bullied by the East. Get out of the White House, Trump. If you're incompetent, don't cling to power. The most incompetent president in Eagle Nation's history stepped down immediately. Don't waste Eagle Nation's time. Inside the White House, Trump's once lustrous blonde and gray hair had long lost its former sheen, now tangled in matted strands. His eyes seemed to hold no light. The cries of the people outside reached his ears, word for word, causing him immense anguish. He too wanted to make Eagle Nation strong, but what could he do? The methods for cultivating demonic arts and deploying grand formations had been mastered first by Gov't Xia. To grow stronger, he could only beg Gov't Xia for them, but would Gov't Xia give them? Wouldn't that require resorting to force? How could he possibly have imagined that times had changed, and Eagle Nation was no longer Gov't Xia's match? What infuriated him most was that after finally welcoming an angel, he had done his utmost to persuade it to attack the East. But how could such a mighty angel be slain by those despicable Great Xia men? Those damned Great Xia people must have used treacherous schemes to kill the angel. Now the voices opposing me outside are growing louder by the day. It's best not to stir up trouble for the time being. Trump banged his head, desperately trying to devise a solution to break the current deadlock, but no answer came to mind. Mr. President. Tens of thousands of citizens have gathered outside. The Black Palace is completely surrounded. Many staff members can't even get home. The Black Palace steward rushed into Tep's office, visibly tense, delivering yet another piece of bad news. Damn it! So what if an angel died? It's not the end of the world. If that angel had defeated the Great Xia, I'd be the greatest president in Eagle Nation's history. Trump roared, seething with indignation. He had done his best, exerted every ounce of effort, yet this angel still fell to the hands of the Great Xia. What could he do? Suddenly, Trump slapped his forehead and burst into unrestrained laughter. Ah, what a fool I am. How could I have missed such a simple answer? Since the legendary angel has appeared in Eagle Nation, it proves the legends aren't false. There must be more angels, even deities. If we can find more powerful angels or even gods, what can the Great Xia possibly do against us? Divine power far surpasses human limits. Even that so-called chief engineer Jiang of the Great Xia would have to prostrate himself before a god. Tep's spirit surged with excitement. His anguish wasn't over the angel's death, but over the West losing its means to confront Great Xia. Now that he'd grasped the truth that more angels, even gods, must exist, what was there left to grieve? Mr. President, what exactly are you implying? The Black Palace steward watched the frenzied-looking Tep, silently shaking his head. This president truly lacked composure, his mood shifting unpredictably. Yet, the steward found himself puzzled by the president's last remark. It means more angels, even deities, will descend upon this world. Contact all major media outlets immediately and have them create hype. Tell them that angel was merely a vanguard sent by God, with rather ordinary power. After Great Xia slays it, the other angels and deities of the divine realm will be enraged and descend upon this world in short order. We must placate them first. Tep rubbed his temples to ease his frustration as he issued orders to the Black Palace butler beside him. But, Mr. President, we don't have any new angels, let alone new deities. What if the public starts asking questions? The Black Palace butler clearly wasn't keen on Tep's idea. How was this any different from lying? At this critical juncture, how much longer did they plan to deceive the people? Would the populace still believe anything Black Palace said? You really are as thick as a brick. Tep stormed over to the Black Palace steward, jabbing 2 fingers hard into his forehead. If we don't have them now, can't you send people to find them? Last time, didn't the 6th Marine Squad find an angel? This time, deploy more personnel. Scatter them across the entire country. Search every nook and cranny until you find them. Just as Tep ordered a nationwide search for the angel's whereabouts, a sudden, cataclysmic shift erupted across the heavens and earth. Rainbow-hued spiritual energies surged from all corners of the world. Terrifying spatial rifts opened like monstrous maws, their grotesque forms gaping menacingly. Figures radiating divine aura flashed through the rifts, their sacred presence so blinding it seemed to pierce the eyes of all who witnessed it. Western citizens, too stunned to continue impeaching TEP, gathered in groups to witness this astonishing spectacle. Chapter 148, Suspected Western Deities Descend. Outside the Black Palace, the Delta Force 2nd Brigade was locked in a fierce battle against a sovereign-level monstrous beast. This monstrous beast resembled a golden colossal bear, standing a staggering 20 to 30 zhang tall. Its entire body seemed forged from gold, radiating a dazzling golden glow. Its skin was like rubber cannon shells struck its form without leaving a single mark. Roar! The colossal beast's roar shook the heavens and earth. Bullets and shells striking its form were instantly repelled, ricocheting into Delta Force's 2nd Battalion's ranks with deafening explosions. Many Delta soldiers, locked in fierce combat, were instantly killed by these sudden blasts. Major Reed, commander of the 2nd Battalion, saw red. These soldiers were hand-picked eagle-eyed elites, yet they were so easily slaughtered by the beast. Was the beast truly invincible? The enraged beast leapt upward, soaring 100 meters into the air before crashing back down. A massive crater instantly appeared on the ground, instantly flattening numerous soldiers into pulp. In less than half an hour of combat, Delta Force's 2nd Battalion suffered catastrophic losses, nearly wiped out entirely. Just then, a golden streak of light, trailing a long tail, descended onto the earth. Reed's eyes widened in shock. One ferocious beast was already overwhelming, could another one be arriving? After the streak of light landed, a figure materialized before the 2nd Battalion of Delta Force, who were desperately fighting the ferocious beast. She wore golden armor of an unknown material, her features strikingly handsome yet her expression icy cold, radiating an aloofness that kept others at arm's length. Most astonishingly, 6 wings spread from her back. Each wing spanned nearly 2 meters. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, exuding an air of grace. Reed was startled. This image, it seemed familiar, like something he'd seen in a church publication, perhaps a portrait of an angel. Just then, the figure finally spoke. Who are you? Is this the vicious beast wreaking havoc in the mortal realm? It doesn't look particularly formidable. As the words fell, the angelic-looking maiden slowly extended her snow-white hand, gently pressing it toward the rampaging beast in the distance. The gentle motion resembled not combat, but rather the soothing of a child. Yet what unfolded next stunned Reed beyond belief. The beast, moments ago strutting its might and slaughtering all in its path, suddenly swelled like a balloon inflated by colossal force. Its already colossal frame expanded further, reaching over 100 meters in height, before bursting with a thunderous crack like an overinflated balloon exploding. A golden rain of blood fell from the sky. It splattered onto Reed's body, yet he remained oblivious. Powerful. Too powerful. The ferocious beast that had left the elite Delta Force 2nd Squadron helpless was so easily slain by this angelic-looking figure before them? May I inquire after your noble name? We shall chant your deeds daily henceforth, ensuring your brilliance is known to all mankind. Having narrowly escaped death, Reed hurriedly bowed to the angelic-looking figure, his tone unusually humble. My name is Remiel, one of the 7 archangels who serve before the divine throne. I bear the responsibility of conveying the directives of the 7 archangels. Witnessing the wickedness of the beasts in this world, I have come specifically to aid you. Remy spoke slowly, his expression cold and utterly devoid of any trace of a smile. An actual angel? Eagle Nation is saved. Originally, Reed had been overcome with grief at the angel's death at the hands of the great Xia people, convinced the Eagle Nation was doomed. But now, God had sent another angel down, and this one seemed far more powerful than the last. Reed was utterly speechless. Eagle Nation, City of Angels. A monstrous serpent-like beast was chasing a large group of awakened. These awakened ones were generally low-level, hovering around levels 30 or 40. Facing a monarch-tier beast, they lacked even the courage to fight and began scattering in panic. The giant serpent seemed remarkably patient, swaying its body thicker than a single-story building as it relentlessly pursued the awakened. Whenever one fell behind, the serpent's head larger than a house would strike like lightning, devouring the unfortunate awakened in an instant. The remaining awakened, witnessing this, cursed their parents for not giving them 2 more legs as they fled for their lives. The giant serpent trailed behind the group of awakened ones at a leisurely pace, seemingly relishing this game of cat and mouse. Damn it! Is there no one who can help us? I refuse to become this giant serpent's meal. A desperate scream erupted from the crowd. Ever since the angel's death, these Western awakened ones had been plunged into profound despair. That Jiang chief engineer from Great Xia was simply too powerful. He could even slay a mighty angel. As ordinary awakened ones, they were utterly useless against such might. Still, driven by the will to survive, they ventured out in groups to hunt ferocious beasts, clinging to any sliver of hope for life. Unexpectedly, they encountered this sovereign-level beast the moment they ventured out today. Not only did it devour many of them, but it seemed to taunt them by relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Stop thinking. Run now. Even the angel is dead. Who could possibly stand against this beast? Sure, you can't hide forever, but every extra day counts. Yeah, let's get moving. We've no chance against this beast. Damn it, where did all these beasts come from? Whoever can kill these monsters, I'll do anything for them. As the awakened squad ran in despair, a figure silently landed atop a crumbling building. The people and animals of this world are truly weak, so weak it doesn't even spark my desire to fight. He murmured softly, his eyes brimming with contempt. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a sincere smile spread across his face, as if it could melt ice and snow. Yet inside, he felt a bit speechless. If not for the power of faith, who would willingly put on such a disgusting facade? Whoosh! The figure transformed into a streak of light, appearing behind the fleeing squad of awakened ones like a flash of lightning, confronting the monstrous python. The awakened squad halted, watching this astonishing scene unfold. A helmet-clad youth wielding a spear stood before them, his features strikingly handsome. As curiosity about his identity swirled, the youth's voice boomed like a bell. I am Ares, god of war. How dare you, beast, bully my people? Without moving from his spot, Ares thrust his spear forward. The spear instantly transformed into a phantom image hundreds of feet long, piercing straight into the giant serpent's vital spot. The serpent, which had been strutting about triumphantly moments before, instantly collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. Within moments, it lay still. Ares withdrew his spear and turned his gaze toward the awakened ones behind him. The awakened, having narrowly escaped death, let out a wild, unrestrained roar. It's Lord Ares, the god of war. We're saved. Thank God. He hasn't abandoned us. He sent Lord Ares to save us. The great god of war will surely lead our Eagle Nation back to the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 149, Gods Descend, the West erupts. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Countless spatial rifts, each tens of meters wide, appeared in the sky. Like the gaping maws of ferocious beasts, they were terrifying and monstrous, tearing apart the surrounding space. One after another, figures radiating a heart-stopping, sacred aura emerged from these rifts. These figures darted toward every corner of Eagle Nation at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, landing in various locations within moments. A deity clad in dazzling golden armor, bearing a massive sword upon its back, descended slowly to the ground, radiating an awe-inspiring divine aura. Its expression remained cold as it surveyed the citizens of Eagle Nation being pursued and torn apart by the ferocious beasts. The beasts, sensing the sudden arrival of the deity, abandoned their pursuit of the citizens and charged en masse toward the divine being. Oomph! The deity gave a cold snort. Without any visible movement, the massive sword on his back automatically left its scabbard and flew into his hands. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung the blade at the beasts before him. A terrifying golden sword aura, stretching dozens of zhang in length and carrying astonishing might, shot straight into the very heart of the beast horde that had moments before been strutting about with arrogance. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the entire horde charging at the deity instantly turned to ash. Not a single beast remained. The power of that single strike was terrifying indeed. The Yingjiang citizens, who had been fleeing for their lives moments before, were instantly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? It was well known that among this horde were numerous king-level beasts possessing terrifying combat prowess and astonishingly resilient physiques. Even a full power strike from an ordinary awakened could barely scratch them. Yet this man, radiating divine light, had single-handedly eliminated dozens of these beasts? How terrifyingly powerful must he be? After a moment of stunned silence, the eagle-clawed citizens began murmuring among themselves. This guy is so strong. He just kills sovereign-level beasts like it's nothing, clean and efficient. Not only that the leader of that pack was a 7th-tier beast, incredibly powerful, yet he was cut down by a single sword strike. This man's strength is utterly terrifying. Could he possibly be an 8th-tier powerhouse? Don't be ridiculous. Eagle Nation doesn't have any 8th-tier powerhouses. I think he might actually be a celestial deity who couldn't bear to see the people of Eagle Nation suffering and came down specifically to save us. Exactly. If Eagle Nation had an 8th-tier powerhouse, that guy Trump would have been bragging about it to the whole world by now. I'm convinced he's a deity from the heavens. So this is a god? Truly overwhelming power. If only I could be half as strong as him. This group of Eagle Nation citizens, having narrowly escaped death, were deeply curious about this newly arrived savior who had saved their lives. Yet, hindered by the vast gap in power, they dared not approach to greet him, only watching from afar. Elsewhere, hundreds of Eagle Nation citizens huddled inside a cramped shelter. Constructed from concrete slabs nearly a meter thick, the shelter was exceptionally sturdy though only capable of withstanding beasts below the sovereign tier. To a sovereign-level beast, this concrete, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, offered little more protection than a sheet of paper. The citizens huddled inside the shelter, their moods heavy with dread. Outside, countless powerful beasts lurked. Stepping outside meant certain death. Yet staying inside meant the shelter's food supplies would eventually run out. Were they to starve to death here? And what if a sovereign-level beast arrived? What then? No one knows whether tomorrow or disaster will come first. All we can do is give it our all and fight for it. Everyone, beware. The beast tide is coming. The cry, from an unknown source, sent everyone's hearts racing. They'd been hiding here for some time, managing to evade several waves of beast attacks. But if any of these beasts were sovereign level, it would spell utter doom. Whoosh! A golden streak of light streaked across the sky like a meteor, coming to a halt about 200 or 300 meters in front of the shelter. It left only a proud silhouette for the citizens of Eagle Nation inside the shelter to see. After landing, he made no sudden moves. Instead, his right hand extended forward, and a light sphere radiating a terrifying aura slowly coalesced in his palm. The blinding brightness threatened to seethe everyone's eyes. Go! The figure roared, hurling the terrifying orb toward the charging horde of beasts. The blinding golden light instantly blinded the eagle-worshipping citizens witnessing the scene from the shelter, obscuring everything before their eyes. Boom! The terrifying explosion shook the sturdy shelter, sending a tremor through its walls. The citizens inside felt their eardrums buzzing instantly, their hearing gone. After a long moment, those who finally opened their eyes discovered with horror that the beast's former position had become a bottomless pit. Waves of acrid, burning stench wafted through the air, making them want to vomit. Where did those beasts go? Could they all have been obliterated by that light sphere? One citizen, his eyes still stinging, stared in disbelief. He had seen clearly that several 7th-tier beasts were among the horde. Such a terrifying wave of monsters was something even the entire Eagle Nation might struggle to handle. Yet that figure had just obliterated them all with a single strike? Was this even something a human could accomplish? Probably. I saw him form a ball of light, then there was blinding light and a deafening boom. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? That's just too incredible. There's no one that powerful in the entire Eagle Nation. Maybe only that Jiang chief engineer from Gov't Xia could be compared to him? The man standing beside the speaker rubbed his still aching ears, his voice thick with disbelief. Who cares? He took down the beast. That means he's our ally, not our enemy. If he's willing to help us, I wouldn't mind if he were Satan himself. How did he become so powerful? It's almost unbelievable. Amidst the cheers of the Eagle Nation citizens, a massive horde of ferocious beasts reappeared before their eyes. They could tell this wave was even more terrifying than the last. There were 5 or 6 7th-tier beasts alone. Could that man hold out against them? Roar! Woof! A deafening roar erupted as the endless horde of beasts launched another assault. Flying creatures in the sky, beasts charging across the ground, a vast, dark mass engulfed the area. The citizens of Eagle Sauce inside the shelter stared wide-eyed, waiting to see how this godlike figure would handle such a massive horde of beasts. The godlike figure raised his right hand high, slowly clenched his fist, and then slammed it down with tremendous force. As he moved, a terrifying, pitch-black thundercloud appeared in the sky. Thunderbolts as thick as water barrels crackled down relentlessly. In an instant, the beasts wailed across the land. One after another, they were struck by the terrifying lightning, reduced to piles of charred remains. Chapter 150, The Era of Western Gods. Soon, not a single living beast remained before this deity. The sky was filled with the ashes of beasts charred by lightning, the air thick with the acrid stench of scorched flesh. For miles around, the ground was pockmarked with deep craters blasted by lightning, still billowing smoke. The deity seemed thoroughly pleased with his handiwork. He nodded, then drew in a deep breath so forceful it made the surrounding air feel thin. The deity opened its massive maw, and the air it had just inhaled instantly transformed into a furious gale, sweeping everything in its path. Even the hard ground was blown down nearly a foot. The ground left in the wake of the gale was as smooth as concrete, polished to a mirror-like finish. Then, the deity raised his right hand lightly. From the newly cleared ground, a palace in the style of the ancient Loma Empire rose up. Spanning dozens of miles, the palace was magnificent and grand, its scale and opulence far surpassing any structure in the known world. An aura of profound sanctity slowly rose from within, unexpectedly bringing a sense of peace and tranquility to this land recently ravaged by war. The citizens of Eagle Nation within the refuge were utterly dumbfounded. If the deity-like figure's earlier display slaughtering countless beasts with effortless grace had merely astonished them with his unfathomable combat prowess, now the citizens of Eagle Nation were utterly bowled over by his methods. With a single breath, he could level the ground for miles around. With a wave of his hand, he could construct a magnificent palace. What divine power was this? They gaped in astonishment, profoundly awed by the divine handiwork before them. After a long silence, a young man finally spoke up. With such immense divine power, this must be a deity from the upper realms, right? Who else could slay dozens of king-level beasts in one breath, or build such a magnificent palace with a flick of the wrist? Beside him, a slightly older citizen of Eagle Nation nodded in agreement. Legends say gods can cleave mountains, shatter rocks, and fill seas with a flick of their wrist. I once thought these were mere embellishments of the common folk. Today, I realize how shallow my understanding was. The power of the gods is truly terrifying. You're overlooking a crucial point. A red-nosed citizen of Eagle Nation sniffed, his face glowing with excitement. Just by looking at this deity, you can tell it's straight out of our Western myths and legends. It must be sent by God to protect our Eagle Nation. With such a mighty deity watching over us, our nation's future is bound to be bright. Whether it's the Great Xia or the East, they'll all tremble beneath our Eagle Nation's iron hoof. Hearing this Eagle Nation resident's words, the surrounding Eagle Nation citizens burst into tears of joy. Since the dawn of the First Era, Eagle Nation had fallen behind at every turn. Not only had it relinquished its century-long position as the world's foremost power to Great Xia, but its people had also suffered devastating losses at the hands of ferocious beasts. They yearned constantly to restore their former glory and return to their past supremacy. Yet merely coping with the relentless onslaught of ferocious beasts left them stretched thin. How could they possibly muster the strength to challenge the Great Xia? Now, as divine favor descended once more, a mighty deity appeared upon Eagle Sword Nation's soil. How could they not be filled with awe? Amidst the buzzing discussions among the Eagle Nation's populace, the magnificent palace complex finally stood complete. The mighty deity, like a streak of light, teleported into the majestic halls. Meanwhile, the actions of the deity bearing the colossal sword mirrored those of the thunder-wielding deity. With both hands spread flat, he slowly raised them upward. A magnificent tower, as if sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain, emerged from the ground. Its pointed spire and cylindrical body gleamed as smooth as a mirror, flawless in every detail. The tower rose steadily, reaching over 100 zhang in height before gradually coming to a halt. From afar, the tower resembled a pillar propping up the heavens, standing stable and perfectly straight. The surrounding citizens of Eagle Sauce Nation, fleeing from the ferocious beasts, watched the sword-bearing deity's display in stunned silence. Such a colossal structure would have been beyond even the mightiest Eagle Nation at its zenith to construct. Yet now, this deity had simply waved a hand and brought it into being? What kind of divine power was this? Gulp! An Eagle Nation citizen swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with awe. Is this the power of a deity? Truly overwhelming. A seventh-tier ferocious beast slain in an instant, a tower this tall erected just like that. Indeed. That's a god we're talking about. Compared to them, we humans are truly insignificant. A deity has descended upon Eagle Nation. Our nation is saved. Similar scenes unfolded across other parts of Eagle Nation. One deity after another descended upon Eagle Nation and immediately set to work with relentless urgency. First, they used their formidable divine power to exterminate all surrounding beasts. Then, harnessing their divine might, they began constructing palaces for themselves. Magnificent palaces rose majestically across Eagle Nation. Within mere hours, hundreds of divine palaces appeared throughout the land, their sacred aura permeating nearly every corner. Countless citizens of Eagle Sauce Nation witnessed this spectacle firsthand, plunged into profound astonishment. The deities' methods were utterly beyond comprehension. Without any visible effort, they effortlessly slaughtered vast numbers of ferocious beasts. These creatures, normally of sovereign level or even 7th-tier strength, had previously slaughtered Eagle Sauce citizens with the ease of crushing ants. What astonished the citizens even more was that these deities required almost no building materials. With a simple gesture, they erected magnificent temples that would make the greatest architects of the world feel ashamed. Witnessing these miracles firsthand, the people of Eagle Nation spread the news far and wide, celebrating this rare good fortune. A god appeared in our area. With a flick of his wrist, he slaughtered dozens of powerful beasts. Then, without a word, he built a magnificent temple truly mind-blowing. Yes. A deity appeared in our town too. When he descended, I was being chased by a beast and thought I was done for. But then the deity intervened just one glance, and the beast collapsed dead. The power of the divine is truly terrifying. With these deities, we'll never have to fear those damn beasts again. I've been driven nearly mad by them lately. Exactly. If only the deities could help us attack Gov't Xia. I've despised those yellow-skinned monkeys for ages. They think they're invincible just because they built some grand formation. Now that we have divine aid, let's see how long they can keep up their arrogance. Similar scenes unfolded across Eagle Nation. The descent of hundreds of deities reignited hope among its despairing citizens. They couldn't wait to witness the gods slaughtering the eastern world clean. Chapter 151, The World Enters the Second Era. Chicken Basin. The small land was ravaged beyond recognition, with powerful beasts rampaging relentlessly. Ruined walls and collapsed buildings were everywhere, and mountains of Korean corpses littered the ground, emitting waves of foul stench. A massive pack of formidable beasts, all at the sovereign level or higher, pursued a group of ragged foot basin chicken people. Those who lagged behind were instantly devoured. Suddenly, thunder roared and lightning flashed across the sky. Countless bolts, thick as a child's arm, struck down relentlessly. Rifts tore through space, and figures streamed out one after another. Like a scattered starry sky, these figures dispersed in all directions, their destinations unknown. One figure slowly descended to the ground, surveying this unfamiliar world. His cold gaze swept over the foot basin chicken man being hunted down by a pack of monarch-level beasts, a look of contempt spreading across his face. With detached indifference, he drew the sword at his waist and swung it toward the direction the beasts charged. A water-blue blade of light spanned hundreds of meters like a rainbow, striking the charging beasts with pinpoint accuracy. The blade's radiance instantly exploded outward, filling the sky with dazzling, dancing flashes of light. When the blinding glow faded, not a single living beast remained on the ground. Each had been struck clean through the neck. Blood spurted wildly as they collapsed, twitching briefly before their breaths ceased. The sheer terror of a single strike. The foot basin chicken man, who had just moments ago been pursued by the horde of beasts, breathed a sigh of relief and scrutinized the man before him. The great sun goddess has finally shown mercy upon us, her divine children. We won't die this time. Damn it. It's all those cursed Gov't Xia people's fault. They built a massive formation to protect themselves, leaving us foot basin chicken people to suffer the consequences. This deity seems incredibly powerful. Why do I feel like I've seen him before? Was it in our middle school textbooks? It really does seem like it. So brave and mighty. Could he be Susanoo from the myths? If it's really him, then we foot basin chickens are saved. I wish he'd go to Gov't Xia and wipe out those damn Gov't Xia people. Elsewhere. Ferocious beasts, seemingly driven mad, were furiously attacking the foot basin chicken self-defense force's military camp. The commander's mouth turned bitter. Ever since the foot basin chickens' defeat in the World War, they'd been banned from manufacturing and using weapons of mass destruction. Weapons were now strictly limited to self-defense. This left the foot basin chickens perpetually lacking in advanced weaponry, rendering them utterly helpless against the surging tide of ferocious beasts. Damn it! It's all those damned Gov't Xia people's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive. The commander gritted his teeth as he directed his self-defense force soldiers to fight the beasts. Just then, a torrential downpour suddenly descended, carrying a thick, pungent scent of blood. Through the rain curtain, an enormous serpent descended to the ground. It possessed 8 heads and 8 tails, eyes as crimson as sour grass, its back covered in moss and trees, its belly festering and bleeding. 8 colored dark clouds perpetually drifted above its head, and its body was as massive as 8 mountains and 8 valleys. The sheer presence of this colossal serpent surpassed all other beasts by immeasurable degrees. Its crimson eyes seemed to possess a power that shook the soul. A single glance could send shivers through one's very being. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent's 8 heads fixed their gaze upon the distant tide of beasts, their eyes flashing crimson. The once proud creatures seemed to have their very souls ripped from them in an instant, collapsing lifeless to the ground, dead on the spot. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, every self-defense force soldier was utterly dumbfounded. How incredibly powerful. So many beasts, and it simply stared them to death? It's Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi has come to save us. Yes, it's Yamata no Orochi. I've seen its form in anime, no mistake. Yamata no Orochi is just as powerful as the legends say. So many beasts killed just by the glare of its eyes. It's utterly astonishing. With Yamata no Orochi's protection, the Korean chickens will surely overcome this crisis. Maybe we can even make those damned Chinese pay for this. The Foot Basin chicken people had always regarded Yamata no Orochi as the symbol of their nation, so they recognized it instantly. They became wildly excited, convinced their salvation had finally arrived. Such scenes unfolded across the land of Foot Basin chicken. One by one, deities once confined to myth and legend suddenly descended upon the world. Countless ferocious beasts that had once strutted about in arrogance were instantly reduced to ashes. South Korea. Like Japan, South Korea was also a neighbor of Gov't. Before the dawn of the First Era, the South Koreans' favorite pastime was plagiarizing Gov't's culture and passing it off as their own. After the First Era began, life became unbearably difficult for South Bang. Its territory was already small, its resources scarce, and it relied heavily on imports for many goods. With ferocious beasts rampaging, food supplies couldn't be transported in. The people of South Bang had long gone without their beloved kimchi. Their eagle sauce father, preoccupied with his own troubles, had also neglected them for ages. Now, with ferocious beasts rampaging, the remaining South Koreans huddled together for warmth in their capital, Hanchang. The endless horde of beasts had completely surrounded the city, and countless South Koreans perished daily in their jaws. Just as despair gripped the South Koreans, the sky seemed to gain a second sun of blinding, dazzling light. Beneath the glaring golden radiance, a man bathed in solar flames descended slowly to the ground. With a wave of his right hand, a colossal wave of heat surged toward the beast horde. In an instant, countless beasts were utterly incinerated into ash. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the people of Nambang within Hanchang erupted in jubilation. It's the sun god Wanin. The great god Wanin has come to save us, Simida. Nambiak has hope. Wanin is truly mighty, burning so many beasts to death with just one strike, sir. Those were king-level beasts. I heard the king-level beasts were about to devour all the people of Daxia. The Daxians have been longing to flee to Nambang to escape the disaster. Now that the sun god Wanin has descended, won't the Daxians be green with envy? Let the beasts devour the Gov't people already. Then no one will compete with our Nambang kingdom over the Dragon Boat Festival, printing techniques, or the Zongzi deity, you know. Witnessing the deity's descent, the people of Nambang couldn't contain their excitement, leaping and cheering with joy. Elsewhere, a white fox with 9 tails flickered one of its tails. Dozens of ferocious beasts instantly perished, drawing gasps from countless South Bang citizens. The same scene unfolded across the world. Chapter 152, Trump's Scheme. Eagle Nation, Black Palace. President Trump was utterly exasperated. The angels he had painstakingly persuaded to attack Gov't had been slaughtered within the Great Formation, turning him into a laughingstock across Eagle Nation. Almost daily, crowds gathered outside the Black Palace demanding his impeachment. Reports poured in from every corner of the land, countless citizens devoured or slain by ferocious beasts weighing down on him with unbearable pressure. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Tep rose and paced his office, his mind racing. He never imagined his meticulously crafted plan for the angels to attack Daxia would collapse so easily. The bold claims he'd made earlier were taken at face value by the Eagle Nation's populace. This meant the angel's failure would be pinned squarely on him, leaving him in an extremely vulnerable position. The more Tup thought about it, the angrier he grew, unable to suppress a curse. Angels, my ass. They act like some untouchable masters, but in less than a day, the Gov't people have skewered their heads clean through. If I'd known they were such useless pieces of, I wouldn't have made such a big deal about them in front of the public. Great. Now these damn fools are seizing on this. How the hell am I supposed to clean this up? Tepa seethed inwardly. What had seemed a foolproof plan had faltered at its most critical juncture. Crucially, he'd never imagined Angel would prove so utterly inept he hadn't even prepared contingency plans. Faced with the raging tide of public opinion, he truly felt utterly helpless. Bang! Just as Tepa was pondering how to explain to the public that Angel's death had nothing to do with him, the office door was violently kicked open once more. The Black Palace butler burst in, his face aglow with excitement. Tep's jaw twitched. Glancing at the door already damaged last time and now smashed again, he erupted in fury. How many times have I told you? Knock before entering my office. Knock. Do you understand? I'll deduct the repair costs from your salary. As he spoke, Tepe shuffled his obese frame to the door, pounding it forcefully several times until the already battered frame shook violently. The Black Palace steward, on the receiving end of Tep's tirade, curled his lip in disdain. Since the dawn of the First Era, nearly every industry in Eagle Nation had ground to a halt, making food an extremely scarce resource. Under these circumstances, even mountains of money couldn't buy decent sustenance. The meager monthly salary from Black Palace was practically meaningless. If it weren't for the guarantee of 3 square meals a day, he would have quit long ago. Why should he put up with Trump yelling at him? For the sake of a modicum of safety and the chance to eat a decent, filling meal, the Black House steward had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. He retrieved his tablet and handed it to Tep. Mr. President, the 4th Marine Division, the 2nd Delta Force Unit, and several other departments have new intelligence reports. During their beast-clearing operations, they encountered entities suspected to be deities. These beings are immensely powerful. Not only can they slaughter hordes of beasts with a flick of their wrist, but they can also erect magnificent palaces with the slightest gesture. Only deities possess such capabilities. The Black Palace steward gestured dramatically as he spoke. Deities? Is that true? Tep was so overcome with excitement he could barely form coherent words. He grabbed the Black Palace steward by the collar and shook him violently. The pressure on Tepa had been overwhelming lately. As the former president of the world's most powerful nation, he had done nothing when the First Era arrived, practically handing over the top spot to Gov't Xia. Subsequent blunders had driven his approval ratings among Eagle Nation citizens to an all-time low. If he didn't deliver results soon, Trump feared he might become the first president in Eagle Nation's history to be forced out mid-term. It was precisely this desperation that drove Trump to take such a risk, manipulating the angels into attacking the eastern Gov't Xia, hoping to divert domestic conflicts. He then bragged about his achievements on social media, painting them in the most exaggerated terms. Unexpectedly, his meticulously planned angel assault on Dacia ended with the angels being easily slaughtered by the Daxians. With domestic tensions reigniting, Trump was already struggling to hold on. Now, he's heard even greater news: a deity has descended? Cough, cough, cough. The Black Palace butler nearly choked to death under Tep's grip. After coughing a few times, he opened his tablet but didn't hand it over to Tep. Instead, he kept it in his own hands. Last time, Tepu had smashed his tablet to pieces, and he'd had to pay out of his own pocket for a replacement. This time, he'd keep a close eye on it, making sure Tepu didn't get carried away and smash it again. Mr. President, please look. The Black Palace butler's finger swiped across the tablet screen, displaying photos submitted from various locations one by one for Tepu to see. Tepu's eyes widened as he stared intently at the screen. Angels with 6 wings, handsome deities wielding spears, majestic gods bearing great swords, proud deities holding scepters. And those palaces, breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even the most magnificent structures on Earth. Ha 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 ha. Tep's eyes lit up as he laughed wildly. This is truly the power only gods possess. Our Eagle Nation is saved. God truly hasn't forsaken our Eagle Nation to send so many gods at once. This time, let's see who dares challenge us. In high spirits, Trump shuffled his rotund frame back to his chair, clasped his chin, and began deep contemplation. Though he had no clue why so many deities had descended upon the world, Tep remained overjoyed. The moment these deities arrived, they unleashed thunderous fury, utterly eradicating all the ferocious beasts in the surrounding areas. The number of such beasts within Eagle Nation had reached its lowest point since the dawn of the First Era, and the mortality rate among its citizens had hit a new low. Tepa thought to himself, nearly exterminating the ferocious beasts within Eagle Sauce Nation was nowhere near enough. I must devise a way to get these deities to attack Gov't Xia. Those damned yellow-skinned monkeys not only monopolize the cultivation methods of demonic arts but also use grand formations to block Eagle Swan citizens from seeking refuge. They deserve to die. In the past, the Eagle Nation lacked sufficient strength and could only endure. Now, with the aid of so many deities, attacking the Gov't Xia should be a piece of cake. Once the Gov't Xia Empire falls, the cultivation methods of demonic arts and the blueprints for the Grand Array will be as easy as snatching something from an open hand. At this thought, a fiery gleam flashed in Tepu's eyes. He had coveted the demonic arts cultivation methods for ages, not to mention the peculiar grand formation. Had the Eagle Nation possessed such an array when the First Era began, its people's mortality rate would have been far lower. Then he wouldn't be so harshly criticized by the populace. The immediate priority, however, was to cultivate good relations with the deities to leverage them in the assault on Gov't Xia. With that thought, Tep rose to his feet and approached the Black Palace steward, his expression grave. Issue an immediate decree: no one is to disturb the deities. Any violator is to be dragged out and fed to the beasts. I'll study how to communicate with the deities to maximize Eagle Nation's interests before making any further decisions. Chapter 153, The Heart to Destroy Gov't Xia Never Ceases. The Black Palace steward cringed inwardly. He knew Tep was ruthless and made good on his threats. If any troops discovered the deities and dared to provoke them, they might well be fed to the beasts. Mr. President, if there is nothing further, I shall proceed to notify the various units to avoid disturbing the deities. The Black Palace butler bowed to Tep and cautiously exited his office. After the Black Palace butler departed, Tep continued to pace his office, contemplating how to leverage this divine presence to advance his agenda. His primary objective, inevitably, was to solidify his presidential position. Recent outrage over the slain angel had sparked widespread discontent within Eagle Nation, with fingers pointing squarely at him as president. Given the current climate, it seemed only a matter of time before he'd be kicked out of the Black House. Fortunately, where there is a will, there is a way. The deity's arrival had reignited his hope. Trump knew that declaring war on Gov't Xia would be a highly effective move to secure his presidency. With public resentment against the Great Xia Empire running high in the Eagle Nation, many yearned for its immediate destruction. If he could inflict several heavy defeats upon the Great Xia, perhaps his presidency could be stabilized for a while longer. But how could he persuade the deity to attack Great Xia? Tep muttered to himself, gazing out the window at the beast tide that had finally subsided somewhat. The whims of the divine, how could ordinary mortals ever comprehend them? Since the dawn of the First Era, the only divine being Tep had ever encountered was that angel from last time. But that angel didn't seem particularly fond of conversation. Tep could babble on endlessly, yet the angel appeared utterly disinterested. Tepu simply couldn't fathom how to persuade the deities to lend their strength in his assault on the Great Xia. It felt like discovering a gold mine yet lacking the tools to mine it, a frustratingly tantalizing prospect that left him itching and scratching his head. True to his reputation as someone who could become president of the Eagle Nation, Trump quickly devised a plan. He intended to replay the scene of his encounter with that angel in his mind, searching for any peculiarities that might help him prepare for communicating with the deity. Closing his eyes, he meticulously recalled every movement, every word spoken after encountering the angel. After a long while, a burst of excited laughter echoed through the office. Ha 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 ha. I really am a genius. A 1 in a million genius. I've figured it out. Trump danced excitedly. Just now, he recalled that during his first encounter with the angel, no matter what he said, the angel remained indifferent and uninterested. But the moment he uttered the word heretic, the angel's aura suddenly became astonishingly formidable, and without any hesitation, it flew directly toward the east. Although the attempt ultimately failed due to a power disparity, it was still an assault on the Great Xia. Tepu surmised that deities must be similar to angels, possessing zero tolerance for heresy. He turned and pressed the green button on the desk to summon Black Palace Butler. Soon, the figure of the Black Palace Butler reappeared in the office, looking somewhat puzzled. Mr. President, what might I do for you? Tepu stood with his hands behind his back, a smug look on his face. Immediately dispatch troops across all regions to make contact with the deities. Tell them I, the President of Eagle Nation. Before he could finish, he abruptly halted, sinking back into deep thought. Black Palace, standing nearby, dared not interrupt and waited silently for Trump to finish his musings. Trump realized that in the eyes of the deities, he, the president of Eagle Chicken Nation, was likely no more than a rather large insect. Sending messengers to request an audience felt downright impolite. It could easily backfire. Moreover, with factions within Eagle Nation already stirring against him, if he didn't deliver tangible results soon, the Eagle Nation presidency would truly be up for grabs. To play it safe, he should personally visit the deities, clearly lay out the stakes face to face, and use his exceptional communication skills to persuade them against attacking Great Xia. Should the deities conquer Great Xia, he would claim the primary credit as their envoy. Who would dare suggest replacing him then? If he could cultivate good relations with the deities, not only would the Great Xia issue be resolved satisfactorily, but his position would become rock solid. Having come to this realization, Tepu waved his hand at the Black Palace steward. It's fine. You may leave now. After the steward departed, Tepu, his face aglow with excitement, continued to ponder how best to negotiate with the deity to maximize the gains from the conflict. Mr. President. The urgent call from the Black Palace Butler snapped Tepu out of his reverie. He shot the man an annoyed look, wishing he could drag him outside to feed the beasts. You better have something important to say, or else you know the consequences. Tepu glared at the Black Palace Butler, demanding an explanation. Mr. President, several capitalists are outside requesting an audience. They claim to have urgent matters requiring your attention. Upon hearing this, Tepu had no choice but to concede. In the land of the eagle, the power of capital was beyond imagination. Even he, the president, was a product of capital's rivalry. How could he dare offend his financial backers? Bring them in. Take them to my conference room. Soon, several capitalists dressed in black suits, their bellies protruding, entered the conference room and sat around the table. Once seated, the foremost capitalist spoke first. Mr. President, we've come to discuss the matter of meeting with the deities. Extremely powerful deities have appeared across Eagle Nation. We all believe this is a blessing from God bestowed upon our nation. We should seize this opportunity to leverage the deity's power and solidify our position. Otherwise, I fear my conglomerate might go bankrupt. This capitalist primarily dealt in food-related businesses. Before the dawn of the First Era, he had not been the leader of this group. As the importance of food gradually rose, his status rose with it, elevating him to the position of capitalist leader. Indeed, Mr. President. Our nation is in turmoil, facing imminent upheaval. If we capitalists don't secure our position swiftly, we'll be easily replaced by newcomers. And the surest way to stabilize our standing is through divine power. Another capitalist chimed in, drawing nods of agreement from those around him. They all understood that ordinary citizens harbored a deep-seated reverence for deities. If they could harness divine power to placate the masses, their positions would become exceptionally secure, shielding them from opposition. Listening to these capitalists' remarks, Tepu felt a pang of frustration. He had finally devised a strategy to stabilize his position and enhance his image, only to have others now eyeing a share of the pie. He considered rejecting these capitalists outright, but his economic lifeline was still in their hands. Turning against them would leave him in a precarious position. After pondering for a long while, Tepu was finally forced to compromise. Chapter 154, Divine Lord, the Eastern Heretic's Work. Tep's execution was remarkably swift. Or rather, his desire to stabilize his position outweighed his fear of the unknown. After reaching compromises with numerous capitalists, Tep immediately summoned the most elite squad of Awakened from Eagle Nation. Escorted by them, he and the capitalists set out to visit the Divine Being. Their first destination was the Sacred Chapel. Located roughly 300 kilometers north of the capital, DC, it was the largest and most opulent of all the miracles that had appeared thus far. Tep reasoned that a grand miracle signified formidable power, making it their first stop meant the greatest potential reward if successful. For the investors, risk and reward were perfectly proportional. If the deity of the Sacred Chapel possessed the power to create such a magnificent miracle, securing their position should be a piece of cake. To their surprise, the journey proved remarkably smooth. Over 300 kilometers of travel yielded not a single trace of a ferocious beast. Recalling the scenes of Eagle Nation ravaged by these creatures, Tepu felt a sense of unreality, his reverence for the deity growing even more profound. Were it not for the deity's descent, the Eagle Nation would still be overrun with ferocious beasts. Venturing outside would require careful consideration, lest one become their prey. The last time he went to meet the angel, Tepu had mobilized 4 elite teams of awakened ones. They endured several fierce battles along the way before finally reaching the angel's location. Now that the deities had descended and the beasts vanished without a trace, didn't this prove that the power of the deities far surpassed that of the angel back then? Tep's confidence in this mission surged once more. Soon, the group approached the vicinity of the sacred cathedral. From afar, they beheld the majestic structure hundreds of meters tall, spanning thousands of square meters, resplendent in golden splendor and radiating a divine glow. They felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in worship. With solemn expressions, the group slowly approached the cathedral's gates. "Who dares disturb my peace? Depart at once." Before they could approach the gates, a commanding voice boomed through the air, sending a chill down their spines. The voice carried an overwhelming divine authority, compelling an instinctive desire to submit. The capitalists trembled in fear at the thunderous tone, rendered speechless. At the critical moment, Trump stepped forward, bowing toward the gates with humble deference. "Great divine being, I am Trump, president of the Eagle Nation. These are the capitalists of the Eagle Nation. We come to pay our respects, drawn by your divine majesty." A faint, cold snort seemed to echo through the air. Instantly, the tightly sealed gate swung wide open, releasing a torrent of golden, sacred energy. Trump and the capitalists knew this signaled the deity's permission to enter, and excitement surged within them. They had feared that even arriving beneath the sacred cathedral might not guarantee an audience with the legendary deity. After all, the divine dwelled on high and had no reason to heed mere mortals. Now it seemed their worries had been entirely unfounded. The group cautiously stepped through the doorway. The moment they entered, they were stunned by the sight before them. Beyond the entrance lay a pathway stretching 100 meters long and 2 meters wide. This path seemed forged from gold itself, dazzling and radiant with a blinding brilliance. Lining both sides of the path stood dozens of towering statues, each over 10 meters tall and vividly lifelike in their distinct poses. Some clutched spears, others wore armor, some glared with fierce expressions, while others radiated benevolence. Though clearly statues, they still gave the distinct impression of being real people. At the path's end, a towering figure sat upon a throne of pure gold, its entire surface gleaming like liquid metal. From his lofty perch, he gazed down coldly upon Tep and his companions. "Great deity, your faithful followers have come to report. Please allow me to approach and behold your majesty." Tep spoke with utmost humility, offering the most respectful flattery as he bowed deeply to the angel, his demeanor profoundly reverent. The other capitalists followed Tep's lead, paying their respects to the deity. In the next instant, Tepu and his companions seemed to vanish, teleported instantly beneath the throne. The deity seated upon the throne slowly rose to its feet, its gaze cold and piercing as it looked upon Tep and the others, as if it could see straight through their very souls. "Great deity, your devotees have long revered your divine might. To behold you today stirs our hearts with profound emotion. We have come here today with great respect to express our sincerest homage and humbly request your permission to offer you our devotion." Tep's legs trembled as he voiced the words he had long prepared. "Granted." The deity's indifferent voice, as cold as millennia-old ice, echoed in everyone's ears. His gaze remained icy, not even glancing at the crowd below. The deity agreed? Tep and the assembled capitalists could scarcely believe their ears. They had assumed the deity, so lofty and distant, would scorn the offerings of mere mortals like themselves. Yet here they were, witnessing events unfold with astonishing ease. Great God! Tep bowed deeply, his face nearly touching his knees. It was astonishing how he managed such a complex posture at his advanced age and with his large belly, yet he bent low nonetheless. "Your most loyal devotee has one final matter to report." Tep rose to his feet, gazing toward the east with eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Memories of past events flashed before him like scenes from a movie. The Eagle Nation, which had stood tall on Blue Star for centuries, had been utterly humiliated before the Great Xia. All its former glory had vanished, replaced by profound shame. Now that he had successfully connected with the divine, it was time to settle the final reckoning. What is it? The deity's cold voice echoed through the air. Seeing the deity so sparing with words, Tep dared not delay, hastily pouring out the prepared speech. Great deity, having just descended upon this land, you may not yet be aware. Your current location lies in the west of this planet, while in the east. Tep eagerly began explaining the specifics of Blue Star to the deity, intending to leverage its power to attack Great Xia. The deity's power was unfathomable. It would surely conquer the despicable Great Xia once and for all, forcing them to return everything the Eagle Nation had lost. As this thought crossed his mind, he hastily changed the subject. In the east dwells a group of heretics. At the mention of heretics, Tep, who had been prostrate on the ground without raising his head, surreptitiously lifted his gaze, attempting to gauge the deity's reaction. Yet the deity's expression remained utterly unchanged, as cold and impassive as an iceberg, revealing no trace of emotion. Tep sighed in resignation and continued his plea. These heretics not only cultivate terrifying demonic arts but also enhance their power by consuming human flesh and blood. Oh, woe is us. Hundreds of millions of our Eagle Nation's people have perished at their hands. Wah! Your most devoted believer begs you save our Eagle Nation. Chapter 155, Divine Wrath, Command for Eastern Campaign. Upon hearing Tep's words, a chill once again spread across the deity's previously impassive face. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable, as sacred energy, nearly solidified into tangible form, slowly coalesced around his body. Heretics, huh? A voice tinged with anger and etherealness emanated from his lips, causing the temperature within the entire hall to seem to rise significantly. Tep and the assembled capitalists were nearly speechless under the deity's overwhelming pressure, their bodies trembling, yet their hearts surged with wild joy. Tepu inwardly gloated. His gamble had paid off. Like angels, the deity flew into a rage at the word heretic, seemingly itching to fly eastward at once and slaughter those damned heretics. This played perfectly into their hands. They desperately wanted the deity to fly east immediately and wipe out every last damned Great Xia person. Honored deity, I have a matter to report. Tep, prostrate on the ground, raised his head, his eyes brimming with sincerity. He felt compelled to inform the deity before him about the angel who had been killed during the previous expedition to the east to exterminate the Great Xia. After all, the deity represented the forces of the Eagle Nation, and he himself wasn't entirely clear on the situation in the Great Xia. If this deity were to meet the same fate as the angel and perish in the Great Xia, then his presidency would be utterly finished. What is it? The deity's voice remained indifferent, their face seemingly covered in a layer of frost, making it impossible to look directly at them. Overwhelmed by the deity's formidable presence, Trump could scarcely speak. Gathering his composure, he explained in the most humble tone, Your Divine Majesty, before your descent upon Eagle Nation, another angel had also arrived upon this continent. This angel was profoundly righteous. Upon hearing of heresy in the east, he journeyed there without delay. Yet he fell victim to the Great Xia people's treachery and met a tragic end at their hands. I implore you, O divine being, to avenge this righteous angel. In truth, Tupo's real intent was not to avenge any angel. In his view, that angel deserved his fate perhaps even more than deserved. Attacking the Great Xia without sufficient strength, his own death was no great loss, but the trouble he caused? If not for his silver tongue and eloquent persuasion, the Eagle Nation's president might well have been replaced by now. Having learned his lesson last time, Trump had become more cautious. He subtly reminded the deity that the Great Xia possessed the power to slay angels, ensuring the deity would naturally tread carefully. Trump couldn't help but feel proud of his own cleverness. Not only had he subtly warned the divine beings, but he'd done so without appearing to underestimate their power, killing two birds with one stone. An angel. Could it be Raphael? Though not exceptionally powerful, he shouldn't have fallen to ordinary humans. Yet his premature descent and subsequent disappearance were undeniable. Those damned heretics daring to kill an angel. Unless they are utterly purged, my wrath will never be appeased, and the divine majesty of the gods would be utterly compromised. At this thought, the deity's aura surged once more. A cross-shaped object materialized in his hand. He channeled his divine power into the palm-sized cross. In an instant, a dazzling cross hundreds of feet tall slowly materialized in the sky, illuminating the night as brightly as day. This divine technique, known as the cross decree, was a common means of communication in the divine realm. When a deity discovered a heretic requiring elimination, they would summon other gods through the cross decree to jointly purge the heresy. The sudden illumination of the silent night sky left many eagle-worshipping citizens who were still awake gaping in astonishment. They rushed outside to witness this rare spectacle. What's happening? Why did the sky suddenly light up? Look over there. A massive cross, the light seems to be emanating from it. It must be divine power. How else could it be so magnificent? Who dared anger the gods to provoke such fury? With such a mighty deity watching over us, Eagle Nation will surely rise to glory once more. Elsewhere. A towering deity emerged from the grand hall, his icy cold face etched with solemn resolve, the cross order. It seems heresy has arisen in the east. No time to waste, we depart at once. With that, the colossal figure strode forward. Without visible movement, the surrounding air compressed to its limit, unleashing deafening sonic booms. A colossal divine aura surged skyward, bathing the night sky in golden light. The sleeping citizens of Eagle Nation were jolted awake by the sound. The psychological scars left by the monstrous beasts of the First Era drove them to flee their homes immediately, rushing outside to assess the situation. Witnessing the sky filled with divine aura and hearing the deafening sonic booms, the citizens of Eagle Nation were overcome with emotion, tears welling up in their eyes. It's the aura of the gods. The deities who descended before are moving again. Last time they slaughtered all the beasts in Eagle Nation, are they here to slay someone this time? Who knows? The gods seemed terribly anxious. Could the beasts have returned? Nonsense. The beasts were already exterminated by the gods. Eagle Nation is at peace. I bet the gods found out how those great Xia people bullied us Eagle Nation folks and are going to seek justice for us. If only it were true. Those damned great Xia people deserve to be fed to the beasts. Elsewhere. The handsome god, spear in hand, watched the cross order soar skyward, a cold smile curling his lips. Another battle to fight. This time, I'll slaughter every last heretic. As he spoke, his form began to swell, growing to over 100 zheng tall before gradually stabilizing. A terrifying battle intent surged from his body, blazing like flames that illuminated the entire night sky. The overwhelming pressure caused the surrounding space to crack open in jagged fissures, resembling gaping maws. Hearing the commotion, nearby citizens rushed out to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the 100 zheng tall deity radiating awe-inspiring might, they were overcome with excitement. Just days ago, the deity had descended, purging all the ferocious beasts and finally allowing them to sleep soundly. Now, with this deity reappearing, what new wonders might it bring? This mighty deity seems angry. Last time he slaughtered the beasts, he didn't appear this furious. He dispatched hordes of them with mere feints. What's different this time? Who knows? But since the deity hasn't disturbed us, it means they're friend, not foe. It might not be a bad thing. I truly hope it's the great Xia that's angered the deity. Those yellow-skinned monkeys have lived far too comfortably since the First Era began. It infuriates me. The deity should purify them all. As they debated, sharp-eyed citizens noticed strange phenomena emerging from all directions. Divine light flooded the heavens, its roar shaking the earth, illuminating the silent night sky as bright as day. Look! Another deity appears over there. And over there too. So many deities mobilizing together. What on earth is happening? Chapter 156, The Immortal Mountain Descends, a New Era Dawns in the East. Eagle Sauce Nation, by the sea. Figures radiating an overwhelmingly sacred aura converged from all directions, gathering here. They made not a sound, standing silently like an elite military force. Before them, the deity of the sacred temple watched with a cold, stern expression as one divine being after another joined the assembly. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. The suffocating aura of divinity was nothing short of terrifying. Once most of the deities had arrived, the leading deity spoke not a word. Instead, he pointed distantly toward the east, and his figure shot off like lightning toward the horizon. East, Great Xia. A vast, seemingly hundreds of kilometers wide, immortal mountain slowly descended outside the five elements heaven-encompassing demon-sealing great array. This mountain was adorned with all manner of rare flowers and exotic plants. One could even glimpse rare birds and beasts moving among them. Boundless spiritual energy swirled from the mountain, forming a misty cloud shrouded in aura. Occasionally, the melodious sounds of stringed instruments and wind flutes drifted from within the mountain, soothing the soul like a scene from mythical tales of immortal dwellings, mysterious and serene. Figures radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura darted through the clouds, riding flying swords. The immense spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them proved to all that these were no ordinary mortals, but accomplished immortals. The sudden appearance of this mountain drew curious gazes from the nearby people of Daxia. Do you know what's going on with this mountain? It looks just like the dwelling place of immortals in those TV dramas. A Daxia demon cultivator pointed at the mountain in the sky, his voice thick with astonishment. So this is what a divine mountain looks like. Truly lives up to its reputation. If only I could stay inside for a few days, it would be worth dying for. Beside him, a man clutching the flesh and blood of a ferocious beast gazed at the distant immortal mountain, his eyes brimming with longing. How did this immortal mountain suddenly appear here? It can't be fake, can it? The First Era already scared the hell out of me. I hope it doesn't pull any more tricks. A young man who looked distinctly ordinary couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, still shaken by the memory of those ferocious beasts. You fool! Look at that overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, and those immortals and divine beasts. If someone went to such lengths to fake it, I'd gladly accept being deceived. Finally, someone knowledgeable reassured the earlier youth while gazing longingly at the distant immortal mountains. Just then, a gasp of astonishment drew everyone's attention. Did you feel that? After breathing in the spiritual energy drifting down from the mountain, I feel completely refreshed. Following this exclamation, others nearby also sensed it. After inhaling that diluted spiritual energy, their entire state improved. Some even felt that the bottleneck they'd been struggling to break through for so long was now showing signs of loosening. Elsewhere, a suspended island appeared above a city on the outer edge of the Grand Formation, drawing countless gazes. This was because the island was immense, stretching endlessly, with faint sword-like shadows flickering across its surface. What was even more astonishing was that despite its immense size, its weight clearly substantial even to the naked eye, it floated effortlessly in the sky like a cloud, showing no sign of heaviness whatsoever. Above the island stood a magnificent complex of structures, intricately carved and painted, radiating extraordinary grandeur. Within these buildings, figures with the ethereal demeanor of immortals came and went, exuding an air of serene contentment. Amidst the surrounding mountains, deer could be glimpsed grazing leisurely, while cranes with wingspans of nearly 2 zhang drank water by the river. At the very center of the grand complex, 2 elderly figures with the demeanor of immortals, clad in Taoist robes, sat engaged in a game of chess, laughing and conversing. Due to its proximity to the city, nearly all the citizens of Daxia witnessed this dreamlike spectacle. They gathered in groups, discussing this rare and wondrous sight. Isn't that an island? How can it fly in the sky? If it ever falls, we won't die by the hands of fierce beasts, but get crushed by this island instead. How unfair would that be? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that island is home to immortals? Would an immortal be so careless as to let an island fall and crush you? I say this marks a turning point for our great Xia. Think about it, would you rather see vicious beasts or immortals with the grace of celestial beings? Unbelievable. So this is what immortals are like? They can make an entire island float around like a cloud. What level of power does that take? Look at you, so clueless. Didn't all those old immortal dramas show this? Though realistically speaking, I've never witnessed such a spectacle myself. At the Great Xia border, by the shores of Lake Baikal. As if overnight, the towering peaks vanished, replaced by a crystal-clear lake stretching hundreds of miles across. Vibrant spiritual energy rose from its surface, transforming the entire expanse into a celestial wonderland. The island at the lake's center had an unusual shape, resembling an inverted bowl. On the island, lush vegetation provided shade, and rows of green trees stood tall, creating a scene brimming with vitality. Countless rare birds and exotic beasts frolicked among the trees, while flocks of cranes danced through the sky. Men and women clad in moon-white robes glided effortlessly across the water's surface, as if walking on solid ground, needing no boats at all. Golden carp, each over 10 feet long, would occasionally leap from the water, sending up huge splashes before crashing back down. The surrounding crowd gazed upon this spectacle, scarcely believing their eyes. They say the sea can turn into fields, but that doesn't happen overnight. How could the towering peaks that stood yesterday have transformed into a crystal-clear lake today? Curious onlookers gathered around, straining to glimpse this magnificent spectacle through the protective barrier. What they saw left them speechless. As they approached the lake, they realized there was no island at all. It was clearly a colossal turtle, so enormous it defied imagination. It lay there, eyes half closed, seemingly indifferent to everything around it. Yet upon its shell, a scene of vibrant life unfolded. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. A mountain transformed into a lake housing a colossal turtle beyond imagination, and atop the turtle's shell lay an entire cluster of buildings? One person rubbed his eyes. Am I dreaming? Mountains turning into lakes is already unbelievable enough, but how could such a gigantic turtle exist in this world? In my opinion, this must be the legendary Immortal Gate, the dwelling place of immortals. With their divine powers reaching the heavens, what could they possibly not accomplish? Exactly. After all, mortals and immortals are worlds apart. We can't judge everything by human standards. Such scenes were commonplace throughout the Great Xia and its formations, the void, the oceans, and the borders. Emerging from countless spatial fissures, they radiated a terrifying aura, even dispelling the gloom shrouding the grand formations. Chapter 157, The Immortal Era, Unknown Perils. As celestial mountains and islands continuously materialized around the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array, Jiang Xia, who was cultivating the young dragon beside the spirit eye tree, suddenly heard the system's notification sound ringing in his mind. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester. The Immortal Era has arrived. As a benefit for the Soul Hidden Beta Tester, the system will enhance your demonic cultivation by 3,000 years. Please utilize this wisely. Finally, the Soul Hidden Beta Tester must prepare to confront the arrival of the Immortal Era. The system's voice caused Jiang Xia's expression to darken, and deep concern surged within his heart. The turn of events had caught him off guard. The premature arrival of the Immortal Era made him acutely aware of the looming crisis. Without a moment's delay, the sky-darting sled materialized in his hand. A streak of light flashed as it shot toward the capital like a bolt of lightning. He must find Elder Chen immediately, relay the news of the Second Era's premature arrival, and devise countermeasures at the fastest possible pace. Soon, his figure materialized before the door to Elder Chen's office, where he knocked. Come in. An irritated voice came from inside. Whether it was related to the arrival of the Immortal Era was unclear. When he saw Jiang Xia enter, an awkward smile twisted across the old man's weathered face. Comrade Jiang, you're back? I've received reports of numerous immortal mountains and islands appearing outside the Great Formation. I can't make sense of it. Your return is timely. Could you help me analyze this? Jiang Xia shook his head, his expression grave. This matter is likely quite complicated. I need you to gather all the leaders currently overseeing various sectors of the Great Xia Empire as soon as possible. We may need to convene a large meeting to discuss this. Very well, I'll convene them immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Elder Chen wasted no time. He instructed his secretary to gather all responsible officials in the conference room. Simultaneously, he rose and walked toward the meeting hall alongside Jiang Xia. Soon, the group of elders arrived at the conference room in record time, each wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Comrade Jiang, please share your thoughts. We old folks are past our prime. We must rely on the younger generation. Old Chen gestured toward Jiang Xia. With the situation urgent, Jiang Xia wasted no time and immediately voiced his thoughts. Everyone, the arrival of the immortal era is not a blessing for us, it is a curse. If the first era saw us facing beasts below the 7th rank, this time our adversaries will be far more powerful and intelligent, making them far more formidable than any beasts we've encountered before. Hearing Jiang Xia's words, the elders instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed. Now, the entire Great Xia was filled with demonic cultivators practicing dark arts. Though they did so for self-preservation, to the immortals, they were undoubtedly targets to be eradicated. As the saying goes, good and evil cannot coexist. How could the immortals possibly stand idly by while the demonic cultivators of Great Xia remained unchecked? Fortunately, the Grand Formation had temporarily blocked the descent of those immortal mountains and islands into its interior. Yet this was no lasting solution. While the formation could withstand 7th-tier beasts, could it truly hold against even stronger foes? A wave of terror spread through the conference hall. They had barely survived the first era, barely caught their breath, and now the second era was upon them? What could possibly be done to ensure the Great Xia's survival through this challenge? Moments later, the terrified elders began murmuring among themselves. Chief Engineer Jiang, are you suggesting this immortal era will purge us as heretical cultists? But we merely cultivate demonic arts. We haven't committed any heinous crimes, nor killed or burned. Our cultivation is solely for self-defense. Would they truly exterminate us all? Those self-righteous scoundrels claiming to uphold the righteous path, not a single one of them is decent. They vanished when the first era descended. If not for cultivating demonic arts, the Great Xia would have been annihilated by ferocious beasts long ago. How could we have waited for them to arrive? True enough, but will those immortals care to explain this logic to us? They couldn't care less about our survival. I think Chief Zhang's point is valid. We'd be wise to prepare sooner rather than later. That may be true, but those immortals seem incredibly powerful. With our current strength, we wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Who knows if this immortal era brings beings stronger than 7th-tier beasts? If not for Comrade Jiang, those 7th-tier beasts alone could wipe out the entire Great Xia. Listening to the elders' discussions, Elder Chen's expression grew even more somber. From his perspective, Jiang Xia and the demon arts had played an indispensable role in the Great Xia's survival through the first era. Now, the arrival of the immortal era was neither something humans could predict nor alter. The only course now was to meet each challenge head-on. Since its founding, the Great Xia Empire had weathered countless crises, ultimately emerging unscathed through its own indomitable resilience and courage in the face of adversity. Though the current challenge appears far greater than any before, Elder Chen believes that with unity and resolve, no obstacle is insurmountable. Enough talk. Let us hear what Comrade Xiao Jiang has to say. Old Chen's piercing gaze swept across the elders engaged in discussion, his tone carrying an air of authority. At this critical juncture, even 3 days and nights of debate might yield no viable solutions. Better to heed Jiang Xia's counsel. After all, it was under his leadership that the first era was successfully navigated. Old Chen was certain he would have a solution. The immortal era has just dawned, and I'm not entirely clear on many aspects of it. For now, it's best to err on the side of caution and preserve the spark of the Great Xia Empire's response to the immortal era as much as possible. Personally, I propose a 2-step approach. First, recall all Great Xia citizens outside the protective arrays. With the immortal era upon us, they risk becoming targets for cultivators beyond the barriers. Bringing them back ensures their safety and preserves our seed for the immortal era. The second step is to accelerate the clearing of all dungeons within the Great Xia borders. We must eliminate as many ferocious beasts within the secret realms as possible to bolster the Great Xia's overall strength. This will give us an additional layer of assurance in facing the challenges of the immortal era. Jiang Xia's voice echoed in the ears of all the elders. He made no secret of his limited knowledge regarding the immortal era. At this critical juncture, even the slightest oversight could lead to total collapse, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 158, The Shockwaves of the Great Xia's Demon Path. Meanwhile, within a celestial mountain range. Among the sects that emerged with the advent of the immortal era, the mightiest was the Five Elements sect. 3 elders, their hair and beards entirely white, clad in robes embroidered with gold thread, sat with grim expressions at the head of the table. All three possessed 8th tier strength, making them dominant figures in this world. Below them sat the two palace masters of the Emerald Waters Palace. All disciples of the Emerald Waters Palace were female. Not only were the two palace masters powerful themselves, both possessing 8th tier strength, but their appearances were also among the most exquisite. Below them sat the sect master of the heaven-piercing sword sect, bearing a heavy iron sword on his back, also an 8th tier powerhouse. The final three were the three elders of the immortal Ascension Mountain, all 8th tier in strength. Since the dawn of the first era, the mightiest beasts had only reached the 7th tier. Even the angel slain by Jiang Xia earlier had merely been a half-step 8th tier being. True 8th tier masters had never before appeared. Yet now, within this modest hall alone, 9 8th tier powerhouses had gathered. Standing within the hall were dozens more 7th tier powerhouses. Before the immortal era began, 7th tier experts could dominate entire regions. Yet here, they weren't even worthy of a seat, forced to stand silently. Terrifying pressure reverberated throughout the hall. Tiny spatial fissures flickered and flickered. Under this overwhelming aura, the entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Esteemed guests, the reason for issuing the 5 Elements summons and inviting you all to the 5 Elements sect today is surely clear to everyone. I shall not waste words. After our immortal sect ascended, we discovered that hundreds of millions of citizens here practice demonic arts. As veterans of the immortal realm, you must have heard of or even experienced the calamity wrought by the 10,000 demons sect 3,000 years ago. From the seat of honor, Li Tianqing, the supreme elder of the 5 Elements sect, spoke first. His expression was grave as he looked down at the figures below, his eyes burning with fury. To those who claimed to follow the righteous path, practitioners of demonic arts were enemies' targets that must be eradicated. Countless bitter lessons had taught Li Tianqing that mercy toward the demonic path was cruelty toward oneself. The supreme elder's words are clear to all present: demonic arts plague the land and must be eradicated swiftly. Fortunately, from my observations, though these demonic practitioners have cultivated such arts, their cultivation is likely still shallow. Their strength is negligible. By my estimation, if each of our sects dispatches several dozen 7th tier cultivators, each led by an 8th tier powerhouse, we can wipe out every last one of these demonic practitioners within half a month. The supreme second elder of the 5 Elements sect, Li Tianyuan, spoke with eager urgency. Everyone knew Li Tianyuan's son had been slain by the demonic path, so his hatred for them ran deep. He yearned to see them utterly destroyed. Eradicating the demonic path is the duty of us righteous cultivators. Today, I've gathered you merely to discuss this matter. There will be no coercion. If any of you are unwilling to join, we won't force you. Our 5 Elements sect alone can purge the demonic cultivators from this land. The third supreme elder, Li Tianqing, opened his narrowed eyes and spoke with a cold, sharp tone. Since the 3 Li brothers are determined to defend the way and eliminate demons, how could our Tongtian sword sect lag behind? Though our strength may not match the might of the 5 Elements sect, the disciples of Tongtian sword sect will fight to the death. Li Tongtian, the sect master of Tongtian sword sect, spoke with a chill in his voice, like a sword drawn from its scabbard. He knew full well that defending the way and eliminating demons was a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. How could he let the 5 Elements sect take all the glory? Moreover, he had already assessed the demon cultivators in this area. Their strength was mediocre at best. Not a single 7th tier powerhouse had been spotted. Such soft targets were ripe for the picking. Brothers Li and Li, your righteousness is commendable. Since our founding, the feathered immortal mountain has always regarded demon slaying and upholding the way as our duty. Over the years, countless outstanding disciples have fallen at the hands of demon cultivators. Those of the demonic path harbor wolfish ambitions. Unless they are eradicated, the people's anger cannot be appeased. Unless they are slain, the hearts of the people cannot be comforted. I propose that our sects each dispatch their elite disciples to slaughter the demonic path and restore peace to the world. Zhao Ziwu, the grand elder of the feathered immortal sect, spoke with righteous indignation, echoing the sentiment. At this moment, all eyes turned to the 2 palace masters of the Emerald Waters Palace, for they alone had yet to declare their stance. Facing the piercing stares as sharp as blades, Grand Palace Mistress Shi Yashuan offered a delicate laugh. We sisters are but women of the household. How could we be so foolish as to act out of turn? Since you have all made your decision, though our Bisui Palace lacks great strength, we too are willing to contribute our share to exterminate demons and uphold the way. Though her words were humble, no one dared underestimate this stunningly beautiful, deferential palace mistress. As a women-only sect, how could the Blue Water Palace fend off lecherous suitors without some serious skills? Truth be told, among all the sects present, none operated with the ruthlessness of the Green Water Palace. Their unwavering principle was to eradicate evil completely, cutting the weeds down to the roots. Very well. Since you have all pledged to eliminate demons and uphold the way, this meeting has achieved its purpose. However, we have descended upon the periphery of a vast formation. Forgive my ignorance, but I have failed to discern the nature of this formation. Does anyone here possess insight into it? With his goal achieved, Li Tianqing felt considerably more at ease. In his eyes, these demonic cultivators were already meat on the chopping block, entirely at his mercy. Yet that vast formation, shrouded in demonic energy, was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. He couldn't help but grow more cautious. That should be the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array. Jiang, the second palace master of Bishui Palace who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Among those present, she possessed the deepest knowledge of formations, and thus named it without hesitation. The 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array? The name alone suggests it's no good. Li Tianyuan stroked his bushy beard, his tone dripping with contempt. These demon cultivators were utterly reckless. Practicing demonic arts was bad enough, but daring to create an array whose very name suggested it was no good. This infuriated him to no end, making him want to rush over immediately and smash that formation to smithereens. Brother Li, do not underestimate them. This formless heaven-sealing demon binding array is an ancient demonic formation passed down from antiquity. It vanished thousands of years ago, yet here we encounter it in this mundane lower realm. Had I not encountered related records in an ancient text, I might not have recognized it at all. Wanwan's tone grew solemn as she began detailing the origins and formidable power of the 5 elements heaven-encompassing formation. After a moment, Li Tianqing, the supreme elder of the 5 elements sect, tapped the table lightly. The solid starlight steel surface instantly bore a clear imprint of his palm. Everyone, enough of this useless chatter. Today's purpose is singular: exterminate demons and uphold the way. Upon returning, immediately mobilize your forces and await further notice from our 5 elements sect. Together, we shall purge the demonic forces. Chapter 159, Exterminating Demons and Upholding the Way? Jiang Xia takes action. 3 days later. Figures radiating an otherworldly aura and terrifying pressure floated outside the 5 elements heaven-encompassing array. The 5 elements sect's 3 supreme elders, the 2 palace masters of the Emerald Waters Palace, the sect master of the heaven-piercing sword sect, and the 3 elders of the feathered immortal sect had not only gathered outside the array but had also brought forth nearly all their resources, preparing to shatter the formation and wipe out the demonic path in one decisive blow. 9 8th-tier experts stood at the forefront, the very leaders of the sects that had previously resolved to eradicate the demonic path. Behind them, dozens of cultivators with slightly weaker auras but equally formidable presence floated densely packed. Fellow cultivators. The aged voice of Li Tianqing, the supreme elder of the 5 elements sect, echoed through the air. We of the righteous path stand in irreconcilable opposition to the demonic path. Now that we have uncovered the traces of demonic cultivators, it is our duty to purge the demonic path and restore peace to the world. Fellow cultivators, let us each strive to show the demonic path the full extent of our might. Li Tianqing's words immediately resonated with the crowd. The supreme elder speaks wisely. Good and evil cannot coexist. The demonic path has caused immense harm and must be eradicated swiftly before it grows stronger. With our formidable forces assembled, what threat could the demonic path possibly pose? We'll annihilate them all in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. This gathering unites the elite forces of our major sections. Dealing with the insignificant demonic path, which hasn't even taken shape yet, is as easy as snatching something from the palm of one's hand. Fellow cultivators, hold your horses. Witness how my Tongtian sword sect shatters the enemy. Li Tongtian, the sect master of Tongtian sword sect, stepped forward. Without any visible movement from him, the bronze sword with an ancient aura strapped to his back flew out of its scabbard on its own, trailing a dazzling sword light. He knew his sect was relatively weak in this demonic purge. If he didn't seize the chance to claim some glory before the other sects reacted, he'd be left with nothing once they caught up. Thus, before anyone else could react, he charged forward first, determined to lead his disciples to claim the initial glory. As for sects like the 5 Elements sect and the Emerald Water Palace, the strength of the demonic cultivators remained uncertain. Since the Tongtian Sword sect was willing to be the first to act, they were more than happy to reap the benefits without getting their hands dirty. Disciples of the Tongtian Sword sect. Once I break through the formation, follow me in to defeat the enemy. Li Tongtian bellowed. Behind him, the bronze sword, now blazing with infinite sword light, suddenly swelled to the size of a mountain. With terrifying momentum, it slammed into the formation. Boom! The colossal swordlight, carrying overwhelming momentum, slammed into the formation. The once solid barrier shook violently before finally coming to a halt. Wah! Suddenly under attack, the array erupted with ghostly wails and howls. Streams of pitch-black demonic energy burst forth, surging toward Li Tongtian with vicious ferocity. Oomph! As the surging demonic energy approached, a trace of contempt flashed in Li Tongtian's eyes. Demon energy of this paltry level dared to attack him? He formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, slashing repeatedly through the void. Dozens of icy cold sword chi burst forth from his hands, severing the attacking demonic energies one by one. Legend held that the Tongtian sword sect practiced sword techniques passed down by the ancient deity Tongtian the Sovereign. These arts possessed extreme offensive power while exerting a potent countering effect against demonic paths. The demonic energies severed by the sword light instantly withered like dried branches. The sudden assault on the Great Formation startled the citizens of the Great Xia realm within. They poured out of their dwellings, eager to see what had transpired. When they beheld the countless figures drifting through the sky, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Who are these people? Why are they attacking our formation? They look incredibly powerful. Just looking at them makes my blood freeze. Their attire resembles that of the immortal cultivation sect that arrived a few days ago. But why would they attack us? You fool! Didn't Grandmaster Jiang say it before? They consider themselves the righteous path, while we are the demonic path. We are sworn enemies. Of course they're here to kill us. Damn it! They want to kill us just because our cultivation methods differ? How unreasonable. If I weren't so weak, I'd slaughter a few of those demonic cultivators myself. Faced with the sudden assault from the immortal cultivation sect, the citizens of Gov't Xia were filled with rage, yet they had no effective countermeasure. The gap in power was simply too vast. Just looking at these opponents felt suffocating, let alone engaging them in combat. They likely couldn't withstand even a single strike from their adversaries. Outside the great formation, Li Tongtian relentlessly pounded at the defenses. Sword lights as massive as mountains crashed against the barriers, shaking them to the point of collapse. No one knew how much longer the formation could hold. Behind Li Tongtian, members of the Five Elements sect and other factions watched the scene with leisurely indifference, not taking it seriously at all. Instead, they chatted casually. Indeed, every last one is a demon cultivator. Since these people appeared earlier, I've carefully scanned them. Each carries a haze of demonic energy. So many demon cultivators gathered together, truly a sight I've never witnessed in my lifetime. Exactly. The demon cultivators we've encountered before were like rats, too scared to show their faces. But these ones? They're strutting around as if no one can touch them. Li Tongtian's sword technique packs a serious punch. I reckon it won't be long before this grand formation is breached completely. When that happens, we'll each show off our unique skills and wipe out every last one of these demon cultivators. Beneath the spirit eye tree, Jiang Xia was using secret techniques to enhance the young dragon's power. With the immortal era now underway, good and evil could no longer coexist. They would inevitably target the Gov't Xia Empire. Only by strengthening their own forces could they better confront the impending crisis. Suddenly, Jiang Xia's eyebrows twitched. As the arranger of the Five Elements heaven-sealing demon-binding great formation, he could freely sense its status. When the formation came under attack, he would receive an immediate warning. Just now, he sensed a powerful force relentlessly assaulting the formation. Without pausing to ponder the identity of this adversary, he urgently channeled his magical power to inspect the array's status. Upon witnessing the array's condition, even the typically composed Jiang Xia couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Indeed, what one fears most is what comes to pass. These immortal cultivation sects have actually united to attack the Great Array. And at this rate, in less than 10 minutes, the array will be completely breached, and the Gov't Xia will lose its final barrier. The people within the array will suffer a brutal massacre. How could Jiang Xia stand idly by and watch this unfold? With a single thought, the Five Elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array activated its built-in teleportation function, instantly transporting him into the array's core. In the next instant, without pause, the sky-darting sled materialized in his hand. Manipulating it, Jiang Xia stood proudly mid-air, his robes fluttering fiercely in the gale as he confronted Li Tongtian, who was attacking the array. Jiang Xia's sudden appearance caught Li Tongtian off guard. He eyed Jiang Xia askance. Who are you? Here to die? Chapter 160, Slaughtering 8th-tier cultivators like dogs. Li Tongtian held no regard for Jiang Xia. With his keen eyes, he could clearly see that the newcomer's strength far surpassed that of the demon cultivators within the formation. But so what? He was the revered sect master of Tongtian Sword Sect, a legitimate 8th-tier powerhouse. Descending upon this world, he could simply slaughter his way through. Facing Li Tongtian's interrogation, Jiang Xia offered no reply. Their opposing stances and factions rendered words superfluous. Since the other had struck first, how could he refuse to fight? To Li Tongtian's surprise, Jiang Xia, standing atop the sky-slipping shuttle beneath his feet, did not linger within the great formation. Instead, he charged straight out of it. This move filled Li Tongtian with delight. He had feared the demon cultivator might hide within that turtle shell-like formation, making it difficult even for someone of his caliber to breach it. Now that the opponent had stepped out voluntarily, wouldn't that save him the trouble? Upon the sky-slipping shuttle, Jiang Xia's tall figure instantly drew cheers from the Gov't Xia crowd below. It's Chief Engineer Jiang. He's truly arrived. With Chief Engineer Jiang here, we will surely defeat these formidable foes. That's right. With Master Jiang here, we can rest assured. These cultivators attacked our formation first. They clearly intend to kill us. Master Jiang, hold nothing back. Slaughter them all to temper your demonic arts. Chief Engineer Jiang seems even stronger now. He'll definitely defeat these damned cultivators. The Gov't Xia populace below erupted into wild celebration upon catching sight of Jiang Xia. To them, he was an invincible god. Even against immortal cultivators, even against overwhelming numbers, they remained utterly convinced that Jiang Xia would triumph. This was the confidence Jiang Xia had instilled in them over so many years. Li Tongfeng, fearing Jiang Xia might retreat back into the formation, immediately formed a sword seal with his fingers. The colossal bronze sword, once as massive as a mountain, instantly shrank and returned to his grasp. Go! Li Tongtian pointed his fingers like blades, propelling the bronze sword toward Jiang Xia. This was the Tongtian sword sect's secret art, the sword control technique. Once unleashed, it could drive a flying sword to sever a head from 1,000 miles away, as easy as taking something from a pocket. Clang! The 7-star 9-section staff suddenly materialized in Jiang Xia's right hand, blocking the flying sword's powerful strike. Behind him, the divine creation furnace manifested, swelling to mountainous proportions. Multicolored spiritual energy intertwined with pitch-black demonic energy, radiating powerful fluctuations that made souls tremble. His strike missed. Li Tongtian immediately swung his right hand, and the flying sword shifted direction with the precision of an extension of his arm. It darted toward Jiang Xia's vulnerable side at an extremely angle. A hit here would mean death or severe injury. The sky-darting shuttle flashed, narrowly evading the lethal strike and materializing beside Li Tongtian. At that very instant, Jiang Xia's eyes turned gray. The eyes of the candle dragon. Caught off guard by Jiang Xia's sudden close-range assault, Li Tongtian paled with shock. He frantically activated his spell to recall his flying sword for backup. Yet, the moment he looked up, his gaze locked with those colorless, gray eyes. As if frozen in time, Li Tongtian stood utterly still. The flying sword mid-air, now beyond his control, plummeted to the ground with a thunderous clang. Boom! The colossal creation immortal furnace, as massive as a mountain, crashed down upon his head, knocking him senseless. Simultaneously, a flash of light erupted from the 7-star 9-section staff, summoning countless pitch-black thunderclouds into the sky. The immense power of the thunder and lightning sent shockwaves through everyone present. Boom! 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 Thunderbolts as thick as water vats crashed down from the storm clouds, striking Li Tongtian already reeling from the divine creation furnace's blow with a sickening, acrid smell of burning flesh. Master! Brotherly! Seeing their sect master endure relentless blows, the disciples of Tongtian's sword sect panicked. 7 or 8 rushed forward simultaneously, desperate to rescue Li Tongtian. The disciples of the Five Elements sect, the Emerald Water Palace, and other sects were equally stunned. They never imagined this demon cultivator's methods could be so terrifying, his magical treasures appearing one after another. Even the powerful Li Tongtian had fallen victim to his schemes. They cried out in shock. The sky-piercing shuttle flickered ceaselessly in the air, while bolts of lightning rained down like a storm, striking toward Li Tongtian's position. This was Jiang Xia's first formal battle against an 8th-tier expert. He dared not entertain the slightest hope of luck, pouring nearly all his strength into the fight, determined to finish Li Tongtian off. Several Tongtian sword sect disciples who rashly entered the thunderous zone were reduced to ashes before they could even reach Li Tongtian, struck down by bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels. The air thickened with the acrid scent of charred flesh, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Below, the great Xia populace beamed with delight at Jiang Xia's formidable display, striking down one with a heavy blow and slaying 7 or 8 others in his first assault. Truly worthy of the title of Chief Master Jiang. His strikes carry the force of thunder. How dare these cultivating bastards bully our great Xia without asking Chief Master Zhang's permission? Exactly. Master Zhang's power is undeniable. What's so special about these cultivators? They kill people too, don't they? What right do they have to accuse us of practicing demonic arts? Don't we all use the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts in our cultivation? Exactly. They're just looking for trouble. Can't demon cultivators be good people? Master Jiang is a demon cultivator, yet without him, we'd have been beast fodder long ago. Where were these righteous folks back then? Watching Chief Jiang fight is truly exhilarating. I thought it would be a grueling battle, but the outcome is decided so quickly. Beneath the thunderclouds, Li Tongtian's aura grew increasingly feeble. Even with his formidable strength, the relentless barrage of lightning strikes proved overwhelming. He seethed with hatred toward this damned demonic cultivator, his resolve hardening. Once the thunderstorm ended, he would make this accursed demonic cultivator pay dearly. Clack! Jiang Xia's figure suddenly materialized beside Li Tongtian. The swirling lightning seemed to gain eyes, swerving away from his form. Demonic energy surged from within him like a raging sea, rushing madly through his arm's meridians and pouring into the banner. Upon its surface, the stark white bones seemed to come alive, emitting a bone-chilling, scraping sound. Beside Li Tongtian's corpse, dense and churned violently. Drawn by the white bone banner, they coalesced into black torrents, rushing headlong into the banner. The banner grew heavier and heavier in his grasp, waves of savage energy assaulting his mind. Gritting his teeth, he strained to channel his demonic energy, suppressing the banner's restless turmoil. After an unknown span of time, a piercing wail erupted from Li Tongtian's corpse. Immediately after, a phantom-like shadow struggled to be pulled from the corpse. The shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Tongtian himself, though it appeared somewhat ethereal. It was Li Tongtian's very soul. It writhed in agony, struggling to break free from the white bone banner's grasp, but to no avail. Ultimately, the soul was completely sucked into the banner and vanished without a trace. Phew, finally dealt with. Having successfully captured Li Tongtian's soul within the Yin Soul White Bone banner, Jiang Xia had no time to celebrate. A bone-chilling cold instantly washed over his back, and a sense of danger made him instinctively dodge. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, leaving a bottomless pit billowing white smoke where he had stood moments before. Chapter 161, Carnage. Immortal Realm Powerhouse sheds blood in the void. The sky-darting shuttle flickered, creating distance before Jiang Xia identified his attacker. It was a burly, bearded old man, his eyes bulging with inexhaustible fury. When Jiang Xia's gaze fell upon him, the old man showed not a shred of remorse for his ambush. Instead, he fixed Jiang Xia with a deathly stare, as if he intended to devour him alive. This man was none other than Li Tianyuan, the second supreme elder of the Five Elements sect. Having lost his son to the demon path, his hatred for it ran deep. Witnessing Jiang Xia's relentless display of demonic arts, he'd lost control of his emotions and struck without warning. Yet he never imagined his opponent's reflexes would be so swift that he'd evade his fatal strike. A towering figure hovered midair, engulfed in crimson flames that dyed his entire body a fiery red, as if he had emerged from the very heart of an inferno. The Five Elements sect practiced a technique called the Five Elements Transformation Palm. Based on individual constitutions, it branched into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Li Tianyuan, with his fiery temper, cultivated the fire attribute technique. Once unleashed, his flames scorched the heavens, capable of instantly reducing enemies to nothing but bone dust. It was this very skill that had earned him renown throughout the cultivation world. Having watched the entire battle between Li Tongtian and Jiang Xia, he found it unimpressive. Only that mental attack wielded through the eyes proved troublesome. With proper caution, he could easily eliminate this man. Thus, the greatest merit in this demon-slaying mission would undoubtedly belong to his Five Elements sect. You lot, come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry. In the sky, Jiang Xia left hand wielding the 7-star 9-section staff, right hand holding the ghostly white bone banner, with a colossal creation immortal furnace looming behind him, spoke with overwhelming arrogance, as if he didn't give these opponents a second thought. Arrogant. You demonic cultivator speaks with such audacity, showing utter contempt for our major sects. A mere demon cultivator dares to speak so boldly? Watch this old man slay you single-handedly. You think slaying one Li Tongtian makes you invincible? You're nowhere near that level. Just as the major cultivation sects were condemning Jiang Xia's arrogance, the supreme elder of the Five Elements sect raised his arm and shouted, "Fellow cultivators! Since this demonic cultivator is so overconfident, why not settle this quickly and eliminate him at once? What say you?" Li Tianqing's proposal immediately gained the support of the major cultivation sects. The 8th-tier powerhouses from the major sects never imagined Jiang Xia would be so arrogant as to challenge them all single-handedly. This deeply wounded their pride, leaving them feeling profoundly underestimated. Yet the offer was undeniably tempting. The demon cultivator had just slain Li Tongtian, one of their most powerful members, in mere moments, leaving them all with a profound sense of impending danger. Though his earlier victory had involved some cunning tactics, who could guarantee that this demon cultivator, renowned for his myriad tricks, didn't possess other bizarre methods? The best course of action was undoubtedly to swarm him together and eliminate the demon cultivator swiftly, before complications arose. Yet, upholding the dignity of righteous sects, they hesitated to initiate a coordinated assault. Now that Jiang Xia had volunteered, they were more than willing to comply. In an instant, magical artifacts were summoned one after another. A kaleidoscope of colored light screens filled the sky, nearly blinding everyone present. Overwhelming auras surged forth, causing the heavens and earth to shift in color. Spatial rifts, like gaping maws of devouring beasts, tore open continuously in midair. Exterminate demons, uphold the way. Kill! Li Tianqing roared, his body shimmering with a metallic glow as if forged from metal itself. A razor-sharp aura sliced through space, propelling him to Jiang Xia's side in an instant. Behind him, disciples from the other major immortal cultivation sects followed suit, summoning their treasures and charging forward. Below, the citizens of Great Xia watched the scene unfold, their anger flaring. These immortal sects are shameless. Aren't they supposed to be high-level experts from the upper realms? How dare they gang up on Chief Jiang like this? It's simple. Master Jiang killed one of them earlier, terrifying them out of their wits. They've lost all sense of shame. So many of them ganging up on Master Jiang alone, they're cowards. I wish my cultivation were stronger, or I'd soar into the sky and slay a few of those vermin myself. Forget it. Let's just see how Chief Engineer Jiang takes down these shameless bastards and teaches them a lesson they'll never forget. Mid-air, the sky-darting shuttle flickered incessantly. Jiang Xia repeatedly activated the Candle Dragon's Eye, striving to control the enemies as much as possible to dispatch them with maximum speed. This won against many battle-tested endurance above all else. Though demons cultivated the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, granting them an enduring aura and nearly limitless stamina, facing so many masters still demanded caution. Though the elite cultivators from the major sects were wary of the Candle Dragon Eye, combat inevitably required their vision. A single lapse in attention could seal their fate. Time and again, masters from the great sects were seized mid-air and plummeted to the ground. Jiang Xia swung the 7-star 9-section staff in his left hand, instantly gathering a vast expanse of thick thunderclouds in the sky far more imposing than before. The dark, oppressive clouds loomed like mountains, suffocating the air. Boom! 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 As each master from the major sects, controlled by the Candle Dragon's Eye, touched down, dozens of lightning bolts as thick as small mountains struck down with brutal force. The colossal divine creation furnace, as vast as a mountain, now detached itself from his body and crashed down with devastating force toward the lightning strike point. The deafening collision echoed across the land, causing everyone's ears to ring. Don't look into his eyes. Li Tianqing, the supreme elder of the Five Elements sect, paled in shock. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the remaining 8 8th-tier powerhouses besides Li Tongtian had fallen victim to this demonic cultivator's scheme. Gazing at the mountain-sized lightning bolt and the creation immortal furnace plummeting like a colossal mountain, Li Tianqing realized the gravity of the situation. His heart pounded with alarm as he urgently shouted the warning. Arg! At that moment, the Een Soul white bone banner appeared before him. Countless ghostly souls screamed piercingly from its surface, assaulting his soul and causing him to momentarily lose his senses. Suddenly, a stabbing pain in his abdomen snapped him back to alertness. Looking down, he saw that the bizarre banner pole had been driven completely through his heart. Simultaneously, someone twisted it violently, shredding his internal organs to pulp. A mouthful of blood trickled from the corner of his lips. The remaining 3 masters were horrified and turned to flee, only to find the sky-piercing shuttle flashing toward them, closing in on their backs. The banner pole, like a spear, pierced through each of them one by one. Thus, every 8th-tier expert from the Immortal Realm forces, led by the Five Elements sect, had fallen by Jiang Xia's hand. The 7th-tier powerhouses were now utterly panicked, screaming as they scattered in all directions. But how could their speed possibly outpace the heaven-darting shuttle? In the sky, the heaven-darting shuttle flickered, shifting positions relentlessly. Each time it halted, another 7th-tier expert met a gruesome end. In less than an hour, not a single cultivator from the sects that had come to purge the Great Xia remained alive. Chapter 162, The Western Gods Panic. Within the 5 Elements heaven-sealing demon binding array, countless Great Xia citizens watched in stunned silence. As subjects of the Great Xia, they naturally believed their chief engineer Jiang to be invincible. Yet they never imagined what they thought would be a grueling battle, one that might even exact a heavy toll on Jiang Xia, would conclude with such a one-sided slaughter. Those seemingly invincible cultivators proved utterly helpless before Chief Engineer Jiang. They were slaughtered like cutting melons and vegetables, wiped out completely without even a chance to flee. Waves of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd within the formation. Master Jiang truly lives up to his reputation. To dispatch those damned cultivators so decisively. It's utterly satisfying. Now let's see them continue their exterminating demons and upholding the way. Master Jiang, well done. Those cultivators were cowards for swarming him earlier. Even then, they were no match for him. Truly, he is the strongest in our Great Xia. The flesh and blood of those cultivators looks so tempting. I wonder if Chief Jiang will share some for us to enhance our strength. I feel the demonic energy within me stirring restlessly. Amidst the murmurs of the Great Xia crowd, Jiang Xia landed on the ground. His Een Soul white bone banner flickered as he meticulously gathered the corpses and souls of the slain cultivators. The remains and spirits of an 8th-tier powerhouse were precious treasures. He couldn't help but wonder, if he absorbed all these cultivators' souls, to what extent might his Een Soul white bone banner evolve? Beyond the borders of Great Xia lay boundless seas. A vast expeditionary force of deities from the west advanced majestically toward the Great Xia. Some bore colossal swords upon their backs, others wielded long spears in their hands, while still others possessed multiple pairs of wings. A powerful aura of sanctity swirled around their bodies, their imposing presence forcing even the ferocious beasts of the sea to retreat. They had gathered to purge the heretics in the distant east, vowing to cleanse every last one. Yet at that very moment, the deities at the forefront abruptly halted. Their previously icy expressions gave way to astonishment. The foremost deity gestured halt, signaling the entire procession to pause. They stood still, seemingly attuned to some unseen sensation. Following his lead, more and more deities halted, releasing their divine senses to perceive the changes in the outside world. It was the aura of battle. Both sides were formidable. One faction was numerous, with several powerful individuals comparable to us. The rest were slightly weaker, likely at the level of 2 winged angels. The leading deity swiftly assessed the situation. Yet a lingering doubt took root in his mind: who could be fighting on heretical territory? Could it be that, besides their expeditionary force, other deities were also purifying heretics? If so, he should have known about it, and no one had informed him. An internal heretic conflict? Yet judging by the aura signatures, only one heretic was engaged in combat, while those with relatively pure auras numbered well over 100. What was going on here? Moreover, the number of those with relatively pure auras was rapidly decreasing. The leading deity felt his mind struggling to process it all. What on earth was happening? He stood rooted to the spot, pondering for a long while before finally making up his mind. To uncover the truth, why not go see for himself? According to that fat man, the distant east was teeming with heretics, but their strength was nothing to fear. Aside from one slightly more powerful figure called Chief Engineer Jiang, none of the rest even reached the 7th tier. How powerful could this Chief Engineer Jiang be? Could he possibly slaughter all of us gods? With his mind made up, the deity's gaze grew cold once more. Pointing distantly toward the Great Xia Empire, he commanded, "Press onward. Go see what has transpired." With that, the deity's form dissolved into a dazzling streak of light, streaking toward the Great Xia. Behind him, the other deities followed closely, their steps in lockstep as they soared toward the Great Xia. When they reached the waters surrounding Great Xia, the scene before them was almost too unbelievable to fathom. There stood a strikingly handsome young man, his features tinged with a hint of wickedness, dancing through the air atop a strangely shaped object. In his left hand, he held a 9-section staff-like object, while his right grasped something resembling a banner. The white cloth, eerily flag-like, was swirled with countless vengeful spirits, emitting a repulsive black mist. These souls seemed to come alive, gaping wide as if ready to devour anyone who dared approach. Judging by his weapons and manner, he was undoubtedly the heretic they sought. Opposing this heretic stood a group of practitioners of varied appearances, radiating far more light. Clad in diverse attire, they fought fiercely. Yet their strength was clearly insufficient. Within moments, the heretic had slain 7 or 8 of them. The gods could tell that the slain practitioners were among the strongest in their ranks. They thought to themselves, these remaining practitioners were surely doomed. With their strongest already killed, how could they possibly escape? Oh my god. Did you notice? Those just killed were all 8th tier powerhouses. A deity skilled in perception suddenly shouted, his voice thick with terror. Even the strongest among them possessed only 8th tier power. Though their numbers far outnumbered the 8th tier practitioners in this group, he couldn't help but notice the utter helplessness of those 8th tier practitioners when facing that heretic. That heretic had slaughtered all 8 8th tier experts with almost no effort. If they were the ones facing it, the outcome would likely be no different. The deity's cry plunged the others into terror. Since their arrival, they had always held unwavering confidence in their own strength, believing themselves to be among the most powerful beings in this world. Purifying any heretic was a task they considered effortless. This was precisely why, when Tep told them of heretics in the Eastern world, they immediately organized the Crusader Expeditionary Force to subdue them. Had they known the heretics possessed such terrifying power, they would never have acted so rashly. Now, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat poured down their backs, soaking their clothes. They too wanted to flee this place of trouble, but seeing the lightning-fast flying machine at the heretic's feet, they shook their heads heavily. It wasn't that the cultivators lacked the will to flee. Yet in the blink of an eye, those who attempted to escape fell like ripe apples from a tree, dropping lifeless to the ground. This heretic was simply too powerful. All the deities realized this, beginning to calculate how to end the current awkward situation. As they pondered, the heretic on the ground, seemingly oblivious to their presence, waved the flag-like object in its hand and began reaping the flesh and souls of the cultivators. Chapter 163, Overwhelming Fierce Might, Awe-Inspiring to the Gods. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for defeating 9,545 8th-tier cultivators. Congratulations to the soul-hidden beta tester for defeating 84,356 7th-tier cultivators. The system's notification chime rang in Jiang Xia's ears as he busily gathered the flesh and souls of the 8th-tier powerhouse. Hearing the notification, Jiang Xia's heart surged with delight, so not only slaying beasts grants experience points, killing people does too? Just then, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, the soul-hidden beta tester. Your level has increased to 74. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon Manifestation briefly summons a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power scale to user's level. Reversal of yin yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine Power, Purple Extreme Demon Flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Demon Burning Scripture unique. Level, 74 Bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, Demon Cultivator. Inventory, Corpse of a Monstrous Beast plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped, 7-star 9-section staff equipped, Sky Darting Shuttle equipped. Materialization permission, exchangeable. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Xia felt a surge of delight. All that effort spent slaying so many 7th and 8th tier powerhouses hadn't been in vain. This haul was truly substantial. He had actually advanced 2 levels at once. The magical power within his body had grown even more formidable. The souls of these 7th tier, even 8th tier powerhouses were the perfect nourishment for the ghostly soul white bone banner. He felt a surge of anticipation. Just how powerful would the banner become once he had fully refined the souls of these cultivators? As for the bodies of these cultivators, he had already decided their purpose. far beyond the Great Formation in the distant skies. A wave of dread spread through the Western pantheon of deities. Since descending upon this world, had they ever encountered such formidable beings? Previously, they had only encountered ferocious beasts below the sovereign realm. Even 7th-tier creatures were rare. For beings of 8th-tier power, slaughtering them was as easy as slicing through melons and vegetables. Thus, when that rotund, fawning figure had pleaded with him to journey to the distant east to purge the heresy, the chief deity hadn't taken it too seriously. Though he had issued the crossed command to summon other deities to join the effort, it was more to expedite the eradication of the heresy and to accumulate faith power more swiftly. But now, their very souls trembled. The heretic below had proven far more powerful than they could have imagined. How could it have slaughtered so many 8th-tier powerhouses, each no weaker than themselves, in such a short span? Though they had arrived later, they could clearly see that 9 8th-tier powerhouses had participated in the battle just moments ago. An heretic capable of eliminating 9 8th-tier beings in one fell swoop and still retaining reserves of power was truly not someone they could afford to provoke. Though these deities numbered in the dozens, nearly all possessing 8th-tier strength, this was a life or death struggle. How could they not have their own hidden agendas? Even when surrounding this heretic, wouldn't they assign primary and secondary attackers? This heretic possessed the ability to instantly kill an 8th-tier powerhouse with a single combo. How could these gods guarantee they wouldn't be the one instantly killed? Deities possess near endless lifespans, and within those infinite lives, they had indulged in too much. Lavish lifestyles, the reverence of their subjects, exalted status, this comfortable existence had made them increasingly timid, unwilling to risk anything. Originally, they believed this was merely a routine purge of heretics, a task easily accomplished with a casual effort. Yet they never anticipated encountering such a formidable presence. Having grown accustomed to their privileged existence, how could they possibly risk their own lives? Thus, the once formidable crusading army now hovered mid-air, staring at each other blankly. Not a single one was willing to take the first strike against the heretics. The atmosphere among these deities grew unbearably heavy, with not a word spoken for half a day. Finally, the deity who had initiated this eastern campaign could endure no longer. As the organizer and initiator of this eastern campaign, he felt it necessary to unify their thoughts and reach a conclusion. His emerald eyes swept over the assembly of deities behind him before he spoke slowly. Fellow deities, we arrived here because my followers reported the presence of numerous heretics in the east. Now we must decide, how shall we deal with this formidable heresy? Shall we fight to the death to purge it, or execute a strategic retreat, awaiting a more opportune moment? This deity posed the question partly because fear gripped his heart. He dreaded any mishap in battle. By leaving an escape route, he allowed other deities to choose retreat, thus sharing the blame for desertion should it occur. You're right. This heretic is simply too powerful. Slaughtering 8th-tier warriors is like cutting butter with a hot knife. It's not that we fear death, but this heretic is truly overwhelming. There's no point in clashing head-on. I suggest we conserve our strength, preserve our lives for future use, and eliminate this menace when the time is right. Exactly. In less than an hour, this heretic slaughtered so many 8th-tier powerhouses without so much as a scratch. His strength is utterly terrifying. Our eastern campaign is likely doomed to failure. Why not retreat for now? Once the upper realm sends even mightier beings, we can purify this damned heretic then. What do you say? As the lead deity finished speaking, nearly all the other deities immediately chimed in, their voices overlapping in agreement. Jiang Xia's power truly sent shivers down their spines, even causing them to tremble. They feared that instead of purifying the heretic, they might become its victims. Their original ambitions had long vanished, replaced by fear seeping into their very souls. If not for the concern that the heretic's strange flying machine was too fast, some might have already turned and fled. Some deities were even beginning to secretly regret agreeing to join this eastern campaign, recklessly throwing themselves into danger. Worse still, others had started to quietly grumble about the deity who led them. This eastern campaign was far too hasty. We charged in without even gauging our enemy's strength. Now look at us stuck between a rock and a hard place. Exactly. Do we just blindly believe whatever the faithful say? Don't we have any judgment of our own? This entire group of deities is nearly being destroyed because of you. Just as these deities were blaming each other for their perilous situation, they were startled to see the heretics below had gathered all the corpses of the 8th-tier powerhouses. Turning back into the Great Formation, they formed a spell sign they had never seen before. A purple flame erupted from his hands, materializing an 8th-tier warrior's corpse before him. The flame, seemingly possessed of sentience, swiftly coiled around the body, releasing a nauseating, acrid stench. The gods stared down at Jiang Xia below with terror, a question forming in their minds. What is this heretic doing? Chapter 164, Forging an 8th-tier Puppet. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the Western deities, Jiang Xia proceeded as if oblivious, channeling the purple extreme demon flame to temper the cultivator's corpse before him. While gathering these corpses earlier, he had already formulated a plan. Though Great Xia currently possessed his top-tier combat strength, its mid-tier forces were clearly insufficient, even severely lacking. Any disturbance would require his personal intervention to quell. The angelic descent had been such a case, as had the recent arrival of countless cultivators from the immortal era. Should similar situations arise in the future, his intervention would again be indispensable. Yet he couldn't always arrive at the scene immediately. His primary focus in the next phase would inevitably shift to nurturing the newly hatched baby dragon, accelerating its growth to gain an additional trump card. Thus the question arose, if he entered seclusion, who would safeguard the lives of the Great Xia's hundreds of millions of citizens? Could he simply stand by and watch them be slaughtered? Jiang Xia asked himself. Though he was a thoroughgoing demon cultivator, demon cultivation merely represented cultivation methods less accepted by the world, not inherent cruelty of character. Truth be told, it was the Westerners who were the true demonic cultivators, those who casually sacrificed ordinary lives to feed monstrous beasts. These so-called righteous cultivators of prestigious sects indiscriminately hunted demons in the name of defending the way. Killing them was actually an act of mercy. Jiang Xia planned to refine their corpses into puppets to guard the people of Great Xia fitting into their existence. With the experience gained from refining the angel's corpse last time, this process went remarkably smoothly. The purple extreme demon fire, with its ability to consume all, took barely seconds to reduce this cultivator's flesh harder than steel to ashes, scattering them into the air. Judging the timing right, Jiang Xia swiftly retrieved the remaining materials obtained from Elder Chun from the Ghostbone banner and tossed them into the flames. As the purple fire swirled around them, a distinct medicinal fragrance filled his nostrils. A sharp fingernail sliced open his index finger. A drop of blood, as if defying gravity, shot straight toward the corpse's forehead. The next instant, the corpse, long devoid of life, rose to its feet in an eerie, unnatural manner. This scene caused the Western gods watching intently from the sky to widen their eyes in disbelief, doubting their own eyes. They had clearly witnessed this heretic slaughtering all those people. How could it suddenly come back to life? A chorus of gasps erupted among the Western deities. My God, what did I just witness? That heretic scorched the corpse with purple flames, and now it's resurrected? What kind of divine power is this? After death, souls ascend to heaven to meet God or descend to hell to meet Satan. But no matter their destination, they cannot return to their physical form. How did this heretic achieve this? I've never witnessed such a bizarre technique. It's unimaginable. Just moments ago we sought to oppose this creature. Now I only wish to return to my temple and never see this dreadful being again. Soon, sharp-eyed deities noticed something amiss. There stood the corpse on the ground, head held high with arrogant pride. Though its body glowed with a metallic sheen, appearing indestructible and radiating an aura nearly as formidable as before, the most striking change was its gaze, utterly hollow, as if devoid of any soul. His actions sent shockwaves through the Western deities watching from the heavens. Those vacant eyes fixed intently on their position, as if guarding the demonic cultivator below. Behind him, another corpse materialized before the demonic cultivator, purple flames once more coiling around it. This must be a technique unique to demon cultivators. Much like how some Western sorcerers can command corpses. A deity gasped in horror, his heart filled with dread. They had encountered such unholy sorcery before, even clashed with sorcerers wielding it. Yet corpse manipulation spells were inherently weak, devoid of soul and free will. The corpses possessed less than a tenth of their living strength. These wicked sorcerers relied solely on overwhelming numbers in a sea of corpses. Yet this Eastern heretic could maintain corpses with combat prowess nearly matching their living state? If he amassed hundreds of such corpses, what use would these gods be anymore? Many deities were already preparing to retreat early. This was far too dangerous. They had come to purge the heretic, not to be purged by him. Those Eastern practitioners before had not only failed to weaken this heretic's power but had actually supplied him with corpses. How could this battle possibly be won? Everyone, I suggest we retreat immediately. If this heretic unleashes a horde of corpses soon, combined with that elusive flying machine of his, we might not even be able to escape with our lives. Exactly. The heretic is stronger than ever. Even if we fight to the death, we might not be able to kill him. I believe the omniscient and omnipotent will understand our predicament and won't punish us. Let's get out of here fast. The East is too dangerous. If anyone ever mentions going east again, I'll be the first to turn on them. Damn heretic. To wield such wicked and powerful sorcery is utterly shocking. I suggest we return and deliberate on a long-term strategy. My God. That heretic actually used dark magic to resurrect those corpses? And their power is terrifying? If it comes to a fight, we're already at a disadvantage. Add in the reanimated corpses, what chance do we stand? In the heavens, the Western deities turned pale with fear, their legs trembling. They longed to flee immediately, yet dreaded being the first to leave lest they earn a reputation for cowardice and never regain their standing among the Western gods. Thus, they gritted their teeth, waiting for someone even more timid to make the first move. Only then could they retreat with justification, sparing themselves the shame of being labeled cowards. At that very moment, Jiang Xia on the ground had completed the refinement of the 9th tier cultivator corpses. He clapped his hands, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Even he hadn't anticipated such smooth progress. Perhaps the purple extreme demon fire's temperature was just right, or maybe the materials were perfectly suited. Whatever the reason, all 9 8th tier cultivator corpses had been successfully refined into puppets, retaining at least 90% of their original power. This refinement effort had effectively filled the gap in the Great Xia Empire's high-tier combat strength. Previously, the Empire had only Jiang Xia as its sole powerhouse above the 8th rank, leaving it perpetually vulnerable when facing 8th rank adversaries. Now, however, the Empire possessed 9 puppets comparable to 8th rank cultivators, alongside Jiang Xia's formidable strength. Their defensive capabilities were now solid as a rock. Jiang Xia did not rush to refine the corpse of the 7th tier cultivator. With the second era now fully underway, the utility of 7th tier powerhouses was limited. Blindly refining it risked wasting precious materials. It was wiser to reserve those materials for superior corpses, maximizing their potential. Thank you to all the Yanzas and Ifeis for your golden votes. It's the end of the month. If you have any stored up, please give it your all. I'm begging for a few more golden votes. Chapter 165, The Western Gods Tremble. 9 puppets, gleaming with metallic sheen, their eyes vacant yet radiating an awe-inspiring presence, stood in a row. The Western gods could scarcely believe their eyes. This Eastern heretic truly possessed power that pierced heaven and earth, the ability to nearly perfectly replicate a deceased individual's strength and life. Originally, they had thought their journey east to purge the heretic would be nothing more than a long-distance excursion. They expected to sweep through the region with ease, eliminating the heretic while reaping boundless faith energy. The current situation, however, had left them utterly humiliated. This heretic's power was terrifying, capable of effortlessly slaying 8th tier warriors and facing multiple foes with ease. This left the Western gods, themselves 8th tier beings, feeling a surge of fear. And in the brief moment after the battle ended, this damned heretic had somehow managed to forge 9 corpses, each possessing 8th tier strength. This tipped the scales, already leaning toward the heretic's victory, even further. Originally, they had already been deeply intimidated by Jiang Xia's displayed power. Now, with 9 puppets matching the strength of 8th tier powerhouses, they completely lost their will to fight. These deities began whispering among themselves, debating how this Eastern campaign could possibly end. God, though purifying heresy is our divine duty, this heretic is simply too powerful. He slaughtered so many 8th tier warriors in such a short time. His strength is terrifying. I don't want to lose my life here. Let's retreat. Many joyful days still await us. There's no need to sacrifice our lives for a battle we can never win. God wouldn't want to see his followers die in vain. Even though we outnumber him, this heretic's power is simply too overwhelming. Now he has 9 more formidable corpses as allies. I don't think we stand a chance. We'd be better off retreating quickly. Yeah, that cold stare of his is like 1,000-year-old ice. Just one look from him makes my blood freeze. You guys can fight whoever you want, but I'm outta here. Faced with Jiang Xia's terrifying might, these once proud Western deities were forced to bow their heads in humiliation, discussing their retreat. At that very moment, 2 gazes so piercing they made even these deities tremble, fixed intently upon the Western gods. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar, like a crack of lightning, echoed through the air. Who are you? Sneaking around the outer perimeter of our Great Xia's grand formation, do you intend to attack us? If you wish to attack Great Xia, I advise you to get past me first. Jiang Xia had long discerned the true identities of these deities and had contemplated seizing the moment to eliminate them all. After all, they couldn't possibly have come with good intentions. Might as well kill them and save the trouble for later, right? But single-handedly slaying so many 7th tier, even 8th tier cultivators had taken a tremendous toll. His magical energy was nearly depleted, leaving him in unprecedented weakness. Then, refining the corpses of those 8th tier cultivators into puppets had drained the last remnants of his power. Jiang Xia now found himself in a state of exhaustion he had never known before. Due to overusing the candle dragon's eye, his eyes throbbed intensely, the immense pressure threatening to make him spit blood. In this state, while he could ensure the Western deities wouldn't kill him, protecting the grand formation remained an immense challenge. Although he could now command the puppets to fight after crafting them, the 9 8th tier puppets possessed formidable combat strength. Yet, having just been forged, their actual battlefield efficacy remained uncertain. Jiang Xia did not wish to squander his newly accumulated resources in this battle. After all, the corpses of 8th tier powerhouses were not easily obtained, and the materials required to craft a single golem commanded astronomical costs. The most ideal outcome would be to intimidate these Western deities into submission through sheer force of will, achieving victory without a fight. These Western deities, unaware of his true depth, had only witnessed his battles against cultivators. They would naturally assume he possessed formidable strength, causing them to falter before the fight even began. Jiang Xia understood that these deities possessed lives stretching into an almost endless eternity. Such beings, whether human or divine, harbored a profound dread of death. Therefore, with the right approach, he could drive these Western deities away without shedding a drop of blood. This was precisely why he channeled his last reserves of magical power into his eyes, unleashing 2 terrifying beams of light, and why he roared with a thunderous, holy fury. Hearing Jiang Xia's roar, the Western deity suspended mid-air froze in terror. This damned heretic had indeed concealed his strength. How else could he roar with such piercing power? They had already feared Jiang Xia might still have strength left to deal with them after slaughtering those cultivators, and had long prepared their escape. Now, hearing that resonant roar, their suspicions were confirmed. This heretic was indeed immensely powerful. After enduring such a fierce battle, he still had the energy to forge a golem. Even more terrifying was that after accomplishing all this, he still had reserves left. No wonder he dared to begin crafting puppets immediately after the battle ended. It was likely a deliberate trap, luring their side into attacking. Fortunately, their side had shown wisdom, otherwise, they might already be among the undead, transformed into puppets themselves. I'm not one for idle chatter, and I certainly don't appreciate people failing to answer my questions. He spoke, adopting a posture that suggested he was about to strike. Jiang Xia understood clearly, since he decided to use sheer force to temporarily scare off these Western deities, the best approach was to overwhelm them with his imposing presence. His tone was deliberately harsh, as if he were utterly confident in his plan. His gaze remained piercingly sharp wherever it landed on a deity's face. The deity felt as if their skin were being sliced by a razor. The Western deities were utterly cowed by Jiang Xia's overwhelming presence, trembling in silence. Finally, the deity who had organized this eastern expedition spoke first. He steadied his trembling legs as best he could, his voice tinged with obsequiousness. "Awaken one, I extend God's most exalted greetings to you. We are deities from the west, journeying to the east solely to witness the ancient and renowned history of Huaxia. We harbor no ulterior motives." This deity feared that mentioning the words Eastern Expedition might provoke the heretics below into sudden rebellion, which would spell disaster. "This time, we have come to your east, to see how the people of the east are faring. Now that we've seen enough, I believe it would be best for us to withdraw promptly." Chapter 166, An Unexpected Windfall. Seeing this Western deity speak with such obsequiousness, Jiang Xia felt his heart settle. He was secretly thrilled that his plan had truly worked. Had he not utterly terrified them? How could these arrogant Western deities possibly speak to him with such politeness? Wouldn't they have swarmed him in a frenzied attack long ago? Though he now feared no battle with these Western deities and worried little of their wounds, the risk of harming the great Xia populace within the Grand Formation remained. He refused to gamble with that. Thus, he resolved to stoke the flames further, utterly shattering their resolve. Such sweet talk. Do you think I don't know you intend to purge our great Xia people as heretics? And you Western deities, are you so lacking in manners that you speak to others from on high with such arrogance? Get down here this instant. Jiang Xia's voice, amplified by magic, boomed like a temple bell, radiating a terrifying power that made the deities' eardrums ache. Their apprehension toward Jiang Xia's strength deepened considerably. How could they possibly provoke an entity whose mere sonic waves inflicted such excruciating pain? Dozens of Western deities, without a moment's hesitation, hurriedly descended to the ground. They looked at Jiang Xia with reverence, their tone growing more pious, even changing their address. "Honorable Eastern deity, we did not mean to underestimate you or the East you represent. It was simply that, meeting for the first time, we were a bit awkward. After all, with so many deities gathered here, we feared causing offense or misunderstanding." The leading deity's legs trembled as he struggled to control his tone, careful not to give Jiang Xia any cause for suspicion. Jiang Xia snorted coldly, thinking to himself that if not for his earlier slaughter of those cultivators, which had intimidated these Western deities, they would likely have already charged at him screaming. How could they still be so polite? Oomph. Flattery and deceit. Do you think I'm so easily fooled? A terrifying aura surged around him, causing the surrounding world to shift in color. The ghost soul white bone banner appeared in his hand, its surface shrouded in pitch black demonic energy. Horrifying ghostly faces peered out, emitting waves of wailing and howling. This time, he unleashed every last shred of demonic energy within him, creating an overwhelming aura designed to utterly terrify these Western deities into complete submission. True to form, under this earth-shaking pressure, the already trembling Western deities grew even more terrified. Indeed, this terrifying heretic still had reserves. Everything that had just transpired was a ruse to lure them into attacking first, allowing him to counterattack with righteous justification and then slaughter them. What a cunning heretic! Overwhelmed by Jiang Xia's terrifying power, the Western deities began to ponder, how could they possibly satisfy this dreadful heretic? How could they persuade this heretic to spare them? Moments later, the leading deity steeled himself and stepped forward. "Honored Eastern deity, we admire your might and offer our apologies for our rash actions. To demonstrate our sincerity, I offer you a divine sword I have worn for millennia as a token of our friendship." As he spoke, he held his hands out flat. A sacred aura surged from his palms, and a massive Western sword of ancient design slowly coalesced in his hands. Once the sword materialized, the leader extended his arms forward, his eyes filled with reluctance. This was the divine blade he had wielded for millennia, accompanying him through countless battles and slaying innumerable heretics. Now, he could only bear to part with it. Though Jiang Xia knew nothing of the sword's origins, he instantly recognized it was no ordinary blade. The terrifying divine power swirling around its blade reached an astonishing level. It must be a famed artifact even in the West. An unexpected bonus? He had originally planned to bluff his way through, frightening these Western deities away. Once his condition recovered, if they dared return, he wouldn't mind adding more nourishment to his ghostly white bone banner. Yet, he hadn't anticipated his own aura proving so overwhelming that it had literally scared these Western deities into offering up their sacred sword. The sword's material was clearly top-notch. Whether for forging new puppets or crafting other weapons and equipment, it would be an excellent choice. Now that's more like it. Remember this well, don't come to our Great Xia lightly. You're not welcome here. Jiang Xia snorted coldly. Amidst the deity's pained gazes, he snatched the divine blade. The next instant, the ghostly skeleton banner stirred, and the sword vanished into its folds. Though his tone remained stiff, the Western deities keenly sensed a slight easing in Jiang Xia's killing intent, filling them with wild elation. Gift-giving truly worked. Esteemed Eastern deity, I wish to present you with a fragment of heavenly spirit essence I discovered by chance, as a token of our friendship. I am willing to share the cultivation resources my followers have offered me with you, my good friend. During my travels, I stumbled upon a celestial meteorite containing astonishing energy. I've never brought myself to absorb it. Since we share such a deep connection, I offer it to you. These Western deities, utterly terrified, clamored to present their treasures, resources, and prized possessions to Jiang Xia as gifts to forge an alliance. Jiang Xia accepted all without hesitation. These Western deities had never harbored pure intentions. Had his magic power been sufficient, he would have slain them long ago and forged them into puppets. Why waste words with them now? For now, he'd take their offerings as interest. Should they meet again in the future, he'd slaughter them, then no need to rush. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll remember your trespass into Great Xia this time. Dare to do it again, and I'll cut you down without mercy. As Jiang Xia spoke, his surroundings quickly filled with valuable items. A slab of heavenly jade marrow as large as a table, shimmering with strange light, an extraterrestrial meteorite that appeared incredibly hard, and all sorts of bizarre treasures enough to hold a small auction. Without a shred of courtesy, he flicked his ghostly white bone banner, gathering all the valuable items to himself. Now, get out of my sight. If I see any of you again, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Xia snorted coldly, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon the multitude of deities to the west. As if granted a pardon, these deities swiftly rose into the air and flew off toward the western horizon. Watching their figures vanish from sight, Jiang Xia exhaled a long breath. Holding out this long had been no easy feat. Had he lingered any longer, his cover would have blown? In the sky, the Western deities flying away wore faces dark as storm clouds, their expressions so grim they seemed ready to rain. This Eastern campaign had been nothing short of a humiliating defeat. Faced with the heretics' overwhelming power, they had been forced to surrender their treasures just to save their lives. Some deities with meager resources had even given away their own weapons to that heretic. But what choice did they have? Better than losing their lives, right? The Western deities who had arrived with such arrogance now retreated in disgrace. Not only did their flesh ache, but their hearts bled as they embarked on the journey back to the west. Chapter 167, The Dragon Alligator's Ascension, Nesting. Outside the Great Formation, Jiang Xia watched the Western deities' desolate retreating figures, a mocking smile curling his lips. These Western deities had come to Great Xia with great fanfare to purge the heretic, only to find not only their mission failed, but some had even gifted their personal weapons to him. This near failure should serve as a lesson for these Western deities, deterring them from attacking Great Xia again anytime soon. Meanwhile, he could use this time to develop Great Xia thoroughly, ensuring its advantageous position throughout the Second Era. Even Jiang Xia didn't know if other eras would follow after the Second Era. From any perspective, enhancing his own strength and that of the Great Xia Empire was entirely beneficial, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Within the Great Formation, the people of Daxia witnessed Jiang Xia's extortion of those Western deities with astonishment. Had Chief Engineer Zhang's power truly reached such heights? Not only did he effortlessly slay those 7th-tier and even 8th-tier cultivators, but he could also subdue his enemies without fighting, terrifying those Western deities into voluntarily offering treasures and begging for his forgiveness? The gathered Daxia populace gazed at Jiang Xia's figure, murmuring among themselves. Chief Master Jiang is truly peerlessly powerful. Even those Western deities were scared out of their wits, offering treasures and fleeing. Having a figure like Chief Master Jiang in our Great Xia is truly a blessing for our nation. Of course. What right do those Western deities have to be compared to Grandmaster Jiang? If not for his benevolence, he'd have slaughtered them all today, using their flesh and blood to cultivate demonic arts. I think crafting puppets is the better option. With 1,000 or 2 8th-tier puppets, we could easily sweep across the entire blue star. Those damned Western bird men never cease plotting against our Great Xia. Sooner or later, under Master John's leadership, we'll crush the West and twist that old fool Trump's head off to kick it like a ball. Jiang Xia's mere presence frightened away numerous Western deities, boosting the faith of the Great Xia populace to unprecedented heights. They eagerly anticipated the day when all the evils inflicted upon Great Xia by the West would be repaid in full, with interest. After confirming the Western deities would not return, Jiang Xia activated the magic communication array. In an instant, his figure reappeared beside the spirit eye tree. The 5 elements heaven-sealing demon-binding array could not withstand the attacks of an 8th-tier powerhouse, a fact confirmed during the previous angelic descent. Yet the dragon turtle was born the ultimate array specialist. Jiang Xia surmised that with its reinforcement, the array would no longer fear 8th-tier assaults, becoming impregnable. This formation was the greatest safeguard for hundreds of millions of Xia citizens, and it was also the most pressing challenge Jiang Xia sought to resolve at this stage. That was why he had been nurturing the newly hatched baby dragon all this time, hoping it would grow up quickly. Fortunately, as a heavenly spirit seed, the young dragon's growth was progressing well. It had already attained 4th-tier strength. While it couldn't play a decisive role at this stage, given time, it would add another layer of security for the Great Xia. The moment Jiang Xia touched down, a tiny, serpentine head suddenly emerged from a muddy pit beside the spirit eye tree. A pair of jet black eyes, like little black beans, gazed in his direction. It was the young dragon he had been nurturing. Upon recognizing Jiang Xia, the young dragon's tiny eyes flashed with excitement. It scrambled out of the pit and crawled toward him, its small head gently rubbing against his leg. Jiang Xia bent down, gently stroking the dragon's back, where a tortoise shell adorned with intricate patterns lay. His eyes brimmed with anticipation. After obtaining this dragon egg, he had pored over countless ancient texts, striving to uncover the optimal path for nurturing the young dragon. The dragon's back, covered in scales resembling a turtle shell, contained peculiar array power. Used correctly, it could infinitely enhance the potency of any formation. The method for determining a dragon's strength was also quite simple. Observe how many of the 9 star-like points on its back lit up. Currently, 4 tiny points of light glowed on the young dragon's back. With a flick of his thoughts, the ghostly white bone banner materialized in his hand. Instantly, the corpse of an 8th-tier ferocious beast appeared on the ground. Upon seeing this carcass, which dwarfed itself by an unimaginable margin, the young dragon's tiny eyes flashed with a distinctly human-like gleam of excitement. Its tiny front paws clamped down fiercely on the beast's corpse, while its serpentine jaws sank deep into the flesh, tearing viciously. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia took advantage of this moment to tally the spoils from extorting the Western deities. Earlier, those Western deities had scrambled to offer their treasures one after another, leaving him no time to even glance at what goodies they'd brought. After an unknown period, staring at the beast's skeleton only remains, Jiang Xia was secretly startled. Truly worthy of its reputation as a heavenly spirit seed, such a tiny body could devour so much beast flesh. Having consumed the entire 8th-tier beast, the little dragon turtle retracted its 4 tiny legs and head into its shell, falling into a brief slumber. After an unknown period, an unusual celestial phenomenon caught Jiang Xia's attention. Dark clouds churned in the sky, unleashing bolts of thunder as thick as water barrels that crashed relentlessly onto the little dragon. Pain flashed in its eyes. Though Jiang Xia possessed the power to absorb every strike, he chose not to intervene. Celestial beasts, blessed with unique divine gifts, drew the heavens' jealousy. Each trial subjected them to thunderous strikes. Should he shield the young dragon, it might seem helpful, but it would cap its potential, a trade-off not worth the cost. After about 15 minutes, the thunder slowly dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. The young dragon now not only possessed a significantly larger body but also radiated an exceptionally formidable aura. Jiang Xia could tell the young alligator dragon now possessed 6th-tier strength. Combined with its seemingly endless array of techniques, it might even be able to go toe-to-toe with some 7th-tier powerhouses. The newly advanced young dragon was immensely excited. Stretching its stubby limbs, it returned to the earthen pit where it had first appeared. A powerful aura of heaven and earth spirit energy instantly enveloped it, and branches formed entirely from spirit energy slowly took shape. Is it building a nest? Watching the young dragon's actions, Jiang Xia murmured in disbelief. Ancient texts stated that after reaching the 7th tier, dragon turtles would begin using spiritual energy as material to build nests while gaining the ability to organize spiritual veins. But why was this young dragon starting to build a nest at the 6th tier? Amidst his confusion, Jiang Xia sensed the spiritual veins around the spirit eye tree shifting slowly, as if combed by an invisible hand, neat and orderly. At that very moment, the spiritual energy within the heavens and earth grew vibrant. What had been sparse spiritual energy now surged forth in abundance. Spiritual energy was reviving once more. Chapter 168, Spirit Energy Tide, the Great Wave of Universal Advancement. As the young dragon's nest grew more elaborate, Jiang Xia sensed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth becoming plentiful and solid at an utterly terrifying speed. Truly worthy of being called a divine creature of heaven and earth, possessing such a miraculous aspect. Jiang Xia watched the young dragon quietly building its nest and thought to himself. With this revival of spiritual energy, how many more citizens of the Great Xia Empire would see their strength enhanced? This could place the empire in a favorable position when facing the second era, and even the potential third or fourth eras that might follow. Within the Grand Formation, in a secluded realm, an awakened warrior had just slain a ferocious beast, his stamina pushed to the brink of collapse. This ferocious beast was simply too powerful. Even with his entire small team fighting with their lives on the line, they couldn't fully match its terrifying strength. The support member, responsible for buffing allies, lay collapsed on the ground, too exhausted even to move. The warrior who had absorbed the beast's attacks was covered in wounds from its relentless assaults. As the final moment arrived, the assassin launched a desperate strike, finally slaying the beast. But when they turned around, they saw more beasts closing in. Were they going to die here? The awakened warrior gazed at the surging horde of beasts, his eyes burning with intense reluctance. He had just reached level 40, gaining some self-defense capabilities. Just as he was preparing to contribute to the Great Xia's development, he encountered this damned beast. Though he had slain the beast at any cost, he no longer possessed the strength to rise. Roar! A golden-furred beast resembling a cheetah, its limbs like metal, stomped powerfully toward the awakened. The foul stench emanating from its mouth already filled the nostrils of these cultivators. The cheetah-like beast moved with blinding speed, appearing before the awakened cultivator in the blink of an eye. A 7th-tier beast possessed intelligence rivaling humans. Having witnessed the entire previous battle, this cheetah-like creature knew instinctively that the seemingly frail human was actually the most formidable opponent. Its priority was to eliminate this assassin first. It opened its gaping maw and lunged viciously at the awakener's throat. It could already taste the sweetness of blood. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. A dense, almost liquid-like aura of heaven and earth spirit energy instantly filled the sky. The awakened ones who had been slumped on the ground moments before suddenly felt as if they'd been injected with a powerful stimulant, surging with frenzied strength. Whoosh! The assassin, now rejuvenated, vanished like a phantom from its original spot, leaving the leopard-like beast with its gaping maw lunging at thin air. Simultaneously, the warrior previously battered and on the brink of collapse suddenly surged forward. His 1.5-meter-long greatsword slammed into the beast's skull, cleaving it cleanly. The support, no longer weak and exhausted, swiftly cast various buffs on his teammates. A complete combat squad was formed once more. The warrior, sword in hand, glared menacingly at the beast across from him. The assassin vanished from his spot, searching for the perfect moment to deliver the fatal blow, while the other teammates readied themselves. Swish! A dagger, thin as a cicada's wing and engraved with intricate patterns, plunged deep into the beast's skull. With a violent twist, it scrambled its brains into a pulp, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Other beasts nearby, hoping to take advantage of the situation, panicked at the sight of the squad suddenly regaining their fighting strength and scattered in all directions. The surviving squad members huddled together, tears welling in their eyes. Thank goodness, we're not dead. This surge of spiritual energy came at the perfect moment. I feel power coursing through my entire body. Wait, did I actually level up? The warrior raised his thick arm, flexing his bulging muscles. To his astonishment, he realized he had gained 16 levels during the battle. Defeating a powerful beast and advancing 16 levels at once, it was truly a double blessing. I leveled up 13 times too. No wonder I felt so powerful. The team's support, a delicate-featured girl, blinked her large eyes, her fair face radiant with astonishment. Moments ago, she had nearly depleted all her magic power trying to save her comrades, facing certain death. Yet unexpectedly, this surge of primordial energy had arrived, rescuing the entire squad. I leveled up 15 times too. This spiritual energy is so incredibly dense, it's pouring into my body without needing any magical guidance. I've never encountered anything like this before. If we could have this much spiritual energy every day, I reckon I could level up another 15 times by the end of the month. The usually talkative assassin, having narrowly escaped death and now leveling up, wore a look of pure excitement across his gaunt face, his words flowing freely. What are you thinking? This is already pretty good. Otherwise, we'd all have died here. The warrior's nature was more pragmatic. This surge of spiritual energy had resolved a significant problem for them. It was more than enough. Elsewhere, Bai Xiuhe sat cross-legged on the outskirts of a battlefield littered with fierce beasts, restoring his stamina. Their squad had just endured a fierce battle. Li Yanyan, responsible for buffing her teammates, now lay sprawled nearby like a broken sack, moaning softly. The battle had drained every last bit of her mana. She couldn't even be bothered to move a finger now. Jiang Xia stood precariously, his massive sword planted in the ground for support. He scanned the surroundings with a fierce gaze, wary of any lurking beasts. Just then, an incredibly dense aura of spiritual energy began to swirl around them. Instantly, the group felt the magic within their bodies surge with excitement, greedily absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Soon, a notification window appeared before Bai Xiuhe's eyes. Congratulations, user Bai Xiuhe, you have leveled up to level 53. Upon seeing the notification, Bai Xiuhe leapt up in excitement. I just leveled up 12 times. I'm already level 53. Li Yanyan, Zhang Kai, Shui Chang, and the others all rushed to congratulate Bai Xiuhe upon hearing the news. Among their group, Bai Xiuhe possessed the greatest talent and advanced the fastest. She was already 3 levels ahead of them, and now she'd just gained 10 levels in one go? Wait, I leveled up 10 times too. Zhang Kai, forgetting the greatsword in his hands, laughed and hugged Shui Chang beside him. Get off me. Like you're the only one who leveled up. I just jumped 12 levels, did I get this excited? Li Yanyan, the support player who had remained silent, finally broke into a delighted smile. As the team's support, she had always been the weakest link. While everyone else had surpassed level 40, she had stagnated at level 39 for an extended period without advancing. Now, she had finally reached level 50, catching up with her teammates. I leveled up too. Now I can finally help everyone better. Li Yanyan jumped up and down excitedly, shouting in celebration. Scenes like this could be seen in nearly every corner of Great Xia. Countless awakened ones had their lives saved from ferocious beasts by this surge of revived celestial energy, while many others had advanced another level. Chapter 169, Secret Realm Disturbance, Suspected 9th Tier Ferocious Beast. Beside the Spirit Eye Tree, Jiang Xia hovered in midair, observing the situation within the array through the 5 elements heaven-encompassing formation. The benefits of this spiritual energy revival for the awakened individuals of Great Xia were undeniable. Based on his recent observations, most awakened individuals had seen significant power increases, some rising nearly 20 levels, while others gained around 10 levels at minimum. The extent of this growth primarily depended on their innate talent. Take the Baixioha squad he had encountered earlier. Baixioha, possessing the greatest innate talent, had risen 13 levels, while the others hovered around 10 levels. This was the power of innate talent. This calculation didn't even factor in the fact that Baixioha was already the highest level member of the squad, requiring vastly greater quantities of spiritual energy and experience points to level up. The growth in these awakened one's strength filled him with satisfaction. Now that the second era had officially begun, the enemies and dangers they would face would be far more terrifying than those of the first era. Daxia achieved tremendous success in the first phase, leaving Western nations far behind in both the quantity and quality of its awakened. Now, as the second era commenced, maintaining this advantage depended heavily on the number and strength of Daxia's awakened. To prevent these awakened from encountering danger or obstacles during their advancement, his psychic energy remained intensely focused, constantly monitoring conditions within the Grand Formation. Should any awakened face mortal peril, he could immediately utilize the formation's built-in teleportation system to provide support. Jiang Xia's mindset had always diverged from the West's. The West valued only those awakened who could benefit the Eagle Nation or the entire Western world, treating the masses, even ordinary awakened, as expendable appendages. They would even sacrifice lives to curry favor with monstrous beasts. Jiang Xia held such actions in utter contempt. The surging spiritual energy continued to intensify, enabling more and more awakened ones to enhance their power. Jiang Xia roughly estimated that during this spiritual energy revival, the number of awakened ones who benefited and advanced in rank was no less than several 100,000. This meant that when facing the second era, the Great Xia Empire would have even greater confidence. Seeing that all the awakened within the Great Formation had safely weathered this wave of spiritual energy revival, Jiang Xia's heart finally settled. After stretching lazily, he sat cross-legged in midair, his hands forming an arcane posture as he entered a state of cultivation. Though he appeared triumphant, having swiftly slain numerous cultivators and driven away Western deities sent to purge heretics with his overwhelming aura, only he knew the grueling toll it had taken. Overusing the candle dragon's eye had caused his eyes to swell painfully, as if straining to burst from their sockets, even beginning to bleed. His demonic energy was depleted to the point of exhaustion, and intense pain swept through his entire body. Even some hidden injuries had surfaced. Had he not cleverly frightened off those Western deities earlier, combat would have been inevitable. While death might have been avoided, injury was certain, and those hidden wounds would have been far more severe. Though seemingly insignificant, if not properly addressed, such injuries could easily become latent threats to future cultivation progress. Jiang Xia understood this principle well, which was precisely why he had endured the pain and spared those Western deities. More critical than the hidden injuries was the fact that the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding array could not withstand the assault of an 8th-tier expert. It would shatter in no time. Once the array collapsed, what would become of the entire populace of Great Xia? The current outcome was arguably the best possible result. Soon, he entered a state of cultivation. Streams of pure celestial energy surged into his meridians, like river water crashing against a dam, repairing the damage inflicted on his meridians by continuous combat. Heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, naturally formed in this world, could not only be used for combat but also possessed powerful healing capabilities. Ordinary injuries could be completely healed with just a few flushes of this energy. After about an hour, Jiang Xia halted his cultivation and slowly rose to his feet. In that brief hour, he had channeled demonic energy, harnessing the celestial and terrestrial chi to circulate through his body several times. He felt his condition had greatly improved. More remarkably, his meridians had grown exceptionally resilient. Within each blue vein channel, blood flowed abundantly and steadily. Beyond this, his cultivation level had risen by 3 tiers. Master, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars, freeze chaotic void, ignore cultivation gaps for 1 minute. Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, whose power scales with the user's level. Divine ability, Purple Extreme Demon Fire, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate the blazing sun, and consume the primordial starry sky. Path certifying artifact, Een Soul White Bone Banner evolves continuously by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, Sacred Burning True Demon Scripture unique. Level 77 Bloodline awakened 3 times. Class Demon Cultivator. Inventory Corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Whirlwind Turtle Shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped Sky Darting Shuttle equipped Spirit Eye Tree Plantable Materialization Permission exchangeable 5-colored Divine Gold. A notification window appeared before Jiang Xia. Leveled up 3 times. Not bad. Feeling the surging demonic energy within him more potent than ever before, he murmured to himself with satisfaction. Slaying so many 7th tier and even 8th tier powerhouses in one fell swoop had granted him fresh insights, further elevating his strength. The sudden revival of spiritual energy had also greatly benefited Jiang Xia. Although he had only advanced 3 levels, the difficulty involved far exceeded that of the awakened one who had risen 20 levels within the grand formation. After all, the higher one's strength, the harder it was to advance. Not only did it require vast amounts of spiritual energy and experience points, but crucially, one needed the relevant insights. Otherwise, even if all other conditions were met, advancement remained impossible. As Jiang Xia savored the satisfaction of slaying the cultivator and the gains from the spiritual energy revival deep within the secret realms scattered throughout the grand formation, a series of frenzied roars shook the entire secret realm to its core. Roar! Wah! Hiss! Merely hearing these ferocious beasts' roars made the awakened beings within the secret realm feel their legs tremble. They had encountered 7th tier beasts before, and their terrifying presence and formidable power had already left them struggling to cope. Yet these beasts lurking deep within the secret realm hadn't even revealed themselves yet. Their roars alone carried such overwhelming might. Just how powerful could they possibly be? The awakened within the secret realm hurriedly gathered, guarding against the beasts' attacks while discussing in terror. Good heavens! What tier are these beasts deep within the secret realm? Why do they feel far more powerful than any sovereign tier or even 7th tier beasts I've ever encountered? The strongest beasts in previous secret realms were 7th tier. Now that the second era has begun, they can't possibly be 7th tier anymore. I suspect these might be 8th tier beasts. What do? We needed teamwork just to defeat 7th tier beasts. 8th tier beasts would kill us. What's there to fear? With Chief Engineer Jiang here, he'll definitely figure out a way. Chapter 170 Hidden Concerns, Monsters Breeding. Panicked citizens debated how to confront these terrifying beasts more fearsome than 7th tier monsters that had suddenly appeared deep within the secret realm, while simultaneously relaying the news up the chain of command. Such a major incident within the secret realm was beyond their authority to handle. They would leave the decision to the higher-ups in the Imperial Capital. Imperial Capital, Elder Chen's office. Old Chen stared at the mountain of situation reports piled before him, his brow deeply furrowed. Since the dawn of the second era, first cultivators assaulted the Great Array, then Western deities came for a brief visit before slinking away in disgrace, and now beasts surpassing 7th tier. If those beasts surpassing the 7th rank successfully matured within the secret realm and broke through, the citizens of the Great Xia within would be in grave danger. After all, the awakened individuals currently within the secret realm could barely manage to slay 7th tier beasts through teamwork. An 8th tier beast would be far too formidable for them. What worried Elder Chen most was whether any beasts beyond the 8th rank lurked in the depths of the secret realm. After witnessing Jiang Xia's battle with the cultivators, Elder Chen was convinced that Jiang Xia could defeat an 8th tier powerhouse. But this raised 2 new questions. What if there were too many 8th tier beasts? Could Jiang Xia handle them all? What if by some chance a beast surpassing the 8th rank, reaching the 9th rank, truly emerged among these beasts? What then? Could Jiang Xia defeat it? Old Chen set aside the materials in his hands, stood up, and paced back and forth in his office, pondering how to address the current situation. After a long while, Old Chen abruptly halted, murmuring to himself, "Why am I sitting here speculating when I should be asking Comrade Jiang Xia himself? Doesn't he know best whether he can defeat an 8th tier or even a 9th tier beast?" At this thought, the furrow that had creased Old Chen's brow finally relaxed slightly. He strode quickly to his desk and picked up the communicator. Beside the Spirit Eye Tree, Jiang Xia was feeding the young dragon with the flesh and blood of an 8th tier ferocious beast. After recuperating, his physical condition had returned to peak form. Thanks to the revival of spiritual energy, he had even advanced 2 levels. Jiang Xia believed that if he faced those cultivators again, he could slaughter them all without the same grueling effort as last time, sustaining far less damage. The young dragon pressed both claws onto the shoulder of an 8th tier ferocious beast resembling a wild boar. Its serpentine maw snapped open, biting down on a chunk of flesh and tearing it off with a savage rip. Without any visible chewing motion, it tilted its neck back, and the basketball-sized piece of bloody beast meat vanished into its stomach. Having ascended 2 tiers, the young dragon's body had grown from basketball size to ping-pong table dimensions. 6 luminous points now glowed on its back, and a startlingly terrifying aura now swirled around its entire form. Jiang Xia watched the young dragon devouring its meal with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. Once it advanced another level, he could begin reinforcing the grand formation. By then, even an 8th tier powerhouse wouldn't stand a chance against the 5 elements heaven-sealing demon binding formation. Just then, Jiang Xia felt a vibration in his pocket. He pulled out the communicator and pressed the switch. Old Chen's voice came through the device. Comrade Jiang, you're aware that many beasts surpassing the 7th tier have recently appeared in the secret realm, right? Come over. We need to discuss how best to handle this. Jiang Xia nodded and immediately agreed. Even if Elder Chen hadn't contacted him, he had already planned to seek out Elder Chen to discuss how to resolve the matters within the secret realm. With a thought, the sky-darting sled materialized in his hand. The next moment, Jiang Xia stepped onto it and soared toward the imperial capital. Before long, the sky-skipper descended within the imperial capital, and Jiang Xia's figure materialized in the conference chamber. Old Chen and the other elders had been waiting there for some time. Seeing Jiang Xia arrive, they immediately welcomed him with excitement. Comrade Jiang, you finally arrived. A powerful ferocious beast has appeared in the secret realm, and we're deeply concerned for the safety of the awakened. Indeed. They are the pillars of Great Xia. If devoured by these beasts, the nation would suffer immense loss. What's going on? We just finished off a 7th tier beast, and now one even stronger than that has appeared? How can we possibly eliminate them all? We'd better figure out how to protect those awakened ones. We can't let them get eaten by the beasts. Several elders surrounded Jiang Xia, chattering away in a flurry of discussion. Quiet, everyone. I invited Comrade Jiang here for his advice. He's already aware of the situation, no need to repeat yourselves. Let's hear Comrade Jiang's opinion first. Upon hearing Old Chen speak, the other elders tacitly fell silent. Old Chen patted the seat beside him, gesturing for Jiang Xia to come sit down. Jiang Xia accepted the invitation without hesitation and took his seat beside Old Chen. His cold, piercing gaze swept over the elders before he finally spoke slowly. Now that the second era has begun, the emergence of beasts surpassing the 7th rank is only natural. There's no need for excessive worry. The most pressing issue now is ensuring the safety of the awakened within the secret realms. My proposal is this: I will venture deep into the secret realms to slay those beasts surpassing the 7th rank. They should still be in their gestation phase, so their power shouldn't be too outrageous. Let's eliminate a batch before they fully mature. If, during my hunt, beasts in other secret realms grow stronger, immediately evacuate the awakened within those realms. Do not engage these beasts head-on. After hearing this, the elders, including Elder Chen, all wore embarrassed smiles. Since the first phase of the secret realm opened, Jiang Xia had consistently led from the front, reserving all the most arduous and perilous tasks for himself. It could be said that without Jiang Xia's sacrifices, the Great Xia Empire wouldn't have achieved its current unrivaled comprehensive strength. Now, with the second phase of the secret realm underway, it seemed Jiang Xia would once again be the sole one charging into battle, facing the immense dangers that lay ahead. Comrade Jiang. A flicker of emotion passed through Elder Chen's aged eyes as he asked with concern, how confident are you in defeating an 8th tier or even higher tier ferocious beast? The other elders also watched Jiang Xia with expectant gazes, awaiting his response. Jiang Xia pondered. His current strength had reached a bottleneck, unlikely to advance significantly in the short term. To boost his power quickly, he needed to level up as much as possible and fully activate his Candle Dragon bloodline, a process demanding vast amounts of experience points and beast flesh. What method could gather experience points and beast flesh faster than exterminating beasts? A mere 8th tier ferocious beast? He wasn't incapable of defeating it. Kill it. After a long moment, under the eager gazes of the elders, Jiang Xia slowly spoke. For beasts below 8th rank, I have absolute confidence. After all, among the cultivators I've slain before, 9 possessed 8th rank strength. And the Western deities I scared off were also largely of 8th rank power. As for 9th tier beasts, I cannot say. I've never witnessed one firsthand to know their true strength. Chapter 171, Clearing the Secret Realm. The future of Great Xia once again rested upon this young man's shoulders. Jiang Xia was about to confront unknown dangers once more, venturing deep into the secret realm to slay 8th tier beasts or even those surpassing that tier, buying time and space for Great Xia. Old Chen and the other elders felt their eyes grow moist. Comrade Jiang, the future of Great Xia rests upon you. Please return safely. Indeed, the future of Great Xia rests on your shoulders. Take care of yourself. The entire Great Xia stands as your strongest backing. Should you need anything, we old folks will sell everything we own to get it for you. Hearing the heartfelt concern from these elders, Jiang Xia felt a surge of emotion. Yet he gave no outward sign, merely nodding lightly before stepping through the gate. The sky-darting sled flashed by, and his figure vanished into the skies above the imperial capital. Deep within the imperial capital's secret realm, Jiang Xia, wielding the 7-star 9-section staff in his left hand and the ghostly white bone banner in his right, with the creation immortal furnace strapped to his back, stared intently at the vast horde of 8th tier beasts and even those surpassing 8th tier before him. He silently marveled at his own good fortune for arriving early. Among these beasts, many had successfully matured. Deep within the secret realm, they fought each other, devouring their prey to satisfy their hunger while simultaneously increasing their own strength. In many areas, powerful auras permeated the air as formidable beasts were being born. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia began a bloody massacre. If he didn't eliminate these beasts before they fully matured, was he supposed to wait until they became a force to be reckoned with? That would be far too late. Purple lightning bolts as thick as houses slammed down upon the beasts still in their nascent stages. With almost no resistance, the purple lightning instantly reduced countless beasts to ashes. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating 114,206 ferocious beasts. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating an 8th tier ferocious beast X11455. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating a near 8th tier ferocious beast X1178922. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating a 7th tier ferocious beast X16612. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating an 8th tier ferocious beast X14116. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for defeating a sovereign tier ferocious beast X13118. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester for reaching level 77. Congratulations to the soul hidden beta tester, leveled up to 78. The system's voice echoed in his ears once more, yet Jiang Xia's movements showed no sign of slowing. These unhatched 8th tier beasts were nothing short of natural experience points. After just a short while of hunting, his level had already jumped 2 tiers. Where else could one find such a lucrative opportunity? Now that the second era had begun, maintaining Great Xia's supremacy required unmatched strength above all else. Just as he prepared to strike again, clearing away these unhatched beasts, a colossal ice pillar dozens of meters thick crashed down toward his body. With a flash of movement, he narrowly dodged the attack. Stabilizing his stance, Jiang Xia looked up to see a fierce beast resembling a crocodile, its entire body encased in what appeared to be millennia-old mystical ice, glaring at him menacingly. This crocodile-like beast stretched dozens of zhang in length, its entire body encased in frost, as if clad in scales made of ice. With its appearance, Jiang Xia could even feel the surrounding air temperature steadily dropping. A beast capable of altering the weather around it possessed terrifying strength. It was likely no ordinary 8th tier beast, showing signs of advancing toward the 9th tier. The beast's gaze fixed on Jiang Xia, brimming with fury and venomous hatred. Its eyes also darted repeatedly toward the half-formed beast eggs behind Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia surmised that those eggs might belong to this beast. His intention to destroy them had drawn its wrath. With a thought, the sky-darting shuttle materialized beside him. A flash of light later, Jiang Xia's figure appeared mid-air. This crocodile-like beast seemed incapable of flight, making an aerial attack likely more effective. As Jiang Xia moved, the crocodile-like beast reacted. Roar! The beast let out an earth-shaking roar, unleashing countless ice blocks the size of water vats from the sky. These ice blocks varied in shape, each radiating a cold glint. A direct hit would undoubtedly shatter bones and tear tendons. The sky-darting shuttle flickered repeatedly, evading the dense barrage. Behind it, the fate-forging immortal furnace suddenly swelled to the size of a small mountain. Within, multicolored spiritual energy and pitch-black demonic energy intertwined, radiating terrifying fluctuations. Jiang Xia's eyes instantly turned gray, a terrifying light flashing through them. The Candle Dragon's Eye. The ferocious beasts below, which had been manipulating the ice to attack Jiang Xia, were unexpectedly seized by the Candle Dragon's Eye. In his left hand, the 7-star 9-section staff flashed with light. Countless dark clouds instantly formed in the sky, emitting heart-stopping fluctuations. Purple lightning bolts as thick as mountains crashed down from the heavens, striking the crocodile-like beast with a deafening roar, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning flesh. At that very moment, the divine creation furnace moved, smashing down fiercely upon the beast's head. Boom! 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 The beast on the ground was stunned by this barrage of attacks. Ice crystals danced across its body as blue blood gushed forth. Having landed a successful strike, Jiang Xia showed no mercy. He relentlessly channeled the lightning, unleashing furious strikes upon the beast, while the divine creation furnace continued its relentless hammering on its head. After an unknown duration, the beast's vitality grew increasingly faint. Jiang Xia finally halted his assault, observing the creature's condition. Its condition now defied description as mere misery. Not a single intact spot remained on its body. Its original scales had been utterly shattered by the divine creation furnace, reduced to scattered fragments across the ground. Its body bore countless blackened scars from lightning strikes, an utterly hideous sight. The sky-darting shuttle flashed, appearing above the beast's head, and the ghostly white bone banner extended at that moment. A prompt sounded in his ear. Congratulations, exclusive beta tester. You have slain the frost crocodile and gained 1,758,978 EXP. Congratulations, soul hidden beta tester. Your level has increased to 79. Owner, Jiang Xia. Talents, Candle Dragon Bloodline Unique Candle Dragon's Eye eyes open, daylight eyes closed, chaos. Can invert sun, moon, and stars freeze chaotic void ignore cultivation gaps. Duration, 1 minute Candle Dragon manifestation. Can briefly summon a fragment of the primordial Candle Dragon's avatar, power determined by user's level. Reversal of yin yang briefly distorts space and time, disrupting the natural order of yin and yang. Divine power, purple extreme demon flame, the signature flame of a demonic realm titan. When perfected, it can overwhelm the cosmos, incinerate blazing suns, and consume primordial starfields. Path-attaining artifact, soul-devouring white bone banner evolves continuously by consuming flesh, blood, and souls. Legacy, sacred demon burning scripture unique. Level, 79 bloodline capable of 4 awakenings. Class, demon cultivator. Inventory, corpse of a monstrous beast plus. Damaged spiral turtle shield equipped 7-star 9-section staff equipped sky darting shuttle equipped. Materialization permission, exchangeable. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He was but a step away from reaching level 80 and fully awakening his candle dragon bloodline. Grand finale. With leveling up within reach, Jiang Xia was overjoyed as he relentlessly continued slaughtering both successful and failed beast incubations deep within the secret realm. After 2 level ups, his strength surged once more, making the process of slaying beasts even smoother. 8th tier beasts were no match for him, swiftly slaughtered in short order. The notification chimes in his ears never ceased. Congratulations, Soul Hidden Beta Tester, for defeating Sovereign Tier Ferocious Beast X13000001. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating Tier 8 Ferocious Beast X171114. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating Lord Tier Monsters X118888A2. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester for defeating the Transcendent Beast X10009. As one ferocious beast after another fell at his feet, his aura surged once more. Congratulations to the Soul Hidden Beta Tester. Leveled up to 80. The Candle Dragon Bloodline can now undergo its 4th awakening. 4 awakenings? A flicker of excitement danced in Jiang Xia's eyes. His current strength already allowed him to effortlessly slay 8th tier beasts. What kind of power would he attain with one more awakening? Seeing the system panel confirm the Bloodline's readiness for a 4th awakening, Jiang Xia hesitated no longer and clicked to proceed. The familiar sensation returned. Jiang Xia immediately summoned the creation immortal furnace, positioning it above his head to withstand the terrifying heavenly thunder. After enduring 9 terrifying bolts of heavenly thunder, he exhaled a long breath. This was his 4th awakening. He was practically an expert by now. After the successful awakening, Jiang Xia couldn't wait to feel the changes within himself. He felt the demonic shadow within him growing at an astonishing rate. From a humanoid form shrouded in black mist and purple flames, it gradually expanded, muscles bulging as the black mist and purple flames radiated outward, resembling a deity standing tall between heaven and earth. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense another qualitative leap in his bloodline. Not only the Candle Dragon's blood, but also the time-freezing power of the Candle Dragon's eye and the might of the Candle Dragon's Dharma form had all ascended to a new tier. Finally succeeded, cost me half my life. Jiang Xia muttered to himself as he turned his gaze toward a narrow path deep within the secret realm. A terrifying aura slowly enveloped his entire body. He had sensed it before. At the end of that path, lurking in the deepest recesses of the secret realm, was an existence of unimaginable terror. Judging by that terrifying pressure, it might very well be the legendary 9th tier ferocious beast. With his bloodline fully awakened, Jiang Xia was confident he could now stand his ground against a 9th rank fiendish beast. Without hesitation, the sky-darting shuttle flashed with light and shot straight toward the deepest part of the secret realm. Roar! A furious roar pierced Jiang Xia's ears, causing him to momentarily lose his bearings. What had he just heard? Why did it sound like a dragon's cry? Dragons, legendary beings said to possess supreme magical power and overwhelming strength. But how could a dragon exist among these ferocious beasts? Jiang Xia gritted his teeth. Since he had come this far, he would see what was going on. The sky-darting shuttle sped onward, swiftly reaching the secret realm's deepest recesses. A colossal figure materialized before Jiang Xia. The terrifying aura radiating from it was so overwhelming, one dared not look directly at it. Beside this figure, countless 8th tier ferocious beasts lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to look up. Jiang Xia stared intently. A serpentine demon beast, its eyes as large as houses, fixed its gaze upon him. 2 horns had sprouted atop the beast's head, while beneath its scales, each as large as a water barrel, 4 legs were faintly discernible. A demon beast about to transform into a dragon, but it's still just a knockoff, right? Jiang Xia snorted coldly. Magic surged from his entire body. In his left hand was the 7-star 9-section staff, in his right the ghostly white bone banner. Behind him, the creation immortal furnace shot forth, continuously expanding until it halted at a size as vast as a mountain. Pitch-black demonic energy and multicolored spiritual energy flowed as if solidified into tangible substance. Boom! Without hesitation, Jiang Xia unleashed the creation immortal furnace, smashing it down fiercely toward the 9th tier ferocious beast. Despite its massive size, the 9th tier beast moved with astonishing speed. Its huge head darted aside, evading the furnace's attack. Simultaneously, as if enraged by Jiang Xia, it hissed menacingly, its body seemingly teleporting as it charged toward him. Boom! A tail thicker than a small mountain slammed down where Jiang Xia had stood moments before, instantly carving a pit dozens of zheng deep into the ground. Having missed its first strike, the tail swiftly swept upward, rising like an iron tower before crashing down again toward Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia knew that if struck by this tail, even he would suffer broken bones and torn tendons. The sky-darting shuttle flashed, narrowly evading the attack. His eyes turned gray once more as he unleashed the candle dragon's gaze. Caught off guard, the colossal serpent fell victim to the technique, momentarily dazed. The 7-star 9-section staff flashed, gathering thick thunderclouds above the serpent's head. Terrifying lightning crackled with deafening booms, its overwhelming might sending nearby 8th-tier beasts crashing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. To Jiang Xia's surprise, before the lightning could strike the ground, the giant serpent snapped out of its daze. Its massive body seemed to tear through space, appearing before Jiang Xia in an instant. Its enormous jaws opened wide, as if intent on swallowing him whole. The sky-darting shuttle flashed, narrowly evading the serpent's attack. Before Jiang Xia could retaliate, the thick tail struck his body with brutal force, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. Cough, cough, cough. Upon landing, Jiang Xia felt as though countless bones within him had shattered. His chest and abdomen churned violently, forcing him to spit several mouthfuls of blood. At that very moment, the serpent's body followed like a shadow, striking once more. A resolute glint flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. If you seek death, then let us see is your serpent, on the verge of dragon transformation, stronger, or is my candle dragon dharma form mightier? A desolate, powerful aura instantly enveloped Jiang Xia's entire body, transforming him into a god-like figure. His form underwent a tremendous change, becoming akin to a true dragon. The 7-star 9-section staff materialized at the tip of his tail. The giant serpent stared blankly at Jiang Xia, who had summoned the candle dragon dharma form, a flicker of fear crossing its eyes. Though it was a ferocious beast on the verge of dragon transformation, it remained fundamentally a giant serpent. Faced with the genuine dragon might of the candle dragon dharma form, it still showed signs of hesitation. Nevertheless, it charged fiercely toward Jiang Xia. Its massive jaws emitted a foul stench, and its thick tail lashed the ground relentlessly, pounding out one deep hit after another. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the giant serpent's body collided violently with the candle dragon dharma form summoned by Jiang Xia. Boom! The deafening impact overwhelmed many nearby 8th-tier beasts, knocking them unconscious in an instant. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of shattered bones and torn tendons, Jiang Xia relentlessly carved gash after gash into the serpent's hide. The dragon's aura from the candle dragon dharma image restrained the giant python's movements, ultimately forcing it into a disadvantage. After an unknown duration, the colossal serpent's body collapsed like a mountain. Dragging his heavy body, Jiang Xia collected the corpse before swiftly sweeping through the major secret realms, eliminating all remaining threats. Only then did he activate the sky-piercing shuttle, heading straight for the west. Countless years later, the Great Xia Empire rose to dominate the skies, sacrificing the earth itself to forge an endless realm of darkness. The end. Received the completion notification. See you in the new book. The ending is what it is, at least the major plot threads are wrapped up. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.